watching a horror film and unexpectedly traversing into another realm. Moreover, transforming into Cedric Diggory, the character destined to meet a tragic end. Yang Yong, a corporate worker caught in the chaos of the spring festival travel rush, was on a train watching The Conjuring. Terrified, he removed his headphones and stole a glance through his fingersonly to find himself no longer in the comfort of a sleeper cabin, but in an old-fashioned train compartment, surrounded by three 11-year-old boys who were staring intently at him. "Are you feeling better?" "Patrick," exclaimed the freckled boy beside him, bombarding him with questions. "Did you suffer a heartbreak? Did your parents force you to go to Hogwarts, separating you from your muggle girlfriend?" Yang Yong was bewildered who was now Cedric Diggory, the handsome and affluent Hufflepuff, who was unjustly eliminated in the Triwizard Tournament. In the original narrative, Diggory was portrayed as the epitome of perfection. Charming, brilliant, chivalrous, and principled, to say he was a hidden protagonist would not be an exaggeration. Yet, due to his overwhelming perfection, the author chose to kill him off, merely to elevate Harry's story. "I want to go home." Yang no. Now Cedric internally screamed. His parents were still waiting for him to celebrate the new year. He had no desire to linger in this magical world for even a second. He pinched Patrick's thigh, hoping to affirm that this was merely a dream. "Ouch." Patrick yelped, "Even if you broke up, don't pinch me. If you're brave, go find your parents." Seeing Patrick grimace in pain, Cedric's heart sank. This was no dream, he had truly been transported. Just as despair began to envelop him, Patrick suddenly patted his shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. "Look, a Dumbledore card. I've opened countless snack packs to get this." Cedric glanced over. It was just that wretched wizard card, a trivial item from the original story meant to deceive children. Yet Patrick continued to rave, "This is the greatest wizard. I'm so lucky." As Cedric gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, one thought consumed his mind. He must not repeat the mistakes of the past. The Triwizard Tournament? The graveyard? Voldemort? He needed to steer clear of them all. But how could an 11-year-old wizard alter a predetermined fate? While Patrick was still boasting about the card, Cedric pondered. Should he seek out Dumbledore at Hogwarts for a spoiler? Did Hufflepuff truly suit him? Would he encounter Harry on the train? "Hey, my friend, look, I finally got a Dumbledore card. Dumbledore." A spark of excitement ignited in Diggory's eyes. Indeed, this was a fantastical magical realm where nothing was impossible. Besides, those novels about crossing into other worlds were merely fiction. The authors of such tales had never experienced it themselves. Perhaps he could truly find a way back. Patrick, noticing Cedric's sudden sparkle of interest in the card, edged away nervously, fearing he would snatch like the tea that moment. Diggory's consciousness was abruptly drawn into a vast, white expanse. Ding! The magical system has been activated. A warm voice resonated. Diego blurted out, "Are you my golden finger? Can I return home? Is it possible to switch to someone else for this journey?" The system retorted, "Switching? That is utterly impossible for this lifetime." Diego instantly collapsed to the ground, his hopes dashed. He could not return. "But it doesn't say you cannot go back," the system added. Diego sprang to his feet. "Can I really go back? This system has no reason to deceive you." "What must I do then?" The system replied, 2 tasks: destroy 3 Horcruxes within 5 years, and assist Harry in vanquishing Voldemort. Should you fail, you shall meet the same fate as in the original narrative, perishing in the graveyard. Diego gasped, feverishly recalling the locations of the Horcruxes. The diary is at the Malfoy residence, the Gaunt ring lies at the Gaunt Manor, and the diadem is hidden in the Room of Requirement. The locket is the most troublesome, initially located in a seaside cave, stolen by Regulus and concealed in the Black family home, known only to the house elf creature who knows its exact whereabouts. Then there is Nagini, the living Horcrux. How could a mere 11-year-old wizard contend with Voldemort? Which Horcrux should he target first? Would Dumbledore assist him? The system remarked, "If you can manage that, this system has no objections. That way, we can both finish our tasks early, and you can return alive to your own world." Clearly, locating and destroying all the Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection would be a formidable challenge. However, if he could intervene during Harry Potter's first year, specifically during the climactic confrontation between Harry and Quirrell in the first book, and unleash a devastating attack on the already weakened Voldemort, everything would be resolved. Please refrain from being foolish. Host, there are still numerous Horcruxes remaining. How could Voldemort possibly be defeated? The system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. As it stands, if any Death Eater finds even one Horcrux before Voldemort's resurrection in the original narrative, he could be revived elsewhere. Diego was taken aback, had forgotten about the Horcruxes. He hastily inquired, "So Voldemort might not necessarily resurrect in the graveyard?" "Indeed. Should you undertake an action significant enough to alter the timeline, subsequent events will consequently change. Diego felt a chill run down his spine. Can you remind me which actions might alter the timeline? Host, you are overthinking there are none. He suddenly recalled the golden finger. Do you possess any special abilities to assist me? Certainly I do. Please stay tuned. Stay tuned? What does that mean? Because this system requires the input of various data from this magical world. An upgrade is necessary. Thus, I am temporarily unable to provide you with any assistance. Diego was utterly disheartened while others had systems that were impressive and powerful. His system started with an upgrade and could not assist at all. It would be better to have a loyal dog from the outset. Without a word, the system expelled him from space. A.S. consciousness returned to the carriage. Diggory seized Patrick's snacks with fervor, his mind a chaotic whirlwind lacking the golden touch. He must destroy the soul fragment and assist Harry against Voldemort. Failure meant a certain demise. After much contemplation, he discerned two potential strategies. The first was Cedric's inherent talents. His beauty and prowess were undeniable, and despite lacking the protagonist's halo, he was nearly flawless. The second was to ally himself with Dumbledore. This formidable figure, even feared by the peak Voldemort, could significantly bolster his chances of survival. As the sun descended, Hogwarts was drawing near. With alacrity, Diggory organized his belongings and followed the crowd out of the carriage. Standing at Hogsmeade Station, his battle for survival in the magical realm was about to commence. Without the system's assistance, would he be able to seamlessly enter Hufflepuff? How might he approach Dumbledore for support upon their first encounter? Where was Harry now? Would they cross paths at Hogwarts? As the Hogwarts Express slowly approached the station, Diggory deftly prepared his belongings and joined the throng exiting the carriage. Standing at Hogsmeade Station, he would soon be hauling his luggage behind Hagrid, boarding the carriage to the lakeside, ultimately embarking on a small boat, gradually making his way towards the towering castle that had stood for centuries, shrouded in twilight. Patrick clung to him like a stubborn burr, sharing the carriage and the boat. I am Cedric Diggory. He initiated the conversation. Patrick turned back. I already knew that your pocket watch fell out once, displaying your name and family portrait. Your mother is truly beautiful. How did your father manage to win her over? Share some insights. Observing the 11-year-old's inquisitive expression, Diggory suddenly conceived an idea. If this lad were to disseminate or gather Death Eater intelligence, it would spare him considerable effort and perhaps even catch Dumbledore's attention. I possess an even juicier secret. Diggory lowered his voice conspiratorially. Patrick leaned in, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. You must vow not to disclose it, swearing on your most cherished possession. I swear on my future happiness. If I reveal it, let me marry the most hideous woman imaginable. Leaning closer, Diggory whispered, Professor Snape in Potions class is a Death Eater, embedded beside Dumbledore in a way. Patrick gasped, drawing the attention of those nearby. Sure. Is this still a secret? Diggory feigned irritation. I might just inform Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall to keep them on guard. You mustn't tell anyone. Patrick nodded, though his mind was already scheming on how to disseminate. This information had never been one to keep secrets. Diggory observed his retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In Professor McGonagall's office, the atmosphere was grave. Have you two thought about how you will explain this? Patrick hung his head, regretting his words bitterly. He had just revealed that secret in front of everyone in the hall, claiming it was divulged to him by Diggory. Professor McGonagall turned to Diggory. Cedric, do you have anything to say? How would Diggory respond? Had he intentionally allowed Patrick to spread the rumor to draw the professor's attention? Could Snape truly be under suspicion? Cedric, do you not have anything to say? When Patrick announced that so-called secret in the hall, he also stated that it was you who informed him. McGonagall's expression stiffened. Voldemort had been gone for so many years. Who would believe that these two children claimed he would return in a few years? Diggory, flustered, exclaimed, Professor, I am not deceiving you. Bring Dumbledore here. He can use the pen sieve to discern whether I speak the truth. McGonagall furrowed her brow. How could an 11-year-old know about the pen sieve? Were pure-blood families teaching such things from an early age? Seeing her skepticism, Diggory dropped a bombshell. You can summon Snape and tell him that it was not Sirius who betrayed Harry's family, but rather the rat you thought was dead. Peter Pettigrew. With a loud thud, McGonagall abruptly stood, her hands braced on the table, staring intently at him. This was an internal secret of the Order of the Phoenix, buried with its members after its dissolution. How could an 11-year-old know? Diggory sighed with relief. Professor, let's allow Patrick to attend the sorting ceremony first. McGonagall straightened. To the hall, first. The sorting ceremony cannot be delayed. In the corridor, Patrick turned back and quietly complained. Why can't I listen to your conversation? Is there a secret that cannot be revealed? Diggory glanced at the young boy he had manipulated, feeling somewhat guilty. There are secrets, but you lack the strength to comprehend them now. It is for your own good. I am a child of integrity now. Little did he know, Patrick's eyes sparkled with even greater curiosity the more he was kept in the dark. The more he yearned to know. Upon reaching the hall, the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Would Professor McGonagall expose Diggory on the spot? Could he successfully enter Hufflepuff? Would Dumbledore take notice of this special new student? In the vast corridors of Hogwarts, Patrick, following Professor McGonagall, suddenly turned to Diggory and whispered, "Cedric, I think it's rather inconsiderate of you why should your subsequent conversation be off-limits to me. Is there some hidden secret?" Grasping the hem of Cedric Diggory's robe, Patrick, brimming with excitement yet suppressing his voice, exclaimed, "Cedric, you cannot do this." Back on the train, we were brothers sharing the same bag of snacks. Secrets between good friends ought to be shared. Cedric shook his head. If you wish to avoid the oblivion charm, curb your curiosity, the weak are unworthy of such knowledge. With that, he hastily followed Professor McGonagall, leaving no opportunity for Patrick to persist. Professor McGonagall observed the exchange, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This child harbored no ill intentions. As they entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the first-year students had already been sorted and were indulging in a feast. Upon spotting the trio, the diners set down their utensils, though the recent news of Voldemort's resurrection had been dismissed as mere fan antics. It left an undeniable tremor in their hearts. After all, none dared utter Voldemort directly. Opting instead for the dark mark, at last, Cedric beheld Dumbledore, a tall figure with a crescent-shaped pair of spectacles framing his azure eyes, silver beard cascading down, clad in a purple robe and radiating warmth through his smile. "All settled? Let us commence the sorting, so as not to delay the meal," Dumbledore stated. However, McGonagall interjected, "Professor Dumbledore, Patrick poses no issue, but I recommend you handle Cedric Diggory separately." A hush fell over the hall, soon followed by a flurry of whispers. Why handle him separately? What makes him special? Could he be a Death Eater? Unlikely Death Eaters refer to him as the Dark Lord, yet he dares to utter the dark mark. Dumbledore, feeling a headache brewing, raised his voice with a spell. "Everyone, quiet." He glanced at McGonagall, urging her to elaborate, but she wore a perplexed expression, completely missing the point. Dumbledore turned to Cedric, only to find the boy staring intently at him, eyes filled with scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, for the time-traveling Cedric, he was not merely a figure of authority, but a legendary persona. In Cedric's mind, Dumbledore was a mythical being, rivaled only by Merlin, with even the four founders of Hogwarts unlikely to match his prowess. Dumbledore felt a trace of bewilderment. What was the matter with this child? Yet Cedric's thoughts were consumed with the urgency of securing this powerful ally, fearing for his very existence. As the sorting ceremony was about to commence, which house would Cedric be placed in? What inquiries would Dumbledore pose to him? What did McGonagall mean by handled separately? Cedric remained steadfast, assessing Dumbledore with unwavering focus. A hint of doubt flashed in Dumbledore's azure eyes. Just now, he hadn't sensed Diggory's mental power at all, but he could clearly feel that Diggory's mental power was indeed there. This made Dumbledore find it very interesting. Should he conduct the sorting ceremony for Diggory separately? Dumbledore said, "No, I don't think it's necessary. Let the two of them do it together here. After all, time is short, and they still need to go back to the dormitory to sleep soon." Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment, but thought that since Diggory posed no danger, he only knew some things he shouldn't. Conducting the sorting ceremony here was fine. Any other issues could be resolved after the opening ceremony. With that in mind, Professor McGonagall said nothing further. She waved her wand, and the high stool and sorting hat, which had been moved aside, returned to the center of the hall. Professor McGonagall glanced at Diggory, let Patrick sit on the stool first, and then placed the sorting hat on Patrick's head. The sorting hat was a magical hat with its own consciousness. It clearly had some objections to coming out to work again, but faced with Professor McGonagall's serious expression, it dared not say much and could only vent its frustration on Patrick, who was sitting beneath it. "Hey, kid, behave yourself. Stop thinking about other things. Put away your little lewd thoughts. The highly intelligent girls in Ravenclaw won't look at you, this undeveloped little guy. All right, now I have to get to work. You, aside from being lecherous, are also so lazy. I bet your parents regret having you." I didn't expect that although you are both lazy and lecherous, you are actually quite honest and a trustworthy kid. You're surprisingly solid. In that case, Hufflepuff, your place is there. With a loud shout from the sorting hat, Patrick was sorted into Hufflepuff. However, the Hufflepuff table did not erupt in applause and cheers for the new member, because unlike before when the sorting hat only mentioned strengths, this time it loudly stated Patrick's weaknesses, and who knows if there were more weaknesses it hadn't mentioned. So now the Hufflepuff students felt somewhat awkward. And even more awkward was Patrick, who was still sitting on the stool. The little guy now had a long face and said to Professor McGonagall beside him, "Professor, can I sue this hat for defamation in the Ministry of Magic? I want to accuse it of slander." Professor McGonagall was still looking troubled, but the Sorting Hat roared, "What? You want to sue me for slander? If you have the ability, go ahead. I've been working at Hogwarts for so many years, and I've never made a mistake. Even the ones standing beside you and sitting behind you were all sorted by me back then. None of them said I was wrong. Do you think I made a mistake? Do you have that qualification? Have you even grown your hair yet?" Hearing the Sorting Hat's increasingly outrageous statements, Professor McGonagall hurriedly took it off Patrick's head and let the head of Hufflepuff lead the gloomy-faced Patrick away. Then she instructed the Sorting Hat to be quiet. Although somewhat reluctant, the Sorting Hat still shut its mouth. After all, if it dared to keep shouting, who knows which corner of the headmaster's office this woman would throw it into. Professor McGonagall signaled for Diggory to come up. After Diggory sat down, McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on his head. At that moment, the Sorting Hat, which had been murmuring a bit, suddenly seemed to sense something terrifying and stopped talking altogether, sitting there dumbfounded on Diggory's head. The unusual situation of the Sorting Hat quickly caught everyone's attention, and they began to chatter again. Since the Sorting Hat was facing away from Dumbledore and the other teachers, they didn't know what was happening and could only cast questioning glances at Professor McGonagall. At this moment, McGonagall also seemed a bit flustered. She clearly had never encountered such a situation. She could only try to pat the Sorting Hat to see if this hat, older than herself by who knows how many years, had developed dementia. But in reality, this was obviously impossible. The Sorting Hat suddenly let out a breath and then started breathing heavily, as if it had just been placed in a vacuum by some mysterious magic. Before Professor McGonagall could ask what had happened, the Sorting Hat suddenly shouted incredulously, "Oh my goodness! Merlin's beard! How is this possible? Why does this child have such an immense and powerful mental power? This level of mental power, it shouldn't belong to an 11-year-old child. This child's talent, I believe, is not inferior to Tom Marvolo Riddle. No, wait. It's not inferior to any wizard I have ever seen." The Sorting Hat's words were like a fiery red iron ball thrown into a pool of ice water, immediately stirring up a strong reaction. The students sitting at the dining table gasped in surprise, and although they did not know that Voldemort's real name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, it did not affect their astonishment at the Sorting Hat's evaluation of Diggory, who was sitting in the center of the hall with the Sorting Hat on his head. The students were completely shocked by the Sorting Hat's assessment of Diggory, not inferior to any wizard. It should be noted that this hat was passed down from one of the founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, and many wizards had worn it, including the greatest wizard of the present, Dumbledore. The Sorting Hat's earlier evaluation of Diggory clearly implied that at the same age of 11, even Dumbledore did not have such talent as Diggory. All the students turned their astonished gazes towards Diggory and Dumbledore behind him. At this moment, Dumbledore had completely stood up from his chair, his azure eyes reflecting Diggory's clear silhouette. More accurately, all the teachers could no longer sit still. They stood up, their eyes fixed intently on Diggory. The teachers' expressions were filled with shock, but more than that, there was fear. They cast their odd glances at Diggory's back, just as they had once cast their odd glances at the figure of the mysterious man. Although the students did not know who the name mentioned by the Sorting Hat referred to, all the teachers present were fully aware. That name represented the Second Dark Lord, a complete madman, and a symbol of nearly 10 years of darkness in the magical world. Everyone wanted to bring him to justice, but no one could defeat him. The power of the mysterious man was enough to instill despair in all of them. Every teacher present had experienced that period, and they understood the terror of Voldemort the most. It could be said that no one was his opponent, except for Dumbledore. And now, the Sorting Hat had made such an evaluation of this child. Was it trying to tell everyone that this child was about to grow into the Third Dark Lord? Thus, everyone withdrew their awed gazes from Diggory and looked anxiously at Dumbledore in their midst. At this moment, only Dumbledore was their pillar of support. Dumbledore ignored everyone's gaze and calmly said to the Sorting Hat, "Continue, Sorting Hat. You haven't finished your work yet. Which house should this child belong to?" Professor McGonagall, sitting next to Diggory, glanced at Dumbledore and was about to say something, but Dumbledore stopped her with a look. However, it was clear that many teachers shared McGonagall's thoughts. At this time, Phileas Flitwick, the Ravenclaw headmaster, whispered to Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, I now agree with Professor McGonagall that Cedric should undergo the sorting ceremony alone, and I believe this would be beneficial for Diggory or for us at Hogwarts." As soon as Professor Flitwick finished speaking, many teachers agreed with him. suggesting that Dumbledore stop the current sorting ceremony and instead conduct a separate sorting for Diggory. Dumbledore looked at everyone and said, "He is still just a child. Do you think this is fair to him? Moreover, he is still just a child." Now, he is still just a child. Dumbledore's last statement was firm and powerful, resonating like a warning bell in the minds of the many teachers. Yes, he is still just a child, a newly admitted student who has just turned 11, knows nothing, and is about to learn magic at Hogwarts. Even if he has great talent, what does it matter? To these adult wizards, such a child with no mastery poses no threat at all. Realizing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again, calmly watching Diggory, their composed demeanor contrasting sharply with their earlier agitation. Seeing that no one was speaking anymore, Professor McGonagall could only sigh, cast a deep glance at Diggory, who was sitting quietly on the stool, and let the sorting hat continue. The sorting hat, with its unclear face, seemed to be in deep thought, as if it were trying to discern Diggory's character. Rational, talented, and very respectful of women. It seems you're not only a gifted student, but also a gentleman. As soon as the sorting hat said this, a collective sigh of relief came from behind Diggory. In fact, Diggory knew in his heart that these were qualities he inherently possessed. He had also heard the previous conversation between the teachers and Dumbledore. Regarding the reason for his strong mental fortitude, he speculated it might be related to his 2 lives. After all, he had lived for over 20 years before crossing over. And, combined with this life as a naturally gifted Diggory, the mental strength accumulated from 2 lives made it hard not to be strong. Then, the sorting hat continued. "You are also quite easygoing, not easily angered unless principles are touched. But you are also very lazy. A lazy child is not a good child." 3 black lines appeared on Diggory's forehead. Why is it getting longer and longer? According to the movie, shouldn't it just say a couple of sentences and then sort the houses? "Hufflepuff, I want to go to Hufflepuff," Diggory whispered to the sorting hat. After all, he thought it would be better to stick to the script if possible. "Hufflepuff?" The sorting hat murmured, "Indeed, you don't have the courage and energy of Gryffindor students, nor the diligence and intelligence of Ravenclaw students, and you certainly lack the pride and nobility of Slytherin students. It seems that Hufflepuff is indeed your best and only place." Then it's settled. The sorting hat announced. "It's decided. Hufflepuff it is. Go ahead, child." Oh, the Hufflepuff students erupted in unparalleled cheers, shaking even the enchanted ceiling of the hall. With the sorting hat's shout, all the teachers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were well aware of Hufflepuff. The children there, it's hard to say how strong they are. There are all kinds of levels. But the one thing is that Hufflepuff students generally don't have bad characters. At least there wouldn't be any great villains among them. Just on this point, the teachers felt a lot more at ease. Just as they were about to raise their glasses to celebrate, suddenly, Diggory, sitting on the stool, grabbed the sorting hat on his head and stuffed it under his butt. Then, while sitting down heavily, he muttered, "I don't have courage and energy. I don't have diligence and intelligence. I don't have pride and nobility. Are you sure you know I don't? Even if I really don't. You can't just say it out loud. I don't want to lose face." The sorting hat let out a piercing howl from beneath Diggory's wriggling butt. Everyone stopped their actions, staring in shock at Diggory's unprecedented behavior. Professor McGonagall, after a brief moment of stunned silence, rushed forward to pull Diggory away, rescuing the sorting hat from his grasp. Holding the crumpled sorting hat that had been mistreated by Diggory, Professor McGonagall had a cold expression on her face and angrily said, "Diggory, what do you think you're doing?" "Professor McGonagall, please believe me. This hat just farted at me," Diggory defended, "and it smelled really bad. I'm worried it might have hemorrhoids or some intestinal disease." Professor McGonagall scrutinized Diggory with a stern look, clearly not believing his words. Hogwarts had been established for so many years, and the sorting hat had sorted countless students. Nothing like this had ever happened before. "It seems that on your first day at Hogwarts, I will have to call your parents," Professor McGonagall said slowly, her tone very angry. "When your father comes, I will explain today's situation to him honestly. Oh, by the way, the key point is not whether I will believe you. Your father is also a Hogwarts graduate. Do you think he will believe you?" Hearing Professor McGonagall say she would call his parents, Diggory felt a bit embarrassed because he hadn't fully adapted to the state of an 11-year-old child. So he had just done something that a child temporarily couldn't do. Moreover, having merged with the memories and spirit of the former Diggory, he now also knew that his father was a very proud father, and Diggory had a very good relationship with him. Now hearing Professor McGonagall say she would call his parents, Diggory inexplicably felt a wave of panic. It seemed the former soul inside him could still influence him. "I'm really sorry. Diggory awkwardly rubbed his nose and sincerely apologized to the crumpled sorting hat. Because his shortcomings had been pointed out, he found it hard to control himself for a moment. "I'm very sorry about that." Dumbledore looked at Diggory in the center of the hall, a mysterious smile appearing in his eyes. He stopped Professor McGonagall, who wanted to lecture Diggory, and said, "All right, let us leave this matter here. The sorting ceremony for the last 2 students has also been completed, and everyone has almost finished their meal, so the opening ceremony will come to an end now. Everyone, please return to your respective common rooms." Professor McGonagall turned to glance at Dumbledore, although she felt very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's way of smoothing things over. After working with him for so many years, she could clearly sense that Dumbledore had other plans for this child. So Professor McGonagall said nothing more. Just arrange for the prefects of each house to lead their students back to their common rooms, while she took the sorting hat back to her office. Students in the hall were lining up to leave one by one, but the teachers all stayed behind, and among those who stayed was Diggory. After Dumbledore saw the last student's back disappear outside the hall, he first signaled Snape to open a small door behind them, and then said to Diggory, "Come along. Child, I can see you have something to say to me, and, just in time, I also want to get to know you better." Diggory didn't hesitate and directly followed behind Dumbledore. He had been waiting for this moment. The group left the hall through a small door, crossed a long, narrow corridor, and then arrived at the first-floor hallway. Diggory walked in the middle of the small group, with Dumbledore and Snape in front, and Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw, Professor Sprout from Hufflepuff, Professor Trelawney, who taught divination, and Hagrid at the back. Diggory followed Dumbledore in silence, observing the Hogwarts in front of him as they walked. He had grown up watching the Harry Potter movies, and it would be a lie to say he didn't long for the castle that looked so magnificent on screen. Now, being there in person, he could truly feel the surge of novelty and satisfaction from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Dumbledore, walking in front, seemed to sense something, turned around to glance at Diggory, who was gazing around with a satisfied expression, smiled, and continued on. They reached the entrance of the corridor on the 3rd floor, and Diggory spotted the familiar stone monster. He watched as Dumbledore approached the stone guardian and uttered the day's password, croissant. Unlike in the movies, the stone monster didn't simply move aside to reveal a staircase. Instead, it seemed to come to life, leaping to the side, and the wall behind the stone monster split in half, revealing a spiraling stone staircase that continuously ascended. As the group stepped onto the staircase, Hagrid did not follow but stayed at the entrance. Once everyone else in the group was on the staircase, the wall automatically closed up, rapidly spinning as it ascended. After a short while, it came to a stop. When Diggory stepped off the staircase, he found himself in front of an oak door, polished smooth by the passage of time, with a door knocker shaped like a griffin. Just as Dumbledore was about to open his office door, Diggory suddenly spoke up. "Professor Dumbledore, are you sure you want to take me directly into your office?" As soon as Diggory's words fell, the other professors, except for Dumbledore, looked at him with expressions of disbelief. Almost simultaneously, they all had the same thought. How could this child, who had just arrived at Hogwarts, know that this was Professor Dumbledore's office? Clearly, no one had spoken to him on the way here. More accurately, no one had said anything at all. So how'd he know? As they pondered this, they couldn't help but recall the Sorting Hat's assessment of Diggory, a talent that surpassed Voldemort. Just as the other professors were secretly reaching for their wands, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled and said to Diggory, "What? Don't you have any interest in my office?" Diggory also smiled. "No, quite the opposite. I am very interested in your office." Dumbledore ignored the other professors who were still in shock and turned to open the door. And Diggory saw the office of Dumbledore that he had longed for since childhood. It was a spacious and bright circular room. There were many strange instruments on the table, which Diggory couldn't even name, buzzing and emitting puffs of smoke. On a table with claw-shaped legs, Diggory saw a shelf, which, if he remembered correctly, should have originally held the Sorting Hat. But soon, Diggory's attention was drawn to a glass cabinet beside the table, because inside was the magical sword of Gryffindor, which he needed most right now and for the foreseeable future. Diggory forcibly shifted his gaze away from the sword of Gryffindor and looked towards the back of the door. He was not disappointed. There was indeed a golden perch there, and on it sat a similarly golden-red phoenix, Fawkes, who was also observing Diggory. At that moment, Diggory's gaze was fixed on the phoenix. The creature's lively eyes, its brilliant yet noble feathers, and its pure, light-hearted song left Diggory mesmerized. Seeing Diggory's expression, Dumbledore smiled proudly. After all, although the phoenix was officially his pet, he knew very well that Fawkes was also a companion who had been with him for many years. He felt happy and proud to have such a partner. At the same time, Dumbledore also admitted that while others looked at the phoenix with longing eyes, he felt a bit of secret delight in his heart. It felt just like this moment, with Diggory staring blankly at the phoenix. Staring blankly staring. If something fell off, Dumbledore suddenly realized something was wrong. Why was Diggory drooling? Drooling? What was going on? The cool moonlight poured into the circular office through the window, casting light on Dumbledore's long silver beard, as well as on Diggory's slightly embarrassed, awkward smile. At that moment, Diggory stood in front of Dumbledore's desk, while the other professors found their positions, either sitting or standing, all watching Diggory like hawks. Dumbledore, meanwhile, sat behind the desk, soothing the phoenix fox on his shoulder while casting a reproachful look at Diggory, the instigator of the situation. When Diggory first entered Dumbledore's office, he was just a normal visitor, having not yet done anything out of line. However, things quickly changed. Dumbledore saw Diggory staring unabashedly at his phoenix fox and drooling. That unabashed gaze was simply too intense. Tweet. Fox looked at Dumbledore and called out crisply. The sound of the phoenix attracted Diggory, but he noticed that Fox's gaze toward him seemed a bit unfriendly. Sure enough, after hearing Fox's call, Dumbledore darkly asked Diggory, "Explain yourself, Cedric. Fox has made it clear that he can sense your covetousness. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, then all your extracurricular time this semester will be spent assisting Mr. Filch." Dumbledore looked seriously at Diggory as he said this. Diggory felt that Dumbledore was indeed a bit angry this time, so he seriously confessed, "Actually, I can't be blamed for this. It's because of my ancestral bloodline that when I see some rare and exotic creatures, the first question that usually comes to my mind after appreciating them is, what would this thing taste like?" Diggory shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "Professor Dumbledore, please believe me, although it's indeed hard to believe. It is truly my bloodline that makes me this way." Severus Snape, standing by the desk, let out a cold laugh and said, I have never heard of the Diggory family's bloodline causing their descendants to drool over magical creatures." Professor Pomona chimed in, "Child, you are a student of Hufflepuff, and our house does not have a habit of lying." Diggory smiled helplessly at Professor Pomona, then calmly looked at Dumbledore and said, "Professor, I knew you might not believe me." Dumbledore, with his wise, deep blue eyes peering through half-moon glasses, carefully examined Diggory's gaze. After a moment, Dumbledore let out a slight breath and said, "I can see that you are not lying to me." The other professors looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, and Snape, uncertain, looked at Diggory and asked Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, are you sure he isn't lying? We all know his father, Amos Diggory, and he doesn't have such issues." Dumbledore slowly nodded and said, "Diggory is indeed not deceiving us. I see no deception in his eyes. Therefore, I am just as puzzled as you are." The wisdom and kindness in Dumbledore's eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a sharpness like that of a hawk. "Let us consider this a prophecy. In the hall, I couldn't sense your mental power. Outside my office, even though it was your first time at Hogwarts, you knew this is my office. And now, this bloodline I've never heard of." Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a sword. "I want to know who you really are. Please don't tell me you're Cedric Diggory. You know, no one can lie to me." In response to Dumbledore's questioning, Diggory revealed a brilliant smile, showing all 8 of his teeth. "I really am a Diggory. I haven't lied to you." The professors were unsure whether to be surprised by Diggory's audacity or to believe that this child was indeed a Diggory. They could only look towards Dumbledore behind the desk. However, even Dumbledore now sat behind the desk with a furrowed brow, looking at Diggory with confusion. As a master of legilimency, his mental prowess was beyond question. If someone were lying in front of him, he could tell even without using legilimency. Yet today, Dumbledore thought it would be just another ordinary first day of school. But he encountered a situation he had never faced before. A person standing right in front of him, yet he felt no presence of mental power. Clearly knowing the words they spoke were false, yet feeling no deception, Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Although he didn't understand how it was possible, he also knew that you were not a bad child and should have no malice toward Hogwarts. "So, could you honestly tell me what exactly is going on with you?" Diggory smiled. Dumbledore's current problem was something he had never thought to hide. It was just that he had never found the opportunity. And now, it was clear that Dumbledore had placed this opportunity right in front of Diggory. Diggory looked at Snape and the others, and said to Dumbledore, "Actually, I wanted to come clean with you for a long time, but before that, I must responsibly tell you that the fewer people who know about my current situation, the better, especially regarding what I'm about to do to prove that I'm not lying. It's even less suitable for unnecessary people to know." Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Diggory's eyes, and without much consideration, Just a few seconds later, he said to Professor Snape and the others, "Could you please return for now? This matter will be dealt with soon." Although Snape and Professor Pomona and the others felt a bit uneasy, they thought of Dumbledore's strength. If he couldn't handle it here, then they wouldn't be able to help at all. So one by one, they left the headmaster's office. The last to leave, Snape closed the door behind him, leaving only Diggory and Dumbledore in the circular room. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Now it's just you and me. Can you tell me your secret?" Diggory laughed and said, "Of course." However, just as he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt a familiar sense of dizziness, and the scene before him began to spin and blur. When the scenery finally returned to clarity, Diggory found himself back in the system space. System, ding dong. Host, please note that matters regarding your crossing over have been classified as top-level privacy and must not be disclosed. If leaked, it could lead to unimaginable and terrifying consequences. Aren't you upgrading? Diggory said excitedly. Have you completed the upgrade? System, you could say it's completed. Diggory felt a bit strange. Can it be said that it is completed? What does that mean? System, strictly speaking, I was forcefully interrupted during an upgrade 20 minutes ago due to an extremely powerful mental interference. But fortunately, at the time of the interference, the upgrade was already 95 complete, and the main functions have been upgraded, so it can also be considered completed. Interference from 20 minutes ago? Diggory recalled that Dumbledore had previously mentioned conducting a mental probe on him. Suddenly, Diggory felt a pang of heartache. Ah, that old glass Dumbledore. From now on, he is written down in my little notebook. Diggory clutched his chest, feeling like he had lost a fortune. What about the remaining 5%? Diggory asked again. System. Actually, it's nothing much, just a time conversion system, a divine artifact exchange system, and a beginner's gift package. Hearing that his beginner's gift package was gone, Diggory immediately felt a heartache that made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, the system continued to add insult to injury. Originally, if you had the time conversion system, the ratio of time inside the system to time outside could be freely adjusted. Simply put, 1 day inside the system would equal 1 second outside. With this system, you could practice various spells recklessly in the system space to save experience points. But now that's clearly impossible. As for the divine artifact exchange system, it contains weapons and various magical items used by legendary wizards in this magical world. For example, Merlin's magical sword can help anyone, even if that person is a muggle or a non-magical person. As long as they hold the sword, they can use its attack magic. It's a must-have for starting fires. Another example is Merlin's magical shield, which is imbued with defensive magic for Merlin's peak period and can defend against all non-area magical attacks, making it essential for home and travel. Then suddenly stop. Diggory felt a deep heartache, one that hurt countless times more than when his beloved girlfriend broke up with him during college. System, there's still a beginner's gift package. Would you like to know what's inside? Hearing this, Diggory felt that the system wasn't really a good thing. To avoid further heartbreak, Diggory changed the topic. Stop talking about that 5%. Now tell me about the 95%. I need something to cheer me up. System, all right, host. First, this system has upgraded to a model student system. Discarding the previous time conversion system and divine artifact exchange system, the systems you now have are shopping system, lottery center, and magic power exchange system. Diggory was shocked. What? What did you say? What system are you called now? And that 95% of yours. Is it just these 3 useless things? System. Host, please calm down. Angry birds are small. For your health, please pay attention to your emotions. Diggory, I can't stay calm. Right now, I feel like you're just a scammer too. You can't possibly be the kind of product that costs 9.5 yuan with free shipping on some online store, right? Among the 5 of the upgrade that was not completed, there are already 2 systems and a newbie gift pack. Now you tell me that among the 95 that has been completed, there are only 3 systems. And what else with the name of the 3 good student system? Please get it straight. I graduated from elementary school over a decade ago, okay? System. Host, please note that the incomplete upgrades are not the fault of the system. Every grievance has its cause, and if you have issues, you can seek help from your thigh. Moreover, the magic value exchange system is an extremely large memory system. Just it alone takes up 60 of the memory. Please trust in the value of this system. Diggory sat on the ground, sighed weakly, and said, all right, I believe in your value. As for finding Dumbledore, forget it. After all, he is my support. Now, please introduce the 3 systems and their respective uses, so I can study how to make good use of these 3 systems to defeat Voldemort. System, please do not be sad. Host, as sadness is of no use. And you must believe that this system will never let you down. Dior, system, The first of the three systems is the most basic magic value exchange system. Since the universal currency used in this system is magic value, this system is, as the name suggests, used for exchanging magic value for the host. Digger, how can I exchange magic points? System, many items in a magical world can be exchanged. Small items include dishes made with magic, food grown magically, and objects imbued with magical power, while larger items include a variety of magical objects, such as the sorting hat, the Gryffindor sword, various types of wands, and more, all of which can be exchanged. Diggory, is this system trying to guide me towards becoming a chef or an alchemist? System, strictly speaking, the direction of development is decided by you, the host. However, this system also needs to remind you that the simpler the item, the lower the magical value it can be exchanged for. For example, a piece of clothing infused with magic can only be exchanged for about 1 or 2 points of magical value. But if you can obtain a magic wand or a rare magical item, then you can exchange it for a greater amount of magical value. Diggory thought for a moment and suddenly said, a wand is the lifeline of a wizard. If I go to snatch someone else's wand, isn't that a matter of both competing for superiority and deciding life and death? System, that's none of my business. But there's one thing I need to remind you. Dark wizards, like Death Eaters, have their magical items exchanged for double the magical power. Diggory now understood. I get it. You never intended for me to develop in a lewd way, did you? Just this first system alone is already hinting that I should implement a scorched earth policy against the Death Eaters. How can you still call this a good student system? System, even if it's the underwear of a dark wizard, it can still be exchanged for at least 5 magic points. Diggory shouted, I'm not a pervert. System, with enough magic power, you can buy powerful magical items in a shopping store, as well as draw powerful magic at the lottery center. For example, the top potion, the Felix Felicis, which even top alchemists find difficult to brew, and the 3 unforgivable curses that cannot be learned without special channels. As long as you have enough magic power, you can easily obtain all of these. Especially the magic obtained through the lottery center will directly grant you 10% proficiency, ensuring you can use it right after learning. Moreover, you also have opportunities to earn magic power. At Hogwarts, there are many magical items you can exchange for magic power. Diggory fell silent. Although the system kept making noises, which made him feel quite uncomfortable, he had to admit that the 95% system upgrade was still pretty good. Moreover, he didn't have any other backup abilities, and even if he did, he wouldn't know whether they needed upgrading. If they also needed upgrading, and he got interrupted during the process, it would be a wasted effort. Besides, that potential backup ability might not even be as useful as the current one. Although the name of this ability was a bit strange, Diggory still accepted it due to the 3 systems. Snape stood in front of Diggory, noticing his vacant stare, and asked curiously, Professor Dumbledore, what is wrong with this child? Dumbledore, sitting behind the desk, slowly shook his head and said, if I knew, I wouldn't have called you here. Can you discern anything? Snape shook his head, withdrew his wand, and said, I've already tried using magic, but there was no special reaction. However, I think Diggory's current state is somewhat similar to a mind-blocking spell. Flitwick exclaimed in surprise, that's impossible, Snape. Diggory is only 11 years old. He hasn't even started learning magic, let alone mastered such advanced spells that even adult wizards struggle with. Snape defended, but Professor Flitwick, don't forget that the Diggory family is a pure-blood family. If his father Amos wanted to introduce him to magic early, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Flitwick approached Diggory, tiptoeing to examine his vacant eyes closely. Well, this child's condition does resemble a mind-blocking spell, but therein lies the question. Can a child of Diggory's age really achieve this level of mind-blocking? Snape said with a grim expression. This boy has always had many unusual traits. Now I even suspect that someone with ill intentions has used Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Hogwarts. After Snape finished speaking, he looked at Dumbledore and suggested, Professor, I recommend using Veritaserum to avoid any accidents. At this moment, Pomona stepped forward angrily, placing her small stature in front of Diggory. She looked at Snape resolutely and said, Put away your thoughts, Snape. I cannot allow a Hufflepuff child to be subjected to Veritaserum on his very first day of school. Moreover, you all should know that Veritaserum has severe side effects. Heaven knows what irreversible consequences it might cause if used on this child. I think we should take Diggory to the Hogwarts infirmary and have Madame Pomfrey check what's wrong with him. Snape frowned at Pomona, but didn't say anything further, instead turning his gaze to Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head and said, There is no need to go to the infirmary, because one thing is certain. This child hasn't been attacked since he suddenly changed into this state right in front of me. There were no signs, not even I reacted in time. Snape, Pomona, and the others looked at Dumbledore incredulously. What on earth happened to this child if there were no signs, and even Dumbledore couldn't react in time? Dumbledore sighed deeply and continued, actually, Snape's earlier speculation is similar to what I was thinking, but there are still some differences. Before I called you in, I used legilimency on Diggory, of course very carefully, without harming his brain. But strangely, my legilimency had no effect on him at all. It felt as if I was using legilimency on a thoughtless mannequin. Although I could sense his mental strength while standing in front of him, when I attempted to probe with legilimency, I felt nothing. Diggory's brain was like a blank videotape, clearly present, yet completely empty. Extremely bizarre. Coupled with what Diggory said about Voldemort's impending resurrection before the opening ceremony, and the Sorting Hat's evaluation of him, I can't help but smile wryly and shake my head. I really don't know what kind of little monster we've admitted to Hogwarts this time. Dumbledore's words completely shocked Snape and the others. Even Dumbledore had to admit that Diggory was a little monster that even he couldn't understand. If this evaluation were to spread to the outside world, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause. At that moment, Pomona suddenly thought of something. Should we ask Professor McGonagall to come over? After all, she called him to her office before the sorting ceremony, and the Sorting Hat is still with her. She can bring it along. Dumbledore shook his head and said, No need. I've already contacted Professor McGonagall. She has informed me about her interactions with Diggory, and she doesn't know why he has changed like this. After saying this, Dumbledore subtly glanced at Snape, but Snape didn't notice. Pomona Professor still stood in front of Diggory and said, Then we have to do something now. Or should we inform Amos? Let him come and see what happened to his son? Dumbledore remained silent and looked at Trelawney, who had been quietly sitting in the corner since the beginning. Trelawney, can you discern anything? Trelawney, wearing thick glasses and with messy hair, raised her head, her face full of question marks. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore. My crystal ball shows that this child named Cedric Diggory is completely normal. Snape scoffed. If this child's condition is considered normal, then what is abnormal? Trelawney's face turned red at Snape's words, and she explained to Dumbledore and the others. The crystal ball really didn't show anything unusual. Aside from this child's remarkable magical talent, there's nothing special. Dumbledore smiled to comfort Trelawney. It's all right, we understand. Actually, not seeing anything out of the ordinary isn't your fault. After all, we're all completely baffled by this. Having received a consolation card, Trelawney sat back down. In fact, if she could use a part of the child's body for divination, she might discover something. Or, using the hair of some magical creature capable of magic might yield better results during divination. Dumbledore lowered his eyelids and shook his head in refusal. Trelawney's suggestion was clearly aimed at Fawkes, and that was something he would never agree to. In fact, objectively speaking, Fawkes was capable of rebirth from ashes. So I think as long as it contributes a phoenix leg and a few phoenix feathers, I can tell you everything that I can let you know. Dumbledore was a bit angry and knocked on the table hard. I want to clarify that no matter what happens, even if Voldemort is going to resurrect tomorrow, don't think about laying a hand on my Fawkes. If there's no phoenix leg, then a cumin night steed would do. No, wait, the night steed is too skinny. Not much meat. How about a cumin thunderbird instead? Just right, the thunderbird is not only big, but also has a lot of meat. We can barbecue half and stew the other half. Now Flitwick was also unhappy, Professor Trelawney. I want to tell you that every magical creature is a treasure of our Hogwarts, and even the entire wizarding world. We absolutely cannot harm them for our own gluttony. Trelawney looked confused. I didn't say anything. It wasn't me who just spoke. Yes, Trelawney would never say such a thing, and she is not a glutton. Dumbledore then realized and immediately looked behind Pomona, and sure enough, that little brat who left everyone baffled was grinning at him. If it really comes to it, then 2 owls will be fine. 1 braised and 1 grilled, paired with a plate of tomato and egg noodles. Simply perfect. Seeing Diggory's smirking face, Dumbledore coldly snorted in anger, but I think you might be more suited for the confinement room and dry bread. Should I have Professor Pomona send you in for a few days? Just let Filch keep an eye on you, what do you think? Diggory smiled wryly and touched his nose, saying, Well, let's forget about that. I actually think the food at Hogwarts is pretty good. The two of them paid no attention to the surprised looks from others in the office and continued their conversation as if no one was around. Dumbledore relaxed and let out a long breath, saying, Go on, I'm really quite curious about you. The bloodline with an extraordinary pursuit of food, and that incredibly powerful mental strength. If you can't give me a good enough explanation, you won't be staying at Hogwarts tomorrow. As he spoke, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious. I think Azkaban or perhaps the operating table of some unrestricted research scholars, will be a good place for you. After saying that, Dumbledore fixed his gaze firmly on Diggory, even placing one hand on the old wand hidden in his robe. Snape and the others silently watched Diggory, with their wand-holding hands now hidden behind their backs. Pomona also turned away, no longer protecting Diggory from behind. Digger looked at Dumbledore's serious expression and the actions of the crowd, feeling that this old man was really serious about confronting him. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He swallowed hard and said, "I'm a bit hungry. Could you please give me a roasted chicken leg first, along with a piece of baguette, and preferably a glass of milk? Let's go to the room of requirement and talk while we walk." Dumbledore's gaze was fixed on Digger, as if trying to discern the true meaning of his words. After a long while, when Digger was contemplating whether to skip eating and just go straight there, Dumbledore finally nodded and said, "All right, let's eat and walk while we talk." On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry of the troll beating the fool, Digger held a huge baguette stuffed with chicken leg meat and lettuce provided by the house elves in one hand, and a glass of milk mixed with black tea in the other. He enjoyed a sip of milk and a bite of his homemade meat sandwich while watching Dumbledore walk back and forth in front of the blank wall 3 times, before a smooth, classical, and ornate door appeared on the wall. Upon reflection, it seemed that during the latter part of the battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort, in Harry's 6th year, Draco had used the room of requirement and the vanishing cabinet inside to pull in Death Eaters and evil magical objects that couldn't enter otherwise. Diggory was contemplating whether to tell Dumbledore about this news, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that revealing too much could change the storyline significantly, which extinguished that thought. Dumbledore, after watching the door to the room of requirement fully materialize, did not rush inside. Instead, he turned back to Diggory and said, "Before we go in, I want to know why you were in a daze earlier, why I was unable to use legitimacy on you, and why only you and I can enter the room of requirement while Snape and the others cannot." Diggory looked at Dumbledore, realizing that if he didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he might not even be able to enter the room of requirement. After some thought, Diggory made up his mind. "I can't tell you why I was previously in a daze, and why you can't use the Patronus charm on me, but there's a reason for that." Dumbledore's brow furrowed instantly, narrowing his eyes, a dangerous glint evident in his gaze. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Diggory quickly added, "But I can tell you why I only want to take you into the room of requirement." Dumbledore's expression still didn't improve. It was clear that his patience with Diggory was wearing thin. Noticing Dumbledore's silence, Diggory seized the opportunity to say, "For some special reasons, I have merged with a soul from the future. This soul contains the developmental trajectory of all future events." At this point, Diggory paused, noticing that Dumbledore didn't interrupt him, but was instead looking at him intently, as if something was slowly swirling in his bright blue eyes. However, Diggory paid no attention to Dumbledore's eyes, since he hadn't interrupted. He took a bite of his meat sandwich and continued, "The reason I say only you and I can enter is for 2 reasons. One is that the more people who know about this, the more danger I face. After all, not everyone is a master of mental shielding. The other reason is that there is a Horcrux of Voldemort in the room of requirement." The swirling phenomenon in Dumbledore's eyes immediately disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sharpness. "Diggory, are you sure you're not lying to me?" Diggory confidently took a sip of his homemade milk tea. The Horcrux in question was Ravenclaw's diadem, the easiest one to find among the 7 Horcruxes. Without any hesitation, Dumbledore directly grabbed Diggory's arm and walked into the room of requirement. At that moment, Dumbledore's desire to find Ravenclaw's diadem was so strong that the room of requirement brought them directly to a place that looked like a storage room. Dumbledore glanced at Diggory and said, "If what you say is true, and the diadem is one of the Horcruxes, then I believe you." With that, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a simple summoning charm was cast. They both stood quietly in place, waiting for the diadem to fly over. Inside the room of requirement, sounds of clattering and crashing echoed continuously. Soon, a shimmering object came flying towards them at an incredible speed. Hey, Professor, catch it quickly, it's coming in fast," Diggory shouted with his mouth full of meat bun. The diadem flew so fast that it created a whistling sound. Diggory didn't even have time to swallow his meat bun and instead ducked behind Dumbledore. He believed that at that moment, this was definitely the safest place, bar none. Whoosh! The diadem came to a steady stop right in front of Dumbledore, who glanced back at Diggory hiding behind him, but didn't pay much attention. Instead, he focused on the diadem in front of him. Diggory saw the diadem stop right in front of Dumbledore, so he stood up again, swallowed the food that had already been chewed to bits in his mouth, and patted his chest, having almost choked just now. This is it, no doubt about it. If you're still not sure, Diggory said, we can call Helena out for confirmation. After all, it was Helena who helped Voldemort find the diadem in the first place. Dumbledore, while taking out the Elder Wand, said, Helena could not have assisted Voldemort in creating his Horcrux, especially since the container used was her mother's relic. So, I guess the real situation is that Dumbledore aimed the Elder Wand at the diadem and continued, Voldemort deceived Miss Helena with vile lies at that time. After saying this, Dumbledore looked at Diggory and asked, I'm not mistaken, am I, Diggory? As he put the last bite of his meat sandwich into his mouth. Diggory nodded in response to Dumbledore's questioning gaze. Next, Dumbledore no longer paid attention to Diggory, but instead focused entirely on the diadem. After finishing his food, Diggory saw that Dumbledore was finally ignoring him and immediately began to harvest frantically. The strange phenomenon Dumbledore had shown earlier, Diggory guessed, was probably to test whether what he said was true. Now, seeing that Dumbledore was completely unconcerned about him and was focused on checking the Horcrux, it was clear that he had completely trusted Diggory. Now, Diggory was also busy trying to take advantage of Dumbledore's inattention, almost using both hands and feet to collect magical items from the room of requirement around him. System, is this crystal ball useful? How much magical value is it worth? System, a shabby divination crystal ball, worth 300 points of magical value. Then, before Diggory could react, the crystal ball he was holding disappeared, replaced by a sea blue panel that appeared in his mind. Now the panel already had his name, Cedric Diggory, age, 11 years, magical value, 300 points. And then there was a large area of blank space. Diggory looked at the blank space and asked, System, what does that blank space mean? The system replied, after you, the host, learn magic and acquire some of your own magical items. The spells you have learned and the magical items you possess will appear in that blank space. Diggory nodded thoughtfully and then immediately returned to his quest of exchanging magical power points. Once, a discarded chair from the Hogwarts Hall was worth 10 magical power points. An abandoned peach wood wand with a core made of unicorn hair was worth 500 magical power points. A bottle of expired love potion was worth 30 magical power points. After throwing away a broken stool, Diggory suddenly discovered a small box, and upon opening it, he found it filled with old wands. He had found them. He excitedly counted and found a total of 20. System, an abandoned willow wand with a core made of phoenix feather. 600 magical power points. An abandoned purple wood wand with a core made of dragon heartstring. 550 magical power points. An abandoned peach wood branch wand with a core made of night steed's tail. 500 magical power points. The broken chair, just discarded by the host, was worth 30 magical power points. Diggory looked at the 13,000 magic points on the panel, grinning from ear to ear. He excitedly asked, 3 good student, what can I buy with these 13,000 magic points? How many times can I draw a prize? 3 good student system. There are many things you can buy, and how to buy them is up to you, the host. As for the lottery system, it is divided into 3 levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The usefulness and power of the magic drawn increase with the level of the lottery. The magic points required for the 3 levels of lottery are 500 points for a beginner draw, 5,000 points for an intermediate draw, and 10,000 points for an advanced draw. After listening to the system, Diggory twitched his mouth and said, is this a robbery? A high-level lottery costs 10,000 each time. Is it easy for me to pick up some scraps? As your host, do I get any discounts or something? The system replied, host, you're thinking too much. There are no discounts. Such things didn't exist before, don't exist now, and won't exist in the future. If there are, then they exist only in your imagination. Diggory immediately started speaking eloquently, warmly greeting all of the system's direct female relatives, and after taking a sip of milk tea, he also greeted all of the system's direct male relatives. Diggory, what are you mumbling about? And how did you get over there? Not far away. Dumbledore finished inspecting the crown and noticed Diggory not far behind him. Diggory turned around, his face still showing traces of anger, and said to him, I need to study hard and make progress every day. Author's note. Hello, dear readers, I'm the author of this book, Old Blueberry. Well, since this is my first novel, it may not be very well written, so please bear with me. Of course, if you find my writing acceptable, I would only ask for one thing, a subscription. Thank you. Dumbledore found it a bit strange, but nodded, yes, as a new student just starting at Hogwarts. You really do need to study hard. Although first-year students won't be taught very profound knowledge, you still need to learn well. As soon as he finished speaking, Dumbledore looked around and suddenly felt something was off. Cedric, did you move anything around here? I feel like there are fewer magical items. Diggory thought for a moment, touched his nose, and explained plainly, I need those things for my own reasons, so I took them. Dumbledore looked at Diggory, who was empty-handed and without any belongings, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. All right, I understand. You have your own secrets. If those things are just gathering dust here, and you can make use of them, feel free to take them. A glint of excitement burst forth in Diggory's eyes. Professor Dumbledore, are you sure I can take whatever I want? Dumbledore was somewhat surprised by Diggory's sudden enthusiasm after hearing his words. However, he didn't mind and replied, the Room of Requirement has existed since Hogwarts was first established. The clutter in this storeroom has been accumulating since then, and has been stored for many centuries now. If you are sure you want it, then take whatever you like. I won't stop you. What else can Diggory say now? At this moment, he is so excited that he can't speak. In his view, the once cluttered room has transformed into a super treasure trove that has been stored for over 1,000 years. Diggory instinctively wiped his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't drool. Then he grabbed a strange iron hat with one hand, and the hat disappeared from his grasp, followed by a system notification sound his mind. Before the system notification could finish, he felt another magical item in his hands, his speed even faster than when he released countless descendants before. Meanwhile, Dumbledore quietly watched this scene unfold. He was not surprised at all to see magical items disappearing into Diggory's hands. For this child, whose mental content he couldn't probe, he had long suspected that there was something he didn't understand about him. But what could be done about it? This child was not Voldemort, nor was he Grindelwald. Moreover, he had already tested this child previously. When they spoke, there was neither the presence of dark magic nor any deception from him. The Sorting Hat does not lie, and no one can deceive the Sorting Hat. This child's qualities had already been made public. Therefore, in Dumbledore's eyes, Diggory could only be considered a child with a few little secrets. As for the fused soul, it was clear from Diggory's articulate speech that the soul had not influenced him at all. Thus, this was an exceptionally gifted child, and as long as he guided him well, he believed Diggory would grow into a very excellent wizard. Dumbledore looked at Diggory, who was diligently collecting magical items, and said, All right, child, we need to go back now. What? Leaving this treasure trove now feels like taking my life. I don't want to go. Dumbledore shook his head. When we came in, it was already curfew outside. You should have been sleeping in a warm bed by now, and you start classes tomorrow. You wouldn't want to leave a bad impression on your teachers on your first day, would you? Diggory thought about sitting in a Hogwarts classroom tomorrow, attending class with a group of 11-year-old children, and suddenly felt very much like a muggle. Professor Dumbledore, can you take me on as your apprentice directly? I don't want to attend classes. Diggory tried to negotiate with Dumbledore, seeing the hopeful look on Diggory's face. Dumbledore smiled kindly and slyly, unless you give me a reason that can convince me. At this moment, Diggory also smiled, his smile pure, with a hint of mischief, because I need to grow up quickly. Professor, you actually know very well that Voldemort didn't truly die back then. To you, the Voldemort of that time seemed more like he had suffered an extremely serious injury, so severe that his physical body was destroyed, leaving only his soul to linger in the world. That's why when you learned about my revelation that Voldemort was about to resurrect, you reacted very calmly. And when I showed signs of being different from the other children, you weren't very surprised either. Am I right, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore looked at the young man before him, said nothing, but smiled and nodded, signaling Diggory to continue. But you Haven T completely trusted me. So whether it was in your office before or during our conversation before entering the Room of Requirement, you must have secretly used your mental power on me to test my mental fluctuations while I was speaking to determine whether I was lying. Although you couldn't probe into my memories, investigating mental fluctuations was not a problem. So before entering the Room of Requirement, you believed what I said, including after entering the Room of Requirement. You must have also used your mental power to probe me. Dumbledore nodded and said, You are correct, my child, and I have no need to hide this. Moreover, I am most interested in what you said about the 7 Horcruxes that Voldemort possesses. Can you tell me what the other 6 Horcruxes are? Diggory refused. Sorry, Professor. I can't tell you this, because the more I reveal about these matters, the greater the possibility of changes occurring in the future. Moreover, even if I don't say anything, Professor, you should have a rough idea of the locations of the remaining Horcruxes, right? Diggory's statement is not without reason, because whether in the movie or in the original work, Dumbledore later found several Horcruxes, including the Gaunt Ring, which caused Dumbledore to meet his early demise. There was also the locket, and it can be said that Dumbledore was not looking in the wrong place. He just didn't anticipate that Sirius's brother would beat him to it, and had already taken the locket before him. Furthermore, Dumbledore had long known that Harry Potter was the last Horcrux of Voldemort. However, what shocked Diggory was that Dumbledore slowly shook his head and said, "I actually do not know about Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have known that Ravenclaw's diadem had become one of his Horcruxes." Dumbledore's words left Diggory stunned as he began to carefully recall his memories of the movie and the original work, eventually realizing that it seemed like Dumbledore only began investigating Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes in the 4th movie. Moreover, at the beginning, Dumbledore did not even consider that Harry Potter was one of the Horcruxes. He only came to understand this as the investigation deepened. This means that the current Dumbledore, aside from suspecting that Voldemort is not truly dead, knows nothing about the other matters. Diggory straightened out his thoughts and finally realized he had made a mistake, one that required immediate action to rectify. "Professor, what else do you know about Voldemort?" Diggory asked. He now needed to first understand exactly how much Dumbledore currently knew about Voldemort to avoid accidentally revealing future events he should know. After all, the more he disclosed, the greater the changes to the future timeline would be. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then raised 2 fingers and said, "2 things for now, but they're still just speculations." Diggory listened carefully. The first point, Dumbledore said, "I suspect that Voldemort is not dead yet. This is something you mentioned before, and it is one of the important reasons why I believe you. Another point is, I wonder if Harry is connected to Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Back then, Trelawney told me that a child born at the end of July would be the one to defeat the Dark Lord. And later, Voldemort did indeed die at Harry's hands. To be precise, at the hands of Harry and his mother, Lily. Then, when I sent Harry to his aunt's house, I sensed a different soul presence beneath the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Although at that time, I already knew the truth of that night. I didn't think much of it, just assumed it was an ordinary scar. After all, there are many ways for a person to leave a soul presence on another, including the most ordinary contact. Moreover, Voldemort left such a scar on Harry's forehead. But when you mentioned that Voldemort had 7 Horcruxes, I began to wonder if Harry could use that scar to find the 7 Horcruxes. As for the rest, that was all." Diggory let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that apart from helping Dumbledore find Ravenclaw's diadem a little earlier, he hadn't done anything particularly extraordinary. He believed that the subsequent storyline of Harry Potter would likely remain unchanged. As for Dumbledore's misunderstanding that Harry Potter would be able to find the 7 Horcruxes, he had no intention of correcting it. For now, it was enough for him to know. With his mind at ease, Diggory took a handkerchief from his side and exchanged it for 20 points of magical energy to calm his nerves. Dumbledore watched as another magical item disappeared into Diggory's hands, and his brow furrowed slightly. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided he needed to put his thoughts into action. Cedric Dumbledore said, "I believe we need to make an oath between us. You are a talented child, and this talent needs to be properly guided. Therefore, I hope you can make an unbreakable vow with me, pledging that you will protect the safety of Hogwarts and ensure that the order of the magical world is not disrupted." Diggory was not at all surprised by Dumbledore's words and completely understood. After all, if he were to put himself in that position, it would be absolutely impossible to allow someone who knew the future development of all events to grow freely without any guarantees. No one could ensure that they wouldn't go astray for some reason. A good young person could suddenly turn to the path of evil. Moreover, Dumbledore could not probe into his mental state, and just on that basis, it was understandable to take some precautionary measures. After all, the subsequent story developments existed only in his mind. Others were unaware of them, and the unknown is precisely what is most terrifying. Therefore, if Dumbledore did not take any measures, it would be the most troubling thing for Diggory. Because not taking measures in front of you would mean that you're already on his list, and he would be constantly on guard against you. Diggory happily extended his hand to Dumbledore and said, "If this can fully earn your trust, I have no problem at all." A light smile appeared in Dumbledore's deep blue eyes as he reached out and shook hands with Diggory, saying, "Smart boy, you have already earned my friendship. You will have an extraordinary experience at Hogwarts. Enjoy it, child." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a beautiful light entwined around the hands of the two, forming intricate patterns, completing the oath spell. Then Dumbledore continued, "What about the next few Horcruxes? Where shall we go look for them?" Diggory was collecting magical items while pondering. Originally, Dumbledore was unaware of the existence of the 7 Horcruxes, but now, due to his own actions, Dumbledore had learned about them ahead of time. This was likely to have already affected the subsequent development of events, and if he and Dumbledore took action now, it would undoubtedly change even more. With this thought in mind, Diggory said to Dumbledore, "Professor, I think I should handle this myself." After all, the more you intervene now, the more the original timeline will change. Dumbledore nodded and said, "All right, I trust you. If you need help later, just let me know." Diggory nodded with a smile, and Dumbledore's decision undoubtedly gave him the greatest trust and leeway. Just then, Diggory suddenly spotted a pair of tall cabinets standing not far away. "Professor, are those two cabinets over there the vanishing cabinets?" Dumbledore followed Diggory's gaze and confirmed, "Yes, those are the vanishing cabinets. However, those two cabinets are broken. Using them now will always lead to problems." "What's wrong? Do you want them?" Diggory nodded happily. These two items later became the main tools used by Draco to breach Hogwarts. If he could resolve this trouble now, then Hogwarts would be practically impregnable, at least with one less weakness. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the two vanishing cabinets appeared before Diggory. Then, Diggory placed his hands on the surface of the cabinets, and soon after, the two cabinets vanished before his eyes. Dumbledore looked at Diggory's hands, blinked, and said, "All right, the important matter is settled. So we can go back to sleep now." Diggory, who was happily collecting trash, immediately protested upon hearing Dumbledore's words. "No, Professor Dumbledore, your issue is resolved, but mine isn't. Can we stay a bit longer, just for a little while?" "Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore raised his white eyebrows. It was the first time he had heard someone address him like that. Without hesitation, he waved his wand, and Diggory suddenly found himself seemingly frozen, unable to move or even speak. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction at the immobile Diggory. Initially, he hadn't noticed, but since they arrived, the magical items around them had already disappeared by more than half, leaving a considerable empty space. Dumbledore couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Although he knew there were countless magical items in the room of requirement, seeing them vanish right before his eyes still caused him pain. Dumbledore easily tucked Diggory's small body under his arm and quickly walked toward the door. "All right, you've collected quite a bit. If you want more, come back next time. I don't have time to waste here with you." Dumbledore said, "I need to get up early tomorrow for a meeting at the Ministry of Magic to discuss the upcoming Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. What I need most right now is a good night's sleep, so you can't disrupt my plans." Dumbledore stated this matter-of-factly. However, he was unaware that Diggory, tucked under his arm, was now wide-eyed in shock. "The Triwizard Tournament? This is impossible. The Triwizard Tournament. It is a traditional competition held among the three magical schools of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Established about 700 years ago, it is said to be a friendly competition among Europe's three major magical schools aimed at deepening mutual understanding in the magical community. It has always adhered to the principle of friendship first, competition second, but no one had ever followed through. The competition involves each school selecting one student, and the three students compete in three magical tasks, each taking place at different times during the academic year. These three magical tasks will test students in various aspects, including their magical talents, strengths, courage, theory, reasoning skills, and ultimately their ability to overcome danger. Because he had seen the movies in his previous life, Diggory always thought the three tasks were held consecutively. It wasn't until he read the books that he realized there was a gap between each task. Students are scored based on the quality of their performance in each task, and the student with the highest combined score wins. The winning student receives a prize of 1,000 galleons. This prize of 1,000 galleons is roughly equivalent to about 50,000 units of current currency. While it may not cover significant expenses, for participants who are about to turn adult and want to explore their interest in the opposite sex, especially during their hormone-driven teenage years, it is still enough to bring them joy. This is particularly true for students from Durmstrang, who often engage in such activities. What initially shocked Diggory was the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. This competition is held once every 5 years, with the three schools taking turns hosting. However, it was later interrupted due to the high number of student fatalities during the tournament. Digger clearly remembers that when the Triwizard Tournament was resumed, it was during Harry Potter's 4th year. That was when the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Sports believed the time was ripe to hold it again. And after a whole summer of preparation, they hosted the first one again at Hogwarts. In what year was Harry Potter in his 4th year? 1994 to 1995. And now, is 1988. Diggory suddenly realized that because of his arrival and the things he had done, a butterfly's wings had already stirred up a hurricane. The storyline from now on had begun to change. However, he couldn't know how much it had changed or where the changes had occurred. Now, Diggory could only pray that, aside from Harry Potter and the crown, the other 5 Horcruxes had not changed. If those 5 Horcruxes had turned into something else, he would truly be at a loss for words. Moreover, The most critical thing was that he couldn't inform Dumbledore about this matter. If he told him, it would mean further disrupting the storyline, leading to even more changes in the future. Thus, unable to speak or move, Diggory was sent back to the Hufflepuff common room by Dumbledore. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other students were already asleep. Dumbledore placed Diggory on the bed and said, "Get some rest. You need to prepare for your early morning class on basic spells tomorrow. The petrification spell will automatically wear off in 6 hours. Good night, Cedric." After saying that, Dumbledore turned and left. Diggory lay in bed in the tranquil night. This was the first night he spent after arriving in this world. However, this night, Diggory was destined to be sleepless. The storyline had already undergone unknown changes, and he still had to complete the 2 tasks assigned to him by the Golden Finger under these circumstances. 1. Destroy at least 3 Horcruxes before Voldemort's resurrection in 5 years. 2. Help Harry Potter defeat Voldemort. It was clear that even just the first task had already presented great difficulties, because he couldn't reveal too much information about the subsequent storyline to others. This alone meant that Diggory often had to fight alone. As long as someone got involved in advance, that person would know somewhat about future events, or they would have already experienced those events beforehand. Once this happened, the subsequent storyline would continue to change. Moreover, Diggory couldn't be sure whether these changes would affect the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. Therefore, Diggory helplessly realized that the best and most direct way now was to strengthen his own power so that he could calmly face almost all emergencies. And strength was also the basic guarantee for him to survive in this world. At the same time, he needed enough freedom and rights so that after gaining a certain level of strength later on, he could leverage the power of the Order of the Phoenix to accomplish things. At the very least, he couldn't be like now, needing to go to bed on time. It would be best if he could, when he had considerable strength, take advantage of the night to run to Gringotts and the Gaunt residence to snatch the Hufflepuff's cup and the Gaunt ring first. This way, he could at least easily complete the first task. With this thought in mind, Diggory immediately entered the Golden Finger space. The crazy operations he had done in the wish-fulfilling room had already accumulated quite a bit of magical power, and under these circumstances, not going to the shopping store to buy would be too ungrateful to himself. "Hey, come out, my model student," Diggory called out in his mind. Ding dong. The system's voice appeared in Diggory's mind. "Host, for some reason, hearing you call me like this makes this system feel a bit embarrassed." "Diggory, stop messing around. You're just a Golden Finger system, okay? Where do all these emotions come from? Come on, bring up the shopping store. I'm about to start spending." "System, okay, host." As soon as the system finished speaking, that familiar feeling of dizziness returned. When Diggory regained consciousness, he found himself in the Golden Finger space. Diggory stared intently, and in the previously white and empty system space, a giant shelf appeared, filled with various magical items, each with a corresponding price underneath. A birchwood wand, 13 1/3 inches long, with a core made from the reverse scale of a dragon, priced at 1,000,000 magic points. Diggory was immediately shocked. He never expected the first magical item he saw would be so expensive. "Student Sanhao, this wand is way too pricey. It's highway robbery," Diggory exclaimed. "System, please allow the host to listen to this system's explanation. Firstly, this wand is made from birchwood, one of the oldest trees in the world, symbolizing the expulsion of evil spirits and ancient souls. It also possesses a sacred and beautiful aura. Furthermore, the core of this wand is made from the reverse scale of an Eastern dragon. A dragon only has one reverse scale, which possesses extremely powerful magical energy. Just this point justifies the price of 1,000,000 magic points." After listening, Diggory nodded in agreement and naturally developed a sense of affinity for the wand, a feeling that came from deep within his bloodline. Although he was currently in the body of an Englishman, it was undeniable that his blood still carried the surname Yin Huang. He took a deep look at the wand and suddenly asked, "Three good student, is it still possible for me to use this wand?" Before coming to Hogwarts, Diggory had already bought his own wand with his father in Diagon Alley, a 12 1/4 inch long wand made of wood, with a core of male unicorn hair, a very flexible wand. He didn't know if he could have another wand since he already owned one. Theoretically speaking, aside from the price, it could be possible. System, of course, the premise is that this wand is willing, and also that your original wand does not feel jealous and agrees to serve one master together. Diego suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. "I believe that theoretically, Diego and I are not the same person. Although we share a body, our souls are different. From this perspective, I think it should be possible. What do you think, model student?" "System, I'm sorry, host, but this system cannot provide you with a clear answer to your question. However, you can try it yourself. Of course, the prerequisite is that you already have 1,000,000 magic points. So, wake up, poor host. You are not yet worthy of possessing this wand. Hiss. DGAD gasped. Cough, cough. Damn it. DeJory, how much magic power do I have now? System, you currently have a total of 36,850 points. Diggory is currently a bit choked by his own golden finger. Why is his golden finger so capable of killing the conversation? Diggory asked himself. It must be that the programmers at the developer's company designed a program with bugs. But he finds himself unable to do anything about it. This thing doesn't even have a warranty, and there isn't even a customer service line, making it impossible for him to file a complaint. Diggory let out a long sigh and decided not to think about it anymore, refocusing his attention on the magical items on the store shelves. Light Wheel 3,000, 1,500 magic points. Comet 4,500, 2,500 magic points. Automatic Answering Feather Pen, 10 magic points. A model student, this pen only costs 10 magic points? That's too cheap. Diego felt a bit surprised. Could it be that this system had a moment of conscience? No, this thing doesn't have such a good thing as a conscience. System, because the automatic answering quill can only be used during exams in this magical world, and using this kind of pen during exams is prohibited. That's why it's very cheap. Digger, useless things are cheap, while good things can easily cost thousands or even millions. System, no. There's also this women's wizard lingerie worth 1,500. Diggerito suddenly felt extremely angry, thinking, what do I need that kind of thing for? It's meant to release myself at night. System, who knows, maybe you'll find a girlfriend at Hogwarts someday. You could give it to her then. That actually makes some sense. Diggerito thought about it and felt it seemed a bit reasonable, but then he remembered the ages of the female students at Hogwarts. It does seem possible. Diggerito nodded seriously. But then he thought again, giving women's underwear as a gift seems a bit perverted. Sure enough, this golden finger is completely shameless. I can't trust it. Diggory turned his head to look at other magical items. A green wizard hat, 10 magic points. He chuckled. This golden finger really isn't a good thing. Why would they even put this up here? Do they think I would exchange for it? How is that possible? A black magic cloak, 800 magic points. A blue wizard cloak, also 800 magic points. Sigh, even a piece of clothing is so expensive. Diggory complained. Isn't there anything that is both cheap and good? System, yes, host, please look at the bottom shelf. Top quality parchment is 100 magic points per piece. On the second shelf, far right, there is a magical phonetic table for 50 magic points. Potion ingredient, bad blood herb, is 80 magic points. Digely, then tell me, what use do I have for these things? Especially this magic phonetic chart and the bad blood grass. I'm already a genius. And there's a lottery system and a shopping store. What do I need this for? System, well, the specific functions need you, the host, to develop on your own. It may seem useless right now, but maybe in the future, when you become a potion master, you will need these potions. Diggo looked expressionless, pointing at the entire row of potions on the fourth shelf that was filled to the brim. Why should I go through all that trouble? Isn't it easier to just exchange for them directly? Moreover, a bottle of love potion only costs 1,000 magic points. How cheap is that? The system detected the anger and impatience in Diggo's words and tried to argue. 1,000 magic points is not a small amount. With those 1,000 points, you could exchange for a cloak and still have 200 magic points left. Isn't that great? Plus, the materials to brew a love potion only require a total of 680 magic points. So you can brew it yourself when you need it and still have 320 magic points left. Diggory helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed. When I need the love potion. Do you think I have the patience to brew a bottle myself? I don't even think I have that kind of patience. Diggory shouted. The system expressed its helplessness. I'm sorry, host, but the items in the shop are not something this system can decide. If there's nothing on these 4 shelves that you like, we can change it. Diggory, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's change it now. Suddenly, the shelf in front of Diggory swirled, and when he could see clearly again, the items on the shelf had already been replaced. Anti-spell cloak, 2,000 magic points. Anti-spell hat, 1,800 magic points. Anti-demon glasses, 1,400 magic points. After seeing these items, Diggory finally nodded in satisfaction. The things in the shop had finally improved. In the end, Diggory bought a white wizard's protective cloak along with 10 stink bombs, a dung bomb, and a bottle of love potion. Looking at the clothes in his hands and all the bottles, Diggory asked, can I keep these items in the space and take them out when I need them? System, of course. Diggory expressed that his dissatisfaction with the golden finger has faded, and he nodded calmly before asking the system, how much magic power do I have left? System, One white anti-spell cloak costs 2,000 magic points. One bottle of love potion costs 1,000 magic points, plus 10 stink bombs for 200 magic points and 10 dumb bombs. Also for 200 magic points, totaling 3,400 magic points. You currently have 33,450 magic points remaining. Gully hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is there a discount? I will be buying things here from now on. Can you give me a little?" System, no discounts. Host, you are thinking too much. Diggory, I'm your host. Aren't you going to give me some face? The system, feeling a bit helpless at this moment, thinks that this host Diggory is quite something. All right, host, if you want a discount, you can have it. Just give me 100 points of magic power as a tip, and I'll give you a 5 discount. Diggory fully utilized the advantages cultivated under the exam-oriented education of his previous life. After quickly calculating in his mind, he realized he could earn money. However, Diggory looked at the shelf in front of him and asked, "It's no problem to tip. But how do I pay you the magic value of these items along with the tip?" Diggory had just finished asking when 2 strands of yellow and white light appeared before him, slowly descending and finally amass at his feet. In the blink of an eye, Diggory saw a large orange cat appear in the spot where the light had dispersed. Immediately, the large orange cat swiftly leaped up Diggory's pant leg with lightning speed. After securing its body with its claws, it quickly climbed up to Diggory's shoulder and then immediately extended its paw. Slap! It gave Diggory a smack on the back of the head. Then the cat spoke in human language. "Meow. Payment completed. Thank you for your review." Diggory was stunned for 3 seconds, then came to his senses. Without saying a word, he no longer cared about what he was holding in his hands and directly slapped the orange cat on his shoulder. Slap! A loud sound echoed in the system space. Ow! Diggory cried out in pain. The big orange cat agilely jumped away, and Diggory's slap landed on his own shoulder. Looking angrily at the big orange cat that was watching him warily from a distance, Diggory grinned and said, "Come on, don't go. Come and get close to me. Your host." The big orange cat was not fooled, sitting far away on the ground and thinking, "Sorry, host, but this system doesn't trust you at all. Diggory, hee. You have some guts, golden finger." At this moment, Diggory was fuming with anger, completely taken aback by the payment method from magic power. Was this a challenge to his mental acceptance limit? However, he felt helpless. This big orange cat was incredibly sly. The moment he made the slightest movement, it would react immediately, and its speed was astonishing. After chasing the cat around in the system space for a while, Diggory was panting and pointed at the big orange cat, gasping, "All right, you cat, you have some guts. Just wait until I catch you next time. Otherwise, you'll be in for it." At this moment, the big orange cat, transformed from the diligent student system, leisurely licked its paws, then shot a disdainful glance at Diggory and said, "Host, please mind your language. You will still need me to get home." Hearing this, Diggory's eyes widened as he looked at the big orange cat, realizing, "Oh, right. Goodness." Outside the window, the morning sun rose, shining into the Hufflepuff freshman dormitory, gently illuminating Diggory's tired face as he slept. After shopping in the system space last night, Diggory had also used the lottery system to draw some magic. He drew 3 times from the beginner lottery system and 2 times from the intermediate one. To his anticipation, the intermediate lottery system's big wheel did not disappoint him. Both draws were successful, netting him intermediate magic. One of the intermediate spells was Sandstorm, a very practical offensive spell that could cause objects to explode. The other intermediate spell was Armor, a highly useful defensive spell, even more so than basic defensive spells. This was because basic defensive spells only defended against magical attacks, whereas Armor would instantaneously create invisible walls around the caster, defending against magical attacks, while also providing an opportunity to counterattack. In contrast, the beginner lottery wheel left Diggory quite frustrated. Out of 3 draws, 2 were blanks, and the last one yielded a consolation prize, the levitation charm. Just thinking about the 1,500 magic points he spent on the beginner lottery made Diggory wince. However, he recalled that this spell was likely what they would learn in the first-year charms class, so he begrudgingly accepted the outcome. Then, Diggory began practicing the 3 spells he had just acquired in the system space. Thanks to the 10 proficiency bonus given by the system, he could already use the spells as soon as he got them. His practice was merely to become more proficient, ensuring he wouldn't mess up due to nerves when it came to practical application. Next, Diggory immersed himself in his diligent practice, oblivious to the time until the big orange cat in the system space reminded him that dawn was approaching in 2 hours. Thus, Diggory hurriedly exited the system space, trying to get some sleep to recover as much energy as possible. But clearly, 2 hours was far from enough. Under the sunlight, Diggory quickly woke up from his slumber, and after much effort, he finally crawled out of his blankets, began to dress and wash up, and then prepared to go have breakfast. At that moment, Patrick, who shared the dorm with Diggory, had just woken up as well. As he got dressed, he walked over to Diggory, ready to greet him. "Hey, Cedric, where did you go with the professors last night? I didn't see you come back before I fell asleep," Patrick said, then pointed at the big orange cat on Diggory's bed and asked, "And where did this big orange cat come from? Wasn't he your pet now?" Diggory suddenly looked at his bed with his deep dark circles, and then in one corner of his bed, he saw the familiar orange figure that Patrick was pointing at. Because he hadn't fully recovered mentally, he momentarily didn't notice the cat. However, Diggory was a bit uncertain because he didn't know if that system orange cat could appear in this world. After all, when he was in the system, that big orange cat hadn't mentioned anything about this to him. Under their gaze, the big orange cat lazily stretched and meowed, then glanced at Diggory before continuing to lie on the bed, refusing to move. Diggory and the big orange cat confirmed their gaze, realizing that this was indeed the big orange cat transformed from the excellent student system. Although he was a bit surprised that this cat could appear in the real world, it was clear that breakfast and the upcoming charms class were much more important. After getting dressed and washed up, Diggory and Patrick headed to the hall, ready to eat. With the soul of a Huaxia person, Diggory looked at the fried chicken legs, vegetable salad, various fruits, and bread on the table. After hesitating for a while, he finally chose a fresh sandwich, an apple, and a small, just-baked apple pie for his breakfast under Patrick's questioning gaze. This marked the official start of his first day at Hogwarts and in this world. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magical world, in the underground of London, Dumbledore, dressed in a gray-white wizard's robe, opened the door in front of him, revealing a long conference table. The table was already filled with people. Sitting at the head was the Minister of Magic, Fudge, with empty seats on his right, and Lucius Malfoy sitting on his left. On either side were the representatives from the other two participating schools of the Triwizard Tournament, Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, and Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Additionally, there were the director of International Magical Cooperation, the director of Magical Sports, and key staff members from both departments. Dumbledore, behind his half-moon glasses, first glanced at Lucius sitting next to Fudge, then took off his hat, walking in while apologizing with a smile. "Sorry, everyone. I had a little matter to attend to last night. A new student from Hogwarts gave me a little surprise, which almost kept me awake, so I arrived late. I sincerely apologize." Fudge, sitting at the head, stood up warmly, opening his arms to welcome Dumbledore. "We all know you're a busy man, Dumbledore. It's great that you could make it, and technically you're not late. It's just that the rest of us arrived a bit early." The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Dumbledore took his seat, first gently kissing Madame Maxime's hand as a greeting, then turning his gaze to Karkaroff, sitting next to Lucius. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. "Long time no see, Karkaroff. I didn't expect to see you here." Karkaroff responded with a rebellious smile, saying, "Today we're here to discuss the revival of the Triwizard Tournament. As one of the three champions, the headmaster of Durmstrang, I naturally have to be present." Dumbledore nodded with a smile, indicating his agreement with Karkaroff's statement. Suddenly, he turned to Lucius, his smile growing more mysterious. "And you, Lucius, why are you here?" Lucius, with his silver hair, felt a slight tremor in his hand hidden under the table upon hearing Dumbledore's question. Although it was barely noticeable, Dumbledore's keen eyes caught it. But he said nothing. Seeing Dumbledore's ambiguous smile, Lucius's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, "Sorry, Professor, I didn't inform you in advance. The revival of the Triwizard Tournament is heavily promoted by my family, the Malfoys, and we are also sponsoring it." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. The sudden move by the Malfoy family was certainly not without significance. As one of the oldest pure-blood families in the magical world, the Malfoys could be considered the wealthiest among their peers. It's hard to say if the members of this family are clever, but they are certainly not foolish and are quite adept at managing their resources and alliances. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cling to Voldemort's leg during his dark reign, using unscrupulous means to seize others' lands and properties, ensuring their own lives were comfortable and enjoyable. Now, such a shrewd family would strongly sponsor the Triwizard Tournament, which had long been suspended and seemed meaningless to them. There was surely something Dumbledore didn't know behind this. Dumbledore looked at Lucius, wanting to try to subtly use legilimency to read something from his emotions. But just as he began to exert his power, Karkaroff, sitting next to Lucius, suddenly unleashed his mental power. He had been watching Dumbledore closely, and, at that moment, his mental energy formed a barrier, blocking Dumbledore's attempt. Although his mental power was not as strong as Dumbledore's, stopping this initial attempt was not a problem. The two powerful mental forces collided violently in the air and then immediately burst apart. Everyone in the room felt as if their heads had been struck hard, feeling dazed for a moment before regaining their senses. Karkaroff slammed his palms on the table and shouted at Dumbledore, "What are you doing, Dumbledore?" In that instant, everyone in the conference room had a somewhat unsightly expression. Some were angry, like Fudge, while others hadn't recovered yet. Dumbledore glanced at Karkaroff, who was leaning on the table, gasping for breath, glaring at him, showing no sign of being affected. He turned to Lucius, who was hidden behind Karkaroff, whose expression was obscured, and said, "Karkaroff, why are you so agitated?" "I wasn't aiming at you, right, Lucius?" Before Lucius could respond, Fudge stepped forward, forcibly suppressing his anger, placing a hand on the table, looking at everyone, but actually exerting pressure on Dumbledore. "Enough." The deep tone of Fudge's voice carried the authority of the Minister of Magic. This meeting was convened to discuss the revival of the Triwizard Tournament, which holds significant meaning for the entire European magical community. In this room, at this conference table, during the upcoming discussions, I hope there is only one voice: the discussion of when to hold the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. I don't want to hear anything else. Upon hearing Fudge's words, Dumbledore frowned. He looked at the people sitting in the conference room and noticed that apart from Madame Maxime, who appeared puzzled, the others were calm. At this moment, Dumbledore looked at Lucius, who was still obscured by Karkaroff, and asked, "I remember receiving information stating that this meeting was to discuss when and where to hold the new Triwizard Tournament. Why has it now changed to directly holding it at Hogwarts?" "Why wasn't I?" the headmaster informed. Fudge said nothing and simply returned to his chair. Karkaroff, like Fudge, also returned to his seat, pulling out a snuff box for a sniff. Seeing their reactions, Dumbledore immediately turned his attention to Lucius. Sure enough, Lucius appeared from behind Karkaroff, his pale face wearing a smile like a mask. The Triwizard Tournament, as a communication platform for the new generation of the European magical community and the 3 magical schools in Europe, is deemed very necessary to be revived by my family, the Malfoys. Therefore, my family is willing to take the initiative to sponsor the first tournament. Without waiting for Dumbledore to speak, Lucius immediately continued. As for why it is being held at Hogwarts, it is because Hogwarts is my alma mater. I hope this very meaningful Triwizard Tournament can take place here. Lucius quickly glanced at Dumbledore and continued. This decision has already been approved by the Hogwarts Board of Governors, so Professor, you only need to implement the board's decision. Dumbledore looked at Lucius and felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He thought of Diggory's words from last night before the opening ceremony. Voldemort is about to return. A trace of regret flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes. He should have brought Diggory along if he had known this would happen. But he quickly realized that even if he had brought Diggory, it would have been useless, not to mention whether anyone would believe an 11-year-old child. Diggory had told him that the more information about future events that leaked, the greater the chance of them being changed. Just based on that, Diggory himself wouldn't reveal that information here. However, Dumbledore now had no opportunity or time to find a way to break Lucius's plan. He had already allied with Karkaroff and Fudge, using his family's influence to privately get the members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors to stand by his side. Dumbledore realized too late. Seeing that Dumbledore had not spoken, Lucius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, Madame Maxime suddenly spoke up. "Are the rules of the tournament still the same as before? Has anything changed? There have been far too many students who have died in previous tournaments due to accidents. It was precisely because of this that the tournament was canceled back then." Madame Maxime tapped the table with her broad knuckles and asked, "Have you considered this? If not, then I believe there is no need to restart the Triwizard Tournament." Dumbledore looked gratefully at Madame Maxime. Her intervention was timely. However, Lucius and Karkaroff showed no signs of surprise, as if they had anticipated someone would ask this. Lucius brushed off non-existent dust from his brooch and smiled politely. "Please rest assured, Madame Maxime, we have considered this. For this tournament, we plan to redesign the 3 events, not as competitions among older students, but rather to lower the difficulty and make it a competition among younger students." Seeing Dumbledore and Madame Maxime furrow their brows, Lucius quickly added, "To match the age of the participating students, the events will theoretically pose no danger, so both of you can rest assured." Madame Maxime replied, "Theoretically?" Before Lucius could respond, Karkaroff sneered and said, "Regardless, the children from our 3 schools will eventually become the backbone of the magical world. They must learn how to face potential dangers from a young age. If they lack even this ability, they might as well be muggles. Fudge chimed in at that moment. That makes sense. Lucius then said, not only will the events be much safer than before, but my family will also offer rewards beyond just galleons. For example, some collectibles from the Malfoy family, such as pocket watches, wands, and diaries. Before Lucius could finish, Dumbledore interrupted him, regardless of the tournament rewards. Since the participants have now become younger children, the competition events must be completely safe. Otherwise, I will not agree to this tournament. Dumbledore looked at Lucius, speaking each word with conviction. I will not allow children who have just experienced the wonders of the magical world to immediately face dangerous competitions from you. Even if you have convinced all the governors, it doesn't matter. Lucius's expression darkened slightly, and Karkaroff, noticing this scene, immediately stood up and pointed at Dumbledore, coldly saying, this is the decision of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and you cannot change it. If you disagree, you can resign as headmaster. Dumbledore narrowed his blue eyes and fixed a stern gaze on Karkaroff, remaining expressionless and silent. Those who knew Dumbledore understood that he was genuinely angry at this moment. For someone who usually exercises restraint, once he loses his temper, everyone here combined would struggle to stop him. Fudge, who understood Dumbledore well, stood up quickly to mediate between the two. Usually, others might leverage their status to assert themselves in front of Dumbledore, but when Dumbledore made it clear he was displeased, to provoke his limits would be courting disaster. Karkaroff, what nonsense are you spouting? Fudge said sharply, pointing at Karkaroff. The previous Triwizard Tournament was cancelled due to excessive casualties. How can we allow history to repeat itself now? After finishing, Fudge immediately cast a glance at Lucius. Lucius understood the hint. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he clearly knew more about Dumbledore's terrifying nature than Fudge did. So, he pulled Karkaroff back to his seat and smiled at Dumbledore. You can rest assured, Professor. One of the purposes of our meeting today is to redesign the 3 events of the tournament to the best of our ability to avoid any tragic incidents like before. After Lucius finished speaking, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department and the director of the Department of Magical Sports nodded in agreement and comforted Dumbledore a few times. At this point, Dumbledore also realized his earlier loss of composure. So he took a deep look at Karkaroff across from him and at Lucius, who wore a smiling mask, and exhaled deeply. Dumbledore said, then let us begin discussing the timing of the Triwizard Tournament and the specific competition events. We must come up with a proposal that everyone present agrees upon. Everyone present picked up on the underlying meaning of Dumbledore's words. However, each wizard in attendance had their own stance. After Dumbledore's statement, they all nodded with their own thoughts in mind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magical world at Hogwarts, in a first-year charms class, the half-giant short Professor Flitwick stood at his specially made podium, greeting the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students below. Good morning, everyone. I am your charms professor here at Hogwarts, and you can call me Professor Flitwick, gently tapping the desk. Flitwick continued, now, students, please do not talk. Any student who disrupts the class will cause their house to lose corresponding points. I hope you won't bring shame to your house. Flitwick looked at the now quiet classroom and smiled with satisfaction. Now, let's begin the first lesson in charms, the levitation charm. The levitation charm, as the name suggests, is a spell that can make objects float in the air. You can also call it the hovering charm. This charm frequently appears in the practical exams of the spell theory subject in the O.V.L.S. exams. It is worth about 20 points in the exam, so I hope you can study it seriously and not get distracted. Those 20 points are right here, and whether you can earn them depends on now. It is important to know that the O.V.L.S. exams are very significant, and the exam scores will directly affect your future work. Therefore, for your own future, you must study diligently from now on and not take a casual attitude to just get by. Diggory sat below, listening to Professor Flitwick speaking on stage, and suddenly felt as if he had returned to his senior year, sitting in the classroom, listening to the subject teacher explaining the problems. After Professor Flitwick finished his remarks, he handed out the incantation for the levitation charm to everyone and encouraged them to try to make the feather in front of them float in the air using the charm. Diggory looked at the feather in front of him, the words of Professor Flitwick teaching students the tricks of spells echoing in his ears. His already sleep-deprived mind immediately felt the feather getting heavier. He thought to himself, I'm a light feather. Yes, infuse the power of imagination into your wand. Be patient. Don't rush, take it slow. The final swing of the wand must be powerful. Flibby walked over to Patrick's side and saw Diggory, who had already rested his head on the desk and was sound asleep. He instantly felt insulted. Clap, clap, clap. Flibby forcefully tapped on Diggory's desk and shouted angrily. Is my class so boring that it makes you want to sleep? Diggory was immediately awakened by Flitwick, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared as soon as he saw Flitwick. It was like being caught sleeping in class by the teacher back in the day. There was no fear, just the embarrassment of being unprepared and discovered. However, Diggory's embarrassment, without a trace of fear or regret, only made Flitwick even more furious. At Hufflepuff House, Cedric was deducted 30 house points for sleeping in class. "Oh no, our house lost points," a Hufflepuff student exclaimed. "Oh no, we got points deducted in the very first class of the school year. It seems there's no hope for the House Cup this year," another Hufflepuff student said. "It's fine, we've never won the House Cup anyway," someone chimed in. "That's right, I've heard the upperclassmen mention this, and it's true, so we don't need to care about losing points." Upon hearing this, the students who were initially worried about not winning the House Cup breathed a sigh of relief. "If that's the case, then I feel reassured. By the way, lunch is right after the curse class. I wonder what we'll have for lunch?" The first Hufflepuff student who spoke continued. "Before class, I went to ask the house elves in the kitchen, and they said it's roast turkey and pizza. And chicken legs too," another Hufflepuff student replied. "Exactly. I heard the upperclassmen say that the house elves only cook the same old dishes. There's nothing new," another Hufflepuff student added. But just then a discordant voice interrupted. "Heh, no wonder you Hufflepuffs are a bunch of useless people, each one incapable and still so unambitious. What a waste of Hogwarts resources." Diggory's gaze, having learned from Professor Flitwick's peculiar hairstyle, was directed at the one mocking the Hufflepuff student. He was tall and thin, with a black mole on his cheek that matched the color of his cloak. In his hand, he held a peachwood wand. Its tip pointed at the feather on his desk. His student cloak bore the Slytherin snake emblem, and he had curly brown hair and brown skin. For some reason, this Slytherin student's outfit inexplicably reminded Diggory of the coffee-colored cafe from his past life. Thinking of this, Diggory smiled and asked Patrick, who was fuming over Cafe's mockery of Hufflepuff. "Patrick, do you know who that guy is?" "That mouthy guy is named Savage Scrilinge, from an ordinary pureblood family," Patrick replied. "He's someone who has already sold his dignity to the Slytherin family." Diggory rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable strange sensation as soon as he heard Patrick mention the Slytherin family. It was as if the person in front of him, named Savage, would somehow bring forth the Slytherin family, shattering his desire to develop quietly. Just as Diggory was worried, Savage provocatively looked at him and disdainfully said, "So what if you're a genius recognized by the sorting hat? In the end, you were still sorted into Hufflepuff." Savage excitedly continued, the large black mole on his cheek gleaming with oil. "This means you're just a genius belonging to Hufflepuff, and in my eyes, a genius from Hufflepuff is still a waste. That so-called genius title of yours? I think there was a problem when the sorting hat was placed on your head. Otherwise, how could it say you're a genius? If you were really a genius, then you should be using a levitation spell right now. It's time for you, the genius among the wastes, to showcase your talent. You better seize this moment, ha 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 ha." The more Savage spoke, the more excited he became, laughing heartily, completely disregarding the fact that he was in class. Diggory looked at Savage, who was laughing arrogantly, and then turned to Professor Flitwick. Sure enough, at that moment, Professor Flitwick's face looked as ugly as if he had accidentally swallowed a lot of flies, and, judging by the way he was trembling all over, it seemed those flies must have been eaten in the bathroom. Diggory looked at Savic's laughing face and couldn't help but smile himself. He felt that it would be best if someone could help him take action. He had a premonition that if he did anything eye-catching right now, it would easily trigger a chain reaction, likely further altering the storyline. Therefore, Diggory believed that he should minimize his presence as much as possible, hoping to survive quietly until Voldemort's resurrection. That would be ideal, Diggory thought to himself. Seeing Professor Flitwick so flustered that he couldn't speak, he immediately stoked the fire, saying, "You mud-colored guy, what right do you have to disrupt the classroom discipline in Professor Flitwick's class?" Diggory pretended to be angry, but his tone contained a hint of grievance. Sure enough, Savage took the bait. Diggory's remark about being mud-colored sounded to Savage like a jab at him being a mudblood, and he was clearly a noble pure-blood wizard. Provoked, Savage selectively ignored Diggory's subsequent comment about disrupting classroom discipline and angrily pointed his finger at Diggory's nose, shouting, "You're the mudblood. Your whole family are filthy mudbloods. I bet you can't even use the levitation charm. So you're just trying to change the subject?" Faced with Savage's insults, Diggory found them to be utterly lacking in sophistication. As a time traveler from another world, he had seen all kinds of insults. Hearing this 11-year-old kid's taunts now felt like a gentle breeze, barely stirring a ripple on the lake of his heart. He even thought about brewing himself a cup of homemade milk tea, sipping it while enjoying Savage's one-man show. However, although Diggory held back, others couldn't. Savage, I think you're just jealous. You're jealous that Cedric is better looking than you. You're jealous that Cedric's talent is greater than yours. You're just jealous that Cedric stole your spotlight last night. Diggory looked at his side in surprise and saw Patrick panting, angrily staring at Savage across from him. The rebuttal just now had come from Patrick's mouth. You're just a self-righteous guy. You think you're the most talented one among this year's new Slytherins. But you encountered Cedric during the sorting ceremony, who is so much more talented than you. And it was in front of everyone, with the sorting hat explicitly stating that our Hufflepuff Cedric is the most talented of this year's new students. At this moment, Patrick's face was flushed with excitement, even more so than Savage had been before. Oh, I misspoke. Cedric isn't just the most talented among this year's new students. He is the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts. This was also loudly announced by the sorting hat at that time. That's right. You're just jealous of Cedric. Jealous that he is the most talented student. Jealous that even though he was sorted in a Hufflepuff, he remains the most prominent figure among our year at Hogwarts. Other Hufflepuff students also mocked Savage. Patrick's words struck Savage like a series of thunderclaps, mercilessly exposing his petty thoughts on his face. His face slowly turned red, and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Ha! You say his talent is the highest in the history of Hogwarts. Then let him show us the levitation charm right now. Savage shouted frantically. If he can't do it now, it means he's useless, which means all you Hufflepuff students are worthless. That's enough, Professor Flitwick said, trembling with anger. This is a classroom, a school, not your own home. Since you are students, and since you are at Hogwarts, you must abide by Hogwarts rules. Professor Flitwick pointed at Savage and said, without mercy, because of you, Savage disrupting classroom discipline. Slytherin House loses 50 points. At that moment, Savage finally came to his senses. The Slytherins cared deeply about the House Cup at the end of each term, unlike the Hufflepuffs, who seemed indifferent. To them, the House Cup represented the glory of wizards and was evidence that their pure-blood lineage was superior to others. Therefore, the Slytherin students had a strong possessiveness over the House Cup. Now, because of his actions, Slytherin lost 50 points. And Savage's brown face turned as pale as paper at that moment. But it wasn't over yet. Professor Flitwick turned to the Hufflepuff students, equally furious, and said, because Hufflepuff also had students disrupting classroom discipline, 50 points will also be deducted. Patrick and the other Hufflepuff students shrugged, not caring at all. Compared to house points, they were more eager to jump in and give Savage a good beating, because Savage not only insulted Hufflepuff, but also insulted Diggory. In the hearts of Patrick and the other Hufflepuff students, Diggory was first called the most talented student in Hogwarts history, and then sorted into Hufflepuff. Naturally, Diggory became the representative of Hufflepuff they were most proud of, while the head of Hufflepuff seemed like air, now that Savage had insulted both Hufflepuff and Diggory. It was no wonder that Patrick and the others wanted to beat him up. At that moment, Savage suddenly heard that Professor Flitwick had also deducted points from Hufflepuff. He immediately felt he had caught Patrick and the others off guard and gleefully said, Huh, you also lost points? Diggory frowned as he saw Savage from the opposite side, continuously mocking him, and Hufflepuff, laughing in a very annoying way. This Slytherin student, named Savage, successfully brought back some bad memories from his school days, reminding him of a certain troublemaker who loved to report him to the teachers, always sabotaging his efforts and going against him, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Professor Flitwick Diggory turned to Flitwick and said, This person is seriously disrupting the class. Shouldn't we manage him? Professor Flitwick glanced at Diggory and replied irritably, Manage him? I believe the reason Savage is acting this way is because of you. Diggory rolled his eyes and said, Professor, do you really think that if I weren't here, Savage wouldn't be a disruptive student? The real reason for his disruption isn't my presence. It's because Savage is just that kind of person, whether he is in the same year as me or not. Whether I'm in this class or not, as long as someone has a talent greater than his, he will be jealous. Some people are inherently good and have shown kindness and charm since childhood. Others, however, are inherently evil. So this is due to his own character, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm not taking the blame for this kid. But after Diggory finished speaking, he noticed Professor Flitwick looking at him with a curious and surprised expression. At that moment, Flitwick had a completely new understanding of Diggory because of his previous statement. He had never expected Diggory to say such a thing at this time. Although Flitwick understood that the intent of this statement was to shirk responsibility and that it almost completely absolved him of blame, more importantly, he found himself at a loss for how to refute Diggory's words, even feeling that what he said made quite a bit of sense. Flitwick hesitated for a moment and asked Diggory, "Did you come up with those phrases about human nature being inherently good or evil yourself?" At this point, Flitwick was not really concerned about whether to deal with Savage. He was more interested in what Diggory had just said, instinctively feeling that those words shouldn't have come from him. But then Savage thought, if those words really were spoken by Diggory, then that would be truly impressive. Such a statement must come from a deep understanding of human nature. If Diggory at the age of 11 already possessed enviable talent and such profound thoughts, Flitwick didn't know whether to celebrate that Hogwarts had received a true genius or to immediately inform Dumbledore, as this child was indeed an enigma. Perhaps with such a child, no matter how one tries to guide him, it would be impossible to influence his growth. Thinking of this, the Sorting Hat's remark from last night that his talent was not inferior to the Dark Lord's suddenly echoed in Flitwick's mind. And then he recalled the speculations he and his colleagues had about Diggory, the third Dark Lord. Flitwick couldn't help but shiver, his gaze fixed intently on Diggory, as he was eager to know the answer. On the other hand, Diggory, standing opposite Flitwick, felt uncomfortable under Flitwick's intense gaze and shivered as well. "Of course, those two sentences are not mine," Diggory said, feeling a chill from Flitwick's eyes and instinctively moving closer to Patrick. "Those words were told to me by an elderly gentleman I met one day from the East." Flitwick finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had overthought the situation. "All right then," Professor Flitwick pointed at Savage and said, "Because Savage, you just disrupted the class again, you will sit next to my podium for the lesson." Savage's face immediately crinkled with displeasure, but he dared not defy Professor Flitwick's order. If he refused to sit there and it resulted in Slytherin losing points, he would be in big trouble. So he could only follow Professor Flitwick slowly to the spot next to the podium. However, as soon as Savage reached the podium, he saw Patrick next to Diggory making faces at him, which made him furious, causing the hairs on his big mole to twitch. At this moment, Savage thought, since I'm not having a good time, I can't let Diggory and the others have it easy either. "Professor Flitwick," Savage said to Flitwick, who had just returned to the podium. Patrick was also leading the disruption earlier. "You can't just punish me alone. You should include him too." At this point, Flitwick truly felt a bit of a headache. First, a group of students disobeying classroom rules. Then it escalated into a verbal fight, followed by Diggory stoking the flames. And now, Savage's persistent whining. Flitwick impatiently said to Savage, "You no longer have the right to criticize others. Now everyone stop and listen to me." Flitwick thought for a moment. He needed to refocus the students' attention. So he said, "From now on, Slytherin and Hufflepuff are not allowed to argue anymore. You both will focus on learning the levitation charm. The first students to master the levitation charm or show significant improvement during class will earn 100 points for their house. Now everyone get to work." As soon as Patrick heard that there were 100 points to be earned for his house, he immediately forgot about Savage's earlier targeting, and his mind was filled with that 100 points. But he also knew that the hope of learning the levitation charm in this class was extremely slim. And to be fair, Savage was right about one thing. The Hufflepuff students were indeed a bit mediocre. So Patrick chose to shift his gaze towards the genius Diggory beside him. Meanwhile, Diggory was trying to take advantage of Flitwick not noticing him to catch up on some sleep. Right now, he didn't know what was going on, but he felt constantly drained and very sleepy, just wanting to sleep. However, just as he found a comfortable angle and was about to close his eyes for a rest, he suddenly felt two intense gazes directed at him from the side. The looks were warm and fiery, sending chills down Diggory's spine. "What do you want?" Diggory turned his head and saw Patrick, who was the source of the gaze, and took a step back, asking. At the same time, he thought, "This country is full of closet cases. Patrick can't possibly have a crush on me. Can he? Cedric, can you help our Hufflepuff house earn that 100 points? Patrick looked at Diggory expectantly. When Diggory heard Patrick ask him that, he first breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't a crush. Then he felt a bit confused and asked, "Why do you want that 100 points? Didn't you all say you didn't care?" Patrick smiled a little sheepishly at Diggory's question and said, "That was before. We didn't care before because it was hard for us to earn it even when we tried. Although Hufflepuff is very united and hardworking, some things just can't be achieved by effort alone." At this point, a hint of bitterness appeared on Patrick's lips as he continued. "The older students in Hufflepuff told me that it's a very inclusive house. Any wizard who comes to Hogwarts to study, as long as they have good character, can be welcomed in a Hufflepuff, no matter how poor their talent may be. And it's precisely for this reason that the talents and abilities of Hufflepuff students vary greatly, which, to put it bluntly, means we are all holding each other back." Patrick pointed at Diggory and himself and said, "Just like you and me, your talent has been recognized by the Sorting Hat. You are a high and mighty genius, and I am truly just someone who holds others back. I can't even compare to you. We aren't comparable at all." At this moment, Patrick's gaze shifted to the Slytherin students on the other side and said, "The relationship between Hufflepuff and Slytherin is just like the relationship between the two of us. The difference lies in the fact that you do not look down on me, while Slytherin looks down on us Hufflepuffs." Patrick recounted to Diggory everything he had heard from the older Hufflepuffs. After Slytherin defeated us in the Quidditch match, after they brewed potions before we did in potions class, during defense against the dark arts class, when they trampled us underfoot, Slytherin always seized every opportunity to ruthlessly trample on the dignity of Hufflepuff students. So Patrick looked at Diggory, his eyes no longer holding the casual jokes that Diggory was known for, but instead becoming resolute and serious. "Diggory, I hope you can help us Hufflepuffs defeat Slytherin this time and bring down the arrogance of their new students. I want you to tell them that we Hufflepuffs can also be stronger than Slytherin." Patrick's voice was not quiet, and he did not shy away from those around him. So his words were heard not only by Diggory, but also by the Hufflepuff students nearby, the Slytherin students across from them, and even Professor Flitwick on the podium. The Hufflepuff students looked at Diggory eagerly, hoping he could stand up and become the banner for their class. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students looked at them with disdain, concluding that all Hufflepuffs were mediocre, which was their straightforward assessment of Hufflepuff. Thus, even though Diggory had been recognized by the Sorting Hat as a rare genius, the Slytherin students did not regard him highly. Professor Flitwick also shook his head. The 100 points were merely a tactic to regain the students' attention. He did not believe anyone could learn the levitation charm directly in class. However, he had previously stated that it was fine if one could not cast the levitation charm directly, as long as there was significant progress during the lesson. One could still earn those 100 points. Although Diggory was a monster-level genius acknowledged even by Dumbledore, Flitwick still did not believe he could learn the levitation charm in just one class. This was something only Dumbledore and Grindelwald had accomplished. Even Voldemort did not possess such talent. Here, Flitwick intuitively compared Diggory to Voldemort, believing Diggory could not do it. Moreover, Flitwick looked at Diggory's expression, which showed he had not fully awakened, and recalled how Diggory had been dozing off at his desk during the lesson. He truly did not believe Diggory had the ability to learn the levitation charm directly in class. He even thought that as of now, Diggory might not even know what the incantation for the levitation charm was. "Cedric, did you hear the key points I explained about casting the levitation charm during class?" Flitwick, still favoring Hufflepuff, asked with concern. He prepared for the possibility that if Diggory said he hadn't heard, even if the Slytherin students complained about unfairness, he would explain it again. Sure enough, Diggory shook his head, having just woken from sleep. Not only did he miss the earlier explanation, but right now, his mind was still transitioning from a state of confusion, and he was unaware of everything that had occurred before being awakened. On the other side, the Slytherin students burst into laughter upon seeing Diggory shake his head, and even Flitwick's management had no effect. As for the Hufflepuff Badgers, they were also gloomy. If they hadn't paid attention in class, how could they complete the tasks? This was a huge embarrassment. Patrick also looked disappointed, trying to force himself to comfort others with hope, saying, "It's okay, I believe in you, Cedric. Even if you didn't listen in class, I believe you can do it, because you are the most talented among our Hogwarts Hufflepuffs in this new class." However, Patrick's inspiring words had no effect. They only drew louder mockery from the Slytherin side. Professor Flitwick was anxious and stamped his foot, feeling that none of these new students were easy to manage. Just as he was about to shout for silence, the entire classroom suddenly fell silent, as if a group of ducks had their necks grasped by their owner in an instant, catching everyone off guard, and the classroom became extremely quiet, with not a sound to be heard. Soon, Flitwick understood the reason for their silence. A clean white feather was quietly floating in front of Diggory, with sunlight streaming in from the window, creating a beautifully serene scene. A long yawn broke the moment. Flitwick looked at the yawning Diggory, as did the Hufflepuff students, while the Slytherin students looked at Diggory in disbelief. Then came Savage's voice, which sounded like a young duck undergoing voice change at 11 years old. "This is impossible. There is definitely something wrong, Professor. I'm sure Cedric must have used some magical item. You need to check quickly. He absolutely cannot have learned the levitation charm in such a short time." Savage exclaimed, unable to accept this reality, regardless of his image. Although Savage's appearance hardly had any image to speak of, Flitwick treated Savage's loud outburst as mere nonsense. "Magical item? Am I blind? Can I sense the aura of a magical item?" Flitwick murmured as he stood on the podium, looking at Diggory standing behind the desk. "You were clearly sleeping and didn't even hear my explanation. You slept through the first half of the class," Flitwick asked. "Cedric, how did you do it?" As Diggory saw that his actions were having an effect, he wanted to let the feather he was controlling go. But before he could release his grip on his wand, Patrick held onto his hand, not allowing him to let go, wearing an expression that said he still wanted to watch. Diggory helplessly shook his head, continuing to control the feather, and then answered Professor Flitwick's question. "Self-study, right? Isn't there a requirement in the admission notice for us to buy the standard spells book? The beginner's one? It has the levitation charm in it, so I self-studied it." Diggory looked indifferent, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Everyone, including Professor Flitwick, gasped in astonishment. They had seen arrogance before, but never like this. With a casual "I taught myself," Flitwick felt that his understanding of life had been completely overturned. This was something even Dumbledore had never accomplished. Is this what the Sorting Hat referred to as the strongest talent? He didn't doubt that Diggory had encountered magic before, as the Ministry of Magic had clear regulations about it, and he believed Diggory's father wouldn't violate those rules. Flitwick stared at Diggory in shock, and almost instinctively asked Cedric, "Would you like to come to my Ravenclaw house?" Diggory, who was struggling to cope with drowsiness, was stunned to hear Flitwick's words, and his spirits were lifted a bit. "Ah, can you change houses after the sorting?" Diggory perked up and recalled the movies and original works he had seen in his past life. None of them mentioned anything about switching schools. "Is it possible?" Diggory asked. As soon as Flywee heard this, he couldn't contain his excitement and immediately said, "As long as you say you're willing, leave everything else to me." Diggory looked at the short, elderly, oddly coiffed Flivvy and thought to himself, saying "I am willing to you" is really difficult. Just as Diggory was about to say, "I don't want to," he suddenly heard Patrick speaking beside him. "Professor Flivvy, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Diggory is already one of us." Diggory immediately rolled his eyes. "What do you mean I am already one of you? Everyone is clearly innocent." "Okay." However, Professor Flitwick still didn't want to give up and proposed a very tempting condition. "Cedric, come to Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw has many knowledgeable ladies." When Diggory heard this, he almost couldn't hold back and drooled in agreement. However, just as he was about to agree, he caught a glimpse of Patrick and the others looking at him nervously from the corner of his eye, so he could only pretend to refuse with righteous indignation. "Professor, how can you say that? You are a professor who teaches and nurtures. How can you have such filthy thoughts in your heart? I am a good student who studies hard, developing in all aspects: moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor. I also wish to be a flag for my Hufflepuff house, leading our students to achieve better results. I absolutely will not leave Hufflepuff. I'm not that kind of person." While saying this, Diggory secretly decided that he must make more trips to the Ravenclaw common room whenever he had the chance. Not for anything else, but to enhance the cultural exchange between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, to discuss cultural history and magical practice among classmates, which could all lead to mutual progress. Just as Patrick had said earlier, Diggory thought it was necessary for him to be a banner for Hufflepuff, taking on the important task of exchange, and to visit the Ravenclaw common room more often to find the girls inside and engage in in-depth and straightforward exchanges. The Hufflepuff students nearby celebrated happily at Diggory's words. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students across the room were plunged into deep gloom because of Diggory's successful levitation charm. Diggory's inner thoughts were clearly unknown to Professor Flitwick. At that moment, felt embarrassed by Diggory's seemingly righteous and just words, realizing they were motivated by his own small thoughts. Flitwick looked at Diggory and sighed. "What a good kid, with such proper values. It seems my previous concerns were truly unnecessary." Then he glanced at the Slytherin students, who had awakened from the shock of Diggory's ability to use the levitation charm. They all looked dispirited, sitting in their seats and glancing forlornly at the Hufflepuff students. Flitwick shook his head, feeling even more disappointed in them. However, he chose not to say anything more, as he had observed the Slytherin students' oppression of the Hufflepuff students in the past. He believed that this comparison among students could become a driving force for their progress. So as long as neither side went too far, he would not interfere. As for their current gloom, he decided to let the Slytherin students bear it themselves, as this was something they would inevitably face in the future. The remainder of this charms class became polarized for the students. The Slytherin students, under Professor Flitwick's guidance, practiced the levitation charm feebly while enduring taunts from the Hufflepuffs across the room. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuffs were enthusiastically practicing their spells. Although they struggled to grasp the techniques, which made Professor Flitwick frustrated, they were happy. There was only one exception: Diggory, who, after Flitwick announced that he had earned 100 points for Hufflepuff, disregarded the hopeful looks from Patrick and the others, stopped maintaining the levitation charm, and simply sat down, burying his head on the desk to continue his grand endeavor of sleeping. Thus, Diggory slept through this charms class, and by the time he was nudged awake by Patrick, it was already lunchtime. With sleepy eyes, Diggory groggily followed Patrick out of the classroom and, surrounded by a crowd of Hufflepuff students, walked into the hall, ready to have lunch. After arriving at the dining table, Diggory finally woke up from a half-asleep, half-awake state. He looked at the roasted chicken and pizza on the table, hesitated for a while, and took a serving of bacon pizza and a vegetable salad for himself. Sigh, I really need to visit the Hogwarts kitchen sometime and teach those house elves a few national dishes. I have no appetite for what's on this table. Diggory was munching on his food while mumbling to himself. On the other side, Patrick heard Diggory's words and said, "Cedric, I think this lunch is pretty good. You know, back in the day, our seniors had one dish they ate the most for lunch, and that was staring at the stars." What? Diggory was shocked. Staring at the stars. Are you sure, Patrick? Patrick helplessly nodded and said, "So you should be content. Lunch now is already quite nice. Of course, I'm also very interested in the national dish you mentioned." At this point, Patrick's eyes suddenly sparkled mischievously. "When you finish cooking, we can invite the Ravenclaw girls over for a romantic candlelight dinner under the moonlight at Hogwarts." Saying this, Patrick's flirtatious gaze indicated to Diggory to look over at Ravenclaw. Diggory obediently followed Patrick's gaze. Professor Flitwick wasn't lying. There really are many beautiful girls in Ravenclaw, and they all have such charm. Patrick nudged Diggory with his elbow and pointed lewdly at a girl with long golden hair, fair skin, and a hot figure, saying, "I want her." Diggory followed Patrick's finger, and upon seeing the two towering peaks of the girl, gave Patrick a knowing smile. "Good eye, but I like the one next to her." Patrick turned to look at the girl Diggory was referring to. She had a high-nosed bridge and wore a pair of silver-framed glasses. Her brown hair, which reached her waist, was simply tied back with a pure white ribbon, flowing naturally behind her. Her fair and rosy face bore a sun-kissed and gentle smile. From the side, her eyes resembled a gentle spring, deeply captivating Diggory's gaze. She had a beautiful and delicate face, exuding a faint scholarly charm. Patrick turned to Diggory and gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, good eye." In less than a minute, the two not only identified their respective targets, but also established a strong revolutionary friendship. Men are really that simple. Lunchtime passed as Diggory and Patrick anxiously awaited. Patrick's eyes remained fixed on the two girls until they stood up to leave, at which point he immediately patted Diggory on the shoulder. Diagonally understood immediately and stood up with Patrick at the same time, pretending to be full, and walked outside. However, the paths of the two were quietly veering towards the two girls. After leaving the hall, the two girls headed straight to their lounge. At this moment, there were not many people in the corridor. Students were either still having lunch in the hall or had returned to the common lounge, resulting in only Diagonally and a few others in the corridor. Patrick, following behind, whispered, "Cedric, you go first in a moment. I'll be your wingman. Once you've made a good impression on your goddess, then you can help me. Okay?" Diggory nodded in agreement, and then asked curiously, "Why just leave an impression? Can it be a little deeper?" As soon as Patrick heard Diggory say this, he realized that he was someone who had never been in a relationship and knew very little about the intricacies of dating. So he explained to Diggory, "You see, when a girl first meets a boy, she won't engage in very deep conversations with you, especially if it's just a chance encounter. If you act like you have endless things to say when you've only just met, it can easily raise the girl's alertness, you understand?" Diggory nodded with joy. He finally understood why he could never find a boyfriend or girlfriend before he traveled through time. It turned out that the problem lay in his own guidelines. "So, can I just go straight for it?" Just before going on stage, Diggory felt a bit unsure again. Patrick exclaimed, "Of course you can, as long as you don't show your Jugo look and fully utilize your good looks and gentlemanly demeanor. It would be best if you casually revealed your performance in today's spell class. Of course, the task of revealing that you're a genius will definitely be left to me. Your wingman. In short, when you go up later, you can choose a more ordinary topic. As long as you don't say anything wrong, I can help you smooth it over." After hearing Patrick's assurance, Diggory also gave himself a boost of confidence and quickly walked over to the two girls. Keeping a step's distance, Diggory displayed a warm, boy-next-door smile and said to the two girls, "Sorry to bother you, but do you know how to get to the Hogwarts library? I'm a first-year student, and my house prefect happens to be absent, so I had to ask you." Ophelia and Eloise turned to look at Diggory, noticing his handsome golden hair, standard height, and a sunny, charming smile. Both girls gave this boy who came to ask for directions a perfect first impression. However, the tall Ophelia shyly pushed up her glasses and felt too embarrassed to speak, while the voluptuous Eloise raised an eyebrow, showing interest in Digorin. Sorry, handsome, but we don't know where the Hogwarts library is either. How about we go look for it together? Eloise said with a smile. Diggory quickly glanced at Eloise's figure out of the corner of his eye. Although he had already admired her magnificent upper body while having lunch in the hall, he was now surprised to find that her legs were impressive as well. Smooth and white, long and supple. So sexy. This 11-year-old girl is growing up so fast. Therefore, it seemed that going to find a library with Eloise is also a good idea. Ugh, I am a serious man with principles. How could I betray my good friend? Well, it's not quite right for just the two of us, Diggory said somewhat embarrassedly. At the same time, he subtly gestured to Patrick behind him. Oh no, your sister seems to have taken a liking to me. Get ready quickly. Patrick, who was not far away, seemed to understand the gesture. His expression changed, and he immediately walked out from behind a nearby pillar. Hey, Cedric, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages. Patrick waved his hand while walking towards Diggory, but his eyes were fixed on those long, round legs. However, before the main character and the sidekick could successfully meet, suddenly, Diggory felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw a large handful of snowy white beard. Diggory could tell without thinking who it was. Professor, I guess you must have something to find me for. Diggory looked up at Dumbledore, who was standing behind him. Upon seeing this, Patrick immediately made a quick 360-degree turn and left. He didn't have the courage to flirt in front of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at Diggory and suddenly smiled, saying, It's not that I have something to find you for, but I just happen to hear that you're going to find the library, and I happen to know how to get there and have the time, so I just want to guide you. After speaking, he turned to Ophelia and Eloise beside him, smiling as he asked, Would you two beautiful young ladies like to join us? Ophelia and Eloise clearly had no intention of accepting Dumbledore's invitation. Students their age still had a natural sense of distance towards teachers. So Eloise smiled and declined Dumbledore's offer, just as she was about to pull Ophelia away. But she couldn't move her. Professor Dumbledore, Ophelia said, blushing and nervously adjusting her glasses, May I have a signed photo of you, please? Diggory and Dumbledore both unexpectedly looked at the already restless Ophelia. It was obvious that just one sentence a moment ago had already cost her a lot of courage. Dumbledore's eyes showed a kind and gentle expression. Of course, my little angel. Saying this, Dumbledore took out a signed photo of himself from a side pocket of his wizard robe and handed it to Ophelia. Eloise, who was beside them, saw Dumbledore's amiable and approachable demeanor and boldly asked him for a signed photo as well. Dumbledore quickly pulled another signed photo from his pocket and handed it to Eloise. Thus, the two little girls happily left with Dumbledore's signed photos. Dumbledore finally had the opportunity to speak to Diggory alone. Professor, what do you need from me? Diggory asked, looking up at Dumbledore, who had been smiling and staring at him. He absolutely did not believe that Dumbledore would coincidentally appear behind him, and even more coincidentally, have time to show him the way. However, Dumbledore did not respond to his question. Instead, he glanced at Ophelia and the others who had walked away, then smiled meaningfully and asked, Cedric, do you want to date early? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk, watching Diggory without blinking. Diggory sat across from Dumbledore, occasionally glancing at the portraits of previous headmasters on the wall, whistling at Fawkes the Phoenix, but he avoided making eye contact with Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seeing that Diggory was ignoring him, remained calm and sat quietly in his chair, staring at Diggory. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour and 15 minutes later, Diggory, sitting in the chair, was feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Dumbledore's gaze. He didn't expect Dumbledore to be so patient. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, shouldn't he be very busy? Another 20 minutes passed, and Diggory could no longer bear it. The feeling of being stared at continuously was truly unbearable. Although he tried to distract himself with other things in the office, and even chatted with the portraits of the previous headmasters, they completely ignored him. He had forgotten where the pensieve was, and even if he wanted to see it, he couldn't. But he guessed that even if the pensieve was just sitting there, Dumbledore wouldn't allow him to look at it. Professor, can't you not involve me in the Triwizard Tournament? That kind of competition can be deadly. Do you think a first-year student, can survive that kind of competition? I'm just a kid. Finally, Diggory gave up resisting and spoke up, hoping to persuade Dumbledore to abandon his idea by emphasizing that he was still just a child. Yes, after leading Diggory to his office. The first thing Dumbledore said was that he hoped Diggory could represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament. However, Diggory was very clear about that kind of competition. All three events could be deadly. The previous suspension of the tournament was due to too many students dying. Although Dumbledore, that old coot, told him that the danger of the competition had been minimized and that teachers would be watching during the event to intervene if any dangerous situations arose. However, the moment Dumbledore said this, Diggory was even less willing to participate. What does it mean to minimize danger? Isn't that just telling him that there is still danger in these three events? Moreover, the fact that teachers have been arranged to ensure student safety only further indicated the danger. If the danger were truly minimized, there would be no need for teacher protection. Besides, Diggory clearly remembered that in the original story, Cedric, even with teacher's protection, was still transported to the graveyard of Little Hangleton and was killed by the killing curse. Diggory would never dare to put his life in the hands of a group of people with mediocre abilities. Don't you see that whether in the original work or in the movies, the teachers at Hogwarts are a group of individuals with polarized strengths? The powerful ones, like Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Horace Slughorn, Snape, or Flitwick, are all at the level of great wizards and above. Especially Dumbledore, whose strength is off the charts, is the strongest force in the magical world at this stage. Even during Voldemort's peak period with 6 Horcruxes, he wouldn't dare to invade Hogwarts, which is protected by Dumbledore. Only legendary wizards like Merlin, the founder of the magical world, or the 4 founders of Hogwarts could match him. The weak ones are like Madame Hooch, who teaches flying on broomsticks, and Trelawney from divination class, who later becomes completely useless in combat. Therefore, unless Dumbledore personally comes to oversee the competition, Diggory would never consider participating. However, after thinking it over, Diggory realized that if the danger level of the competition required Dumbledore to personally intervene, it would indeed be better not to go. But Dumbledore shook his head and said, "Although you are just a child now, you have previously mentioned that you have fused with a soul from the future, and we don't need to discuss what that soul knows." Dumbledore smiled slightly and added, "Because of this, I believe you are no longer an ordinary first-year student. Compared to other lower-grade students, you are more capable of facing these competition events." Hearing this, Diggory wished he could slap himself. Why did he use such an excuse back then? Couldn't he have thought of a better one? Why not just say he had exceptional talent and could foresee the future? But no matter how Diggory thought about it now, he had no chance to redo it. He just wanted to struggle a bit. It was clear that without any strength, one couldn't participate in the competition. After all, third-year students are still lower-grade students, and it was obvious that third-year students would be more suitable than him. However, to Diggory's despair, Dumbledore shook his head again. "Regarding strength, I heard that Professor Flitwick wants to transfer you to Ravenclaw, and the reason is that your talent is exceptionally strong. Even if you're sleeping in class, you can still grasp spells, and there are still 3 months until the Triwizard Tournament officially starts. In these 3 months, if you sleep once a day and learn 1 spell per sleep, by the end of 90 days, you could learn 90 spells." Dumbledore smiled warmly, saying, "Such strength is something even 7th-year students who are about to graduate do not possess. So, I am full of confidence in you." After saying this, Dumbledore took a sip of coffee with a smile. Then, seeing that Diggory still wanted to refuse, he preemptively said, "Oh, by the way, I've already discussed this matter with your father and Professor Pomona, and in the end, we all agreed that you should participate in the competition." At this point, Diggory had nothing to say. His cheap dad and the head of the school had already agreed to this matter, so he had no support to refuse. Thus, Diggory could only nod helplessly, accepting this fact. "Can I know the competition events in advance? After all, you have already discussed it beforehand," Diggory asked. His question was also to hope to prepare in advance. Although he had a golden finger as a backup, nothing was absolute, especially with the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, where the storyline might have already changed. He needed to be even more prepared. Dumbledore nodded and said, "Yes, you can know, but there is one thing I need to clarify. As of now, the competition events are roughly determined to be the potion-making contest, the magical combat contest, and the 3-person team contest. These 3 will not change, but the specific details of the competition events have yet to be finalized in the upcoming meetings." Diggory frowned. The first match was almost just like a theoretical exam, with students simply preparing their own potions. It shouldn't be too dangerous. However, the upcoming competitive matches and team contests. Diggory asked, in the second duel, can the students from Durmstrang use dark magic? It was very necessary for Diggory to clarify this, as Durmstrang was not a school that shunned dark magic. The students there were allowed to learn dark magic. If the opposing students could use dark magic during the competition, then what was the point of even participating? Would he have to duel the Durmstrang students using dark magic? What if the opposing student used the killing curse on him? Should he use one in return? It should be noted that Hogwarts prohibits the teaching of dark magic. If he used it, with so many people watching, how would he explain it? Should he say he learned it in a dream? Who would believe that? Don't worry. I will not allow dark magic to appear in the duel. You can rest assured about that. Dumbledore said, after all, I will definitely be present during the competition, and I will protect you. Hearing this, Diggory felt relieved. With such a powerful wizard watching over them, even Voldemort wouldn't dare to cause trouble during the competition. But wait, a team competition? Diggory suddenly looked at Dumbledore, realizing now, Professor, you just said the third round is a team competition. You mentioned we? What does that mean? Diggory looked at Dumbledore in shock. He remembered that in the original book and the movie of the Triwizard Tournament, each school could only send one participant. Now, suddenly there was a we and an inexplicable team competition, but it must be said that Diggory's reaction time was quite long. It took him this long to process everything. Dumbledore noticed the question in Diggory's eyes, nodded, and said, that's right, there's more than just you participating. In fact, I was the one who proposed this. Diggory was filled with question marks upon hearing Dumbledore's words. Professor, do you have too much confidence in me? Are you worried that I will win too easily? So you want to give me 2 deadweights? Dumbledore slowly shook his head and said, I hope that your teammates can help share the pressure of the potion-making competition, allowing you to focus your energy on improving your skills during the next 3 months of preparation. I'm concerned that someone might cause trouble during the competition. Then we only need to find one student with good potion-making grades to form a 2-person team. Why do we need another? Diggory asked. I initially thought the same way. But Dumbledore furrowed his brow, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Lucius immediately proposed the idea of a 3-person team after me. Diggory widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at Dumbledore. Lucius, why does he still have a part to play? Shouldn't the Triwizard Tournament be organized behind the scenes by the Department of Magical Sports and the International Magical Cooperation Department? What right does the Malfoy family have to interfere? The Ministry of Magic isn't run by them. Or is there someone from the Malfoy family in the leadership of the Department of Magical Sports or the International Magical Cooperation Department? Or is there someone at the Ministry's leadership table who is Lucius's mistress? Diggory was fully unleashing his imagination and had also realized who Dumbledore was worried about. The one who might cause trouble during the competition. Dumbledore listened to Diggory's words and shook his head helplessly, exclaiming, You're overthinking. What affairs and affairs are you talking about? Where did all this drama come from in your head? Dumbledore explained that the main reason Lucius was able to attend the meeting was that the Triwizard Tournament was suggested and sponsored by his family. However, there's one thing I need to clarify. Although the leaders of the Department of Magical Sports and the Department of International Magical Cooperation are not from the Malfoy family, many members of their family hold important positions in various departments of the Ministry of Magic. Therefore, Lucius's words carry weight in the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore looked at Diggory curiously and asked, Doesn't the soul you merged with have any memories about this? Diggory felt extremely frustrated at this moment. Damn Malfoy family. This is so different from the Harry Potter world he remembered. In the original story, it was never mentioned that the Malfoy family's influence could reach so deeply into the Ministry of Magic. He only remembered that in the second movie of the series. It was mentioned that the Malfoy family was one of the Hogwarts board members, and there was almost no other information about the Malfoy family. But now Dumbledore actually told him that there were many people from the Malfoy family in the Ministry of Magic. Now he finally understood why Voldemort valued Lucius so much in the original story. Even though Lucius was cowardly and always messed things up, he still didn't do anything to him. It turned out that the power of the Malfoy family should not be underestimated. What memory is there to rely on? Diggory weakly said while sitting in his chair. There really isn't that much in the memory, and as time goes by, I can remember even less. This is true, as Harry Potter was a series of movies and books he watched and read as a child before his soul crossed over. And it's already quite remarkable that he can remember this much now. How much he could remember in the future, he himself couldn't be sure. Can this competition not require me to participate? At this moment, Diggory had to admit that after learning that the Malfoy family had actively restored and sponsored this Triwizard Tournament, he was truly shocked. He was even a bit confused and scared because he realized that the Harry Potter world he was seeing now was different from the one he knew before his soul crossed over. Moreover, the Triwizard Tournament being held early indicated that the timeline of the story had changed significantly. Diggory was unsure if he still had the ability to face the changes that had already arrived. In that moment, Dumbledore sensed the shift in Diggory's heart. Although he did not understand why Diggory had suddenly become so insecure, However, Dumbledore knew that if the Malfoy family really wanted to use this Triwizard Tournament for something, his most trusted student was none other than Diggory. Therefore, he had to change Diggory's current state. Only he had the ability to maintain Hogwarts standing in the competition while also protecting his companions. Moreover, Diggory was the only lower-year student Dumbledore could think of who had the capability to confront any potential schemes from Lucius. No other student had the qualifications to reassure him. But just as Dumbledore was about to guide Diggory, he suddenly sensed that Diggory's mental strength was fading away right before his eyes. Just like the first time he brought him to his office yesterday, even though Diggory was sitting right in front of him, Dumbledore could not perceive the existence of Diggory's mental strength at all. In the pure white system space, the big orange cat stood on top of Diggory's head, its tail swaying back and forth. Ignoring Diggory's gloom, the big orange cat scratched at his head with its paws, eventually finding a comfortable position to lie down on top of him. "Hey, come on. Are you really this cowardly? This isn't like you at all." The golden finger, the big orange cat, said to Diggory. The big orange cat's tail was rubbing against Diggory's nose. "It's just a Malfoy family. Why are you so lacking in confidence?" Diggory anxiously brushed aside the tail of the big orange cat and explained, "It's not the Malfoy family that makes me lack confidence, but the increasingly divergent storyline. What I'm worried about is that future events will completely exceed the original storyline or my expectations. If that's the case, I don't know if I can handle those things or people in the future." Sigh. Diggory sighed and said, "After all, I still lack experience. It's my first time traveling. If only I could." At this point, Diggory looked at the big orange cat, a glimmer of light in his eyes, and asked, "Is there a way here for me to try a few times where it doesn't matter if I fail, and I can restart and begin anew?" The big orange cat thought for a moment after hearing Diggory's words. "Are you saying you want a space where you can go in, and inside is a replicated magical world, allowing you to make infinite mistakes?" Diggo hurriedly nodded and said, yes, that's it." Digioli was happy. The orange cat knew this kind of technical work, which meant that the golden finger should be possible. The orange cat jumped down from Digioli's head, then elegantly laid down in front of him and popped out a claw from its paw, pointing to a nearby shopping store. "Give me 3 pounds of spicy beef jerky, 2 pounds of 5-spice chicken feet, and 5 pounds of cumin small fish snacks." The orange cat squinted its eyes, its furry face showing an expression that said, "If you do as I say, I'll tell you." Diggo stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing with the big orange cat. He never expected this cat to be so shameless, taking advantage of the situation. He also didn't think that a shopping store could be used this way, and that this cat could actually eat things. Even more surprising was that a cat's face could show such human-like expressions. But it didn't matter. Right now, this cat was in control. It was the knife, and he was the fish. Diggory walked to the shelf in the store, glancing at the big orange cat with some suspicion, but he suppressed his doubts and silently thought to himself, "I want spicy beef jerky, 5-spice chicken feet, and cumin small dried fish." Immediately after, the items on the shelf transformed into various kinds of cooked snacks in front of Diggory's shocked eyes. And among them were the 3 foods the big orange cat wanted. DG glanced at the magic power required for the 3 foods, and fortunately, they weren't expensive. Beef jerky was 10 magic points per pound, chicken feet were 5 magic points per pound, and dried fish was 6 magic points per pound. "So," DG waved his hand in exchange for 10 pounds of each. "No problem, I've got money, it doesn't matter." After placing the snacks that big orange wanted in front of it, DG looked at it like a wealthy nouveau riche looking at a dead broke person, saying, "So, where's that space? How do I get in? I want to try the effects." Big Orange ignored DG's annoying expression, patted its belly with its paw, and then a pouch similar to a kangaroo's appeared on its stomach. However, while kangaroos use that pouch to carry their young, Big Orange used this pouch to store snacks. Once all the snacks were packed inside, the pouch on its belly showed no signs of change, still looking the same as before it was filled. At that moment, Big Orange held a piece of beef jerky, chewed it, and said, "Host, you must be a bit slow. Have you forgotten that our golden finger has only upgraded by 95? Don't you have any idea about which systems are left?" Digger paused for a moment. After hearing the words of the big orange cat, a memory slowly surfaced in the boy's mind. Oh, right. It seems that this big orange cat mentioned that the upgrade of the golden finger was interrupted, and now there are only the shopping store, the lottery system, and the magic value exchange system. "Give me back my snacks." Digger's expression was emotionless, his eyes gleaming with cold light. At this moment, he seemed like a heartless killer. Even though the big orange cat and Digger were not of the same race, it could still sense a murderous aura from Digger at this moment. "It's still impossible to give it back to you. You can forget about me returning your snacks for the rest of your life. However, the big orange cat was also a lone soul, with no snacks and only a life on the line. Then I just happened to be adding a dish tonight. Cat meat hot pot. Saying this, Digger was about to step forward to grab a weapon. But after taking just 2 steps, he realized he was only a consciousness entering the golden finger space and hadn't brought any weapons. So he glared at the big orange cat with resentment, thinking, just wait. I'll exchange for a kitchen knife and come back to find you. After saying that, Digger ran to the shelf, imagining in his mind, give me a dozen 40-meter-long big knives. Then Digger opened his eyes and instantly saw all kinds of 40-meter-long big knives on the shelf. Diggory didn't hesitate and directly exchanged for the most expensive one, a full 200 points of magic power. Come on, tremble, and wail under my 40-meter-long big knife. Diggory shouted, I'll let you run 39 meters first. Big Orange lay on the ground, seemingly not hearing Diggory's words, turned over, took out a piece of beef jerky, and while chewing, said, this is my space. You can try to see if you can chop me. Diggory was taken aback, touching the 40-meter-long sword resting on his shoulder. The real sensation and the dazzling cold light made him unable to believe that such a big sword wouldn't be able to hit the cat. No, wait. Diggory realized the orange cat's previous statement. This is its space. The orange cat looked at Diggory with a caring, patronizing expression and kindly explained, silly boy, this is my domain. In this space, what has lethal power and what doesn't is all up to me. Diggory doesn't believe it. His palm brushed over the big knife, Diggory raised his bleeding palm and looked at the orange cat with anger and sadness. Is this what you call non-lethal? This time, the orange cat truly saw Diggory as a fool. Silly child, I've already told you, this is my space. This 40-meter-long knife has never had any lethality. It's all just a matter of my thought. DG, can I return this? Big Orange, of course not. Diggory, but you haven't patted my head yet, and we haven't settled the bill. I'm still at the counter, so how can I not return the goods? Big Orange is too lazy to argue with Diggory. I've already said it, this is my space. Do you really think you have a say here? Now Diggory probably understands that in this space, he has no human rights. Thinking about the storylines in the outside world that have developed in who knows what direction, Diggory feels that this world is full of malice. Throwing the big knife aside, Diggory sat down on the ground with a heavy heart, pondering how to move forward. On the other side, Big Orange saw Diggory radiating negative energy and couldn't help but grimace, muttering to himself, this Golden Fingers host selection process is terrible. I can't watch it anymore. How can you get so tangled up over a small issue? Looking at the jerky in his claws, Big Orange pouted and said, all right, I'll try to enlighten you, considering you've given me so many snacks. Hey, host, just a friendly reminder. You have an ally like Dumbledore and a golden finger that can provide any help. Plus, there's a chosen one in the future named Harry Potter. With this lineup, why would you be so timid? Big Orange said this casually, knowing that as long as Diggory reminds Dumbledore, he won't fall under the curse of the Cursed Ring. And a Dumbledore in full condition, whose power is not affected at all, means what? I don't need to remind you again. However, Diggory understands what Big Orange is saying. But this is exactly where Diggory hesitates and struggles. If he tells Dumbledore about this, it would mean he is actively intervening in the story's development and changing the storyline in advance. In that case, the original progression of events will drift further away from the previous track. If before, Diggory had 2 bugs, one was the built-in golden finger, and the other was knowing the storyline of the Harry Potter world. The reason Diggory was reluctant to participate in the Triwizard Tournament was precisely because he was worried that he might further disrupt the original progression of events, thus losing 1 bug. In fact, Diggory still confided his true feelings to Big Orange. I'm just struggling with how to face the upcoming magical world after the story's development has been significantly altered. Digger continued, does that mean I can only live in a wish-fulfilling house in the future, waking up every day to pick up trash, exchange it for magic points, and then continue to draw lots to practice spells? Is this the life I'm destined for? The Big Orange cat said enviously, isn't this amazing? Eating and sleeping every day, going to class when I feel like it, and if I don't want to go, I can just chat with some girls about life and discuss dreams. Isn't that a wonderful life? Diego thought that what Big Orange said was indeed reasonable. But when he considered that he might no longer have the bug of knowing the story plot in advance, he felt a pang of regret. However, he quickly realized that if he just hid away, worrying about changing the storyline and did nothing, it would be no different from not knowing the plot at all. Diggory finally figured it out. Regardless of whether he took action or not, the development of the Harry Potter story had already been changed, and that had become a fact. So now, If he wanted to live a better life, he had to seize the opportunity while the changes were still minimal and take the initiative. Mixing up this messy situation was the only way to take the lead. By stirring up this world, he would have a chance to fish in troubled waters and successfully defeat Voldemort. With this thought, the gloom in Diggory's heart dissipated, and he pulled out a piece of beef jerky from Big Orange's bag, not minding at all, and started chewing on it. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but Diggory felt there was a faint smell to the beef jerky. Big Orange saw that Diggory didn't treat him as an outsider and directly took his own snacks from his pocket and immediately became unhappy. He had never seen such a shameless person. Get out of my space. Big Orange quickly darted around to Diggory's back, first giving him a slap on the back of his head to account for the snacks and the 40-meter-long sword's magical power. Then he kicked him in the butt, directly sending him out of the Golden Finger space. Big Orange licked his paw and couldn't help but complain about Diggory. What the hell? How can there be such a treasure? Wanting the Golden Finger while hoping the storyline remains unchanged. Where can there be such good fortune? It's like being a kept woman and still wanting to establish a reputation. As Diggory was kicked out of the space by Big Orange, his consciousness returned to his body. Damn you, cat. If you have the guts, don't come out again. If you dare to come out, I'll make a cat meat hot pot. What cat meat hot pot? Dumbledore looked at Diggory strangely. Earlier, he sensed Diggory's mental energy suddenly vanish, but having seen this situation before, he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he took the opportunity to handle a few things at hand, and even brewed himself a cup of coffee. Then he leisurely sat in a chair, waiting for Diggory's consciousness to return. Just as he sensed Diggory's consciousness returning, he heard him cursing. At that moment, Diggory also saw Dumbledore in front of him and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Well, it's nothing, just a little hungry. Yes, a little hungry. A look of suspicion appeared in Dumbledore's eyes. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you finished your lunch at 12:15. Diggory, I'm developing now, and my food intake is quite fast. Yes, that's it. Dumbledore, hee, do you think I'm senile? You still can't eat cat meat. That's not allowed in our magical world. Dumbledore said. Diggory nodded immediately. After all, Dumbledore is one of his 2 pillars of support, so he must present himself as a good kid who knows to correct his mistakes in front of him. Seeing Diggory's attitude, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Then, recalling Diggory's previous negative attitude towards facing the Triwizard Tournament, he straightened his face and said, and you at least shouldn't have a negative attitude towards the tournament. As an excellent child growing up under the banner of Hogwarts, you cannot have such a situation. I have also gone through profound reflection and have realized my mistakes. I am now willing to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Diggory nodded. At this moment, having figured things out and decided to take the initiative, he directly agreed to participate in the tournament, leaving Dumbledore's prepared persuasive words stuck in his throat. A hint of doubt flashed in Dumbledore's bright blue eyes. Profound reflection? Just now? What has happened to this child's mental state? But none of that mattered anymore. As long as Diggory agreed to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, that was enough. Thinking of this, Dumbledore felt it was time to send the coffee away. Do you have any questions now? If not, you can go back. Diggory caught on to Dumbledore's meaning, raised an eyebrow, and said while touching his nose, Professor, can I know who my teammate is during the competition? Dumbledore thought for a moment and replied, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I haven't decided yet. I will have Snape organize a test next month, and your teammate will be determined based on the test results. Oh, I see. At that moment, an evil, yet simple thought slowly emerged in Diggory's mind. Professor, I know a girl from Ravenclaw who seems like she could be my teammate. Dumbledore glanced at Diggory, and the innocent, sneaky smile on Diggory's face caught his eye. Dumbledore helplessly rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes, too lazy to look at Diggory's expression again. That girl is in her 3rd year? She has very good grades in potions? Diggory thought for a moment and felt that since Ophelia was sorted into Ravenclaw, her learning ability must be very good. As long as she was given time, she would definitely meet the requirements. Diggory said awkwardly, she is a 1st-year student. But even though she is not a 3rd-year student, I believe that as long as she is given time, she will definitely be able to work well with me. Diggory deliberately emphasized the words cooperate with me, fearing that Dumbledore hadn't listened carefully. However, although Dumbledore understood, he still refused, saying it wasn't possible. After all, the Triwizard Tournament was related to the reputation of Hogwarts, and he couldn't just agree without Dumbledore's consent. Diggory, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, oh dear, what should I do? It seems that if I don't team up with her, I won't be able to show my full strength. This is really a problem. The corners of Dumbledore's eyes twitched involuntarily, and he stared seriously at Diggory. Diggory, undaunted, met his gaze with her pure and innocent eyes. After a moment of Dumbledore's insistence, he finally realized that his decades of experience couldn't withstand her, and he could only helplessly say, all right, who is that girl? You tell me first, so I can communicate with Professor Flitwick. Diggory first smiled shyly, then became anxious. It seemed he still didn't know her name. Outside Professor Flitwick's office, Diggory had already been waiting for 20 minutes. He had rushed here directly from Dumbledore's office just to find out that girl's name. As for the history of magic class in the afternoon, Diggory, being a slacker, didn't care at all, and he had no interest in a class taught by a ghost. Now, Diggory had been waiting at Professor Flitwick's office door for 20 minutes. Before coming, he had asked Dumbledore and learned that Flitwick had no classes in the afternoon. But Diggory waited and waited, yet he still didn't see Flitwick's figure. After waiting another 10 minutes, there was still no sign of Flitwick. Diggory began to lean against the window of Flitwick's office, confirming that Flitwick was not inside. Diggory was a bit anxious. Where on earth had Fribby gone? Skipping class in the afternoon? Was he off somewhere to indulge in a drinking spree? But that couldn't be right. As a professor and a role model, he shouldn't be going out for such things during the day. Diggory thought for a moment and decided to find Patrick. He had mentioned that he liked to collect gossip from the four houses, and he was also fond of that girl with a great figure who sat next to his goddess. Therefore, Diggory believed that finding him now would be the quickest way to learn her name. So, Diggory, with his little 11-year-old legs, hurried towards the classroom of the history of magic. Fortunately, he had already known the location of the history classroom when he left the dormitory for breakfast that morning. Otherwise, he would have had to wait for him in the Hufflepuff common room, dodging Filch and his cat while sneaking through the corridors of Hogwarts. Diggory reached his destination and quietly crouched beneath a window next to the history classroom. Diggory cautiously glanced around the classroom. Where's everyone? Diggory looked from the front of the classroom to the back, and then from the back to the front. Everyone was there, except for Patrick, whose shadow was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he remembered wrong? Wasn't it a history of magic class this afternoon? Diggory wondered to himself. However, he glanced at the other students in the classroom. No, he wasn't mistaken. Although he didn't remember the names of these side characters, some of the faces were indeed familiar. They were definitely fellow Hufflepuff first years, just like him. This confirmed that he hadn't remembered wrong. It was indeed a history of magic class this afternoon. Diggory turned around and squatted back under the window, pondering where Patrick could be. After a while, he still couldn't come up with anything. So, Diggory sneaked past Filch and quietly returned to the Hufflepuff common room, but didn't find Patrick. He stealthily slipped into the hall, but still didn't see Patrick. In the morning S-Charms class, he didn't spot Patrick either. After searching around, Diggory sat in the Hufflepuff common room, eating the tomato sauce meat floss rolls and bacon pizza he had taken from the kitchen next door, contemplating how to find Patrick. After thinking for a long time, he realized that he didn't really know Patrick that well. By the timeline, they had only known each other for a day, and with that level of familiarity, it was indeed challenging to figure out where he might be. After finishing the last piece of pizza, Diggory seriously thought for a moment. He felt that rather than spending time searching for Patrick outside, it would be better to stay in the dormitory and wait for him. Anyway, the afternoon classes were about to end, and Patrick would surely come back after class. He could just ask him then. If he didn't know either, he could wait for that girl in the hall during dinner. Additionally, by taking these two approaches, he could avoid running into Filch in the Hogwarts corridors. And he could also use this time to enter the Golden Finger space and practice 2 new spells. Digger felt very clever at that moment, having found a very good solution, completely unaware that it was due to his laziness, that he couldn't be bothered to go out and look for one. As he returned to the door of his dormitory, just as Digger was about to open the door, he suddenly heard a sound that was almost inaudible coming from inside. If my youth were a painting, it would definitely be filled with you. If my life were a book, it would be all about you. If meeting you is fate, then having you is the greatest luck of my life. Oh, how annoying. Why are you being so straightforward? How can I face that? I once thought I would spend my whole life looking for you. But Lady Luck smiled upon me and allowed me to meet you at this moment. Oh, you make me so shy. It's making my heart flutter. I hope to have someone like you, like the refreshing wind in the mountains, like the warm light of the ancient city. From morning to night, from the mountains to the study. From the innocent friendship of our childhood to the close intimacy we share now, as long as it's you, in the end, that's all that matters. You naughty one. So annoying. Digger squatted outside, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed in his heart, I'm still single, and you actually betrayed the organization. Diggory recognized the male voice inside as Patrick's. He didn't expect that after searching for him outside for so long, he was actually hiding in the dormitory with a girl. Moreover, The female voice was clearly not that of the sexy girl from Noon. He had heard that girl's voice before, and it was obvious that the one inside was another girl. Although the academy was a place for flirting and serious people came here to pursue girls. Diggory pressed his body tightly against the door and muttered, "But someone like you, who disregards your brother's well-being and only cares about your own enjoyment. How can I let you have your way? Oh no, why did you throw my clothes away? I still want to wear them." The voice of Patrick carried a hint of fire. "Such tasteless school uniforms don't match your beauty. I will transform myself into your intimate clothing, shielding you from the wind and rain, warming you like spring. Oh no, don't stop your hands. Oh, you're so naughty. I really like it." Outside the door, Diggory touched his nose. September was a bit dry. After sighing, he pulled out a stack of adult books from his pocket, which he had just bought from the shop for 100 magic points after entering the golden finger space. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello. Is anyone in there? I'm the courier from Hogwarts. Is Mr. Patrick here? I have a package for you." Diggory was outside the door, randomly concocting a story about a Hogwarts delivery person, banging on the door and shouting in a high-pitched voice. "There's a package for you outside. Do you want to go get it?" The girl beneath him asked Patrick. At that moment, Patrick couldn't care less about the package outside. He had never heard of such a service at Hogwarts. "Shoo." Patrick placed a finger gently on the girl's lips. Then, like a big gray bear, he leaned over her, suppressing the fire within him, and whispered in her ear, "Let's ignore him. I don't have any package. He must have delivered it to the wrong person." "I didn't deliver it to the wrong person, Mr. Patrick. Your 20 copies of the stories my sister and I had to tell that night are here, totaling 20 silver sickles and 10 bronze nuts. Please sign for it," the girl said, pushing against Patrick's chest with her hand, her tone somewhat unfriendly. "How about you explain to me what the stories my sister and I had to tell that night series is about?" Patrick's mind was about to explode. Which bastard was ruining his good time at this moment? He had clearly taken advantage of the fact that all his classmates were in class to sneak out with this Gryffindor girl, Carrara Minori, under the pretense of going to the bathroom. Just to be safe, he had come out last. At that time, everyone, including Professor Binns the Ghost, had shown no suspicion. Why was someone suddenly interrupting his good time now? Diggory's excuse for delivering a package was so made up that Patrick didn't believe it at all. Before coming to Hogwarts, he already had a very comprehensive understanding of the school, including the conversations he had with the Hufflepuff seniors last night and today. He had not heard anything about a courier at Hogwarts. So, the person standing outside the door must have known that he was skipping class. No, I need to calm down," Patrick silently told himself, then realized that since this person hadn't mentioned anything about class, it meant he didn't know about his skipping. So he casually made up a reason to comfort Asuka. "Actually, the book series is something my roommate Cedric Diggory's friend asked me to buy. It's something he wants to read, but he doesn't have any money at the moment, so he asked me for help." "Really?" Asuka looked a bit skeptical. "Of course it's true. Think about it. I have you now, why would I need those things?" Patrick said playfully and gently. That makes sense, I believe you." Asuka indeed couldn't resist Patrick's tone and believed him without really thinking it through. Seeing that Asuka had fallen for his trick, Patrick breathed a sigh of relief. "Just leave it outside the door. It's not convenient for me to come out right now." Patrick knew very well that the most important thing at this moment was to find a reason to get this person to leave. He couldn't let him ruin his good fortune. Diggory didn't hear the reason Patrick made up, and he never expected that Patrick could keep his wits about him in such a situation and come up with a countermeasure so quickly. He was indeed a respectable opponent. Hearing the silence outside, Patrick relaxed. That person must have put down the things and left. He then turned his attention back to Asuka beneath him. "My little darling, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm going to make it up to you now." Asuka held Patrick's head buried in her chest and giggled. "You naughty boy, so impatient." Meanwhile, Diggory outside felt uncomfortable. "This isn't right. We're in the same dorm, and I'm still single. How can you get to leave the single life first? Brothers should stick together." "No, Mr. Patrick, the package needs to be signed for by the recipient. Without a signature, the procedure won't go through." Just as Patrick was about to make a move, he almost lost control and was about to pull out his wand and open the door to give that guy outside a blast. But he quickly calmed down, realizing he didn't know any lethal spells yet. So Patrick had to painfully tell himself to settle down again. Although Patrick successfully calmed down again, Asuka beneath him was not having it, sighing, "Just go sign for those 20 books, or that person will never leave." Patrick was also frustrated with the person outside. He had seen bad people doing good things, but never someone this bad at doing good things. He slapped his head hard. "I got an idea. Hey, do you know a person named Patrick?" Patrick shouted towards the door. Asuka looked at Patrick in confusion, but when he gestured with his eyes, she obediently didn't ask anything. Diggory outside was also a bit puzzled, but he couldn't show any weakness at this moment and could only say he didn't know. I don't know. But didn't you already admit you are Mr. Patrick? Patrick started his performance. I never admitted to being Patrick. I'm Cedric, his roommate. He's currently in a history of magic class. You can come find him after class. You are Cedric. Diggory stood outside, his face twisted in confusion. If you're Cedric, then who am I? Diggory took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning cold and emotionless. Since you're being unkind first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Diego's consciousness instantly entered the Golden Finger Space, a shopping store. I want a voice changer. At least one that can change into 3 different female voices. Do you have it? The products on the shelves in the shopping store changed in a flash. And after a burst of white light, exquisite voice changers shaped like bow ties appeared, arranged in neat rows according to their prices. At this moment, the big orange cat in the space had already connected with Diego's consciousness and knew what was happening outside. It nimbly jumped onto Diego's shoulder and began to introduce the voice changers on a shelf to him. Hello, host. I'll be your shopping guide from now on. First, let's look at the one at the bottom. Diggory directly waved his hand to interrupt the words of the big orange cat, saying, Don't talk to me. I just want the most expensive and the best that can meet my requirements. All right. The big orange cat quickly jumped to the highest shelf, using its tail to grab the only voice changer on that level and returned to Diggory. Host, this is the best voice changer. It can change voices for anyone from an 80-year-old mother to an 8-month-old baby. Diggory's eyes lit up. Great, I'll take it. At this moment, the big orange cat had a furry face full of the unscrupulous merchant's sly grin. A favor, 1,000 magic points. Diggo's eye twitched a bit, feeling a little heartache. It was a bit expensive, but thinking about how precious time is, he gritted his teeth and bought it. The moment Diggo finished speaking, the big orange quickly slapped the back of Diggo's head, afraid he would regret it. At the same time, he showered him with compliments. Boss is generous. Diggo hummed as he stepped out of the space, and just as his consciousness returned, he heard Patrick's voice coming from inside the door. Ready to mount and draw his gun, Diggory didn't hesitate at all and set the voice changer to 32 years old, mature woman. Little Patrick, are you there? As agreed. I'll come to find you. As soon as he finished speaking, Diggory, covered in goosebumps, looked at the voice changer in his hand with delight. This quality made the 1,000 mana points spent worthwhile. The mature woman's voice made Diggory himself feel restless. At that moment, the room suddenly fell silent, and all the actions inside came to a halt in an instant. Diggory took a look and thought, there's a chance. So he immediately pinched his throat and exclaimed in the delivery person's voice, Excuse me, this stunningly beautiful lady, may I ask if you know Mr. Patrick? The 32-year-old mature woman's voice replied, If you're looking for Patrick Downton, then you've got the right person. Diggo said in a husky voice, That's right, it's Patrick Downton. Here's a package for him. Could you help sign for it? The 32-year-old woman's voice responded, Package? I haven't heard of this profession. Also, what am I dear by? Hurry up and show me. Diggo continued to speak in a husky voice. Oh, it's that night, the series of stories I had to tell with my sister-in-law. A total of 20 books. The 32-year-old woman suddenly let out an extremely tempting and seductive hum unexpectedly. My little Patrick's energy was so abundant. Was having me not enough for him? It really surprised and amazed me. At that moment, inside the room, he surprised and amazed me. Arya sat up, her eyes cold and full of killing intent. Aren't you going to explain this to me? Or should I just let your breathtakingly beautiful big sister come in directly? And the 3 of us together? Patrick was sweating profusely, his mind in chaos. Arya, you have to believe me. I am wholeheartedly devoted to you. Besides, honestly, look at me. I'm still so young. How could I possibly handle someone of her age, right? After hearing Patrick's explanation, Arya became even angrier. Oh, so what you mean is, if you weren't this age, if you could handle her, you would be with her, right? Patrick was dumbfounded. I didn't say that. Then you must have thought so. Arya was completely furious. Her eyes widened, her features twisted together, her face looking extremely terrifying, like a mad tigress. Her entire face went from pink to a deep purple, almost ready to explode from anger. Seeing Arya like this, Patrick shrank back. He hurriedly got up, grabbing his clothes thrown on the floor, while explaining to Arya, who was throwing pillows on the bed, I didn't mean it like that, hua hua. You have to believe me. Although that woman's voice is beautiful, the only person I like is definitely you. Arya on the bed let out a scream that could pierce through 10 layers of reinforced concrete, roaring, You actually said her voice is beautiful. You actually said her voice is beautiful. You actually said her voice is beautiful. Patrick, hiding in the corner of the room, and Diggo, standing outside the door, Both covered their ears, the same thought appearing in their minds. This woman is too scary. She must be going crazy. But compared to Diggo outside, it was obvious that Patrick was even more anxious. He looked at Arya, who was in a rampage and unrecognizable, sweating profusely, racking his brain for the pickup lines his dad had taught him. But Tom didn't want to give Patrick a chance. In an instant, when Arya had picked up the short sword given to Patrick by his mom as a self-defense gift from the nightstand and aimed it at him, Patrick finally had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered something his dad had told him. Son, if one day in the future, while trying to pick up a girl, you accidentally mess up and the girl becomes uncontrollable, remember, at that moment, don't hesitate, go in for a kiss, use your mouth to cover hers. You must have enough momentum, act quickly, and your eyes must be filled with love. You must ensure that at that moment, she can only breathe oxygen from your mouth. This will cause her brain to be deprived of oxygen, preventing her from processing the complex information from before, making her only immersed in your passionate kiss. Ultimately, unable to extricate herself, his father's words echoed in his mind, and at that moment, Arya had already lunged in front of Patrick. At this point, Patrick had no time for any other thoughts. He could only follow what his dad said. In that split second, he gathered his energy, his momentum in place. Tears in his eyes, emotions in his tears, his gaze set. He grabbed Arya's hand that was holding the weapon with his left hand, while his right arm wrapped around her slim waist. Actions in place. Finally, Patrick didn't give Arya a chance to react and directly gave her a long, deep, wet kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. In this kiss, there was all my love for you. You held my shoulder, and I saw infinite tenderness in your eyes. If time allowed, I wish this moment could be frozen into eternity, so I could always have you like this. Give me a chance, I really like you. Arya was charmed by Patrick's actions. As just a girl, she had never experienced such a pickup technique. In Patrick's words and embrace, she fell again. All right, just this last time. Diggory peered through the crack in the door, taking everything in. After hearing Patrick say those words, he couldn't believe that Mirai had been so easily won over. He couldn't help but admire Patrick's skill. What a master. Diggory muttered to himself, no, I need to crank it up a notch. The bowtie transformation device made its appearance again. The voice of a 32-year-old mature woman. Little Patrick, who are you talking to in there? You said you liked someone. Diggory had entered his personal Oscar-winning actor mode at this moment, pounding on the dormitory door with force, his voice gradually becoming hysterical. Little Patrick, who are you talking to? Is there someone else in there? Have you changed your heart? Didn't you tell me that only when the mountains have no edges and the earth and sky unite would you dare to part with me? Are you lying to me? When you were pursuing me, you even said you would be willing to transform into the stone bridge of Hogwarts, enduring 500 years of wind and 500 years of rain, just so that one day I could walk over from the mountain. Diggory played the mature woman, tearfully saying, at that time, I even advised you to give me up. I said our age difference was too great and that there would be no outcome. But you said, to love a girl, rather than letting her go for her happiness, it's better to keep her and strive for her happiness. So you came to Hogwarts, saying you would work hard for our future. Were those words all a lie to me? Little Patrick, say something. Inside the room, Patrick saw the dimming eyes of Asuka in his arms and thought, not good. When the mountains crumble and the heavens and earth unite, would I dare to part with you? 500 years of wind and 500 years of rain. Working hard for your future, huh? Then what do I count as? You keep working hard for her. Slap. At that moment, Asuka finally left that embrace, stood upright, and then suddenly gave Patrick a loud slap. Then she fell silent, wordlessly starting to get dressed. Diggory couldn't sneak a look anymore, so he quickly turned around and resumed eavesdropping. Although Hua Patrick was a bit dazed from his slap, he still wanted to hold on, saying, let me explain. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. As Ming Ri Hua quickly put on her clothes, she didn't spare him another glance and directly slammed the door as she left. Before leaving, Ming Ri Hua stopped in her tracks and said without turning her head, Patrick Downton, you jerk from now on. We are forever strangers. Patrick hurriedly chased after her, but all he saw was her back, leaving without looking back, resolute. He reached out his hand, wanted to say something to salvage the situation, but in the end his hand fell, and the words never came out. Taking a deep breath filled with sadness, he realized that the air still carried the scent of Ming Ri Hua. A tear slid down from the corner of Patrick's eye, flowing down his cheek into his mouth, and he murmured, is this the taste of youth? Diggory, I don't know, but it must smell really bad. Cedric, how did you get here? Patrick suddenly turned around after hearing an exclamation from beside him and saw Diggory walking out from behind the door. Then Patrick seemed to remember something and looked at Diggory suspiciously, asking tentatively, "When did you come in?" "Just a little while ago. When I came in, I saw a woman, probably around 30, running out with her face covered and crying." "Do you know who she is?" Diggory asked. The corner of Patrick's eye twitched as he replied, "Trust me, I want to know who that woman is even more than you do. But by the way, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" "I just finished a talk with Professor Dumbledore, and then I didn't feel like going to History of Magic. So I came back." Diggory said, "Hey, by the way, who was that girl that just left? Why did she call you a loser?" Diggory continued to ask. Upon hearing Diggory's question, the calm expression on Patrick's face twisted. Gritting his teeth, Patrick said, "Whether I'm a loser or not doesn't matter. The important thing is Cedric. When you came in, did you see a guy? He said he was delivering something." "Oh, you mean that guy?" Diggory pretended to be nonchalant and said seriously, "I saw him. He was in a hurry. Before he left, he asked me to give you these 20 books. As he spoke, Diggory handed the stack of books to Patrick. "Where did you buy these? Where did you get them?" To avoid revealing any flaws, Diggory decided to keep up the act. Patrick looked at the thick stack of colorful books in his hands, nearly wanting to throw them all into the fireplace beside him. But as he thought that these might be the only clues he could find to uncover the mastermind, Patrick calmed down. "I bought these before the semester started. I was worried that school life would be too boring, so I got them to pass the time at night while hiding under the covers." Diggory heard Patrick say this and knew he had temporarily gotten away with it. Then he could finally get to the point. "Patrick, do you remember those 2 Ravenclaw girls we saw in the cafeteria at noon today?" Patrick replied while putting the books under his bed. "Yeah, I remember. What's up? I want to know the name of the girl I like." Diggory said eagerly, "Why are you asking this?" "Wait, what do you mean?" Patrick hurriedly hid the books and then turned back to ask, "You really like that girl?" Diggory looked at Patrick, who was eagerly inquiring about his gossip, and couldn't help but think, what a forgetful person he is. He has recovered so quickly. Actually, it's a bit of both. Diggory felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was just a man in his 20s who had developed feelings for an 11-year-old girl. If anyone found out, he wouldn't know where to hide his face. The main reason was that a competition called the Triwizard Tournament was being held again, and Professor Dumbledore hoped I could participate with 2 teammates. So I thought of that girl. Diggory explained that he had forcefully come up with an excuse, and it was definitely an official one. He just wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to her, so that they could become familiar over time. However, as soon as Patrick heard Diggory mention that he was going to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, he became anxious. "Cedric, haven't you heard of the Triwizard Tournament? It's a competition that has been banned due to the high mortality rate of participants. And isn't that tournament only allowed for upperclassmen? Why will Professor Dumbledore let you compete? Isn't that just sending you to your death?" Diggory was taken aback when he saw Patrick's anxious expression. At that moment, he could clearly feel that Patrick was genuinely concerned about him. Feeling inexplicably warm inside, Diggory smiled and directly told Patrick about his conversation with Dumbledore in the office, skipping over some details and only mentioning that the Triwizard Tournament had been restructured. Upon hearing Diggory's words, Patrick nodded in relief and said, "I told you. Professor Dumbledore would never send you into a deadly tournament." Then, like a little adult, Patrick patted Diggory on the shoulder and said, "Cedric, you are the banner of Hufflepuff, and I believe you can win the tournament. You'll earn us a lot of house points, and in the end, Hufflepuff will win the House Cup this time." Diggory just smiled at Patrick's words and said, "You still haven't told me the girl's name. Are you sure you want to pursue that Ravenclaw girl?" Seeing that Diggory was still asking for the girl's name, Patrick couldn't help but ask, "I must remind you, it's best not to mess with a Ravenclaw girl." Patrick continued, "I've already shifted my focus to someone in Gryffindor. As your brother, I feel it's necessary to give you a heads up." Diggory found it a bit strange. Why can't the girls from Ravenclaw be approached? Is it because Professor Flitwick doesn't allow it? But I remember there's no rule at Hogwarts against students dating. Besides, she is so beautiful. Why can't I pursue her? Patrick wore a mysterious expression and said softly, "It's not for any other reason. It's just that the girls from Ravenclaw are too smart." "Too smart?" Diggory was a bit puzzled. "Exactly. It's because they're too smart," Patrick said with a look of fear. "If it weren't for a senior reminding me at the time, I might have done the same as you and tried to pursue the girl I liked." Patrick continued, "That senior told me that too many of our predecessors have fallen for the girls from Ravenclaw." "What do you mean?" Diggory asked. To answer Diggory's question, Patrick thought for a moment and directly revealed everything that senior had told him, hoping to dissuade him. There was a Slytherin senior who, while dating a Ravenclaw senior, tried to sneak a little affair. But because he left a strand of hair on his wizarding robe, his Ravenclaw girlfriend unraveled the whole situation and found out everything. Diggory touched his nose and said, "This is clearly that Slytherin's own doing. If it were you, would you be willing to be cheated on by your girlfriend?" Diagoly's soul-searching question immediately stumped Patrick. It seems to make sense, huh? Patrick murmured. But there's another one. Patrick didn't give up and continued. A senior student from Gryffindor was assigned to sit next to a girl in class by the teacher and ended up smelling like her perfume. The next day, his Ravenclaw girlfriend still smelled that girl's perfume on him. As a result, the Gryffindor guy was first dumped, and then he received a warm package of excrement from his girlfriend, smelling like a big latrine, for an entire month. Digory originally wanted to say that the man brought it upon himself, but before he could speak, Patrick stopped him and continued to explain. In fact, this wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was a high IQ couple who were both students at Ravenclaw. The male student always scored higher than his girlfriend on every exam, and he would often mock her after the tests. The key point is that it wasn't just the mocking. After one such instance, he even had a friendly discussion about the questions with another girl right in front of his girlfriend. When Digory heard this, he knew that even a deity couldn't save this man. Sure enough, Patrick took a sip of water and continued. In the end, it was that time when he finally made his girlfriend cry, and the consequences were dire. When Digory heard this, he immediately perked up, knowing the climax of his story was coming. What happened? What did that guy's girlfriend do to him? Patrick was also getting into it, not noticing Digory's excitement. Even if he had, it wouldn't have mattered because he felt the same way when he first heard this part. What happened? Even though he had heard it once before, just retelling it to Digory, Patrick could still feel the shock and fear he experienced when he first heard news. The result was that the girl secretly got together with another guy who had always liked her, and with his help, her grades improved significantly. In the end, not only did her grades surpass those of her boyfriend, but she also dealt him the heaviest blow right when he was most proud. Moreover, when her boyfriend realized his mistakes and wanted to ask for forgiveness, she announced in front of him and everyone else that she had already been dating another guy. Just like that, she firmly put a green hat on her boyfriend's head. Hiss! Digory gasped at this point, exclaiming, "Wow, that's ruthless." This move is simply pulling the rug out from under him, striking at the heart. Although Patrick didn't understand what Digory meant by pulling the rug out from under him and striking at the heart, he could still sense the tone of Digory's words. Right? You think it's terrifying too, don't you? Patrick also exclaimed in shock. And that's not all. After that guy found out his girlfriend had cheated on him, maybe because he couldn't handle it psychologically, he completely broke down right there. He pulled out his wand and wanted a duel with the guy who had put the green hat on him. As soon as Digory heard there was more to the story, he immediately pulled Patrick to sit on the dormitory sofa together. Although there were no chips or sunflower seeds, it didn't diminish his interest in continuing to listen. Patrick also didn't tease Digory at this moment, directly recounting the ending. The result of the duel was a rare mutual defeat. Both sides attacked, spells hit each other at the same time. At this point, the true winner and loser between the two was finally determined. Wait, Digory asked, didn't you say earlier that the result of their duel was a mutual defeat? Patrick waved his hand and said, don't rush, let me finish. The result of the duel was indeed a mutual defeat, but the key point comes afterward, concerning the girl who caused the duel and her object of affection. Watching Digory's eyes widen with curiosity, Patrick smiled with satisfaction. That girl didn't even glance at the two boys who fought for her, but instead walked away from both of them. Oh my! Digory couldn't help but exclaim. He originally thought that the girl was running towards her current boyfriend, ignoring her ex-boyfriend. The reality turned out to be completely different from what he imagined. What a ruthless woman, so terrifying. Although he didn't understand what Digory meant by terrifying, Patrick could still sense the tone in Digory's voice. That's why I said, if you want to find a girlfriend, you must avoid Ravenclaw. Patrick advised Digory again, as these few senior sisters set an example, leading every Ravenclaw girl to not easily let go of their ex-boyfriends. If you break up with a Ravenclaw girl in the future, it would be an understatement to say you'd suffer. However, to Patrick's surprise, Digory didn't take his advice and still held onto his original thought, saying, although I know you're saying this for my own good, I still want to know that girl's name. Patrick said in disbelief, are you crazy? Although that girl is indeed very charming. There are plenty of beautiful and graceful girls in Slytherin, Gryffindor, and even Hufflepuff. Have you lost your mind, fixating on just that one flower? Digory touched his nose, thought seriously for a moment, and then looked at Patrick and said, not all Ravenclaw girls are like that, and if she and I really end up together, we might not break up in the end. Moreover, Digory continued, ultimately, the three examples you mentioned earlier, the reason those guys were retaliated against is that they brought it upon themselves. Even in the last example, the girls' actions were still triggered by us guys. One didn't know how to cherish a woman, and the other had low morals, actually poaching someone else's partner. So they deserve to be used. Patrick looked at Digory as if he were a monster, unable to fully understand Diggory's thoughts with his current mindset. So, you plan to commit to that cabbage and are willing to give up the entire huge vegetable garden for her, right? Diggory sat on the sofa, thinking carefully. On one side was the entire vegetable garden, and on the other side was a big cabbage. Did he really have to make a choice like this? Seeing that Diggory hesitated, Patrick immediately showed a mischievous smile and said, "Don't think about it. As boys who are like the wind, we are only 11 years old. How can we squander our bright future like this?" Patrick sat next to Diggory, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, "And you're so handsome, right? There's no reason to give up on all those girls in the future." Diggory remained silent, not saying a word. Patrick continued with more effort. "Really, believe me, with your conditions, I just want to say two things. First, don't hang yourself on a tree right now. Second, don't look for a Ravenclaw girl. You have to know, if you really start dating a Ravenclaw girl, then forget about going out and messing around with your buddies. When you're out shopping with her, don't even think about checking out other girls' long, beautiful legs. Just a glance will be a sin, let alone texting other girls. Especially, you probably won't have the chance to hit on anyone else in the future." D. Gully suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Patrick saw that D. Gully finally reacted and immediately clapped his hands, saying, Right. You also think this ancestral skill shouldn't be lost, right?" D. Gully rubbed his nose, thought for a moment, and said, "Logically speaking, if I had a girlfriend, would I still need my hands?" Upon hearing this, Patrick immediately sensed a different meaning. He squinted his eyes, stroked his smooth chin, and asked, "Cedric, are you still a virgin?" Those who have been in a relationship know that even if we have a girlfriend, there will always be times when we still have to rely on ourselves. To some extent, Diggory stared at Patrick blankly, his face slowly turning red, and then he somewhat shyly said, I really haven't been in a relationship." At this moment, Diggory felt quite embarrassed. Whether it was his past self in his 20s or his current 11-year-old self, he had never encountered a girlfriend. At this point, Diggory suddenly felt something was off. "I'm only 11. How could I possibly have been in a relationship at this age?" Patrick leaned back, revealing a knowing smile, his eyes squinting into slits. "That's because you haven't entered our Scottish gentleman's circle, which is why you find it unbelievable to date at our age. Would you like to join our circle?" Patrick's smile grew brighter. "Once you join, you'll see a world you've never encountered before." Diggory looked at Patrick, who was clearly an 11-year-old child, but had an expression on his face that resembled the knowing smile of an 80-year-old old lecher. Thus, Diggory said sternly, "What circles and no circles? I only know that your current thoughts are very problematic." Patrick was taken aback, not understanding what Diggory meant by this. "We are still just kids. How can we fall in love early? I think it is very necessary for me to enter your circle, not for anything else, but to bring you and the other rascals in your circle back on the right track, so that you can grow up correctly under the socialist values." Patrick was even more confused. Socialist values? What is that? Why do we need to change? Our way of life is pretty good. Joining is joining. Why bring up all these things I don't understand? With that, Patrick sat down next to Diggory, threw his arm around his shoulder, and said, "But since you've joined our Scottish gentleman's circle, I'll take you to meet our friends in the circle now. After that, we'll also tell you about the English Fools Circle, the Welsh Idiots Circle, and finally the Northern Ireland Trader Circle. They're a group of people who love and hate us Scottish gentlemen, and in Hogwarts, they could be considered our teammates as well as our rivals." While speaking, Patrick got up, took out the series of stories titled The Night I Had a Talk with My Sister-in-Law that he had hidden under the bed, and said to Diggory, "I'll bring the book. They will definitely like this." Diggory looked at Patrick, who was about to pull him away with a book, and frowned. He felt like he had forgotten something important. What was he looking for Patrick for? Wait, let us hold on a second." Diggory waved his hand and pondered. "I remember I came to find you for something. Let me think." Patrick waved his hand dismissively and said, "We can think about that while we walk. The most important thing now is to find the other members of our gentleman's circle and get to know them first." No, don't change the subject." Diggory, who had originally stood up being dragged by Patrick, sat back down again. "I remember it was something very important." "Oh, I remember now," Diggory exclaimed excitedly to Patrick. "I want to know her name." Patrick looked pained and had an expression that suggested he didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. "I'm not telling you for your own good. How about we talk about something else?" Diggory said directly, "It's about this topic. Don't try to change the subject. Nothing else is as important as this. Just tell me quickly. Don't babble about other things. I won't give you another chance. Every time you babble, the author has to write over 1,000 more words, and that means another chapter wasted by you." Patrick sighed helplessly. "All right, since you have to know, I can only tell you." After giving Diggory a helpless look, Patrick finally spoke. "The girl's name is Ophelia." Ophelia. Diggory slowly murmured the name, then quickly gave an evaluation. Easy to remember, pleasant to hear. Patrick patted Diggory on the shoulder, worriedly saying, "Cedric, bro, have you lost your mind? It's just an ordinary name." Patrick looked at Diggory's expression, which seemed to say spring had come, and felt very concerned. From his experience, Diggory's mind was likely filled with Ophelia right now. He wouldn't be able to listen to anything else. Suddenly, Diggory thought of a key question, grabbed Patrick's hand, and asked, "Does Ophelia have a boyfriend?" "No," Patrick replied. "Nice." Diggory became excited. He finally knew her name and that Ophelia didn't have a boyfriend, so he could officially pursue her now. So, the most important thing now was to find her first, start as friends, and then slowly deepen the relationship. With this thought, Diggory looked at Patrick beside him, knowing this guy had experience. Seeing Diggory looking at him again, Patrick smiled proudly and said, "Let's go find the brothers from the Scottish Gentleman's Circle first, and then discuss how to help you win over Ophelia. After all, she's from Ravenclaw, and you can't think about the girls from that house with normal logic." Diggory nodded with a smile and took the initiative to hook his arm around Patrick's shoulder, saying, "Thank you in advance. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate." After leaving the dormitory, Diggory and Patrick went straight to the dining hall, where they successfully encountered the leaders of the other 3 circles in a corner of the hall. This was half an hour before dinner that afternoon. With the warm autumn sunlight streaming through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows and casting a cozy glow in the Hogwarts hall, Patrick, the leader of the Scottish Gentleman's Circle, warmly greeted the leaders of the English Goofball Circle, Welsh Idiot Circle, and Northern Irish Double-Crossers Circle, engaging in friendly exchanges. At the beginning of the meeting, Patrick first extended warm greetings and good wishes to the other 3 leaders, who expressed their gratitude and reciprocated with their own kind greetings. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a sincere and friendly conversation. As the meeting continued, Patrick introduced the 3 leaders to Cedric Diggory, the new champion of Hufflepuff House, and proudly boasted about his relationship with Diggory. He also subtly indicated to the 3 leaders that, no matter how hard they tried, it would be impossible for their circles to surpass the Scottish Gentleman's Circle after Diggory's joining. The other 3 leaders strongly disagreed with Patrick's viewpoint, stating that personnel could flow between circles, and they directly invited Cedric to join their circles in front of Patrick. Before Cedric could respond, Patrick angrily accused the 3 leaders of being unscrupulous and made it clear that Cedric would always be a member of Hufflepuff, the champion of Hufflepuff, and his good brother. He stated that not only does Hogwarts not allow students to change houses, but even if it did, Cedric would never leave Hufflepuff, which needed him. Hufflepuff would never give up on Cedric. Patrick also expressed his utmost contempt and anger towards the blatant attempts of the 3 leaders to poach Cedric. Ultimately, due to a severe clash of beliefs, the meeting ended unpleasantly. At dinner time, at the Hufflepuff table, damn it, Patrick huffed angrily as he sat on the bench, one hand gripping a large chicken leg and the other holding a cup of pumpkin juice. It was clear that even delicious food could hardly soothe him now. These bastards, actually trying to poach him right in front of Diggory. What the hell? He lamented. I even tried to help them out, and look at them now. Diggory calmly sipped his apple juice while scanning the Ravenclaw table in search of that lovely figure. However, for some reason, dinner had already started for 10 minutes, and Diggory still hadn't T-spotted Ophelia at the Ravenclaw table. Just then, he heard Patrick's complaints, and after swallowing his cloud souffle, Diggory said with disdain, "Can you at least swallow what's in your mouth before you talk? Look at the food in front of you. Is there anything left to eat?" Patrick swallowed his food, initially looking at Diggory in disbelief, but then tears slowly welled up in his eyes, his expression shifting from disbelief to one of betrayal. Those 3 bastards are heartless enough, but Cedric, you don't understand me either. It's one thing for you not to understand me. But why does this chicken leg taste so bad? Why does it smell like burnt shit? And they even added mustard? Have the house elves at Hogwarts gone crazy too? But the chicken leg isn't the main issue. He trembled, looking at Diggory, and said, "You weren't like this before." Diggo looked at Patrick's expression and silently touched his nose, feeling helpless. He originally thought that, after learning Ophelia's name, he could start figuring out how to pursue her, but now it seemed that his wingman had been unintentionally triggered by him. Diggory could only apologize first. "Patrick, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that just now. I was just a bit impatient because I didn't see Ophelia over at Ravenclaw. You actually yelled at me over a woman." Diggory wouldn't have explained if it weren't for the fact that Patrick couldn't take it anymore. His voice rose, drawing the attention of other onlookers in the cafeteria. What Diggory didn't know was that as the leader of Hufflepuff, due to his performance in the charms class, he had already become the focus of attention for both Hufflepuff and students from other houses. At that moment, as he communicated with Patrick, others couldn't hear what they were saying or know what had happened earlier. They could only see from a distance that after Diggory impatiently said a few words to Patrick, Patrick started crying. Crying wasn't a big deal. After all, who among friends hasn't had a misunderstanding? Once it was cleared up, everything would be fine. But the key point was, after they saw Diggory finish explaining to Patrick, not only did Patrick's emotions not stabilize, but they also seemed to be spiraling out of control, especially with his line, "You actually yelled at me for a woman," which gave everyone a huge space for imagination. Oh my. The biggest news of the fall of 1988. Hufflepuff's genius student Cedric Diggory had somehow gotten involved with fellow Hufflepuff student Patrick and, on the second day of school, abandoned him in public. A Gryffindor student exclaimed, with an incredibly loud voice, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Diggory turned his head to listen, and yes, he was the boss of the Northern Ireland underworld. "What? You say they are in a relationship?" Said by onlooker A. "Wow, do I even need to ask? Didn't you see that person looking at him with affection? Eyes filled with tears." Onlooker B said, "Two men. Isn't that inappropriate?" Onlooker C. "Other countries might not allow it, but in our country, there's definitely no problem. Male on male, strong men locking up men, that's very common." Onlooker D. "But it's a bit of a pity. Both of them are so handsome." Onlooker E. Onlooker F shot a glance at the previous speaker, E, and retorted, "So it's not a pity that they are with you. This burly man? At least being with me isn't a waste, right?" The burly onlooker F, with visible nose hair and lumpy muscles, said shyly, sitting in his seat. Diggory listened to the discussions of the crowd, and his expression grew darker. He cast a pleading look towards several classmates around him, hoping they would help explain to the crowd. And after receiving Diggory's desperate gaze, although those few students helped him explain to the crowd without saying a word, they clearly preferred to believe the fabricated stories rather than the truth. Moreover, the few people who helped explain later became the despicable third, fourth, and fifth parties in the minds of the other onlookers. Diggory watched as the rumors spread and darkened, with even people from Ravenclaw starting to point and gossip about him and Patrick. Meanwhile, Patrick sat beside him, seemingly unfazed, calmly eating his chicken leg. Diggory had no choice but to leave the cafeteria without looking back, believing that the other misunderstandings would gradually be resolved over time. However, this was clearly a wishful thinking on Diggory's part, as these misunderstandings remained unresolved even many years after his graduation. Furthermore, due to the existence of this incident, the years that followed at Hogwarts saw an increasing number of same-sex early romances, which became more and more rampant. Of course, that is a story for another time. Diggory walked alone in the empty corridor, having just come out of the cafeteria. He felt as if he had forgotten something, trying to think but unable to remember. In the underground of Malfoy Manor, a dark and eerie corridor stretched out before him. A dim yellow light slowly approached from the entrance of the corridor, moving closer to the other end. Lucius held a kerosene lamp, walking slowly down this underground corridor built years ago. The empty corridor echoed with Lucius's footsteps, accompanied by a breathy, greedy laughter that was unrestrained and ghostly. Gradually, Lucius arrived at the end of the corridor, where an iron barred gate came into view at the edge of the dim light. A peculiar smell pervaded the air, and Lucius frowned, taking out a clean handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, speaking in a muffled voice. "Father, your son has arrived." Lucius's voice echoed in the corridor, and the ghostly breaths and greedy laughter that had initially filled the air paused upon hearing him. Then, they suddenly became hurried. Finally, accompanied by a relaxed sigh from the ghostly sounds, everything returned to silence. "Is everything ready?" After a few seconds, accompanied by rustling sounds, the ghostly voice came again. A white-haired old man, covered in dense, dragon scale-like warts, appeared on the other side of the iron bars. He was none other than Lucius's father, the former head of the Malfoy family, Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas hunched over, his clothes disheveled. His eyes were cloudy, lacking strength and clarity. Only a few strands of white hair clung to his scalp, which was covered in dense dragon warts. Speaking revealed a few remaining, filthy yellow teeth. Lucius instinctively took a small step back, slightly bending his upper body, seemingly respectfully saying, "Everything has been arranged. The Triwizard Tournament has successfully been restarted at Hogwarts." Abraxas noticed Lucius's small movement, but chose not to expose it, merely giving a cold smile and continuing to ask, "Dumbledore hasn't discovered anything, has he?" Lucius lowered his head, pondering for a moment before replying, "He shouldn't have." "Umph." Abraxas let out a screeching laugh, like nails on a chalkboard. "Shouldn't. You know, if we were still under that being's rule, Your answer would earn you a Cruciatus curse. Hearing his father mention Voldemort directly sent a shiver down Lucius's spine. Dumbledore truly hadn't discovered anything. Just as he finished speaking, Lucius realized that he had lost his composure for a moment due to his father's words. Lucius's expression darkened, straightening up, no longer showing the previous respect, looking down disdainfully at his father, who had become unrecognizable, and arrogantly said, 3 days before the meeting, I used a bit of money to successfully win over the directors of the International Magical Cooperation Department and the Magical Sports Department. Then, the day before the meeting, I took advantage of Fudge's jealousy and fear of Dumbledore to pull him into our camp. Therefore, the meeting was very successful, Lucius said proudly. He wanted to prove that he was not inferior to his father, that even without Abraxas's leadership, he could still be a competent head of the family, surpassing his father's legacy. Abraxas noticed Lucius's little thoughts completely. However, he merely sneered, not caring about it, and then asked, You fool, are you telling me that Dumbledore just accepted your proposal without any countermeasures? Upon hearing this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Lucius's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. If there were any countermeasures proposed by Dumbledore, there were only 2. He limited the age of the participants to 13, meaning only students in their 3rd year could compete, and required that the events posed no danger. Oomph. Abraxas snorted, These 2 points have no impact at all, as long as we send his notebook into Hogwarts. The task will be half complete, and we don't need to worry about the rest. He paused for a moment, rubbed his brow, and then remembered something, asking, I heard there's a genius new student at Hogwarts. Have you looked into it? Upon hearing this, surprise flashed in Lucius's eyes, followed by a complex smile of both hatred and unwillingness, which he quickly masked with disdain. Oh, father, I didn't expect you to still have some intelligence-gathering power in your current state. I truly admire you. Abraxas's ghostly voice laughed like an owl in the night. Unless I am truly dead, you will never have all the powers of the Malfoy family. At this moment, despite Lucius's efforts to restrain himself, his eyes still revealed an uncontrollable hatred. Since you passed the position of the head to me, why do you still cling to the power in your hands? But Lucius had no way to deal with his disgusting father. I've already got the information on that new student. Lucius suppressed his complex hatred, took a deep breath, and said in a calm tone, He is a Hufflepuff student named Cedric Diggory, the son of Amos Diggory. Abraxas pondered for a moment, searching his mind for information about the Diggory family. Oh, so it's that family. I remember there hasn't been anyone outstanding in their family for 10 generations. How did they suddenly produce someone capable of carrying the banner in this generation? The old man muttered to himself. Lucius had no interest in engaging with this man who was his father, standing silently without speaking. After a while, the old man's muttering abruptly stopped, and just as Lucius felt puzzled, he suddenly heard Abraxas's ghostly laughter again. Interesting. Lucius frowned, and before he could speak, Abraxas ordered him. You need to arrange for someone right now, someone who can definitely participate in the Triwizard Tournament. And they must be someone who can win in the end. Lucius instinctively prepared to agree, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped, angrily saying, Why should I listen to you? Abraxas sneered, saying, Just because you still don't understand why I'm making such arrangements. Lucius's anger seemed so powerless under his father's words. After Abraxas finished speaking, Lucius froze for a few seconds, then turned around with a difficult expression, leaving without a word. Watching Lucius's departing figure, Abraxas's eyes flickered with an inexplicable color, which eventually turned cold. Humph! Abraxas retracted his gaze, sneering as he turned back to look at the figure lying on the ground in the darkness, bare and exposed, and said with an evil smile, Although it's just a half-breed between a ghost and us humans, it has its own unique flavor. After saying this, he suddenly lunged at the figure. Last night, Diggory had a dream where Ophelia appeared, and they had an in-depth conversation about how to define aerobic and anaerobic exercise. Then, this morning, when he woke up, Diggory looked at the bedsheet, which had a fishy-smelling map of the Atlantic Ocean on it, and awkwardly touched his nose, feeling quite embarrassed. Sigh, although my body is still that of a child, it doesn't change the fact that I have a mature heart. Then, feeling guilty, Diggory quickly glanced at Patrick sleeping beside him. Seeing that he was still fast asleep, he swiftly took out his magic wand. Fortunately, before going to bed last night, he had drawn a spell for a fresh start in the space. Otherwise, dealing with this would have been difficult. He then waved his wand, and just like that, the Atlantic map on the bedsheet disappeared. At that moment, he let out a sigh of relief. His pure and honest persona was successfully preserved. Cedric. Diggo was suddenly startled. Patrick's voice. He wasn't asleep just now. What should I do now? Should I immediately return to the space and draw another all-forgotten and then use it on him? With such little time, whether I can draw is a question. Look, this is my ex-girlfriend Amelia. How about that? Isn't that big enough? Diggory looked at Patrick with suspicion, and only after confirming that he was talking in his sleep did he relax and let out a sigh. But this also made him realize that the spell to make one forget everything had to be prioritized. He needed to master it as soon as possible. At this moment, Patrick turned over in bed, scratched his bottom, and continued to speak in his sleep. Ah, Susan, how did you come to, Cedric? Look, this is my ex-girlfriend, Susan. What do you think? Aren't her legs long? Isn't her butt perky? Diagonally couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He realized that his roommate was indeed a playboy. He just wondered if Patrick had ever toyed with his ex-girlfriend's feelings. If he did, then he wouldn't just be a playboy, but a total scumbag. Almost sensing the morning light outside, Patrick slowly woke up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and turned to see Diagonally already sitting up in the bed next to him. Wow, Cedric, is it morning already? Patrick yawned and asked. Diego looked at the fiery red sunrise outside and said, Hey, aren't you getting up to prepare for class? You skipped history of magic yesterday, and you want to continue today? Patrick lazily smiled, covered his head with the pillow, and mumbled, skipping class is great for a moment. And skipping it all the time is even better. Diggory listened and immediately revealed a smile of camaraderie, lying back down on the bed and covering himself with the blanket again. It wasn't that Diggory didn't want to get up, but he had discovered that ever since autumn arrived and the weather turned cooler, his bed had developed a special sealing power. And this power was so formidable that getting out of bed in the morning had become an extremely difficult task. Sigh, since I can't resist it, I might as well learn to enjoy it. Diggory lay in the cozy blanket, feeling comfortable and sighing. However, just as Diggory was preparing to sleep until the end of time, the dormitory door was suddenly opened from the outside, and a clearly upperclassman walked in. I knew you guys would still be in bed, shouted the freckled upperclassman. Cedric is fine, after all. He just earned us some points for Hufflepuff. But Patrick, why aren't you getting up? The upperclassman walked to Patrick's bedside and yanked the warm blanket away. Oh, what the heck? Patrick's scream was like that of a little girl about to be forcibly evicted by a strong man. Logan, what do you want this early in the morning? Give me back my blanket. You can have it back when you get up. Logan replied. Damn it. Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're an upperclassman. I'll say it again. Give me back my blanket. Patrick said angrily. Not gonna happen. Because you skipped class yesterday, our Hufflepuff lost 30 points thanks to Professor Binns. So, I want to let you skip class today. Logan held onto the blanket tightly with his right hand, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Patrick was desperately trying to pull back the blanket that was mostly out of his reach, but the power disparity was too great. Even though his face was turning red and his neck veins were bulging, he couldn't gain any advantage from Logan. But Cedric earned us 100 points yesterday. Even if I lost 30 points, we still have 70 points left. Patrick argued. Logan was infuriated by Patrick's reasoning. Those are Cedric's points, not yours. He earned the points. So if he wants to sleep in and skip class, that's his choice, but you can't do that. Who are you trying to fool with that excuse? Patrick struggled and pulled at the blanket while looking down on Logan. You're just jealous that my girlfriend is better than you. Shut your mouth. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Logan didn't want to waste any more time with Patrick. The 7th year workload at Hogwarts was far heavier than that of the first year. Just get down here. Logan used both hands to grab Patrick's blanket and pulled it forcefully back. Thud! Patrick was caught off guard and fell directly to the ground. But before Logan could react, Patrick quickly scrambled to his feet, using all fours to get back up. Then he swiftly lifted Diggory's blanket and dove in, hugging Diggory's body for warmth. I'm telling you, Logan, what you did to me today, I will make you pay for it one day. Patrick said, one hand holding onto Diggory's smooth body from behind while he raised his middle finger at Logan. Then, Patrick suddenly wore a lewd smile on his face as if he had discovered a new continent. Wow, Cedric, I didn't expect your skin to be better than my ex's. You're a guy. How do you take care of it? While speaking, Patrick's hands were mischievously roaming under the blanket, touching Diggory's 2 muscular pectorals, his 8-pack abs, and other places on his body, wildly taking advantage. Diggory's face suddenly turned as red as the rising sun, just breaking the horizon outside. Damn, get the hell away from me. I'm not into that, you bastard. Coming back to his senses, Diggory instantly went crazy, kicking his feet from under the blanket in a beautiful dragon tail move, sending Patrick flying out. Another loud thud. Patrick covered his groin and stomach, lying on the ground like a cooked shrimp, groaning weakly. Diggory had kicked him in the stomach, and, as for the other part, that was an accidental consequence of the dragon tail move. Well done. Logan silently gave Diggory a thumbs up in his heart. He also scoffed at the rumors he heard during dinner last night, claiming that Diggory and Patrick were involved, based on the force of this kick. It could only be a love-hate relationship. Two people who loved each other to the extreme and then hated each other. Wait. Logan felt like he had missed something. What was this love-hate relationship he had before? In the end, Logan dragged the half-paralyzed, naked Patrick away from the ground, and before leaving, he put some clothes on him. However, Diggory didn't care where Patrick put on his clothes. After all, Patrick should have a thick enough skin. Because of Patrick's commotion, Diggory lost interest in going back to sleep and could only get up from bed to prepare for breakfast. This morning, he had transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall, and while eating breakfast, he contemplated whether or not to skip the class. After all, it was Professor McGonagall's class. She was a strict, fair, and kind-hearted old lady, and one of Diggory's favorite original characters from his previous life, so skipping her class was really unnecessary. But the most important reason was that Minerva McGonagall was also a very strict teacher, and Diggory really didn't want to leave a bad impression on her. Additionally, Diggory had another thought, which was to test his own talent in transfiguration class. After all, the original owner of this body, Cedric Diggory, was a highly talented genius student, and now, with his soul added to this body, his talent had reached new heights. Just like what the Sorting Hat said during the sorting ceremony, the talent is the highest among peers. So, how high exactly is this highest? That was what Diggory wanted to test in transfiguration class. After all, if he could learn some simple spells on his own, there was no need to waste magical power on lottery draws to obtain them. While Diggory was having breakfast on the other side of Hogwarts, under a huge willow tree by the Black Lake, a thin figure stood alone by the tree hole. A girl with bright amber eyes, through her silver-rimmed glasses, was staring blankly at the shimmering surface of the lake. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the grass and making the girl's student skirt dance in the wind. Unfortunately, with only a few minutes left until class, no one would be able to appreciate this rare beauty in this place. Ooh, this was the sound of the wind blowing into the tree hole, and accompanying the sound was a black poisonous snake about a meter long, as thick as the girl's arm. The black snake quickly slithered out of the tree hole, like a streak of black light, swiftly winding across the grass. And in the blink of an eye, it climbed up the girl's leg and wrapped around her waist. At this moment, the girl finally came to her senses, looking at the venomous snake coiled around her waist, her fair and beautiful face showing no expression at all. It was as if she had long been accustomed to the appearance of this black snake. "What is this task?" the girl asked expressionlessly. The black snake raised its triangular head to the level of the girl's chest, extended its tongue to confirm her scent, then opened its mouth wide, revealing two long fangs that glimmered with a golden-red hue in the sunlight. Immediately, the snake's abdomen convulsed, and the girl frowned slightly because, due to the snake wrapping around her, she could distinctly feel something hard rapidly moving from the snake's belly towards the outside, about to be regurgitated. Without much waiting, just a few seconds later, the girl saw a small object resembling a milky white box emerge from the snake's throat, eventually appearing completely in the snake's mouth. Stretching it wide open, the black snake, with no hint of emotion in its slit pupils, stared intently at the girl and gently shook its head, signaling her to catch the box in its mouth. However, at that moment, the girl looked at the wet, sticky milky box with clear disdain in her beautiful eyes. Her originally straightforward and boyish personality seemed to hesitate at this moment. She really didn't want to take that box from the black snake's mouth, especially since it was something that had been slowly regurgitated from its belly. Just thinking about the fact that the snake's dinner last night and breakfast today might have been a few mice, and that the mice's corpses had already rotted and digested in the snake's belly, made her feel nauseated. At this moment, Ophelia's face was filled with the expression of "I don't want this. What are you doing? Why is this so disgusting?" The blood vessel slowly appeared in the black snake's slit pupils. It was getting a little anxious. Keeping its mouth open like this was becoming a struggle for its jaw. Slightly shaking its head in urgency, it signaled the familiar girl in front of it to hurry up and take the box from its mouth. However, what puzzled its little head was that the girl, who usually acted decisively like a boy, was suddenly hesitant at this moment and unwilling to take the small box from its mouth. Did it send it to the wrong person? The snake thought. But that couldn't be right. The scent of this human was unmistakable. So, it could only continue to shake its head, signaling the girl to hurry up and take it, but the girl still showed no response, only looking at it with a strange expression. The black snake felt a bit overwhelmed. "What are you doing? I can't understand your human expressions. If there's a problem, you should communicate it beforehand. Why torture me The errand runner now. The blood vessels in the black snake's slit pupils increased, making it seem like it had red-eye disease from a distance. It felt like it could barely hold its mouth open any longer, and saliva was uncontrollably dripping. And the girl, who was Ophelia, she also noticed the drool about to escape from the corner of the black snake's mouth, making her expression of disgust even more pronounced. But there was no way. Regarding that person's orders, she could only choose to obey. "Keep your mouth the same. Lift your head up," Ophelia said to the black snake. Then she took out her wand from behind, 9 3/4 inches, willow wood, with the core of a hair from Vila. The wand was completely snow white, adorned with fine patterns. The wand, like a person, was stunningly beautiful. Wingardium Leviosa. Ophelia softly uttered the incantation for the levitation charm, waving her wand gently, then pointing it. The tip of the wand finally hovered above the milky white box. As the tip of the wand slowly rose, the milky white box also detached from the mouth of the black snake and fell to the ground beside it. However, Ophelia did not immediately attend to the box, but walked over to the willow tree, reached out to break off a willow branch, and then tied up the black snake's mouth, which was struggling to close. The black snake was a bit confused at this moment, unable to understand why its mouth was being bound by Ophelia. After securing the black snake's mouth, Ophelia clapped her hands in satisfaction and then yanked the black snake off her waist, ruthlessly throwing it beside the willow tree hole. "You always like to coil around my waist. I have no objections. Although I know you're a male and trying to take advantage, we are not the same species, so I don't really mind. But you should know, your saliva just now was disgusting. It almost dripped onto my clothes, do you understand? If they're essay next time." Ophelia aimed her wand at the little head of the black snake. "I'll find a way to castrate you. Although I still don't know where your reproductive organs are. Trust me, there will definitely be teachers at Hogwarts who know, right?" Ophelia looked down at the black snake with a cold and proud expression, her gaze filled with warning. The black snake dared not meet Ophelia's eyes, lying flat on the ground, trembling before her feminine authority. Seeing that her warning had taken effect, Ophelia satisfiedly put away her wand. She then gently kicked the milky white box into the nearby lake, cleaned it, and put it away. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to be discovered by the Hogwarts teachers and add to their lunch?" After washing the box, Ophelia turned around and saw that the black snake had not left, so she told it to go. However, although the black snake was intimidated by Ophelia's authority, it did not leave immediately upon hearing this, but instead looked up at the pocket of Ophelia's school skirt where the box was. Ophelia understood its meaning upon seeing its gaze and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I will definitely complete the task." The black snake looked deeply at Ophelia, seemingly understanding her words, then turned and swam into the tree hole, disappearing from her sight. Ophelia sighed in relief. Although the Black Lake was somewhat distant from Hogwarts Castle, it still belonged to the Hogwarts campus. Conducting secret communications in such a place was evidently quite stressful for a child like Ophelia. Even though she had matured quite a bit, facing such matters was not easy. That's why she specifically scheduled the meeting for breakfast time and chose this secluded spot by the Black Lake for the sake of secrecy. Ophelia wiped the fine beads of sweat from her smooth forehead and relaxedly said, "Well, the meeting is over. Next, I just need to find a deserted place to open the box and understand the task content." As she spoke, Ophelia was about to turn and leave. But just as her gaze moved to the back, she suddenly saw a tall figure slowly stepping out from the shadow of the mountainside. The crescent-shaped glasses, bright blue eyes, and silver hair shone dazzlingly under the morning sun. Professor Dumbledore. Ophelia looked at Professor Dumbledore, who was quietly watching her from short distance, and murmured in disbelief, "How could I be discovered? When was I found out?" Ignoring Ophelia, Dumbledore focused his gaze on the dark willow tree hole, where there was a familiar presence of dark magic. "Old friend, is that you?" Dumbledore said softly. However, there was no one to answer his question. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze and looked back at Ophelia, smiling as he said, "I think we need to have a good talk. May I ask if you have time?" "Miss Harris?" Ophelia nervously swallowed, and although Dumbledore spoke with a smile, she could not see a trace of warmth in his eyes. There was not even a hint of the kindness he usually showed. All that remained was a coldness. At that moment, a phrase her grandmother had once told her floated into Ophelia's mind. When a man's gaze is icy, it means he is in absolute control of his reason and is extremely dangerous. Ophelia forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Of course, I have time." On the other side of Hogwarts, Diggory sat in the Transfiguration classroom, having arrived 10 minutes early because he had read the original work. He first found a spot for himself and placed his reddish-brown Transfiguration textbook on the desk, then showed an appropriately surprised expression at the cat on the podium. He originally thought about adding a persona of being kind-hearted and fond of small animals. But when he considered that he would probably just drool at the sight of small animals, Diggory thought better of it and decided to stick with his persona as a model student for now. It was crucial to wave his wand firmly and decisively during Transfiguration. There is no need to wave or twist the wand unnecessarily. Otherwise, the transformation was sure to fail. Diggory turned to the first lesson page of the book and immediately saw this sentence. Before using the Transfiguration spell, clearly visualize in your mind what you want the object to become. Upon reading this, Diggory patted himself down and realized he had nothing to experiment with. So, he had to turn around and borrow a piece of paper from his friend Patrick, who had arrived early to review and was sitting right behind him in Hufflepuff. He then turned back, starting to imagine what he wanted to transform while continuing to read. Beginners should clearly pronounce the incantation, Ferverdo, while advanced wizards do not need to say the spell aloud. Incomplete transformations are difficult to correct, but you still need to try. If you place a rabbit's head on a footstool, it is both irresponsible and dangerous. Saying reverti should return the creature or object to its original state. Large creatures are difficult to transform unless done by skilled and powerful wizards, and one must know their limits. With a few minutes left before class, Diggory was initially able to focus on his textbook, trying hard to review Transfiguration. However, as time passed, he slowly shifted his attention to the Ravenclaw students entering the classroom. Where's Ophelia? Why haven't I seen her? Did she go to the bathroom? Diggory's mind was flooded with questions. At this moment, he thought of his good friend Patrick. Diggory felt he needed him now more than ever. With Patrick's gossip channels and understanding of women, he would surely help him with his current dilemma. Then, Patrick appeared in Diggory's line of sight, albeit in an ungraceful manner, being dragged in by Logan, who was holding his school robe. After placing Patrick in the Transfiguration classroom, Logan slightly bowed to the cat on the podium, but the bow was not very noticeable, so apart from Diggory, no one else saw it, including Patrick. What made him even angrier was that his dignity had been utterly humiliated. Being dragged all the way from the Great Hall to the Transfiguration classroom was a humiliating experience. Along the way, his embarrassing state had been seen clearly by students from all grades and houses, making it impossible for him to ever approach Hogwarts girls again. But Logan was Patrick's prefect. In terms of magic, Patrick couldn't beat him. In practical combat ability, he couldn't beat him either. Even from an objective standpoint, Patrick couldn't resist Logan, because what Logan was doing was sacrificing his own time to help him study. Damn it, Patrick tried to keep his head down while searching for an empty seat, feeling the unfriendly, mocking gazes surrounding him. To Patrick, it felt like Logan had ruthlessly thrown his dignity to the ground in front of everyone and then stomped on it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, convinced that everyone around him was laughing at him. At that moment, he felt his anger was about to reach its peak, and he desperately needed an outlet. Just then, he noticed the cat on the podium staring intently at him. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Patrick took 2 big strides to the front of the podium and shouted angrily at the cat. You looking at me? You looking at me? If you keep looking, I'll catch you. It's been a while since I've had cat meat. Do you believe I'll chop you up for lunch? 1 spicy plate, 1 cumin plate? After shouting, Patrick still felt unsatisfied. So to Diggory's surprise, he rudely grabbed the cat that Professor McGonagall had transformed into and began to wipe his shoes with it like a rag. That damn Logan. Patrick angrily rubbed the cat on his shoes while muttering, just because you're a little taller, you have to drag me around, making my shoes dirty on the ground. Just because your right hand is a bit stronger, humph, 1,000 years of being single. Diggory, sitting in the back, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this scene. His mind raced, trying to find a way to save Patrick from this moment. However, Diggory had already seen a very clear, human-like anger in the cat's eyes. Sigh. It's too late, Diggory thought helplessly. This kid, so young, why does he want to go and get himself killed? But it seems he can't be blamed. After all, who told Professor McGonagall to enjoy doing this? She likes to use this special method to give the new students a lesson, teaching them to take classes seriously in such a unique way. And now it's backfired. Glancing at Patrick, who was still oblivious next to the podium, Diggory thought, with Professor McGonagall's strict temperament, Patrick would definitely be in big trouble this time, and it would surely affect Hufflepuff's house points. Oh no! Diggory felt that given Professor McGonagall's increasingly intense anger, this probably wouldn't be resolved just by deducting house points. As for how Patrick would get into trouble, Diggory felt he wouldn't be able to help at all. But for Hufflepuff's house points, Diggory thought he could learn the Transfiguration spell in class and hopefully earn some points. Enough. Sure enough, The show was about to begin. Digger instantly entered a spectator mode, just short of holding a bucket of popcorn. Patrick stared blankly at Professor McGonagall in front of him, not understanding why the tabby cat that had been in his hands just a moment ago had suddenly transformed into Professor McGonagall. It was as if his soul had left him. Patrick, with a dazed expression, looked at his empty hands. Then he looked up, bewildered, at Professor McGonagall, who was fuming, her nostrils flaring as she breathed heavily, her eyes filled with murderous intent, her face flushed with anger. Patrick's mind short-circuited a bit, and he struggled to swallow. He realized he seemed to have done something incredibly serious. "Patrick, you..." "Very good." Professor McGonagall gritted her teeth, forcing each word out of her mouth one by one until it formed this sentence. At that moment, the entire classroom was silent, not a sound to be heard. Every student seated wished they could stop breathing just to avoid drawing the furious Professor McGonagall's attention to themselves. Right now, Professor McGonagall was like a world-class volcano on the verge of eruption. D. Goley estimated that even Dumbledore wouldn't dare to say much for Patrick at this moment. Saying anything would mean death. Professor McGonagall was trembling with rage, her furious gaze fixed on Patrick, and her once meticulously styled hair was completely disheveled because of him. The serious expression that had been on her face was now filled with a fury that made everyone present feel a chill. At this moment, even the space around Professor McGonagall was showing subtle ripples, a sign of her magic getting out of control. At first, Diggory was somewhat worried that she might just pass out. After all, she was of such an age. However, when he saw the unusual phenomena around Professor McGonagall, his heart suddenly raced with an indescribable fear, and all he wanted to do was escape. Similarly feeling uneasy was Dumbledore, who was in his office having a face-to-face conversation with Ophelia. He was acutely aware of an abnormal surge of magical energy within Hogwarts. Voldemort. Dumbledore's face changed drastically, and his heart skipped a beat. He first thought that this madman had returned, but no, this magical aura was not dark at all. However, upon further sensing, Dumbledore discovered that although this surge of magic was extremely powerful, it lacked the dark aura characteristic of dark magic. Moreover, in terms of the intensity of the magical fluctuations, it seemed to be quite a distance from a Voldemort of the past, and judging by the aura, although it felt filled with anger, it was not sinister at all. In fact, this magical fluctuation did not belong to the Death Eaters. It almost resembled Minerva McGonagall. Dumbledore was immediately taken aback and puzzled because, in his memory, he had never seen McGonagall lose her composure like this. If this surge of magical energy truly came from McGonagall, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been too tense. He looked at a phoenix named Fawkes perched on a sycamore would stand beside him. Just as he was about to ask Fawkes to investigate the situation, the magical wave suddenly vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Dumbledore unable to inquire further. Dumbledore closed his eyes and thought it was best to let it go. McGonagall could surely handle her own matters, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, although his thoughts had been quite active just now, Dumbledore maintained an expression of calmness, especially since Ophelia was sitting right across from him. It was best to resolve the current matters before addressing anything else. Back to Diggory's side, it was clear that his earlier worries were unnecessary. Just as Professor McGonagall's anger reached its peak, she suddenly adjusted her breathing quickly, and that face, which could almost be used to fry rice, visibly calmed down before Diggory and the others' astonished eyes. Wow, what a deity! Diggory was mentally cheering for Professor McGonagall. At the same time, this also solidified his resolve never to underestimate women again. After all, just this ability to control emotions was enough for Diggory to hold them in awe. Her face officially regained its calmness. Patrick Doughton. Professor McGonagall's voice, not loud, but extremely clear, echoed in the Transfiguration classroom. After this first Transfiguration class today, you are to submit a 10,000-word reflection. Boom. Professor McGonagall's words struck Patrick like a thunderbolt, mercilessly hitting him on the head. This requirement was even more damaging than forbidding him from flirting with girls. Just this alone made Patrick realize he was in the wrong. But before the sadness could spread across Patrick's face, Professor McGonagall continued, "You can just stand for this class, and I will inform your parents of your performance today, in the form of a home visit. Double kill. 10,000 points of critical damage." Patrick stood there dumbfounded. Diggory and the new Hufflepuffs sat below, collectively observing a moment of silence for Patrick. It wasn't that they didn't want to sympathize with Patrick a bit more, but the next words from Professor McGonagall made them reluctant. Due to Patrick's actions, Hufflepuff was deducted 50 house points. Professor McGonagall announced, Immediately, various disdainful and resentful glances focused on the already unconscious Patrick, the poor boy once again becoming the scapegoat for Hufflepuff. All right, class is starting now. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall cast a levitation charm, positioning Patrick against the wall, then walked to the front of the class and began the formal lesson. First, please open your beginner's transfiguration guide in front of you. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall looked up at the students below and, after spotting a few dazed ones, ordered all those without textbooks to step aside. As soon as she finished speaking, Diggory saw 5 Hufflepuff students silently stand up, walking to the wall without making a sound, forming a line next to the sorrowful Patrick, who was drowning in his own sadness. Upon seeing this, Professor McGonagall remarked, "More Hufflepuff students again, another deduction of 50 points." She showed no mercy. Oh, Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff students still seated felt a bit disheartened. Silence. Professor McGonagall's authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, and the classroom fell silent once more. At this moment, Professor McGonagall quietly nodded in satisfaction. Transfiguration. This class will be the most complex and dangerous magic among all your courses at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class, Professor McGonagall paused here. Her cold gaze threateningly glanced at the 6 human background pillars by the wall. I will give the harshest punishment without mercy, and they will never be allowed to return to my class. I solemnly warn you all. The scolding from Professor McGonagall was very severe, and the students below were very obedient, quiet as a group of frightened quails. Next, I will explain the transfiguration spell to you. Professor McGonagall was pleased with the current classroom atmosphere. The transfiguration spell is magic that transforms one object into another. It can turn inanimate things into living beings and vice versa. Some transfiguration spells can change a certain part of an object, such as turning a person's ears into rabbit ears, while others can change the object itself. For example, turning a matchstick into an embroidery needle, turning a lifeless stone into a cute little white rabbit, or turning a Persian cat into a corgi. Among these 3 types of transfiguration, transforming one inorganic object into another inorganic object is relatively simpler than transforming an inorganic object into an organic one or transforming one organic object into another organic one, requiring less magical power and mental energy compared to the other 2 types of transfiguration at the same level. However, even the simplest inorganic transfiguration spell is quite challenging for beginners to master. Therefore, today's transfiguration lesson will focus on understanding the spells for inorganic transformation before mastering them later. So, I will distribute a feather to each of you, and then you will use it to practice the inorganic transfiguration spell. As Professor McGonagall spoke, she waved her wand gently, and one by one, feathers fell in an orderly manner before each student. Diggory was no exception. He looked at the feather in front of him and inexplicably recalled his time studying interior design in college. Back then in class, the teacher first showed them the completed design renderings, which were truly perfect. It effortlessly captured the attention of the entire class. After the students' enthusiasm for learning was ignited, the teacher then brought out the construction drawings, which included the floor plans, section drawings, electrical and plumbing installation diagrams, and interior decoration drawings, all composed of lines in various colors. At that moment, the entire class looked at these monotonous construction drawings, and their enthusiasm for learning was instantly dampened by half. Then the teacher said, "The reason that last rendering is so stunning is that the designers painstakingly depicted it from these monotonous construction drawings. Only by enduring solitude can one preserve prosperity. Only by mastering the fundamentals can you showcase your talents in that limited space." Diggory remembered that when he heard the teacher's words, he felt they made so much sense. The reason he failed the course at the end of the semester was that during college, he spent all his time hanging out with girls. Clearly, between boring major courses and fun girls, what difficulty was there in making that choice? On beautiful nights, going out to dinner, chatting, watching movies with girls, and then finding a hotel to talk about life and deepen friendships. Wasn't that appealing? Just thinking about it made Diggory chuckle. "Cedric, is my class that funny?" Professor McGonagall glared at Diggory, another Hufflepuff. Originally, Professor McGonagall had interacted with Cedric on the night of the sorting ceremony at the start of the school year and thought he was a pretty decent kid. But now, seeing his performance in her class, she decided to change her evaluation of him. "You better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise your house will lose 20 points, and you'll have to stand for the entire class, just like them," Professor McGonagall said coldly. Diggory was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that just by taking a moment to reminisce about the past, he would lose control of himself and end up directly walking into the muzzle of a gun. Diggory touched his nose and glanced at Patrick and the others not far away, seeing them excitedly making expressions. Diggory carefully observed with the corner of his eye. Their expressions seemed to convey, "Come on, have fun. After all, there is plenty of time. Ah, itchy. Stop it, you bunch of bastards." Diggory quickly averted his gaze. He then immediately transformed into a cute, well-behaved expression, accompanied by a lovely, sparkling gaze, and said to Professor McGonagall, "Professor, I'm smiling not for any other reason, but simply because there are a few parts one didn't understand in my preview of your class. Then, after you finished explaining just now, I completely understood. I feel like I should be able to master the transfiguration spell for inanimate objects soon, which is why I'm smiling." Finally, Diggory added a cute expression mixed with a hint of grievance, and he tried hard to squeeze out a bit of moisture in his eyes. Instantly, a perfect scene of a good student being misunderstood by the teacher appeared. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was oblivious to Diggory's poor acting skills, although she did have a good first impression of him on the night of the first day of school. The problem now was that Professor McGonagall was really angry with those few exceptional Hufflepuffs. "I know you have great talent, but I also hope you can be grounded and study hard. Don't aim too high," Professor McGonagall said sternly, educating Diggory with great seriousness. "Having confidence is a good thing, but your confidence must not turn into blind arrogance, because arrogance will only make you become someone who thinks they are amazing, but in reality is just ignorant and superficial. No matter how great your achievements may be in the future, you will eventually fall from your pedestal, and it will hurt. Therefore, I hope you can be humble and low-key, so that others won't look down on you." Professor McGonagall stood there, educating Diggory for quite a while, and finally stopped because she felt thirsty. "So, as someone who has been through it, I hope you can be humble and cautious, and not become one of those arrogant and self-satisfied people, because no one will respect such individuals." After saying the last sentence, Professor McGonagall returned to the podium, took a sip of water, and then went over to the Ravenclaw students to start guiding their spell practice. Diggory watched Professor McGonagall walk away after her lengthy lecture, glancing at the 6 human pillars by the wall, thinking to himself, "Am I being dragged down by those 6 idiots? Is this how I'm going to be educated by Professor McGonagall? Will it damage the image of the top student I've built up? What should I do if my image really gets damaged because of this?" Diggory sat in his seat, lowering his head in distress. But before he could come to a conclusion, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Diggory turned around and found that the person who had patted him was Cedric, who had borrowed paper from him before class. "Sorry, I accidentally overheard your mumbling just now. Although I think your mumbling is a bit lame, I want to believe in you, even though I'm a bit nervous about your upcoming learning of the levitation charm. Listen, is this even human language? When we took Professor Flitwick's levitation charm class, didn't I learn it quickly as well? Why do you have so little faith in me now?" Diggory felt a bit frustrated. Even if you learned the levitation charm quickly, the transfiguration charm isn't the same as the levitation charm, the straightforward boy said honestly. Although both are spells, the difference between them is like the difference between push-ups and pull-ups. The focus and difficulty are completely different. Maybe your levitation charm is great, but your transfiguration might not be. The straightforward boy continued. "If you really can't do it, don't be discouraged. Just keep working hard. I still believe in you." "Me? I can't do it. How do you know I can't? Do your parents know you talk like this?" Diggory's inner thoughts were filled with sarcasm. However, this classmate, whose name he didn't even know, was indeed speaking for Diggory's sake, which made Diggory feel even more frustrated. "Trust me, I can do it. You really have to believe in me." Diggory patted the shoulder of the background character, assuring him, "I believe in you, really I do." The background character said sincerely, looking into Diggory's eyes. Haha, there was a phrase Diggory wanted to say, but wasn't he sure if he should. "You, background character, do you know that the forced look in your eyes is about to overflow?" It hurt. Background character. Diggory decided to stop worrying about it, and allocated all his talent points to the supporting character with a sharp tongue. He turned back and began to focus on the feather in front of him. After all, he had already made bold claims. The supporting character could be unprincipled, but he could not afford to be. Moreover, Diggory still needed to test how strong his talents really were. So no matter what, he had to take this seriously now. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Diggory picked up his wand and seriously looked at the feather in front of him. He silently recalled the key points of the transfiguration spell that Professor McGonagall had just mentioned. The most important thing is the synchronization of the movements, incantation, and mental focus when casting the spell. He picked up the wand again and began to practice the synchronization of the spell, movement, and mental focus. "Fervito," he said, but the movements and incantation were not in sync. "Fervito," he tried again, and the feather moved slightly. Diggory frowned. Something was off. It seemed he had misaligned his mental focus. Ferravito. This time, the incantation was just right, the movement was perfect, and his mental energy flowed precisely to the tip of the wand. Damn it, Diggory exclaimed in frustration, scratching his nose. I forgot to clearly think about what I wanted to transform. Diggory rubbed his forehead in frustration. It was such a pity this time, but for some reason, he had a vague premonition that he would definitely succeed next time. After getting ready once more, Diggory silently thought to himself, having been a mediocre student for a lifetime, let me experience what it's like to be a top student this time. After the mental preparation was complete, Diggory adjusted his breathing, envisioned what he wanted to transform into, and began to wave his wand clockwise. At the same time, he softly recited the transformation spell, Ferravito. As the third syllable fell, Diggory's wand completed a full clockwise circle. Finally, with just the right amount of force, the tip of the wand pointed at the white feather as he uttered the last syllable, do, and his mental energy poured out simultaneously. Bang! Diego's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He saw the feather on the table in front of him, and it suddenly looked as if it were being grasped by a hand and rubbed back and forth. In the next short 3 seconds, it completely transformed into exactly what Diego had been thinking about. A joyful smile spread across Diego's face. He finally experienced what it felt like to be a top student. It turned out that this kind of magical power flowed smoothly from within him to the tip of his wand, and the spell was uttered without any hesitation, perfectly complemented by just the right amount of mental energy. The levitation spell was effortlessly cast by him at the last moment. Was a top student. This is what it means to be a top student. Diggory's left hand, which was placed under the table, was tightly clenched in excitement. He wanted to cheer out loud, but before he could act, he suddenly heard a Hufflepuff student sitting next to him exclaim, "Oh my gosh, Professor, report to Professor McGonagall, I saw it, Cedric did it. He succeeded." Everyone looked up, directing their attention to the source of the exclamation. "Oh my gosh, Cedric is amazing." The Hufflepuff student pointed at Diggory and shouted decisively, "Cedric. Cedric, he succeeded. I've decided from today on he is my idol. He truly is the leader of our Hufflepuff freshmen." The information contained in this exclamation exploded in everyone's minds like a bomb. Everyone instinctively looked at the table in front of Diggory, where the originally white feather had disappeared, leaving only a small object that was unknown. What was that? Does anyone know? Does it matter what that was? Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. Did Cedric really learn the transfiguration spell? Could it be a trick? Did he hide the feather? Impossible. He had no reason to deceive us. Oh my gosh. Then he really did learn the transfiguration spell. Digger sat quietly in his seat, and upon hearing his deskmate's words and the discussions of the classmates, the pride in his heart was almost about to burst out. However, he knew he couldn't let his pride get the better of him. He still wanted to continue showing off. Amidst the rising chorus of gasps in the classroom, Digger, the protagonist, stood up calmly. The noise in the classroom gradually faded away, and everyone fell silent, their attention focused entirely on Digger. At this moment, they all subconsciously wanted to hear what Digger would say next. Digger furrowed his brow slightly and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Oh, what's going on? It took me 3 tries to succeed, which is a bit of failure. Moreover, from a preview before class to starting a learning class, and finally mastering the transfiguration spell, it seems like it took almost 20 minutes, which is way too long." After saying this, Digger looked up at Professor McGonagall and sincerely asked, "Professor, it took me so long to learn the simplest transfiguration spell. Am I too stupid?" Upon hearing Digger's words, Professor McGonagall's serious face involuntarily twitched, thinking to herself, how arrogant and attention-seeking must this child be to say such things. However, seeing the sincere expression on Digger's face, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this child was really feeling frustrated? Did he genuinely think he was inadequate? No. Child, your performance is already very good. No, it's the best. No one is better than you. In the end, Professor McGonagall chose to believe Digger's poor acting skills, because in her perception, Digger was just an 11-year-old child, and how could a little kid have so many chaotic thoughts? So, after forming this preconceived notion, she naturally chose to believe it. "You are the fastest student I've ever taught in learning transfiguration. Your talent is truly high." Professor McGonagall said sincerely, "I will write to your father about your achievements, and I believe he will be proud of you." Diggory stood up from his seat and touched his nose. Professor McGonagall's heartfelt praise made him feel a bit embarrassed, and now he couldn't continue to act superior. "Furthermore, because of your excellent performance, I decided—" Professor McGonagall paused for a moment, as if she was contemplating something. Diggory was startled. It was coming. It was about to happen. How many points would the houses receive? I have decided to award Hufflepuff House 100 points, Professor McGonagall said. Diagonally's mouth was stretching all the way to the back of his ears. Oh dear, Professor McGonagall. Why are you being so polite? It's making me a bit embarrassed. Professor McGonagall looked at Diagonally and nodded slightly. Indeed, a good child who was honest, straightforward, humble, and had a sense of collective honor. At that moment, Professor McGonagall accidentally caught sight of a small plastic-wrapped object on Diagonally's desk that had been transformed by a transfiguration spell. Cedric, what is this thing you've conjured? It seems familiar, but I can't quite remember. Professor McGonagall pointed at the object on the desk, looking a bit puzzled as she asked Diagonally, "Could you introduce it to us?" "Yeah, what is this thing? I've never seen it before. It says Durex on it. What is this? I've never heard of it. Oh, it also says thin air condom, natural latex rubber." Diggory slapped his little cutie hard, timely blocking the gaze of the student who wanted to continue reading. Diggory took a deep breath. What the heck? Did this brand already exist in this era? Sigh, I really know too little about this stuff. Digioli didn't have time to dwell on it. His mind was racing, and he blurted out, "This is actually said to be just a protective cover." Yes, a protective cover. But what is it protecting? Diggory's brain continued to race. So protect the fingers? Diggory looked at his fingers, which were only a little over a centimeter in diameter. Is this really necessary? A protective cover? Patrick, standing by the wall, revealed an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew what that was, and he knew it well. That night, on his 11th birthday, his dad took him to a bathhouse run by a woman, and after the bath, he used it. He still remembered using the ultra-thin version that night. At that moment, Patrick looked at Diggory with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, "Kid, I almost didn't recognize you." Professor McGonagall, having listened to Diggory's explanation, slowly walked in front of him. Coincidentally, she also recognized this item. In the past, she had used it too, and it was associated with a scumbag. The unpleasant memories stirred within her, and Professor McGonagall's gaze towards Diggory grew cold again. How do you know about this? Diggory felt a bit uneasy. How was he supposed to explain this? It was obvious from Professor McGonagall's expression that she knew what this was, but how could she know? Diggory remembered this kind of packaging. It was clearly a mainland exclusive. And where did this thing originate from? Suddenly, Diggory thought of some not-so-good news. Could it be? Yes, the headquarters of this company was right in the capital of this country. The voice of the big orange cat echoed in Diggory's mind again. The company was established in 1929, right? I don't quite remember, but anyway, you're done for, kid. The cat's meow was filled with unhidden glee, mocking Diggory for his impure thoughts, for always being fixated on inappropriate ideas, and for being so old yet still thinking about pursuing an 11-year-old girl. Serves you right. The big orange cat fell silent, refusing to respond no matter how much Diggory called out. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's increasingly stern gaze made Diggory feel extremely anxious, and he was trying hard to keep his legs from trembling. What to do? He felt a bit desperate, unsure if calling for help would be useful. But just then, he suddenly felt a warm gaze shooting straight at him from the side. Diggory quickly glanced out of the corner of his eye. Was it Patrick? What did he want? Why was he looking at me like that? Did he want to have something beyond friendship with me? Or did he think I was on the same wavelength as him? Nonsense. I'm very pure. As a roommate, how could Patrick think of me like this? So, Professor, I accidentally found it on Patrick's nightstand this morning. Diggory boldly pointed at Patrick, his eyes pure and innocent, even sparkling as he said. He said this thing is a good treasure, but he didn't say how to treasure, so I thought I'd create one myself and study it slowly. The innocence in Diggory's eyes was the main theme, followed by a hint of anxiety and confusion. And just like that, an innocent, curious young boy appeared. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze instantly shifted. Diggory's words took her by surprise. How could such a small child know such things? She didn't doubt the truth of Diggory's words, because when he said them, his expression was genuinely deceptive. Meanwhile, Patrick, standing by the wall, was completely confused. What? How did this involve him? The inexplicable smile on his face, which hadn't yet faded, was fully noticed by Professor McGonagall. To Professor McGonagall, that inexplicable smile looked decidedly lewd. There was no escape. Patrick felt the weight of Professor McGonagall's stern gaze fixed on him. You're coming with me right now. Without waiting for Patrick to react, Professor McGonagall waved her wand and used a levitation charm, thus taking the still-dazed Patrick away. Diggory watched Patrick walking farther away and silently apologized in his heart. Smee Moss. Before leaving the classroom, Professor McGonagall asked the students to keep quiet and study on their own, assuring them that she would return shortly. She then allowed the excellent Diggory to guide the students who had not yet mastered the transfiguration of inanimate objects, which earned Hufflepuff House an additional 50 points. So, Diggory happily took 150 points for the house and joyfully taught the Hufflepuff students how to perform the transfiguration of inanimate objects. However, 20 minutes later, he helplessly discovered that the learning capabilities of the Hufflepuff students were truly hard to describe. No matter how he broke down the key points of the transfiguration of inanimate objects, they just couldn't understand. Diggory recalled carefully that there didn't seem to be any particularly famous individuals in his year, just some ordinary characters. The only two he had a slight impression of were two Slytherin students, Pot and Derek, who were both members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. But they were just minor players, and later on, they didn't have any screen time at all. In contrast, the previous year, there was a more well-known student, Oliver, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The specific level of his skills was not explicitly mentioned in the novels or films, but his passion for Quidditch could almost be said to be the highest in the Harry Potter universe. And his broomstick flying skills were probably on par with professional race car drivers. Extremely impressive. It could be said that the Gryffindor Quidditch team relied heavily on Oliver to maintain its reputation before the arrival of Harry Potter, the Chosen One. If he had had a few decent teammates back then, the top prize in the Hogwarts Quidditch matches wouldn't have been dominated by Slytherin for so long. Then Diggory naturally thought of his own house. And while the Quidditch performance was as difficult to describe as the current situation with learning transfiguration, so Diggory, feeling helpless, cheerfully walked over to the Ravenclaw students and began focusing on teaching them spells. He also took the opportunity to ask Eloise where Ophelia was, but strangely, she only knew that Ophelia had disappeared early in the morning and didn't know where she had gone. Diggory frowned, feeling a bit worried. Ophelia's personal safety should still be guaranteed. After all, Voldemort is still hiding in the Albanian forest, waiting for a chance to come out. According to the usual storyline, he won't be able to leave until 1991, when Quirrell enters that forest. As for the remaining Death Eaters, without Voldemort's leadership, they wouldn't have the guts to jump around recklessly. More precisely, after Voldemort's downfall, those guys hurriedly distanced themselves from him. The ones truly loyal to Voldemort, Diggory thought, probably only include little Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix, right? The other Death Eaters either left him once they learned of Voldemort's true intentions, like Sirius's brother Regulus, or couldn't stand Voldemort's ruthlessness and betrayed him out of love, like Snape and the Lucius couple. So, the reason Voldemort ended up being so isolated and despised is entirely because he brought it upon himself, ignoring the feelings of his subordinates, and then getting betrayed. Serve him right. Just when Diggory was mourning for Voldemort in the Transfiguration classroom, in Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore was quietly watching Patrick in front of his desk, feeling more headache from this student than he ever had. At such a young age, he asked already, "Does your family know about this?" At first, when Dumbledore heard Professor McGonagall mention Patrick having little umbrellas, he didn't react immediately. He was preoccupied with thoughts about Ophelia, who was still in the office. Once he realized it, his first feeling was disbelief, shock, and a bit of skepticism. Are kids nowadays so uninhibited? After sending someone to confirm in Patrick's dorm, he found out that Professor McGonagall was not exaggerating, and the assistant sent to confirm even found a pile of colorful novels under Patrick's bed. Seeing Patrick with his head down, looking terrified that his secret had been exposed, it was now undeniable. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, thinking that with the Downton family's morals, Patrick's parents must have known about this. When Professor McGonagall brought Patrick to Dumbledore's office and explained the situation, she insisted that the Downton family parents must be invited for tea. This child is only 11 years old. Placing such things on his bedside table at such a young age, what is he trying to do? The key point is that Hogwarts dorms are not co-ed. His dorm is all boys. Who is he planning to use this on? Is this a male-on-male situation? Anyway, after Professor McGonagall left Patrick here, she angrily stated her dissatisfaction with Patrick and the Downton family's children's education from multiple angles, including national educational philosophy and the healthy development of adolescence. Finally, she left the subsequent communication and education work to Dumbledore. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take Ophelia with her under Dumbledore's gaze. Now, only Patrick and Dumbledore remained in the office. "Speak," Dumbledore exhaled deeply, looking at the very honest Patrick standing beside him. "Why do you have these things?" While speaking, Dumbledore flipped through the colorful novels. Oh, quite explosive. Old Dumbledore thought, "If I say I'm being wronged, would you believe me, Professor?" Patrick said aggrievedly, "Wronged?" Dumbledore put down the colorful novel, pointing at the series of novels and a pile of boxed little umbrellas on the table, surprised and puzzled. "Aren't these things you brought from home?" "No, Patrick honestly confessed. Now he probably realized that he'd been set up by Diggory. Then, his good stuff was discovered by accident, leading to this chaotic situation. Then who put these things in your place? Dumbledore asked. Patrick hesitated for a moment, then confessed that pile of boxed little umbrellas was indeed brought from home, but that was my dad worrying that I might accidentally fire my gun. So he forced me to take it. I wouldn't have brought such things to school. As for that series of novels, it was given to me yesterday by someone claiming to be a Hogwarts courier, but I don't actually know what that person looks like. Patrick tried his best to defend himself, wanting to salvage some image in front of his idol. At first, when Dumbledore heard Patrick say he wouldn't have brought little umbrellas to school, he was very angry. What? You don't even bring little umbrellas. Are you planning to go in unprotected? Who gave you the courage to act so recklessly? But later, when he heard about that so-called Hogwarts courier, Dumbledore's gaze suddenly sharpened. Courier? Why have I never heard of such a person at Hogwarts? Did someone breach Hogwarts' defensive magic yesterday, entering the campus without my knowledge? Dumbledore immediately glanced at the cabinet filled with various magical items beside him, and only when he saw that the crystal ball displaying the Hogwarts' defensive magic status was unharmed did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But then he frowned again. If the defensive magic was fine, then it meant there was an insider. Tell me in detail about what happened, Dumbledore said, his eyes filled with seriousness. The more detailed, the better. The more detailed, the better. Patrick felt a bit shy. Can we skip some details? I'll pretend you didn't say that, Dumbledore said sternly. Patrick lowered his head, smiling awkwardly. That day I skipped class too, you know. Dumbledore's eyes twitched behind the half-moon glasses. Because there were too many people outside, it was inconvenient. So I brought her back to the dorm, Patrick continued. Dumbledore's hands, which were under the desk, began to tighten and then relax, then tighten again. And then, because we got along so well, we ended up on the bed. Patrick got increasingly embarrassed as he described his experience in front of his idol. Dumbledore, sitting behind the desk, was also uncomfortable. He was trying hard to stabilize his breathing, feeling like his heart, which had accompanied him for most of his life, was on the verge of breaking down. Stop rambling, get to the point. Dumbledore was trying to control his tone to avoid being too harsh. What exactly is the situation with that Hogwarts courier? That courier. Patrick sensed Dumbledore's impatience and quickly said, I actually don't know. Hearing this, Dumbledore painfully closed his eyes. Then what do you know? Tell me everything you know, Dumbledore asked, almost trembling. Patrick saw Dumbledore's condition and panicked, desperately recalling what he had done yesterday, fearing he would anger Dumbledore. He seemed to be about my age based on his voice. Patrick was racking his brains, trying to remember. Wait, I thought of something. Cedric must have seen him. Those books were delivered by him, Patrick said confidently. Cedric. Upon hearing Diggory's name, Dumbledore suddenly had a gut feeling that this matter might not be so simple. You mean Cedric has seen that courier? Dumbledore asked, his bright blue eyes fixed intently on Patrick, a peculiar light emanating from deep within. Did Cedric see the person who claimed to be the courier, or was Cedric the courier himself? Dumbledore pondered. Meanwhile, Patrick was completely oblivious to the subtle change in Dumbledore's expression and continued to answer his questions. Yes, I can confirm that. At that time, I was with that girl in bed. Enough. After confirming that Patrick wasn't lying, Dumbledore immediately raised his hand to signal. Enough. I don't want to hear about your affair with that girl. Just stand here and wait. Having said that, Dumbledore addressed a portrait on the wall of the office. Fawkes, I need your help again. Please go and notify Minerva, and then bring that little rascal Cedric over. As soon as he finished speaking, a portrait of a chubby wizard with a red nose stood up from a throne-like chair on the wall, filled with portraits of former Hogwarts headmasters. He smiled kindly and said, Not a trouble at all. I love getting out for a walk. It's so boring to stay here all the time. After saying that, Fawkes left his frame. Once the office was quiet again, Patrick weakly looked up at Dumbledore and said, Professor, can you keep this matter to yourself? Dumbledore, still thinking about whether Diggory was the courier, instinctively asked, Which matter? The one about me skipping class to chase girls, Patrick said, his face turning red and speaking in fragments. Patrick, I remember that the most adept spell in your family is the armor charm, right? Dumbledore didn't answer Patrick's question, but instead asked him another one. Yes. Is there a problem? Patrick asked, somewhat puzzled. Dumbledore raised his long white beard slightly, revealing a cryptic smile. He still didn't answer Patrick's question, but returned to the previous one. You mean you want me to keep your skipping class a secret? Patrick looked at the inexplicable smile on Dumbledore's face and involuntarily took a step back, tightly pressing his lips together. For some reason, he felt like a naked little white rabbit being eyed by this old fox. Why did his idol give him such a feeling? Could it be because I look very innocent? Fortunately, Dumbledore's legitimacy had stopped. Otherwise, if he knew Patrick's thoughts at that moment, his heart would really be in trouble. Patrick hesitantly nodded. Professor, do you agree? With conditions. Dumbledore's smile appeared even more amiable. Professor, you are my idol, Patrick said, feeling wronged. He emphasized the words professor and idol. Oh, silly child, what are you thinking? Dumbledore pretended to be angry and said, the condition I proposed is for the good of your family. Really? Patrick was somewhat skeptical. Dumbledore stroked his beard and assured Patrick, of course, it's true. How could I lie to you? I am your idol. Patrick looked at Dumbledore's kind face, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to trust old Dumbledore. Well then, Professor, I believe you. Patrick asked, so what is the condition? Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction and said, in 3 months, Hogwarts will resume the long-suspended Triwizard Tournament. That thing is deadly. I absolutely refuse to go. Patrick jumped up and protested loudly. Absolutely not. Dumbledore looked into Patrick's eyes and asked, not going, not even if I die. Although Dumbledore's piercing gaze put immense psychological pressure on Patrick. Just thinking about all his memories of the Triwizard Tournament being drenched in blood gave him the strength to refuse his idol. So you plan to let me make your affairs public? Dumbledore said in a calm tone, threatening him. Patrick was instantly torn. He could imagine that once this matter was revealed by a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, with him as the endorser, he might not say everything, but he would definitely be despised by most of the female wizards who idolized Dumbledore. Just thinking about the number of Dumbledore's female supporters made Patrick's handsome face scrunch up. Moreover, the key point was that all the girls at Hogwarts would instantly have their impression of him drop to the lowest. So low that he would have no hope of attracting any Hogwarts girls. He might even fail to get the attention of women who had already graduated from Hogwarts. Patrick finally realized that his initial feeling was correct. This was a thoroughly unequal treaty. At that moment, he felt very regretful. His life at Hogwarts was nothing like what his dad had told him before he started school. He still clearly remembered that on the night he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, his dad told him, Hogwarts? Who goes there to study? A school? Isn't that a place to chase girls? Who would study there? In the Transfiguration classroom, a background character sat in his seat, tilting his head to look at Diggory sitting in the Ravenclaw section. A little Hufflepuff badger next to him asked, Hey, why are you staring over at Ravenclaw? Have you fallen for one of the girls over there? The background character shook his head, saying, Didn't you notice that Cedric hasn't come back to our side since Professor McGonagall returned? The little badger suddenly realized and followed the background character's gaze, saying, Why hasn't Cedric come back? I didn't even notice. The background character sighed, because your attention is all on your feathers. The little badger sighed too, yeah. I still haven't learned the transfiguration spell for inanimate objects, and class time is already more than half over. Besides, the others in Hufflepuff Haven T learned it either. I wonder how things are going over in Ravenclaw. The background character looked over at Diggory and replied to the little badger. I don't know if the others in Ravenclaw have learned it, but that girl has definitely learned it. Ophelia, is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to explain it to you again? Under a window in the classroom, Diggory sat next to Ophelia, leaning against the desk with one hand propping up his head, his eyes fixed intently on the girl in front of him. The sunlight outside streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow all around. The girl's fair face seemed to shine in the sunlight. The fine sweat hairs that represented her youth were clearly visible. You've missed some classes, so you've had less practice time, and as the first person to master the transfiguration spell, I believe I have a responsibility to help you fully grasp it. When Diggory said this, his gaze remained fixed on Ophelia. Professor McGonagall, this person always bothers me next to me. I want to apply for a seat change. Diggory was taken aback, looking at Ophelia, who was raising her hand to get McGonagall's attention. Was this a report? Did they dislike him? Professor McGonagall, sitting behind her desk, looked up from the pile of assignments from the upper-year Gryffindor students and glanced at Diggory and Ophelia, who were sitting by the window. Adjusting her glasses, she said seriously, Cedric, I remember that apart from Ophelia, no one else in this classroom seems to have mastered the transfiguration of inanimate objects. I hope you can walk around and help some of the other students. After saying that, before Diggory could respond, she buried her head back in the stack of assignments. The quality of these assignments was quite perfunctory. The attitude towards learning was truly poor. She would take these few students to Filch later. She was sure he would need some help to disturb the stairs of Hogwarts. Ophelia, seeing Professor McGonagall shift her attention to other matters and only briefly mention her, couldn't help but sigh. However, that one sentence was enough. Did you hear that? Professor McGonagall wants you to help other students. Not just sit next to me and disturb me. Ophelia said to Diggory. Diggory awkwardly touched his nose and said, I'm sorry for bothering you, but I just want to help you, nothing else. Ophelia couldn't even be bothered to look Diggory in the eye. Do you even believe what you're saying? Hearing this, Diggory placed his hand on his left chest and looked steadily at Ophelia, saying, I believe I can swear on my conscience. It's telling me that I just sat beside you for a little while out of mutual help among classmates. If you don't believe me, you can touch it. Upon hearing this, Ophelia shook her head helplessly, a hint of impatience lingering between her brows. I'm not interested in your conscience. I just hope you can stay away from me right now. I don't need you. Originally, Ophelia had a good first impression of Diggory, but after Dumbledore brought her to the office for tea that morning, she had a lot on her mind. So now, she simply didn't have the mood to pay attention to Diggory. However, Diggory was completely unaware of Ophelia's inner thoughts. He now felt completely confused and dazed. Women, your name is heartless. DG lowered his head dejectedly. This girl is so hard to deal with. I'm already so handsome, and I'm a top student. It seems completely useless. She doesn't even bother to pay attention to me. Are all 11-year-old girls in this world so difficult? No, in my previous life, wasn't it all about looks? Once you have looks, you could do whatever you want with those girls, right? Why is this world so different? Diggory found it hard to accept, and then, to test his charm, he winked at another Ravenclaw girl. When he saw her momentarily stunned before breaking into a shy smile, he thought to himself, my looks are definitely not a problem. However, this only plunged Diggory into deeper troubles. Just like that, he, already questioning his life, was pulled back by a background character to the Hufflepuff side, and Ophelia finally got the quiet she desired. How long had it been since she could be alone and quietly do something? Ophelia could no longer remember. She only recalled that ever since her family was found by that man, the previous peace had vanished. Because of that man, her grandfather died at the hands of a powerful auror. Because of that man, her parents were imprisoned in Azkaban by Alastair Moody, causing her, at just 6 years old, to lose the embrace of her parents. Even on her 10th birthday, that already gravely ill man used family influence to take away her gentle sister. If her life before meeting that man was like spring, then after meeting him, it became winter. Ophelia shook her head, casting aside these thoughts from her mind, and refocused her energy on the transformation charm. Fair ado, the incantation was not fluent, and the feather on the table remained still, but Ophelia felt no discouragement. Instead, she continuously encouraged herself, tidied her emotions, and tried again. Her adorable appearance was captivating, and her radiant smile blossomed in the sunlight, creating a moment that felt like spring had arrived. Just one glance was enough to draw Diggory in. That damned, unplaceable charm of hers. Diggory felt himself sinking deeper and deeper, possibly going further down Ophelia's path. But just then, a dark shadow blocked his line of sight, and Diggory immediately became displeased. Ah, Seba. But when he looked up, he found that the person who had come was Professor McGonagall. Diggory immediately changed his expression and asked with a pure smile, Professor, did you need something from me? Professor McGonagall felt a bit strange. What did the child mean by what he said earlier? And his current smile felt quite odd. However, she didn't dwell on it, as there were still so many assignments waiting for her. Professor Dumbledore wants you to go to his office. If there's nothing else, you can head over now. Diggory glanced at Ophelia on the other side and said, Teacher, many students haven't mastered the transfiguration spell yet, especially my Hufflepuff classmates. The progress, oh dear. Diggory rubbed his forehead with one hand, sighed deeply, and put on a look of regret, completely ignoring the lingering gazes from the background characters and the Hufflepuff badgers. He exclaimed, How much time have you really spent on us? You ran off to Ravenclaw in no time and then stayed next to Ophelia. Have you ever taught us? In the cramped office that felt even smaller due to the crowd, Dumbledore sat calmly in a chair, watching the two children standing in front of him as punishment, and then leisurely took a sip of blueberry wine. He let out a long breath, comfortably squinted his eyes, and asked, So, have you two figured out what you want to say? Diggo, I haven't thought it through. Patrick, I've thought it through. Diggory closed his eyes in frustration. Dumbledore raised an enigmatic smile, looked at Diggory with a raised eyebrow, and then slightly nodded, signaling Patrick that he could begin his performance. After receiving Dumbledore's signal, Patrick did not hesitate and began to explain everything he knew about that day. The entire process was thorough, even down to which foot he stepped in first when he brought the morning flower into the dormitory. Diggory, standing by, helplessly watched Patrick, not daring to look at Dumbledore in front of him. He could clearly feel that when Patrick mentioned the voice of a strange young woman outside the door, Dumbledore's penetrating gaze was fixed directly on him, filled with suspicion behind his half-moon glasses. It was obvious now that the old man had begun to suspect him, and no matter what he said next or how logical it seemed, in old Dumbledore's eyes, it would all be nonsense. He estimated that even a punctuation mark would not be believed, because in Dumbledore's view, the strange things about Diggory were already numerous enough. And now, out of nowhere, there was suddenly a Hogwarts delivery person? What kind of joke was that? Did he think the portraits hanging in the corridors of Hogwarts were dead? Although they were indeed not alive, the almost ubiquitous portraits served as security and alarm systems within Hogwarts. Therefore, in his opinion, the voice of that strange young woman and the Hogwarts delivery person must have been Diggory's doing, or at the very least, he absolutely knew something. As Dumbledore listened to Patrick recount the details of the situation, he observed Diggory's expression. When he saw the boy's fluctuating gaze, Dumbledore secretly smiled. After all, he was still a child and couldn't hide his thoughts. All right, I have a general idea now. Old Dumbledore gestured for Patrick to stop, indicating that he had no interest in the early romance of the two kids. At this point, Dumbledore could basically conclude that the appearance of the delivery person was not as serious as he had imagined. There was no sign of Death Eaters or Dark Wizards invading. It was likely just a prank by Diggory. As for this colorful novel, Dumbledore glanced at Diggory and thought, not a good thing either. Patrick, seeing that Dumbledore had completely shifted his attention to Diggory, cautiously asked, "So, Professor, can I go back now? After all, I've finished my explanation, and I still need to write the 10,000-word reflection that Professor McGonagall assigned." A 10,000-word reflection. Dumbledore looked at the poor child and recalled that McGonagall had mentioned wanting to invite his parents over and even plan a home visit. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt that Patrick was also a source of concern. But thinking about how this kid had started dating so early and had even gone directly to third base. Therefore, Dumbledore certainly would not agree to his pitiful request. A troublesome child like this should be thrown into the Triwizard Tournament, or it would be a disservice to his conscience. If you agree to participate in the Triwizard Tournament with Diggory, then you can go back now, Dumbledore said slowly while sipping blueberry wine. Patrick's face fell. Professor Dumbledore, do I have any other options? No, Dumbledore replied decisively. At this moment, Patrick suddenly wanted to go home and transfer to another school. He felt that Hogwarts was against him. Forget about the home visit. He accepted the fact that he couldn't date. But now he was actually being asked to participate in a life-and-death competition. This was asking for his life. After all, he was the heir to a capitalist society, the young master of the Downton family, the next family patriarch, usually surrounded by layers of protection as an important figure. Why was he being sent to risk his life at Hogwarts? Thinking of this, Patrick felt it was necessary to contact his father. Well, Professor, it's not that I disagree. After all, you are my idol, and if you want me to go, I should definitely feel obliged. Diego was a bit surprised. Is this still the Patrick I know? Didn't he refuse to go before? But as soon as Diggory heard this, he knew Patrick's reasons were coming. Dumbledore also put down his glass. Patrick continued, "After all, I am the only heir of the Downton family, and the responsibility of carrying on the family line rests entirely on my shoulders. Therefore, I would like to ask my father's opinion once more. If he agrees, then I can immediately accept your offer." Diggory raised his eyebrows, secretly giving Patrick a thumbs up for this reason. There is no father in the world who doesn't care about his own child, although many times the expression of paternal love is very restrained, making it hard to feel or understand. However, it is undeniable that a father will always be the unwavering support behind his child. At this moment, even Dumbledore nodded and said, "You make a good point. As the sole heir of the Downton family, it is indeed a bit rash for you to decide whether to participate in the competition like this." Patrick quickly pulled a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth, thinking that he might be able to avoid this ordeal. His dad would definitely not let him take risks. However, Diggory, who was also standing by, was unhappy. Why could others consult their parents before making a decision? Well, he just had to go along with it. Didn't he have any rights? Just as Diggory was about to voice his discontent, he saw Dumbledore pull out an opened envelope from a pile of books and letters on the left side of the desk. "Regarding your participation, your father's family has already sent a letter." Dumbledore looked at Patrick, his eyes carrying a hint of sympathy. "In fact, the idea of you participating in the competition was proposed by your family. More accurately, it was agreed upon by your father and grandfather together. This letter was sent by them to recommend you to me." At this moment, Diggory suddenly understood what Dumbledore's earlier sympathy meant. If anyone had such a father and grandfather, it would be hard to bear. Were they worried that he wouldn't carry on the family line? Diggory couldn't help but look at Patrick with sympathy, thinking that this kid might not be biologically related, But then he recalled his own cheap dad from the original story, who happily sent his son to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and he felt a mix of emotions. Why was it that every father in this world worried their son wouldn't survive? Patrick stared blankly at the letter in his hand, the familiar dark green handwriting of the feather pen. After repeatedly checking it in disbelief, he finally thought, why? I don't believe it. They said paternal love is like a mountain. I can't believe my dad would be so heartless. Tears welled in Patrick's eyes as he shouted incredulously at Dumbledore, Professor, I don't believe it. I don't believe my dad would let me participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Even if he agrees, my grandfather definitely won't. As a proud heir of family, why should he participate in a competition where he could lose his life at any moment? Why? Even if he is my dad. So what? My legs are my own. If I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. Diggory looked at his companion beside him. Patrick had completely lost control and was in a state of throwing a tantrum, the kind that no one could stop. At least Diggory believed he definitely couldn't stop him. Dumbledore watched the farce unfold before him and calmly pulled out an envelope from the left side of his desk. This is a letter from your grandfather. Take a look. It was a sound letter, similar to a yelling letter, and Patrick couldn't wait to open it. Then he heard the earnest teachings of his grandfather, whom he regarded as his last hope. Hope shattered. The voice, slightly hoarse yet kind, conveyed the same message as his father's. Patrick was to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. However, his grandfather was a bit more compassionate than his father. He comforted his big-headed grandson in the letter, saying that this year's Triwizard Tournament would be the least dangerous in history, and that no one would die for sure. At most, one might end up as an 8th-level cripple, spending the rest of their life in bed. Having lost his last hope, Patrick was now slumped on the ground, as if life had lost its luster. Diggory couldn't watch any longer, so he reached out and patted Patrick on the shoulder, comforting him. It's okay. It's just a game, right? We'll face it together. Isn't there a saying, when brothers are of one mind, their strength can cut through metal? Dumbledore, who was nearby, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon hearing this, thinking, this kid has some skill in his words. No wonder he's Amos's son. But where did he hear that? I haven't heard of it before. Patrick brushed off Diggory's hand with a mournful expression and said, what do you mean it's okay? You don't know anything. Do you know the reputation of Durmstrang? That school doesn't prohibit dark magic. You poor fool. Do you know what dark magic is? Do you know the 3 unforgivable curses? The main reason the Triwizard Tournament was banned in the past was because the students from Durmstrang were too lethal. Do you know that? You don't know anything at all, Diggory shook his head at Patrick, who was already crying like a baby, thinking how pitiful he was. He had never seen someone with such poor stress resistance and such a cowardly personality. Considering that Patrick was on the verge of breaking down, he decided not to hold it against him for calling himself a poor loser. However, it had to be said that Patrick's words hit the nail on the head. What if they encountered a Durmstrang student who indiscriminately threw dark magic at them? He remembered that he had been a bit cowardly about this too. At that moment, Dumbledore spoke up. Isn't your family, the Dauntons, the best at the armored charm? You're already a year older this year. You should be able to cast it with ease. But Patrick wasn't buying it. Seeing that he was about to start complaining again, Dumbledore's gaze suddenly became sharp, and his tone turned severe. You 2 little rascals. When asked to earn some face for Hogwarts, you both make excuses and hesitate. Do you think you have the ability to negotiate terms with me? Isn't Hogwarts your alma mater? Do you want to see Hogwarts, the host, humiliated by the other 2 schools in this competition, shave bald, and then shamed? Don't you have any sense of collective honor? Don't you want to be heroes for Hogwarts? You all find various reasons to shirk responsibility and refuse to participate in the competition, whining and complaining. And not one girl has been as straightforward as this. DG stood below feeling a bit wronged. Didn't I promise back then? Why am I being scolded along with you now? But wait, girl. Diggory heard that there was a girl on the team and asked, Professor, who is that girl? What are her abilities? The implication was clear. If her abilities were lacking, then they shouldn't include her, as she would drag them down. Meanwhile, Patrick, seeing that he had no hope, stopped crying and making a fuss. He quietly stood up, brushed off his clothes, and wiped his face, which didn't have much tear on it, mostly just a lot of howling. Then he calmly stepped aside, looking as if he hadn't just been on the verge of death. At the same time, Diggory's question was also a way to change the subject, diverting Dumbledore's attention from the issue of the Hogwarts courier and using this opportunity to shift to his last team member. After hearing this, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then said, you can rest assured about her abilities. She has her own special skills. As for what those skills are, I won't tell you yet. You'll have to communicate with her yourselves later. In any case, you 2 rascals can be assured she will definitely not hold you back. Knowing the strength of the last female team member was satisfactory, Diggory felt relieved. At that moment, Patrick spoke up. Compared to Diggory's focus on the female teammate's abilities, he was obviously more concerned about her appearance. Professor, is that girl pretty? What's her figure like? What's her measurements? Does she have a boyfriend? What kind of boy does she like? After firing off a series of questions, Patrick stared straight at Dumbledore, hoping he would reveal more information about the girl. If she was a quality resource, he wanted to make his move. Anyway, it seemed that his chances with Minghua were gone. So if he didn't seize this opportunity to find another one, he would have to work hard with his hands tonight. Little did he know, Dumbledore pointed to the door and said impatiently, "You can go back now. Are you done with practicing spells? Not writing reflections? Get back to studying." Patrick sighed in disappointment. The girl was no longer an option. But as he turned away, he quickly shrugged it off. If one was gone, he could just find another. There were plenty of girls at Hogwarts. The person who had been worried about the dangers of the Triwizard Tournament now nonchalantly turned to leave. In Patrick's view, since it was a done deal that he would participate in the Triwizard Tournament, there was no need to resist that decision anymore. After all, resisting was pointless. It was better to relax and go with the flow. He could follow behind Diggory during the tournament, clinging to his coattails while Diggory handled the offense. And he would take care of the defense, letting that girl do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't hinder them. Meanwhile, Diggory, who had turned to leave, felt very happy. He had successfully avoided the issue of the courier. As for when Dumbledore would bring it up again, that was not something Diggory needed to worry about for now. There were still many days ahead, and he would deal with it later. Right now, his main task was to go to the room of requirement to exchange for some magical power and enhance his strength in the space. Then he could focus on preparing for the Triwizard Tournament 3 months later. Dumbledore watched Diggory and Patrick leave, especially Diggory, and a vague thought crossed his mind. Was there something he had forgotten? But he couldn't remember what it was at the moment. Dumbledore helplessly lifted his glass, looking at the dull skin on his hand, with its uneven, twisted wrinkles resembling mottled marks on a wall, and sighed deeply. "Ah, I have indeed aged." In his younger days, when he was researching dragon blood and inventing things with Nicholas Flamel, he could clearly remember what he had for breakfast a month ago. Unlike now, when he couldn't even recall the content of a conversation. His gaze then shifted to the letters sent to him by Patrick's father and grandfather, and Dumbledore frowned. This matter was indeed a bit strange. When he was troubled about the participants, he hadn't expected old Tundin to write to him, and the content was a suggestion for his precious grandson to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Although he had some connection with old Tundin, it wasn't enough for him to actively write to recommend his grandson to help him out. Moreover, these old pureblood families in the magical world were known for being cunning, only acting when there was benefit to be gained. So old Tundin's unsolicited recommendation was puzzling to Dumbledore. Could it be because of Cedric? Dumbledore speculated. It should be. These old pureblood families have their own sources of information, and they couldn't have missed news about Cedric. But if old Tundin's target was really Cedric? Dumbledore's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Did old Tundin want his grandson to get close to Cedric early, to show favor to this third Dark Lord? Dumbledore snorted. That old man only knows how to scheme. But scheming, it seemed, was a skill he had always lacked, even after living for over 100 years. Although he had founded the Order of the Phoenix, that organization was fundamentally just a group of people with similar goals coming together, not true scheming. Dumbledore opened the right drawer of his desk and took out a brown paper bag, contemplating whether to open it. Inside were the details about Diggory that he had asked a friend at the Ministry of Magic to gather. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the tabletop, the sound echoing in the quiet office, while Dumbledore's expression remained indifferent. Just then, Fawkes suddenly chirped from a shelf nearby, the clear sound bringing Dumbledore's thoughts back. "Are you suggesting I ask Trelawney to do a reading for Cedric?" Dumbledore communicated with Fawkes. "That might not be useful. Trelawney is better at predicting the deaths of wizards rather than their fortunes." At this moment, Fawkes chirped again. "You mean the truth serum?" Dumbledore's eyes brightened. That could work, but the taste of that potion wasn't great. How could he get Cedric to drink it? Get him drunk? Dumbledore's face flushed. He was still a child. Wasn't that inappropriate? Chirp. Hearing Fawkes say that, Dumbledore nodded seriously. Indeed, given Cedric's talent, there could be no room for error. Looking out at the midday sun, Dumbledore said quietly, "Then I need to arrange this soon. I need to find a suitable candidate." It was Friday, a warm and sunny morning. During the flying lesson, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were attending class together. On a lush green field, Diggory looked down at his feet and muttered, "Isn't it autumn now? Why is the grass still growing so well? What brand is it?" Diggory remembered the few green plants he had planted next to his computer in his previous life. For some unknown reason, they would mysteriously die after a while. He thought that when he crossed back in time, he must bring this grass with him. It would definitely be different from those flashy items he had bought before. Unfortunately, no one was there to answer his questions. Patrick, since the last time D. Goalie had tricked him, had been sulking and had not spoken to him for 3 consecutive days. Even when they returned to the dormitory, Patrick had not communicated with D. Goalie. Even if D. Goalie took the initiative to speak, Patrick would only huff in its sunder manner and walk away. Meanwhile, others had gathered in the center of the lawn, eagerly waiting for the teacher's arrival. Diggory sighed and lazily made his way over to them. He really didn't want to attend this class. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Diggory was afraid of heights, a fear that had started in his previous life and remained unchanged even after his body was swapped. Second, he was worried about getting hurt, especially the second point. Ever since he was a child watching movies, Diggory had thought about this issue. As he grew up and reflected on it, he found himself admiring those actors. Sitting on such a thin stick while tightly gripping with his legs seemed risky from the movie scenes. After thinking it over, Diggory decided to make an excuse and skip the flying class for the sake of his precious golden egg. "Hello, everyone. Are all the students here?" Just as Diggory was contemplating, Madame Horkin, the flying instructor with a buzz cut, briskly walked over and greeted everyone loudly. "Hello, teacher. We're all here." The group of eager students shouted in unison. Diggory, standing at the back, remained silent. He had already planned to pretend he had no talent for flying, claiming he couldn't even hold onto the broom, allowing him to skip class and watch Ophelia fly from below. Thinking of this, a smile crept across Diggory's face, believing he would surely witness a different kind of scenery then. Next, the new students from the 2 houses stood on either side, with a broomstick placed by each of their feet. The group of students who had been eagerly waiting for class had already found their spots before Diggory even took a step, with the nearby broomsticks being the ones they had their eyes on beforehand. At that moment, Diggory slowly picked an unwanted broom and stood beside it. Then he looked up and smiled happily, because Ophelia was right in front of him, facing him. "All right, now everyone extend your hands over the broomstick and say up. This way, the broomstick will fly into your hands." Before Diggory could greet Ophelia, Madame Horkin had already begun teaching everyone the first step of flying with the broomstick. Regarding the spell for the flying broom, I reviewed the movie, and in English, it's just a simple up, without any special incantation. Then Patrick laughed happily. There was no need to look for a reason. He could spend the entire class trying to get the broomstick to fly into his hands. And if Madame Horkin ignored him, he would still have time to practice a new spell he drew from the system, Stupefy. On the grass of the flying class, Madame Horkin held her broomstick in one hand while the other rested on her waist in boredom. She yawned and looked at the group of little ones in front of her. 10 minutes had passed, and only 2 people had managed to summon their broomsticks. These 2 were Patrick from Hufflepuff and Eloise from Ravenclaw. Meanwhile, Diggory, who had been rumored to have extraordinary talent, had yet to move the broomstick next to his feet, even a little. Is this it? How come we have a class like this? With this level of skill, Flitwick still wants to apply to transfer him to his house. That old coot must have water in his brain. As for the others, their performance varied like mountains and rivers, but no one had managed to grab the broomstick. Seeing this, Madame Horkin let out a helpless hum. She felt that this year's students were the worst she had taught since coming to Hogwarts. Put in some effort. Show some emotion. Madame Horkin had no choice but to remind the students, you can imagine the broomstick as your close partner or your most important tool. You can even think of it as your girlfriend or boyfriend. In any case, speed up. I don't want to waste time on this. Madame Horkin's tone was extremely stern. Her yellow eyes like those of an eagle fixed on the students, her gray hair standing on end, and some timid students dared not look up at her. Diggory curled his lip in dissatisfaction at Mrs. Horkin's interruption of his admiration for the girl. After she finished speaking, he ignored her words and continued to appreciate Ophelia's efforts. However, this scene happened to catch the eye of the already upset Mrs. Horkin, making her even angrier. "Cedric, the weather is nice today, and the girls are pretty." Mrs. Horkin's tone was filled with anger. "So, when are you planning to start studying flying seriously? The sun is out, the rain has stopped, and now you think you can do it, right? Can you please focus on your studies? It's been 10 minutes since class started, and you're the only one who hasn't touched the flying broom. Is that all you've got? A giant in spells, a dwarf in flying?" The more Mrs. Horkin spoke, the angrier she became, her visible spit almost spraying Diggory's face in the sunlight. "Now, starting from this moment, either you grab the flying broom in the next 5 minutes, or you can expect to lose house points and face punishment. I'm saying this, and you can deal with it." After scolding Diggory, Mrs. Horkin turned her anger towards the other students. "And you all have 5 more minutes too. If you still can't get it, I will ask Professor Dumbledore to keep you here practicing until you master it, and only then can you leave. Some students wanted to protest upon hearing this, but as soon as they met Mrs. Horkin's sharp gaze, they immediately shrank back. They silently directed their frustration towards Diggory, feeling they were suffering from an undeserved disaster, all because of him. However, after returning to her position, Mrs. Horkin thought about it and remained angry. She then noticed the girl Diggory had been watching, and without asking for Ophelia's name, she began to educate her. Her words implied that Ophelia should not affect others and should focus on summoning the broom first. But Ophelia was unwilling to accept this. It was indeed her problem that she couldn't summon the broom, but it was entirely Diggory's issue that he couldn't take his eyes off her. So Ophelia calmly replied, "Teacher, I admit that I haven't been able to summon the broom, which is indeed my problem, but I don't agree that I'm affecting others." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Horkin laughed, but it was a laugh filled with anger. However, Ophelia didn't care about Mrs. Horkin's expression. Her tone was neither humble nor arrogant as she continued, "Someone's eyes are on their own face, and I can't control where his eyes look. Whether I'm good-looking or not is also not something I can control. My parents gave me excellent genes, which is why I naturally look this good. I can't help it." Ophelia's clean gaze met Mrs. Horkin's without fear. "Cedric likes looking at me, but that's his inability to control his eyes. The problem is not with me, and I want to take the blame for it. At the same time, I will study hard and won't waste my time or my grandma's expectations." After saying this, Ophelia continued to practice as if there was no one else around, completely ignoring Mrs. Horkin's furious gaze and the shocked expressions of the others. "Wow, this girl is amazing." Ophelia was just too Diggory felt his vocabulary was lacking. He couldn't find the right words to describe how he felt about Ophelia at that moment. Independent, brave. Diego looked towards the source of the sound and saw Patrick giving him a thumbs up, his eyes seeming to say, "Bro, you have good taste." Diggory smiled proudly, glanced at Eloise not far away, and gave Patrick a look. "Your taste isn't bad either." Thus, after this wave of mutual compliments through glances, their relationship returned to its initial state, with no awkwardness left. Perhaps this is the friendship of youth, untainted by the strange complexities of adulthood. Just a simple purity that could be easily let go with a turn of the head. Mrs. Hawk was feeling quite pressured by Ophelia, but upon reflection, she felt that Ophelia was not wrong. You can't blame the wine just because the drunkard can't control his urge to drink. However, she felt reluctant to apologize to Ophelia. So Mrs. Hawk shifted her attention to Diggory and the other students who had yet to learn to summon their wands. "Wasn't it you little rascals who put me in a bad mood and made me embarrass myself? A bunch of students who don't take their studies seriously. Hurry up and practice properly. Don't waste any more time," Mrs. Hawk said somewhat awkwardly. Although this was the worst group she had ever taught, she still hoped Diggory and the others would learn to use the flying broomsticks well. Her earlier outburst was ultimately due to her concern for these kids. "I believe many of you are quite fascinated by Quidditch, and if you can't use a flying broomstick, then this thrilling and exciting sport will be out of your reach." After finishing her words, Mrs. Hawk glanced at the students who were hanging their heads in shame, smiled in satisfaction, as long as they weren't giving up on learning. "I have something to attend to now, so you all practice by yourselves for a while." Mrs. Hawk decided to give the students a bit of freedom. Feeling that since she had lost her temper earlier, many students were subconsciously avoiding looking at her. If this led to them performing poorly, that was not what she wanted. As Mrs. Hawk's figure disappeared around the corner of Hogwarts Castle, the students immediately felt the air around them lighten. A student whose wand hadn't moved at all took a deep breath. This refreshing air, how intoxicating. Yes, I've never felt breathing could be such a relaxing and pleasant thing. Another student chimed in. When Mrs. Hawk was furious just now, I didn't dare to let out a fart, and only now could I finally release it. I was about to explode. As soon as the student said this, those standing next to him immediately sensed that something else had mixed into the originally sweet air. Damn, this guy actually ate abalone this morning. And with garlic. Shameless. Instantly, a large space around that student cleared out, leaving him standing alone. The student looked around in confusion, feeling a bit aggrieved. Diggory also smelled that scent, and he simply couldn't stand it. So he pinched his nose and seemingly casually left the spot, and somehow found himself right next to Ophelia. Diggory greeted Ophelia with a smile. "Hi, Ophelia, let's practice together. Maybe it'll go faster." Ophelia didn't respond. Just looked up and shot Diggory a disdainful glance from the corner of her eye, then wrinkled her petite nose. "The smell is really awful. And it even drifted over here. How shameless." Diggory's smile froze on his face. He felt like a cicada in Ophelia's summer, as if no matter how much he declared his existence, it was superfluous to her. Thus, laughter turned into a bitter smile, and he could only stand there, lacking the courage to move forward. Patrick witnessed this scene and walked over, patting Diggory on the shoulder. "Your flirting skills are really terrible. A couple of days ago, I made some friends, and there are several seniors from the 4th grade in that circle, as well as a few girls from Slytherin. How about it? Want to practice a bit? You need to learn to cut your losses before your heart gets completely shattered. Otherwise, you will end up with nothing." Diggory looked at Patrick in surprise, and then said, "Of course, the latter part of that sentence was told to me by my dad, to remind me not to be foolish and get hurt by girls. But the first part is true. Those senior girls are, wow, just like little proud kittens, waiting for us." Patrick had one hand resting on Diggory's shoulder, looking at him with a knowing look, and chuckled with a he. Diggory frowned and said, "Can you wait for me to catch my breath?" "All right, no problem, brother, I understand," Patrick said while patting Diggory's shoulder. "Let's practice this flying broomstick first. After all, you're the leader of our Hufflepuff, and if you can't master this thing, our whole house will be embarrassed." Diggory nodded and then pointed his hand at the flying broomstick placed at his feet. Up, snap. Patrick saw a flash before his eyes, and then he heard a snap. The broomstick was already firmly in Diggory's hand. Patrick looked incredulously at Diggory beside him, his mouth widening in disbelief. Just as he was about to shout, Diggory quickly tossed the broomstick aside and covered Patrick's mouth. "Shush, don't let it out. I don't want others to know." Patrick asked in confusion, "Why? Why don't you want others to know? You've known how to do it for a long time. Haven't you?" Hearing this, Diggory couldn't help but feel a bit smug, but he didn't show it on his face. He just explained, "Have you looked at the thickness of this broomstick? Just imagine, riding on such a thin stick, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you? That's why I never practiced. I really don't want to fly on such a stick." Patrick realized this, and then looked at the slender broomstick, exclaiming, "Oh my God, it really is thin." He imagined the stick rubbing against his private parts, and shivered. He instinctively touched his groin, feeling lingering fear. No wonder some famous Quidditch players always struggle to find girlfriends. It turns out it's not others' fault, but their own issues. Riding on a stick with a diameter of about 6 centimeters, flying around in the air, making sharp turns, and performing difficult maneuvers. Just thinking about it made Patrick subconsciously squeeze his legs together. This was no longer just a technical skill. For the 26th time, she still hadn't succeeded. Ophelia looked at the broomstick on the ground, pushed up her glasses, and wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, she silently encouraged herself to continue practicing the summoning charm. Some people, without any ability, have been learning for so long and still haven't mastered the summoning of a broomstick. It's hard to understand how she was sorted into Ravenclaw. Yes, just a burden. A harsh mocking voice rang out in the practice area. Diggory and the others looked over and saw a girl with black hair. A square face, thin lips, small eyes, a big nose, and prominent ears, with many freckles on her face, coldly mocking Ophelia. The girl was holding a broomstick, apparently having just learned the summoning charm. As soon as she learned it, she couldn't wait to come over and ridicule Ophelia. "You're useless after all this time. The broomstick hasn't even moved an inch. You're just wasting time here, wasting Hogwarts resources. With your talent, you actually got sorted into Ravenclaw. I think either the sorting hat made a mistake, or you used some shady trick to fool the sorting hat. Otherwise, someone like you doesn't even deserve to enter Hogwarts." However, although the girl was speaking passionately, Ophelia didn't pay any attention to her words. As if the girl was talking about her at all, she was completely focused on practicing the summoning charm. Seeing that Ophelia ignored her, a flicker of anger and jealousy flashed in the girl's eyes. She immediately signaled to another girl who also had an unfortunate appearance. The other girl understood at once, a subtle, cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as she walked toward Ophelia. As the girl approached Ophelia, she pulled out a small bottle from her pocket, filled with a viscous dark green liquid. From her actions, it was clear she intended to sneak up behind Ophelia and pour the dark green liquid on her clothes. Meanwhile, Ophelia was still seriously practicing the summoning of the broomstick, completely unaware of the impending malice. Diggory was anxious. He wanted to loudly warn Ophelia, but it was too late. "Ophelia, watch out behind you." Ophelia frowned, but before she could look up, that girl slammed into her from behind, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. At that moment, the girl pinched her nose with one hand and opened the bottle with the other. Suddenly, an extremely unpleasant and strange odor wafted out from the bottle, making a student standing downwind gag and vomit up the dinner he had eaten the night before. The girl's face was twisted with jealousy and madness. She had disliked Ophelia since the first day of school. Why did Ophelia have to be so beautiful? Why were there boys pursuing her? Why did everyone's attention always focus on her, while no one ever cared about her? Not even a little. And now, with this potion, Ophelia would be forever surrounded by a stench that could never be washed away. This way, no boys would pursue her anymore, and she would become just like herself, someone who was ignored by others. The girl's eyes were completely mad, and the dark green liquid was about to spill from the bottle onto Ophelia. Dazed and on the ground, armored for protection, the training ground was silent. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to breathe at that moment, all staring wide-eyed and in a daze at Diggory and Patrick, who were holding their wands. Just now, a blow from Diggory sent the girl flying, landing 5 meters away. Meanwhile, the foul, sticky, dark green liquid that was about to fall on Ophelia was blocked by Patrick's armor, splattering onto the grass beside them. Everyone stood there in a daze, struggling to process the scene they had just witnessed. What on earth was happening? Aren't we all just freshmen who entered the academy a week ago? Why is it that while we are still learning how to summon flying brooms, those two have already mastered intermediate spells? One has armor for protection, and the other is knocking people out. Are their families aware of how impressive they are? Especially that Cedric guy, who seemed to master the levitation charm and transfiguration just a few days ago, and now he's learned the stunning spell. Is this going to leave us, ordinary students, with no way to keep up? With such strong talent, it feels like we're all just background characters to you. Have you considered our feelings? Clearly, Diggory hadn't thought about that at all. He didn't even notice the gazes of the background characters. At that moment, in his eyes, there was only Ophelia. Are you okay? Do you need help? Diggory hurriedly ran to Ophelia's side, wanting to reach out to support her. But fearing it might be too abrupt, he hesitated with his hand outstretched, unsure of what to do. Ophelia wasn't hurt. She had just been bumped and managed to stand up on her own. She glanced at Diggory's bewildered hands, but didn't acknowledge him. Instead, she walked up to Patrick and thanked him. This left Patrick feeling a bit awkward. After all, he thought, I was not the first to help you. Moreover, he had only saved her because of Diggory. Don't thank me, Patrick thought, though he couldn't express it on his face, as such words didn't fit the image of the chief gentleman of the Downton family. So, he could only put on a polite smile and say, no need to thank me. It was Cedric who reminded me to help you. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Brother, as your wingman. I've done all I can for you. The rest is up to you. Unfortunately, Ophelia didn't give Diggory a chance to shine. She acted as if she hadn't seen him at all, ignoring Patrick's words and heading back to continue practicing her broomstick summoning. Patrick felt sorry for Diggory. He shot Diggory a look. Brother, with all your great qualities, both inside and out, if Ophelia still has no feelings for you, just give it up. It's pretty obvious she is not interested. Don't keep putting yourself out there for someone who doesn't care. Continuing like this is just wasting yourself. Diggory also felt a strange sensation in his heart. Sometimes he wondered if he had left a bad impression on Ophelia somewhere. Receiving Patrick's glance, Diggory could only respond with a knowing look, then took his own flying broom and stepped aside to reflect. At that moment, Mrs. Hockley, who had just taken a stroll outside, returned and saw the extra actress lying on the ground, unconscious. Mrs. Hockley was instantly shocked. What was happening? She had only been gone for less than 10 minutes, and how could she come back to find such a situation? She hurriedly crouched down to check on the extra actress, and, after confirming that she was fine, let out a sigh of relief. However, she quickly became angry again. Mrs. Hockley scanned the many students with a sharp gaze, then focused on a seemingly honest and obedient Hufflepuff student. Pointing at the extra actress lying on the ground, she asked, Child, can you tell me what happened here? Under Mrs. Hockley's piercing gaze, the Hufflepuff Badger immediately shivered and promptly recounted the events without any hesitation or embellishment. From a third-party perspective, he provided all the details. When Mrs. Hockley heard that Diggory and Patrick had simultaneously used intermediate spells to save Ophelia, she gasped in disbelief. These were still two 11-year-old children. At such a young age, they had already learned intermediate spells that were not easy even for adults. Mrs. Hockley's focus was different from that of the students. While Diggory was already recognized for his talent, she paid more attention to Patrick. Intermediate spells posed certain difficulties for adults, let alone for an 11-year-old child. Diggory is easy to understand. With such talent, learning intermediate spells should be effortless. Of course, Mrs. Hawk doesn't know that. In fact, Diggory finds learning spells quite easy. But Patrick's talent is nowhere near Diggory's. So why was he able to react so quickly and successfully use the shield charm? Mrs. Hawk looked at Patrick, feeling a bit puzzled. Mrs. Hawk, have you forgotten? I'm from the Downton family. Facing Mrs. Hawk's questioning gaze, Patrick decided to introduce himself directly. Oh, I forgot. You're from the Down family. Then who is Drackle to you? He's my dad, Patrick replied. But at that moment, for some reason, Mrs. Hawk's gaze made Patrick feel inexplicably guilty. He's your dad, huh? Mrs. Hawk pondered. Aren't you his biological son? The people around them were suddenly shocked, and Patrick's face darkened. He finally understood what that feeling of guilt was about. If nothing went wrong, it was yet another one of his dad's past mistakes. I just take after my mom, Patrick explained helplessly. Oh, I think that's a good thing, Mrs. Hawk said coldly. If you took after your dad, you'd be in the infirmary right now. Patrick's mouth twitched, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had no doubt about the truth of that statement, because throughout his life, he had always received some malicious intent from completely unfamiliar aunts. If it weren't for his grandfather, Patrick figured he wouldn't have made it this far, feeling the extremely targeted aura emanating from Mrs. Hawk. Patrick couldn't help but take a step back. It seemed this was definitely a mistake his dad made in the past. Solid evidence. Patrick urgently shot a glance at Diggory. Bro, help me. I feel like this lady wants to get me. Diggory quickly blinked, indicating his understanding. Teacher, do you think we should send this girl with the ugly voice to the infirmary first, or just back to the dormitory? Diggory pointed at the ugly girl lying on the ground and said, It's a bit uncomfortable for her to lie here like this. Hearing Diggory talk about this extra ugly girl, Mrs. Horky twitched at the corner of her eye. You have a point. She pointed at the girl with the prominent ears and said, Come here, you. Carry this girl back to your Ravenclaw dormitory. The girl walked over, her eyes filled with unwilling hatred. However, now that Mrs. Horky fully understood that the situation was instigated by herself, she didn't dare to say anything more. She was worried that if she made any more moves, not to mention Mrs. Horky punishing her, she didn't want to publicly suffer a fainting curse from Diggory, as that would be too embarrassing. Mrs. Horky watched the two girls disappear around the corner of the castle, then turned back to look at Diggory, her gaze slightly off. Feeling a chill in his neck, Diggory paused. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of Mrs. Horky's strange expression. He instinctively wanted to leave, but before he could take a step, he was called to stop by Mrs. Horky. Cedric, come here. Don't go. Let's have a good chat. Mrs. Horky said. What's wrong with you? You can't even summon a broomstick yet? Come on. I'll give you a little extra help. Mrs. Horky's tone was extremely kind, and other students felt there was even a hint of indulgence in her words. Therefore, those who hadn't mastered summoning a broomstick looked at Diggory with envy. However, as the person involved, Diggory could clearly sense that Mrs. Horky definitely had no good intentions towards him. So he immediately signaled Patrick to come up with a way to divert Mrs. Horky's attention. However, after receiving Diggory's pleading gaze, Patrick expressed helplessness, returning a look that said, Bro, I can't do it. It was clear that his father had done something to offend Mrs. Horky back then, and given that Mrs. Horky still remembered it after all these years, it must have been significant. To speculate broadly, his father might have even caused a death involving Mrs. Horky. To speculate narrowly, his father was also a heartless person who couldn't escape. Now, he was just trying to avoid Mrs. Horky, so how could he dare to approach her? Thus, Patrick could only give Diggory a look of good luck, indicating that your wingman has logged off. Please contact later. This made Diggory extremely angry. This operation was truly a case of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Mrs. Horky stood by, watching the two boys exchanging glances, and instantly felt uncomfortable. This scene was reminiscent of her past with the scumbag Drackle, so she immediately separated the two, which made her feel a bit better. Mrs. Horky glanced at Diggory and said, Follow me. Then, without caring whether Diggory was following or not, she left. Seeing this situation, Diggory felt like he was being forcibly locked in a little black room. He was still so young. If he were asked to do something unspeakable, how would he face people in the future? And he was still a child. Mrs. Horky was unaware of Diggory's concerns. Walking ahead, she turned around and found Diggory hadn't followed, prompting her to urge him to hurry. Reluctantly, Diggory edged toward Mrs. Horky as if she were a bottomless pit inhabited by a 1,000-year-old monster. But reality showed that Diggory was overthinking. Mrs. Horky led him through twists and turns in the castle, stopping in front of a broad wooden door on the first floor. This is my office. I have a few things I want to ask you. Come in, Mrs. Horky said. Upon hearing this, Diggory felt relieved. It was just a question, after all. Following behind, he entered Mrs. Kirk's office, looking around with curiosity at the small room. This was a place Diggory hadn't encountered in his previous life, as neither the original book nor the film had described Mrs. Kirk's office. A large row of cabinets occupied nearly 1/3 of the office space, while the remaining 2/3 were simply divided into 2 guest chairs and a tea table, her own work area, and a potted plant. However, Diggory found it strange that this small potted plant occupied the same amount of space as the large row of cabinets, 1/3. In the pot, there was only a small plant, about 20 centimeters tall, entirely white, with 2 or 3 branches, lacking any greenery. To put it bluntly, Diggory thought it looked like a potted plant that had already withered away. Diggory is a bit strange. What exactly is this potted plant that makes Mrs. Hockley pay so much attention to it? Don't touch it. Diggory was so startled that he trembled and quickly pulled back, giving a shy smile. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hokey. It's just that I'm too young and haven't seen much of the world, so I'm quite interested in your potted plant. I wonder what kind of plant it is. Diggory asked. To his surprise, Mrs. Hokey merely glanced at him and said, Don't ask, it's a secret. I won't tell you. Diggory found himself in an awkward situation and could only awkwardly touch his nose. Come on, who taught you that spell? Madame Hooch sat upright in her chair, her sharp gaze inexplicably making Diggory feel a bit guilty. But wait, I haven't done anything that goes against my conscience, so why should I feel guilty? How about you guess? In an instant, Diggory regretted saying that, as he felt Madame Hooch's gaze becoming even sharper and more piercing because of his words. At that moment, he felt like he was dangerously testing the waters at the edge of death. Oomph. Madame Hooch let out a cold snort from her nostrils. I'll give you a chance. Reorganize your words. You might want to ask Professor Dumbledore about that question. Reorganize my words? If you have the ability, why don't you let Dumbledore reorganize his words? Headmaster Dumbledore? Madame Hooch was taken aback. On the day Diggory enrolled, Mrs. Hawk didn't accompany Dumbledore back to the office, so she was completely unaware of what transpired there that day. Now, upon hearing Diggory's words, an image popped into her mind. Dumbledore sitting upright in his office chair, facing Diggory, who was respectfully bowing to Dumbledore while saying, Hello, Professor. Could it be that this kid had taken Dumbledore as his teacher? Did he learn that feigning trick from him? Mrs. Hawk thought carefully, and it seemed very possible. Cedric's talent had been publicly acknowledged by the Sorting Hat on the night of the sorting ceremony. The statement that he was as strong as the Dark Lord of the same era, and even as strong as Dumbledore himself, had shocked everyone present. His prowess in later spell learning was also evident to all. Therefore, to prevent him from going astray in his future growth, it was entirely possible for Principal Dumbledore to take such action. Mrs. Hawk took a deep breath and cautiously asked, Is Principal Dumbledore your teacher? Guess. Diggory was laughing like a little fox that had stolen chicken. You like to make people reorganize their words, right? Then why don't you reorganize your own words now? If you're unwilling, you could just go ask Dumbledore. Of course, given Dumbledore's cautious nature now, Diggory thought the chances of him revealing certain things to you were really slim. After all, you're not a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Moreover, Diggory believed that if Dumbledore really did share his secrets with Madame Hooch, then from another perspective, Madame Hooch's credibility would surpass that of Professor McGonagall, almost on the same level as Snape. After all, in the original story of the previous life, Snape, as a former Death Eater, was still trusted by Dumbledore and became the most crucial person in his plans. And because of this, Snape also became the one who knew the most about Dumbledore's plans. Without exception, Madame Hooch was staring at Diggory with a blank expression. She kept staring intently, until she saw the innocent boy's face turn red. Dumbledore, isn't your teacher, is he? You're just trying to be mysterious, right? Come on, confess honestly, who taught you the stunning spell? At first, Madame Hooch sounded a bit uncertain, but as she continued, she became more and more certain. Diggory was instantly shocked. What is going on? Wasn't it a question before? How did it turn into a statement as we talked? Mrs. Hwatchie noticed the undisguised shock in Diggory's eyes and sneered. Humph, haven't you heard of a woman's sixth sense? Diggory suddenly understood. But after understanding, he was even more shocked. Is a woman's sixth sense really this accurate? Now he knows why Patrick's dad ultimately decided to separate from Mrs. Hwa. Not to mention anything else, just this sixth sense, which is enough to make all normally oriented men feel a sense of awe, is enough to make his dad back off. With such a powerful sixth sense, who would dare to take her as a wife? Even if he wants to be a devoted good man, that good man still needs to hide a little stash of money. However, with such a strong sixth sense, can a stash be hidden? No way. Come on. Who taught you the coma spell? Be honest, you can't fool me. Mrs. Hwa looked at Diggory with a somewhat disdainful gaze, as if she saw through the little tricks of men. Diggo was a bit agitated, but it was okay since he was still young and it didn't have much impact. However, he stubbornly said, Guess. Aren't you supposed to be good at the sixth sense? Go ahead and guess. Mrs. Hwatchie faced Diggo's provocation with no emotional reaction, simply stating stiffly, I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you don't speak up, be prepared to clean the public restroom for 3 months straight. I believe Ferky would definitely be happy to have a student to command. Diggory's mouth twitched. He knew who Ferk was. On the day of the opening ceremony, he passed by him when he entered the hall and caught a whiff of an indescribable smell. It was as if the stench of fresh cat feces, not so fresh cat feces, and foul-smelling cat feces all mixed together, fermented for a while, and finally merged into a stench that Diggory could hardly endure. Just thinking about having to spend time with Ferk and having to clean the toilets during that time was simply unbearable for him. This was something he definitely had to ask Professor Dumbledore about. If he said he could tell him, then it wouldn't matter, but if he said he couldn't, then that would be unfortunate. Diggory shrugged and passed the blame. Oomph. Madame Hooch snorted again. Then I'll go ask. She had lived through the era of the Dark Lord, and back then, there was no place that could be considered safe apart from Hogwarts. During that time, the Dark Lord targeted not only mudblood wizards, but also muggles and pure-blood wizards who did not submit to him. In other words, the Dark Lord's attitude back then was one of those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish. Although the Dark Lord had been dead for several years, and she thought they could finally live in peace, she never expected that at this year's entrance ceremony, a Diggory would unexpectedly appear. Although Diggory was sorted into Hufflepuff later, which reassured the teachers present, today, Madame Hooch actually saw Diggory inexplicably learn the stunning spell. The first-year curriculum did not include this subject, so how did he learn it? Did he learn it on his own, without anyone teaching him? If he could learn the stunning spell by himself today, could he learn the 3 unforgivable curses by himself tomorrow? Therefore, Madame Hooch decided to take a precautionary attitude and visit Dumbledore. There were also divination experts among the Death Eaters, and one of them was named Not. Old Not said it well. There were signs of anomalies everywhere, all indicating that there would be problems within the Death Eaters. Unfortunately, at that time, no one was willing to believe what he said. Not even the Dark Lord himself sent any Death Eaters to check on the anomalies not mentioned. Later, when Sane joined the Death Eaters, he became very interested in this old man who was always talking about prophecies and found it strange why no one was willing to heed Old Not's advice back then. If they had listened to him, the Dark Lord would not have ended up in such a situation. However, as a newcomer without any achievements, a newcomer who did not understand how to respect his seniors, and a newcomer who did not even grasp the current situation of the Death Eaters, no one was willing to answer his questions. But as a fellow newcomer, Sane did not understand the intricacies, so he persistently asked this question, hoping to impress the senior Death Eaters. Thus, during this long-awaited mission of the Death Eaters, finally, an experienced Death Eater, Doba, could no longer handle Sane's constant questioning and answered his doubts. At night, the 5 Death Eaters on the mission, including Sane, found a cave, lit a campfire, made some food, and then Doba, who was on watch, spoke to Sane. Old Not is just a guy who makes after-the-fact predictions, you know? He only shoots after the event, and while he hits accurately and fiercely, what use is that? Why come up with something mentally after the event? Only a newcomer like you would be fooled by him. If that old man dared to bring his after-the-fact predictions in front of us, he would have long been sent to St. Mungo's and would never have the chance to come out again. Sane found it hard to accept because Not was the first among the many Death Eaters to accept him as a newcomer. So he had an indescribable sense of trust in Not. But now, this trust was slowly crumbling. Doba continued, strange things happen every year. If you look back and stretch things to fit, even a fool can link those events to anomalies. Just like this year, there was a so-called anomaly in Hogwarts, saying there was a kid whose talent surpassed that of the Dark Lord during his time. Then someone jumped up and claimed that he would end our post-Dark Lord era, speaking as if it were all true. At this moment, a Death Eater who had been lying on the ground and trying to sleep joined the conversation. The prophecy I heard is different from yours. I heard that the kid would grow up to be the 3rd Dark Lord and lead us to defeat the White Wizards led by Dumbledore and establish a truly pure-blood supremacy magical world. Is that so? Doba asked. Who did you hear that prophecy from? The Death Eater lying on the ground replied. It's from that old lady in Nocturne Alley who likes to use cat eyes and fur for divination. And you? Who did you hear it from? Oh, it's that old hag. Doba couldn't help but exclaim. She has quite something. I heard it from that old man in the Hogsmeade Valley who likes to use the bones of underage girls for divination. Doba continued. Hearing Doba and their conversation made Sane feel a bit uncomfortable. Using a cat's corpse was already disgusting enough. But now, there was also the use of a little girl's bones. Sane thought he was a good person, but he hadn't reached the point of being able to use a little girl's bones. After thinking about it, Sane decided that if he ever encountered that old man in Hogsmeade Valley, if his conscience hadn't completely vanished by then, he would definitely send that old man to meet Merlin, a broken city built on the edge of civilization. The city was constructed entirely of gray and white stone bricks. Even in its ruins, one could still see its former grandeur. However, when you step into this city, you will find that there are no traces of human life left. Instead, you can see many large claw marks on the walls, left by unknown magical creatures, because directly in front of the city is the Albanian forest. In a deserted corridor, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the heavy breathing of someone fleeing. Help, help! Rooney Loga, are you still there? The one who was running was Doba. At this moment, he was no longer the calm and composed person he used to be. His hair was disheveled. A bright red bloodstain was hanging from the corner of his mouth. His clothes were extremely dirty, and he had lost one shoe during his escape. As Doba ran, he hurriedly looked back, his eyes filled with terror. But as he looked back, there was clearly nothing behind him. Finally, Doba saw a room that was relatively intact, at least with its walls still standing. He immediately fled inside, turned around, closed the old wooden door, and bolted it shut. Then, leaning against the door, he closed his eyes tightly and gasped heavily. Although this wooden door could not guarantee Dubar's safety at all, and could be smashed to pieces with a strong kick. At this moment, it provided Dubar with a sense of security. Throughout his escape, he had not heard the voices of Rooney and Loga, and when he called for the other two, there was no response. Could it be that that kid Sane wasn't lying to him, and everyone had already been killed by him, and he was the last one? Dubar forced himself to control his deep breathing, letting the cold air with a faint metallic taste fill his lungs, hoping it would help him regain his composure. However, just as he was trying to focus, a piercing sound suddenly came from outside the door, the sound of nails scraping against a hard stone, twisting Dubar's entire face in horror. Dubar, where are you? Why did you suddenly disappear? You made me search so hard. Listening to the voice, it was actually Sane. Dubar's face turned pale, and his hands, which were digging into the door, began to tremble uncontrollably. What should he do? He asked himself, but no one could answer him. Originally, Logo was supposed to be the brains of the team for this mission, but now he had already been killed by Sane. Who else could save him? If the old door could speak, it might say, "What's wrong? You still want to rely on me? Do you think this piece of rotting wood, which will weather away in a couple of years, can stop that hungry young man outside?" Clearly not. Who would have thought that this rookie, who had just followed them to gain experience, would at this moment display far greater strength than anyone else? He was not even on the same level. He could pretend to pose no threat to anyone, while others dismissed him, using his bloodstained body to prove that they were all mistaken. Now, as a ruthless Death Eater for many years, Dubar's years of work experience told him that his opponent had no mercy on anyone and clearly did not intend to leave any survivors. So now, he could only rely on himself for one last desperate fight. In the shattered city, the cold wind seeped through every crack, scattering the sound of Sane's footsteps outside the door. Dubar hid behind the door, his body pressed tightly against the door panel, his other hand firmly gripping his wand. The prolonged mental strain made him feel as if he had entered a peculiar state. All other sounds around him became inaudible, and only the footsteps outside, carried by the wind, amplified in his ears. Clack, clack, clack. These were Sane's footsteps, the sound made by his leather shoes, turning into Dubar's nightmare that night. They were getting closer. The footsteps were approaching. Dubar instantly held his breath, his lungs feeling like they were about to burst, filled with tense, cold air. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, his lips pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed uncontrollably down. Even as it ran into his eyes, Dubar did not blink, because his eyes were fixed intently on the door panel, as if he could see the situation outside through it. Clack! Sane stopped in the drafty corridor, his indifferent gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a house that seemed to be relatively intact. At least from his angle, there was no visible damage. Only that old wooden door looked like it would be completely useless soon. Dubar, are you inside? Sane muttered to himself. As he spoke, he approached with a cold, merciless smile. Slowly, he was getting closer. Hiding behind the door, Dubar's knuckles were turning white from gripping tightly. Sane's footsteps felt like a countdown to his life. Clack! Sane stood in front of the door, looking at the fresh footprints on the wooden threshold, his cold smile growing more intense. After running for so long, what good is it? In the end, it's still a dead end. Sane's gaze grew colder. He had no other thoughts and directly raised his hand to cast an attack spell. The trope of villains dying from talking too much had no effect on him. Shattered. Bang! The wooden door instantly shattered into pieces. Amid the flying dust and wood chips, Sane keenly sensed a shadow escaping. Dubar had dodged his attack. Sane thought to himself. Meanwhile, inside the room, Dubar's eyes widened. Everything that had just happened was too much for his brain to process. because the wooden door beside him was perfectly intact at this moment. Sane had looked in the wrong place. Dubar felt like he had been favored by the goddess of luck, receiving her kiss of mercy, and had fortuitously escaped a calamity. In the midst of this dramatic rise and fall, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. But that sound of exhaling seemed so out of place in the shattered environment of this dark city. Sane suddenly turned to look at the old wooden door behind him. The same door, the same relatively intact house. He had completely focused his attention on the previous house, failing to notice that there was another place to hide behind him. But this time, Dubar took the initiative to strike. Avada Kedavra. In his mind, Dubar had no other thoughts, only one idea: to kill Sane as quickly as possible. He yanked open the old wooden door, his movements bold and unrestrained, charging forward with the spirit of facing death. The moment he saw Sane's black robe back, Dubar instinctively uttered the spell he used most often and had the most confidence in. The door fell off its hinges with tremendous force, crashing to the side. And in the 3 seconds it took for the door panel to hit the ground, a lightning-fast magical duel began and ended. The killing curse hit its target. It struck the black robe that Dubar was aiming for. The instant the door swung open, Sane immediately separated his body from his robe at an unbelievable speed, as if he had never worn it. Sane rolled on the ground, though his posture was awkward and not graceful at all. But Sane had no time to care about that. The door panel still had 2 seconds before it hit the ground. Sane's lips curled into a cold smile. His arm raised, his lips moving slightly, an invisible blade. Then Dubar felt something slice through his skin, sweeping past from his hyoid cartilage to the back. And his cervical spine could not stop it for even a moment. In an instant, it had pierced through the back of his neck. And at that moment, the sound of the door panel hitting the ground followed closely behind. Damn it, he cursed, under the moonlight. A voice filled with extreme annoyance echoed in the shattered city of Gross. Sane stared blankly at Dubar's decapitated body on the ground, feeling quite melancholic. Originally, he had intended to spare this guy's life, letting him lead him into the Albanian forest to find Voldemort. But just now, Dubar had cast a killing curse, directly provoking Sane's anger. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. How dare you use an unforgivable curse on me, especially the most lethal one, without the slightest hint of joking. Can this be tolerated? No. So, in that brief moment, Sane successfully lost his cool. And the result is like this now. Sane looked up at the bright crescent moon in the sky, sighed faintly, and then pulled out a yellow eel from somewhere, which was as thick as a 10-year-old boy's fist. He looked at the thick and long eel, which was wriggling desperately, full of vitality, and said seriously, "Now that the person is dead, you have lost your purpose of interrogation. So should I eat you? Or eat you? Or eat you?" As Sane looked at the yellow eel in his hand, he asked this deadly triple question while a droplet of crystal-clear saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, the yellow eel could not engage in interspecies communication, so it couldn't understand Sane's words and could only wriggle its body desperately to express its desire for life and freedom. To be honest, Sane squatted down and began to talk to the yellow eel. "I followed those 4 people all the way here, which was very hard. You wouldn't disagree with that, would you?" The yellow eel didn't say anything. It couldn't speak. "Your silence means consent." Sane continued, "Then I risked my life and fought desperately to take down all those people, which was not only dangerous but also consumed a lot of my energy in various aspects. You wouldn't disagree with that either, right?" The yellow eel remained silent and kept wriggling. Sane couldn't help but increase his grip, and the yellow eel's struggles gradually weakened. At this moment, Sane nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the yellow eel's attitude. "Finally, in this flashy world, among so many creatures and species, I uniquely encountered you, this yellow eel. During this mission, don't you think we are quite fated?" The yellow eel began to bubble. Seeing this, Sane became a bit anxious. It was just a bit of force, so how could it be dying? The difference in taste between a dead eel and a fresh one was significant for Sane. "Brother Eel, give me a song's worth of time. I'll be quick." As Sane spoke, he ran over to Doba's corpse and started searching. After a while, he found several bottles and jars, along with a crucible and his magic wand. Then, Sane skillfully arranged the broken stones around him into a semicircle and set up the crucible. Next, he used a spell to fill the crucible with water. After that, as if he suddenly remembered something, he quickly got up, still tightly holding the yellow eel, and ran off, hearing his footsteps fade into the distance before quickly returning. At this point, he was holding the clothes of those unfortunate dead guys. Next, Sane smoothly used Doba's magic wand to insert it into the mouth of the already lifeless yellow eel, disregarding the wand's cries, and mercilessly skewered the eel. He then set fire to the pile of clothes, opened the bottles and jars, smeared oil on the yellow eel, sprinkled some salt, and placed it by the fire to roast. However, having food without drink was not Sane style. So he pulled a jar of tea leaves from his wizard robe and added it to the crucible. After everything was prepared, Sane clapped his hands, sat cross-legged under the moonlight, listened to the night breeze, and waited for his late-night snack. Similarly, waiting for a late-night snack in the system space was Diggory. In my previous world, going out for skewers, a single consumption of over 150 would be considered luxurious at that table. Diggory sat in front of Big Orange, pointing at a pile of ingredients on the ground, disregarding his image and drooling as he said, "How come when I come to you? Just picking a few ingredients cost me 800 magic points. Has your conscience been eaten as a midnight snack?" Big Orange wiped the drool off his face with a paw and said emotionlessly, "Transportation and storage costs are very expensive." As soon as Diggory heard this, he let out a chuckle. "What cost? What the hell are transportation costs and storage costs? This thing is just a matter of you opening your mouth and the upper and lower lips touching. Who knows what the real cost is? 500. I won tea by more than that." Diggory stretched out 5 fingers and impatiently issued the final ultimatum. As soon as the Big Orange Cat heard the offer of 500 magic points, its eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "It's 800, not a bit less. If not, this emperor won't sell it all." The Big Orange Cat's attitude was very strong, and after finishing its statement, it even extended its paw as if to take the food back. Seeing the cat's shrewd merchant demeanor, Diggory immediately sensed trouble and quickly changed his plan, deciding to appeal to emotions and reason. "Oh, my kitty, please don't be like this." Diggory began to exploit his youthful appearance to act cute, attempting to pass off this way. "You know, magic points are really hard to come by, and it's a tough process for me, so please understand." But to his surprise, the Big Orange Cat was completely unimpressed. With a disdainful look, it scoffed, "You find it hard to earn magic points? Look at that pile of magical items in the demand room. You can exchange them for magic points as soon as you get your hands on them. What is so hard about that? Be honest with yourself. Is there really anything difficult about this? Didn't you think of that when you said it? Moreover, including this life, you've had over 30 people, and you're still trying to act cute with your current youthful appearance. Where's your dignity?" Or is the Big Orange Cat's look even more scornful? Did you suddenly get hungry one night, come out looking for a midnight snack, and when you couldn't find anything, decided to chop up your own conscience, adding some cumin, chicken essence, sesame oil, and chili powder, and eat it wrapped in your own skin? The Big Orange Cat directly countered Diggory with his previous words, and it was even more powerful. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Diggory instantly got angry, wanting to slap something, but found nothing in the empty space, and ended up slapping his own thigh. "You fatso, be a bit more mindful with your words." Diggory was thoroughly enraged, roaring. Even if he counted his past life, he had probably never been this angry. The first reason for his rage was definitely because of the Big Orange Cat, and the second reason was that the slap on his thigh hurt. Still 800, not a penny less. The Big Orange Cat declared. "You figured out? Using the system space consumes a certain amount of mental energy. If you go to class with your goddess tomorrow looking like a raccoon with dark circles under your eyes, don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Diggory's momentum faltered instantly. That was a valid point. How shameless. Let us leave some room for future encounters. No matter how far apart we are, there's always a connection. Can you give me a little discount? Diggory still wanted to make one last struggle. "Get lost, you stingy miser. Don't daydream at night." The Big Orange Cat was not backing down at all. Diggory was scolded to the point where his eyes twitched, looking at the Big Orange with gritted teeth, wondering if he could get a discount. Considering that he was the system's master, he asked. The Big Orange thought for a moment and decided to give him a favor, offering a 5 discount this time. After saying that, the Big Orange had a painful expression on his face. "All right, I'll take it all. Wrap it up for me." The boss was generous. Then came a smack on the back of his head. On a dark and windy night, it was a perfect time for skewers and fun. Diggory glanced at the clock. It was exactly 1:30 midnight. He sat up in bed. As soon as he got up, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. This was indeed just as the Jew had said. As long as there was system space, it would consume mental energy. However, Diggory also discovered that after using the system, while his mental energy was being consumed, it also experienced some growth. Moreover, this growth was even stronger than the increase he got from practicing spells. In other words, this system could be considered a cheat for increasing power. But right now, none of this mattered. Diggory was holding various barbecue foods he had just exchanged for, along with a stainless steel grill and several stainless steel skewers. He had been in this world for almost half a month, and during this time he had eaten pizza, chicken legs, bread, milk with pasta, and a series of bizarre foods topped with stargazing. For Diggory, who was already accustomed to the delicious cuisine of his homeland, this life was unbearable. Not to mention that there was not even a pickled vegetable for breakfast. Eating bread every day could easily lead to malnutrition. So, Diggory decided to find an opportunity to replenish his nutrition by barbecuing skewers in a Hogwarts cafeteria. He glanced at Patrick on the bed next to him, who had the blanket tucked between his legs, and thought for a moment before deciding not to call him along. It would be hard to explain where he got these things if Patrick asked. So, Diggory quietly slipped out by himself. The autumn wind was a bit chilly, and the night at Hogwarts was eerily quiet. After exiting the Hufflepuff common room, he had to pass through a short, dark corridor to reach the Hogwarts cafeteria. Diggory stood at the door of the lounge, looking at the pitch-black corridor in front of him. For some reason, the movie The Conjuring, which caused his time travel, suddenly came to his mind. This corridor, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, felt very reminiscent of the haunted house's corridor. He suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Surely, there couldn't be any evil spirits in Hogwarts. Definitely not. After all, this is the magical world of Harry Potter, not some director's Conjuring universe. The ghosts here are all like Peeves, Nick, and Helena, completely lacking any attacking ability. So, Diggory reassured himself, there was absolutely nothing to fear. This was just an ordinary corridor, only appearing dark because a cloud was blocking the moonlight at that moment. That's all. Diggory comforted himself like this, but for some reason, his legs always found it difficult to take a step. Looking at the darkness in front of him, Diggory swallowed hard and thought, maybe he should wait until the moonlight came out before moving on. So Diggory stood still, waiting for the moon. Perhaps hard work pays off, or the moon sensed Diggory's urgent feelings. Soon, the silver moonlight spread generously across the corridor. However, Diego looked at the corridor with a conflicted expression. For some reason, the shadows of the tree branches on the stone floor under the moonlight appeared so bizarre. Why did these shadows make him feel a chill at the back of his head? It was as if someone with a cold, lifeless hand were touching his head. This sensation made a layer of fine sweat break out on Diego's back, and he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt as if a cold hand was pressing down on the back of his head. He could even sense that this hand was very old, dry like the bark of an ancient tree. At that moment, Diego felt that the sensation of his head being caressed by this icy palm was so real. It was as if there truly was a hand on his head. Diego's body suddenly stiffened, and he looked ahead at the dark corridor with a terrified expression. The low sound of the wind and the rustling of trees filled his ears. The feeling of horror washed over him like the cold tide by the sea at night, repeatedly crashing over Diego's mind, raising layer upon layer of goosebumps. He now felt a chill and tightness at the back of his head. Although that large hand was merely resting lightly on his head, Diego felt as if he had been placed under a tight spell, his scalp tingling. Who was it? Diggory struggled to suppress the urge to run away and asked, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "I." A hoarse voice answered from behind him. What the hell? In his panic, Diggory felt like crying without tears. "How would I know who you are? Brave man, do you want money or your life?" Diggory mustered up the courage to ask. As long as there was a response from behind, it meant that the person had real desires. So at least he was a human being. For Diggory, as long as it wasn't a ghost, he wouldn't be afraid psychologically and could stand tall. Although he didn't have his wand with him, he believed that if he shouted, someone in the dormitory would definitely wake up, and then the original problem would no longer be a problem. Moreover, he didn't believe that the presence behind him would take drastic action against him. After all, someone who could sneak into Hogwarts at night wouldn't expose themselves just for him. They must have something more important to do. But it was silent behind him. It was actually silent. Diggory was panicking again. The analysis he just made was in vain. The presence behind him didn't seem human. "I don't want anything. Just came to talk to you about something." The existence behind him spoke up. "Talk." Diggory was a bit confused. What did that mean? Glancing at the moon in the sky, he suddenly seemed to understand something. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard and said, "Are you here to rob me of my essence? Do you want to absorb my innate energy that hasn't fully dissipated yet? You want my life?" Diggory's voice trembled heavily. He felt like there wasn't a single part of his body that could muster any strength. He was scared. At that moment, he would rather face a heartless Death Eater like Barty Crouch Jr. than confront this thing here. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, standing behind Diggory, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had come to the Hufflepuff dormitory to find Diggory for something, and as soon as he entered the common room, he saw Diggory sneaking downstairs, seemingly holding something in his arms. Curious, he used an invisibility spell and stood still watching Diggory, and then all these events unfolded. Moreover, Dumbledore became increasingly curious about the strange terms that kept popping out of Diggory's mouth, such as absorbing Een to supplement Yang and innate energy. However, he respected Diggory's privacy. To him, while these terms represented something mysterious, they seemed harmless at the moment, so he wasn't too worried. I don't want your life either, but I would like a bit of your time. I want to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Diggory laughed. Just a bit of time, after all. As a young person, he had plenty of time. But as he laughed, Diggory started to feel something was off. Why did that voice sound somewhat familiar? Previously, he hadn't noticed because he was too tense, but now that he relaxed, he immediately sensed it. That aged voice seemed. Diggory mustered up his courage and slowly turned his neck to look back. When he saw that iconic crescent-shaped lens, he exclaimed, "Oh my, old Dumbledore, that's not very kind of you. Today is a day of national mourning, so this is just a single update. I will make up for it tomorrow with 3 updates. Please understand, thank you." In Dumbledore's office, Diggory and Dumbledore sat on the sofa by the fireplace, the younger one roasting while the older one slowly ate and sipped blueberry wine. "Where did you get these things?" Dumbledore couldn't help but ask. Diggory wrapped the pork belly with leeks, and after grilling it, sprinkled some pepper salt and chili powder on top. Taking a bite, the taste was delightful. After hearing Dumbledore's question, he mumbled, "It's a secret, I won't tell you." After saying that, Diggory glanced at the phoenix fox on the shelf beside him, admiring its wings and legs, which were quite plump and full of meat. However, this glance was somewhat discreet, and neither Fox nor Dumbledore noticed it. "Can I really say?" Dumbledore, a bit unconvinced, touched the bottle of Veritaserum in his pocket through his robe, silently contemplating. "There is no need for that." Diggory took another bite of the pork belly, oil dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Why are you asking all this?" "To confirm I'm not a dark wizard or a Death Eater." Dumbledore didn't respond, even closing his eyes, appearing very calm. But the restless movement of his eyes under those aged eyelids indicated that he was deep in thought. "If you're worried I'm a Death Eater," Diggory said, rolling up his sleeve with his greasy hand. "See? No dark mark, right?" Dumbledore showed no reaction, leaning back on the sofa, his left foot resting on his right. It was as if he hadn't heard Diggory's words. However, his eyes quietly opened a slit, quickly glancing at the smooth, delicate, and elastic skin of Diggory's arm, which was nothing like his own old skin. "As for whether I'm a dark wizard, that question is actually simpler," Diggory wanted to continue, but was suddenly stopped by Dumbledore's hand. Old Dumbledore sat up, looked at Diggory, his eyes filled with some guilt. "In fact, strictly speaking, I'm not doubting you, but rather the uncertainty and fear of your unknown abilities." Dumbledore finally understood his feelings towards Diggory and expressed them honestly. Initially, he felt somewhat guilty about his thoughts of using Veritaserum on Diggory, but after saying it all out loud, he felt much more relaxed. This magical world has never been peaceful. Dumbledore took a sip of blueberry wine, suddenly began to confide in Diggory. "The class structure is rigid. Wizards govern themselves. And some people are always focused on their own little calculations. So when Voldemort stirred up the pureblood frenzy and launched attacks, even when danger loomed over them, those who dared to stand up and resist were still a minority." Diggory put down the skewers in his hand, picked up a bottle of probiotic drink, and began to drink while listening. He had a special feeling that if he could reach an agreement with Dumbledore during this conversation, or if he was completely recognized by him, then he would gain the greatest convenience and help in this world in the future. However, even so, he still found some beauty and hope in this world. Therefore, he hoped to protect these beauties and hopes, preventing them from being destroyed by Voldemort. At this point, Dumbledore looked at Diggory and said, "I do have thoughts about your secret, but I have not acted against you because you have appeared harmless. I can also tell you the truth." Old Dumbledore's expression was serious, and a faint, almost imperceptible glow slowly flowed from his deep blue eyes. Moreover, Dumbledore extended his right hand to Diggory and said, "I took some time during the day to visit your home and spoke with your father, Demise. I found no evidence that you're a dark wizard or have joined the Death Eaters. Therefore, I hope you can make an unbreakable vow with me that you will never join the Death Eaters, will never become a dark wizard, and will never do anything that goes against justice. I hope you can promise me. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to be wary of you." Diggory stared at Dumbledore's outstretched right hand, stunned. Dumbledore was indeed a good person. With his strength, he could have easily administered Veritaserum to him without him knowing. or used other methods to uncover his secrets, and Diggory believed he had that capability. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to use an unbreakable vow to provide both parties with an opportunity to trust each other unconditionally. This way, Dumbledore could gain Diggory as a teammate without any filth, any darkness, or any grudges. Moreover, it could also be seen that Dumbledore, in some respects, no longer regarded Diggory as a child. But here comes the question, Professor Dumbledore. The unbreakable vow seems to require a witness besides the two parties swearing, right? Have you arranged for a witness? Dumbledore glanced at the phoenix fox, who was preening its feathers nearby, and said, "Rest assured, Fox can fulfill that role." Diggory looked at Fox in surprise. He didn't expect the bird to have this ability. So, he hesitated no more and extended his right hand to shake hands with Dumbledore. At that moment, the phoenix fox spread its wings and flew down from the perch, landing on Dumbledore's wrist. Then, a tail feather fell from its body and floated onto the hands of the two. Dumbledore asked, "Cedric Diggory, do you wish to uphold the vow and never become a Death Eater?" "Diggory, I do." "Then do you promise me to never become a Dark Wizard?" "I do." "And do you promise me to never do anything against justice?" "I do." The vow was established in that moment, and the tail feather that fell from Fox gradually melted, turning into a metallic thread that seemed to burn with flames, red and hot, wrapping around their clasped hands before disappearing. Dumbledore was very pleased with this, happily releasing his hand and then sitting back down, picking up his goblet to celebrate with a couple more sips. However, Diggory felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the process of their vow was akin to a marriage between the two. "Do you agree?" "I do. Goddamn, I do." Diggory sat down, picked up a roasted delicacy, and began to gnaw on it fiercely. Across from him, Dumbledore glanced at him but did not respond. Instead, he picked up a skewer of grilled squid and fed it to Fox. However, as Diggory continued to gnaw, he suddenly felt something was off. "Professor, about the oath you just mentioned, that it shouldn't contradict justice. Does justice have a specific definition?" Dumbledore smiled, furrowed his brow in thought, and replied, "Nothing special, really. It's just about opposing the dark forces in the magical world and fighting for the many good things in our magical realm. I suppose that's what I define as justice." This time, Diggory was truly stunned. The clam he had just brought to his mouth was halted in midair. The reason for this was the statement Dumbledore made, the justice he defined. Watching Dumbledore carefully feed Fox, Diggory began to recall memories from his past life. It seemed that after Dumbledore's death and Snape's appointment as headmaster of Hogwarts, he started to realize that Dumbledore's initial image had been shattered. It turned out that one of the reasons, perhaps even half or more, that he cared for Harry Potter was because Harry was the only one who could defeat Voldemort. Thus, he needed someone like Harry, or rather a tool, to bear his burdens, his plans, and ultimately defeat Voldemort. Before this, Diggory had thought Dumbledore was a very cold and ruthless person, because for Dumbledore, Harry Potter was more of an indispensable tool for achieving his goals rather than a living person. Dumbledore was different from Snape. Snape genuinely wished for Harry to be happy and safe. One could say that Snape's love for Harry was deep, transferring all his love for Harry's mother onto him, along with his helplessness and regret over Harry's mother's death. All those emotions were silently given to Harry after his birth. Snape's love for Harry, in a sense, was almost paternal. He would do anything for Harry because of his mother. Dumbledore had cleverly used this aspect of Snape to easily make him an insider placed next to Voldemort. Snape could be described as both despicable and great, malicious yet kind. His malice was directed at anyone who harmed Harry and his mother, while his greatness and kindness were solely for Harry Potter and his mother, Lily. At that time, the previous Diggory compared Dumbledore to Snape and thus discovered Dumbledore's coldness. But now, Diggory discovered that Dumbledore was not heartless. Instead, he had been on two different levels apart from Snape. If Snape represented small love, giving his love only to Lily and Harry Potter, then Dumbledore embodied great love, dedicating his love to the entire magical world. Looking back now, everything Dumbledore did was not for himself, but for the peace of the entire magical world. As he told Diggory, he wanted to protect all the beauty in this world. Therefore, when faced with the choice between Harry Potter and the entire magical world, he would unhesitatingly choose the world. After finally understanding this, Diggory looked at the old man before him and felt just how lonely he was. In 1945, under the eager anticipation of many wizards, he had to imprison his most beloved person in Azkaban. Since then, he had been emotionally isolated. Even after Voldemort's resurrection, The inaction of the Ministry of Magic and other wizards, which even hindered progress, made it almost possible to say that Dumbledore was single-handedly carrying the entire plan to resist Voldemort in the early stages. Now, Diggory felt that Dumbledore was a tragic character, suffering from the death of his mother, the loss of his sister, the estrangement from his brother, and the departure of his loved one, all of which caused him immense pain. In Aunt Rowling's words, Dumbledore lost the ability to love at that time. However, how could someone who had lost the ability to love still hope to protect this world at the end of their life? Therefore, Diggory believed that Dumbledore was a selfless, tragic character. What is with that look in your eyes? Dumbledore keenly sensed the change in Diggory's emotions and asked, "Well, I think you're getting a bit old and still have to take on so many responsibilities. It must be very exhausting. It makes me feel like I want to help you share some of it." "Oh, you want to lend me a hand?" Dumbledore quickly took over the conversation, and his speed made Diggory feel something was off. It was as if he had been waiting for him here. "I noticed what you said about Voldemort's resurrection." Dumbledore stopped feeding Fawkes and turned to look at Diggory seriously, saying, "This morning, I received news that a group of Death Eaters died for some unknown reason in the town of Gross, near the Albanian forest. I find this very strange. Since Voldemort's death, the Death Eaters have been almost silent. Why have they suddenly appeared near the Albanian forest, and 4 of them are dead? So, I think I should go upstairs to sleep now. After all, I have classes tomorrow, and I have to participate in the Triwizard Tournament in more than 2 months. I'm really busy." Diggory was eager to take over the conversation, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, he would be sent to the Albanian forest by Dumbledore. Diggory was genuinely afraid that Dumbledore would send him there. After all, Voldemort was half dead in the Albanian forest. Suddenly, some Death Eaters had died over there. Although he didn't know what was going on, it was clear that something was happening, and it definitely wasn't something a rookie like him could intervene in. Those were all experienced Death Eaters, and they had been dispatched there, indicating that the area was fraught with danger. Despite having system enhancements, if he acted recklessly, he could very well end up dead there. So, while he wanted to help Dumbledore with some tasks, it was fine to talk about it now. But actually going there would have to wait a few years. After all, his life was at stake, and Diggory still wanted to return to his own world. So, he needed to keep steady and not act rashly. Dumbledore rarely rolled his eyes, saying, "I'm not so shameless as to send a child to take risks. You're overthinking it." Diggory, who had his thoughts seen through, could only scratch his head and laugh foolishly to cover his embarrassment. Dumbledore was too lazy to continue chatting with the grinning Diggory and succinctly said, "In the next little while, I will go over there to take a look. At the very least, I need to find out who is behind this." "Professor, are you going personally?" Diggory asked. "Can't you send someone else to check it out?" In Diggory's view, Dumbledore, as a well-known leader of justice, shouldn't he need to go personally every time something happened, especially when there were many people in the Order of the Phoenix still available. For example, Mad-Eye Moody, although he was getting old, was still very strong in terms of ability, at least on par with Barty Crouch Jr. Moreover, when Harry retreated from the Battle of the Seven Potters, Dumbledore chose Moody to command the retreat, which showed that he recognized Moody as strength. Then Diggory recommended these two to Dumbledore, indicating that as the big boss, he really didn't need to run around for such matters. But Dumbledore just shook his head and said, "Alastor has fought against dark forces for most of his life. Now that he is finally retired, let us not disturb his retirement life." As for Lupin, Dumbledore's aged face showed a hint of disappointment and pity. "That child is having a hard time. Let us give him a bit more time." Diggory secretly curled his lip, thinking, if you don't take the initiative to bring him back, he will wander outside for 12 years before returning. And it will still be because you summoned him back. "Why are you curling your lip?" Dumbledore keenly noticed Diggory's small action and asked, associating it with Diggory's ability to know things he shouldn't have access to. Especially his constant mention of Voldemort's impending resurrection, old Dumbledore immediately thought of something bad. "Do you know what is happening over there? Or do you know that something bad will happen once I leave this time?" Diggory honestly shook his head. Could he say it was just because he suddenly felt a bit sorry for Dumbledore, hoping he wouldn't still be running around at his age? Dumbledore saw Diggory shake his head and didn't seem disappointed. "During the time I'm away, you need to study hard and not be mischievous. You have great talent, and I have high hopes for you." Diggory was a bit surprised. What does this mean? Is he interested in me? Does he want to cultivate me before Harry Potter? If the cultivation goes well, it would be like having an extra trump card, a royal flush. If it doesn't go well, it seems like there's no loss. Old Dumbledore plays his cards well. He can't do without a diamond as a base. Just as Diggory was admiring Dumbledore's skillful play, he suddenly heard the system's task notification sound in his mind. It was the sound of a big orange cat. Ding dong. Host, please note, side quest activated. Details as follows. Accompany your 2 teammates who will participate in the Triwizard Tournament with you in 3 months to Grow City with Dumbledore. Task completion rewards. 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, 3 bottles of Amortentia, 1 mirror of Ariste, and 1 opportunity to create a new spell. Task failure penalty. 1 month of incontinence. What? Sitting in his seat, Diggory widened his eyes in disbelief, completely ignoring the task rewards in front of him. His mouth agape in shock. What kind of punishment is this? Is there such a punishment? In the other novels he read in his past life, task failures usually came with minor penalties, at most losing something. But why does it come down to incontinence for him? Is this system messing around? Is there really someone this disgusting? I'm not messing around. The big orange cat's voice rebutted. This task was automatically generated by the system based on the time and development of this world, and is not controlled by the system's intelligence, meaning it's not under my control. Diggory felt a bit overwhelmed at this moment. Who the hell created this system? How did he even code this program? Has his conscience been eaten by a dog? Having been incontinent for a month, how bored and lowbrow can he be? The large orange cat said thoughtfully. That's a question worth pondering. On the opposite side, Dumbledore noticed Diggory's unusual behavior and felt a bit puzzled. What was going on with this child? Why was he always having issues? The reason really piqued my curiosity. Cedric, would you like to go back and rest for a while? Dumbledore asked with concern. Diggory returned to consciousness, looking sadly and angrily at Dumbledore. It was no longer a matter of whether to go back to sleep. If he didn't undertake this task, he might as well give up on being human. The look in Diggory's eyes made Dumbledore even more puzzled. This child, could it be that he's not very bright? Shouldn't the decision to nurture him be reconsidered? This situation seems a bit off. Diggory didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking, but his mind was filled with thoughts of incontinence for a month, and his expression looked like he was constipated and couldn't relieve himself. A kind of indescribable feeling of being blue. Professor, I have a proposal about going to Grow City. Would you like to hear it? Proposal? Dumbledore squinted, unsure of what Diggory was really trying to do. Go ahead, I'm listening. I suggest. Diggory took a deep breath and reluctantly said this proposal that he himself was very resistant to. You take me and my 2 teammates from the Triwizard Tournament with you. That is, Patrick and another female teammate. No way. Dumbledore unsurprisingly rejected. You are still children, and it is very dangerous there. Digger has a headache. The boss is unwilling to take newcomers, and the starting point is also for the safety of the newcomers' lives. How can he come up with a reason to convince Dumbledore to take them? Professor, you have to take us this time. Reason. Dumbledore is very straightforward and directly asks for a reason. If the reason is not convincing, don't even think about it. Well, how can Digger say that? Should he say that if you don't take us, I will be incontinent for a month? Would anyone believe that? If he really said that, Dumbledore would likely think that Digger is insulting his intelligence. Because Diggory's mind was racing, desperately searching for any plausible excuse. To be honest, that definitely wouldn't work. He had just been denied. I want to go with my teammates to see the beautiful scenery of the Albanian forest. If he said that, even Dumbledore would be unable to resist giving him a slap. I want to find a place with my teammates to face some difficulties and bond. What a lie. Would Dumbledore believe that? Risking his life to bond? He figured that would just earn him another slap. So how should he phrase it? Diggory was getting anxious because there were clues about Voldemort over there, and if the trio's kids want to look for it, it would be easier to find. Diggory decided to disregard the lies and let the story's development take a more dramatic turn. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression changed immediately. He sat up straight, leaned forward, and fixed his eyes intently on Diggory. How do you know that? Can you confirm the reliability of that statement? Dumbledore asked seriously, his tone grave, and the atmosphere in the office turned tense. Diggory saw an opportunity and immediately placed his right hand on his chest, confidently saying, Professor, please believe me, I, Cedric, can swear on my conscience that what I'm saying is absolutely true. Even every punctuation mark is true. I just can't tell you how I know, and you shouldn't ask. Asking means you won't know. Seeing Dumbledore's intent to probe further, Diggory quickly shut him down to avoid having to explain himself. In this situation, the chance of Diggory concocting a false reason was higher. Using lies to explain lies would only lead to more lies. Given Dumbledore's shrewdness, he would probably see through at a glance. And if he refused to take them over, things would escalate dramatically. The thought of suddenly feeling a warm current between his legs while sleeping, eating, attending class, or doing anything else, or just losing control and having an accident, made Diggory feel utterly disgusted. This system really is a piece of work. I've truly run in a bad, luck to end up with something like this. However, Dumbledore did not appreciate Diggory's dramatic flair, nor did he have the mood to watch, as he was contemplating whether to take them over. If it were someone else saying this, Dumbledore would surely think they were joking. But now it was Diggory speaking, and remembering the aspects of this child that he couldn't quite grasp made Dumbledore reconsider what he said. If this were true, then it was necessary to take them over. After all, matters concerning Voldemort deserved his serious attention. But if it were false, Dumbledore glanced at Diggory, whose expression was vividly animated, and thought he had no reason to deceive him, as it made no sense for him to put himself in danger. With that in mind, Dumbledore stood up and paced back and forth in front of his desk. After several rounds, he finally made up his mind. All right, I agree to take you over. But Dumbledore had conditions, as he was indeed going to take the three of them over. Diggory, sit down immediately. I will first arrange for you to stay in the town of Chilo, next to Grove City. You must wait until I confirm that it is safe over there before you can go. Especially you. Dumbledore felt a bit troubled thinking about Diggory's secrets. So when you get there, you need to be obedient, behave yourself, and not run around. Diggory nodded seriously without any objections. Anyway, as long as I take Patrick and that teammate with me to follow you over there, the mission will be considered complete once we arrive. Who cares where you arrange for us? Besides, I have no desire to wander around in such a dangerous place. While others spend money shopping, I risk my life. Seeing Diggory agree so readily, Dumbledore felt a bit relieved, so he noted that it was getting late and sent Diggory back to the dormitory to sleep. After Diggory left, Dumbledore sat down and thought for a moment, feeling that it was a bit unsafe to take the three children by himself. If they encountered a group of Death Eaters, he might not be able to protect them well. So he picked up a pen and began to write a letter. Meanwhile, Diggory, back in the dormitory, dove into the system's space, hoping to take advantage of this time to exchange for some magical items to use as strategic supplies later. Dead cat, I'm back again. Diggory remembered that he had previously exchanged for a spell-repelling cloak, which he definitely needed to bring along, as well as stink bombs and dung bombs. You never know when they might come in handy. Dead cat, hurry up and come out to serve customers. The big orange cat had not appeared for a while, and Diggory found it a bit strange. Where had the cat gone? There wasn't even a trace of it. In the white, hazy space, he could see the whole scene at a glance. Diggory looked around, and the big orange cat was indeed not there. Not even a single cat hair was in sight. Diego's consciousness exited the system space. He thought for a moment, wondering if the cat had run into its own bed, and he hadn't noticed it when he got into bed earlier. Diggory reached out and fumbled around in the blanket, finally finding the big orange cat by his right knee. Dead cat, come out and entertain the guests. Diggory grabbed the big orange cat by the scruff of its neck and lifted it out. The moment it was picked up, the feeling of weightlessness, combined with suddenly leaving the soft and comfortable bed, brought a sense of loss. Angered by being forcefully awakened from a sweet dream, the big orange cat retaliated, its 10 sharp claws flashing coldly as they sprung out from its paw pads. Not caring who was holding it, it decided to vent its morning annoyance first. A pained cry was heard. Patrick, startled, sat up in bed, but his eyes were still closed, likely still dreaming. My wah-wah, I'm sorry, don't leave me. When will you come back? He mumbled sleepily before lying back down and falling asleep again. Soon the sound of snoring could be heard. Meanwhile, Diggory covered the left side of his face and chin, where 5 bright red scratch marks were visible, each about 8 centimeters back from the corner of his mouth and on his chin. What do you want to do? Diggory glared at the big orange cat with an angry expression. If the big orange cat didn't give him an explanation, then Diggory's breakfast the next day would have an extra dish. The big orange cat knew it had done something wrong, so it didn't say anything, just widened its bright, sparkling eyes to look at Diggory, attempting to charm its way out of trouble. Humph. Diggo let out a cold snort and then accepted the situation. Soon, he and the cat appeared in the system space, where they bought quite a few items and haggled for a while before Diggo's consciousness finally satisfiedly retreated. Lying in bed, waiting to fall asleep, Diggo suddenly glanced at Patrick beside him and sighed. Sorry, brother, but I'm doing this for the mission, and I believe you wouldn't want to see me suffer from incontinence for a whole month, right? Sigh. I hope you can forgive me when the time comes. Time quickly passed to 3 days later. Early in the morning, Patrick was dragged by Diggo to skip class, and Diggo's reason for skipping class was, in a nice way, to go out and have a meal with some girls. So Patrick happily followed Diggo out. And now the two of them were standing on the stone bridge at the main entrance of Hogwarts, enjoying the breeze. Hey, Cedric, isn't it a bit too arrogant for us to just stand here on the stone bridge? We're skipping class, after all. The autumn wind made Patrick feel a bit chilly. And what about the girls you mentioned? We were supposed to have a meal together. Where are they? Diggory took out a beautifully crafted pocket watch with a simple pattern, glanced at the time, and thought, it's almost time, just a little longer, the person will be coming out soon. Patrick stood beside him, striking a pose with his arms outstretched, as if welcoming the breeze, feeling thrilled to be skipping class with his good buddy, especially skipping Professor Snape's potions class. This made him feel exhilarated. After all, it was the class of the cold-faced Professor Snape. Who dares to skip? Idare. And the sense of freedom after escaping, the feeling of finally breaking free from the cage and being able to do as one pleases. It was truly intoxicating. It felt as free as the wind, a thrill he had probably never experienced before. Diggory glanced at Patrick, who was lost in self-indulgence, feeling a bit embarrassed and hoping Patrick wouldn't blame him later. Finally, after waiting a few more minutes, a figure in a grayish-white wizard's robe appeared before Diggory's eyes. It was Dumbledore. Beside him was a small figure with flowing brown hair. That must be the third child. Just like my Ophelia, she also has brown hair, Diggory thought. He watched as Dumbledore and the girl walked closer and closer. Diagoly's eyes widened more and more until the girl stood right in front of him. This third teammate turned out to be Ophelia. If he had known it was her, Diagoly would never have let Ophelia follow him to such a dangerous place like Grove City. As for Dumbledore beside him, he was completely ignored by Diagoly. Dumbledore led Ophelia over to Diagoly. Patrick, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to the approaching presence and was lost in his own thoughts, feeling as if he were about to ride the wind and fly freely through the world. Dumbledore glanced at the two boys in front of him. One was staring wide-eyed at Ophelia with a foolish expression, while the other stood by the stone bridge with his arms outstretched, seemingly unaware of what he was doing, but looking rather unhinged. Two troublesome kids. Dumbledore cleared his throat, hoping to bring them back to reality. But awkwardly, Diagoly and Patrick remained immersed in their own worlds. Dumbledore's cough probably seemed like nothing to them. Ahem. Dumbledore couldn't help but raise the volume of his cough. Diggory woke up to see Dumbledore looking at him with dissatisfaction, which made him blush. Patrick, who was next to him, also woke up, but he was awakened by the noise. The previously carefree feeling vanished in an instant, leaving him in a bad mood. His temper flared up immediately, and without even looking back, he started cursing, asking which idiot dared to disturb his peace. Professor Dumbledore, what are you doing here? Out for a walk. What a coincidence. Me too, Patrick said with a cheeky smile, carefully watching Dumbledore, feeling that this situation was quite awkward. What was going on? Patrick secretly signaled to Diggory, asking for clarification, but Diggory felt guilty and just stood there expressionless. Dumbledore noticed Patrick's little actions, but said nothing, only casting a glance at him. Instead, he noticed the scratches on Diggory's face and asked, what happened? I didn't see this when we had a late-night snack last time. Patrick looked at Diggory in surprise, wondering how he could have a late-night snack with Dumbledore. He felt envious. Ophelia also glanced at Diggory, her eyes filled with disdain. Loser. Diggory felt like crying. It was just a cat scratch. Patrick thought it was necessary to help his buddy. No problem. I can vouch for Diggory. That morning, when I got up, I saw that his face was scratched by a cat. In the morning, I saw the cat scratches. How did that sentence sound so suggestive coming from Patrick's mouth? It was clear that Ophelia had the same thought as Diggory, and her disdainful look intensified. Diggory could only resentfully glance at Patrick, thinking, why are you saying so much? With your image in the girl's eyes, that's definitely slander. But Dumbledore believed him. He looked at the scratches on Diggory's face and said, that's enough. It's not a big deal. Now that we're all here, let's get going. Get going? Where to? Patrick turned to Diggory, looking confused. Didn't you say there were girls? Didn't you say we were going to have fun with the girls? Why do we end up with just a teammate and Professor Dumbledore? With the professor around, how can we have fun? You're not messing with me, are you? Patrick questioned Diggory with a sharp look. But Diggory remained calm, staring straight ahead, ignoring Patrick's gaze. Come on, confess honestly, or our friendship boat will capsize. Patrick continued to stubbornly stare at Diggory, but he didn't know how thick-skinned Diggory was, except in romantic matters. Diggory's thick skin was comparable to layers of makeup on a woman's face, in a dry tree hole in the Albanian forest. The bruised Kiro lay on the ground, unable to move, every slight movement causing him excruciating pain. Sitting nearby was Sane, who had caused Kiro's paralysis, and in front of him was the cauldron, bubbling with a mixture of unknown ingredients. Can I have a bite? Kiro looked at the cauldron in front of Sane, licking his lips, but Sane completely ignored him, focusing intently on the mixture in his pot. Cooking required concentration. Kiro didn't understand Sane's thoughts. He gazed at the food in the pot, a greedy look in his eyes. You give me food, or else you won't get anything from me. Sane seemed not to have heard this, scooping a spoonful of the mixture into his mouth to taste. It's a bit bland. He added some salt and stirred, tasting it again until it was just right. Kiro watched as Sane pulled the cauldron closer to himself, showing no intention of sharing, which made him anxious. You better give me half, or else don't expect me to help you find Lord Voldemort. Hearing this, Sane paused. He looked at Kiro with a spoon in hand and said, Sorry, I didn't catch that. What did you say? Sane appeared calm, holding a soup spoon instead of a wand. At that moment, he looked at Kiro with a peaceful expression, like an old friend living next door asking if you had eaten on an ordinary afternoon. But this demeanor made Kiro, who lay on the ground unable to move, break into a cold sweat. It was exactly like this. This was how he felt when he first met this person in the forest. This guy, possessed by a demon, approached him with his harmless facade, then extracted information from him, and finally struck when he let his guard down. Just thinking about that moment made Kiro painfully close his eyes. The past was too hard to bear. Speak up. How am I supposed to know what you want if you don't say anything? How can I meet your demands if you don't talk? Sane's expression grew increasingly calm, transitioning from a neighborly friend to a kindly old man next door. Go on, I'll do my best to meet your needs, Sane said with a smile. Kiro realized he was wrong. He buried his face in the ground like an ostrich, feeling that this position could give him some sense of safety. Seeing Kiro's raised backside, Sane shook his head regretfully. This guy was too spineless. If someone treated him like this, even if it cost him his life, Sane wouldn't let the other person off easily. Moreover, Sane's mindset had nothing to do with the number of people. Even if he was alone and facing a crowd, he would still stand firm. Just like when he was bullied as a child, Sane would never run away when others ganged up on him. He would fight them, focusing solely on the person who brought others to bully him, ignoring any punches or kicks from others. He only cared about one thing. He had to make the person who brought others to beat him feel pain and fear. So now, seeing Kiro acting like an ostrich, he felt nothing but disdain. How could such a cowardly person exist in this world? Just a moment ago, Kiro was clamoring for food and threatening him. The next moment, he was cowering like this, and he was still a Death Eater. Sane couldn't help but look down on the Death Eater organization and Voldemort as well. A bunch of useless things. Sane couldn't help but curse. But then he thought, wait, doesn't that mean I'm cursing myself too? Sigh, a bunch of mixed bags. Time passed bit by bit for Diggory. Kiro felt he was truly being good, lying on the ground without moving. He thought that as long as he did this, the person named Sane wouldn't have any reason to harm him anymore. After Cyan scraped the last bit of paste clean from the cauldron, he set the pot aside, wiped his mouth, and then looked at Chilo, whose face was still buried in the ground. I've had enough to eat. You can lift your head now, and we can have a good chat. Chilo was a bit confused. Chat? About what? He thought he had nothing to say to Cyan, so he continued to play ostrich, saying nothing at all. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. At that point, the other party could just pick any random thing he said as an excuse to beat him up again. This method was something Chilo used to love when he bullied others, so now that someone wanted to use it against him, they had picked the wrong person. However, Cyan was not him. Chilo's rules could not bind Cyan. Seeing Chilo lying on the ground, ignoring his words, Cyan's brows furrowed. What's wrong? Are you sulking? Come on, tell me. You came here to find a Dark Lord, right? Tell me how you plan to find him, and then we can go together. If we find him in the end, you get 60 and I get 40. Really? Chilo realized that Cyan needed something from him, and there was a benefit involved, which instantly made him more alert. Really? I swear on my conscience, Cyan assured. Chilo lay on the ground, thinking carefully. The Death Eaters could now be said to be divided into several factions. The pureblood families among the Death Eaters formed one faction, and they were also the strongest. They had money, people, and bloodlines. Under Lucius's leadership, those pureblood Death Eaters huddled together for mutual support, living a comfortable life while the other Death Eaters were struggling to survive. Especially Lucius's Malfoy family, as the direct heirs of the number one pureblood family, the Black family, had either died or ended up in Azkaban, long since fallen into decline. As a result, the Malfoy family gained tremendous room for development, utilizing family prestige and various means to make money, then currying favor with high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic and marrying into other families. Having now developed deeply rooted connections, there were also some Death Eaters living a precarious existence, like common street rats, afraid to appear in public, some of whom barely had a legitimate identity, let alone income, which was something utterly out of reach for them. Those people had completely abandoned their dignity, doing anything to survive. The last faction was like him. wanting to find a chance to resurrect the Dark Lord and continue to let him lead all the Death Eaters to occupy the high ground of the European magical world and reclaim their dominion. Thinking back to the carefree life they lived under the Dark Lord's leadership, where everyone trembled at their feet and could demand anything, Chilo couldn't help but feel excited. He had to admit that what Cyan said was really appealing to him. As long as he could resurrect the Dark Lord with him, he could return to his former life. Moreover, Cyan was very powerful, and with him, his chances of finding the Dark Lord would be even greater. I can take you to find the Dark Lord, but I get 80, and you get 20. Chilo's eyes sparkled with greed. He wanted more. Thus, Cyan overestimated Chilo's sense of propriety. Consequently, Chilo reevaluated Cyan's integrity. Chilo watched as Cyan pulled out a live eel from somewhere, and then took off his pants. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? The greed in Chilo's eyes faded, and he trembled as he spoke. You get 80. I get 20. I get 80. Cyan pondered. After thinking for a moment, he put the eel away. Chilo sighed in relief, feeling like he had escaped a calamity. But unexpectedly, Cyan turned around and pulled out a thick, wriggling earthworm. Chilo hadn't even put his pants back on when Cyan placed the worm in front of him. What did you just say? I still didn't hear clearly. All the benefits go to you. All the benefits go to you. All the benefits go to you. Chilo's face turned pale at that moment. Cold sweat soaked his headscarf in an instant, and he looked terrified, like a petite young girl being eyed by a greasy giant. I don't want any benefits. All of it goes to you. Chilo was almost in tears, unable to understand why this young man before him had so many terrifying ideas in his head. He felt that Cyan was a demon, a bastard who would definitely go to hell after death. Cyan nodded in satisfaction. Although this Chilo sometimes failed to see the situation clearly, he still had potential as long as he was properly guided. Now tell me, what methods do you have to find the Dark Lord? At that time, Cyan stood at the edge of the ruined Gross City under a clear autumn sky, feeling melancholic as he thought about how he had killed all his teammates and how he should enter to find Voldemort. Then, a travel-worn Chilo appeared in his line of sight. With a blue-black headscarf, a pale complexion, one eye twitching constantly, and a harmless smile on his face, but hiding immense ambition and hatred deep within his gaze. This is not a good person, Cyan concluded upon seeing Chilo for the first time. Therefore, he had no psychological burden in dealing with Chilo now. I did some research. After the Dark Lord was betrayed by that treacherous woman, he only lost his physical body. However, because of the Horcruxes, his soul still exists. Seeing that Cyan had thrown away the earthworm, Chilo finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to speak freely about his investigation. But outsiders are unaware. Everyone thinks the Dark Lord is completely dead. So, the wizards who usually hide like rats all crawled out of their holes at that time. They directly began to beat the Death Eaters while they were down. You guys gave up after losing the Dark Lord? Cyan said. So I want to find the Dark Lord's soul and resurrect him. Then let him lead us to regain our former glory and return all the insults and harm those rats inflicted on us. Oh, that time was somewhat distant for Cyan. At that time, he was still a good kid who wanted to study hard and improve every day. So what you said about returning has anything to do with me? Slap. Cyan slapped Chilo's bare bottom. Just tell me how to find the Dark Lord. Why are you rambling on about all this nonsense? Chilo lowered his head, not daring to let Cyan see the hatred flashing in his eyes. The Dark Lord currently has no physical body, so he definitely needs a body to use. However, this forest is rarely visited, and there is a great risk in possessing a human. Therefore, he should be inside some magical creature in the forest right now. There are so many magical creatures in the Albanian forest. How do we find them? Cyan rubbed his palms, feeling the sensation of that slap earlier. It seemed pretty good, although his hands smelled a bit now. Cyan glanced disdainfully, wrinkling his face as he rubbed his hands on the ground beside him, the smell of dirt more fragrant. Chilo continued to analyze for Cyan, explaining that the Dark Lord was currently parasitic within a magical creature, lacking a physical body, which meant he had to find something to replenish his energy. However, there were very few things that could supplement soul energy, besides some rare potions. Only unicorn blood was available, so the Dark Lord must be parasitic within a unicorn. Cyan eagerly interrupted Chilo, excitedly stating, "No." Chilo splashed cold water on him. It could be the eight-eyed spider that hunts unicorns or within a ghoul. Feeling a bit embarrassed after Chilo's rebuttal, Cyan recalled what Uncle Peter from next door had told him as a child. If someone wants to achieve something great, they shouldn't care too much about their face. Because regardless of how much face you lose in the process, as long as you achieve your goal, all the face will come back, even more than before. Cyan thought this was very reasonable, so he graciously forgave Chilo in his heart and continued his line of thought. Then we should hurry and find the eight-eyed spider's lair, and from there locate the Dark Lord. You're wrong again. Chilo, unaware of Sane's thoughts, pointed out that eight-eyed spiders are social creatures. Their lair would be filled with countless spiders, and just going in a search could cost us our lives. Sane's expression started to look unnatural. Well, you have a point. Then we can wait outside for the eight-eyed spiders to come out to hunt, and when we see one stray from the group, to look for a unicorn. That spider must be the Dark Lord. Chilo fell silent, looking down as if contemplating the feasibility of this suggestion. But he was merely hiding the smile that was about to spread across his face. Once he managed to suppress his laughter, Chilo raised his head and said, "Actually, the Dark Lord definitely wouldn't stay in the eight-eyed spider's lair. It's filled with spiders, and the smell and environment wouldn't be suitable for humans. So if nothing unexpected happens, the Dark Lord will control the eight-eyed spiders and usually lurk in places where unicorns are found. We could just go directly to find him." Sane's face was already looking quite bad, but Chilo didn't notice and continued, "Actually, we can go directly near the unicorns. And then regardless of whether the Dark Lord is parasitic within an eight-eyed spider or a ghoul, we can wait for him there." Sane's face turned completely dark. "Then why didn't you say this from the beginning?" "Yeah, why didn't I say this from the start? You wanted to see me make a fool of myself. Am I right?" Chilo realized a bit late, feeling that the anger level of Sane sitting across from him could probably be depleted with just a couple of hits. No, let me explain. I didn't I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it." Sane shouted angrily. "I need to hit you to feel better. Just bear with it. After I'm done, we'll still be good teammates." In Devonshire, England. Dumbledore and the others were standing in front of a multi-story house when Diggory heard the male alto practicing inside the house. He knew he was standing in front of the famous alchemist of the magical world and also a well-known opera enthusiast, Nick LeMay. Before they set off, Dumbledore had informed everyone that he would be adding another wizard to this trip. However, at first, no matter how much Diggory hinted, Dumbledore did not reveal who this wizard was, nor did he mention that they were specifically going to F country to find him. Now he knew, but Diggory quickly realized something was off. "Professor, does old Mr. Nick have the ability to join us in the Albanian forest? He is over 650 years old. Although he won't die with the Philosopher's Stone, I feel that he might not be of much help on such a long journey." Diggory was quite tactful in his words, but to put it bluntly, this old gentleman's age suggested that even waving a wand might be a struggle, and the likelihood of him dragging them down on this trip was greater. Dumbledore ignored Diggory and stepped forward to knock on the door, then took 2 steps back, placing his hands on his abdomen, quietly waiting for the owner to open the door. Quite the gentlemanly demeanor. Initially, Diggory scoffed at this set of actions, but upon seeing Ophelia looking at Dumbledore with admiration, he immediately changed his stance and mimicked Dumbledore by placing his hands on his abdomen as well. After the knock sounded, the male tenor inside paused, and then Diggory heard a series of shuffling footsteps, becoming clearer until the door finally opened. A face covered in wrinkles and age spots peeked out from behind the door, and Diggory noticed that the man's eyes were somewhat cloudy, his gaze a bit dazed and vacant. "Ah, my old friend, long time no see," Dumbledore exclaimed upon meeting his long-lost friend, displaying a joyful smile that Diggory and the others had never seen before. "Oh, Albus, Merlin bless, you're still alive." Nick's eyes sparkled with joy. The days looked completely disappearing. For Nick, who was over 650 years old, seeing an old friend was truly one of the few happy moments in his long life. "And 3 little ones too," Nick said, exhibiting an awareness that contrasted sharply with his cloudy eyes. "Come in, don't just stand outside." So Diggory and the others followed Dumbledore and stepped into the home of the great alchemist Nick. The house was well lit, with the afternoon sun streaming through the glass, casting a golden glow on the various jars and containers inside. The floor was wooden and very old, creaking underfoot, but it was coated with a layer of resin for protection, making it durable. In some places, the red bricks were exposed, while other areas had been freshly painted white. Although it looked a bit chaotic, everything was kept very clean. Dumbledore sat on the sofa with Diggory and the 3 little ones, then looked around and smiled at Nick, who was pouring them tea, saying, "Paranol is truly virtuous. It seems you're living quite well." Nick chuckled and, trembling, carried the tea tray towards them, his steps a bit unsteady. The shuffling footsteps Diggory had heard earlier came from him. Suddenly, Dumbledore leaned back subtly and then reached out to swat Diggory on the back of the head. Diggory looked at him in confusion, wondering what was happening and why he was suddenly being hit. Dumbledore gestured towards Nick, who was serving tea, and Diggory immediately understood, hurriedly going over to take the tea tray from Nick's hands. After placing the tea on the coffee table, he helped Nick sit down before returning to his own seat. The four of them sat on a long sofa, with Diggory next to Dumbledore, Patrick beside him, and Ophelia at the end. Originally, Diggory wanted to sit next to Ophelia after placing the tea tray, but upon receiving a glare from her, he could only sulkily return to his original position. Nick, seeing Diggory looking a bit down, smiled and remarked, "This kid reminds me of myself as a child." Back then, Nick's eyes gazed into the distance. Seemingly recalling something from over 600 years ago, I was pursuing my wife Paranal, and she was just like this, initially indifferent to me. Patrick was shocked. "Wow, old man, you've lived so long and still aren't he confused?" Impressive. Dumbledore's previously smiling face suddenly darkened, and he swiftly gave Patrick a light slap, but unfortunately, poor Diggory, sitting in the middle, also got hit. However, Nick didn't mind at all, just waved his hand with a smile. At his age, there probably weren't many things left for him to care about. It's okay, Nick said. "Looking at these kids with their youthful energy makes me feel a bit more vibrant myself. So let them be. Just take it as innocent child-esque talk." Nick could laugh it off, but Dumbledore was unwilling to let it go. He glared at Patrick and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize." Patrick, rubbing the back of his head, stood up seriously and bowed to Nick to apologize. Dumbledore looked apologetically at Nick, saying, "These kids have been spoiled since they were young. They'll be fine in a couple of years." He then shot a glance at Patrick and noted him down in his little notebook, planning to keep an eye on him when they returned to Hogwarts, ensuring he graduated without any issues. He would definitely turn him into a polite and respectful young man. Nick shook his head, indicating he truly didn't mind. "Albus, did you bring these 3 kids all the way to France to see me for something?" Upon hearing Nick's inquiry, Dumbledore took a sip of tea and said, "Yes, there is something. This time, I hope you can help me with a favor." "What kind of favor?" "If I can help, I will," Nick replied. He and Dumbledore had a great friendship. They had known each other since Dumbledore was young and had become good friends. Dumbledore had once researched alchemy with Nick and discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood. Their friendship spanned nearly 100 years. It was such a strong bond that when Dumbledore later sought Nick's counsel on destroying the Philosopher's Stone, which granted him and his wife their long lifespans, Nick agreed. So Nick's promise was without a hint of insincerity. "I hope you can accompany us to the Albanian forest," Dumbledore said. "The Albanian forest?" Nick's gaze turned vacant as he seemed to recall memories of that place. This recollection took quite a while, long enough for Diggory and the others to finish their tea, before Nick's gaze slowly returned. "That place is quite chaotic." Nick defined the Albanian forest, noting that it was home to almost half of the magical creatures, most of which did not welcome humans. Nowadays, adventurous wizards often enter, and then they never return. Nick glanced at Diggory and the others, asking Dumbledore, "Albus, I'm not worried about your strength, but what about these 3 kids?" Dumbledore shot a glance at Diggory. "We can't do it without them." Patrick secretly looked at Dumbledore, thinking, "I want to escape, but I can't." Ever since he realized he'd been duped by Diggory, he felt uncomfortable, as if his feelings had been betrayed. Moreover, the most important thing was that he didn't want to come. Wasn't it good to just eat, drink, and attend classes at Hogwarts? After class, he could hang out with the girls. How pleasant. Later, on the way to France, he often expressed his dissent openly and always sought Diggory for an explanation, hoping to find some balance in his heart, preferably getting sent back. But what was the result? This guy Diggory always says things like, "The water is too deep, the wind is too strong. If you don't have strength, don't talk." The meaning is that you're so weak, just don't say anything. Isn't that infuriating? At that time, Patrick couldn't take it anymore. "You say I have no strength? Fine, one-on-one. Since you think I'm weak, let's let strength do the talking." Patrick believed that with his invincible armor spell that he had practiced since childhood, his defense was unbeatable. Although Diggory was recognized for his strong talent and had already learned several spells, as long as he didn't rush and slowly look for Diggory's flaws relying on defense, he might not necessarily lose to him. So he confidently found a place to have a gentleman's duel with Diggory. Then he obediently followed him to Devonshire. And on the way, he had no objections. Even the usually docile Dumbledore found it a bit strange. Nick saw that the 3 kids had no objections and couldn't help but exclaim, "They're all brave kids. I actually want to follow you all." But saying this means there's no hope. Diggory's buttocks slid down from where he was sitting, changing from sitting to slumping. Nick raised his trembling right hand and helplessly said, "It's a struggle to even hold a wand with this hand now. If I go, I'll just be holding you back." Diggory glanced at Nick's right hand. Indeed, with that hand, it would be a struggle for him to wipe his own backside, let alone pick up a weapon and fight. He looked at Dumbledore beside him, his eyes signaling, "Professor, We might have to fight on this trip, so we came to get a bodyguard. Not to bring someone along for a vacation. Let's switch. Diggory decisively suggested to Dumbledore to change personnel, but he meant no disrespect to Nick. He was primarily considering the bigger picture. The dangers lurking in the forest were not to be underestimated, and just the fact that Voldemort's soul was hiding there was enough to give their group a headache. Originally, having a powerful wizard join them would indeed help Dumbledore share the burden. However, the current Nick was truly past his prime. Moreover, professionally speaking, Nick was an alchemist, not a combat-oriented profession, and with age, Diggory estimated that if he could muster even a tenth of his youthful strength, it would be a miracle. Dumbledore noticed Diggory's glance and remained silent. He felt a bit melancholic, not because Nick was unwilling to help, but because his old friend had truly aged. However, before Dumbledore could speak, Nick saw the disappointed expressions on Diggory and the others and smiled, saying, "But I can recommend someone to you." "Who is it?" Dumbledore asked. "If you're not sure about this person, then don't recommend them." "If I weren't sure, why would I recommend them to you, my old friend?" Nick replied. "His name is Leonardo." Diggory's eyes widened in an instant. Nanny, what a coincidence that it would be this name. He was well aware of the foreign star named Leonardo from his past life. The girl he liked back then had Leonardo as her idol. So Diggory had presumptively considered him his rival. Poor Leonardo, who bore the blame for no reason. "What is your relationship with him?" Dumbledore asked. If their relationship was very close, Dumbledore could basically trust Leonardo. But if Nick and he were just acquaintances, Dumbledore would refuse or be more cautious on the way. "He is my student," Nick said with a kind smile. "He has inherited all my alchemy knowledge, though I haven't told him the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. His parents are both doctors in the Muggle world, so he has quite good medical skills, Nick continued to introduce. "If you take him along, it would definitely be a great choice." Dumbledore calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "I want to meet him first before making a decision." "Of course, no problem." As he spoke, Nick trembled slightly and snapped his fingers, causing a piece of white paper to float up. After writing a few words on it, he snapped his fingers again, and the paper flew away on its own. Diggory raised an eyebrow subtly at this display. With nonverbal and wandless magic, Nick had certainly made good use of his 600 years. Next, Diggory and the others sat on the sofa listening to Dumbledore and Nick reminisce about their glorious past, and the three children were almost falling asleep. Just as Diggory's head was starting to droop, the door to Nick's house suddenly swung open. Everyone, including the half-asleep Diggory and the other two, turned their gaze toward the sound of the door opening. Golden hair, chiseled features, fair skin, and a gentle gaze like the sun just rising above the horizon, somewhat lazy but captivating nonetheless. The newcomer was none other than Nick's student, Leonardo. Dumbledore turned to look at the handsome young man at the door, showing no extra expression, only a faint glimmer of light in his eyes that was hard to notice. Patrick was nearly asleep now, and, compared to the person at the door, he was more concerned about finding a comfortable sleeping position. Diggory squinted his eyes, feeling that his looks were being threatened. Sure enough, Ophelia, sitting at the edge, was already looking at Leonardo with sparkling eyes. "What does this mean? Am I not handsome?" Diggory felt the deep malice of the world for the first time. "Robert, your looks just aren't cutting it." Leonardo walked into the house, and then Diggory saw an elderly lady following behind him. Perennial. Dumbledore revealed the identity of this lady. "Oh, Albus." The silver-haired Perennial entered, with the passage of time leaving indelible marks on her face, making her figure small. However, despite this, Diggory saw a calm elegance in the old lady's eyes that time could not take away, and this quality now seemed kind. This old woman looks so kind. Dumbledore's gaze instantly turned murderous, and he suddenly turned around. Diggory waved his hands tightly to indicate it wasn't him, and then, smack, Patrick's head was struck again. "Apologize." Dumbledore was genuinely angry this time, and even Ophelia, who was immersed in Leonardo's looks, felt it. "I'm sorry, Grandma, I was wrong." Patrick immediately stood up to apologize, rising so quickly that Diggory barely blinked before it was done. "But I truly think you are beautiful. I've never seen anyone so elegant and composed in their old age like you." Diggory gasped in surprise. This comment was impressive. Looking at Perennial, who initially had a somewhat unpleasant expression, after hearing Patrick's words, his face instantly brightened as if the rain had cleared and the sun was shining down again. "You're all good kids, all good kids." Perennial smiled happily, then suddenly glanced at Diggory and said with a smile, "You must be Cedric, the unprecedented student of Hogwarts. I've heard about you." Diggory was taken aback, not quite understanding why Country F already had its own legends. However, this did not stop him from standing up to greet Perennial, wearing an honest expression and a bright smile that, combined with his golden hair, made him look like a little son. This smile had quite a significant impact on Perenelle, an old woman. Good child, Perenelle said, very pleased with Diggory. I'll go to the kitchen in the back to make you some snacks. You all can chat slowly. After saying this, she walked to the back alone. Upon seeing this, Patrick secretly glanced at Dumbledore and, seeing his expression finally calm down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, that was close, Patrick thought, still shaken. The angry Dumbledore had felt much more terrifying than when his grandfather was angry. Luckily, everyone's attention was later diverted to Diggory. Otherwise, it would have been tough today. Professor, did you call me back for something? The handsome Leonardo spoke up, instantly capturing Ophelia's gaze. This made Diggory look at him with a complex expression, probably thinking, so what if he's handsome? He's nothing special. I hate those who are better looking than me. I didn't call you back because I had something, Nick said, pointing at Dumbledore sitting across from him. It's my old friend who needs you. A full moon hung in the night sky, in the shadows of the Albanian forest. A group was moving through the darkness. They slowly approached a cemetery, and the line became a bit tighter, with some people instinctively pulling out their wands, resembling scorpions displaying their stingers. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the darkness ahead, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of claws scratching against wood. There's something ahead. A ghoul or a vampire. Doesn't matter what it is, be on guard. The once tight-knit group began to panic. Various aggressive spells firing from the tips of their wands into the darkness ahead. However, what made them anxious happened next. One by one, the spell seemed to sink into the sea, causing not even a ripple in the dark. Then came an angry roar from within, as if mocking their cowardice, before it quickly fell silent, leaving them no chance to identify the source. The group began to stir, and the leader turned around to shout, "What are you afraid of? We're so many here. Do they have the guts to come out? We have 10 people, don't be scared." The leader seemed to be reassuring his teammates, but in reality, he was emphasizing their numbers, more like comforting himself. Ephero, Sector, and Gillis, the leader pointed out a few individuals in the group. You're skilled in binding and stunning spells, so you go to the front. The three named individuals immediately frowned. Going to the front in such a haunted place meant facing unknown dangers directly, and those dangers wouldn't just stand in front of them waiting to be cursed. Their attacking methods often left you hit before you even noticed. What are you in such a hurry for? I haven't finished speaking, the leader scolded, clearly distressed about being sent to carry out this task. Dunton, you stay behind them. If anything happens, immediately use the armor charm to protect Ephero and the others. At this, a middle-aged man who resembled Patrick stepped out of the group. In the moonlight, his dark-eyed bags and a few fresh bruises on his neck were visible. It was evident he hadn't slept well before setting out and had lost a lot of energy instead. Don't worry, boss. I promise to try my best. But I can't guarantee the mission will be completed, Dunton said irresponsibly with a smile. In his view, casting a spell wasn't a problem. But the principle was that he would never put himself in danger to protect those three scoundrels. After all, he was a selfish scoundrel himself. His motto was better my own safety than theirs. The leader obviously knew Dunton's character, so he pretended not to hear his words, taking it as an agreement. I say, Dunton, your intel is reliable, right? The reason we came here is entirely because of the intel provided by your Dunton family. If we fall into danger because of incorrect intel, I will definitely take you out before I die, someone in the group suddenly said. Upon hearing this, others looked at Dunton, their eyes full of meaning, clearly agreeing with the speaker. Even the leader fell silent. Seeing this, Dunton shrugged. What do you want me to do? I'm already standing with you. What else can I do? Besides, it wasn't Timmy who brought you here. If you have the ability, go find that person. The original speaker scoffed. I can't provoke that person, so I can only vent my anger on you. If the intel is wrong, just wait to die. This was clearly an attempt to bully the weak. Once the intel went wrong, the responsibility would fall on Dunton. At this moment, Dunton suddenly thought, could this be the arrangement of the person who assigned them to come here? If something went wrong, it would be blamed on the Dunton family's intel. If nothing went wrong, it would be the person's effective leadership, and all the benefits would be theirs. With this thought, Dunton looked at the speaker with a strange expression, the kind of look one gives before making a move. The leader caught this look and said, Dunton, get to work. What are you thinking? What else can I think about? Of course, I'm going to do my job well. Dunton spread his hands and said helplessly. The leader, Kurt, looked deeply at Dunton and didn't say more. If he said anything more at this time, the group would really become difficult to manage. The 10-person team arranged themselves according to Kurt's earlier instructions, with Ephero, Segder, and Gillis leading the way, Dunton holding his wand behind them, and the remaining 6 following. The first three were on guard against the darkness and the people behind them, while Kurt walked at the back, watching out for Dunn ahead, and in the middle. Dunn was on guard against everyone. They slowly stepped into the darkness, each on high alert, with strange noises coming from the dark, adding to their tension. Stepping over the thick fallen leaves in the forest, their footsteps were muffled, and in some places, remnants of animals not fully consumed remained. The blood that hadn't tea-dried, exuding a rusty smell. As they delved deeper, the scents became increasingly complex, a mixture of more than 10 different odors. 1 breath invigorated, 2 breaths brought worries, and 3 breaths led to fainting on the spot. The smell was so stimulating that it made Kurt and the others uncomfortable, and eventually, it was Dunton who suggested, "Everyone take out a piece of cloth, pee on it, and then cover your mouths and noses." When wizards set out on missions, besides what they wore, they generally only brought 3 things: wands, money, and transportation. If they encountered an area covered by the Flynn network, they wouldn't even bother bringing transportation. So it was even less likely that anyone would carry masks or anything to filter the air. Therefore, everyone in the small team was feeling quite uncomfortable. But following Dunton's suggestion was even worse. So everyone was in a dilemma. But Downton was not troubled. "Since you all are unwilling, I'll just use it myself. Don't say I'm not loyal. I'm not hiding any methods." After saying that, Downton pulled out a square handkerchief from his pants pocket. Upon closer inspection, one could see a flower embroidered on it, clearly a woman's handkerchief. Downton scratched his head, unable to remember whose it was. He had quite a few old flames. But it should be from Sarah, Amy, or Melissa from last night, probably Melissa S. But now, it didn't matter whose it was. He felt a slight pain in his lungs and absolutely had no time to waste. Downton found a tree, turned his back to everyone, still holding the wand in his hand, and said, "Do as you wish. I'm going to pee." Then Kurt and the others watched him finish, before tying that stinky handkerchief in front of his mouth and nose. Everyone's expressions were extremely complex, disgusted, nauseated, yet wanting to try. But Downton didn't care at all. He took a deep breath, as if he could still smell the scent of his descendants from the stench. "Ah, this is much better," Downton said. "Although this smell isn't great, at least my lungs don't hurt anymore." Upon hearing that his lungs didn't hurt, Kurt and the others were also tempted. Effalo hesitated and waved his fist. Damn it. He, like Downton, walked to a large tree nearby, took out a piece of burlap, and loosened his belt. His lungs were also hurting badly, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about feeling nauseous. The air here might just take his life if he inhaled any more. Seeing Effalo like this, the others followed suit. Anyone with burlap or handkerchief directly found a tree, and those without had to borrow half from others. Damn it. At this moment, Kurt's face turned frighteningly dark. He was one of those who hadn't brought burlap and could only borrow half from someone else. Unfortunately, he wasn't very lucky. The person borrowing him burlap happened to be feeling unwell these days, so it smelled terrible. But Kurt didn't dare throw the burlap away. If he did, the air outside would smell even worse. Just then, he felt a small pebble-like object had entered his shoe, and his mood exploded. Damn it, Kurt, what's wrong? The person who lent him half asked with concern. It's nothing, Kurt pretended to be calm. Just that a little pebble seems to have fallen into my shoe. What? A pebble? Downton, who was in front, suddenly turned around. How could that be? Where would a pebble come from? Kurt was already in a bad mood, and hearing Downton's sharp tone made him even angrier. Where else could it come from? Of course, Kurt realized at this moment that in this dense forest, the ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves. So how could there be pebbles getting into shoes? Suddenly, a chill ran up Kurt's spine, making him break out in a cold sweat. Quick, take off that shoe. Downton shouted anxiously. At this moment, it wasn't that he cared so much about Kurt. If it were any other time, he wouldn't even blink if Kurt died. But now, in this place, every additional person meant more strength, and Kurt's ability was not low. Oh, okay. In this emergency, Kurt completely lost his leader-like demeanor, panicking as he sat on the ground and took off his shoe. Seeing his foot still attached to his leg, he let out a sigh of relief, looking like he had just experienced a false alarm. But Downton understood that things were probably not that simple, because he picked up Kurt's shoe, held it upside down, but no pebbles fell out. The others also noticed this and stared at the shoe in Downton's hand in silence. Kurt began to tremble, his skin twitching uncontrollably. Downton immediately sensed something was wrong. Kurt, what's wrong? Kurt, trembling, pointed at his foot. It feels like there's a bit of numbness. But it's also like there isn't. Downton's expression grew serious, pointing the tip of his wand at Kurt's foot. A stream of magic slowly flowed from the tip, as if a hand was gently pulling off Kurt's sock. Damn it, Everyone gasped in shock. By the faint moonlight filtering through the forest, Downton saw Kurt's foot had turned completely dark purple. "Look," Jill said, trembling. "It looks like something is wriggling through the blood vessels in Kurt's foot." The others looked closely. "Damn it, it really is." At this moment, the blood vessels on Kurt's foot had swollen to 5 times their original size, and through his skin, one could see a thick, long worm stretching from one blood vessel to another. Moreover, based on its current trajectory, it was trying hard to move upward. Downton swallowed hard and asked, "Does anyone know what kind of worm this is?" The remaining 8 people looked at each other, but no one spoke up. Downton glanced at them, a flash of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of useless people. Usually they were all scheming and self-protecting, but when it came to asking them something, they immediately revealed their incompetence. Kurt had a mournful expression. "Downton, I feel like I'm still okay. I don't feel any pain at all. Can you think a way to save me?" "No pain?" Downton looked at the worm in the blood vessel. Could it be a worm that secretes anesthetic fluid? When it enters the target's body, it starts anesthetizing the target and then unknowingly leads its target to death. Downton looked at the worm, trying hard to move upward, and decisively tore a strip from Kurt's wizard robe to use as a tie. Then he tied it around Kurt's knee to block the worm's upward path. "How does it feel now?" Downton asked Kurt. "I don't know." Kurt nervously stared at his ankle. The worm was right there. "I don't feel anything now. It's like everything is normal." Downton's eye twitched. How could it feel normal when the blood vessels in his foot had turned like this? "How big was your heart?" Then he pulled out a small knife from somewhere. "Since you feel normal, it means things are already very abnormal. Let me help you cut it." Kurt felt that Downton had a point, so he hesitated. At this moment, someone beside him said, "Cut it? What do you want to do? That thick blood vessel, do you want Kurt to bleed to death?" Otherwise, Downton exploded in anger. Who knows what will happen once that worm burrows in? "If Kurt dies, will you take responsibility?" The person immediately fell silent. Originally, Kurt didn't want Downton to use a knife. After all, he felt fine now. But upon hearing Downton's latter statement, no one could guarantee what would happen next. Maybe it was just a matter of a foot, but if he delayed and didn't take action, it could very well become a matter of life and death. So Kurt steeled his heart and said to Downton, "Go ahead." Downton nodded and decisively made his move, plunging the knife downward. Everyone present, except for Downton, closed their eyes, leaving only Downton with his eyes wide open. In his mind, it wasn't his own foot, so it was just like slaughtering a pig. However, Downton's eyes widened even more as a chill ran down his spine. The pig's hoof was not bleeding. To be precise, it was not blood that flowed, but kind of pale pus. The cut area had skin and flesh turned outward, but the worms were nowhere to be found. What remained in the blood vessels was just an empty shell. "Where are the worms?" Kurt shouted in despair, voicing everyone's thoughts. Downton immediately retracted his hand and held it up under the dim moonlight for a careful inspection. The others saw this scene and all took a large step back, fearing that the worm had burrowed into their own bodies. "Downton, are you okay?" Gillis asked cautiously. This was not Gillis' sudden concern. He was tightly gripping his wand, ready to act without hesitation at the slightest sign of danger from Downton. "I'm fine. There's no wound on my hand, and I don't feel anything unusual," Downton replied. "There's something wrong here. We'd better retreat first, treat Kurt's foot, and then find another place to enter the forest." No one refuted Downton's words, not even Kurt. Who didn't he feel he was being overly cautious because those words struck a chord with them? They had barely entered this cursed place when they were already in trouble, and it was completely unexpected. Kurt's foot was covered with a sock, and these worms could penetrate clothing and burrow into his body. What if next time the worm attacked from a tree and fell into his neck? If his foot was not treated, he might lose a foot, but at least he'd still be alive. But what if a worm burrowed into his neck and stabbed him? No one would dare to act. Although the people here had little status in their families, if something went wrong, their families would definitely intervene. Otherwise, if people died and the family didn't even come to their aid, wouldn't that drive the whole family apart? But if they didn't act and instead went out to seek help, would the worms burrow into their brains in the meantime? How would they seek help then? They would perish together, the coffin would be nailed shut, and they would go down to play cards with their ancestors. Thus, the decision to leave was made. Everyone would first go out to find a place to rest, then contact their families, prepare again, buy more potions and protective magical supplies, and then re-enter. If at that time someone blamed them for leaving without completing their orders, then they would take the blame. Everyone exchanged tacit glances with Downton, not saying a word. Downton stood aside, tearing 5 long strips of fabric from his robe to tie up his pant legs, cuffs, and collar, ignoring the looks from the others. For now, if the danger was just those unknown worms, He would only consider that. Even though this action didn't do much, it at least provided Downton with some psychological comfort. Kurt was supported by two others, and once the group was ready, they resumed their previous formation, starting to retreat from the forest. But at that moment, Gillis, who was leading, suddenly heard a rustling sound. Realizing something, he looked at Effalo beside him and trembled, asking, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" Seeing Gillis' terrified expression, Effalo immediately realized that something bad was about to happen. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Gillis looking back in horror, tremblingly pointing, "Why you behind you? That tree, run." Gillis didn't finish his sentence before he was scared away. However, just a few steps into his escape, Downton and the others saw a vague shadow ahead, a black tide surging toward Gillis. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a swarm of tiny worms. This black tide rushed toward the already terrified Gillis, devouring him completely in just 3 seconds. Seeing this, Downton didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to run. The others followed suit, and the two carrying Kurt even complained about his weight, dropping him on the ground as they ran. "Don't leave me. Save me. Save." Downton turned back to see the worms crawling into Kurt's mouth as he cried for help, and in an instant, he was overwhelmed. This scene sent a chill down Downton's spine, and he burst into unprecedented speed, leaving everyone behind. Last in line, Effalo saw Downton running so fast, and suddenly harbored a wicked thought. He took out his wand and aimed a spell at Downton, wanting him to fall and buy time with his life, even if it was just 3 seconds. Sometimes, in the face of catastrophic disasters, human hearts can be more dangerous than the disaster itself. However, Downton had been paying attention to his teammates the whole time. So when Effalo took out his wand to attack him, he immediately cast an armor spell on himself. The armor spell successfully blocked Effalo's sneak attack, and taking advantage of Effalo's moment of surprise, Downton swiftly cast a stunning spell on him. Effalo didn't have Downton's reaction speed, and was hit directly. He was soon caught up by the swarm of worms behind him, unable to let out a single scream before being devoured. The others fleeing saw this scene and remained indifferent, having no thoughts of avenging Effalo. In their view, it wasn't worth offending a powerful person for a dead man. Cedric, seeing Downton's strength, had other thoughts. "Downton, do you think you can use the armor spell to block the worms behind us?" Downton didn't even acknowledge Cedric. Could one armor spell block this overwhelming tide of worms? What a brainless thing. No, Downton suddenly realized, speaking while running quickly could easily lead to a stitch. Cedric likely wanted him to talk and slow down, ultimately buying them time. So Downton got angry and turned back, giving Cedric the middle finger without saying a word. 10 minutes later, Downton leaned against a huge stone pillar that was barely half standing, breathing heavily. He felt more exhausted in these 10 minutes than in the 3 hours he spent last night. The swarm of worms, which had already been dense from the start, had become an endless mass, chasing all of them to the point where they dared not look back. During this time, a few skeptics still wanted to turn back and cast spells while running. However, often as soon as they turned their heads, they were frightened by the bugs that were so close. Before the spell could be cast, the bugs caught up with them, and in the end they lost their lives. After they escaped into an abandoned stone temple, the swarm of bugs that had been closely following them suddenly seemed to be under some binding spell, all coming to a halt at the edge of the temple. These countless bugs hovered at the edge, emitting an impatient and piercing buzzing sound, but they dared not enter. The few people who had been fleeing finally had a chance to sit down, wherever they could, keeping a watchful eye on the bugs outside while trying to recover their strength. At this moment, Tang Dun turned to look at the remaining teammates. Realizing that there were only 3 of them left, a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Without even finding anyone, they had already lost 7 people. He thought about how Lucius, that long-haired pretty boy, would explain this to those families. But then he thought again, damn it, their families were relying on Lucius to make money together. Given the integrity of those old guys, it was likely they wouldn't demand an explanation, but rather seek some benefits to gain advantages for their families. Damn, the legal profession. This was the sorrow of being a side member of a capitalist family. In the eyes of the heads of those families, the side members were often seen not as individuals, but as tools. Thinking of this, Tang Dun lowered his head and clenched his fists. What should we do next? One of the survivors spoke up. Why don't we just stay here and wait for rescue? As long as the family discovers we haven't returned after a certain time, they will definitely send someone to look for us. Another person snorted coldly. Come looking for us? Your family will send someone for you? Won't they? The person looked confused, trembling all over. Tang Dun shook his head. It was clear this person had never experienced the harsh realities of life. He stood up and said, "Let us rest a little longer and then leave. We can't stay here too long." The Death Eater who had snorted earlier asked, "Why do you say we can't stay too long? There are bugs outside. Going out means death. Where else could be safer than this place?" "Huh." Tang Dun smiled faintly, too lazy to explain, feeling that having a brain is a good thing. But some people forget to bring it when they go out. The law of the jungle states that the weak will never enter the territory of the strong, because entering means death. So, you say this place is safe? But thinking about how most of his teammates had already died. Each additional person lost was one less chance of making it out alive. Tang Dun felt that in such a place, having one more person might not guarantee survival, but having one less definitely made it harder to escape. The Death Eater finally realized this, swallowing hard. "I'll listen to you, whatever you say. What about the mission? Lucius told us we must find that child and follow them." The confused Death Eater snapped back to reality, still thinking about their mission. "Do you want to die?" Tang Dun asked him. The man shook his head. "No, I don't want to die." Tang Dun breathed a sigh of relief. The intelligence was still salvageable. "So, between your life and the mission, which do you choose?" The Death Eater's eyes were no longer confused. "I want my life. Since you want to live, then follow me." So, the three of them stood back to back in a triangular formation, no longer wary of each other, relying on one another as they walked toward the shattered stone temple. In Grose City, during the day under the sunlight, although broken, it still revealed a grandeur that couldn't be seen at night. In the open grassy area between Grose City and the Albanian forest, Diggory and Dumbledore were staring at each other. Patrick, Ophelia, and Leonardo, who later joined them in Devon, stood beside them, watching the show. However, the other two were not very serious. Leonardo was more interested in the scenery, while Ophelia was watching Leonardo. But at least Patrick was genuinely enjoying the show, thinking it was quite entertaining. "I've said it before, you should stay in Grove City for now. We're not sure if the forest is safe. It's very dangerous for you to go." Dumbledore looked at Diggory, feeling quite helpless. They had clearly agreed at the beginning that they would stay in the city, while he went into the forest to check. But for some reason, after he brought them here, Diggory suddenly changed his mind and insisted on following him in. "Is this nonsense? Am I taking you in to send you to your deaths?" However, Diggory was even more helpless. Originally, after arriving in Grove City last night, his unfortunate mission had already been completed, and he was feeling great about receiving the rewards. But Diggory should never have said that the mission was completed so easily. Then this three good students system immediately turned into a mischievous child, directly assigning Diggory a new task, to follow Dumbledore into the forest and obtain the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider. Diagoly's expression froze at that moment, and he was stunned for 2 seconds before nearly exploding on the spot. Is this really going to be the end of him? His mind was racing with 1,000 furious beasts. At that moment, Diagoly was unwilling and didn't want to complete this task. Whatever the punishment was compared to his life, it didn't matter. However, he never expected that this time the punishment, although simpler than the last, was even more shameless. Just one thing, from now on, he would become the submissive one, and it would be the kind where he had delicate arms as pillows for thousands and seductive lips tasted by countless. This was even more devastating to Diagoly's mindset than having tasks come one after another. He felt like he was about to explode on the spot. How could a solid, tough, and straight man like him end up in such a humiliating situation? Diggory imagined the scene, but couldn't continue. It was too beautiful to think about. Moreover, the reward for completing the task was merely a doubling of his mental strength. If it weren't for the Jew explaining that Diggory's mental strength was about 1/3 of Chilo's, and that doubling it would result in a significant increase in power, he might have dismissed it. The most direct manifestation of this would be in practicing spells, which would become much easier. Currently, it takes about a week to 10 days to practice a spell to a proficient level. After the enhancement of mental strength, this time would be halved. This left Diggory in a dilemma, as the reward was truly tempting. Once someone has experienced the allure of power, it becomes hard to resist. Especially for male creatures, they have almost no resistance to this. Coupled with the punishment for failing the task, Diggory was hooked. In the months since arriving in the magical world, he had gradually accepted and adapted to it, feeling the charm of magic. For him, the sensation of having power at his fingertips was incredibly wonderful, an experience he had never had before. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Diggo's handsome little face was scrunched up. "Professor, wait a moment. Let me think of a decent reason first. Just a little longer. It will be ready soon." Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, this little rascal. How is he so different from other kids? So disobedient. Sometimes it feels like when talking to this child, he is not facing an 11-year-old, but an adult. Is this one of his secrets too? Don't bother thinking of a reason. No matter what you come up with, I will not agree to take you over there. Dumbledore said sternly. You should stay in Grove City with Patrick and Ophelia. Leonardo will protect you. It was better not to mention Leonardo, but once he did, digo wotangri. Originally, when they were going to F country, he could still chat with Ophelia and catch her attention. But after Leonardo joined the group, Ophelia's eyes were only on Leonardo. Digo can no longer attract her attention no matter what he does. Moreover, the key point is that Leonardo is already in his 20s. Why can he still charm a young girl? Professor, if you don't take me in now, I will still find my way in later and no one can stop me. At this point, Digo deliberately glanced at Leonardo. So from this perspective, I suggest that it would be better for you to take me in, so at least you can keep an eye on me. Diggory paused and asked, Professor, what do you think of my reasoning? Is it enough for you to let me in? Dumbledore's eyes twitched. This was not a reason, but a threat. The old man suddenly narrowed his eyes, and a powerful aura emerged. Diggory suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and he remembered that the old man in front of him was someone he shouldn't provoke. You behave and stay here obediently, or I will confiscate your wand and tie you up here. You choose. I choose the third option to go in with you. Only children would obediently choose from options. Adults create their own choices. Dumbledore got angry and reached into his pocket, trying to pull out something big to bind Diggory. Patrick, who was watching from the side, became more serious, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Diggory. Could his bragging friends, who boasted about how rebellious they were, stand up to Dumbledore like this? No. But now Diggory was doing just that, with an expression of fearlessness. Professor, please believe me, I have the ability to protect myself. Diggory said loudly. You have the ability to protect yourself? Dumbledore laughed in anger and pointed to Leonardo beside him, saying, Leonardo is here to protect you on loan from Nick. Since you say you can protect yourself, fine, I'll give you a chance. You can have a one-on-one match with Leonardo right now. If you can beat him, I'll allow you to come in with me. Hearing this, Patrick took a deep breath, forcibly controlling his facial expression to hide his excitement. As Diggory's wingman and brother, he had already noticed that Diggory had issues with Leonardo and knew that Diggory had been enduring it. Patrick also understood that the reason for Diggory's patience was Ophelia. Now, with Dumbledore's decision, if Diggory agreed, the outcome would definitely be thrilling, because the force that Diggory would unleash after enduring for so long would make Dumbledore regret his decision. Moreover, there was one thing that Dumbledore and the others in the team didn't know. Diggory's true strength had made a huge leap during this time. He had once told Patrick about it while they were collecting firewood together. So now Patrick turned to Leonardo, a voice in his heart shouting, Agree, agree, agree. Leonardo, hearing Dumbledore say that he should have a one-on-one match with a kid, was taken aback. He was also tempted to back out, thinking he was already 27 years old, and that under Master Nick, not only had he excelled academically, but his combat strength was also far superior to his teachers. He could say he had surpassed his teacher. Even if he heard that this Diggory was a genius, so what? Everyone was a genius in their own right. He had also been chosen by Nick due to his high talent, and became the last student to inherit his teachings. He raised an eyebrow and said, Professor, are you sure this is necessary? Dumbledore looked at the stubborn Diggory and quietly calmed down, feeling somewhat helpless and bitterly smiling, not expecting this kid to influence his mood. He nodded to Leonardo, saying, Please, let us have a match so that this kid can give up. After saying that, he also gave Leonardo a look, signaling him to be careful. Leonardo shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless smile, All right then, Professor. I understand. So the two walked to the side, stood still, bowed to each other while drawing their wands, then turned their backs to each other and walked forward. Each took 10 steps, then turned to face each other. Patrick stood to the side and asked Dumbledore, Professor, who do you think will win? Before Dumbledore could answer, he eagerly said, I bet Cedric will win. I know his strength well. Do you believe it? Dumbledore remained non-committal, while Ophelia, watching Leonardo in the arena, said, That's impossible. Cedric's strength is known to you, and it's also clear to both the professor and me. And there's one thing you don't know. Brother Leonardo's strength is recognized by both the professor and Mr. Nick. Among all young wizards, he is definitely in the top 5, if not the top 3. With such strength, how could Cedric win? Just now you were calling him by name, and now you're directly calling him brother. Patrick glanced at his good brother and silently mourned for him for 2 seconds in his heart. If a girl has no eyes for you, then no matter how radiant, talented, and outstanding you are, no matter how much you try to please her, in the end, it may not compare to the insignificant smile of the person she likes. Before Patrick could finish his emotional thoughts, Diggory initiated the attack on Leonardo first, with what seemed like an unintentional lift of his hand. His wand traced an arc from the wrist downward, followed by a burst of white light. Dumbledore's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed in his heart, "How is that possible? It's the shattering spell. When did that kid learn it?" It was then that he suddenly remembered when Mrs. Horcliffe came to find him some time ago and told him about Diggory. This child has inexplicably learned many spells and seems to have many secrets. Yes, this child has so many secrets that Dumbledore needed to use an unbreakable vow to restrain him. The shattering spell arrived in an instant, and Leonardo, being Nick's top student, quickly cast his family's signature spell, the shield charm. An invisible transparent wall appeared in front of Leonardo, forming an impenetrable defense. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Diego's attack landed on the ground in front of Leonardo, kicking up a cloud of dust, not even touching Leonardo's armor spell. Patrick's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he shouted in his heart, "Is this it? Is this all? What are you doing, brother?" Dumbledore squinted, realizing that this child's strength was still lacking a bit. Leonardo, who felt just as puzzled as Dumbledore, was also taken aback. The strength displayed by Diggory seems unworthy of his genius title. But before he could finish his thoughts, suddenly, Diggory moved. He quickly sprinted, and before the dust had completely settled, he swiftly changed his position to the side of Leonardo. This was a moment Leonardo had no time to react. This was an action obscured by the swirling dust. This was a position that the armor spell could not defend against. At this moment, everyone present understood that the shattering spell was not a sign of weakness, but rather a deliberate move, a smoke screen intentionally released. A seemingly casual sneak attack was just a cover. A seemingly inadequate mistake was meant to make the opponent let their guard down. Petrification spell. Diggory waved his wand recklessly, venting his grievances with no restraint. "You old cow eating tendergrass, shameless thing." Leonardo had lost his previous composure, and the astonishment and panic in his eyes were clear even to Patrick outside the scene. Meanwhile, Ophelia kept patting Dumbledore beside her, urging him to act quickly and not let her brother Leonardo embarrass himself. But Dumbledore remained calm, his hand holding the wand unmoving, for he saw that in Leonardo's eyes there was only panic, not confusion. Sure enough, after a moment of surprise, Leonardo reacted with lightning speed. He lifted the curse, waved his wand, cast a spell, and the series of actions flowed smoothly, with a combination of magical and mental power perfectly executed. The green light of the disarming charm shot from the tip of his wand, perfectly colliding with Diggory's petrification curse. "What the hell?" Patrick exclaimed. "Is this reaction human?" Meanwhile, Ophelia clutched her heart with one hand and tightly grasped Dumbledore's arm with the other, the sudden relaxation after extreme tension making her brain feel somewhat oxygen-deprived. Yet she still stared wide-eyed, her sparkling eyes fixed on Leonardo through her round glasses without blinking. Dumbledore was also watching Leonardo, and because of his actions, he couldn't help but think more highly of this young man. This kid is impressive, steady and capable, knowing when to advance and retreat, calm and unhurried. To be able to react so quickly and flawlessly in such a short time. He truly lives up to being Nick's prize student. It seems my old friend has a worthy successor. Bang! The two spells collided in the air before everyone's eyes and then exploded. Diggory frowned, astonished by Leonardo's reaction speed. He never expected him to respond so quickly. Meanwhile, Leonardo was sweating profusely, completely taken aback by the fact that this 11-year-old boy in front of him could force him to use all his strength after just one exchange. Indeed, Leonardo had put aside his earlier underestimation of Diggory and now regarded him as an opponent of equal standing. He instinctively reached for the backpack behind his waist, where he kept potions crafted through alchemy that he could use in battle if necessary. However, the moment he reached inside, he caught a glimpse of disdain in Diggory's eyes. Leonardo immediately realized what was happening and couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it now his turn to be looked down upon? Indeed, Diggory had started to underestimate Leonardo. Just now, Leonardo's gesture of reaching for his waist clearly indicated he was going to retrieve something else, likely some little gadgets made through alchemy. But those gadgets were clearly of the concealed weapon type. How could a child like him even think of using concealed weapons? If Ophelia saw that face, she would surely see through his character. Diggory's gaze darted towards Ophelia, but he found her completely focused on Leonardo. Her eyes didn't shift to him for even a moment. Seeing this, Diggory felt a sudden emptiness in his heart. Just then, Leonardo noticed Diggory lost in thought and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. A transparent, leg-locking curse shot out from the tip of his wand, flying straight towards Diggory's legs. Beautiful! Ophelia gasped softly. Damn it! Patrick shouted, "Shameless. This is a shameless sneak attack, so disgraceful." Dumbledore shook his head. Being distracted in battle was indeed a mistake on Cedric's part, but Leonardo had seized the moment perfectly. He was in the right. Patrick's face fell. It was over. Even the professor wasn't standing up for them. "Brother, I try my best." Meanwhile, as Diggory snapped back to reality, the leg-locking curse was already right in front of him. So close. What to do? Diggory asked himself, while Patrick and the others were also watching him. Leonardo's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Previously, Diggory had nearly embarrassed him, and this time he wanted to make Diggory pay for it. He even imagined how Diggory would look when hit by the spell, stumbling and falling in a mess. But just as the leg-locking curse was about to hit Diggory, he suddenly did something that left everyone present dumbfounded. He suddenly exerted force in his waist, quickly turned around, and met Leonardo's attack with his back. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore sighed in disappointment. Patrick's eyes were filled with anxiety. However, the next scene left everyone utterly shocked. The leg-locking curse hit Diggory's back and just slid off. It just slid off. Slid off. How could it just slide off? The attack of the leg-locking curse was deflected to the nearby grass, creating a small pit. Patrick rubbed his eyes, looked at Diggory's unscathed legs, then at the small pit emitting smoke, and finally looked at Dumbledore beside him with confusion. "Professor, what is going on?" Like Patrick, Ophelia, and Leonardo were also puzzled. Everyone was baffled as to how Diggory managed to do that. Dumbledore's azure eyes were filled with amusement. Perhaps these children lacked the insight to see what was happening, but having lived for over 100 years, he understood the reason behind it clearly. The wizarding cloak Cedric was wearing must be a protective cloak. "A protective cloak?" Patrick exclaimed. "Is it really that thing? That cloak is so valuable. It's so expensive. I went shopping with my mom last time and saw one. My mom didn't buy it for me. I carried her bag for nothing." Ophelia rolled her eyes, spending air. This struck a nerve with Patrick, and he fell silent. Leonardo also heard Dumbledore's words, and a hint of jealousy surfaced deep in his eyes. "Why should you have such a good thing while I do not?" Jealousy prompted his reason to take a break at that moment. So, taking advantage of the opportunity while Diggory was turning around, Leonardo immediately cast a spell to kick up dust and stones. The spell hit the ground in front of Diggory, instantly sending dust flying and rocks scattering. As Diggory turned around, he was immediately greeted by a cloud of dust, with visibility reduced to less than a meter. He was startled, thinking, "What the hell? Is this an eye for an eye?" This thought flashed through Diggory's mind, and it caused him to lose the necessary reaction time for his first response. Just then, the dust swirling in front of him suddenly thinned, as if the originally hazy weather had transformed into good air quality. This phenomenon instantly made Diggory realize that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment after the dust cleared, a blue spell, radiating a dazzling light, appeared in Diggory's line of sight. Just a brief glance was enough for him to sense the nearly overflowing magical power from this spell. It was an attack unleashed with all its might, but there was no time for Diggory to turn around and withstand it. Even if he used the protective spell cloak to directly absorb the spell, it might block its effects, but he couldn't prevent the magical damage. Not far away, Dumbledore tightened his grip on the Elder Wand, his gaze suddenly sharp. He was prepared to block the spell for Diggory, but at that moment, Diggory reacted. He didn't use the protective spell cloak, nor did he even use his wand. Instead, all the magical power in his body gathered in his left hand in that instant. Then, with a sudden fist clench, he launched a full-force strike. The spell exploded, and magical power scattered everywhere. Diggory's unexpected counterattack left everyone wide-eyed. Dumbledore exclaimed in shock, "This foolish child! How could he do this?" Dumbledore and the others' view was obstructed by the explosive spell, preventing them from seeing Diggory's situation. Leonardo sneered, thinking that with such a level of attack, it was impossible to block it with just a fist. Moreover, using a fist as a conduit for magic, wasn't he worried about injuring his hand? However, considering Diggory's age, Leonardo understood. After all, being so young and inexperienced, it wasn't surprising to make such a mistake. But having done this, Dumbledore would surely need to think of a reason to explain it to him. Diggory's strike was akin to wandless magic, but even wandless magic could only be performed by some powerful old wizards when casting spells they were extremely familiar with. However, how could Diggory be one of those powerful old wizards? Moreover, those who watched wizards perform wandless magic were still reciting spells. No one had ever used their body as a vessel to gather magical power and clash spells head-on. Meanwhile, Patrick looked in disbelief at Diggory's position, which was filled with the lingering glow of spells, with no sign of him. "Professor, Cedric should be okay, right?" Patrick asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression was grim, more so than ever before. Since he personally sent Grindelwald to Azkaban in 1945, he had never experienced such emotional turmoil. Hearing Patrick's question, he shot a cold glance at Leonardo and prepared to intervene to save Diggory. But just as he was about to act, a fierce spell suddenly erupted from Diggory's position. A red light, imbued with an unstoppable ferocity, darted forward like a startled swan, like a playful dragon, rushing towards Leonardo amidst the astonished and disbelieving gazes of everyone. The surrounding magical energies and the dust that had yet to settle were pushed aside in that instant, making way for this fully unleashed fainting spell. The smoke was forcefully dissipated under the raging storm of magic, allowing everyone to see clearly that the tail of the fire-red fainting spell was connected to Diggory's wand. Patrick's eyes lit up. Diggory was fine. No, only Dumbledore could see that Diggory's left hand was hanging limply. His child. But the most shocked person was still Leonardo, who had been standing there contemplating how to brush off Dumbledore's reasoning. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? That was his full-powered freezing spell. And without matching strength, it was absolutely impossible to withstand such a blow. Could it be that this kid, at such a young age, had already reached his level? Was this the rumored strongest talent? Could it allow him to reach his level of magic in such a short time? However, Diggory's attack did not give him time to ponder these thoughts. All these ideas were just a blink of an eye. Diggory's attack was already before Leonardo. At this critical moment, Leonardo suddenly pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars from his waist bag and threw them towards Diggory's fainting spell attack. However, those bottles and jars had no effect against Diggory's full-powered attack. They only bought Leonardo 2 seconds of time. But that was exactly the time Leonardo needed. It was enough for him to raise his wand and launch his attack. A similar red light lit up, and a disarming spell erupted from the tip of his wand, pouring all his strength into it, directly colliding with Diggory's fainting spell. The clash of spells. At this moment, it was no longer a contest of who had faster reflexes or higher magical proficiency. The only thing being tested now was the duel of their mental strength. And Patrick outside the arena was clearly aware of this. So he directly told Dumbledore, "Professor, you need to act quickly. Otherwise, Cedric's youth will definitely put him at a disadvantage. I know Cedric's character. He won't give up and will push his mental strength to the limit." At this point, Patrick glanced at Ophelia beside him and continued to say to Dumbledore, "Professor, you surely don't want to see that kind of scene." Dumbledore understood what Patrick was saying, but it wasn't that he didn't want to intervene. He had wanted to act long ago. However, he could not act recklessly, because Diggory and Leonardo were currently in a contest of mental strength. Any misstep in intervening might harm their mental strength, and in severe cases, the damage could be irreparable. So Dumbledore was waiting for an opportune moment. But neither of the two in the arena seemed willing to give him that chance. Leonardo was now unleashing all his power, not holding back in the slightest. With this attack, he poured all his strength into it. After all, it was just a disarming spell. The spell itself would not harm Diggory. As for the potential after-effect from the exhaustion of mental strength, Leonardo scoffed coldly. Why should he care? It wasn't him who forced Diggory to do this. On the other side, Diggory was struggling to hold on. He originally estimated that with his 2 lifetimes of experience, his mental strength could not compare to a legendary existence like Dumbledore. But he thought it would be sufficient against a mere young man like Leonardo. Indeed, if it were just an ordinary young wizard, Diggory's mental strength would surely surpass his. However, the mistake lay in the fact that Leonardo was not a typical young wizard. He was a genius who had even moved Nick LeMay, a 600-year-old wizard, and taken him as a student. And who was Nick LeMay? The greatest living alchemist, bar none. Could the person he chose, Leonardo, have weak mental strength? Moreover, over the years, Leonardo's continuous study of alchemy had also been a process of constantly enhancing his mental strength. Thus, he was likely the only young wizard whose mental strength surpassed Diggory's. Now, Diggory, with his left hand feeling somewhat helplessly wry, realized that in that moment he had gathered all his magical and mental strength to withstand Leonardo's freezing spell. But now, he only felt a wave of weakness surging in his mind, coming in waves. His left hand also cramped, with all the muscles and bones in his hand feeling as if they were tearing apart in pain. But he could not lose. Diggory gritted his teeth and persevered. At that moment, the voice of the big orange cat echoed in his mind. "Young man, what you're doing is pointless. There are many ways to attract a girl's attention, but among them, absolutely none include hurting the people she likes. Moreover, the most important point is that the girl doesn't like you. No matter how much effort you put in, You're only giving her an excuse to walk away, and in the end, you won't even get her to look at you twice. So give it up. She's not right for you. Diggory seemed to be deaf to everything, still fixated on the confrontation with the spell, but his increasingly dim gaze betrayed him. He wasn't unaware. He just wanted to pretend he was. He still believed there was a chance for him. The voice of the orange cat came again. If you don't believe me, you can look over there at Ophelia. Even now, has her gaze lingered on you at all? Diggo's gaze shifted, and that gentle gaze was directed towards the person opposite him. I understand now. Some things, no matter how hard you try, they just aren't meant for you. What you cannot let go of will eventually echo back. This is ultimately a scene from a movie. I get it, Diggo murmured. Just at that moment when Diggo was distracted, Leonardo, who was clashing with Diggo in a battle of mental strength, keenly sensed that the attack from opposite him had suddenly weakened. So he immediately seized the opportunity and suddenly intensified his effort. Diggo suddenly felt that his mental strength was unable to withstand the sudden and intense attack, and a wave of dizziness surged uncontrollably. At this moment, the big orange cat said, "Don't rush, stay calm. It's nothing if you lose, it's just a disarm spell. After it's over, just take a nap." "No, I don't want to lose." Diggo's face suddenly twisted in rage. "In this emotional competition, I don't have the choice. So my words don't count. But now, whether to continue or not is up to me. I must defeat Leonardo. This is my last dignity in this competition." Diggory's attitude was resolute. However, that could not change the fact that Leonardo's attack was now just a meter away from Diggory. Nevertheless, even so, Diggory still gritted his teeth and held on at any cost. His complexion grew increasingly pale, and the blood vessels in his eyes became more pronounced. The big orange sighed helplessly, top-tier mental enhancer, a bottle with 9,999 points of magic power. "Do you want it?" "Yes," Diggory replied without any hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt something added to his left hand. Diggo struggled to lift his trembling left hand and down the dark brown potion in the transparent bottle. This scene went unnoticed because two spells clashed in front of Diggo. After drinking the top-tier mental enhancer, Diggo immediately felt his mental energy fully restored. But he was waiting. He was waiting for an opportunity, for Leonardo to think he had Diggo under control and to relax his mental energy. So he deliberately maintained the illusion of being at a disadvantage, allowing the clash of spells in the air to get closer and closer to him until it was just 50 centimeters away. This distance caused Dumbledore nearby to feel his magic fully activate, and his mental energy began to surge like a vast ocean. The old wand in his hand was already raised. But right now, Diggory waited. He sensed Leonardo's relaxation through the intensity of the opponent's spell. At this moment, without any hesitation, all of Diggory's mental energy rapidly gathered into his wand. Then, Leonardo and the others witnessed a scene they had never seen before. A stream of mental energy roared out from Diggory's wand like a great river. The confrontation between the two spells was completely transformed. Leonardo, who thought victory was within his grasp, widened his eyes as he watched the ordinary dragon roar and charge at him, his mind blank at that moment. He truly did not understand what was happening. Clearly, before this, Diggory had shown signs of weakness. How could he possibly unleash such powerful strength at the last moment? Was he deliberately pretending to be weak? In the end, with this question in mind, Leonardo was struck by Diggory's spell and fainted. Also falling to the ground was Diggory, who had exhausted all his strength and was too weak to muster any more power. Just before he fell, Diggory unconsciously looked towards Ophelia's position, watching her rush towards Leonardo. At that moment, he suddenly remembered saying, "I can't stop you from running towards someone better than me." Although Diggory did not agree with this statement, as he did not know where he fell short compared to Leonardo. However, love is based on feelings. Who would care about the trivialities? In the end, Diggory fainted with regret. Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind Diggory and caught him as he fainted. Looking at the unconscious Diggory, Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. For some reason, this boy always managed to disrupt his plans, causing unexpected events to happen with things he thought were under his control. In fact, he had even reshaped Dumbledore's understanding of certain matters. For example, there were those 2 times. Once when Diggory managed to take Leonardo's spell attack with his fists, and the second time, just now, when he was clearly at the end of his strength yet somehow surpassed everyone's expectations and unleashed an unprecedented power, defeating Leonardo. Dumbledore couldn't figure out how Diggory accomplished that, no matter how hard he thought. Could it be that he used a potion? Dumbledore mused. But then he shook his head privately. Potions with such high explosive effects were not easy to brew. First of all, let alone how difficult it is to obtain the raw materials for those potions. Even if you managed to get the materials, you wouldn't be able to handle the brewing process. It required a wizard with sufficient brewing experience to concoct them, and such wizards were extremely rare. Patrick also arrived at Diggory's side, gently lifting Diggory's left hand with his right, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Professor Patrick's face looked very grim. Cedric's left hand seemed to be ruined. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore looked over, and at that moment, Diggory's left hand, held in Patrick's grip, seemed to lack bones. Limp and powerless. Dumbledore was taken aback and quickly picked up Diggory, rushing towards the city of Gross behind him. As for the fainted Leonardo, neither the old nor the young thought of him. Only Ophelia remained by his side. Dior's current situation is very dangerous, and, just like him, Scene and Chilo in the Albanian forest are also in a perilous predicament. At this moment, they are fleeing for their lives. The rustling sound behind them is like the Grim Reaper, making them dare not look back even once. Damn, the bugs. Damn, the bugs. Scene has great lung capacity, cursing nonstop while running. What the hell are these bugs? Chilo, didn't you say you did research? What the hell are these things, and how do we deal with them? Chilo, however, does not have the same lung capacity as Scene. He has long lost his strength and is being carried under Scene's armpit, being dragged along in the escape. Although he doesn't have to exert himself to run, Chilo actually wishes he could escape on his own two legs, because the smell under Scene's armpit is really overwhelming. Moreover, being held like this, bouncing around, makes his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache in protest, collectively denouncing such a mode of transportation as inhumane. Ugh, after Chilo vomited his breakfast, he weakly protested to Scene. I solemnly declare that I want to change positions. This is too inhumane. Inhumane? Scene, while running, looked down at Chilo's bald head. His headscarf had fallen off somewhere during their escape. Are you kidding me? Talking about humanity with a Death Eater? Scene scoffed. If you keep whining, I'll throw you down and let those bugs have you for lunch. Do you believe it? Chilo fell silent, knowing that Scene could absolutely do such a thing. In the 2 days he had spent with him, he still hadn't figured out where Scene's bottom line was. These bugs are called carrion beetles. They are small, with hard shells that can withstand most magical attacks, and they have almost no weaknesses, usually surviving by eating decaying flesh. Chilo recited the characteristics of the carrion beetles like he was reciting a textbook. After babbling on for a while, Scene interrupted, saying, That doesn't make sense. We are living people. We aren't on their menu. Why are they chasing us? To digest their food? No, Chilo explained with difficulty. They're called carrion beetles not because they only eat decaying flesh, but because they even eat decaying flesh. We are within their range of predation. Moreover, to them, we are an improvement to their diet. Hearing this explanation, Scene immediately began to curse. Damn it, damn. As a seasoned foodie, Scene knows how great the temptation of an improved diet can be. For example, here in this forest, he hasn't had a decent meal in days. If a roasted turkey was placed in front of him now, who would want to eat some mush? However, if that meal were his, that would be another story. Do these bugs have no brains? It's so easy to find decaying flesh. It just lies there waiting for them to eat. Why do they have to chase us? Isn't that tiring? Not tiring, Chilo said softly. Carrion beetles are really not very intelligent. They can't think about these things. Once they smell food, they go crazy and no one can stop them. Not even Merlin. Damn, Sein cursed. Then there's no way out. Use your head. There are ways. Chilo said. As long as you run faster than them and shake them off, that's all you need to do. Scene paused for a moment. If I throw you down here, can I run faster? Chilo was startled at these words. You heartless traitor. Want to sell out your teammate? We've been through thick and thin together for so long, and now you want to sell me out? You irresponsible man. Scene sneered. I'm a notorious Death Eater. Why do I need to be responsible to you? What are you, my girlfriend or something? Chilo was immediately at a loss for words. How could he respond to that? Girlfriend? I'm a guy. Will I give myself to him? As this thought crossed his mind, it kept spinning around in Chilo's head. The more he thought about it, the more acceptable it seemed. Thinking of this, Chilo suddenly looked at Scene, who was carrying him, with a shy gaze. The stomach that had been flipping and churning suddenly felt the strength of that arm, and that smell under his armpit, which had always overwhelmed him, now transformed into a manly scent. If you're willing, then I am too. Saying this, Chilo blushed, shyly turning his face away, completely burying himself in Scene's armpit. Ah, that damned, intoxicating manly scent. Meanwhile, Scene was still talking to himself. If you want me not to throw you away, it's not impossible. Just find someone I'm willing to listen to. But unfortunately, the only people I listen to are my wife and my mom. and my mom is gone. And as for my wife, she hasn't tea. Wait, what did you just say? Don't rub against my armpit. Clarify your words. Chilo reluctantly pulled his head out from under Scene's armpit, but he still didn't get angry at the man in front of him. Instead, he softly repeated, "If you are willing, then I am too." What, willing or unwilling? What are you talking about? Oof. You little rascal. Annoying. Chilo became even more embarrassed, his face turning red. Scene was taken aback. What the hell are you talking about? Can you speak properly? If you keep being sarcastic, I'll really throw you here. Hurry up. How do we get rid of these bugs? Chilo pouted in grievance, but had no choice. After all, Scene was stronger than him, so he could only comply. Carrion beetles have a very strong territorial awareness. They want to leave their territory and will indiscriminately attack any living being that invades their territory, even if they can't win. So, we just need to escape from the carrion beetle's territory. Damn, that sounds simple. Scene gasped heavily. How would I know where the boundary of these bugs' territory is? You don't need to worry about that. It's actually quite simple to identify. Chilo looked at Scene's solid and strong biceps and said, Carrion beetles generally like to live in places with both trees and graves. We just need to stay away from such places. Once Chilo said this, Scene remembered. It seems that before they encountered the carrion beetles, they had passed by a graveyard, and then entered this forest, during which they had encountered 7 corpses. Oh no, if I hadn't run faster, wouldn't those 7 corpses have been my fate? Thinking of this, Scene immediately took a deep breath, and even Chilo could clearly hear the expanding sound coming from Scene's lungs. After taking a deep breath, Scene's speed suddenly increased. This speed could probably rank in the top 3 among all the wizards in this world. After all, wizards have long gone off to cast spells or do other things. It was time to exercise. With that time, it will be better to practice some spells. In the future, if I'm powerful, I could do whatever I want. Therefore, the wizards in a magical world are generally weak in physique. And if a magician is without a wand, their combat power is almost negligible. So now, Kiro is shocked. He never expected that Scene's physical ability would be so formidable, so strong that it makes him feel dizzy. Even that bald head is shining with a pink hue. Over there, at this moment, Scene suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "There's a dilapidated stone temple, and there are no trees around it. Doesn't that mean it isn't the territory of the carrion beetles?" Kiro looked in the direction Scene was pointing and indeed saw a patch of crumbling walls, and on the ground, there were no fallen leaves. Nor were there any graves nearby. You should run over and try it, Kiro said. So Scene accelerated again, quickly leaving the bugs behind by 10 meters. Kiro only heard the wind whistling past his ears, making it hard for him to open his eyes. But when he was finally able to open his eyes again, he saw that he had already reached the dilapidated stone temple with Scene. He felt like only 2 seconds had passed. He didn't know, after all. He was completely unaware of time when he was tucked under Scene's armpit. Look, the bugs aren't coming. Scene finally took a breather and sat down to rest. However, Kiro did not feel excited about escaping from the swarm of bugs. Instead, he wore a serious expression. Although we have escaped the territory of the carrion beetles, what magical creatures are we in the territory of now? Scene rubbed his stomach, feeling very hungry after the intense exercise. Let's not worry about whose territory this is for now. I think our top priority is to find something to eat. I'm starving. Kiro was taken aback. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Let's go find something to eat. Scene nodded in satisfaction when he saw Kiro didn't oppose him. But suddenly, he looked at Kiro with a strange expression, unsure if it was just his illusion, but he felt that Kiro seemed a bit effeminate. Kiro lowered his head, feeling embarrassed and silent. Scene didn't want to think about it anymore. Overthinking gave him a headache, so he decided to drop it. Whatever. It's not like I'm the one acting effeminate. With that thought, Scene led Kiro straight into the dilapidated stone temple. However, as they walked, he noticed something was off. Hey, Baldy, did you notice that the pillars of this crumbling stone temple are engraved with these strange symbols? Kiro rolled his eyes inwardly when he heard Scene call him Baldy, silently cursing, "You rascal." But he said nothing else and obediently stepped forward to examine the strange symbols on the broken walls and incomplete stone pillars. These don't seem like symbols. Kiro frowned and hesitantly said, "They look a bit like medieval writing written backward." Upon hearing that it was writing, Scene rolled his eyes. He had never been good at such things. Back when he was at Durmstrang, he aced all the practical exams, defeating everyone in school. But when it came to theoretical exams, he was always outperformed. So Scene waved his hand in boredom and said to Kiro, "You study this here. I'll go look around elsewhere for food." Kiro rolled his eyes at Scene's swaggering departure. "You rascal." Just as he was about to focus on studying the backward medieval writing, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps. He quickly looked up at Sane, who was also looking at him, and made a shushing gesture, then turned his wrist, gripping his wand. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Sane raised his wand higher and higher. Finally, Sane's wand was aimed at an ancient corridor covered in age-worn marks, and the footsteps indicated that someone was about to appear from the corridor. Kiro had already come behind Sane, and Sane's wand was ready with a shattering spell, just waiting for the owner of the footsteps to show themselves. Suddenly, 3 ragged figures darted out from the corridor, and it was none other than the Downton trio. But now, compared to their earlier encounter with the swarm of insects, they looked even more like 3 beggars. Their clothes were wrinkled and dirty, with dust smeared in several places. Their eyes were bloodshot, looking panicked, glancing back from time to time as if something terrifying was chasing them. Sane silently halted the spell he was about to unleash, staring dumbfounded at the 3 of them. He knew them. They usually acted like pure blood nobles, dressed elegantly, never looking like they did now. What happened? Sane felt very strange. Just then, Downton suddenly glanced over at them, and Sane thought he had seen him, as there was no obstruction between them. So he raised his hand to greet Downton. However, the next scene made both Sane and Kiro feel their scalps go numb. Downton looked at the 2 of them with a ghostly expression of terror and, without even greeting them, turned and ran away with the other 3. Sane, startled, immediately fired off his self-created spell, Shadow Blade, without turning back. But when he turned to look, there was nothing terrifying behind him, just the dilapidated stone temple and Kiro, who had almost been hit by his spell. However, Kiro, who had almost lost his life, didn't blame Sane because he felt just as anxious as Sane. What's going on? There was clearly nothing behind us. Why did Downton and the others run like that? Sane asked. You were standing right behind me. Did you notice anything off? Kiro slowly shook his head, indicating he hadn't noticed anything. After this incident, Sane and Kiro decided not to separate for now. It was clear that Downton's behavior indicated that this dilapidated stone temple was not simple. There might be something even more terrifying than the carrion beetles. How about we retreat to the edge of the temple? This way, we can minimize the danger inside the temple while avoiding falling back into the carrion beetles crisis, Kiro suggested. Sane thought for a moment and didn't refuse, so he and Kiro backed up slowly. But before they could take 2 steps back, they suddenly heard Downton's voice not far away, urgently calling out, Sane, what are you doing here? Don't just stand there, run. Sane was immediately startled and quickly looked around. But he didn't see Downton. How did he know I was here? Sane thought. Did he see something earlier? Why didn't he warn me then? And he looked so terrified at that time. Unless. Sane suddenly turned around, pointing his wand at Kiro. Are you up to something? Kiro felt wronged and confused. I didn't do anything. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a large group of shadowy corpses rushing towards the 2 from behind Sane. Chilo's pupils instantly dilated, pointing behind Sane and screaming in shock, his voice piercing the sky. Sane frowned and quickly turned around, but still saw nothing. At this moment, he was startled. Could have been Chilo's trick? So Sane turned around again, and the sudden 2 turns made him a bit dizzy. However, after turning around, he saw that Chilo had no intention of attacking him, and even his wand was not aimed at him. What do you mean? Why were you yelling behind me just now? There wasn't even a hair, Sane said to Chilo. But I clearly saw many shadowy corpses rushing at us from behind you. Why is there nothing now? Chilo murmured. The 2 felt increasingly that this stone temple was not a good place. However, at least they could still trust each other. Without further hesitation, Sane and Chilo tacitly quickened their pace, wanting to leave this place. Right now, they would rather race with carrion beetles, competing for lung capacity, than stay in this haunted place any longer. But just then, Sane was suddenly tugged by Chilo from behind. He impatiently turned around. What's wrong with you? Why are we leaving? Do you want to go back and save Danton and the others? We're barely safe ourselves. However, Chilo only shook his head, his eyes wide open, staring ahead with a truly ghostly expression. Look in front. Sane turned back and immediately understood why Chilo had stopped him, because right in front of them, on the path they had to take, there were indeed another Chilo and Sane, staring directly at them. What the hell? Sane suddenly shouted at this moment to bolster his courage, then immediately raised his wand, unhesitatingly casting Avada Kedavra at the 2 unknown beings across from him. This whole process was completed in the blink of an eye. For others, it would probably take a moment for their eyes to register Sane's action and relay it to their brains, but the brain would definitely not have time to react. However, the Sane on the opposite side reacted in a way that defied human norms, almost synchronizing with Sane's movements. He raised his hand. Avada Kedavra. The 2 spells met in midair. Just as Chilo thought the 2 spells were about to collide and explode, a scene that made his eyes nearly pop out occurred. At the moment the spells made contact, not only did they not explode, but they also naturally merged into one. What? What the hell? How could this phenomenon be explained? Chilo felt that all the knowledge he learned at Hogwarts seemed so pale at this moment. Did his 7 years of study go to waste? But what followed made his scalp tingle even more. The two spells that had just merged naturally separated again and struck Sane at lightning speed. He couldn't dodge. Next time you encounter such a situation, you should avoid it. Going head-to-head is wrong. Diggory followed Dumbledore, listening to him summarize the battle he had with Leonardo yesterday. You shouldn't have acted impulsively, and you definitely shouldn't have used your hand as a conduit for magic to confront Leonardo's spells head-on. The human body cannot withstand the tyranny of magic. Look at you now. Your left hand is unusable, right? Diggory nodded obediently, thinking to himself, what if I can't use my left hand? I still have my right hand. At this moment, Diggory's left hand was already wrapped in bandages and hung around his neck, looking like a seriously ill patient. Did you help me tie this up, Professor? Diggory examined the bandaging on his left hand, which was still tied in a bow. You can't tell, Professor. You still have such a girlish heart. Smack. Dumbledore skillfully swatted the back of Diggory's head. Stop talking nonsense. It was Ophelia who helped you tie it up. I just took some medicine from Leonardo to apply on it. As soon as he heard it was medicine provided by Leonardo, Diggory felt a bit disgusted. So, his right hand began poking around on his left hand, trying to remove the white wrapping. Smack. Another skillful backhand slap. Dumbledore rubbed his palm, feeling that the sensation just now was really quite nice. How come he never noticed this before? But then he thought it wasn't a good habit. How could he punish a child? It must be because Diggory and Patrick were both too mischievous and deserved a smack, always testing his limits, which is why he reacted. It must be like that. Stop poking around. Ophelia spent a long time helping you tie that up. Don't waste her good intentions, Dumbledore said. Good intentions? Diggory mumbled quietly. How can there be good intentions when all she sees is her brother Leonardo, not seeing anyone else at all? Dumbledore glanced at Diggory with a sidelong look, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Ah, young child, the taste of love is quite rich. Take your time to savor it. Thinking of this, Dumbledore suddenly spoke seriously. Ophelia is not an easy child. She has been through many things since she was young, which has shaped her current personality. Well, how should I put it? She's a bit strong-willed. Diggory listened quietly. Ophelia is a mermaid, and she's not of mixed blood. Her whole family are mermaids. Dumbledore suddenly threw out a piece of information that was completely unknown to Diggory. Her family used to live in this forest, away from us humans. However, later on, due to the rapid development of human wizards, their home was destroyed. This not only caused Ophelia's family to be displaced, but also inflicted irreparable harm to the integrity of her family. Diagoly was taken aback and quickly asked, Professor, what do you mean by that? Ophelia's family, her father and grandfather, both died at the hands of our human wizards. Her sister was kidnapped and is missing, leaving only her grandmother and her to rely on each other. Diego was completely shocked. He didn't expect that Ophelia had suffered such a huge trauma. Therefore, Ophelia has a strong aversion to us human wizards, especially male wizards. Diggory was taken aback. No wonder he couldn't catch up with Ophelia. It turned out he had suffered from collateral damage. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Leonardo was also a male wizard, so why was he not met with disgust? Just because he was older? Dumbledore noticed Diggory's confusion and spoke up. Leonardo's parents are ordinary people, not the magical capitalists who destroyed her family back then. That's the first point. Secondly, Leonardo is from country F, not our country, so Ophelia wouldn't feel as much aversion towards him. And lastly, Nick put in a lot of effort for the protection of the Mua race. So as Nick's apprentice, Leonardo naturally has a slight advantage over you. By this point, Diggory finally understood. No wonder Ophelia had never been nice to him, and no wonder Leonardo could win her favor as soon as he appeared. The reason was right here. He instinctively clenched his right fist, wanting to slap it against his left hand, but the sudden pain made him break into a cold sweat. What about Leonardo's people? Diggory looked back and saw only Patrick and Ophelia behind them. I need to compete with him fairly. Dumbledore also glanced back and then mysteriously leaned down, saying to Diggory, I've already sent Leonardo back to Hogwarts. His talents are sufficient for him to be a teacher at the school. So I've helped you get rid of your only rival. You know what to do next, right? Dumbledore said earnestly, patting Diggory's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Diggory's admiration for Dumbledore swelled like a torrent, endless and uncontrollable. However, with Leonardo gone, doesn't that lower our safety factor? Diggory asked. When Dumbledore heard this question, he felt that this child understood the bigger picture and was sensible, caring not only about his own feelings but also about his mentors and friends. Dumbledore looked at Diggory with satisfaction and said, "Isn't there still you? Your left hand is hurt, but you use your right hand to hold your wand." At this point, disregarding the move Diggory, Dumbledore turned to Ophelia behind them and said, "Child, come here for a moment." Diggory accidentally bumped his left hand again and is in a lot of pain, so come help him take a look. After speaking, he mischievously winked at Diggory. Our little Diggory shivered. Was his wingman number 2 coming online? So, wingman number 2 led wingman number 1 to the front, leaving Ophelia and Diggory walking behind. Watching Ophelia carefully check his left hand, Diggory felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, I need to trouble you again." "It's fine." Ophelia's voice sounded somewhat cold, but this did not dampen Diggory's rekindled spirit. He thought, "Don't worry, I will protect you well in the coming time, just don't stay too far away from me. It won't be interesting if you are too far." However, Ophelia frowned upon hearing this and coldly replied, "Thank you, but I don't need your protection. We girls can protect ourselves." After saying this, she re-wrapped Diggory's bandage, ran to the front to join Dumbledore, and switched places with Patrick. At this moment, Diggory could clearly see that both wingman number 1 and wingman number 2 cast him subtle looks of disappointment. Diggory was feeling like crying at this moment. He just couldn't handle the situation of trying to impress girls. By a small stream in the Albanian forest, Dumbledore, Patrick, and Ophelia were gathered around a stone table, watching Diggory fussing by the stream. It was already noon, and the group had followed Dumbledore to this spot after missing a great opportunity to get closer to Ophelia in the morning. Therefore, Diggory decided to take advantage of this noon to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Ophelia to express his feelings. As for the agreement he had made with Big Orange to give up, Diggory thought that since he already understood why Ophelia had been cold to him, it would be a disservice to Dumbledore's careful advice not to take targeted action and make another effort. So, Dumbledore and the others held the bread and milk that had been conjured with magic, while watching Diggory pull out a pile of cooking utensils, pots and pans, and all the necessary ingredients from who knows where. He then used a fire spell to light the firewood that Ophelia had gathered herself. A genuine Chinese meal began to be prepared. Diggory conjured up the ingredients for yellow braised chicken, salt and pepper ribs, braised pork, and sauerkraut fish from thin air, along with a serving of pasta. After about 80 minutes, the exquisite dishes, emanating rich aromas, were presented to Ophelia by Diggory. Not only that, but Diggory also handed Ophelia a set of cutlery, a plate of tomato and egg pasta, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. This level of service in such a remote area was almost a luxury. Patrick first tossed aside the bread and milk in his hands, looked at the pasta and dishes in front of Ophelia, then glanced at the empty plates in front of himself and Professor Dumbledore, suddenly feeling incredulous about his good friend's preference for romantic interests over friendship. "Cedric, what about our meal?" Patrick asked stubbornly. At that moment, Diggory, who was acting as a waiter with a white towel draped over his right forearm, was taken aback by Patrick's question. He then replied, "Did I not make it clear? I said this meal was to thank Ophelia for her care, so I prepared it just for her." He then raised his tightly bound left hand, indicating that it was not easy to cook with just his right hand, and that he couldn't even flip a pan. So it was out of the question for him to prepare another meal for them. Let's be considerate of someone who's seriously ill. Patrick continued to look at his good friend, who prioritized romance over friendship, in disbelief, wondering if they could still enjoy their time together. Diego looked at Patrick with a questioning gaze and directly returned a look. "I already have Ophelia. What do I need to play around with you for?" Upon receiving this look from Diego, Patrick's body shook, then shook again, unable to shake any further. Then he looked at Diego with deep meaning and nodded, indicating that he finally saw through him. Diggory shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't care at all. However, he soon noticed that Ophelia had not touched the dishes in front of her, so he asked, "Is the food not to your taste? If not, I'll just throw it away. You tell me what flavors you like, and I'll redo it." Patrick thought to himself, "No way. Such delicious food. Even though I haven't seen it before, it would be a shame to throw it away. You could give it to me." But then he thought again and felt that Diggory was really something else, willing to throw away so many dishes instead of giving a bite. Ophelia shot Diggory a glance and ignored him, turning instead to Dumbledore, who was drinking water, and said, "Professor, please go ahead and eat these dishes." Dumbledore glanced at the utensils Ophelia had handed over, then looked at Diggory beside him, and the meaning in his eyes was already very clear. "Look at yourself, and then look at others." He smiled at Ophelia, and then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out 2 sets of forks and knives from his wizard's robe. One for himself, and one for Patrick. "You can use Diggory's utensils. Patrick and I will use something else. After all, we shouldn't waste the kindness of a certain child." But just as Dumbledore said this, he suddenly frowned, realizing that there didn't seem to be enough dishes. Patrick smirked, immediately understanding Dumbledore's meaning, and added, "Yeah, it's definitely not enough. I've been starving since we started this journey. If I eat freely, Ophelia might not be able to keep up with me, and then she would go hungry. Oh dear, I really feel a bit guilty saying this." Dumbledore watched Patrick finish his performance and gave him an approving look. At this point, Diggory could no longer be oblivious. It was all his fault for being unfair. So he could only turn back, using the leftover eggs and green onions, plus the 2 pounds of 5-spice beef, green peppers, onions, and leftover rice he had exchanged from the system's space, and quickly stir-fried a fragrant, perfectly separated beef and egg-fried rice. Diggo brought the fried rice to the table and said, "Come and try it. These are all dishes I came up with myself, so give me your feedback, good or bad." He shamelessly claimed all these dishes as his own. The magical world is still relatively closed off, with not much contact with the outside, especially for old wizards like Dumbledore and Patrick, who belong to pure-blood families. As for Ophelia, there's no need to mention her. Magical creatures appearing in the outside world would be hunted by the Ministry of Magic. So, these three must have never eaten authentic Chinese food, and wouldn't he recognize it? Therefore, Diggo's shamelessness was quite bold. However, it was clear that Diggo was overthinking. Among the 3 people eating, Patrick didn't care at all about what the dishes were called, just continuously praised how delicious it was. Ophelia, on the other hand, chewed slowly and was focused on her meal, seemingly indifferent to why Diggo had such good cooking skills or why he made these dishes. As for Dumbledore, Diggo caught a glimpse of him looking down, suddenly playfully blinking. Well, he felt a strange pang in his heart. Diggo suddenly felt that he had no need, nor the ability, to deceive Dumbledore. So since the others didn't ask much or say anything, he might as well play dumb. How does it taste? Diggo was still quite concerned about the flavor because it had been a month since he crossed into this world and had not cooked at all. He didn't know if his cooking skills had declined. At this moment, Patrick, who had buried his head in the table, struggled to lift it, chewing and spitting out words. "I say, you're not being fair. Since you have such good cooking skills, why not?" Patrick suddenly stopped. Diggo asked, "Continue. Finish what you were saying, then evaluate the taste of my dishes." But Patrick seemed not to hear Diggo's words. His expression slowly turned to horror, and his trembling hand slowly raised, pointing behind Diggo. Goodness, a huge spider. This leisurely afternoon time had made Diggo let his guard down. Hearing Patrick's words, Diggo immediately pulled out his wand and turned around to prepare for battle. Sure enough, as he turned, he saw a giant spider hanging in midair, with 8 eyes and covered in dense black hair, each leg with 3 massive fangs. Its cold black eyes were fixed on him, and 2 poisonous, razor-like pincers dripped purple venom. A wave of goosebumps shot from Diggo's lower back straight to the back of his head, making him shiver repeatedly. Holy crap! He stared wide-eyed at the spider in front of him, holding his breath at that moment. Seeing such a large, 8-eyed spider in reality was an unprecedented visual shock that was truly difficult to digest. Digger's low murmurs were completely unheard by Patrick as he stared at the 8-eyed spider, fearfully saying to Dumbledore, "Professor, please take action. I'm so scared." However, Dumbledore simply inserted a piece of boneless sauerkraut fish into his mouth, enjoying it with his eyes closed. Patrick looked over and thought, "It's over. The boss isn't making a move. What should I do?" He couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Digger, who was in front of him. Can he handle it? The visual shock brought by the 8-eyed spider was initially stunning, then surprising, and by the 3rd glance, the breathtaking feeling was almost equivalent to what Digger, who had crossed over from the future, experienced. At this moment, he stared intently at the venom dripping from the spider's mouth, swallowed. Realizing that this was exactly what the mission required. There was the venom. If he could get the venom here, the mission reward would double his mental strength. Thinking of this, Digger suddenly broke into a joyful smile. However, this smile made Patrick think his good brother had gone mad with fear. Just then, Digger suddenly pulled out a bottle of aphrodisiac from his cloak pocket. Patrick saw the pink potion and couldn't tell if it was his imagination. But he felt that this potion resembled the aphrodisiac used by the ladies at the club he visited with his dad last year. The bottle of aphrodisiac, with its elegant curve, smashed onto the 8-eyed spider's head in Patrick's puzzled gaze, shattering and splattering the potion all over the spider's face. Dumbledore, sitting behind, twitched at the corner of his eye. Patrick wasn't sure if it was an aphrodisiac, but he couldn't be unaware. This kid day in and day out. He originally wanted to cultivate Digger's combat strength, but this kid ended up doing this. He was now waiting to see how Digger would wrap things up after the spider got aroused. Just as Dumbledore's thoughts settled, the 8-eyed spider's originally cold, The motionless eyes suddenly turned a rosy pink, similar to the aphrodisiac. At that moment, the eight-eyed spider suddenly started to dance wildly. Digger wasn't clear about how many of the spider's legs were hands and how many were feet, but he saw all the spider's limbs flailing around chaotically. Let's just use this idiom to describe the current situation. The eight-eyed spider went into a frenzy, and the venom that had been dripping from its mouth was now flowing down in a continuous stream, spraying everywhere. This made Digger's heart ache. What if all the venom ran out later? But the eight-eyed spider didn't care what Digger was thinking. It only knew that an extremely primal and powerful desire was driving it to find a female eight-eyed spider. So it just wanted to climb back along the silk thread it was attached to and return to its nest to find that bald, eight-eyed spider, to relax on top of it. As for the four people in front of it, the eight-eyed spider's not-so-bright mind couldn't think of much else. No one could stop it from going back to find that bald, eight-eyed spider. Digger saw the eight-eyed spider actually turn a leaf. The reward was slipping away, and he immediately panicked, pulling out his wand and aiming at the spider's rear with a blasting spell. Instantly, the eight-eyed spider, which was climbing up the silk thread, felt a chill in its backside, as if it had exhausted all its strength while lying on that bald spider. It felt a bit confused and wanted to turn around to see what was happening. But before it could turn, it already felt all its strength slowly fading away. Then, all its limbs could no longer grip the silk thread. Finally, light left all its eyes, and the black eyes dimmed. Bang! The spider's massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Patrick was startled by the loud sound. Is that it? He asked himself in disbelief. Wasn't it supposed to be very ferocious and dangerous? A magical creature that was best to run away from? How come it was so easy now? Patrick looked at Dumbledore beside him, hoping the professor could give him an answer. But Dumbledore was just eating the food in front of him, calculating how to find a suitable magical creature for Digger to practice on, completely oblivious to Patrick's gaze. Diagonally excitedly ran to the corpse of the eight-eyed spider, took out a bottle, and filled it with more than half a bottle of venom from the spider's mouth. Just as he finished filling the bottle, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hello, host. This is the 3 good student system reminding you that the task has been completed. Would you like to receive the reward now? Diggory recalled the moment when he was almost defeated by Leonardo due to his lack of strength, relying on potions to get by. He steeled his heart, disregarding everything else, and boldly said, All right, let's do it now. Diggory stood up, and as soon as he finished saying this in his mind, he suddenly felt a swelling in his head. It was as if a strong hand was forcefully trying to stuff an iron ball into his skull, causing a splitting headache. This sudden and intense pain made Diggory hold his head in silence, drenched in sweat, using all his strength to resist the agony. His legs lost their strength, and he fell to the ground as if weightless, rolling around in pain. This unusual situation caught Dumbledore off guard once again. He realized that Diggory had a knack for disrupting his plans, whether they were just starting or had been meticulously crafted. Diggory could easily break them. Dumbledore quickly ran to Diggory's side, looking at the little boy who always thwarted his plans and made him angry. His brow furrowed with worry that he himself had not even noticed. If Nick were here, he would probably say that Dumbledore hadn't looked like this in nearly half a century. Dumbledore gazed at the suffering Diggory on the ground and swiftly took out his old wand, ready to restore him to normal. The spell was cast, but it had no effect, which made the usually composed old professor a bit flustered. Dumbledore's forehead gradually began to sweat. After a moment of thought, he immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out several potions he had taken from the Hogwarts infirmary before coming here. He quickly found a pain reliever and gently lifted Diggory's head, bringing the bottle to his lips, trying to get him to drink the potion. But he simply couldn't do it. Diggory curled up in pain, gritting his teeth tightly, trembling all over, not to mention taking medicine. It was impossible even to get him to lie flat. And just at this moment, Dumbledore had never encountered such a situation. He couldn't even figure out how to treat it. What to do? Dumbledore asked himself. Just a moment ago, he was lively and full of energy. How could he turn into this after taking a vial of acromantula venom? Could it be? At this thought, Dumbledore suddenly shivered. Could it be because of the acromantula venom? Is his child poisoned? However, when Dumbledore looked at Diggory's face, although it was pale, it was due to pain, and he did not appear to be poisoned. Could it be that the venom mutated? Dumbledore glanced at the corpse of the acromantula nearby, but he couldn't see any signs of mutation on this spider. Just then, Diggory suddenly cried out in pain, his agonized scream startling a flock of birds. At this moment, he opened his eyes, but they were rolling wildly upward, the whites filled with blood vessels, looking extremely terrifying. It felt like a huge, scalding iron ball had been thrown into the calm, cold waters of his brain. This was an extremely rude intrusion, Seeing Diggory like this, Dumbledore finally stopped hesitating, took out a vial of transparent liquid, and poured it all over Diggory's head without leaving a drop. This was the Tears of the Phoenix Fox, a miraculous potion that could heal any injury. If this didn't work, Dumbledore would really have no other options. But just then, Diggory's painful cries gradually weakened and finally disappeared, falling completely silent, slipping into a deep sleep. In this sleep, Diggory dreamed of his power surging, becoming a legendary wizard, defeating all Death Eaters and Voldemort, becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts, taking the position of Minister of Magic, marrying Ophelia, having a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, and reaching the peak of life. As he dreamt, he felt a bit excited, and a pure smile naturally appeared on his face while he slept. Seeing this smile, Dumbledore felt relieved, finally saving the boy's life. Yet he truly didn't understand how just going to fetch a vial of acromantula venom could lead to such a situation. Dumbledore handed the sleeping Diggory over to Patrick and Ophelia, then walked over to examine the spider's corpse closely, but he couldn't find anything unusual. It was just an ordinary, cold acromantula corpse. Dumbledore thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reason for Diggory's abnormal condition. So he decided to stop thinking. Overthinking was giving him a headache. Anyway, Diggory was fine now, and at worst, he could wait until he woke up to ask him. Moreover, after this operation, Dumbledore discovered that more and more secrets surrounded Diggory, such as the dishes he learned to cook, the sudden appearance of the love potion, and the various spells he learned on his own. These things were like layers of thin gauze, completely hiding Diggory's delicate figure, and they were becoming deeper and deeper. It made Dumbledore a bit anxious. If it weren't for the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore would never have taken such a trusting attitude towards Diggory. He guessed that he wouldn't rest until he locked Diggory in a small dark room, using various experimental tools to understand everything about his body, where he would have Snape brew one vial after another of Veritaserum, and combined with his master-level legilimency. He wouldn't stop until he found out whether Diggory had done anything foolish in his childhood. So it must be said that it was fortunate that Diggory agreed to Dumbledore's proposal at that time, establishing an unbreakable oath. Otherwise, how could he have lived so easily in this world until now? Patrick and Ophelia carried Diggory back to the stream. And then Patrick looked at the unconscious Diggory and then at Ophelia, who had already given up on him. He turned his eyes and suddenly had an idea. Professor Dumbledore, do you think Cedric needs artificial respiration now? Dumbledore was collecting acromantula venom when he heard Patrick say this, raised his head, and said, "No need, this child just fainted. But if you want Cedric to wake up sooner, you can do that. It might be effective." You see, the professor also said Cedric really needs artificial respiration now. Patrick looked at Ophelia and began to seriously talk nonsense. So, since both the professor and I are men, it would be strange and disgusting for a man to give another man artificial respiration. Therefore, Ophelia, could you do me a favor? Give Cedric some artificial respiration. Both Cedric and I would be very grateful to you. After saying this, Patrick was moved by his own words, thinking, I'm really dedicated as a psychic. However, Ophelia glanced at Patrick and suddenly asked Dumbledore, Professor, Patrick wants to give Cedric artificial respiration. Do you think that's okay? At this moment, Dumbledore was dissecting the acromantula's corpse. Wanted to see if the venom glands had been damaged. If not, that would be a good thing. Hearing Ophelia's inquiry, Dumbledore replied without looking up, It's fine. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Ophelia shot a glance at Patrick. The meaning was clear. Did you hear that? If you want to do it, step up yourself. No man is worth trusting. Patrick looked at Dumbledore with tears in his eyes, thinking, did the second psychic forget his job? He didn't want to do the artificial respiration anymore. But as soon as this thought arose, Patrick felt a sharp gaze from Ophelia suddenly fixated on him. This made him a bit flustered, and he couldn't help but recall the times he did something wrong and felt his mom's gaze on him. Was this kind of gaze a skill that all women possessed? Was it innate? When used on a man with a conscience, would it deal 1,000 points of true damage? How terrifying. No wonder Dad always didn't come home after having fun. It seemed it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. At night, in a dry tree hole in the Albanian forest, Diggory woke up. While asleep, he had a very pleasant dream in which he and Ophelia were together, and the two of them engaged in some strenuous activities in a small room, which made him feel so good that he couldn't breathe, leaving him wanting more. In short, Diggory hoped to have the chance to experience this dream again next time. He just didn't know why, but upon waking, Diggory felt that his mouth was a bit moist and a little numb, as if he had been French kissing Ophelia for a long time in his dream. Could it be that what happened in the dream really occurred? Diggory chuckled foolishly. What are you laughing at? Patrick, who was sitting next to Diggory, guarding him, asked softly. Diggory was taken aback, blinking his eyes and saying, I was thinking about that bottle of eight-eyed spider venom I collected before. It's really valuable. As soon as the topic of venom came up, Diggory suddenly remembered his surging mental power and couldn't wait to close his eyes to feel it. 5 minutes passed, and he felt nothing at all. On the other hand, Patrick saw Diggory suddenly close his eyes and didn't know what he was doing, just thinking he looked a bit silly. However, paired with Diggory's youthful face, it somehow felt a bit cute. Patrick suddenly shivered. This rhythm was off. Why would I think Cedric looked cute? I like girls. At this moment, Diggory also felt something was off. Why couldn't he feel any increase in strength? Was the task reward diluted? Was this a moral decline or a distortion of cat nature? Without hesitation, Diggory's consciousness directly entered the system space to ask Big Orange for clarification. Then, Patrick was stunned. Why did Diggory, who had just been looking cute, suddenly show a dazed expression? But Patrick didn't know the reason for Diggory's reaction, and even if he did, he wouldn't bother to care. Can you really feel something like mental power just by closing your eyes? Big Orange's cat face showed a human-like expression of disdain. Such things could only be felt during battles, alchemy, or potion making. Among them, the most evident increase in mental power is during battles. Of course, there's also the mental power PK between soul-collecting masters, which can also help one feel their own mental power well. However, Big Orange's disdainful expression became more pronounced. Unfortunately, you can't even do soul collecting yet, let alone be a master. You're really weak. Hearing Big Orange's merciless mockery, Diggory's face turned alternately pale and red. He wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words. After holding it in for a while, he finally managed to say, 30 years in the east of the river. 30 years in the west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. Big Orange leisurely licked his paw and disdainfully curled his lips. You have a nerve to call yourself young? Don't you know your own age? We're all approaching 40. Diggory couldn't take it anymore, and his consciousness returned directly. He felt that if he continued to stay in the space, he would either uncontrollably make a cat meat hot pot or explode on the spot. After thinking it over, neither seemed appropriate, so Diggory wisely exited the space, opting for out of sight, out of mind. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Dumbledore being pulled into the tree hole by Patrick. Professor, come in and take a look. Just now, Cedric woke up and was talking to me normally. But then, suddenly, I don't know what happened, he seemed to become like an idiot, and no matter how I called him, he wouldn't respond. Hurry up and see if he's turned into a fool. At first, Diggory felt a bit warmed by Patrick's anxious demeanor, but upon hearing the latter part, he couldn't help but frown. Why use the term fool? Couldn't he just say he was sick? Are the kids in Y country really this lacking in vocabulary? Dumbledore bent down. The space of the tree hole was still a bit small for him, and after entering, his movements were greatly restricted. But the old man still hurried to Diggory's side as quickly as he could. To his surprise, when Dumbledore looked up, he saw a pair of clear eyes. Ah, Cedric, you're awake, Patrick exclaimed in surprise. However, Diggory ignored Patrick and stared into Dumbledore's eyes, saying, Professor, let's have a one-on-one duel. Dumbledore was taken aback by this statement. Floating? I can't lift the sword anymore. Feeling like defeating a Leonardo makes you think you can challenge me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? Dumbledore suddenly felt something was strange. Who was Liang Jingru? Why did he suddenly mention this name? But none of that mattered. The important thing was that Diggory in front of him was now challenging him. And judging by his serious gaze, he was not joking. Diggo's words shocked not only Dumbledore, but Patrick, who brought him in, was also wide-eyed and speechless for a long time. It was truly impressive. In the past, he didn't quite understand. Thinking that as long as his father's family was strong and the outside world was full of glory, it was truly remarkable. But now looking at Diggo, publicly challenging the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard of the present, Dumbledore. Who else has the courage to do this? Patrick felt that even the most rebellious uncle in the family, who happened to be the most gifted, couldn't do it. After all, Dumbledore's strength is evident. His solid record of defeating the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, and even at his advanced age, he could still intimidate the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, from invading Hogwarts. With such strength, who else could do it? But Diggo dared. This made him feel that he hadn't made a mistake in befriending Diggo, even if his talent was astonishing. Being able to defeat Leonardo, who was over 10 years older than him, was one thing. Just the courage to challenge Professor Dumbledore was enough to make him proud. My good brother dares to challenge Professor Dumbledore. Who can match that? At this moment, even Ophelia, who had just entered, was astonished and covered her little mouth, unable to believe the words of the boy in front of her and what he intended to do. What is he trying to accomplish? Ascend to the heavens? It was understandable for Ophelia to think this way because Dumbledore's strength basically represented the ceiling of the current strongest power in the wizarding world. And no one questioned this point. More accurately, no one had questioned this for many years. Dumbledore stared intently at Diggo for a moment, confirming he wasn't joking, and then nodded in agreement. The battle was quick. From the moment Diggo and Dumbledore left the tree hollow, to them standing apart, to the magical confrontation. And finally the outcome was decided. And now Diggo was lying on the ground, contemplating life. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. The sound of the babbling brook flowed past his ears as Diggo lay on his back, looking up at the starry sky, suddenly feeling like he was truly floating. He had merely doubled his mental strength, yet he had the audacity to let Dumbledore be the test stone for his strength. At that moment, in his surge of power, he forgot what Big Orange had said before. After doubling his mental strength, he had only 2/3 of Quirrell's capacity. How could he think of challenging Dumbledore when he couldn't even compare to Quirrell? After all, in Dumbledore's eyes, Quirrell was probably just a pathetic little brother. And he clearly wasn't even as good as that. He might just be a snot-nosed kid wearing open crotch pants. Thinking about how relaxed Dumbledore looked when he defeated him, combined with the confident expression he had before the duel, Diggory deeply felt what shame truly meant at that moment. His strength had indeed increased significantly compared to before, but that was in relation to his former self, not to Dumbledore, who could easily overpower him with one hand. At this time, Diggory also thought about how he needed to find a way to deal with Voldemort, who was just a little bit weaker than Dumbledore and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Meow. I suggest you leave Dumbledore and explore this forest on your own. Just as Diggory was feeling down, the voice of the big orange cat suddenly echoed in his mind. When you leave your comfort zone, you can grow at an incredible speed, both in strength and in your heart. Diggory closed his eyes and listened to the distant roars of unknown beasts coming from the forest, disdainfully saying, "Yeah, on the first day, I can indeed grow quickly. Maybe I can continue to grow on the second day, and then by the third or fourth day, I will have contributed my strength to the growth of the magical creatures in this forest. So, I seriously suspect that you, this unfaithful cat, must be secretly hooking up with some guy behind my back." As he spoke, Diggory became increasingly angry. He had never heard of such a cheat. The initial upgrade failure, the loss of the time conversion system, the artifact exchange, and the novice gift pack was one thing. After all, that wasn't the system's fault. It had to be blamed on Dumbledore. But what was his constant stream of bad ideas? Did they think I was too handsome and wanted me to die quickly? That rhymed. And what about those ridiculous penalties for failed missions? Diggory had long had issues with that. Is there such a cheat that mistreats the host? No. And now they even suggest near-suicidal ideas for the host. What kind of nonsense is this? If it weren't for the fact that voicing my complaints was useless, the back end of this cheat would have been flooded with my complaints long ago. Big Orange sighed. Can you blame me? I'm just saying this for your own good. And once again, let me clarify. The generation of system tasks is not under my control. Diggory pouted and ignored the big orange cat, wanting to continue watching his stars. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure with long flowing hair blocking the starlight, looking down at him. Diggory wanted to get up from the ground, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness due to just having fought with all his strength. Ophelia reached out and pressed down on Diggory's shoulder, saying, "Just sit here, don't force yourself to stand up." Hearing Miss Ophelia say this, Diggory obediently sat back down. Then he asked, "How did you get over here?" Diggory was indeed a bit surprised. In his opinion, the most likely person to come at this time should be his wingman and good brother, Patrick, while the possibility of Professor Dumbledore coming down was relatively high. As for Ophelia, her arrival made Diggory feel a bit flattered. Ophelia, unaware of Diggory's inner thoughts, found a stone to sit next to him, glanced at Diggory, and then said, "I'm here to comfort you." After all, losing to a strong opponent like Professor Dumbledore is not something to be ashamed of. Many wizards, even adult wizards, lack the courage to even pick up their wands in front of the professor. Diggory was taken aback for a moment. Thinking about it this way made sense. It was like Voldemort, who didn't dare to confront Dumbledore directly at the height of his power. Moreover, during the battle in the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort finally faced Dumbledore, only to be trapped in a large water sphere by Dumbledore's nearly perfected levitation charm, ultimately suffering a crushing defeat. With this in mind, Diggory felt at peace. He then glanced at Ophelia beside him, the faint starlight gently draping over her, and the blue-trimmed Ravenclaw robe she wore beautifully accentuated her quiet and elegant demeanor. At that moment, Ophelia leaned slightly backward, propping herself up with her arms, quietly gazing at the starry sky. Her fair skin seemed to emit a soft glow, captivating Diggory to the point of being entranced. At this moment, it felt as if everything had quieted down, with only the gentle sound of the nearby stream and the breeze rustling through her hair. This scene before him brought a profound tranquility to Diggory, both inside and out. At that moment, he wished time could freeze, allowing him to admire this picturesque beauty forever. What are you looking at? The sudden, slightly shy and annoyed voice abruptly shattered Diggory's fantasy. Diggory came back to his senses and saw Ophelia looking at him warily, one hand reaching into her wizard robe, ready to pull out her wand. Let me explain, Diggory said earnestly. I don't have any other thoughts. It's just that you looked so beautiful under the starlight just now. I couldn't help but wish no one would interrupt us, and that we could sit together until dawn. After saying this, Diggory felt a little embarrassed because it seemed like he was confessing. Until dawn? Wanted to stay until dawn at such a young age. Ophelia's eyes widened. Her large, expressive eyes looked at Diggory in disbelief, unable to believe that this boy her age would say such shameless words to her. He's openly flirting with me. Professor, Cedric is being a rogue to me. Once these words were out, Diggory was instantly dumbfounded. He looked at Ophelia, who was hurriedly running back, feeling both annoyed and confused. What was going on? Where did I flirt? At most, it was just a somewhat sudden confession. How did it turn out like this? Flirting? I admit my gaze might have been a bit eager before, but I absolutely didn't think too much at that moment. I'm innocent. Late at night, still by the stream, there was now a campfire next to Diggory. The reason was that Dumbledore thought it was inappropriate for him to stay in the same space as Ophelia, so he was sent out to keep watch, alone without anyone to take over. Dumbledore, watching Diggory sitting outside alone in the cold wind, felt a bit sorry for him. His sidekick had clearly created such a good opportunity for Ophelia to comfort him, even stopping Patrick, who was supposed to comfort Diggory. And what happened? Such a good opportunity was wasted. Sigh, too inexperienced. Patrick was also looking at Diggory outside, sighed, and muttered quietly, You can't even confess to a girl properly. How are you surviving? You're just hopeless. Hopeless? Dumbledore shot a glance at Patrick, raising an eyebrow. Then why don't you go over and keep him company? Teach him how to win a girl's heart properly, and if you don't teach him well, don't come back to sleep. Patrick was startled, his face full of question marks. Seeing Patrick staring at him with innocent eyes and not moving at all, Dumbledore couldn't be bothered to explain, and directly used a nonverbal spell to float him out. From Dumbledore's perspective, Diggory was a good kid, talented and kind-hearted. At least he had no bad intentions. However, he was worried that if something happened that caused Diggory's growth to deviate, it would lead to this healthy little tree suddenly growing crooked. For Dumbledore, that would be a great pity and trouble. So now, he felt it necessary to ensure that Diggory's budding love would have a positive outcome, so this little sapling wouldn't grow crooked. Therefore, he chose to send the battle-hardened Patrick out to guide Diggory, while he stayed in the tree hole, because he only knew that Diggory had flirted with Ophelia, but didn't know the details, so he needed to figure out exactly how Diggory had flirted. He had to nip any wrong tendencies in the bud and help him correct them to ensure the healthy physical and psychological growth of the child. Outside, Patrick, who had been thrown out by Dumbledore, first rubbed his butt and then shivered. The night in the forest was very cold and lonely, so he immediately scampered over to Diggory's side. At least there was a campfire here. Why did you come over? Seeing Patrick approach, Diggory felt a bit strange. Did you also do something that got misunderstood? Patrick thought for a moment and felt that there was no need for Diggory to know that he had been called hopeless. So he omitted the reason he was thrown out and directly stated his purpose. I came over to teach you how to charm girls. Isn't that enough of a brotherly thing to do? Diggory sniffed and sighed. Well, let me thank you first, but I think you shouldn't waste your time. I feel like I'm probably 2 insulators from Ophelia, and there will never be a chance for us to get close in this lifetime. Patrick patted Diggory on the shoulder and said, Don't be discouraged. Women are a different species. Their psychology is completely different from ours, making it hard to understand. To understand them, you need enough time, patience, and chances. Chances? Diggory frowned, a bit confused. What do you mean? Patrick felt a bit awkward about how to explain it. Understanding the complexities of a woman's heart is definitely a world-class challenge that requires time to delve into. And delving into it, isn't it all about the number of chances and time? It's about the number of dates. Do you understand? Patrick casually made up a reason that would suffice. Fortunately, Diggory was a novice. Although he was nearly 40 in total from past and present lives, he was still relatively reserved, often referred to as a virgin. Diggory nodded in confusion. He really didn't understand. Although Patrick was the same age as him, it didn't change the fact that he had accrued debts of love one after another. So, Diggory went along and nodded. After all, compared to himself, Patrick could be considered an expert in this area. When Patrick saw Diggory nodding and not asking any questions, he sighed in relief and continued. Then why don't you tell me what you and Ophelia just talked about? I'll help you analyze it. At this point, Diggory felt quite wronged. He hadn't said much at all. He only mentioned that the night was beautiful and that he wanted to sit with her until dawn in this lovely night. Patrick was taken aback at first, staring intently at Diggory. 3 seconds later, his gaze shifted downwards, glancing at his crotch, thinking, how straightforward and so wild. I respect you as a man. Sitting until dawn? Who can do that? He wouldn't even dare to think about it. Patrick looked at Diggory and said, your confession is really no different from being a rogue. Besides, you and Ophelia aren't very familiar with each other yet. Suddenly confessing like that will come off as a bit awkward. And rogue, Patrick paused and added, so, Ophelia was right when she said you were being a rogue. Diggory suddenly felt overwhelmed upon hearing this. How could a mere confession be so complicated? So how should he express it? Diggory humbly sought advice. Should he say, miss, I have a sweet romance here. Would you like it? Would that work? Slap. Patrick slapped his forehead, not even wanting to glance at Diggory beside him. If you say it like that, won't you sound just like a middle-aged, greasy rogue? Do you think Ophelia would ever accept a confession like that? What to do then? Diggory racked his brains, and after a while, finally came up with another idea. How about this? The sky is blue waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke rises gently, separated by thousands of miles across the river. In this silent era, life and death are hard to guess. I will wait for you with my whole life. How about that? This confession sounds poetic, right? Now Diggory even borrowed lyrics from Zhou Tianwang's songs. If this still doesn't work, then the blame is on Zhou Tianwang and Old Fong. Sigh. Patrick sighed, nodding in admiration. I must admit, your words are indeed quite impressive. Diggory smiled mysteriously, and Zhou Tianwang, as well as Old Fong, I'm sorry. I will borrow your works for a while. Just consider it a helping hand in the Jianghu. But Diggory's smile froze at this moment. Confessing is not the same as flirting, bro. Patrick looked at Diggory, frustrated and earnest, and said, what does a confession require? You don't need any tricks, no flashy moves, and definitely not smooth talking. The most important thing is to have a sincere heart. It should be sincere with a touch of humor with a bit of novelty, and within that novelty, a little romance. Diggory suddenly interjected, I think I'm being very sincere and humorous. And at that moment, just like now, under the starlit sky, I thought it was romantic enough. Patrick, disturbed by the sudden interruption, felt a bit annoyed and had the impulse to curse. However, considering he might not be able to out-argue Diggory and also couldn't physically confront him, Patrick chose to patiently explain. The important thing here is not how the person confessing feels. Your feelings and opinions are not what matters. What matters is Ophelia's feelings. Her feelings are the ultimate factor that determines whether you will succeed. At this moment, Diggory wanted to speak again, but before he could open his mouth, Patrick gestured for Diggory to be quiet and listen to him. So now I'm going to share with you a universal formula for confession that you can keep using until I tell you it's no longer valid. The formula is divert attention, spark curiosity, romantic interaction, confession. And finally, it's best to add a powerful wink. Diggory sniffed, feeling a bit confused. He thought this was even more of a headache than practicing a difficult spell. Seeing Diggory's bewildered expression, Patrick felt a bit helpless. All right, let me give you an example. Let's take the lunch you made earlier, for instance. You can ask Ophelia about her taste preferences before cooking. Then prepare a dish that looks exquisite, emits an enticing aroma, and suits her taste. Then present this dish to her, fold her napkin, set the knife and fork neatly. Tell her that the name of this dish is You Are the Lovely One. What does that mean? At this moment, Diggory finally transformed into a competent straight man, asking a timely question. Good question. Patrick slapped his thigh. Ophelia will definitely ask, what does that mean? And then you can tell her, because your name is lovely. Diggory was taken aback for a moment, as if he found it quite interesting. Seeing Diggory's agreement, Patrick became enthusiastic as well, standing up directly. In the astonished gaze of Diggory, he immediately hugged him and personally gave him a live demonstration. The little magic I'm going to perform next is something my dad taught me, and now I'm going to teach it to you, so you can use it later. Watch closely. With that, Patrick suddenly pulled out a red handkerchief from his back pocket with his other empty hand and held it tightly. Now give a blow. Diggory was held in Patrick's arms with one hand, obediently blowing out a breath. Just after Diggory finished blowing, Patrick immediately flicked the handkerchief in his hand into the air. Suddenly, Diggory felt a blur before his eyes, and the red handkerchief in Patrick's hand vanished, replaced by a bunch of delicate, bright red roses. Diggory could even see a few pea-sized dewdrops on the bouquet of roses. At that moment, Patrick whispered, "Learn well, the essence is here." Just then, Diggory suddenly noticed the change in Patrick's gaze. It was so melancholic, deep, and full of love. He wanted to hold your hand and admire the fragrance of the morning roses. He wanted to hold your hand and watch the brilliance of the shooting stars at night. He wanted to hold your hand and see the beauty of the four seasons bloom. Tonight, under the witness of the starry sky, can you promise me to let me be your only knight from now on, my queen? My lords, this knight humbly requests your collection and flowers. Patrick's head moved closer and closer, and Diggory didn't know what he had for dinner. But he could only smell a heavy scent drawing nearer and nearer. Unable to help it, Diggory extended his right hand to push against Patrick's chest, try to maintain some distance. But to his surprise, Patrick was completely immersed in the role at that moment. Digger can't be stopped. What are you doing? This sudden outburst snapped Patrick back to reality, causing him to release Digger. However, before Digger could breathe a sigh of relief, our male protagonist suddenly realized, who is it? Looking up, he saw Dumbledore standing not far away with Ophelia, both pairs of eyes fixed intently on them. Dumbledore's gaze was somewhat understanding, as he had been through similar situations before, but he was still a bit annoyed because, in his eyes, this scene was undoubtedly early love. As for Ophelia, Digger didn't dare to look into her eyes, because even without eye contact, he could sense, through a man's sixth sense, the shame, disdain, anger, and maybe a hint of excitement in Ophelia's gaze. Wait, why would there be excitement? Diggory wanted to find answers in Ophelia's gaze, but he dared not face the other three emotions. So, he could only quickly separate from Patrick and look at Dumbledore, anxiously explaining, "Professor, you have to believe me. Believe us. We were just discussing how to reduce the rejection rate of confessions. After discussing a result, we thought about demonstrating it practically. There are no other intentions. Right, Patrick?" Diggory nudged his colleague, urging him to explain quickly. Patrick also felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't know what had happened earlier, but he had suddenly gotten carried away. But he was sure he liked women. Yes, that's right. I was just teaching." With his teammate's explanation, Diggory immediately relaxed. "Yes, teaching, very detailed. I learned a lot from it." "How detailed?" Ophelia suddenly asked, then extended her middle finger. "Is it this detailed?" Diggory was taken aback. "Do you want to give it a try? I've learned it all." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's face instantly darkened, and he slapped the back of Diggory's head with a loud smack, angrily saying, "Try what? Do you want me to go catch a big python in the forest for you to try? Just keep watch properly, day after day, with your head full of strange thoughts." After saying that, Dumbledore left with Ophelia, still frowning. Looking at the warm and dry tree, hole not far away, Patrick sighed gloomily. "Cedric, we have to make do outside all night tonight. What are your thoughts?" "I can't think of anything, at least not tonight," Diggory said, gazing at Ophelia's departing figure. "What are you looking at?" Patrick patted Diggory's shoulder. "You just missed your chance. Did you not see what a great opportunity that was? And you let it slip away." Diggory was also a bit frustrated, but he felt helpless. "What can I do? The time was so tight just now, and you only gave me your formula. It takes time and practice to apply what I've learned. Don't you understand? Practice?" Patrick stroked his chin and said, "How about I take you to practice right now? To a good place, a place where you can practice to your heart's content. What do you think?" Diggory was taken aback. "What does that mean?" Patrick turned to look at Diggory, a smile on his face that said a man would understand. "Do you want to go?" Diggory swallowed hard. "Is the place any good?" Patrick chuckled. "High-end entertainment venue, a paradise on earth, with 800 stainless steel beds and 1,000 skilled technicians." Hearing this, Diggory felt his little heart racing uncontrollably. A rush of blood surged to his head, making his breathing quick and hot in that moment. "This isn't appropriate, right? Come on. Keep it a secret," Patrick said, draping his arm over Diggory's shoulder. "You know what I'm talking about. I've got quite a bit of romantic debt. And as for you, there's Ophelia. Plus, we have the professor around, so we need to be discreet." "No, I didn't say I wanted to go," Diggory protested. Patrick shot him a glare. "You're talking nonsense. Didn't you just say you wanted to go? If you keep lying like this, I want to take you along next time." "I didn't say I wanted to go. Can you just behave? You're only 11 and already spreading your affections everywhere. Don't you fear you'll be in trouble in the future?" Diggory exclaimed. Patrick stared wide-eyed, feeling a bit taken aback. But just as he was about to have a serious talk with Diggory, suddenly a layer of light illuminated the space above them. That layer of light slowly tore apart and began to dissipate, like a mosquito net suspended in midair, being ripped into pieces, fluttering down from above. Diggory looked at the scene before him and inexplicably felt it resembled a moment from the Harry Potter movie he had seen in his past life, when the protective spell created by everyone during the final battle for Hogwarts was shattered by Voldemort. Thinking of this, Diggory's heart sank. What on earth was happening? Could it be what he feared? "Professor!" Patrick shouted towards the tree hole, fully aware of what was happening. This was the protective barrier that Dumbledore had set up around Diggory while he was sleeping, and now it had been broken. Diggory didn't know who the intruder was, but he just wanted to say to that person face to face, "Bro, you're ruthless, even daring to break Dumbledore's barrier. With that kind of courage, I would call you the strongest." However, Diggory guessed that the other party also didn't know that this was a barrier set by Dumbledore. After all, there wouldn't be the name of the caster on the barrier spell. It's not like when the barrier is broken. There appears a note saying, "This barrier is from the old wand, Albus Dumbledore. If you have the guts, give it a try." Who would dare do that? Not everyone is as headstrong as Diggory, willing to challenge Dumbledore one-on-one. Hearing Patrick shout, Dumbledore stepped out of the tree hole. As soon as he emerged, he saw the barrier he had set being broken, scattering like snowflakes. Dumbledore frowned and immediately called for Diggory and the others by the stream to come to him. "You two, hurry up and come here." He was unsure who had broken the barrier, how many people there were, or what their intentions were. If they were numerous and malicious, then the 3 kids on his side would be in danger. A commotion arose from the darkness ahead, causing Patrick, who was still standing in place, to swallow hard. He instinctively wanted to signal Diggory to retreat together, but as soon as he turned around, he suddenly realized that Diggory was gone. When did that happen? He hadn't even reacted, and his companion had vanished. "Professor." Patrick quickly turned back. Cedric was missing, and his voice was abruptly cut off. He looked at Diggory, who was standing behind Dumbledore, feeling a bit dazed. When did Cedric run to the back? Why didn't I notice anything while standing right next to him? Also, aren't we good brothers? Why did you run away without taking me with you? Plastic. Diggory smiled awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. He had always been a bit timid since he was young. In fact, it had nothing to do with his level of courage. He simply hated loneliness and loved being with others, truly enjoying that time together. So when the commotion arose in the darkness, Diggory thought he preferred to be with Dumbledore and Ophelia. After all, there were more people here. This way, the joy could be doubled, and it was certainly not because he was scared. Diggory watched Patrick, who was still standing there in a daze, staring at him intently, feeling a bit embarrassed and very anxious. "Aren't you coming over? Do you want to take them on one-on-one?" At that moment, Patrick finally reacted and ran back in a hurry. But before Patrick could even reach halfway, Diggory saw a shadow suddenly leap out from a patch of grass on the other side of the creek, charging towards Patrick from behind like a flash. Just at that critical moment, Dumbledore made his move. He held his old wand, and a blue light flickered at the tip. Just as the shadow was about to cross the creek, the water in the creek suddenly surged up, forming a massive curtain of water. No, more accurately, it was a huge wall of water. In the blink of an eye, that shadow was trapped within the water wall, moving as if in slow motion, clumsy to the extreme. It was actually all happening within 3 seconds. Diggory watched everything happening before him. The speed of the attack was simply too fast. It was so fast that it took a few seconds for Diggory's brain to react after the shadow was captured by Dumbledore, and then he gasped in shock. This was a full-level mid-lane mage with 6 complete items. Although he had already been defeated by Dumbledore once before, it was clear that when Dumbledore was dealing with him back then, or rather, educating him, he hadn't even used 1/10 of his current power. It was likely that Dumbledore couldn't even be bothered to use skills. Just a simple auto attack had solved the problem. Patrick, still feeling uneasy, ran to Dumbledore's side, pointing at Diggory and scolding him for being ungrateful, while also pointing at the shadow trapped in the water and cursing it for being worthless. At that moment, Dumbledore interrupted Patrick and said, "You stay here, I'll go take a look." With that, he walked towards the shadow. Diggory paused for a moment, suppressing the fear in his heart before following Dumbledore as they walked together. Dumbledore glanced back at Diggory, but said nothing. Once they entered, Diggory finally saw the person in the water, a shiny bald head. Dumbledore and Diggory walked towards the stream, while Patrick glanced at Ophelia beside him, took out his wand, and smiled at her, saying, "Don't worry, for Diggory's sake, I will protect you." However, Ophelia merely shot him a cold, disdainful glance, replying, "I don't need it." Patrick was taken aback, feeling that Ophelia's personality was really inconsistent with her appearance. She looked gentle, but always spoke so coldly and sharply. She was even more unreasonable than some of his previous girlfriends. This made Patrick somewhat resentful towards Ophelia. Now, all he wanted was to keep his distance from her. But thinking of Diggory, he contemplated and took a small step forward, subtly positioning himself in front of Ophelia's left side. Meanwhile, Diggory looked at the bald head in the water wall, a hint of confusion flashing his eyes, as he felt the person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as he was racking his brain to think, Dumbledore suddenly spoke out the identity of the person. "Quirrell? What are you doing here?" "Right, Quirrell." Now Diggory remembered. The bald head in front of him was indeed Quirrell. No wonder he looked so familiar. He hadn't recognized him because Quirrell's bald head was now young, although he was not that old when he met his end in the first book. The shadow in the water, which was Quirrell, could vaguely hear Dumbledore's voice through the thick water wall. At that moment, he seemed like a wandering traveler who had suddenly seen his family, and tears streamed down his face as he desperately waved his hands and feet, wanting Dumbledore to quickly lift the curse. Dumbledore naturally recognized this student from Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, and, seeing his anxious plea for help, lifted the restriction of the water wall. The moment the water wall was lifted, Quirrell fell into the stream like a huge loach. As Diggory wondered whether he would choke on the water and how many coughs he might have if he did, Quirrell surprisingly crawled out from the muddy bottom of the stream with astonishing speed, using both hands and feet to reach Dumbledore's side. "Professor, please help us. Save us quickly. Someone is dead. Another person is dead." Quirrell cried out incoherently, tears and snot streaming down his face, gripping the hem of Dumbledore's robes as if he had grasped the last straw of hope. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Although Quirrell was speaking nonsensically, his keen ears still caught the word "we." It was already strange enough for Quirrell to appear alone in the dangerous Albanian forest. And now he was inexplicably talking about companions. Who were they? And someone was dead, and not just one. Who were the others? What was the purpose of coming here as a group? If they were here for camping, Dumbledore felt he might just give Quirrell a slap. So, Dumbledore kept his composure while showing a worried expression on his face, saying, "Don't panic. Take your time to explain what happened. Someone is dead. Another person is dead." Quirrell repeated this, his hands trembling, his gaze wandering from Dumbledore to Diggory beside him, then to Ophelia and Patra behind, and finally back to Dumbledore. Finally, it seemed that Dumbledore's presence gave him confidence, and Quirrell gradually calmed down, no longer trembling. The first sentence he uttered after regaining his composure was, "Professor, you must come with me to save people. If we don't hurry, Tangdon will die there." Tangdon. Dumbledore frowned and looked back. Diggory suddenly realized that Patrick's last name was Downton. Who exactly was the Downton that Chilo mentioned? Was it Patrick's flirtatious father? Or one of his uncles, aunts, or siblings? Thinking of this, Diggory shook his head. The possibility of siblings was too small, considering Patrick's age. The danger of the Albanian forest was also an objective fact. Therefore, those young members of the Downton family, who were in their prime, probably wouldn't be foolish enough to seek thrills in this forest. It was clear that Patrick had also heard the conversation, as he hurried over, shouting, "Professor, what danger? What do you mean someone has died? I think I just heard that someone from my Downton family is in danger, right?" Dumbledore glanced at Patrick, but chose not to respond as he pondered. A few seconds later, he said to Diggory, "Cedric, you three stay here. Remember, set up a barrier. Chilo and I will go rescue them." Although he harbored doubts about why Chilo was there and about his companions, Dumbledore ultimately did not refuse Chilo's request. Given his character, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. As for why Dumbledore chose to leave Diggory and the other two there at that moment, it wasn't because he was unconcerned, but because he believed Diggory's strength was sufficient to handle some situations. Digger felt a bit anxious when he saw Dumbledore was going to let the three of them go on their own here. Although he had some confidence in his own abilities, he was well aware that he wasn't strong enough to handle the various crises in the Albanian forest. Especially since he was responsible for the lives of the other two, Digger felt he had no assurance at all. Moreover, the most critical point was that he didn't know any barrier spells. Although he could enter the system's space to draw with magic points, that would also mean losing consciousness. What if a carnivorous magical creature, hungry and out looking for food, happened to come across these three tender young people? There was a high possibility that he would become the first person in history to die less than a month after crossing over. So, Digger chose to be honest. "Professor, I don't know any barrier spells." Although it was a bit awkward and he wanted to force himself to say it was fine and that he could handle it. The thought of being responsible for 3 lives, including his own, made those words stick in his throat. He originally thought he would see disappointment in Dumbledore's eyes, but he didn't. Dumbledore simply gave Digger's shoulder a gentle pat, and there wasn't a trace of disappointment in his azure eyes. Instead, there was admiration and encouragement for his honesty. "It's okay. Ophelia can handle the barrier spells. What you need to do is to use your uninjured right hand to hold your wand and protect Ophelia and the others. Can you do that?" "Of course." Digger nodded excitedly. The feeling of being recognized, especially by the strongest wizard Dumbledore, was truly exhilarating. Indeed, everyone needs to be acknowledged, whether they are children, teenagers, young adults, or even later in middle age and old age. Everyone needs the recognition of others, because that recognition reflects a person's value. "Professor, you can rest assured. As long as I'm here," Digger said confidently. Dumbledore smiled. Now Digger finally felt like a child to him. Unlike before when he seemed like a young man in his 20s or 30s. But the more this was the case, the more it showed that he could trust him, right? Dumbledore turned to leave with Quirrell, but the smile at the corner of his mouth did not fade with his turn. Because of this, Dumbledore inadvertently did not notice the strange look Quirrell gave Patrick and Digger. Similarly, Digger didn't notice until Dumbledore and Quirrell had walked far away that there was someone nearby who needed comforting. Patrick, don't worry, the professor has already gone over. You know his strength, nothing can trouble him. After hearing Digger's words, Patrick nodded in agreement, but the worry on his brow did not fade. His life in the family, being the only descendant of the main bloodline, was completely carefree, and everyone smiled in front of him. No one dared to bring the family's dirty laundry in front of him. Therefore, in Patrick's eyes, all the elders in the family were kind and amiable. Now, suddenly hearing that an elder in the family was in danger here, the young boy naturally became very worried. At this moment, Ophelia also came over to comfort Patrick. Don't worry, although Cedric said a lot of meaningless things, I agree with what he said earlier. Nothing can trouble the professor. So you can rest assured that your family will be fine. After saying this, Ophelia took out her wand and turned to cast a barrier spell nearby. Diggory watched her back, and he could sense the loneliness in Ophelia's words just now. Remembering what Dumbledore had told him about Ophelia's background, Diggory understood how much Ophelia wished that when her family was in trouble, Dumbledore could be nearby. If that were the case, she wouldn't be left with only her grandmother to rely on. Although Patrick found some comfort, he still stood in place, gazing in the direction where Dumbledore and the others had left, unable to feel at ease. Diggory looked at his two teammates, thought carefully for a moment, and finally made up his mind. He turned to Ophelia, who had just finished setting up the barrier, and said, You and Patrick wait for me here for a moment. I'll be back in no more than 5 minutes. After saying that, he couldn't wait and ran back to the tree hole, quickly entering the system space. Now, he was ready to buy. Because he planned to make a big score. He intended to take Patrick and Ophelia to find Dumbledore directly. This would not only reassure Patrick, but also strengthen their power. With his strength having grown, Diggory was just looking for an opportunity to adapt. Since it hadn't been long since Dumbledore left, if they were quick, they could catch up with him. Without hesitation, as soon as he entered the space, Diggory stood in front of the shelves, looking at the various potions lined up. He waved his hand grandly and shouted, Wrap up everything that has lethal power for me. I want everything that can be used in a fight. At this moment, was Diggory being extravagant? Yes, he was. Almost ostentatious. He radiated an air of a wealthy person. This aura made the big orange cat, who was dozing off on the shelf, suddenly startle and shake his body. He opened his watery cat eyes and stared blankly at Diggory. What was going on? Wasn't he usually very stingy? Had he changed his ways? Are you sure you want everything? The big orange cat asked. According to your request, if we pack all these things, it would require over 30 million points of magical power. Do you, a poor guy, have that much? This left Diggory stunned, staring at the big orange cat, wondering why it required so much magical power. He silently calculated in his heart, and it seemed that even after raiding the wish room before setting off, it still wasn't enough. This was embarrassing. He had wanted to play the wealthy role, but now he felt quite humiliated. Then, let us get 2 more sets of anti-curse cloaks, some love potions, stink bombs, dung bombs, and luck potions, Diggory stammered, and he added a few more items, pretending that although he wasn't that rich, at least he wasn't short on money. The big orange cat said nothing and silently packed the items Diggory requested. However, even though the big orange cat didn't speak, the expression in his eyes, mixed with disdain, mockery, and a hint of concern for the poor guy, infuriated Diggory to the point of wanting to explode. He quickly chanted in his heart several times not to argue with things that weren't human, not to argue with things that weren't human, not to argue with things that weren't human. Only then did he manage to suppress his anger. In the end, after paying in an extremely humiliating manner, he immediately left without looking back, not a trace of nostalgia. When Diggory's consciousness returned, he sat in the tree hole, taking deep breaths. After a while, he finally suppressed the thought of wanting to eat cat meat hot pot. Then he returned outside and ran over to Ophelia and Patrick, handing over the anti-curse cloak in his hand. He also gave each of them a bottle of luck potion and an antidote. After receiving them, Ophelia frowned and asked, Cedric, what do you mean by this? And where did you get these things from? Diagonally smiled and said, Well, it's nothing much. I just think this forest isn't safe, so I brought these things for you. After all, I consider myself your big brother. It wouldn't be right not to protect you well. As for the second question, don't ask. It's a secret. Patrick looked at the protective cloak and potions in his hands, his eyes turned red, and his vision began to blur as he almost burst into tears. Cedric, you're so rich, and you're really generous. I didn't make the wrong choice in having you as a brother. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not a woman, I would definitely marry you. Ophelia glanced at Patrick and said, you can still marry him now, as long as Cedric doesn't mind it being dirty. Dirty? Patrick replied, humph, as long as Cedric is willing, I will definitely wash it clean before waiting for him. Digioli shivered at this, goosebumps rising one after another. It was just too vivid. With just a slight thought in his mind, images filled with mosaics came one after another. Impossible to shake off. And the most crucial thing was, why would Ophelia say such words? Do all girls have such corrupt tastes? Do they all prefer male on male? Diggory thought seriously for a moment and felt that it didn't seem like a big deal for girls to think this way. Just like he also liked to watch certain things. With that thought, his mind was filled with pixelated images again. Diggory coughed twice, trying hard to shake off the images of Ophelia and the other girls from his mind, and then thought of something serious. Since the equipment was ready, let's set off now. About 10 minutes had already passed, and they didn't want to be late and miss the professor. Ophelia and Patrick had no objections and said they would follow Diggory. So, Diggory walked to the front, Ophelia brought up the rear, and the three 11-year-old children set off on their journey to find someone in the Albanian forest. On the other side, Diggory miscalculated the speed at which Dumbledore and Chilo were traveling. Although it was only about 10 minutes, they had already arrived before the eerie stone temple. At the entrance of the temple, there were many corpses of carrion-eating insects, a small portion of which were the result of Chilo escaping as Sane exerted himself to force them out. A larger part, however, was due to Dumbledore warming the bodies of the carrion-eating insects with the Incendio curse in response to their enthusiastic welcome. Not far away, the bodies of Downton's deceased teammates lay quietly, adding an eerie atmosphere to the currently silent and dilapidated ancient temple. Professor, this is it. Let's hurry in and save them. If we don't go in soon, they will die. Chilo anxiously urged Dumbledore, who was standing outside the door. However, Dumbledore did not move, but focused intently on the strange writings on the temple's crumbling walls. Chilo, as a graduate of Ravenclaw, haven't you noticed the magical fluctuations emanating from these temple walls? Although Chilo was anxious, he understood that if Dumbledore didn't move, it would be useless for him to go in. When I and my companions were chased by the carrion-eating insects, it was a dire situation, and we didn't pay attention to these things when we escaped, Chilo recalled. By the time I noticed this issue, it was already too late. The sudden change was like a dam bursting, impossible to stop. Dumbledore tapped the broken stone wall with his old wand and, without turning back, said to Chilo, "Tell me in detail." So, Chilo recounted everything that had happened after he and Sane entered the temple. However, he concealed from Dumbledore the fact that he had developed feelings for Sane, and that Sane was a Death Eater, only mentioning that Sane was a friend. After finishing, Chilo stood in place, anxiously waiting. Dumbledore continued to study the temple's walls. Just as Chilo's bald head was dripping with sweat, reflecting the moonlight, Dumbledore finally finished studying the inscriptions on the wall. However, he didn't seem inclined to explain anything to Chilo. He just turned back and said, "Remember, stay closely behind me. The path I take may seem a bit strange, and when you find it strange, don't look elsewhere. Remember to lower your head immediately. Keep your eyes fixed on my feet, and just follow my footsteps." Although Chilo didn't understand why Dumbledore said this, it was clear that he already knew the reason for the strangeness of this place. However, Chilo was somewhat worried. "Professor, what if the route we take now is different from the one my companions and I took before? What if we don't encounter him? Shouldn't I lead the way?" Chilo asked. Dumbledore slowly shook his head and said, "It's useless. It's night now, and some situations in the temple will be different from during the day. If you lead, it might lead to mistakes. Besides, you mentioned that your companion is quite capable, so he is not likely to die easily in here. Don't worry, my child." After saying that, Dumbledore ignored Chilo and walked into the temple. Seeing this, Chilo had no other option but to quickly follow Dumbledore's footsteps and step into the ancient temple again. Chilo obediently followed behind Dumbledore. At first, he didn't notice the strange phenomena Dumbledore mentioned. However, as they slowly ventured deeper, Chilo suddenly sensed something was off. At this corner, Chilo clearly remembered that they should turn left to enter the small path on the left. He could even see his own footprints clearly over there. However, Dumbledore seemed to overlook all of this and unexpectedly turned right, entering the corridor on the other side. Chilo felt puzzled. It was evident that this could not be attributed to Dumbledore's confusion. "Professor, are we going the wrong way?" Unable to contain his doubts any longer, Chilo reached out to tap Dumbledore on the shoulder while asking him, However, at that moment, a chilling scene unfolded. Chilo's hand, which was originally intended to tap Dumbledore's shoulder, suddenly passed right through Dumbledore's body. It felt as if he had swiped through the air without touching anything. The Dumbledore in front of him appeared like an illusion. A drop of cold sweat slid down Chilo's bald head as he stared in disbelief at his hand, looking at the figure of Dumbledore standing right in front of him. What on earth is happening? Just when Chilo was filled with terror, he suddenly felt a hand patting his shoulder. Chilo, I told you if something goes wrong, keep your eyes on my feet and follow me. Did you forget? Hearing that familiar, aged voice, Chilo's heart, which had just been racing, finally calmed down. He turned around to see Dumbledore's bright blue eyes. Professor, what is going on? Chilo asked, still shaken. Dumbledore pointed to the ancient writing on the nearby stone wall, which seemed to be written in reverse, and said to Chilo, actually, you can think of this place as a maze. A maze? Chilo felt confused. The stone temple was too dilapidated. Many of the walls had collapsed, and some places were left with only a segment of a wall. Standing there, one could see the surroundings clearly within 10 meters. This temple simply did not qualify to be a maze. Dumbledore noticed Chilo's thoughts and said calmly, the writings on these walls are the key to my discovery. Perhaps I wasn't clear enough before. You can think of this as a massive mirror space. This temple is filled with invisible mirrors, and these mirrors are hidden among the ruins. Therefore, the inscriptions you see on the stone walls are all reversed. It is also for this reason that you accidentally ended up behind my reflection just now. Because it's a reflection, you couldn't touch me earlier. Upon hearing this, Chilo suddenly understood. No wonder when he and Sane first arrived at this place, they saw Downton and the others. But Downton and his group couldn't see Chilo and Sane. Later, when Downton's group saw Chilo and Sane, they couldn't see Downton and the others. The reason was that this temple was actually a gigantic mirror space. However, Chilo then realized something was amiss. If this were a mirror space, and all the other cells were reflections, then why had Sane been attacked by his own spell earlier? Logically, that spell shouldn't have hit anywhere else, right? Could it be, Professor, do you think this mirror space can reflect spell attacks? What do you mean? Dumbledore frowned. Chilo took a deep breath and recounted the incident where Sane was struck by his own reflection's attack. After hearing this, Dumbledore furrowed his brow again. Reflections shouldn't have any attacking capability, just like how your hand passed through my reflection. An attack directed at a reflection should only hit elsewhere or possibly destroy the mirrors within the mirror space. It shouldn't lead to being attacked by the reflection. However, Dumbledore could tell that Quirrell was not lying just now. What he said was true. If that's the case, Dumbledore speculated. Could there be creatures in the mirror space that he didn't know about? If so, how should they deal with these creatures? Should they wait for them to attack and then counterattack to defeat them? Or should they find a way to enter the mirror space and deal with them proactively? Professor, how about we go save the people and run after we save them? What do you say? Quirrell suggested. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore immediately felt disdain. But then he reconsidered, thinking about Diggory and the others outside, and felt it would be better to return early. With this in mind, Dumbledore agreed to Quirrell's proposal. All right, then we can. Before he could finish, a sharp attack suddenly came from Dumbledore's left, striking directly at his head. This sudden scene left Quirrell stunned. His eyes filled with shock. The attack was so sudden. Could it be happening again? Before Quirrell's pessimistic thoughts could fully form, Dumbledore suddenly swatted his bald head aside. With what seemed like a casual wave of his wand, he silently cast a spell, and immediately a flash of silver light appeared, neutralizing the attack. Dumbledore focused his gaze and saw a Quirrell standing across from him. But before Dumbledore could react again, the Quirrell on the opposite side suddenly dashed into the left passage. Dumbledore quickly recalled the position of the fake Quirrell, estimated the distance between himself and that position, and immediately turned around to swat Quirrell's bald head again, aiming for the left passage of a three-way intersection with a precise freezing spell. The left passage began to freeze rapidly from the entrance at a speed that was nearly impossible to perceive, and it spread to other areas as well. In just a breath, the area visible to Quirrell had completely turned into a frozen world, as if they had entered the Ice Age. He swallowed hard in shock, cautiously glancing at Dumbledore standing beside him, and made up his mind that even if he successfully resurrected the Dark Lord in the future, he would definitely not encounter Dumbledore on the battlefield. Although Dumbledore sensed that Quirrell's mind was now filled with schemes. He had no time to care and walked straight to the intersection, carefully examining the crumbling stone walls on both sides. Professor, did you deal with that thing? Quirrell asked softly. Dumbledore shook his head, his broad palm brushing over the ruined stone wall he had frozen. Although it was in ruins, it was still just that, ruined. The reverse text on it had not suffered any damage. This indicated that the entity in the mirror space likely hadn't been harmed at all. Just then, while Dumbledore was inspecting the stone wall, a thin man was hiding on the other side of the wall. With sunken eyes, murky gaze, messy yellow hair like hay, and dressed in filthy clothes, he looked as if he hadn't washed in hundreds of years, dirty as if he had crawled out of the mud. Leaning against the wall, he was breathing heavily. Although he had only had a brief encounter with that old man, he could clearly feel that this old guy was extraordinary. He was the only one who could quickly recognize where his true self was and could retaliate in time. It had been years since he had encountered such a strong person. Thinking of this, the man took a deep breath, glanced around at the dim and blood-red surroundings, and suddenly broke into a furious, mad smile. It's been hundreds of years. Nick LeMay, you've trapped me for hundreds of years. Don't wait for me to find a chance to get out. Once I do, I will definitely seek revenge on you. His furious voice spread out from him, then quickly echoed back. If one looked closely, this strange space was actually quite small, roughly the size of 3 basketball courts. This man had been trapped in this space by Nick for hundreds of years. If it were an ordinary person, they might have gone mad by now. After venting, the man felt a bit better. He turned to look at the other world, just a wall away from Dumbledore, and after thinking it over, he decided not to provoke this old thing. Since being trapped in this peculiar space, he had developed a unique spell that could replicate the powers of anyone he had seen cast magic through the barrier of this space. Since this spell was developed, it had never failed. However, just now, the spell had failed. When he tried to replicate Dumbledore's strength, not only did he fail, but he almost injured himself from the backlash of magic. It was clear that Dumbledore was not someone he could mess with, so compared to this old man, those 2 young men with far lesser strength seemed more appealing and easier to bully. Yet, just as he turned to leave, he thought he heard the sound of an egg cracking. He heard a snap, and the man suddenly turned around, but saw nothing, only Dumbledore with one hand resting on the wall, looking as if he had found a place to rest in his old age. The surrounding world was still filled with dimness and blood-red hues. The man nervously shook his head, convinced he had misheard. This cursed place NT had such a sound in all these years. But before he could finish his thought, he heard the crackling sound continuously ringing in his ears. A familiar aura, seemingly long forgotten, came from behind him, accompanied by a beam of silver light that was different from this world. The man stared vacantly at the silver light, memories flooding back. He seemed to remember that this was starlight. He quickly turned around, looking in disbelief, and saw that the place that had trapped him for hundreds of years was cracking furiously outward from the center of Dumbledore's hand. The outer world's aura surged in like a tsunami as the space continuously shattered, completely enveloping him. His eyes brightened more and more, filled with excited tears and the anxiety of fearing it was just a dream. However, his worries were unnecessary. In his hopeful gaze, and in Quirrell's shocked eyes, the mirror space of the stone temple, held within Dumbledore's deeply lined hand, shattered with a loud crash. The blood-red and dim space was swept away by the clear starlight from the outside, and the mirror space that had trapped the Raven for 300 years ceased to exist. The Raven took a deep breath, expanding his lungs as much as possible. Greedily inhaling the air he hadn't breathed in for 300 years. With a satisfied expression, he said to Dumbledore, "If it weren't for the fact that you're a man, I would definitely want to marry you. The kind of unwavering love until death." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression suddenly turned ashen, and the blue in his eyes revealed a murderous intent he hadn't shown in a long time. Forcing down the urge that felt like a heart-wrenching impulse, Dumbledore gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you one last chance. State your identity and hand over the other 2. The Raven directly and flamboyantly ignored Dumbledore, turning his head to seriously observe this familiar yet strange world. This place, this stone temple, has already collapsed. Well, it makes sense when that old Nick was fighting me. He nearly destroyed this place. But it seems there wasn't a forest here beside it back then. I didn't expect such a big change after all these years. I want a woman and some fresh drinks right now." After saying this, the Raven suddenly extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. Then, he flashed a wicked smile at Dumbledore and Quirrell. Although this smile on his current face didn't look particularly wicked, it couldn't dampen his good mood. "Farewell, my friend who set me free. I hope fate will arrange for us to meet again. Of course, during our time apart, I will miss you all. Especially you." The Raven pointed at Dumbledore and said, "I will often think of you, darling." Quirrell suddenly heard this cold snort, and then turned sharply to look at Dumbledore. He saw Dumbledore's expression had completely changed from pale to black, looking at the Raven as if he were staring at a corpse. without a word. With a wave of his hand, Quirrell felt a blur before his eyes, and then he heard the raven's unparalleled scream. "Ah, what have you done to me?" The raven struggled to endure the tearing pain in his heart, cold sweat streaming down, his eyes wide and red as he glared at Dumbledore, questioning him. "To make you calm down, to know who you are, to know what you can say and what you cannot say." At this moment, Dumbledore seemed to have completely transformed into another person. The calm wisdom, kindness, and gentleness that once radiated from him had vanished completely. In its place was a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. The raven suddenly laughed. I actually got too carried away. I forgot you were someone who can break that damn barrier. Your strength is obviously far superior to mine. However, that doesn't mean you can easily control me." As soon as he finished speaking, the raven suddenly raised his head and gave Dumbledore a strange smile. Immediately, Quirrell, who was watching from the side, was shocked to discover that he and Dumbledore's positions suddenly found themselves enveloped in a layer of mist. At first glance, he could still see the raven's face across the mist, but in the blink of an eye, he could only see the raven's silhouette. Quirrell's skin crawled. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying to see clearly. But then, a more alarming thing happened. The mist had thickened, and now he could only see a vague outline of Dumbledore beside him. "A few days ago, I paused updating due to my graduation project. So in the next 3 days, I will add extra updates as compensation." Quirrell felt a bit panicked, recalling the strange smile the raven had shown before the mist appeared. He couldn't help but keep moving toward Dumbledore. While moving, he asked, "Professor, let's not worry about that person for now. Let's go save the others first. And once we rescue them, we can run. What do you think?" Although the mist separated them, Dumbledore's eyes remained bright and sharp, as if the mist had no effect on his vision at all. He also saw Quirrell come beside him, and, hearing his words, Dumbledore felt even more disappointed in him. "We can go save people, but after we save them, you will take them away yourself. I must stay behind to deal with this vampire, then I will leave." "A vampire?" Quirrell widened his eyes at Dumbledore. Although he couldn't see clearly due to the mist, it didn't stop him from glaring at Dumbledore. Vampires are beings that come back to life, living off the blood of humans or animals. They possess unreasonable speed and strength, along with an endless lifespan that Voldemort could never attain. Moreover, this is not the end. All vampires retain the abilities and characteristics they had before dying. If a vampire was a wizard in life, they wouldn't lose that ability after becoming a vampire. Additionally, with their formidable bodies, their power increases exponentially. For instance, if a wizard and a vampire were to battle at the same magical level, the vampire could, through their superior physical strength, suddenly spring to the wizard's front before they even uttered a spell, and with a quick bite, the wizard would be finished. Even if the wizard is stronger than the vampire, maintaining combat readiness against such speed is already impressive. Of course, if facing a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, that would be a different story. Typically, vampires are the ones who get taken down. If old Dumbledore gets angry, he might drop the friendly facade and simply capture the vampire, then wait until sunrise to give them a nice sunbath. But only old Dumbledore could do that, not Quirrell. This little chicken. So the little chicken was now very panicked, extremely panicked. The little chicken pressed his back tightly against Dumbledore, who was the only one who could provide him with a sense of security. "Professor, let's hurry and save them." Though very panicked, the little chicken still remembered his beloved, saying, "After saving them, we can decide whether to act separately based on the situation. After all, if they really are vampires, even if the three of us are tied together, we can't defeat them. We might just end up providing that vampire with a lavish free midnight snack." Quirrell said pitifully, and upon hearing this, Dumbledore also found some reason in it. Moreover, thinking of Diggory and the others still alone at the camp. If he couldn't find that vampire here and instead let it find Diggory and the others, that wouldn't be good. Okay. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Quirrell suddenly saw him widen his eyes, as if something extremely terrifying had happened. "Professor, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Quirrell trembled as he asked. However, Dumbledore completely ignored Quirrell and swiftly turned, waving his wand. Then a strong wind blew in, quickly dispersing the mist that had trapped their view. It was gone. The spot where the raven had been was now empty. Dumbledore's face immediately turned grim. From the moment Dumbledore used the heart-piercing curse to control the raven, to the appearance of the mist that obscured their view, and now discovering the raven had vanished. Although it felt like a long time, in reality, only less than 2 minutes had passed. And in this short 2 minutes, the raven not only dealt with the attack from the heart-piercing curse, but had also escaped right under Dumbledore's nose. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on a spot 2 meters in front of him, where the color was distinctly different from the surrounding stone slabs. his expression a mix of seriousness and indignation. He had forgotten the peculiarities of a vampire's body, since these magical beings had died once. Every part of their body lacked pain nerves. Therefore, the Cruciatus curse had almost no effect on them. At the beginning, the Raven's pained expression was clearly a ploy to distract Dumbledore, making him lower his guard. Chilo also seemed to have realized this, his expression becoming more tense as he quickly scanned the surroundings, finding no immediate danger. "Professor, let's go rescue them now. After we save them, we can head back to the camp immediately, which will help ensure everyone's safety." Dumbledore nodded, knowing that was the only course of action left. Now, he could only hope that Diggory and the others would obediently follow his instructions, guarding the camp with protective spells and waiting quietly for his return. Initially, he believed Ophelia and Patrick would certainly comply, but thinking of Diggory made him uneasy. However, dwelling on it was of no use. Dumbledore could only rush to rescue Sane and the others with Chilo, trying to save time and return as soon as possible. What he did not anticipate was that Diggory and the others had not followed his instructions at all. To be precise, under Diggory's leadership, the trio had largely disregarded Dumbledore's words and had already left the camp. Moreover, they had now arrived in the territory of the carrion beetles. Diggory took the lead, walking at the forefront. He tightly gripped his wand, his eyes nervously scanning the surroundings, his whole body tense. The environment of this dense forest inexplicably reminded him of a horror movie he had watched in his past life, The Valley in Silent Hill. Just thinking about that vengeful little girl Alessa and the gray world she created, along with the dark world, sent shivers down Diggory's spine. After taking a couple more steps, Diggory turned around to confirm that his two companions were still following him. He let out a relieved breath and then nervously said to them, "Patrick, Ophelia, if you suddenly notice any changes in the surroundings, like if any place suddenly turns gray, you must tell me right away." "Gray?" Patrick paused for a moment, then suddenly pointed behind Diggory. "If you're saying that, I just saw that place turn gray." Diagonally was taken aback. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned to look in the direction Patrick was pointing. To his astonishment, there really was a patch of gray land. What the hell? Diggory was somewhat overwhelmed. Wasn't this the magical world of Harry Potter? Why was there a plot from Silent Hill now? Was the system trying to put him through hell? But just as Diggory stood there in a state of panic, Ophelia, who had been at the back, suddenly stepped forward, walked to the edge of the gray area, crouched down, rubbed the ground with her hand, and then sniffed it. From the residual magical aura in this place, it was clear that this area had been burned by the Fiendfire curse, which explained the gray color. Moreover, since Fiendfire was a high-level offensive curse, not many could wield it, but Professor Dumbledore, who had set off earlier, clearly had that capability. There were also many dead insects around. Ophelia picked one up, examined it closely, and confirmed it was a charred corpse of a carrion beetle. Ophelia turned to Diggory, who looked a bit timid, and the clueless Patrick, saying, "This place should be the territory of the carrion beetles, and when the professors passed through here, they were attacked by them. To save time, the professor directly used Fiendfire to burn these insects to death." Hearing that it wasn't Silent Hill, Diggory felt reassured. He walked over to Ophelia, confirmed the situation, and said, "Since this path was taken by the professor, it means we are on the right track. Moreover, since the professor has passed through, all the obstacles on this road should have been cleared by him, which means we shouldn't encounter any danger. If that's the case, let's speed up and move on." Ophelia had no objections, but Patrick seemed somewhat reluctant, as if being asked to quicken his pace was a matter of life and death, trailing behind slowly. After a few steps, he began to complain, "Hey, can we take a break first? We're still kids. We need enough sleep." However, Diggory and Ophelia in front ignored him. Diggory was busy surveying his surroundings. Although he had already guessed that Dumbledore had cleaned this place, he still felt uneasy. Ophelia, on the other hand, simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Patrick. When Patrick saw that no one was paying him any mind, he became displeased and shouted in protest, "You can't treat me, a child in my developmental stage, like this. It's bad enough that the food I get is mediocre, but now you're not even letting me sleep. You're just like devils." Diggory turned around and complained, "You dog thief, it seems that more than half of the food I made for Ophelia went into your stomach." "That's because I need to grow," Patrick retorted confidently, showing no gentlemanly demeanor. "All three of my legs and two hands. My whole body needs enough nutrition, otherwise, they will develop poorly." Diggory sneered disdainfully and was about to turn around and scold Patrick for being shameless when he suddenly felt a rush of urgent and terrifying killing intent enveloping him from behind. Diggory's body was instantly covered in goosebumps. At that moment, he had no time to make any arrangements and could only instinctively push Ophelia aside. He shouted loudly to Patrick, who was walking behind them, "Quick, the armor spell! But it was too late. The master of that terrifying killing intent arrived in an instant, leaping out from the bushes in front of Diggory. Its thin body appeared so enormous at that moment, blocking out the starlight above and enveloping Diggory and the other two in darkness. Diggo immediately looked up, but before he could see anything, he was suddenly knocked back. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments spewed out. His chest caved in abnormally. He was severely injured. As Diggo flew out, the shadow landed right on the ground. Then he bent his knees and shot out like a sharp arrow, charging straight towards Diggo. But at this critical moment, the armor charm, bang, the shadow's body seemed to crash into a hard, transparent wall, bouncing back to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Patrick forcibly caught Diggo with his body and immediately shouted, "Ophelia, come and watch over Cedric. I'll defend against this dog thing." You immediately shoot a signal into the sky to notify the professor. The previous scene had terrified Ophelia, and upon hearing Patrick's words, she instinctively nodded without resistance, then took out her wand to prepare to shoot the signal. But just then, the shadow suddenly picked up a stone and threw it fiercely at Ophelia. Ophelia let out a short cry of pain, and her hand was now covered in blood, with many stone shards embedded in the wound. Her entire palm was a horrifying sight. "Damn!" Patrick roared in anger. "You shameless dog. How can you be so brutal to a girl? Are you even human?" While cursing, Patrick controlled the armor charm and ran to Ophelia's side, protecting her as they retreated. What happened? Diggo struggled to sit up. He had been injured and lying on the ground, only hearing Ophelia's scream and Patrick's curses, but he didn't know what had happened. Ophelia was injured by that shameless, despicable beast. Patrick informed Diggo about the ambush on Ophelia. He initially wanted Ophelia to signal the professor, but now Patrick pointed to the back of Ophelia's hand, which was already too injured to even hold her wand. When Diggo followed Patrick's finger and saw the wound on Ophelia's hand, his expression instantly darkened. It was like the calm before a storm, with the sky swirling like ink and the air filled with extreme oppression. At that moment, an indescribable rage surged from Diggo's heart, like the yellow river breaking its dam, flooding into his brain. It made his eyes turn red, and the intense pain from his injury was suppressed under this rage. Drawing his wand from his cloak, Diggo stood up as if nothing had happened, under the shocked gazes of Patrick and Ophelia. He said to Patrick, "Take care of Ophelia. Don't let her get hurt. I'll handle everything else until the professor returns." But Patrick glanced at Diggo's still injured hand and his almost caved-in chest, wanting to stop him. However, when he saw Diggo's eyes filled with such anger and determination, he could only do his part and nodded at Diggo, "Don't worry from now on, unless I die. My armor charm's defensive wall will definitely stand in front of Ophelia." He. At that moment, a terrifying, hoarse laughter came. The shadow gradually stepped out from beneath the trees, with sunken, hollow eye sockets, murky eyes, messy, straw-like yellow hair, and filthy clothes. It was the raven that had escaped from Dumbledore's subordinate. The raven took a deep breath and looked at Patrick. This special armor charm feels very familiar. Patrick's heart jolted. "What do you mean by that? Who are you, and where have you seen my family's armor charm?" However, the raven did not answer Patrick's question, only sizing him up and saying, "You must be family, right? Is he your dad? After all, you look so much alike." At this moment, Patrick could no longer deny that the person before him was definitely his uncle. "What have you done to my uncle? Where's the professor? Why weren't you caught by the professor?" Patrick pressed down his fear and asked. But the raven still did not answer Patrick's question and changed the subject. "His blood smells so good. Just thinking about that smell makes me a bit intolerable. Nostalgic." As soon as he said that, Patrick's eyes turned completely red, and he immediately turned to Diggo, roaring, "Cedric, take him down. You must take him down." Diggory swallowed the last mouthful of potion in his mouth and then discarded the two bottles in his hand, one containing a vitality potion and the other a recovery potion. Hearing Patrick's angry shout, he moved his injured left hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will do my best. Everything from yesterday and today has been made up, and there will be 2 updates tomorrow as well." After saying this, Diggory walked forward alone, leaving his back to the 2 people behind him. Ophelia watched Diggory's figure. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The raven saw Diggory walking towards him alone, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips. "Interesting. Are kids nowadays so brave? Dare to stand up and challenge me alone? What is the relationship between the 3 of you? You seem quite close. Is that girl your girlfriend? After all, you got angry the moment you saw her hurt, as if I owed you a lot of gold coins. But speaking of which, your girlfriend is really quite beautiful. That delicate, smooth, flawless skin, those big, watery eyes. And that tempting cherry-like mouth, just one look makes you want to take a big bite. The raven's disdainful tone, merciless smile, and the filthy words constantly stimulated Diggory's nerves, pushing his limits. Thinking of Ophelia's injuries and Patrick's request, the flame of anger in Diggory's heart nearly filled his brain. Even though he knew he was definitely not a match for the person in front of him. Even though he knew his chances of winning were less than 1%. Even though he knew that being crushed by the opponent might be as easy as squashing an ant. However, at this moment, Diggory knew even more that he wanted to protect Ophelia behind him, the first person to light up his heart after coming to this world. So when the raven spoke those flippant words to Ophelia, the anger in Diggory's heart almost reached its peak, prompting him to charge at the raven without caring about anything else. He threw a bottle of love potion with his left hand, as the previous recovery potion had completely healed his left hand's injury. Then his right hand immediately cast a shatter spell, showing no mercy from the very beginning, because he knew that with the raven's earlier kick, he didn't have the right to hold back. In response to Diggory's attack, the raven casually slapped the love potion to pieces and waved his wand to block the shatter spell's attack. However, even though Diggory's attacks couldn't harm him, the raven was still surprised by the combat power Diggory displayed, his thin face curling into a wicked smile. Not bad. Having such strength at such a young age makes me really want to turn you into pieces and consume you. I wonder if I can gain your potential after eating you? Diggo looked at the raven with excitement, feeling a bit confused. Why was my love potion ineffective against you? Hey. The raven stuck out its crimson tongue and licked its lips, saying, "It's because I'm simply too pure. That's why your love potion doesn't work on me." Oh my, how could this child have a love potion? The raven suddenly thought of something unbelievable. Could it be that you have talent not only in spells, but also in potions? Thinking of this, the raven became even more excited. He didn't expect that after just coming out, although he had a tough encounter with that old man at first, he now felt that no matter how tough it got, it didn't matter. He had completely recovered. As long as he drank this child's blood, he could absolutely return to his peak condition. However, at that moment, Patrick, seeing the way the raven licked its lips and noticing the two long fangs in its mouth, was suddenly alarmed. "Cedric, be careful." At this moment, Patrick guessed the raven's identity. This creature was definitely a vampire. The reason your love potion is ineffective against him is that this creature is a vampire. He has already died once, so he has lost that ability. He simply cannot get it up. Forget your love potion. Even if he were given all the high-end tonics from those upscale clubs, he still couldn't get it up. So that's how it is. Diego suddenly realized. No wonder the aphrodisiac was ineffective on the raven. It turned out he could no longer be considered a man. At first, he was shocked as to why the aphrodisiac wouldn't work on the raven, a male creature. After all, the aphrodisiac was a miraculous drug that could even affect insects like spiders. Now he finally understood. Diggory glanced strangely at the crow below, filled with sympathy and pity. If I were you, I wouldn't want to live anymore. What dignity does a man have left? What's the point of living? Seeing Diggory's expression, the crow instantly became angry. His face dark, as if a torrential rain had begun to fall. He shouted angrily at Diggory and Patrick. "You two little brats, listen up. Mine just can't be used anymore. It's just that the erectile tissue can't fill with blood. But it's still there. I'm still whole. Do you understand?" The crow thought this explanation would clarify things, but after he finished speaking, Diggory looked at him with an even stranger expression. Pity, a useless facade that can only numb one's self, a lie to convince oneself that everything is still fine. At that moment, Patrick also sighed, saying, "Right? Can see but can't use it. It's worse than having nothing at all. If it were completely gone, at least no one would misunderstand it as being out of order. But now that it's still there, if others see it and think it's not out of order, they will definitely assume it means he likes men." Diggory and Patrick took turns mocking, and the raven felt his sanity slipping away. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a gaze from Ophelia next to him, filled with a mix of pity, disdain, contempt, and disgust. It was as if a great fire had ignited, completely burning away the last remnants of his sanity. At this moment, the raven's eyes turned completely red, filled with murderous intent as he stared at Diggory and the others, thinking, "I will wash away my anger with your blood. I curse your mother." Patrick raised his middle finger at the raven. "Return our blood, and wash away your anger? You should first have the capability to break my armor spell before talking, you barking dog." The veins on the raven's forehead throbbed, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. "Huh, that man who looked a lot like you said the same thing to me back then. Guess how I dealt with him later? I guess nothing." Patrick maintained the defensive armor spell while launching a verbal assault on the raven. "People like you, who look like they haven't bathed in hundreds of years, are always looked down upon, avoided, and disdained by the Downton family. If any ladies request it, or if you offend any ladies, we Downton family members will transform into righteous knights and drive you as far away as possible. Facing Patrick's verbal barrage, the Raven still wore a smile, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Diggory stood to the side, tightly gripping his wand in one hand while holding a bottle of thick black liquid in the other. He nervously watched the Raven, ready to throw the carefully prepared potion at its face the moment it showed any sign of aggression. Although the earlier potion had no effect on the Raven, it had served its purpose. At least when Diggory threw the liquid later, the Raven wouldn't pay too much attention. The Raven's smile gradually turned cold, so cold that Patrick's usual banter was slowly shut down under this pressure. And when Patrick fell completely silent, the Raven smiled. At that moment, that person was also quite talkative, thinking that just because he had the armor charm, he was invulnerable. But, at this point, the Raven suddenly extended a finger, and as Diggory and the others watched, the color of the finger slowly changed from a pale gray to an eerie black. The Raven's fingers slowly reached forward, eventually touching the wall created by Patrick's armor charm. At that moment, for some reason, Diggory and the others suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Digoriton immediately realized something was wrong, his eyes fixated on the Raven's finger. Next, they felt their understanding being overturned. The Raven's dark finger forcefully tapped against the armored spell wall. Crack, crack. Cracks began to radiate from the point where the Raven's finger touched, spreading outward at an increasing speed. In just a few blinks, the transparent wall was covered in cracks. Patrick gasped, knowing that he had messed things up, and everyone was likely going to meet Merlin ahead of schedule. At that moment, Digoriton suddenly shouted, "Patrick, remove the armor spell." Upon hearing Digoriton's voice, Patrick instinctively shivered, and then the flow of magic within him momentarily stalled. Unintentionally, the wall of the armor's spell dissipated. It was at this moment, Diggory quickly threw the bottle of liquid in his left hand towards the Raven, and at the moment the bottle slipped from his grasp. He waved his wand in his right hand, following up with a petrification curse. At this moment, Diggory suddenly turned his head and shouted at Patrick, who was still in a daze. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and signal the professor. Do you really want to die here and contribute your own fertilizer to this forest?" Only then did Patrick react, Oh, got it." Just then, the Raven suddenly shouted, "How dare you?" and attempted to stop Patrick's actions. However, at that moment, Diggory's attack struck as expected. Indeed, the Raven did not take Diggory's attack seriously, merely glancing at it before intending to tough it out. In his eyes, the bottle was still just a bottle. Although the color had changed, it was at most just a different potion. Moreover, a vampire's body has a high resistance to potions. Except for a very few specifically targeting vampires or those that are inherently destructive, other types of potions are as harmless to vampires as water. As for the curse that followed, the vampire skin also has a high resistance to spells, as long as it isn't a high-level offensive curse, powerful dark magic, or one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Most other spells can be easily blocked. Therefore, the Raven completely dismissed Diggory's attack. To him, Patrick's impending distress signal was the primary target. Crack! The bottle shattered against the Raven's face, and the black liquid inside began to flow down his face. At first, the Raven felt nothing, but soon he sensed something was wrong. His face began to itch. The initial attack halted as his hands began to scratch at his face, the itch growing worse, to the point where he couldn't stop scratching. Although Diggory's petrification curse had no effect on him, this strange liquid had already achieved its intended effect, and perhaps even more. Although he couldn't see his face without a mirror, the Raven could see the flesh on his face seemingly burning away, like paper, falling off bit by bit. What have you done? The itch on his face felt like a parasite burrowing into his very bones. The Raven let out a furious roar and charged straight at Diggory, ignoring Patrick, who was signaling nearby. The 3 great grievances in life: disfigurement, taking one's wife, and killing one's parents. Clearly, Diggory had committed the first offense. Upon seeing the Raven charging at him, Diggory turned and ran. This wasn't cowardice, but a necessity, as he had to relocate the scene. Ophelia was already injured and couldn't pick up her wand, and Patrick lacked the capability to be of much help. So moving the battlefield was the best choice for Diggory. "Patrick, make sure to protect Ophelia, please." At that moment, Patrick had just sent the signal, and hearing Diggory's words, he paused for a moment, then clenched his left fist against his right shoulder, looking firmly at the departing Diggory, and said loudly, "Don't worry, brother. Not to mention for your sake, as a member of the Downton family, gentlemen, I swear by our family name that I will protect Ophelia. It is a disgrace for a man to let a girl get hurt. So rest assured, I will keep my promise. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Quirrell finally found Downton and Sane, who were huddled in a corner and were leading them back. But just then, Dumbledore suddenly looked up and saw a red signal light suddenly appearing in the starry sky. He immediately realized that something had happened to Diggory and the others. Connecting it to the raven that had fled before him, Dumbledore's heart sank, and he immediately abandoned Quirrell and the others, heading straight for the location of the signal light. In fact, Dumbledore was also somewhat unclear about how much weight Diggory held in his heart. Ever since the sorting ceremony, it seemed he had been constantly watching this child, and he even had thoughts of taking him as a student and teaching him well. At this moment, Dumbledore estimated that it would take him about 5 minutes to reach the signal location from the stone temple. He silently prayed, "I hope everything will be okay. Wait for me, my child." On the other side of the forest, a scene of speed and passion was unfolding. The raven was rapidly closing the distance between himself and Diggory with his vampire speed. At first, Diggory maintained a distance of about 15 meters from the raven, but before long, that distance was steadily decreasing, and now it was only about 5 meters. This speed was because the raven felt he had enough time and wanted to toy with Diggory. Otherwise, he would have caught up to him long ago. The raven's speed was increasing, and he could even hear Diggory's heavy breathing ahead. Just as the raven was enjoying the thrill of the chase, Diggory suddenly stopped, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. "What's wrong? Not running anymore? Feeling like you can't go on?" Seeing Diggory like this, the raven grinned and walked toward him. "Come on, beg me, and I'll let you go." Diggory gasped for breath as he watched the approaching raven, his heart racing. Facing an opponent completely on a different level, it was already impressive that he had managed to run this far and change the battlefield. If he had to fight the vampire before him now, he simply didn't have the energy. So with a flick of his sleeve, 5 small bottles fell into his hands from within his robe, containing the black liquid that had previously caused the raven so much trouble. He raised them high, making sure the raven could see clearly. As soon as the raven spotted the 5 bottles, his expression darkened. "You have more? How does the basilisk venom taste?" "Intoxicating, isn't it? It's actually basilisk venom." The raven was both shocked and fearful, unable to understand why a child of around 10 years old possessed so many magical items, most of which had enough power to pose a significant threat to him. The raven's gaze turned cold, looking at Diggory as if he were staring at a dead man. "Since you're such a nuisance, I won't play with you anymore." As Diggory listened to him finish speaking, puzzled about what it meant, suddenly, a strange change occurred. He saw smoke suddenly begin to rise from the raven's body. At first, it was just a little, and Diggory didn't even see it clearly. But within a few seconds, the black smoke increased more and more, becoming thicker and thicker. After 10 seconds, it had turned into a thick plume of rolling smoke, like a signal fire, surging straight into the starry sky. Diggory was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at the raven. "Have I hit you hard? Do you think you can't compare to my wealth, my looks, or my equipment? So you're preparing to self-immolate? Why bother? Why suffer? If you're going to self-immolate, I'll just grab some popcorn and enjoy the show." In response to Diggory's playful mockery, the raven continued to look at him coldly. After Diggory finished speaking, he finally said in a tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "Look at this world. Look at this beautiful starry sky, because in a little while, you won't be able to see it anymore. I have now activated the last remaining bit of my vampire power within me, a power I didn't even dare to use before against an old foe. Although it's little, it's enough to take you down in 5 seconds." Diggory scoffed disdainfully. "Do you think I'm scared? Just a little strength left, and only 5 seconds to go. I can tell you right now that my companion has just signaled, and our school's principal will arrive in a very short time, although I don't know the exact timing. But I definitely have the ability to hold on until then. So think carefully, will you leave right now? Or will you wait and face the strongest and legendary mage in the world today? You choose." But the raven opposite him did not choose. He directly responded to Diggory with action. The thick smoke enveloping the raven gradually disappeared the moment Diggory finished speaking, replaced by a mesmerizing, enchanting, and swaying blood-red flame. This blood-red flame was as bright as blood, emitting a strange red glow as it burned, as if it could control a person's mind. Diggory was taken aback and couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. While quietly casting a protective armor charm with his wand in front of him, he frantically tried to recall any memories related to vampires. However, after much effort, he couldn't remember any references to vampires in the Harry Potter series. It seemed that Aunt Rowling had never described vampires in the Harry Potter books, except for that big liar Gilderoy Lockhart, who wrote a book about traveling on a ship with a vampire. There were no other descriptions of vampires. After thinking for a while, Digger could only recall the Twilight series and the Vampire Diaries, one being a series of vampire movies and the other a vampire TV show. But clearly, if Digger tried to force these unrelated three together and applied knowledge from the other two vampire adaptations here, he guessed he would end up dying a miserable death. But what made Digger feel even more desperate was that this was not the end. After blood-colored flames erupted from his body, the raven let out a loud cry to the sky, and with a swoosh, a pair of black flesh wings appeared behind it, accompanied by a gust of wind. Diggory's right eyelid started to twitch uncontrollably. He realized that he shouldn't view the monster in front of him from the perspective of Twilight or the Vampire Diaries. Instead, he should reference Underworld. The raven looked at Diggory, feeling elated by his suddenly surged power. It had been 300 years since he felt this invigorated. He casually waved his hand, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, and the armor spell that Diggory had set up earlier shattered in response. Diggo's face turned pale. After seeing the current strength of the raven, Diggo continuously increased the intensity of the armor spell several times. However, he still couldn't stop the raven, not even for a moment. At the moment the armor spell shattered, he felt a chilling, killing intent enveloping his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Even the slightest movement would directly provoke the opponent's merciless and fierce attack. Diggory raised his left hand and said, I want to ask, can I surrender? After all, surrendering means losing half. How about we negotiate? Let me off the hook. The raven snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know you're stalling for time. You have no chance left. Close your eyes. It'll be quick. No. Diggory's brain raced. His kidneys were frantically secreting adrenaline. Brother, do you need a little brother? I can see you need one. After all, none of your clothes are in good condition, and it looks like you haven't bathed in a long time. If you're willing to let me go, I can buy you clothes and serve you while you bathe. The raven quietly watched as Diggory finished speaking, showing no reaction, only silently raising his hand. At that moment, his hand had completely lost the appearance of a normal human hand, transforming into a claw of greenish skin. Just then, the raven's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, and Diggory thought to himself, this is bad. But he had no time to react. His brain couldn't process it in time, and he was grabbed by the throat and lifted up with one hand by the raven. I've lived for over 400 years. Your acting is truly pathetic in front of me, the raven said, applying pressure with his hand while addressing Diggory. Any last words? Don't worry. I won't pass them on. Diggory felt a sharp crack in the cartilage of his throat, and breathing became increasingly difficult, as if his trachea was tightly bound by a bundle of steel bars, leaving not a sliver of space. The raven looked at Diggory before him, watching his eyes tremble continuously until they gradually rolled back, revealing only the whites. No one can look down on me. Those who do will pay the price. First, I'll take some interest from you. Then I'll go find that old man Nick, and finally, when my strength is fully restored, I'll go after that old coot. At this point, the image of Dumbledore flashed through the raven's mind, and he gritted his teeth in anger, his fury intensifying. As a result, the hand choking Diggory's neck tightened even more. At that moment, Diggory's consciousness began to fade, becoming extremely chaotic, his brain nearly shutting down. He wanted to say something, but he could only open his mouth in vain, unable to make any sound. In that moment, Diggory clearly felt his life slipping away rapidly. At that moment, many memories surfaced in his mind. There were his parents, friends, Ophelia, Patrick, and all the classmates he met at Hogwarts, including Dumbledore. Ultimately, Diggory let out a deep sigh, filled with regret and guilt. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I couldn't come back after all. What a shame. Ophelia, I never got to have a sweet romance with you. Let him go. A sharp cry suddenly shattered the silence around Diggory as he faced death. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, clearly and powerfully pulling Diggory's blurred consciousness back. Diggory looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw the figure with flowing brown hair, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Ophelia, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay put? Go back quickly. At that moment, the flickering flame of survival within Diggory reignited fiercely. He could accept his own death, but he absolutely could not accept that Ophelia was in such danger as well. Go back. Didn't I tell Patrick to protect you? What is he doing? Hurry back. I'll try my best to buy you some time. Diggory spoke while wrapping his hands around the raven's arms, trying his best to buy time for Ophelia. However, Ophelia remained unfazed, gently waving her wand and muttering incantations, casting magic right in front of the raven. The raven glanced coldly at Ophelia and then ignored her. He had already sensed that Ophelia's power was not even half of Diggory's. Even if he completely disregarded her, she wouldn't be able to cast a spell strong enough to penetrate his vampire skin. However, Ophelia didn't intend to harm the raven with a spell. Her spell was not meant for attacking. Leg-locking curse. A flash of silver light appeared, and a chain quickly shot out from the tip of Ophelia's wand, binding the raven's leg in the blink of an eye. This attack caught the raven off guard. A vampire's skin could indeed resist most magical attacks, but only if the magic was offensive. If faced with a spell like the leg-locking curse, which restricts the enemy's movement, it wouldn't fall under the protective range of a vampire's skin. After all, this spell had no harm. But this was of no use to Diggory, as the raven was using his hands to choke him, not his legs. "My lady, what are you doing? What good is locking his leg?" Diggory couldn't understand Ophelia's actions and became anxious. "You might as well go find the professor to save me. I can hold on a bit longer." The raven, who shared the same understanding as Diggory, also realized that although the leg-locking curse restricted his movement, he could easily break it if he wanted to. After all, the effect of the leg-locking curse cast by Ophelia, given her strength, was indeed very limited on the raven. However, Ophelia remained unfazed, not even glancing at Diggory, but instead lightly waved her wand. At that moment, both Diggory and the raven suddenly noticed that a white mist had appeared around them without them realizing it. Before the raven could understand what was happening, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the hand that was choking Diggory. Ophelia had somehow appeared between them. A purplish-red dagger stabbed in her wrist, its other end gripped in Ophelia's hand. The two male beings on the scene hadn't even reacted yet when Ophelia moved again. Her left hand wrapped around the raven's arm. Her waist twisted sharply to the right, and with an incredible angle, she bent her legs up, finally clamping them tightly around the raven's neck and suddenly twisting. The entire set of movements flowed smoothly, completed with lightning speed. Caught off guard, there was a crack. The raven's neck was snapped by Ophelia's deadly scissors. This sudden change left the raven unable to make a sound or react in time, and he loosened his grip on Diggory, allowing Diggory to finally breathe fresh air. At that moment, Diggory took a deep breath, then directly lifted Ophelia around the waist and turned to run towards Dumbledore's direction. Diggory was taken by surprise by Ophelia's skill, and the raven also suffered from underestimating her, allowing Ophelia to successfully ambush him, giving Diggory this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Diggory was running quickly while glancing back at the raven behind him. Seeing that it couldn't catch up, with its head and neck at a 90-degree angle, it was jumping up and down, cursing loudly, its mouth almost stretching to the back of its ears. Having nearly died because of the raven before, and feeling his body gradually losing sensation, Diggory absolutely did not want to experience that again. Moreover, thinking back, his hatred for the raven was rising rapidly. "You dog, once I find the professor, I will definitely have him seal you away, and when my strength is strong enough, I will let you out, and then I will torture you to death." Dumbledore was actually running back faster than he had anticipated. In about 4 minutes, he reached the signal transmission point, and his hurried journey had caused his wizard hat to fall off somewhere, leaving his hair in disarray. But he didn't care about these things at all. Instead, he anxiously searched for Diggory and the others. Just when he saw that only Patrick was there beside a big tree, his heart sank. Dumbledore looked around in confusion, and when he confirmed that he didn't see Diggory and Ophelia, a sense of foreboding filled him. His white beard trembled as he asked Patrick, "Where's Cedric and the others?" Patrick rushed over and hugged Dumbledore's leg, crying, "Professor, you're finally back. We almost all died just now." Dumbledore's forehead twitched with veins, thinking, "Isn't this nonsense? Hurry up and tell me where Cedric and the others are." But Dumbledore also understood Patrick's feelings right now. At such a young age, escaping from death indeed had a huge impact on him. So, Dumbledore gently patted Patrick's head to comfort him, telling him it was okay, then asked where Diggory and the others were. At this moment, Patrick calmed down after Dumbledore's comfort. He wiped his tears and said at that time, Cedric deliberately provoked that person with words, and when that person focused all attention on him, he ran in that direction, leading that person away. Patrick pointed to a small path on the left. After I sent the signal here, I helped Ophelia bandage her wounds, but just as I finished bandaging her, she took her wand and went after Cedric. I couldn't stop her. Dumbledore frowned. How could you not stop her? Don't you know that every person who goes over there increases the burden on Cedric? It only harms him, not helps. Of course I know, Patrick explained with a bitter smile, but I couldn't stop her. It turns out Ophelia's close combat skills are ridiculously strong. I just grabbed her hand to stop her from leaving, and unexpectedly she turned around, lightly jumped, then suddenly wrapped her legs around my neck, spinning, and finally, with a force, she threw me directly to the ground, head first. I still feel dizzy now. Dumbledore glanced at the top of Patrick's head, and indeed, There was still some dirt that hadn't been cleaned off. Looking at Patrick's appearance, he originally wanted to say something, but thinking of Diggory and Ophelia over there, he reconsidered and decided against it. He finally instructed Patrick to wait for him here and hurried in the direction Patrick had pointed to. Meanwhile, Patrick stood there, biting his lip, having already guessed what Dumbledore wanted to say, but didn't. After all, Dumbledore's expression when he heard that Patrick couldn't stop Ophelia was a mix of disdain, disappointment, and frustration, making Patrick almost unable to lift his head. Was that my fault? No, I really couldn't beat her. She overpowered me with her strength. So why should she look down on me? Everyone has their own strengths. If it comes to flirting, I could easily outshine Ophelia, and Cedric combined wouldn't stand a chance against me. Now Ophelia was feeling a bit anxious, a kind of deep-seated, heartfelt anxiety, because right now, for some reason, Diggory had suddenly stopped running, and the raven was not far behind. Ophelia could still clearly hear its furious roars, feeling that it could recover from its injuries at any moment and come after them. And at this crucial moment, Diggory suddenly stopped moving. But Ophelia thought, if you're not going to run, at least put me down. However, Diggory did not. He continued to hold her in a princess carry, his strong arms preventing her from falling while also making her unable to move at all. Ophelia's face was flushed, half from embarrassment and half from anxiety. At the same time, she was cursing Diggory in her heart, thinking he usually seems so serious. But now his true colors are showing. Scoundrel, bandit, lowly, shameless, despicable, bastard, shameless. But Diggory really didn't do it on purpose. He suddenly heard the cold, mechanical prompt tone of the honor student system in his mind. Ding! Side quest activated in the Harry Potter world. Quest content. Turn around and fight. Comprehend the true meaning of life on the edge of death. Quest completion reward. Spell practice comprehension increased by 10 points. Proficiency of 3 learned spells raised to nonverbal casting. Quest failure punishment. From now on, become effeminate. After listening, Diggory's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The system's task penalties had become increasingly concise and efficient, but the content was also becoming more and more insane. However, it must be said that this time's task rewards and the previous enhancement of mental strength had the same strong allure for Diggory. So, while cursing the system for being useless, Diggory couldn't help but drool over the task completion rewards. First, let's talk about the enhancement of spell comprehension. This is innate and unchangeable. From a certain perspective, the level of spell comprehension determines the ceiling of a wizard's career. The stronger the comprehension, the higher the ceiling. Just like Voldemort, although this guy ended up becoming something neither human nor ghost, and even lost his nose, it cannot be denied that Voldemort had a high spell comprehension. So high that he self-taught the creation of Horcruxes by the 5th grade. He then clarified the method of making Horcruxes from Slughorn and learned to make them on his own without any guidance. From this perspective, Voldemort was indeed the only one in the Harry Potter world who could barely catch up to Dumbledore in terms of achievements. Of course, here achievements refer to both good and evil, but this also illustrates how important a wizard's spell comprehension is. Now, the task reward offers 10 points in spell comprehension, which would certainly leave Diggory unable to move. Not to mention that there is an additional reward, which is to increase the proficiency of 3 already learned spells to nonverbal casting. It is clear to Diggory how difficult it is for a spell to progress from learned to nonverbal casting. So far, the only spell he can easily cast nonverbally is the levitation charm. Moreover, nonverbal casting is not just about not having to say the spell. It also means that as the proficiency of the spell increases to a certain level, the magical and mental energy required for the spell will decrease to some extent. In other words, if Diggory can cast the splinching spell 20 times at once now, after improving the spell's proficiency, he could cast it 40 times at once. The difference during this period is obviously significant, so that's why Diggory feels so distressed now. Accept it, he might very well die here. After all, the Raven, this vampire, is not to be underestimated, especially since he is currently in a rampaging state. But to refuse, well, just thinking about turning from a straight, iron-willed man who has formed a perfect 90-degree angle with the ground into a delicate person waving a pink handkerchief with a dainty gesture gives him goosebumps. That image is too beautiful to even imagine. Just as Diggory was in deep conflict, a voice suddenly came from his consciousness. Meow, I say. You might as well accept it. Bullshit. Diggory felt a surge of anger at the casual tone of the orange cat and interrupted it, shouting, Do you know what the consequences of failing the task are? I will turn into a delicate person. Someone completely devoid of masculinity, which is totally inconsistent with my character. Just thinking about becoming like that gives me chills. And you, as my system steward, casually suggests that I accept it. It's not you who will turn into a delicate person after failure, so you feel no pressure, right? You beast. Not only do you not help me think of a solution, but you also hope I turn into a freak. You're despicable. The orange cat huffed coldly. I actually came to tell you a solution, but since you said that, I have no mood left. I'm annoyed. Go ahead and turn into a delicate person. Goodbye, meow. As soon as Diggory heard this, he realized he had made a mistake and quickly entered the system space, hurriedly apologizing to the big orange cat. There was no other way. Even though he didn't want to back down, he was tempted by the rewards of the side quest and also worried about becoming effeminate. Therefore, Diggory believed that his apology was, strictly speaking, not a sign of weakness, but rather a display of adaptability. After apologizing, Diggory shamelessly asked the big orange cat, "Hey, what exactly is the method you mentioned? Can you tell me?" The big orange cat glanced at Diggory disdainfully while licking its fur, huffing, "You petty person, so pretentious." Diggory was so angry when he heard this that his left cheek twitched, but as soon as he turned around, his expression returned to normal. In order to reward himself and avoid becoming effeminate, he endured it. After licking his fur, the big orange cat looked at his increasingly plump belly, then struck a pose looking up at the stars at a 45-degree angle. His chubby cat face was filled with melancholy. "Sigh. I've lost quite a bit of weight recently, and there isn't much cat food left." Diggory heard this and glanced at the layers of big orange's belly, silently chuckling to himself. Especially since my favorite spicy dried fish was completely gone. Yet, this big guy has a strange habit. When there's no good food, his memory declines in a straight line, and he can't remember anything. So what do we do about this, meow? After saying that, Big Orange stared intently at Diggory, as if he were sizing up a wealthy dog that could be easily slaughtered. At this moment, Diggory couldn't help but understand what this guy meant. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make a hefty profit. It wasn't like he hadn't been taken advantage of before, so for the sake of a reward, he accepted it. Diggory immediately waved his hand and exchanged 100 pounds of spicy dried fish, 100 pounds of 5-spice dried fish, smoked ham, marinated chicken liver, and a series of other snacks for Big Orange. He spent a total of 1,000 magic points, and the cat food piled up into a small mountain. How about that? Is it enough? He clapped his hands and asked Big Orange, who was drooling over the snacks. Big Orange quickly nodded, and saliva flew everywhere due to the nodding motion. Digger quietly took a big step to the side and asked, "So can you tell me how to defeat that vampire?" Hearing that it was time to get down to business, Big Orange suppressed his craving for food, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said, "Actually, it's quite simple. In this magical world, there are tokens from powerful wizards who have either died or are still alive, and you can exchange for them." Diggory became interested when he heard that there were tokens from powerful wizards that could be exchanged. He asked, "And then what?" "Then when you go out to use it, the soul of that wizard will briefly possess you, and your soul will temporarily retreat, allowing them to use your body. The wizard will then unleash the power they had at the peak of their time with that token, helping you solve your problems." After hearing this, Diggory laughed happily. With this ability, who would he be afraid of? When the time comes, if someone annoys him, he could directly exchange for those powerful wizard's tokens, letting their souls possess him. And then he could go all out, especially at the thought of being able to exchange for Merlin's token and having that old man possess him. It made him really happy. Moreover, even if he didn't exchange for Merlin's, exchanging for the tokens of the 4 founders of Hogwarts would also be impressive. Or he could just directly exchange for Dumbledore's token, making things much easier. Then he could ask who else was there. However, Diggory quickly thought of a very serious question. "Big Orange, how much magic power do I need to exchange for those powerful wizard's tokens?" Big Orange, while munching on a spicy fish snack, asked ambiguously, "Powerful wizards? How powerful?" Diggory thought for a moment and said, "It's the kind of level like Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw." The big orange head didn't even lift and said, "Whom you can see for yourself." Diggory thought about it and immediately found the section for the wizard's tokens on the shelf. There were indeed quite a few items. He skipped over Trelawney's prophecy crystal ball, wondering if the system was sure that after exchanging for Trelawney's token, he would be going to challenge the Raven and not to do a reading for him. Fudge's pocket watch. Fudge's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. After all, he was the Minister of Magic for the British Empire. Although he probably couldn't compete with Dumbledore in strength, he should be comparable to Mad-Eye Moody. However, when Diggory saw the magic value below, with a long string of zeros behind it, he thought better of it and decided to give up Flitwick's little suit. Diggory nodded. This was indeed acceptable. After all, he was well aware of Flitwick's strength, and defeating this vampire with a burst of power should not be a problem. Moreover, this old man was not the Minister of Magic, so he shouldn't require too much magical energy. Then he glanced at the required amount of magical energy. Big Orange, are you sure the system is doing business and not robbing you like you do? As for Fudge, that's understandable since he holds a high position. But this little suit for Flitwick actually costs 300,000 points of magical energy. Is the system insane, planning to kill and torment? It deliberately wants me to become effeminate, doesn't it? Big Orange ignored Diggory's outburst, turning around and presenting his plump backside to him while continuing to savor the delicious little fish snacks. Diggory was instantly furious, but there was nothing he could do about the cat, so he could only endure and watch. As for someone of Flibby's level, and with strength even greater than his own, Diggory simply skipped over it. There was no point in looking because he couldn't afford it. In the end, it all boiled down to one word: poor. Most people suffer from this kind of illness, which is called poverty, and it was clear that Diggory was already in a dire state. But then, a scene unfolded that made him widen his eyes in surprise. Diggory saw another artifact of Dumbledore's, which was a feather quill, but what puzzled him was that this feather quill only required a mere 50,000 magic points. Although 50,000 was still not a small amount for Diggory, it was a very reasonable price compared to the previous tens of hundreds of thousands. However, Diggory remained cautious and grabbed the big orange cat that was focused on gnawing on fish jerky beside him, asking, "Why is Dumbledore's artifact so much cheaper than Fudge's? Is there an error in the system? Since you have sincerely asked, then give me a can of Buddha Jumps over the wall flavor cat food, and I will generously tell you." Lee's eye twitched, and he exchanged a can of Buddha Jumps over the wall flavored cat food for the Jew. Fortunately, the cat food wasn't expensive, just 20 points of magic power. Otherwise, Lee really wanted to add some dishes tonight. The Jew, who received the cat food, contentedly hugged it in his chubby arms and then said to Lee, "Actually, it's quite simple. The strength that this token can exert is not strong for its owner. It's like the pen you see now belonging to Dumbledore and Fudge's pocket watch. If the pocket watch can exert Fudge's strongest current power, then that pen can at most exert Dumbledore's strength from his younger days. Because there is a gap in the strength that can be exerted, the required magic power value is also different." After getting the answer, Lee fell into a dilemma. If I exchange for that pen, will there be a situation where I spend my magic power but still can't defeat that vampire? The Jew broke free from Lee's control, opened the lid of the Buddha Jumps over the wall flavored cat food, and said, "Of course there will be." Before Lee could explode in anger, the Jew immediately added, "But don't forget, what you really need to do now is not to defeat that vampire, but to stall until Dumbledore arrives, so you don't need to exchange for something expensive, just something right." "Just something right?" Diggy murmured. "That's right." The Jew continued to explain, "Because the task is to comprehend the true meaning of life on the edge of death. Remember, the key point is actually on the edge of death. This task does not specify that you must have some comprehension, but you must be on the edge of death." Diggory's expression became somewhat strange. "So according to you, should I thank the system? Thank it for forcing me to face death? For making me dance on the edge of a knife?" Ophelia became anxious, since just now, Diggory had been in a seemingly dazed state, and it had been going on for quite a while. The sounds coming from the raven behind them were already turning to look back. If Diggory didn't wake up soon, both of them would end up here. Oh no! Just as Ophelia was considering whether to break Diggory's hand to jump down and then escape with him, the boy finally spoke and came back to his senses. However, there was neither Dumbledore's pen nor any other token in Diggory's hand, only a vial of light blue potion. "What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly become like that? Let's go quickly, or we'll be too late." Ophelia urged Diggory, pushing him to hurry. But Diggory had no reaction to this. Instead, he turned around and suddenly asked Ophelia, "How long was I dazed just now?" Ophelia was taken aback and replied, "About 3 minutes, I guess." "Why? Hurry up and leave here. If you don't want to leave, at least let go of me. I don't want to die here." 3 minutes, Diggory murmured. 3 minutes, plus the 5 minutes he had spent relocating the battlefield and facing the raven, was roughly 8 minutes. Diggory then estimated Dumbledore's speed. Old Dumbledore had the ability to apparate. If he could use that to hurry, he would have arrived at Patrick's side long ago and should be here by now. However, since Dumbledore hadn't arrived yet, it meant that apparition couldn't allow the user to move to a place they had never been before. Simply put, this place was somewhere old Dumbledore had never been, and without any memory of the environment, he couldn't directly apparate here. However, Patrick sent the signal on the path Dumbledore had taken. After seeing the signal, Dumbledore, at the very least, could have moved to a nearby location to find Patrick. So when old Dumbledore learned of the news and rushed over, Although he couldn't use apparition, and the Phoenix Fox wasn't there, he could only rely on his old legs to hurry. But it shouldn't take long. After all, although his legs were old, they were still long enough. Even if it would take more time, it shouldn't exceed 7 minutes. Considering the possibility of unexpected situations while traveling, adding an extra 3 minutes for old Dumbledore, it meant that he only needed to hold out for 10 minutes. And even if Dumbledore had to crawl, he would make it to his side. Thinking of this, Diggory glanced at the light blue potion in his hand, recalling the temporary boost in power he had after drinking the potion in the system space. And then he remembered the physical strength the Raven had displayed earlier. He made an estimate. It really seemed to be, as the big orange cat had said, he could reach a comparable level. It could give him the strength to fight the Raven for a short period, but there would be a time limit. Diggory muttered, but the vampire power unleashed by the Raven also has a time limit, and Dumbledore will take some time to arrive. Ultimately, it's just a matter of racing against time. Ophelia, seeing Diggory continuously mumbling to himself, became really anxious. She couldn't understand why he had suddenly changed from being quite normal to this. It was a waste of her risking her safety to come save him. She might as well have waited for the professor and come together. Cedric, if you want to go crazy, do it on your own. Don't hold on to me and drag me down here with you. That ghostly thing is about to recover, and I don't want to stay here and die with you. Diggory chuckled, and then realized he had been princess carrying Ophelia all along. He gently set her down and said to her, "You should head back first. I have some things to take care of. Be careful on your way back." After saying that, he walked towards the Raven. Ophelia glanced at Diggory. Couldn't he look back and stomped her foot in frustration. "Fine, if you can't see reason, then don't blame me for giving up on you." With that, Ophelia also left without looking back. The agility potion, when consumed, would enhance the user's physical abilities in all aspects for 10 minutes. After use, there was a certain chance it would permanently boost the user's physical capabilities. This was the potion Diggory exchanged for when leaving the system space. Yes, he did not choose Dumbledore's token because he was unsure whether Dumbledore, while possessing this pen, would be strong enough to contend with the Raven. If not, it would not only be dangerous, but also waste 50,000 mana points. Given his previous experience of facing Leonardo alone, Diggory wondered if there was any potion that could help him through this difficult situation. So, he searched again on the shelves and eventually found this new type of enhancement potion. After trying it, he decisively spent 40,000 mana points to exchange for this expensive potion. As he passed through the jungle, Diggory saw the Raven not far ahead, whose neck, bent at a right angle by Ophelia, had mostly recovered, now looking as if it had merely slept awkwardly. At this moment, the Raven also spotted Diggory returning and sneered. "Kid, wait a moment. I'll soon drain your blood and turn you into my servant, making you serve me for all eternity." Facing the Raven's provocation, Diggory remained expressionless. From a distance, he stared at the Raven while picking up the agility potion. He uncorked the bottle, took a whiff, and found the smell a bit strong, somewhat like a blue margarita cocktail. However, there was no choice. Upon seeing Diggory, the Raven suddenly seemed excited, pressing his hands forcefully against his head and wrenching it back. Watching this, Diggory felt pain just from looking, but he also realized that the Raven was genuinely eager to kill him. So, without further hesitation, Diggory tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. The light blue potion flowed down his throat, and before it even reached his stomach, he felt the potion suddenly become very hot, almost like he was drinking boiling water. The sensation was as if his entire esophagus was about to burn away, and every pore in his body was exuding heat. Diggory couldn't help but shout, startling a flock of birds. Not far away, Ophelia, who was leaving, heard Diggory's miserable howl and immediately stopped in her tracks. "Idiot, I told you not to go back, but you insisted on going back. Now look what happened. You got beaten up," Ophelia muttered to herself, hesitating as she was torn between two thoughts. Finally, she stamped her foot hard and turned to rush towards Diggory's direction. "Oof, this is the last time. After I save you this time, if you continue to seek death, I will leave immediately and never look back." Meanwhile, the Raven saw Diggory suddenly collapse to the ground in pain, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Do you want to drink poison to end it all?" "Useless. As long as your death time doesn't exceed 10 hours, I can use my blood to resurrect you, and you will still be my slave. You can't escape." Just then, the Raven exerted force with both hands, and with a crack, he forcefully twisted his neck. At that moment, without hesitation, the Raven slightly bent his knees and then pushed off with great force, causing the ground he was standing on to collapse. He shot forward like an arrow, racing towards the struggling Diggory on the ground. In an instant, Before he could even blink, the raven was already beside Diggory. At that moment, Diggory's face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, his expression frenzied, and his nails had become long and sharp, reaching straight for Diggory's tender neck. Just when the situation seemed critical, Diggory finally opened his eyes. However, what was concerning was that his gaze was blank, as if he was in a daze, or just waking up. Yet, facing the raven's attack, he quickly reacted. Just as the raven's attack was about to harm him, Diggory suddenly bent slightly and unleashed his core power. In the next moment, Diggory, who had still been lying on the ground just a second ago, suddenly disappeared. As if there had never been anyone there at all, the raven was startled, his expression changing drastically. What's going on? Where did he go? Ascended to heaven. Diggory didn't go to heaven, but rather climbed a tree. At this moment, he squatted on a thick branch with a blank expression, sometimes looking at himself and sometimes glancing around, as if everything around him was unfamiliar and strange. In reality, what Diggory saw was not that he didn't recognize his surroundings, but that suddenly there were many wave-like ripples appearing everywhere. His body was emitting ripples. The trees beside him were emitting ripples. The crow on the ground was emitting ripples. And even a fallen, withered leaf on the ground was also emitting ripples. Diggory gently raised his hand, wanting to move quickly. But the presence of these ripples seemed like chains, restricting his movements and making him feel as if he were stuck in a swamp, with every action limited. However, from the perspective of the raven below, it was a completely different story. In his eyes, Diggory's movements were utterly unclear. If the earlier act of climbing the tree had allowed him to barely see a shadow, then just now, raising his hand was so fast that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of a single hair. This was precisely what astonished the raven. It should be known that he was currently unleashing his vampire energy, a stage where the power of the Blood Clan was fully activated, representing his peak strength. His combat power at this moment was not just that of a high-level mage. At the very least, he was a mid-level mage, and coupled with his formidable physique, he had not encountered any opponents in his era before meeting Nick LeMay. Yet now, he was unable to clearly see the actions of an 11-year-old child. Who would believe that if he said out loud, he couldn't even believe it himself? But the reality was right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. Gritting his teeth, the raven realized he had little time left. He couldn't concern himself with what Diggory's situation was. He just had to act. He clenched his hand, and a ball of blood-red flame blazed within, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura that would injure on contact and kill upon touch. Without saying a word, the raven hurled the ball of blood-red flame toward Diggory. Meanwhile, Diggory was still staring blankly at his smooth, delicate, and elastic little hand, puzzled about what these ripples were. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart as an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Diggory immediately leaped to another tree beside him, and at that moment, the ripples all broke apart with his movement. However, this also brought Diggory a sense of movement stagnation. Now, Diggory vaguely understood what these ripples were all about. The key was not to observe himself, but to observe others or things, just like the raven in front of him was a very good object of observation. Diggory gave a wicked smile at the raven, and then the raven only saw Diggory's face seemingly revealing a smile. Before he could react, Diggory vanished from sight. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and, at that moment, he realized that Diggory had somehow appeared in front of him and delivered a vicious kick to his waist. Bang! Bang! The raven crashed hard into a large tree, forcibly creating a huge dent in the nearly 2-meter thick trunk. Wood chips flew everywhere as the raven leaned against the tree, struggling to stand up with his right hand clutching his waist, and the blood-red flames on his body diminished considerably at that moment. The first bang was the sound of Diggory's kick breaking the sound barrier. The second bang was the sound of the raven colliding with the tree. What did you drink? The raven panted repeatedly. Diggory's kick had nearly severely injured him, and even with his vampire physique, it was difficult to recover quickly. Not to mention, he was still relying on the power he had forcibly unleashed. This kick had shortened the duration of his burst by nearly 2 minutes, and he could probably hold out for another 8 minutes or so. Therefore, the raven now had to use questioning to buy time, both to recover his body and to formulate a targeted counterattack if he could find out what kind of potion it was. However, Diggory just looked at him and didn't say a word. The raven carefully adjusted his breathing, keeping his eyes fixed on Diggory and remaining cautiously on guard. But it was of no use. At that moment, Diggory moved again. In an instant, with a series of sonic booms, Diggory appeared right in front of the raven. Slightly tilting his body, bending his knees, and leaning forward, he got close to the raven, using the power of his waist to rotate. All the muscles in his left arm suddenly tensed up. A ferocious left hook struck the raven's soft abdomen without holding back. Bang! His body once again made intimate contact with the thick tree, but this time the raven felt even more pain and was more severely injured. He opened his mouth in agony. The feeling of spitting blood was like a command issued from his brain to his entire abdomen. At this moment, the raven's stomach was meticulously executing this command. However, nothing came out because since the day he was sealed by Nick LeMay, he had nothing left to expel in order to survive in that hellish place. At this time, his past combat experience told the raven that he must counterattack immediately. But before his body could react, Digger struck again. Strike while the iron is hot. One should pursue the fleeing enemy with the remaining courage and not just seek fame like a tyrant. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Diggo was mumbling to himself while clenching his fists, using the crow leaning against the big tree as a punching bag, crazily delivering his fists to every corner of its body. Bang, 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 bang. The 2-meter-wide tree kept shaking, and the leaves fell down with a rustling sound, as if it were raining. Diggoly was exhaling visible white vapor, a sign of his intense breathing. Moisture was rising from his body, as sweat evaporated immediately due to the high temperature of his skin. His eyes were still filled with ripples, and he finally understood that these ripples were nothing but the waves created by the contact of all things in this space with the air. His current actions, under the influence of the agility potion, were continuously breaking these ripples, reaching the speed of sound. Meanwhile, his body was experiencing constant friction with the air, causing his body temperature to rise and moisture to rapidly deplete. Just 2 more punches. Diggoly's hands exerted force simultaneously, advancing in unison. One punch like a black tiger digging for its heart, the other like a monkey stealing peaches. The raven's eyes were bloodshot, bulging outward, making incomprehensible sounds, wanting to say something but unable to speak. The blood-colored flames on his body gradually extinguished at this moment, and the hands that wanted to choke Diggoly's neck involuntarily covered his own groin. Although he was a vampire and that area was already useless, as a male primate, it still held symbolic significance. In the end, the raven struggled for a long time, but was unable to utter a single word before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. At the moment Diggory saw the raven fall, he finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, he suddenly noticed that the ripples in his vision were slowly dissipating, and the world began to gradually return to the state it was in before he took the potion. It seemed that the effect of the agility potion was coming to an end. At this moment, Diggory sat down on the ground. Although the sudden burst of intense battle was aided by the agility potion, now that the effect was wearing off, his body was showing signs of exhaustion. He trembled as he searched for a rope or something to tie up the raven, but after rummaging through his belongings for a long time, he couldn't find even a single thread. Gradually, Diggory felt his thoughts becoming a bit sluggish, so he decided to enter the system space, first to exchange for a large chain to bind the raven. But just then, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his head, as if countless tiny needles were stabbing around in his mind. Diego's face began to twist in pain, and the agony started to escalate. Sweat beads the size of mung beans kept sliding down from his head. His whole body began to convulse. Every muscle in his body seemed to be kneaded into a lump, then tied in knots and torn apart. And it wasn't over yet. After the muscles, all 207 bones in his body suddenly started to ache for some unknown reason, as if someone was wielding a hammer and a chisel. Diggory's whole body was convulsing violently, with some parts of his body twisting in strange ways. His face was pale and devoid of color, sweat pouring down, as if he had just been pulled out of water. As soon as Ophelia arrived, she saw Diggory lying on the ground, unconscious. Her heart tightened, and she quickly ran to his side to check, but she couldn't tell anything, so she immediately took out her wand signal in the air. After thinking for a moment, worried that it might be too late, she tried hard to lift Diggory and carry him back. "Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?" Ophelia tried, but found she couldn't lift Diggory at all, so she slapped his face anxiously, asking. However, Diggory had already fallen into a coma. Not to mention Ophelia slapping his face, nothing would work. Seeing Diggory unresponsive in front of her, Ophelia became anxious. First, she checked for his breath and found it was still there. Then, with determination, she directly sat on Diggory's chest, using both hands to frantically slap his face. By the time Dumbledore arrived following the signal, he saw Ophelia and someone he felt somewhat familiar with but didn't quite recognize. As soon as Ophelia saw Dumbledore had finally come, she cried out to him, "Professor, please come and take a look. No matter how much I slap Cedric, he just won't wake up. I'm a bit worried about him." Dumbledore leaned in for a closer look and gasped. The person lying on the ground was Diggory. This person whose face was swollen to the size of a muggle basketball was Diggory. Dumbledore cast a suspicious glance at the crying Ophelia and then carefully observed the clothes of the person lying on the ground. He found they were indeed identical to Diggory, yes. After all, he had a strong impression of that protective cloak. Coupled with that familiar blonde hair, Dumbledore confirmed it. It was indeed Diggory. Dumbledore quietly glanced at Ophelia. This child, what trouble has she caused now? It was still that huge dry tree hole. Amid the flickering flames, the shadows of 3 people were cast. Diggory lay at the very back of the tree hollow, still asleep. Ophelia sat beside him, while Patrick was at the entrance. At that moment, Patrick glanced at Ophelia, his eyes filled with confusion. I said, Ophelia, why did the professor say your strength surpasses mine? Did he make a mistake? Or did I mishear? He actually just left us in this tree hollow and walked away, saying that as long as you were here, he would definitely be fine leaving us for a bit. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, shouldn't our strengths be Cedric first, me second, and you third? Ophelia shot Patrick a glance, took out a pillow from a bag that had been subtly enchanted with a non-detection spell, placed it under Diggory's head, and then said to Patrick, logically? According to what logic? Your logic? Patrick clicked his tongue, casually tossed his hair back, and replied, no, let us be reasonable. When we were in Hogwarts together in broom flying class, you were throwing a tantrum with the others, and it was Cedric and I who saved the day. At that time, Cedric and I clearly saw that your strength was insignificant. Ophelia snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and said, do you think what you see is the truth? Patrick was taken aback, and as he recalled the scene, he realized, yes, if it weren't for Cedric and me helping you, you would have. At this point, Patrick suddenly paused, recalling something his father had said. All female creatures, if they want to, can easily outwit any male of the same level. If in the future, you don't have absolute intellectual dominance over a woman, don't even think you can deceive her. It will only be her deceiving you. Of course, if that woman falls for you, that is a different story. Patrick snapped back to reality and asked, were you acting with that girl back then? No. From my experience, that girl should have been genuinely angry. You were the one acting, pretending to be weaker. Am I right? Patrick pointed at Ophelia, his tone gradually becoming more certain. Ophelia just rolled her eyes again and looked at Patrick with a half-smile, saying, guess. Patrick felt a chill run down his spine at Ophelia's strange expression. He was too familiar with it. Every time his ex-girlfriends wanted to get back at him, or when other girls wanted to trick him, they would wear that smile. So Patrick surrendered, big brother. I won't guess anymore. The professor must be right, and you must be right too. I have no objections. Let us just keep an eye on Cedric. He is unconscious now, and we don't want him to catch cold. Saying this, Patrick moved to help cover Diggory with a blanket. However, as soon as he reached out, Ophelia slapped his hand away. Do you need to? I just covered him with a blanket. Just keep an eye on the fire. Protect us with your armor charm before the professor returns. Patrick silently withdrew his hand, looking at the clear red handprint on his palm, lost in thought. With his strength and this temper, if Cedric really ends up pursuing Ophelia, who should I help when they argue? Patrick thought back and forth, ultimately making a decision that felt disloyal to Diggory. To hell with it, I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Meanwhile, in the forest, at the battle scene between Diggory and the Raven, Dumbledore, alone here, looked down at the traces of the fight on the ground, suddenly asking into the void. A vampire of Marquis blood, just like that. Lost? Dumbledore's voice drifted through the woods, and during this time, there was no sign of a second person. As if he were speaking to the air. How did Cedric manage to do it back then? Did he somehow pull out a bottle of unknown potion? Dumbledore asked another question, but this time someone did respond. As soon as he spoke, a very old voice appeared out of nowhere, its slow tone making one feel that its age surpassed even nearly headless Nick. How did you guess? That little brat really did pull out a potion from somewhere. After drinking it, his physical abilities increased dramatically, directly overpowering that little vampire. He didn't even give that little vampire a chance to cast a spell. His speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it at all. So I'm very curious about what that potion is. Is it something you human wizards have just discovered? I've lived for over 700 years and have never seen such a potion, although there were side effects afterward. Compared to the effects of the potion, those insignificant side effects are hardly worth mentioning. Dumbledore shook his head and turned to a very thick tree nearby. On the trunk of that tree was a clear human face made entirely of wood. My old friend, it's not that I don't want to say, but I really don't know, Mag. Dumbledore sighed and said to the treeman named Mag, Cedric has too many secrets, so many that it's alarming. And then, The Treeman Mag asked. Measures have already been taken. An unbreakable vow. Dumbledore replied. Then what do you plan to do with him? The Treeman Mag murmured. Train him to be your successor? Or let him grow however he wants, as long as he doesn't go astray? Dumbledore pondered. I plan to train him well. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a very human-like expression of surprise appeared on Mag's previously expressionless wooden face. Then, that surprise turned into schadenfreude. You actually have this idea? It seems you really care about this kid. He is going to have quite a bit of hardship ahead. Mag's tone seemed to pity Diggory, but the eager anticipation in his voice was unmistakable. Dumbledore smiled and glanced at him. Mag, my old friend, aren't you going to consider my feelings and send Cedric a little gift? Mag's expression of schadenfreude abruptly stopped. What do you want? Just tell me. The side effects of that potion are not simple. It seems to be consuming Cedric's life. So I want 2 bottles of your Treeman clan's exclusive life elixir, Dumbledore said. You're robbing me. The Treeman Mag exclaimed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Incredulous, my old friend. This is outright rogue behavior. You know how precious life elixirs are. Only a small bottle of 100 milliliters can be produced every 100 years. I've only had 7 bottles in my entire life. And now you want to take 2 bottles just like that? Does your conscience not hurt? Conscience? Dumbledore pondered. Are you talking about the dinner I had last night? In the hollow of the tree, Patrick returned after a short outing and glanced at Ophelia without saying much. The person who had something to say was still lying down and hadn't woken up, so he could only turn back, sitting on the outer edge, looking at the stars in the night sky, and began to daydream. But at that moment, Ophelia spoke up. Patrick, where did he go just now? Patrick shot a glance at Ophelia, thinking to himself that there were only 2 people in the world who could make him obediently report his whereabouts. One was his wife, and the other was his mother. You could choose which one you want to be. Ophelia rolled her eyes, about to speak, when suddenly she saw a large shadow unexpectedly appear at the entrance of the tree hollow, and there was a loud smack. Patrick's head was suddenly slapped by that shadow. Before Patrick could react, he heard an old voice say, Tell me, what were you up to while I was gone? The person who appeared at the entrance of the tree hollow and delivered the slap was Dumbledore, who had just returned from the tree spirit Mag. Patrick looked at the old man with grievance, rubbing the back of his head, and pitifully said, Actually, it was my uncle. They said they wanted to leave first and wouldn't he come back with us. They also asked me to thank you for saving them. Dumbledore expressionlessly responded with a hum, and then ignored Patrick, instead walking over to Diggory, squatting down, and pulling out a bottle of bright green liquid from his robe. Then, under Ophelia's embarrassed gaze, he unbuttoned Diggory's shirt, exposing his bare chest, and poured a little of the green liquid onto his heart area. Immediately, the bright green liquid visibly seeped into Diggory's body, disappearing without a trace. While Dumbledore was treating Diggory for the side effects of the potion, on the other side of the forest, 3 figures were hurrying along. These 3, illuminated by the moonlight, were Sane and Chilo. After passing through the graveyard, Downton stopped, leaning against a broken gravestone, and gasped, Let us take a break. My wounds haven't healed, and I can't hold on any longer. Hearing this, Chilo and Sane also stopped. Since Chilo was uninjured and Sane had been carried by Chilo, their physical exhaustion wasn't too severe. However, they weren't in much better shape than Downton. Sane, supported by Chilo, leaned against a strangely shaped tree and looked at Downton, who was sitting awkwardly, and said, We didn't communicate properly back at that haunted place. Now that we have time, why don't we take this opportunity to talk? Downton, who hadn't rested at all that night, was too lazy to even move his fingers. After a long pause, he weakly replied, Talk? About what? Under this moonlight, I usually only communicate with beautiful women. I like to find a romantic hotel with a big bed when we're both in the mood. In the room, we talk about life, discuss dreams, I write her poetry, and she gives me some. Downton's voice suddenly stopped as he looked at Sane, who was gripping his wand tightly, radiating magical energy, with the tip of the wand pointing directly at him. He swallowed hard. Although there was no big bed or beautiful girls here, at least it could be considered. Downton looked around and found nothing romantic except for gravestones and tomb grass 3 feet high. Finally, he found a wildflower beside a gravestone behind him, picked it, placed it by his ear, and with the moonlight scattered across the graveyard, he said, Now it can be considered a romantic setting. We have the ambience. So we can talk now? Chilo glanced at the troublesome yet stubborn Downton, rolled his eyes secretly, and stood behind Sane, giving him shoulder rub, which made Downton envious. What is your purpose for coming to the forest? Sane asked straightforwardly. Downton raised an eyebrow, about to concoct a casual excuse about coming to enjoy the scenery. When Sane interjected, Don't say it's for the scenery. Just the fact that you had to say goodbye to your nephew makes me guess that you have some ulterior motives. The conversation was abruptly cut off, and Downton's brow twitched. Then what are you here for? He glanced at Chilo, who was daintily helping Sane with his shoulders, and chuckled. Don't tell me you're here to date. You should go to a hotel for that. Sane snorted coldly, shaking his shoulder and knocking Chilo's hand away. I'm here to find someone. Downton raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. What a coincidence. I'm also here to find someone. Sane continued. The person I'm looking for is a man. Downton thought for a moment. Although he was a bit young, he was indeed a guy. So he said, what a coincidence, I'm also. Sane pondered and added, the person I'm looking for is quite powerful, but not so much at the moment. Downton frowned, thinking that the person they were looking for couldn't possibly be the same. After all, the one he was searching for was also not very powerful right now. He nodded, what a coincidence, I am too. After saying that, they began to stare at each other, trying to discern something from each other's eyes. Their gazes fixed on one another, as if they were just getting to know each other. It wasn't until Chilo started to feel jealous that they reluctantly broke eye contact. Downton then suggested, why don't we write down our real purposes and exchange them? Like a confession session with my ex-girlfriend? Sane pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Downton's suggestion. Sane had Chilo tear a piece of cloth from his clothing, then tore it into 2 pieces, and they each wrote down their purposes for being there, and then magically exchanged them. Holding the piece of cloth in his hand, Downton's playful demeanor faded. Is what you wrote true? You're not lying to me, are you? Sane's expression turned serious. Absolutely true, more real than gold. Just don't know if what you wrote is true. Downton patted his chest. Would I lie to you? We ran out of that place together. That is a bond of life and death. I could trust you with my back. Sane smiled slightly, leaving Chilo awestruck. He said to Downton, yeah, we're brothers. How could we deceive each other? So how about we look together? Downton replied with a smile, of course. The two secretly placed their wands within easy reach and then stared at each other as they slowly opened the cloth in their hands. After opening it, both looked down simultaneously. 3 seconds later, they both raised their eyebrows, anger visible on their faces. You shameless person, what kind of nonsense is this written here? We just talked about it. Was it necessary to write it again? Downton exclaimed, picking up his wand and pointing it angrily at Sane. The piece of cloth Sane had written on fell to the ground, on which was written, male, currently weak in power. And then there was nothing else. Sane's speed was not slow. To be precise, it was faster. When Downton had just touched his wand, Sane had already gripped his wand in his hand. He also threw the cloth to the ground and shouted, how dare you criticize me? How good can what you wrote be? Just talking about finding someone? Finding a man, and then nothing. How shameless. Downton raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily, get lost. I speak nothing but the truth. Where's the shamelessness in that? You're the one flipping the table. Sane was so angry he laughed. I flipped the table? You were the one who wanted to flip the table with the wand just now, but you were slower than me, and now you blame me for flipping the table? Fine, let's say I flipped the table. What can you do about it? We have 2 against 1. I have the strength to flip the table. If you don't clarify why you're here, be prepared to explain it here. Downton's expression changed upon hearing Sane's words, and seeing Chilo also pointing his wand at him made his face change even more. He regretted writing that and regretted pulling out his wand. This guy's mind was racing with ways to leave a way out for himself for future encounters. Sane coldly snorted, nonsense. I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you don't speak, I'll let you experience the internal punishments of the Death Eaters that I created. Upon hearing this, Chilo's heart trembled, recalling what had happened between him and Sane in that tree hole. Chilo shivered violently. The past was unbearable to look back on. Sane noticed Chilo's shiver and frowned. Give him a look. What are you doing? Don't you know this is affecting my momentum? Fortunately, Downton didn't see Chilo's shiver. He just frowned, his face cold. Honestly confessing was definitely not appropriate. Earlier in the Stone Temple, he had already known that Sane was from the opposing camp of the Death Eaters. And now, in this creepy place, the secret he was keeping was his talisman. Once it was revealed, he would be dead. But looking at the other side's expression, it seemed that not speaking wouldn't be good either. Just as Downton was in a dilemma, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the graveyard, as if something was approaching. The faces of Sane, Downton, and Chilo changed instantly. This was a sudden turn of events. Downton felt this was an opportunity and immediately spoke up, brothers. Why don't we keep our distance and temporarily unite against the outside for now? After all, we are in a graveyard, and fighting under the threat of unknown dangers is really not advisable. Sane's injuries had not healed. He felt a wave of weakness deep in his body after being drained by that ghostly thing in the Stone Temple. Hearing Danton's words was just the right excuse. Fine. Since you said so, if I refuse, I would be disrespecting our previous life and death bond. So, I agree. Danton was overjoyed upon hearing this. Good brother, a man of principle. Danton and Sane slowly stood together again. However, they kept their distance from each other, preventing the other from pulling any tricks. At the same time, both were secretly tense. Things were unfolding one after another, and their injuries had not healed, while they were also at odds with each other. Danton regretted why he hadn't pretended to be innocent and stayed with his nephew Patrick, taking advantage of Dumbledore's ride back. Although being a hidden Death Eater alongside Dumbledore would be a huge psychological burden, it was still better than being on edge like now. Now, who knew what kind of trouble they would encounter next? If they got through this, he would definitely find out who stepped in the dog poop. Just as Danton, Sane, and Shiloh were lost in thought, the chaotic footsteps grew closer and closer until the owners of the footsteps finally emerged from the forest before their eyes. 3 extremely strong white men stood under the moonlight, all with platinum long hair, their faces almost carved from the same mold, and each of their bodies resembling tanks, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Sane's face darkened. These 3 were not reinforcements on his side, and they were putting immense pressure on him. If he were uninjured, he wouldn't be afraid, but now his strength was barely at 1/10, leaving him without confidence. He glanced at Shiloh beside him and found that he also had a serious expression. It seemed these were not on his side either. Just then, Sane suddenly heard Danton's surprised exclamation from the other side, his voice filled with barely concealed joy. The Gunner brothers? Quick, grab those 2 little thieves. They're up to no good. Damn. Sane's face changed dramatically. He had never expected Danton to be this shameless. One moment, they were allies on the same front, and the next moment, he turned his back on him. It was infuriating. The 3 Gunner brothers, upon recognizing that the beggar-like figure urging them to take action was Danton, pulled out their wands, aiming them at Sane and Shiloh while joking about Danton. Oh, our Danton family's wayward young master is actually asking us for help. The moon must have risen from the west today. After saying that, the 3 Gunner brothers laughed heartily, as if the other 3 people present didn't exist. Danton's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but these 3 idiots were also his saviors. He couldn't afford to turn against them. You guys better take this seriously. This person in front of you is not simple. Danton pointed at Sane, then informed the Gunter brothers of everything Sane had done in the Stone Temple, including his self-created spell, the Shadow Blade. Initially, the Gunner brothers had looked at Sane, who didn't seem strong at all, with indifference. However, upon hearing Danton say that this person had created a spell, their expressions turned serious in an instant. The playful looks on their faces vanished, replaced by extreme seriousness. The eldest Gunter pointed his wand at Sane's head and asked, 10 seconds. Either tell us your purpose for being here, or this will be your last 10 seconds in this world. You can choose. The second Gunner on the right added, I hope you don't make this choice your last one in this world. Now, Sane took a fruit hard candy from Chilo's pocket and popped it into his mouth. Tasting the sweetness in his mouth, Sane Ly smiled. Why should I have to make a choice? Don't you know I've always been terrible at studying since I was a child? Poor at studying, can't make choices? The eldest Gunner scoffed, come on. I'll teach you a method. Just take out a coin and we can flip it. If it lands on heads, choose the first option. If tails, choose the second. That way, you don't have to agonize over it. Even with poor grades, you can still make a choice. As soon as the eldest Gunter finished speaking, the second and third Gunter began to laugh, with the second one glancing at the nervous Chilo behind Sane and saying, of course, we still hope you land on heads. After all, if you die, someone will be sad for you. Sane chuckled. Do you really think you have me cornered? Gent, the leader, looked around and pointed at a few nearby graves, laughing. Are you expecting someone to come save you? We confirmed there was no one around before we came here. Are you hoping for old bones buried in these pits? Just as Gent finished speaking, a sound of earth breaking erupted from the grave at Sane's feet. A skeletal, emaciated arm shot up suddenly, its claws spread wide, bringing with it a few bone-eating worms and the fresh stench of soil. Tang Dun stared wide-eyed at Gent. What the hell, brother? Did you create a spell too? Is it a grand prophecy or a resurrection spell? Gent looked at his own hands in disbelief. No way. I didn't use any magic just now, let alone create a spell. Hearing this, Tang Dun pointed at the hand on the ground and shouted, then what the hell is that? Don't tell me the body can still react after being buried. Seeing that things seemed to be going south, Gent's second brother raised his wand, ready to attack, thinking, why bother with anything else? Just do it. But before he could even chant the attack spell, the arm bent at the elbow, pushing against the ground, and as the soil loosened, Everyone could see that the corpse was about to emerge. Jint's second brother immediately launched an attack, casting a shattering spell aimed straight at the corpse that was breaking free from the ground. But at that critical moment, the spell was blocked by Chilo's wand. Then, with a faintly mocking smile at Tang Dun and the Jint brothers, Chilo said nothing and ignored them, as if he hadn't seen them at all. The Jint brothers were furious, wanted to launch another attack, but found it was too late. The corpse moved incredibly fast. It had only shown its head during the previous attack, and now only half a leg remained in the pit. In the blink of an eye, the corpse completely crawled out, standing unsteadily beside Sane. The moonlight fell on it, and Jint gasped, You're minus Tirith? You died? No, wait. You came back to life. Hearing Jint's words, Tang Dun was taken aback and looked closely. It really was that old guy who always liked to go against his pure-blood family of Death Eaters back in the day. However, this old fellow had vanished years ago, and everyone thought he was dead. Who would have thought they would meet him here again? No, he didn't die and come back. Tang Dun said grimly. He must have never died. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Jint brothers turned extremely grim. This old fellow was clearly reinforcements from the other side. And since he dared to act alone as reinforcements, it meant the opponent's strength had not diminished, but rather had grown stronger over time. When the opponent was in distress, it was when they were happy. Seeing the four on the other side looking like they had just lost their mothers, Sane and Chilo started to laugh happily. At this moment, Minas Tirith also raised his skull-like head, his eyes glowing like two burning green flames, staring intently at Jint's second brother. Hey, Jint kid, didn't you want to attack me earlier? Jint's second brother wanted to maintain his composure, though his heart raced. He replied defiantly, What is it to you? You don't like it? Minas Tirith chuckled, his voice sounding like two pieces of rotten wood scraping against each other. Once, one of your uncles spoke to me like that, and then I pressed him to the ground and beat him until he crapped himself. Then I punched him in his own crap and used it to hit him. Have you all forgotten that? Or did your uncle think it was too embarrassing and never tell you? Tang Dun's expression changed. The Jint family had always prided themselves on being tough and unyielding. How could such a thing have happened? He turned to look at the Jint brothers to see their expressions and confirm if it was true. Jint's second and third brothers looked confused, while the eldest brother appeared indifferent. That was so many years ago, and you old man still remember it? Jint's eldest brother spat on the ground. If you want, let us practice and show you what it means for the new generation to surpass the old. Minas Tirith scratched his ear and sighed. Young people really are full of energy. If you have the guts, come try it. Don't just talk. Jint's eldest brother seemed to ignore this, squinting his eyes without responding directly, but countered, enough of the chatter. If you want to fight, then just fight. Don't use those two useless ones behind you as an excuse. I guarantee I won't touch them until I've knocked you out. Minas Tirith remained nonchalant, still scratching his ear, casually blowing on his fingernails as if he were out for afternoon tea. Young man, you're just too fiery. If you want to fight, hurry up. I still need to get back to sleep. Jint's eldest brother said nothing, but the second and third brothers couldn't hold back any longer. They angrily prepared to attack. At that moment, Tang Dun suddenly stepped forward and stopped them, signaling for them not to act impulsively. Because among the Jint brothers, the eldest was the one who liked to face things head-on the most, and now he had been holding back, which was definitely abnormal. Minas Tirith noticed Tang Dun's movement and smirked, saying with some boredom, Let us go back. It seems there is no fight to be had here. After saying that, he turned and left with Sane and Chilo, moving swiftly and decisively, showing no concern that Tang Dun and the others would sneak attack from behind. And indeed, until Minas Tirith and the others disappeared into the woods, Tang Dun and the Jint brothers did not move. After Sane and the others' figures completely vanished, Jint's second brother knocked Tang Dun's hand away, his face filled with anger and frustration. Tang Dun, why did you stop me? If you're scared, don't drag us down with you. If it weren't for needing to maintain the appearance of unity in front of outsiders, I would have already dealt with you. Before Jint's second brother could finish cursing, the eldest brother interrupted him. Enough. If Tang Dun hadn't stopped you two just now, we might have all been done for. As soon as these words came out, Tang Dun let out a breath of relief. He had noticed Jint's eldest brother's unusual reaction to this old man earlier, so he was not surprised by his words now. However, Jint's second and third brothers were confused. Eldest brother, did you drink too much before coming? We have 4 people. We have the advantage in numbers, and the 3 of us can work together to fight above our weight class. Why should we shove that old man back into the pit? Jint's third brother looked at his eldest brother in confusion. Jint's eldest brother shook his head. The main reason we came here was to support Tang Dun. That's the first reason. The second reason is that I feel Minas Tirith's strength hasn't diminished at all compared to years ago. He actually feels even more unfathomable. I have only felt such a gap in strength in a few individuals. One is our Dark Lord, another is Dumbledore from Hogwarts, and the last one is Nick LeMay. Gent II was taken aback and exclaimed, "Big brother, are you saying that old man has reached the level of those three?" Gent I shook his head again. That's not accurate. More precisely, the strength of that old man from Minas Tirith has far surpassed mine, to the extent that I can no longer perceive what level he has reached. After hearing his brother's words, Gent III felt a chill run up his spine, and dread filled his heart. While he nervously breathed in fresh air, he wondered why that old man didn't just strike us down directly, but tolerated our insults. Gent I shook his head for the third time. I don't know about that either. I know, Tang Dun suddenly spoke up, because not far from his graveyard, Dumbledore is over there. So that old man didn't dare to act, because he was worried that Dumbledore would be attracted by the sounds of battle. So, according to you, Gent I continued, Minas Tirith's strength hasn't increased significantly. At least he hasn't reached the level where he can silently eliminate us. We can actually be bold. Tang Dun exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Gent I. Where did the composed you go? So what if Dumbledore is nearby? Do you really think he will help us? Isn't it more appealing for him to watch us Death Eaters kill each other? He would rather see us weaken internally without lifting a finger than intervene. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the Gent brothers, Tang Dun sighed helplessly. Let us go back. There's no point in staying here. Let's find a nice hotel. I need to relax. This is for 2 days, so he. At the edge of the Albanian forest, Minas Tirith walked ahead, hunched over with his hands behind his back, and without turning around, he directly asked, saying, I will ask 3 questions. First, why is it that from the original 4-man team, only you remain? What happened to Rooney and Logue? Second, have we found the person we are looking for? Third, who is this little bald guy? Sane, supported by Chilo, replied, Rooney and Logue were killed after we encountered unidentified powerful attackers upon reaching Grove City. Second, I haven't found the person. Third, his name is Chilo. He is also a Death Eater, but from a different group. After hearing Sane's response, Minas Tirith showed no emotional fluctuation upon learning that 3 companions had perished, as if he had never known Rooney and Logue at all. He continued to ask, now for 3 more questions. First, with 3 dead and no one found, what have you been doing? Second, I remember you're a newcomer. Why did 3 veterans die while you survived? Third, how did you and Chilo end up together? Sane thought for a moment and answered, first, that person was too strong. It wasn't that we didn't want to complete the mission, but we simply couldn't. Second, that mysterious strong person seemed to think I was too weak and lost interest in me after killing Rooney and the others. Third, it's fate. After Sane finished speaking, Minas Tirith glanced back at the bald Chilo, thinking to himself, fate? Huh. Seeing Minas Tirith look back at Chilo, Sane felt indifferent, but Chilo's heart raced. Chilo knew about Sane's 3 companions. He had mentioned them before, and they were already sent to hell, enjoying their lifetime membership card. Now, watching Sane lie through his teeth without a change in expression, Chilo couldn't help but feel anxious for him, because this old man walking ahead had completely turned his back to them. Even so, he still felt that if the other party wanted to, it would be a matter of minutes for him to take down both Sane and himself. In contrast to Chilo's caution, Sane lacked that awareness and directly asked, hey, old man Minas, why don't we just take out those 4 people? I believe with your strength, it shouldn't be difficult, right? It is indeed possible, Minas Tirith replied. But in that place, I could clearly sense a powerful mental force lingering around. If we made a big commotion, we would definitely be discovered. Therefore, it was impossible to act. Even though they're no match for me, it wouldn't be a quick fight, and it could potentially alert the magical creatures in the forest. And most importantly, the owner of that mysterious mental force. So we only exchanged words. Powerful mental force? Sane murmured, then, as if recalling something, said to Minas Tirith, Dumbledore is also in this forest. The mental force you sense might be his. What? Minas Tirith suddenly turned around, his murky eyes no longer dull, but now shining brightly. Are you saying that guy Dumbledore is also in the Albanian forest? Sane nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Minas Tirith's anger flared up, and he turned to leave Sane and Chilo behind as he ran towards the edge of the forest. Watching Minas Tirith flee in a panic, he no longer resembled the invincible figure from before. Sane was taken aback, feeling puzzled, and turned to ask Chilo, who was supporting him, is this old man crazy? Why is he running? Chilo sighed, somewhat helplessly, saying, because that person is Professor Dumbledore. Is he really that powerful? Sane asked, somewhat in disbelief. Chilo nodded and said, I know some things from long ago because I studied at Hogwarts. If you don't believe me, you can ask the dark wizards who were sent to Azkaban by Professor Dumbledore. They would know better, of course, assuming any of them are still alive. As Sane, supported by Chilo, slowly followed Minas Tirith, he recalled, I remember, most of the prisoners in Azkaban were sent there by Laster Moody, right? Chilo did not explain, but instead countered. Although Moody and Professor Dumbledore appear to be friends, their relationship often seems more like that of superior and subordinate to outsiders. So, do you think that as a Laster superior, Professor Dumbledore captured fewer people than his subordinates did back then? Say nodded, confirming the reason. Minas Tirith really was frightened. So the reason old man Minas ran away so fast was indeed because of Dumbledore back in the day. Chilo also nodded, understanding well the terror of the professor. The older generation of dark wizards knew it best. Just as Sane and Chilo were discussing how strong Dumbledore really was in the Tree Hollow, Patrick was discussing how strong he was with Dumbledore. By the campfire, Patrick slyly moved next to Dumbledore, glanced at Ophelia beside them, then cupped his hand to his mouth and leaned close to Dumbledore's ear, saying, Professor, there's something you might have gotten wrong. My strength should be greater than Ophelia's, right? Dumbledore looked at the cheeky Patrick and said, Actually, your strength is not only greater than Ophelia's, but also greater than Cedric's. In fact, you're just slightly weaker than me. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Dumbledore, shock filling his gaze. Then one bit at a time, excitement surged within him. He couldn't believe his strength was actually that great and that he had received Dumbledore's acknowledgement. He wanted to lower his voice in excitement, but couldn't manage it at all. However, he couldn't hold back anymore. Professor, you're not kidding me, right? Is my strength really that impressive? Dumbledore looked at the somewhat dazed Patrick and chuckled. Child, you were the one who first joked with me. So I just played along. The smile on Patrick's face gradually froze. He felt he was being teased very seriously, and it hurt. Professor, you're really just joking, right? How could you bear to toy with my feelings? Slap. Dumbledore smacked Patrick on the back of his head. Toying with your feelings. With your feelings? You've long shared them with how many girls? If I had that free time, I might as well go to Azkaban for afternoon tea with old friends. Patrick covered his head, asking pitifully, then Professor, is my strength really not as good as Ophelia's? I remember her talent wasn't that great. It took her ages to learn to summon a flying broom. Dumbledore shook his white beard and disdainfully glanced at Patrick. But she works harder than you, is more dedicated, learns better, and understands herself clearer. Do you still think you can compare with her? Ophelia has long left you behind. Dumbledore was not lowering his voice. So Ophelia, sitting nearby, also caught onto their earlier conversation. She then looked at Patrick expressionlessly and said, If you're not convinced, we can have a match. That disdainful look and indifferent tone deeply provoked the young Patrick's just budding sense of pride. However, just as Patrick was about to agree, the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he stopped. After thinking for a moment, he changed his wording. It's impossible to compete. Our Downton family gentlemen never bully girls, but I just won't accept it. I believe you can't possibly defeat me. Oomph. Ophelia snorted disdainfully. You aren't just a coward, are you? Patrick's trembling finger pointed directly at Ophelia, and he was so angry he couldn't articulate his words. You don't push me. If I end up hurting you, Cedric definitely one T let me off. We might not even be brothers anymore. Ophelia merely rolled her eyes at this. Do you have that ability? This sentence completely ignited Patrick's pride. He shouted furiously. You really want to try me, huh? You really think you can beat me, right? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you're a girl, you'd have been knocked down by me long ago. Ophelia was also angered by this remark. Do you dare to look down on us girls? Do you really think just because you have a few extra centimeters down there, you can definitely be stronger than me? Pointing outside, Ophelia said with a serious and angry face, If you have the guts, stop talking nonsense and go outside to compete. Let me teach you how to be a person. At this moment, Ophelia's face was flushed with anger, and her spoiled demeanor was overflowing. There was no trace of the gentle quality that used to captivate Diggory. If it weren't for the fact that her face hadn't changed, just looking at her temper, she was completely a different person from before. Patrick was stunned by Ophelia's current appearance. He had never seen this side of her before and began to reflect on whether he really shouldn't have spoken that way. However, when Ophelia saw Patrick fall silent, she sneered, What? Are you scared? You wouldn't really be that cowardly, would you? Patrick could no longer tolerate it. He turned to Dumbledore, who had been silent beside them, and said, Professor, please bear witness for me. This is not me causing trouble. Ophelia insisted on challenging me to a duel. If I go too hard on her, when Cedric wakes up, you must testify for me and explain that I had no choice. I'm not just fighting for my own dignity and honor, but also to teach Ophelia to respect boys. Dumbledore remained non-committal to Patrick's declaration, simply nodding to indicate he understood. With Dumbledore's assurance, Patrick felt relieved. He turned back to Ophelia, flipping his hair arrogantly. "Let us go by the stream outside. Of course, you can rest assured, I will be mindful of my strength. After all, my gentlemanly demeanor ranks first in the Downton family." Ophelia didn't bother to respond to Patrick, rolling her eyes and walking out first. Patrick followed closely behind. The two arrived by the stream, completed the Hogwarts duel etiquette, retreated to appropriate positions, and then drew their wands. The duel officially began. They moved. Ophelia and Patrick raised their hands simultaneously. Patrick smiled confidently because he had been trained by his grandfather since he was little, practicing spells hand in hand. During those unforgettable days, he was constantly arranged into various training sessions by his grandfather. Although the training intensity wasn't life-threatening, every time he finished, his arms would be so sore he could barely lift them, and his clothes would be soaked through. It's all tears if I say more. But those times were also Patrick's confidence now. So, although his hand speed couldn't compare to that monster Diggory, he thought it shouldn't be a problem to be faster than Ophelia. With this in mind, as Patrick raised his wand and was about to cast a spell at Ophelia, something he never expected happened. Ophelia was faster than him, and her wand aimed more accurately. While he was still thinking about which spell to use, the tip of Ophelia's wand was already glowing. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. But before he could react, that light was already flying toward him. The spell was coming in an instant. Long hours of practice made Patrick's body react instinctively. He jumped back with force, creating a 1-second distance, which was the maximum distance he could create to react. Armor Charm. At a critical moment, Patrick directly used the spell he was most familiar with. First, block this attack. Patrick thought to himself. Bang! Ophelia's spell hit the transparent wall created by Patrick's armor charm, producing a loud explosion that made the wall wobble, as if it would shatter any second. After jumping, Patrick followed up with a backflip and landed, looking at his nearly collapsing defensive wall, drenched in cold sweat. This was the girl who had been bullied in the flying broom class and needed him and Diggory to help her. This was the girl who had mostly been silent on the way, always making Diggory want to protect her. Such reaction speed, such attack speed, and casting without incantation, wasn't she like a boy? Pulling out a wand longer than both him and Diggory combined. With this thought, Patrick hesitated no longer and decided to go all out. A boy's pride couldn't be lost at this moment. He waved his wand, and a disarming spell quickly flew towards Ophelia. This was the only spell he could cast without incantation right now, the fastest magical attack. But he didn't expect that Ophelia was still faster than him. Faced with Patrick's attack, Ophelia simply bent her knee, lowered her body, and easily dodged the disarming spell. Now, in Ophelia's eyes, the armor charm blocking her, and Patrick was about to collapse due to her previous attack. And Patrick chose to attack again instead of reinforcing the defensive wall of the armor charm. So now, this armor charm defensive wall could be completely countered with a spell-stopping charm. Just at this moment, Patrick saw that his confident disarming spell had no effect and was momentarily stunned. Ophelia accurately seized this opportunity, waved her wand again, and recited spell. In just 2 seconds, a white light shot from the tip of Ophelia's wand, resembling a white meteor, crashing into the armor charm's defensive wall. With a bang, the transparent defensive wall shattered. Patrick didn't have any time to react. It all happened in the blink of an eye, just over 3 or 4 seconds. To Patrick, it felt like just when he saw his disarming spell miss and was feeling frustrated, Ophelia suddenly executed a swift maneuver, and in the next blink, his armor charm defensive wall was broken. Before his brain could even send a counterattack command, Ophelia suddenly rushed forward, and with a few strides, she was already in front of Patrick. Oh no, not again this move. The scene from earlier in the night, when Ophelia had knocked him down with a scissor kick, was still fresh in his mind. Seeing Ophelia charge forward again, Patrick instinctively covered his head with his hands. However, Patrick was mistaken. As Patrick made a series of agile movements to cover his head, Ophelia suddenly stomped her left foot, halting her body. Then, she immediately exerted force with her waist, turning around, and using that momentum, her right leg ruthlessly kicked out, striking Patrick hard in the stomach. Accompanied by a scream, Dumbledore looked up and saw Patrick flying backward from where he stood, his wand lost somewhere, and then with a splash, he fell clumsily into the creek. Dumbledore's beard twitched. That looked painful. Fortunately, the creek wasn't deep, just shallow, so there was no real danger. Patrick struggled to push himself up from the creek, half bent over with both hands clutching his stomach. his face full of stubbornness, unwilling to admit defeat. Ophelia stood by the creek, her wand pointed at Patrick, looking down at him, and said nonchalantly, "Since it's come to this, just admit defeat." Patrick raised his wet hand to brush his hair back, refusing to admit defeat. He would never give in. It was a matter of a man's dignity, and he would absolutely not surrender. Besides, he had been holding back earlier. Did she really think she could win against him? Ophelia disdainfully glanced at Patrick and said, "Your wand has been knocked away. What can you use to continue?" Patrick had no reply. Indeed, without a wand, a wizard was nothing. Without combat ability, without the ability to live, even the right to speak was gone. But Patrick still held his head high and said, "So what? I just won't admit defeat. Won't accept it. You just ambushed me when I wasn't prepared for close combat. If you have the ability, don't use close combat. Just use magic and let us see who's better." Ophelia rolled her eyes in disdain. "And if you lose again, you won't deny it, right?" Patrick didn't directly answer that question. He only said, "If you have the ability, then win against me first." Ophelia didn't even bother to look at Patrick this time. She simply used a levitation charm to return his wand, all while walking back to her position and saying, "Let's do it again. I'll teach you a lesson." Patrick immediately picked up his wand, returned to his position, and said seriously, "This time I won't hold back." Ophelia took off her glasses and said, "Then thank you. No need to hold back." After saying this, Ophelia waved her hand, and a stunning spell shot straight towards Patrick. Once again, it was a spell cast without incantation. Coupled with her extremely fast hand speed, it hardly gave Patrick any time to react. Armor charm. However, Patrick, who was holding back, was no simple opponent either. In a split second, he used his signature spell, the armor charm, and managed to block Ophelia's attack just in time. Ophelia looked at Patrick and smiled lightly. "You should know that the armor charm can't block my attack. If that's all you've got, you might as well admit defeat." Regarding Ophelia's taunt, Patrick remained indifferent, just waved his wand confidently and said, "Let us talk after you break my defense." Although Ophelia was standing right across from Patrick, she didn't notice the small movement at his wrist. At this moment, Dumbledore, standing to the side, squinted his eyes, surprised to see Patrick's small movement. He didn't expect this kid to have already mastered a variation of the armor charm at such a young age. However, Dumbledore knew, but Ophelia did not. So, after Patrick finished speaking, Ophelia smiled at the corner of her mouth and then pulled out another wand from her magical cloak. Seeing the second wand, Patrick's previously confident smile vanished, and he asked in a daze, "What does having two wands mean? Don't you know a wizard can only use one wand? Using two at the same time could cause the wands to explode and break. Are you trying to lighten the serious atmosphere with this?" Ophelia looked at the wand in her hand, her eyes filled with a mix of emotions, sadness and resentment, attachment and guilt. But all of these feelings were deeply hidden, not revealed. Hearing Patrick's words, Ophelia softly said, "You'll know soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Ophelia suddenly struck a pose, as if beginning a dance. Patrick was confused, not understanding what she was trying to do. Was she really planning to dance to lighten the serious atmosphere? However, Dumbledore, who was in a tree hollow nearby, was moved for the first time by the scene before him. Was this the unique combat style of the Siren tribe? He never expected it to have been passed down. At that moment, Ophelia suddenly moved. She gently raised her hands, stood on tiptoe, and spun in a circular motion, her sleeves fluttering like willow leaves or flower petals, swaying in the wind. At that moment, Ophelia resembled a swan swirling in the air or a peacock dancing gracefully on the ground. Her youthful yet graceful figure seemed to merge with nature, her dance beautiful but not seductive, like an orchid in a secluded valley, pure and pristine, captivating. Patrick watched Ophelia's dance while nodding and said, "Still saying it's not to lighten the mood? Just this. If you don't attack soon, I'll have to make a move." Before Patrick could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw Ophelia's wand begin to spin, leaving him speechless in surprise. What is she trying to do? Who plays with spinning wands? A carousel, maybe. If the wand is used like that, it probably won't cast any spells. However, the next scene shocked Patrick even more. The two wands not only didn't explode or break, but they also fired spells. But those wands weren't aimed at him. The spell attacks couldn't possibly hit him. Patrick thought, yes, Ophelia's two wands were aimed elsewhere, almost at a 90-degree angle to where Patrick stood, making it seem impossible for the spells to hit him. However, it was clear that Ophelia wouldn't do something pointless. Then came the moment that shattered Patrick's understanding of magic. The two spells suddenly seemed to gain consciousness, curving through the air and charging straight at Patrick. They sped up astonishingly and took a tricky angle, bypassing the protective wall of the shield charm. Patrick had no time to defend himself, and the two spells struck him. Seeing her two stunning spells hit their target, Ophelia instinctively tried to stop dancing. But then something strange happened. Patrick, struck by the stunning spell, didn't fall unconscious. Instead, he raised his wand to counterattack. How could this be possible? Only Dumbledore, watching from the sidelines, understood what was happening. Ophelia was using the special combat style passed down from her siren tribe, the Waltz of the Red Lips. Dumbledore wasn't clear on the specifics of how it worked. The only things he knew were that this dance required a high level of skill from its user. Very few could use two wands without them clashing. The relationship between a wand and a wizard is not one of servitude, but equality, much like a marriage with monogamy. If you already have one wand, using another becomes complicated. You can use other wands, but you can't use your own wand simultaneously. It's as if the home flag can ignore the number of flags outside, but that is only if you don't bring the outside flags into your home. If you bring them home, it's not something that can be solved easily. At worst, you could lose your original wand. This principle applies equally to both genders. Whether a wizard is male or female, only one wand can be used at a time in the same stage of magic. However, this absolute rule of the magical world was broken today. Even Dumbledore had only heard of it before. Seeing it with his own eyes was a first. The second point of the Waltz of the Red Lips is that through the user S rotation and the wand S rotation, the spell's launch can curve in the air rather than just attack in a straight line. If Dumbledore could grasp the first point a bit, the second point left him completely bewildered. As for why Patrick could withstand Ophelia's unique attack, there was only one reason. At the age of 11, he had already mastered the second-level transformation of the shield charm. This transformation was developed by the Downton family and could only be learned by family members. It sounds simple, transforming the original defensive wall of the shield charm into the shape of armor to wear. But in practice, it was a whole different story. The second-level transformation of the spell requires changes in the incantation, the corresponding changes in the internal magical supply, and different amounts of mental energy used. Any slight mistake in any step could lead to disastrous results. And this mistake isn't like a typo on an exam paper that could be erased and redone. If there is a mistake in this process, magical and mental energy will become chaotic within the body. A person experiencing this chaos will either become powerless or mentally incapacitated. There is no third option. Of course, if an adult were to force a third option, it would be suicide, which would provide relief while also earning a good reputation for sacrificing for the family and magical cause. No one knows when the Downton family developed the second-level transformation of a shield charm. Additionally, not everyone in the Downton family can learn this new transformation. Only a select few, all core members of the family can. Patrick, so young yet having mastered this new shield charm, made Dumbledore reassess him. While Dumbledore was internally tumultuous, he brought the topic back to the duel between the two. At this moment, Patrick, benefiting from the new shield charm, could afford to let Ophelia dance however she wanted. No matter how tricky her angles of attack, they were all ineffective against him, as he was protected by the shield charm, like someone wearing armor. Therefore, Patrick was smiling confidently. At this moment, you could choose to surrender, although I might not accept it. Hearing this, Ophelia couldn't even be bothered to roll her eyes and simply quicken her steps. Her figure swayed faster and faster, the wand in her hand spinning more rapidly. And at the same time, the spells fired from both wands multiplied. The spells became faster and more numerous, carving arcs in the air as they ultimately all struck Patrick. Gradually, Patrick was overwhelmed by Ophelia's attacks, with spells crashing against the surface of his shield charm, lighting up in bursts of brilliance. As the spell's glow intensified with the speed of the dance, the frequency became tighter until it appeared from the side, as if a humanoid pillar of light stood there. At least Dumbledore could no longer see Patrick's figure with the naked eye. However, he was not in a hurry. He realized that Ophelia not only mastered the exclusive combat style of her Siren clan, but could also cast the stunning spell without incantation. At this moment, she was using it in conjunction with the waltz to attack Patrick. Moreover, regarding the rapid attack style of the red-lipped waltz, it would be impossible to utilize it effectively without the ability to cast without incantation. Suddenly, Patrick shouted, "Ophelia, are you planning to exhaust our magic power in a battle of attrition? Do you think you can drain my magic?" Patrick smiled coldly. "You should consider who will hold out longer. I only need to stand here, and with your current attack frequency, I could last at least another 15 minutes. But you're not only consuming magic power, but your dance is also draining your stamina. Do you really think I'll give in before you?" Although everything around had turned into a blur, making it impossible to see anything, Patrick was completely calm. Just as he said, in a battle of attrition, Ophelia could never outlast him. The strange attack method and high frequency were simply unsustainable. Moreover, even if we set aside these 2 points, such an attack method was even more taxing on Ophelia's mental strength. Everyone had been awake all night, so the higher the attack frequency now, the greater the mental drain. Therefore, Patrick could bet that Ophelia would not last much longer. And indeed, the reality matched Patrick's thoughts. Ophelia's stamina, magic power, and mental energy were all rapidly depleting. Layers of fine sweat appeared on her forehead and were swept away by the wind into the Albanian forest soil, disappearing like the effort she put in behind her. Known only to herself, was she really going to lose? Were all those silent efforts in vain? Were female wizards truly inferior to male wizards, unable to catch up no matter how hard they tried? At that moment, scenes from her childhood replayed in Ophelia's mind like a movie. Her grandfather and father who died tragically before her eyes, her mother who committed suicide after being insulted, and her sister, who was dragged away like a dog as a condition to protect the young Ophelia. And even before attending Hogwarts, her grandmother, despite being old and frail, still gathered her school supplies, disregarding her last shred of dignity. These memories flashed before Ophelia one by one. Gradually, her gaze became resolute, and the tears that had blurred her vision were repressed deep within. This time she was determined to be confident. She didn't want to lose. She wouldn't lose. She wanted the word lose to disappear from her life forever. Calming down, Ophelia recalled something her grandmother had once told her. In life's battles, one must use everything at their disposal to win. Ophelia remembered the green potion that Diggory had secretly given her, saying to use it against enemies when in trouble. Now, Patrick's armor charm could defend against magical attacks and a certain degree of physical attacks, so if she simply threw the potion, it would surely be ineffective. But what if she used her grandmother's original mist spell to vaporize the potion and then used wind to blow it over? With this thought in mind, Ophelia quickened her dance steps, and for a moment, the glow of the stunning spell almost completely enveloped a 5-meter radius around Patrick. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, momentarily not understanding the significance of Ophelia's actions. He could clearly feel that the child's state was rapidly depleting. Such a sudden increase in attack frequency. Ophelia couldn't possibly last 5 minutes. But soon, Dumbledore understood why Ophelia was doing this. Not far away, she suddenly stopped dancing, and with the momentum of her spin, a bottle containing bright green liquid was flung from her sleeve, tracing a beautiful arc as it flew toward Patrick, now a humanoid pillar of light. Dumbledore focused on the bottle, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of Diggory's usual combat style, which involved throwing a potion out of nowhere during a fight. Others relied on skill to win, but for him, winning depended on various potions. When the bright green potion reached right above Patrick, Ophelia raised her wand, aimed at the bottle in the air, and uttered a spell, Batarique. A beam of light erupted from the tip of her wand and quickly flew toward the potion. The bottle shattered in response, and the bright green liquid instantly transformed into a cloud of green mist, gently descending and completely enveloping Patrick. Upon seeing this, Dumbledore slapped his forehead, a look of discomfort on his face. A good child had been led astray by Diggory. This kind of attack method, if not learned from Diggory, who would believe it? And that bottle of bright green potion, if it wasn't given by Diggory to Ophelia, who else could it be from? However, the child, who had been led astray by Diggory, did not notice Dumbledore's expression. She was wholly focused on the green mist and the changes within it. A few seconds later, a pig-like scream came from within the green mist. Ophelia, what have you done? What did you use? Why is my body so itchy? The moment the green mist descended, because the vaporized potion no longer possessed magical power, even the second-level transformed armor charm could not defend against such a special attack. Thus, the potion smoothly penetrated Patrick's armor charm and intimately adhered to his delicate skin. Finally, Ophelia witnessed the scene she had been waiting for. Patrick staggered out of the mist, looking disheveled, his cloak thrown to the ground, and his shirt undone, revealing his fair skin. But his exposed arms and chest were already covered in scratch marks. Ophelia, what exactly did you do to me? I'm itching all over. We were just determining who was stronger. There's no need to use potions. Hurry up and give me the antidote, or I'll turn against you right now. Beg me, and I'll give you the antidote. Ophelia said with a smile. Patrick was taken aback and then shouted, Fine, I admit defeat. I acknowledge that you're stronger than me, okay? But you said before that you were fighting for the dignity of men. Now that you've lost to me, that means. Ophelia paused here, looking at Patrick with a half-smile. The tension on Ophelia's face finally broke into a smile. If you want the antidote, you have to admit defeat first. Upon hearing Ophelia say this, Patrick's hair stood on end from anger. Why, you shameless girl? How can there be someone like you in this world? Truly an angel's face with a devil's heart. I curse you to never get married. Ophelia rolled her eyes. So what if I never get married? Do you think I care about marrying your men? If we're talking about shamelessness, you men are much more shameless than women. And you're lewd, despicable, beastly, insidious, cunning, and irresponsible. Cough, cough. Dumbledore walked over to Ophelia, coughed a couple of times, and said, well, child, let's hold off on denouncing the irresponsible scum among men for now. First, you need to save Patrick, and we can discuss the rest later. Dumbledore pointed to the side, where Patrick was almost scratching himself to the point of bleeding, looking extremely bitter. After all, you're a small team. You can communicate and resolve your differences. But at that moment, Ophelia looked up at Dumbledore and said, Professor, it's not that I don't want to take out the antidote, it's that I don't have it. This bottle of medicine was given to me by Cedric. And at that time, he didn't give me the antidote, so you might have to ask him for it. Damn it, Professor, this woman is definitely doing it on purpose. Her heart is too dark, too inhumane. Patrick shouted in despair. Dumbledore had no choice but to cough again, step forward, and say, Patrick, from now on, you must learn to respect women. Respect their thoughts, respect their choices, respect their actions, and respect their achievements. You need to respect every woman from the bottom of your heart. After you go back, write a 2,000-word reflection on this for me. After saying this, Dumbledore turned to Ophelia and asked, how about it? Is my punishment for Patrick enough? Did it make you feel better? If not, we can continue to discuss punishment. Ophelia hesitated, but eventually nodded. It's okay, I guess. Okay. You think it's okay? You woman. A despicable woman who plays tricks. Patrick shouted at Ophelia while scratching himself madly. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? If you have the ability, give me the antidote. And then, let's have a fair competition. I tell you, with someone like you, not even 3 can get close to me. Ophelia coldly laughed, then turned back to Dumbledore. Shrugging her shoulders, Professor, you see, this isn't me causing trouble. Just as she finished speaking, Ophelia immediately turned back and scolded. Not even 3 can get close to you? Not even 10 can get within 5 meters of me. Patrick was so enraged by this statement that his hair stood on end. You know nothing. I'm the first of the young generation of the Downton family. The youngest master of second-level armor transformation. Ophelia disdainfully rolled her eyes. Well, I'm still the first of the young generation of the Maiwa clan. The only one who has mastered the red lip waltz. Patrick, I have invincible armor transformation defense. Ophelia laughed. Her eyes filled with disdain as she looked Patrick, who was scratching himself all over, from head to toe, covering her cherry lips, and mocked. Oh, invincible defense, huh? That's really impressive. Patrick's face turned red at this moment. Half of it was because he was embarrassed by Ophelia's words, and half was because he was scratching himself. Dumbledore couldn't bear to watch any longer, stepped forward, and said, Stop arguing about this. From now on, within your little trio, Patrick's status will always be lower than Ophelia's. That's decided, and no one is allowed to have any objections. After saying this, Dumbledore silenced the still unconvinced Patrick with a glance. Then he turned to Ophelia and said, Child, this time, I'll take your side because of my age. Since Patrick is already like this, he's still part of the team. Just help him a bit. After Dumbledore said this, Ophelia nodded. Cedric said that this kind of potion only needs to be washed off with water afterwards. Of course, in Patrick's case, just soaking in water would suffice. As soon as Ophelia finished speaking, Patrick disregarded everything else, quickly stripped off all his clothes, and jumped into the water with a splash. Moments later, Patrick let out a long sigh of relief, finally comfortable. If I had known soaking in water would solve it, why would I? Patrick grumbled as he splashed the water in frustration. Seeing that Patrick was fine, Dumbledore stopped paying attention to him and looked at Ophelia, asking, So this potion just needs to be washed off with water to recover? Exactly. Patrick, who was underwater, chimed in, Shouldn't Cedric's logic dictate that he gives you a potion that can take down a whole group with just one throw? Ophelia rolled her eyes, ignoring Patrick's comment. Cedric told me that if I were given a dangerous potion, one mistake could hurt myself. So it's better to give me this kind of potion. It doesn't need to be too powerful, as long as it can buy me enough time when I'm in danger. Is that all? Patrick insisted. So you just need to take a bath? How long can that delay anything? I see that it's because you don't matter at all in Cedric's heart that he didn't give you a powerful potion. After saying this, Patrick comfortably lay in the water. Due to buoyancy, he felt quite comfortable lying there, as if he were getting a spa. Ophelia, upon hearing Patrick's words, chose to ignore them. She explained to Dumbledore, initially, Cedric told me that this potion is very effective. Those affected must find a water source as soon as possible, or they'll be so itchy that they can't do anything else, thus losing their combat effectiveness. Furthermore, if they can't find water for a long time, the affected area will be scratched raw by themselves, making them even less combat effective. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and asked, "How long does this potion last?" Ophelia replied, "Cedric said the duration depends on the amount of potion I used. I just threw out a whole bottle, so it should last about 10 hours. 10 hours? Patrick shouted in disbelief. It's autumn now, and it's night. The water isn't as comfortable as in summer. It's freezing. At this moment, Patrick suddenly felt that this spa was no longer comfortable. It was terrifying. The spa services at the club charge money, but this natural spa is asking for his life. Patrick excitedly stood up, wanting to wake Diggory to think of a way for him. But as soon as he stood up, the skin exposed to the air immediately felt unbearably itchy, and he had to squat back down again. "Professor, you have to think of a way for me. In this weather, if I stay in this water for 10 hours, I'll freeze to death." Patrick pleaded with Dumbledore. However, old Dumbledore completely ignored him, pulling out a stone from somewhere and tossing it into the water. In no time, the stone began to bubble, and steam slowly rose from the surface of the water. At that moment, Patrick suddenly realized that the water temperature was rising. Seeing this, Dumbledore said to Patrick, "This stone was one I picked up from a volcano during my travels. I cast a spell on it back, then to keep it at the high temperature of the volcano's interior. So, just soak here for a while. When you feel it's too hot, swim a little further down. 10 hours will pass quickly. It's basically just a little research time. Then tomorrow, regardless of whether Cedric wakes up or not, we'll have to go back." After saying this, Dumbledore returned to the tree hole with a somewhat dissatisfied Ophelia. Patrick watched their departing figures and looked at the dry, warm tree hole, feeling a wave of sadness. "Professor, you've changed. Men are indeed fickle. No, wait. I seem to be a man too." The next day at noon, Dumbledore, along with Ophelia and the still unconscious Diggory, found Patrick far away from the campsite due to the hot water near the edge of the forest downstream of the creek. Ultimately, Patrick carried Diggory on his back, and the four of them set off on their way back. They first returned to Devonshire, where Nick LeMay helped wake Diggory. Then Dumbledore and Nick LeMay chatted alone in a room all night, only emerging close to noon the next day. No one knew what they talked about. However, Diggory and the others were not interested in knowing. Patrick and Ophelia were constantly mocking each other, while Diggory, still weak, spent the day lying in bed sleeping. However, he was actually receiving his task rewards in the system space. The spells, Fragmentation Curse, Armor Curse, and Stun Curse were all upgraded to non-verbal casting. He also felt the benefits of the 10 points in spell comprehension. However, Diggory did not expect that this 10-point increase in spell comprehension would not bring him as much benefit as he imagined. On the contrary, it felt like doing problems. If previously he had no thoughts at all, now he had a vague sense. Although it was there, it was of no help. Therefore, Diggory had another argument with Big Orange, reasoning that he believed the system was deceiving his feelings and trampling on his dignity as a host. However, Big Orange responded lightly, saying, "Rome wasn't built in a day. Don't expect to become a big fat guy in one bite." Diggory was certainly not satisfied with this response, and just as he was about to voice his complaints, Big Orange made a cute gesture, putting a paw to its mouth and giving a meow. Then, without saying anything else, it turned and left, casually swatting Diggory's consciousness out of the system space. Today and yesterday received a lot of support, so here is an additional 1,000 words as thanks. By the way, the Albanian Forest segment is finished. The next part is the Academy segment. 10 days later, Dumbledore finally returned to Hogsmeade with Diggory and the others. "Oh, Hogsmeade, my dear little town, your Lord Grantham has returned." After traveling tirelessly for 10 days and suppressing his nature, Patrick stood at the town's entrance, arms open to the sky, cheering. Ophelia also removed her headscarf and turned to Dumbledore, asking, "Professor, why didn't we use Apparition or the Flynn Network to come back, instead of using Muggle transportation?" Dumbledore pointed to the still unwell Diggory beside him and said, "Cedric hasn't recovered from the side effects yet. Both Apparition and the Flynn Network are spatial spells, and his body might suffer secondary damage." Diggory gave Ophelia an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, this time it's my fault. I really wasted your time. If possible, I'd like to compensate you for your time in other ways." After saying that, Diggory raised an eyebrow at Ophelia. Ophelia rolled her eyes and thought, "Even though I have no evidence, I still suspect you're flirting with me." Diggory smiled wryly and raised his hands to prove his innocence, saying, I'm not that kind of person. I might have used the wrong words, but I won't next time. Hee hee. Patrick walked over from the front with a mischievous grin and said, "You don't need to raise your hands to prove your innocence, because usually when you do, it's already over." Diggory looked at Patrick speechlessly, unsure of what to say. Was this a moral decline or a mutiny? Before he had time to think about these questions, Dumbledore suddenly addressed Diggory and the others, saying, "Today is the weekend, and there are no classes at school. Although you're first-year students, in terms of strength," Dumbledore calculated in his mind, "your strength is at least that of 4th to 6th-year students." At this moment, Patrick suddenly interjected, "Professor, that strength must be Cedric in 6th year, me in 5th year, and Ophelia in 4th year, right?" Ever since losing to Ophelia in the Albanian forest last time, Patrick had been brooding over it. In his view, Ophelia was able to defeat him solely because of that potion Diggory gave her. If it hadn't been for that potion, or if he had one too, he definitely wouldn't have lost. On the way back, Patrick had been pestering Diggory, trying to get a few bottles of potions from him. However, Diggory consistently refused, making excuses that he had none, and he didn't even show Patrick a glimpse of the potions. This left Patrick feeling upset all the way back, and even more unwilling to accept the outcome of that duel. Therefore, he asked this question again, hoping to hear something he wanted from Dumbledore. However, old Dumbledore just shot him a glance and ignored him, directly saying to Diggory and Ophelia, "Originally, first-year students like you are not allowed to come out on weekends, but because of your strength, I think I can make an exception. I will head back to Hogwarts now. You can play outside until 7 o'clock in the evening, but you must return to school by then. You know, if I have to come out to look for you later, there will be consequences." As soon as Diggory and the others heard they could have some fun, they immediately nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly. It was just about returning to school on time. No problem at all. Seeing Diggory and the others obediently nodding, Dumbledore prepared to leave. But just as he turned around, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Diggory, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot, Cedric, because of your previous fainting incident. I informed your parents, so they are here now at the Leaky Cauldron. You need to go see them." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he left. Diggory thought for a moment and decided to go meet his adoptive parents first. Perhaps influenced by the original soul of Diggory, his attitude toward his father and mother felt somewhat like that of a rebellious child. It couldn't be said that he relied on them, but it wouldn't be right to say he didn't either, as deep down he had a strange, inseparable affection for his parents. Therefore, Diggory decided not to overthink it. After all, they were the ones who gave him this body, so calling them mom and dad wasn't too much. I'm going to check on my parents first. Are you coming with me?" Diggory asked Patrick and the others. Ophelia shook her head directly. "No, I feel a bit strange meeting your parents like this. I'm going to go shopping instead." Digioli felt a chill in his heart. Is the love of women for shopping something that starts from a young age? Or is it something ingrained in their bones, written into their genes? It felt oddly terrifying. On the other hand, Patrick had it simple. He would absolutely not go where Ophelia was going. So, he followed Digioli to meet his parents. But for some reason, Digioli felt it was a bit strange to be bringing a guy to meet his parents. The Pig's Head Bar served both as a bar and a small inn. It was also easy to find. You just had to turn into a small road next to the post office on Central Avenue. And the little bar at the corner was right there. A shabby wooden sign hung from a rusty bracket at the door, depicting a severed pig's head, with blood seeping through the white cloth that wrapped it. Diggory pushed open the door, and a cacophony of voices immediately hit him. "Hey, did you know? This morning, that man was kicked out by his wife again. Not a shred of dignity left." "What? What I heard is different from what you just said. I heard that the guy was already kicked out by his wife last night, and this morning he wanted to go back to bed, but his wife was still angry. So he got kicked out again. Sigh, how can his wife be like this? She completely disregards us men. Exactly, she doesn't even give her husband a bit of face. But do you guys know what exactly that man did to anger his wife? I heard it was because he went out to find a mistress behind his wife's back yesterday afternoon and accidentally got caught. So that's how it turned out? I heard it was because he was hiding a stash of money that his wife discovered, which got him kicked out. Another theory is that his wife always waits for their son to come home, but ends up taking it out on her husband." Patrick turned to Diggory and asked, "Those people aren't talking about your dad, are they?" Diggory himself didn't know, as he had no impression of his parents at the moment, and could only recall his family situation from movies and books from his past life. However, after racking his brain, he could only remember two things. One was that Diggory's family wasn't very wealthy, probably just a bit better off than Ron's family. The second point was that the family environment should be decent, as they managed to raise a person with good character like Cedric Diggory in the original work. So the parents couldn't be bad. Although only Diggory's father appeared in the book and the movie, There were no signs of domestic violence on his face. So now, Diggory felt that those people were probably not talking about his parents. Diggory walked up to the counter and asked the bartender, "Hello? Could you please tell me which room Amos Diggory and his wife are staying in?" The young bartender looked up and said, "I'm sorry, kid, but could you tell me who you were first? We need to protect our customers' privacy to some extent." "Oh, I'm their son." Diggory scratched his head and said, "For today's extra update." Finally, "Good night, everyone." Diagoly's voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, the bar suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on Diagoly, hot enough to feel as if it could burn holes in him. This kind of attention made Patrick, who was just standing there, a bit uneasy. He couldn't help but touch his nose to hide his discomfort. The bartender's expression was even more exaggerated, as if a person in a post-apocalyptic world had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Looking at Diagoly, his eyes were shining, his mouth forming an O shape, and he kept making ah sounds. The bartender's appearance was so dramatic that anyone who didn't know might think he had suffered stroke, which also startled Diagoly. He pointed to the stairs nearby and said to Diagoly, "Just take these stairs, go straight up, and the room at the end of the corridor on the right is the one." Diggo nodded and directly took Patrick upstairs. He had an ominous feeling that the group of people might be talking about his parents. In his previous life, he only knew what his father looked like, but he had no idea about his mother. Sure enough, when Diggo's gaze reached the second-floor corridor, he saw a man sitting at the end of the corridor, looking disheveled. This man had the same dark brown hair as him, wore glasses, and his now plump figure made it hard for anyone to see the handsome young man he once was. The image matched his memory, and Diggo confirmed that this was his cheap old dad. At that moment, Amos was staring blankly at the door in front of him, not even noticing when Diggo and Patrick came to his side. "Father." Diggo squatted down and patted Amos's shoulder. Amos, as if waking from a dream, looked up at Diggo, his gaze slowly focusing. When he saw his son standing in front of him, the man excitedly stood up, his hands touching Diggo all over. "Oh, my son, are you okay? Professor Dumbledore wrote to say you fainted in the Albanian forest. Do you know how worried your mother and I were when we read the letter? Why are you so careless? Don't wander off when you're following the professor." Diggoly felt the hands that had touched various parts of him, and his face turned red. He tightly grasped Amos's hands and said, "Father, don't worry. I'm back safe and sound. Everything is fine." Seeing Amos's red and teary eyes, Diggoly felt a warm current flowing into his heart. Thank heaven, no matter which world he was in, he had a father who cared for him. Once Amos collected himself, Diggoly asked, "Father, why are you outside? It's autumn now, let's go inside." At that moment, Amos's expression suddenly became strange. He shook his head and said, "Well, I won't go in just yet. I just woke up early this morning and was about to take a walk. You go in first. Your mother is very worried about you. She hasn't slept well since the day she received the letter. So when you go in, remember to say some nice things to cheer her up first. Remember, you must make your mother happy. That's the key." After saying that, Amos winked at Diggoly. Diggory understood the look. He had seen it before. In his past life, when his father had angered his mother and hoped he would speak well of him, he had used that same expression. However, Diggory didn't rush in. Instead, he introduced Patrick to Amos. "Father, let me introduce you to my good friend from Hogwarts, Patrick." "Hello, Uncle." Patrick greeted politely, showing no hint of irreverence. It must be said that when Patrick was serious, he was quite the handsome young man, on par with Diggory. Amos saw his son making friends at school and smiled with delight. "All right, let's go into the room to relax and have a glass of milk. You can also help me divert some of the fire. What I mean is..." Before Amos could finish his sentence, Patrick flicked his hair back, gave him an understanding smile, and said, "Uncle, I understand. When my dad and mom had a fight back in the day, he always asked me to draw the fire away. When he asked me to do that, I would usually bring along a cousin or something." "I get it." Amos's smile became a bit awkward for a moment, but then he laughed even more joyfully, as if he had found his comrades. "All right, I'll head out now. Is half an hour enough?" Diggory twirled his fingers and said, "Dad, this issue doesn't seem to depend on us, does it? How long it will take shouldn't depend on how big a mess you made." Amos smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Digger felt a bad premonition when he saw his father like this. Could it be that, Dad, you were hungover and didn't come home last night? No way, Dad. You're not the kind of person who can't control your drinking. Or is it really like those people down below said, that you went out to find? No, Dad, your salary is all managed by Mom. You don't have that kind of money. Digger then looked at Amos and said, "Dad, did you really hide some secret stash of money? How much did you hide? Share some with me." "Oh, how is that possible?" Amos shook his head helplessly, unable to stand his son's current antics. My salary at the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures in the Ministry of Magic is just that little. Your mom keeps track of it. I would like to hide some, but I need the opportunity to do so. And your mom has never given me that chance. I used to think that even if I didn't have the opportunity, I should create one, but it all failed. Your mom was just waiting there for me to fall into her traps. Now, even if there's an opportunity, I don't dare to take it. I'm scared of your mom's traps. I can't even get angry. If I do, your mom ignores me and makes me spend a night alone. Now I don't even dare to speak loudly to her, afraid that she might leave me and not want me anymore. Diggory twirled his fingers and sighed for his dad. This wave of strictness from his wife was indeed confirmed, and it was thoroughly confirmed. This dog food was more than enough. Was she worried that I didn't have a filling breakfast and was afraid I'd go hungry? Since it's not about hiding a stash of money, what exactly did you do, Dad, to get Mom to kick you out? Diggory asked. Actually, Amos felt quite embarrassed. He didn't even want to say it in front of his son and his friend. Uncle, if you don't say it, it's hard for us to help you, Patrick said. So fine, I'll tell you. Amos whispered to Diggory. Actually, last night, your mom and I went out for dinner, and at the table next to us, there were two men. One of them asked the other what things women think are great, but we men find unnecessary. Diego immediately knew that his dad must have said something he shouldn't have. But that was someone else's conversation. Why did he have to butt in? Dad, what did you say? Just confess. Amos sighed and said at that moment, I just blurted it out without thinking, and now all I feel is regret. Another guy was trying to figure out what was going on, and then the guy who had asked the question suddenly asked me, and I just casually said, What did you say? Seeing his dad's hesitant demeanor, Diego couldn't help but ask, Getting dressed. Diego gasped at the answer. Amazing. Patrick also widened his eyes at Amos, shocked by the creativity of his best friend's father and admiring Amos's boldness. He really dared to say that. However, he could also see that Amos was all talk and no action. Otherwise, with his restless heart, he would have become just like his father a long time ago. Diego furrowed his brow, feeling a severe headache. He turned to Patrick and asked, How do you usually advise your family when they encounter such situations? Patrick brushed his hair and recalled, It seems I don't really need to persuade much. I just say a couple of nice things. Once I mention that my mom's anger has subsided a bit, she's willing to let my dad back into the room, and then my dad can handle it himself. You really think my dad needs my help? He is quite capable on his own. At his level, he's a king, maxed out on experience. He says he's second in picking up girls, and absolutely no one dares to claim they're first. Back then, as long as my mom was willing to let him into the room, I could go out, and within half an hour at most, my dad would have won her over. After that, they would come out all sweet and lovey-dovey. Diggory turned to Amos, raised his chin, and nodded. Dad, are you okay? Amos shrugged. If I were okay, would I need to be locked outside all night? Diego felt helpless. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it was indeed impossible for his honest father to suddenly possess the charm of a womanizer. At that moment, Patrick started tugging at his hair in thought and said to Diego, You go in first. I'll figure things out with Uncle here. But we need to agree on a story first. Uncle was kicked out for the night, and didn't he go anywhere, just slept here at the door. He was woken up in the middle of the night from the cold, but didn't he knock, because he was afraid of waking your mom. He waited until morning, thinking your mom would have calmed down before trying to come in. And because he slept outside all night, he caught a cold, and now he's sick. Huh? Amos looked a bit troubled. But I'm not sick. Patrick said seriously. Well, from now on, you are sick. Amos felt quite troubled upon hearing this. You don't understand. If my wife finds out I've lied to her, the consequences will be terrible. Patrick shook his head, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, and said, Actually, I never intended for you to lie to your wife. Just a cold. It's easy to handle. It just depends on whether you're willing. Amos nodded. As long as it keeps my wife from being mad at me, a cold is no problem. Patrick smiled reassuringly, flicked his hair, and said to Diego, You go in first. I'll take Uncle to handle this. We'll be back in at most 5 minutes. If your mom is still mad by then, you must open the door for us. Diggory nodded, and then Patrick took Amos away, leaving him alone in the corridor. Looking at the doorknob in front of him, Diggory hesitated. He didn't know what kind of person his mother was, what she looked like, what her personality was like, what clothes she liked to wear, or what food she enjoyed. What would he do if she was very warm towards him, her son who was no longer her son? And what if she was very indifferent? Diggory nervously twisted his fingers. His palms were sweaty. But at that moment, the doorknob in front of him suddenly clicked. The door was open from the inside, and before he could see anyone, Diggory had already caught a faint scent of lavender. Cedric, is that you? Diggo stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Her amber eyes, light golden shoulder-length hair, deep features, slightly thin lips. and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, caused by the passage of time. She looked somewhat shrewd, sharp, and strong. This face was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Diego felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart and involuntarily spoke, "Mom, I'm back." The woman lowered her head and looked at the boy who had just reached her waist, her gaze lingering on him for a long time. For her, it had only been a few seconds since she opened the door, but it felt like a long time had passed. Long enough to remind her of more than a month ago when she reluctantly saw the boy off at the train station. Diggory looked at his mother's increasingly tearful eyes, feeling at a loss. Although he was familiar with this body, it was the first time he met this mother in front of him. But before he could utter any clumsy words of comfort, he was suddenly pulled into her embrace by his mother. At that moment, the woman was crying with tears streaming down her face. "You little rascal, following Professor Dumbledore to such a faraway place without even writing a letter to your mom. Do you know how worried I was? It's one thing to be out fooling around, and I wouldn't blame you for not writing, but you need to take care of yourself in that dangerous jungle. Whether you're in trouble or not, you should stay behind Professor Dumbledore. Why are you running around everywhere when there's nothing wrong? You had to make yourself unconscious, scaring me to death. Have you lost your conscience? Come on, let me see how you are." Diggory's mother first felt around his body with both hands, and after confirming he wasn't missing any limbs, she cradled his little head and examined him closely. Diggory said with difficulty, "Pouting, Mom. I'm fine. The professor has cured me. Look, I'm bouncing around now." Dimu glared at Diggory with a hint of annoyance. "How come you're fine? Look at you, you've lost weight. You must not have eaten well or slept well over there. That place is so dangerous. You must have been on edge every day." "Mom, it's actually not that bad." Diggory couldn't stand Dimu's nagging and tried hard to break free from her control. "The professor took good care of us. Although there were some setbacks this time, I also gained valuable growth." After saying this, Dimu finally let go of Diggory, took his hand, and led him into the room. She poured him a glass of water, had him sit beside her, and then suddenly asked, "Is that girl pretty?" Diggory, holding the cup of water, was taken aback. "Girl? Which girl?" Demi had a kind, motherly smile on her face. Professor Dumbledore mentioned in his letter that there are a total of 3 children going with him on this trip, including you, and one of them is a girl. Diggory carefully took a sip of water, struggling to keep up with his mother's leaps in thought. Just a moment ago, she was concerned about his health, and then suddenly she turned around and started asking about his emotional issues. The most crucial part was that he didn't even know how to respond. Diggory secretly glanced at his mother's expression and found that her face was quite ordinary, with no particular emotion, just looking at him normally. Seeing this situation, Diggory shivered. Something was off. When a woman is asking you about gossip, but shows no excitement in her eyes, it means that what she is asking doesn't matter, but your answer does. Diggory awkwardly smiled and suddenly thought of changing the subject. "Hey, Mom, why did I see Dad outside the door when I came here? Isn't he sleeping in the room?" Sure enough, as soon as this topic was brought up, Dee's mother-esque expression turned cold, and her mood suddenly changed. "Did you not ask him what was going on when you saw him at the door?" Diggory touched his nose and said, "Honestly, Dad said it was because he said the wrong thing at that time, which made you angry. Did Dimu just say one wrong sentence with a slap on the bedboard?" Diggory was taken aback and cautiously asked, "Are there a few more lines?" Dimu let out a cold laugh. "Humph, didn't he tell you that he had a great time chatting with those people, and after a few drinks, he just let himself go?" Dij Luton was instantly silent. His father had completely let loose, and he dared not say anything. He had just managed to shift the topic, and if he accidentally let his mother steer the conversation back, it would be trouble for him again. So he quietly listened, said nothing, and just played the role of a listener. At that moment, someone asked him, with a bit of money in hand, whether he should first buy a flashy flying broom or buy a place to build a house and get married. "Do you know what your father said?" Diggory honestly shook his head. "Your dad actually said that if you first meet a noble person, you should buy a flying broom for convenience at work. If you first meet a good girl, you should buy a house for an easy marriage. At this point, I also feel there's nothing wrong with it. After all, it makes some sense." Diggory also nodded, saying that this statement is indeed reasonable. "But do you know what your dad said next?" He actually said that if he meets a rich woman, then he should buy a car and a house. Diggo covered his mouth with his hand to keep from laughing out loud. And this wasn't over yet. Dee's mother continued. Diggory's eyes widened. "Is there still a follow-up scene?" "Those people asked your dad again, why do girls take care of their skin? Some said it's for good skin and maintenance. Some said it's to look vibrant. But when it was your dad's turn, he actually said." DG leaned forward slightly. "What exactly did my dad say?" "Mom, just hurry up and tell me." "He actually said it was for the good feel." Diggory was taken aback again. Then he let out a sharp gasp. This is truly a way to die, a terrible death. However, just as Diggory was lamenting, he suddenly felt the piercing gaze of his mother, filled with murderous intent, stabbing into his face. Demise stared at Gully and said word by word, "Cedric, how can an 11-year-old child like you understand something that only adults can comprehend?" Gully was sitting on the edge of the bed, and suddenly he didn't know why. The mattress that had just felt soft and comfortable was now uncomfortable no matter how he sat on it. Demise's gaze became increasingly pressing, and DG's heart raced with anxiety. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek, and his mind began to race, desperately trying to come up with a plausible excuse. However, before Digu could think of a reason, Demise suddenly brought the previous topic back up and added, "You still haven't told me. Do you think that girl on your team is pretty?" At this point, Digu was completely flustered. The corners of his eyes began to twitch uncontrollably. Should he tell the truth or not? After all, a mother knows her child best. Demise saw Gully like this and immediately thought of something bad. She said, "Are you in a crush?" "No, I'm not." Diggory feels a bit wronged. Does he have a crush? No, he actually wants to, but unfortunately, Ophelia doesn't pay any attention to him. Dee's mother squinted at him, her gaze seeming to hide needles, making Gully too afraid to make eye contact with his mom. No, Dee's mother was skeptical of what Gully said. Then why did Professor Dumbledore clearly write in his letter to us that you're always being attentive to that girl? What the heck? After all this time, it turns out that old Dumbledore was tipping off my mom and falsely accusing me of having a crush. Old Dumbledore. So this is the kind of person you are? DG subconsciously twirled his fingers, organized his thoughts, and explained, "Mom, let me explain this. I actually didn't have a crush early on." Demise crossed her arms and took a stool to sit in front of Gully, waiting for him to explain. "I just wanted to chase after her, but I couldn't catch up," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, Gully suddenly felt the air pressure in the room drop sharply. He hurriedly looked up and saw his mother's furious face, grimacing as she shouted, "You're going to get yourself killed. Chasing after someone you can't catch, just like your dad. And you're embarrassing me." Demise was talking while searching around the room, trying to find something suitable to give Gully a lesson in love. At this point, Gully was completely panicked. He had no experience with this scene. In his past life, when he needed to take action at home, it was always his dad who handled it, and he would just run away, straight to his mom. But now, it was his mom who was taking action, and his dad was not around. He was also trying to escape, but he didn't know where to go, only able to circle around the table. Just then, as if summoned, there was a knock at the door. The sound was like a morning bell or evening drum, stopping the two people in the room in their tracks. "Honey, open the door. Cedric's friend is here to see him." Gully heard his father's voice and let out a sigh of relief. The timing couldn't be more perfect. His dad was his lifeline. Diggory hurried to the door to let his straw dad in. When Amos and Patrick walked in, Diggory was taken aback. "Dad, it looks like your cold is quite serious." He saw that Amos had a red nose, was dripping with mucus, appeared dazed, was breathing a bit rapidly, and looked very pale. Gully's eyes twitched. Was this all an act? Was his father really such a good actor? Patrick followed Amos in and exchanged a subtle glance with Gully. He initially wanted to greet Dee's mother as well, but when he raised his hand, he found that she had no time to look at him, so he could only reluctantly lower his hand. Seeing her husband like this, Dee's mother felt both heartbroken and angry, and she exclaimed with her brows furrowed, "You deadbeat. You disappear for a whole night, and when you finally show up, you look like this. Where have you been messing around?" Amos shrank his neck as if frightened, stammering, "Dear, I wasn't messing around. I sat at the door all night. Just now I saw some beautiful flowers blooming outside, so I thought I'd pick some for you." With that, Amos revealed the hand he had been hiding behind his back, which held a bouquet of vibrant roses in red, pink, and white. "I was thinking I couldn't accompany you to celebrate our 15-year anniversary because of work, and I made you angry yesterday, so I wanted to make it up to you. Then I saw someone selling flowers outside, so I thought I'd buy this bouquet of tricolored roses for you to commemorate our beautiful love." After saying this, Amos looked at Dee's mother with deep affection, as if they had returned to the moment they first met. The deep feelings in that glance 15 years ago had never changed. For the continued support of Kuao and Tender, two kids stood outside the door. Patrick rubbed his extremely hungry belly and said to Gully beside him, "Look, your parents still treat us like kids. They have to kick us out before doing anything, really thinking we know nothing." Just moments ago, after Amos skillfully recited the words Patrick had taught him, Dee's mother inevitably fell under the charm of those tender words. The relationship between the two began to heat up at a visibly rapid pace, transforming from an initial standoff into a sticky, affectionate exchange. Then, both of them began to feel overwhelmed with emotions, lost their rationality, and eventually Goalie and Patrick were kicked out. Before they left, Patrick didn't manage to say a word, but thankfully, it didn't matter much. The two inside didn't care about that either, as they were currently very busy and had no time to pay attention to whether they had greeted the kids. Let's go find something to eat, Patrick suggested. They were both kids, naturally getting hungry quickly, especially since it was already lunchtime. They were both starving. Diggory thought for a moment and said, "There's no need for that. Let's just order something at the Pig's Head pub downstairs and call it a day. You can order here first, and I'll go to find Ophelia to come back for dinner." Patrick reached out and grabbed Diggory, who was about to walk out, his eyes sparkling and a knowing smile on his face that all men understand. "Order what? Find who?" "The professor gave us half a day off, and I have other plans for this rare holiday." Diggory frowned and said, "We have to go back at 7 this afternoon, so don't cause any trouble." Despite saying this, he still followed Patrick out. "We can't go too far. My parents will definitely look for me after they're done. Don't worry, it will be quick." As they spoke, the two of them exited the bar, and Patrick bluntly remarked, "For a first-timer like you, getting 5 minutes is already a rare occurrence." If Diggory didn't understand this, then the experienced soul within him would have been wasted. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, it's still broad daylight. Although he said this, he continued to walk firmly behind Patrick, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Under Patrick's lead, they first entered an alley and then kept going deeper. They turned left, walked for a while, then turned right, and continued deeper until they encountered another fork and turned right again. After walking some distance, they finally stopped in front of an ornately decorated door, having reached the deepest part of the town. The houses on both sides of the alley were so tall that even the midday sun couldn't shine through. Diagonally stared at the magnificent gate in front of him, swallowing hard in a daze. Was he really about to say goodbye to this body's precious first time? Patrick flirtatiously tossed his hair and chuckled. "I promised you in the forest that I would take you to experience this when the opportunity arose. Although this place isn't as upscale as that high-end club, it's still pretty decent." He hooked his arm around Diagonally's shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Don't worry, their skills are great. I've tried it." They had already reached the door, and it seemed that even if he wanted to leave now, he couldn't move his legs. Diagonally's breathing grew heavier. "Then let's knock on the door." After saying this, both of them unintentionally revealed a serious smile. But just as Patrick was about to reach out to knock, a mocking scoff suddenly came from behind them. "Humph." As expected, not a single good man among them. Both of them were taken aback, their smiles frozen on their faces. Diggory felt something was off. This voice sounded a bit familiar. Diggo turned around and saw the person behind him, instantly dumbfounded. "Ophelia, what are you doing here? This situation is really enough. On my side, there are two underage 11-year-old kids wanting to do something that adult men like to do. And before they even got to carry it out, they got caught. And it was by the person I like. Is there anything more klitsch than this?" Diggory felt very anxious and helpless right now. What should he do? If he said he came here to shop with Patrick, would Ophelia believe him? Has anyone ever seen two men walking around with their arms around each other's shoulders? Ophelia didn't answer his question, but countered with, "Then how did you end up here?" Diggory swallowed hard and said that the two of us came here to shop, then got lost, and ended up here. And now I want to knock on the door to ask for directions. Do you believe that? Ophelia looked at Diggory with a half-smile. "Guess whether I believe it or not." Diggory smiled awkwardly, as if to say, "Do I even need to guess? Your expression says it all. You don't believe it." At that moment, Patrick suddenly spoke up. "You asked us why we are here, but why are you here?" Ophelia shot a glance at Patrick. "I didn't ask you, so don't speak." After that, she fixed her gaze on Diggory. Under the intense scrutiny of the other party's eyes, Diggory unconsciously shifted his gaze to the side and said, "I admit, the two of us came here with no good intentions. But fortunately, you showed up just in time, allowing us to pull back from the brink." "Oomph." Ophelia crossed her arms and snorted twice. "Men really are no good." Diggory awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers. "I admit that my thoughts have gone astray, disappointing the organization that trained me and letting you down. I will reflect on this and conduct a thorough self-examination. So let's head back first." After finishing speaking, Diggory suddenly realized that he had come out to find Ophelia to go back for dinner. Well, actually, another reason for coming out was to find you to go back for lunch. "Let's go back now." "Wait." Patrick suddenly spoke up. He walked over, placed his right hand on Diggory's shoulder, looked at Ophelia with a hint of a teasing smile on his lips. "You still haven't answered my question. How come you're here too? In this alley, besides that club behind us, there aren't any other residences or shops. Think of an answer and then tell us." Ophelia glanced at Patrick without any expression, then ignored him and turned to Diggory, asking, "Do you want to know too?" At this moment, Diggory couldn't help but understand why Patrick was asking this question. There were no other businesses here besides the club behind them, and Ophelia just happened to appear here. Diggory wanted to know, but he didn't want to say it, because he hoped he could believe Ophelia without reservation. He wanted to say, "I believe you." However, at that moment, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Ophelia saw the evasive look in Diggory's eyes and his hesitation, and a certain sparkle in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a self-mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. "All right, then I'll take you to see why I'm here." After saying this, Ophelia turned and left, not caring whether the two behind her were following. She simply kept her head down and led the way. Diggory silently followed Ophelia. Her voice, just now, was different from when they were on the way to Hogsmeade. Diggo could hear it. On the way here, she no longer spoke to herself as she had before. Instead, she started talking to herself, and for some unknown reason, her voice became a bit gentler. But now, that gentleness was gone, replaced by a sense of detachment and indifference. It was as if they had transformed from friends into strangers. This was the most terrifying part. When two people go from being friends to strangers, it becomes even stranger than being mere strangers. The journey was silent, with only Patrick, unaware of the unspoken thoughts between the two, rambling on about random things. However, gradually, as the three continued deeper into the alley, the buildings on both sides began to change, slowly transforming from high walls and large courtyards to flat-roofed houses, which then became old and dilapidated. The surrounding environment was also quite unsightly, with sewage flowing everywhere, various animal or human waste, and the air filled with a complex mix of odors. All of this was indicating to Diggo and Patrick that they had arrived in the impoverished area of Hogsmeade. Patrick glanced at Ophelia, who was walking ahead, and turned to Diggo, saying, "What is she bringing us here for? She doesn't expect us to help with poverty alleviation, does she? I'm not interested in that. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to spend the money in my pocket at the club? Or to buy the latest flying broom? Even buying some nice treats for my pet would be more meaningful than doing charity work." Diggory turned to look at Patrick, who was speaking incessantly, furrowing his brows, feeling that this good friend in front of him seemed very unfamiliar at this moment. "Do you think it's meaningless to use your money to help those in need?" Patrick's words came to an abrupt halt as he noticed that Diggory's gaze towards him seemed indifferent, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be disdainful and contemptuous. Did he say something wrong? Patrick brushed his hair back, but before he could explain, Ophelia in front of them stopped in front of a dilapidated low house, turned around to the two behind her, more specifically looking at Diggory, and said, "Don't you want to know why I'm here? Come in with me, and you'll find out." Diggory looked around and found that this was the dirtiest place in the entire slum. The house was located at the lowest point of the slum, right next to the end of a stinking ditch, which was an uncovered pit filled with murky sewage mixed with various garbage, emitting a nauseating odor. Behind him, Patrick tugged at Diggory, pinching his nose and shaking his head at him, signaling to leave quickly. He certainly didn't want to stay here any longer. In front of them, Ophelia watched their actions, turning her head with a hint of self-mockery and sadness in her eyes. Ever since that incident, she had no friends growing up, and for some reasons, no one was willing to approach her. Therefore, Diggory and Patrick could be considered the first two boys her age who got close to her. Especially Diggory, whose feelings for her were quite obvious and straightforward. As a girl who matured earlier than boys, she could clearly see the meaning behind all of Diggory's actions. Of course, throughout the process, Diggory didn't intend to hide his thoughts. He just hadn't voiced them yet. Ophelia understood that Diggory liked her, but knowing this made her hesitant to accept his feelings. She knew that the people who brought disaster to her once happy family had not yet let go of her and her grandmother. If it weren't for her entering Hogwarts and her grandmother moving to this Hogsmeade town, receiving protection from Professor Dumbledore, she and her grandmother might have been lost long ago. Moreover, Ophelia wasn't sure if Diggory would still like her the same way once he learned the truth about her family. And the most important point was that her grandmother had told her that no man was a good thing. Deep down, they harbored far more desires than women. When these things were unleashed, they could no longer distinguish between human and ghost. Ophelia agreed with this, because she had seen those people driven mad by their inner desires, to the point of tearing their happy families apart. Therefore, Ophelia had always been wary of all men since childhood, including Diggory now. One could say that in the entire world, there were only two people who could make Ophelia lower her guard. One was her grandmother. The other was Professor Dumbledore. Although Professor Dumbledore was a man, he was the only one who selflessly extended a helping hand when they needed it and had the ability to protect both her and her grandmother. Seeing the hidden emotions in Ophelia's eyes, Diggory felt a pang of pain and immense guilt for his hesitation. He stepped forward and stood behind Ophelia, saying, "I'll go with you, wherever you want." Ophelia lifted her cold gaze and asked Diggory, "Don't you think it's dirty here?" Diego looked at her with deep regret and softly said, "Wherever you mentioned, I'll go." "No need, you're overthinking it." After saying this, Ophelia walked straight into the shabby and dirty little bungalow. Diggory followed closely behind as they entered. As soon as he stepped inside, he was overwhelmed by the cramped and oppressive space, and the inadequate lighting made it difficult to see, even though it was midday outside. Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out in front of them. "Ophelia, you brought someone back? Didn't you just leave not long ago?" A hunched figure emerged from within, walking unsteadily and swaying slightly. Due to the poor lighting, Diggory couldn't make out the person's features. Ophelia hurried forward to support the old woman, helping her walk towards Diggory. With a bit of light behind them, he finally got a clear look at the old woman's face. At that moment, Diggory's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped. The woman, supported by Ophelia, was a small, elderly figure with white hair. But that wasn't what shocked Diggory. The real reason was the numerous intersecting scars that marred the old woman's face. It looked as if someone had carelessly drawn with a sharp blade across her skin, leaving a chilling and distressing impression. And it didn't stop there. One of the old woman's eye sockets was empty, surrounded by scars, as if someone had forcibly gouged out her eye while it was still in the socket. Diggory suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind, took a deep breath, bent down, and greeted the elderly man in front of him. "Hello, sir, I'm a classmate of Ophelia. My name is Cedric Diggory. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't bring a gift, but I'll make it up to you next time I come." The old man didn't say anything, but silently took a small step forward with his right foot, positioning himself in front of Ophelia, and looked at her, signaling her to explain. "What identity does Diggory have? What is her name? And does she bring gifts?" She doesn't care about any of that. What she cares about is the relationship between Ophelia and this boy. Ophelia lowered her head and gently bit her lip, her eyes showing a moment of conflict. When she looked up again, the conflict had turned into determination. She has made a new decision in her heart about her relationship with Diggory. Hogwarts will likely hold the Triwizard Tournament again after the semester, and I, along with him and another person, will be part of the participating team. Diggory's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this. He knew that his relationship with Ophelia had returned to what it was before. The old woman looked into Ophelia's eyes, listened to her finish speaking, and finally nodded, saying, "You've mentioned the Triad Championship to me. So this child is one of your two teammates?" "Yes," Ophelia nodded. "Oh, I see." The old woman sighed in relief and said to Diggory, "You're going back to school for lunch together, right? I don't have anything to offer you here, so I won't keep you." Upon hearing this, Diggory suddenly had an idea. "I can cook. If it's okay, I can make you all lunch." Diggory felt that this was an opportunity, a chance to ease the current deadlock between him and Ophelia. Opposite him, Ophelia did not refuse, but she also did not agree. She glanced at Diggory, lowered her head, unsure of how to respond. A voice inside her kept telling her to agree quickly. This boy did not seem like someone who would play with a girl's feelings. But at the same time, another voice was saying that this boy was not a good person, as he had followed Patrick to the club and had hesitated outside, just now, not wanting to come in. Such a person is not a good person and does not deserve you. Ophelia's grandmother noticed her granddaughter's indecision, and her expression suddenly turned cold. But it was just for a moment. Her expression returned to normal, though her eyes remained icy. The old lady said to Diggory, "Child, you should go back to school for now. I want to have a chat with my granddaughter, so I hope you can leave." This was a dismissal, which Diggory could not refuse. He could only nod and leave with Patrick, who was still covering his nose and reluctant to come in. After Diggory and Patrick walked far away, the grandmother closed the door, and the low house was filled with darkness again, her one eye flickering with a ghostly light. "Let us be clear. What is your relationship with this boy, and what position does he hold in your heart?" Ophelia stammered, always unable to articulate. She seemed afraid of her grandmother. Seeing her granddaughter's timid appearance, the old lady's one eye no longer flickered with ghostly light, but began to show signs of heartache. "How many times have I told you? Men are not good things. They only have their own selfish motives for being with you. Either they are after your beauty, or they want to use you to achieve their own hidden agendas. In short, none will truly care for you." Ophelia thought about how Diggory had taken care of her in the Albanian forest, how he had confronted Leonardo, who was several years older and stronger than him. Out of jealousy, even when one of his hands was injured and he had difficulty moving, he still cooked for her. When facing the Raven, he protected her behind him and went alone to confront that cold-blooded killer. Although he could be cowardly at times, he always stood up when she needed him. He shouldn't be that kind of person, Ophelia quietly rebutted. How can you judge that he is not that kind of person? Ophelia's grandmother said, with deep sorrow, speaking each word slowly. In our May family, anything can happen, but true love is something we can only hope for, but cannot attain. I also hope you can find that boy who will wholeheartedly protect you. But the hope is too small. Just because of our May family's beauty, it is both a gift and a curse from the gods. It curses us to find true love. When she spoke of her sorrow, tears rolled down the grandmother's scarred face. You know why my face has become like this? It's to rid myself of those who want to harm us. I destroyed my own beauty. The old lady spoke with tears, and Ophelia was also in tears. How could she forget her grandmother's suffering? After her grandfather and father died, those people took advantage of their unawareness to secretly abduct her sister. What a vile face they had, using her to threaten her grandmother, wanting to possess her grandmother, who was once stunningly beautiful. In the end, her grandmother had no choice but to destroy her appearance to protect both of them. She remembered all of this and dared not forget. The grandmother stared intently at Ophelia with her only eye and said, "Child, remember, beauty is your strongest weapon. You can only use your beauty to control that boy, but you must never give your heart away. Because men are not worth it. You must be strong. What men can do, you can do too. We do not need to rely on them to live." Ophelia sadly nodded. Men are all big pigs. I will be careful in the future. In the alley of the slums, two big pigs were walking back. The one on the left, named Patrick, asked the other big pig, "Cedric, are we going straight back to Pighead Bar to find your parents? Or are we going back to the club to have some fun before leaving?" Diggory did not respond, but turned to Patrick and let out a cold snort. Humph. No wonder Ophelia always says there isn't a good man out there. It's because of people like you that ruin someone like me. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief. What? I ruined you? Do you even need me to ruin you? If you have the guts, say it again with a clear conscience. Diggory felt angry as soon as he heard it. He reached for his conscience with his right hand, hoping to touch it and speak out, but instead found something sticky. He looked down curiously, and what he saw was a silk scarf, a blood-stained silk scarf. Diggory's eyelid twitched, and he looked at Patrick with a serious expression. Did you just see where this scarf came from? Patrick also looked confused, but he didn't want to miss the chance to mock Diggory. Although I don't know where it came from, I bet this scarf probably belongs to a pure little girl that you harmed at some point, he added with a smirk. And the blood on this scarf is from her precious first time. Patrick looked at the scarf with a mischievous grin and continued, moreover, the quality of this scarf is good, and the style is nice. It must belong to a lady from a prominent family. You have a good eye. You seem loyal to Ophelia, but behind the scenes, I should call you Big Brother. Big Brother my ass. Diggory was almost infuriated, wanted to throw the scarf right in Patrick's face. Damn it, he hadn't acted alone for over a month. Where was the time? Where was the opportunity? Even if he had the time and opportunity, he wasn't that kind of person. But before Diggory could throw the scarf, both of them heard a commotion of footsteps approaching quickly. Soon after, two rough-looking thugs with their chests exposed appeared in their line of sight. Before Diggory and Patrick could react, one of the thugs, wearing a leather jacket, pointed at Diggory and shouted, "Hey, you two little brats. Have you seen a woman walk by here?" Patrick whispered to Diggory, "This place is really chaotic. There are often black-on-black incidents. We better not get involved, or it'll lead to a series of troubles." If Patrick had said this before they left Ophelia's house, Diggory would have agreed. After all, it wasn't worth wasting their time for a couple of scumbags over a stranger. However, the problem was that Diggory was in a bad mood. Just thinking about Ophelia's earlier attitude and the way she looked at him made him feel uncomfortable, like a lump stuck in his chest. The only reason he hadn't exploded earlier was that Patrick was there, someone he had fought alongside, and he couldn't take out his frustrations on him. But now, the targets were two thugs, and striking back would be considered ridding society of scum. So Diggory completely ignored Patrick's warning, instead sneering coldly, his right hand twitching slightly as his wand appeared in his hand. The two thugs exchanged glances when they saw this little brat was actually going to make a move against them, and they both recognized the cruelty in each other's eyes. The thug in the leather jacket grinned menacingly as he approached Diggory, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles, the sound of bones and tendons popping echoing around them. Then he didn't strike. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as if to embrace him. This was a psychological tactic to intimidate the opponent, using his thug identity and strong physique to scare the other side, aiming for a victory without a fight. Previously, the leather jacket thug had used this tactic to frighten many opponents, often making them too intimidated to even draw their wands, leaving them without resolve. In terms of our culture, this could be likened to Zhuge Liang's empty city strategy. But today, His empty city strategy was ineffective because he happened to run into a very displeased goalie. Diggory didn't care whether the thug in the leather jacket was pretending to be brave or had some other scheme in mind. He only knew that this scoundrel had definitely done something wrong, and the bloody scarf drifting to his chest was the best evidence. Moreover, he didn't want to use potions anymore. He just wanted to use spells openly and mercilessly teach these two thugs a lesson. But just as Diggory was about to challenge the leather jacket to a one-on-one fight, he suddenly collapsed. In an instant, a flame-like red light flashed. And standing behind the leather jacket, the thug in the trench coat suddenly pulled out a wand and cast a stunning spell at Diggory. This stunning spell was a must-have incantation for thugs in a brawl. The spell itself was not complicated, easy to learn, and effective. Once accustomed to it, even if one couldn't perform nonverbal spells, the short incantation could be recited extremely quickly. As the spell was cast, Diggory's mind was just starting to react, and his body hadn't had time to respond at all when the spell was almost upon him. But Diggory was not worried at all. At that moment, a voice came from behind Diggory. Armor protection. Patrick had made his move. The second-level transformation spell turned into a transparent armor that enveloped Diggory. Instantly, the stunning spell was like a mud cow entering the sea. It only produced a little red light on Diggory before disappearing without a trace. This change caught both the leather jacket and the trench coat thug off guard. They had agreed on a one-on-one duel, and yet they were getting help. How shameless could they be? They were almost as shameless as us. We can be shameless because we are thugs. But you can't. How can you play dirty with thugs? That makes no sense. Seizing the moment when the trench coat thug had just finished his attack, the leather jacket thought that Diggory's mind would surely relax for a moment. So he immediately accelerated, not using a spell to attack, but instead, like a muggle who couldn't use spells, he swung his fist, which was as big as a pot, fiercely towards Diggory's head. However, the leather jacket underestimated Diggory. More accurately, he underestimated the soul inside Diggory that came from another world. You like using your fists? Diggory preferred it. For 5,000 years before his time, his ancestors had never been fond of using their fists. Faced with the fists of the leather jacket man, Diggory suddenly ducked and charged right into his arms. However, this was not love. Immediately, Diggory forcefully lifted his knee, delivering a ruthless knee strike that crashed into the leather jacket man's groin. The force was so strong, and the impact so brutal, that Patrick and the trenchcoat man, standing behind them, both heard a clear sound at the same moment, like an egg breaking. The two men separated. The leather jacket man lowered his head. His feet awkwardly turned inward. One hand covered his groin, while the other pointed at Diggory. His eyes were fixed on Diggory, wanting to speak. But he couldn't utter a word, his face turning red. Finally, unable to stand, he collapsed to the ground, hunched over, letting out long, strange sounds from his mouth. His eyes filled with pain. The trench coat man stared with murky eyes, leaning against the alley wall, his mouth agape in disbelief at this 10-year-old child, who had such incredible skills that were completely unmatched for his age. At that moment, Diggory suddenly looked at him, and the trench coat man dropped to his knees, threw his wand aside, and prostrated himself before Diggory, apologizing. "I'm sorry, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been here. Just treat us like the fart of a skunk and let us disperse with the wind." However, Diggory shook his head and said, "No, I still have something to ask of you." Upon hearing this, the trench coat man immediately looked up and said, "Boss, just tell us what you need. As long as it's within our ability, we'll turn around and get it done for you right away. No delays." Digger nodded, then took out the blood-stained scarf and asked, "What happened? Whose is this?" The trench coat man didn't hesitate and immediately spilled everything he knew like pouring out beans. "Here's what happened. That day, our boss was originally taking a shower at his mistress's house when suddenly a man barged in. At first, our boss thought. Diggory impatiently drew his wand, pointed it at the man in the trench coat, and said, "Get to the point, don't waste my time." Okay. The man in the trench coat hugged his head with both hands, frightened, and skipped straight to the main point. "Our boss told us to find a woman. She has long golden hair about 7 meters tall, a slender figure, an oval face, and is wearing a beige trench coat. They said she escaped to this slum area, and if we find her, we'll get 1,000 galleons. Then we were lucky and found that woman, and after a scuffle, we even injured her. But we were also unlucky, as she managed to escape later. This scarf belongs to her. We chased her here, but couldn't find her. And then we saw you holding her scarf. And then, you know what happened next." The goalie twisted his fingers, feeling that this matter was not simple. Getting involved would be very troublesome. Moreover, he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. His anger had just subsided, so he planned to let these two thugs go and give them a chance to reform. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Meow. Host, please pay attention. A new task is now being issued. The task content is as follows. Within 3 days, find and protect Alice, a member of the Phoenix Society, and escort her safely to Dumbledore. Task failure penalty. If the task is deemed failed, Harry Potter will lose the protection of the blood-related spell. Friendly reminder, these thugs belong to the category of dark wizards, and the items on them can be exchanged for magical power values. Damn it, Diggory secretly cursed in his heart. It seems that this 3 good student system has recklessly gone down a shameless path, charging ahead without looking back. This time's task punishment, although not like before where he would suddenly turn into a sissy or a pervert, is even more concerning for Diggory. One must know that Harry Potter was able to pass through his childhood safely under the watchful eyes of the Death Eaters, all thanks to the ancient love spell cast by his mother before her death. With this spell, Harry Potter could not be found by the Death Eaters as long as he was near his relatives. Moreover, even if they did find him, they would not be able to harm him. But now, if this spell were to disappear, Harry Potter would face relentless attacks from the Death Eaters. Diggory estimated that Harry Potter's aunt and her family were all muggles, and they certainly couldn't provide Harry with any strong protection. After all, even when faced with Hagrid, a wizard who wasn't very skilled with spells, the aunt's family had already been overwhelmed, not to mention having to face the Death Eaters. It would probably just take one encounter for the whole family to be done for. Then Diggory felt a chill. If he couldn't complete the mission, he wouldn't be able to go back, and that was basically a death sentence for him. Sigh. Patrick noticed that Diggory suddenly sighed and found it a bit strange. What's wrong? You've already knocked these 2 down. What else is there to be unhappy about? Diggory crouched down, feeling around his leather jacket as he said, I'm not unhappy, just feeling a bit troubled. After all, there's so many of them if we don't clean them up all at once. We'll have endless troubles in the future. So, I'm thinking, why not take advantage of the time we have and just get rid of all these scum in one go? Patrick was surprised to hear Diggory say something like that. Since he met Diggory, whenever there was any conflict, Diggory might fight back without hesitation. But he usually knew when to stop and wouldn't push the other party into a dead end. Most of the time, as long as the other side admitted defeat or could no longer pose a threat, he would back off. Patrick tossed his hair and asked, Can you really be that ruthless? When you faced Leonardo one-on-one back then, I noticed you never went all out. I always thought you were a pacifist. Diggory said without looking back, Peace my ass. I was just unable to go all out. After all, Dumbledore and Ophelia are standing right there. If I really pulled out some powerful magical item, like a potion of agility, Dumbledore would definitely intervene. My skinny arm can't compete with old Dumbledore's big leg. And considering Ophelia's infatuation with Leonardo at that time, she would definitely despise me. Patrick nodded in satisfaction. He himself was a wealthy young master who had always had things easy. Watching Diggory suffer that injustice, he had long felt indignant on his behalf. At the same time, he looked down on Diggory's way of leaving a way out for everything. In his view, when it came to enemies, as long as you had the strength, you should go all out. What he wanted was the exhilarating feeling of crushing everything with violence. So Patrick looked at Diggory with confusion, not quite understanding what he was doing, wondering why he was groping around on that leather jacket. It turned out that during the moment he was distracted, Diggory had already stripped away a large part of the clothes worn under the leather jacket. Now, Diggory wasn't even willing to spare his socks, and had even reached for the leather jacket's underwear. What was wrong with this kid? Could it be that Diggory had actually always been a pervert, and he finally discovered it today? Diggory awkwardly stopped, his hand positioned just above the little brother of his leather jacket. What if I said I was short on pocket money and wanted to strip this guy of his clothes to sell them? Would you believe me? Patrick twitched his mouth, thinking, I wouldn't believe you for a second. Now he didn't even dare to flick his hair, afraid Diggory might misunderstand and think he was trying to seduce him. Brad was an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, responsible for the safety issues of Hogsmeade. However, because this town was right next to Hogwarts and had Dumbledore's influence, his job became quite relaxed. Basically, every day in the office was spent drinking tea, reading newspapers, and tending to flowers, living a life like a retired old man. Compared to other Aurors who often had to go to dangerous places for various high-stakes missions, he felt like he was in a retirement home. One day, he was sitting in his office as usual, drinking tea and reading the newspaper with just 5 minutes left before he could clock out. At that moment, he was considering where to go for a drink after work. But just then, the door to his office was suddenly rudely slammed open from the outside, and his subordinate Braca rushed in, gasping for breath, saying, Boss, there's been an incident. A large brawl has broken out in Hogsmeade, and people are injured. Brad was stunned for 3 seconds, then put down the newspaper with a look of annoyance. A large brawl? Was it dark wizards? Braca quickly steadied his breathing and said, the report didn't clarify, just mentioned that many people were fighting and got hurt. Sigh. Brad stood up, patting his belly, and said, then let's not waste time. Let's go. He glanced at the wall clock. There was no way he could have a drink after work now. If he could get home by 8 tonight, it would be a blessing for Merlin. He grabbed his wand, and together with Braca, they used the Flu network to arrive in Hogsmeade. Stepping out of the fireplace, they walked a few steps to the central street of the town. Not far away, the mayor, Peter, saw Brad and immediately jogged over, his mustache bouncing. Oh, Brad, you finally made it. We were waiting for you to solve this tricky problem. Brad shook hands with Peter and asked, Mr. Peter, we haven't had time to understand the situation yet. Could you please explain it to us in detail? Of course. Peter readily agreed, then sighed while leading Brad and Braca towards the town's medical office, saying with a wry smile, actually, our first impression of this situation is that it's baffling. Baffling? Braca, holding a notepad and pen, asked while diligently taking notes. This was his job, having rushed over without fully understanding the situation. He now needed to know and document the entire story. Was this done by that guy's subordinates? They always like to prove they are still active by causing some incidents. You know, I mean them. Peter nodded, gesturing, I know what you mean, but I can almost guarantee that this time, it wasn't them. Brad shifted his gaze from a hot beauty back to Peter, frowning as he said, some things can't be decided underground. Peter slightly bowed and replied, I certainly understand what you're saying, but the reason I dare to say this is because I have 2 points. Brad, holding his beer belly, nodded for Peter to continue. The first reason is that, as you know, Hogsmeade is right next to Hogwarts. Those people really don't have the guts to come here and cause trouble, Peter said with a hint of pride. Brad agreed, as his current physique and leisurely life were thanks to Hogwarts. And the second reason, Peter's expression suddenly became strange, as if he was constipated, unsure how to express himself. Braca's pen was rapidly recording. When Peter paused, he urged, what is it? Just say it already. We can't proceed with our work if you keep hesitating. Right? That's exactly what I was thinking, Brad chimed in, hoping to get off work sooner and not waste time here. Seeing both Brad and Braca urging him, Peter gritted his teeth and said directly, the second reason is that the injured people are all hooligans from Hogsmeade. If it were really those people, they wouldn't have this altruistic intent to rid the world of harm. Brad nodded. Indeed, those guys were usually involved in robbery or vandalism, just like over in Nocturne Alley. And that's not all. Peter continued. Those hooligans were only injured and unconscious, but everything on them, from wands to clothes, even their underwear, is gone. As soon as he finished speaking, Braca suddenly stumbled, nearly falling over. He looked up at Peter in disbelief, his eyes behind the glasses written all over with. What are you saying? Say it again. Peter smiled wryly and nodded. I didn't misspeak, and you didn't hear wrong. In fact, I should thank this pervert, as he has made the security in Hogsmeade better. But thinking that those hooligans were also residents of Hogsmeade, he felt it necessary for Mr. Brad to come over. What do you need? Brad, holding his belly, looked impatient. Since the injured were those hooligans, couldn't they just let it go? This was clearly a case of righteous action. A just-minded wizard, upon encountering these petty criminals, deciding to give them an unforgettable experience, although stripping them of their clothes was somewhat inappropriate. I think this was a lesson that both the wizard and the hooligans could remember. It's not a big deal. We actually don't need to be here. Mayor Peter, just take a statement from those hooligans, and that's enough. After that, have someone send it to the Ministry of Magic for us. Remember, don't dig too deep. We don't want to hurt the hero's feelings. Since no one died in this incident, let's just leave it at that. After saying that, Brad, with his subordinate Braca, waddled back, unconcerned with Peter's attempts to keep him, and his figure finally disappeared into the fireplace. This trip took less than 20 minutes. Although he still worked an extra 10 minutes, at least he could still have a drink after work. Peter watched Brad vanish into the fireplace, muttering, you being irresponsible is one thing, but at least leave that diligent young man behind, so I can avoid finding someone else to take the statement. With a sigh, Peter shook his head and left the place. He needed to find his assistant to handle the upcoming matters. Of course, it wasn't that Peter didn't want to deal with it personally. It was just that Hogsmeade had been peaceful for so long that such incidents hadn't occurred in a while. Therefore, he lacked experience in handling such situations and thought it better to leave it to his assistant while he returned to his warm home with his wife and children. However, what Peter didn't expect was that the two instigators of this incident had been watching everything unfold from the sidelines. Diego and Patrick, each holding a cup of juice, squatted at the corner of the street, watching Brad's arrival, watching Brad's argument, watching Brad's departure. Steady as a rock the whole time, Patrick turned to him and asked, aren't you worried about being discovered by them? After all, that thug leader has already seen your face. D. Gully took a sip of juice, sighed with satisfaction. and thought to himself, this juice from this era is truly pure. Unlike the later ones that claim to be 100 juice, but who knows how much artificial concentrate is mixed in. Hearing Patrick's question, Diggory was not worried at all. It's not that I look down on them. Just a few irresponsible people thinking they must catch me is already a sign of their conscience awakening. But look at them. Do they seem to have a conscience? If they had a conscience, could they still be in this position today? Patrick laughed, a knowing smile on his face. Aren't you worried about that bespectacled Luo? He seems quite responsible. Diggo still calmly shook his head. With that beer belly weighing him down, the little eyes shouldn't even think about sticking out. Moreover, even if the little eyes wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything on me. Diggory smiled smugly. I gave that thug leader a little something to drink. As long as he still wants the antidote, he'll definitely keep his mouth shut. Upon hearing this, Patrick recalled the moment he was defeated by Ophelia. Wasn't it because he had suffered from that potion? He was about to ask Diggory what he had given the thug leader, but before he could speak, Peter happened to walk by them. He glanced over and thought, what lovely children, sitting here quietly drinking juice, not making a fuss at all. Their parents must be really at ease with such kids. Thinking this, Peter showed a kind and loving smile to Diggory and Patrick before leaving. Patrick watched Peter's departing figure, wiping the sweat from his forehead in trepidation. When that middle-aged man looked over, he almost thought the man was going to make a move. But when he turned back and saw Diggory still calmly sipping his juice, he couldn't help but feel emotional. I used to say you were carefree, just casually, but now I really think you're quite carefree. Diggory sipped his juice, got up, and left. He spent most of the afternoon on 4 things: looking for thugs, fighting thugs, stripping thugs of their clothes, and asking thugs where that woman was. The first 3 tasks were completed satisfactorily, but he still hadn't found that woman. So now he said to Patrick, Patrick, you go back with Ophelia first. I have something to do, and we'll be back in 2 days. You can also help me ask for some time off. And don't tell my parents what I'm up to. Just think of a way to placate them. After saying this, Diggory turned and ran off, disappearing after turning into a small alley. Patrick was left standing there, feeling lonely in the wind. What the hell? You just left like that? What about your parents? What will you say if Ophelia asks? Who will explain? Although she might not ask. After taking a sip of juice to calm himself, Patrick thought for a moment, felt a headache coming on, and decided not to think about it. He hadn't eaten lunch yet, and instead of pondering, he might as well go find something to eat. With that thought, Patrick wobbled out to look for food. He didn't want to go to the Pig Head bar. Diggory's parents were there, and he and T figured out how to explain where their son had gone. Meanwhile, in the alley, Diggory returned to the place where he had found the blood-stained scarf. The task duration was 3 days. He had just been squatting by the wall watching the show when, taking advantage of Patrick's inattention, he entered the space to ask Big Orange again. Today was practically a freebie. There were still 3 days left. Although 3 days sounded like plenty of time, Diggory didn't dare to relax at all. Because after robbing that group of thugs, he hadn't managed to find out where the woman was hiding. If he didn't find her before time was up, he would lose the protection of the blood-related spell, which would be catastrophic for him. Collecting his thoughts, Diggory began to carefully search the alley for any other clues that could lead him to the woman. He remembered clearly that there was no wind at that time. The scarf had floated to his chest, so the blonde woman was very likely up high. If it was a high place, Gully looked up and saw that on the eaves of the house on the left, there was a spot where the tiles had come loose from their original positions, making it stand out awkwardly from the neighboring tiles. He had found a clue. Diggory immediately stood on a wooden board and cast a floating spell on it. As the board slowly rose, a few seconds later, Diggory found himself standing on the eaves of the house. At that moment, upon closer inspection, he noticed blood droplets on the tiles. Furthermore, the blood eventually disappeared in front of the attic window of a nearby 3-story building. Diego peeked through the somewhat blurry window and murmured, "I've found you." He quietly opened the window and slipped inside. He crouched in front of the blonde woman, feeling that the situation was a bit tricky. The blonde woman was already unconscious, half lying on a tattered sofa in the attic, her disheveled hair sticking to her face, looking somewhat disheveled. Her white shirt was stained with blood, and she was burning with fever. Her brow was tightly furrowed, as if she were experiencing unspeakable pain. Diggory looked at the blonde woman's S-shaped figure, his heartbeat drumming like a rock drummer. He didn't even know where to direct his gaze. He had just taken a sneaky, careful look at her figure, and it was quite alluring. Although Diggory was over 30 in total age from both lives, he was still a novice. What should I do? Diggory instinctively looked at his toes and asked himself. He thought of Big Orange. "Hey, Big Orange, come out quickly and see if you understand what to do about this." Hearing the call, Big Orange's increasingly plump figure appeared on Diggory's shoulder, hanging there completely. "Why did you call me out again?" I'm telling you. This time there better be 500 fish treats, or I won't finish my sentence. Big Orange's eyes were fixed on the blonde woman lying on the sofa, tongue flicking. Cedric, you're still young. Your body's physiological age is still very young, only 11. You can't do this. You'll ruin this body. Just leave it to me. Leave it to you. Diggory looked at Big Orange as if he had discovered a new continent. Aren't you a cat? Shouldn't you like cats? And also, you're male? This sentence successfully angered Big Orange, whose chubby body leaped up with incredible agility, pouncing onto Diggory's face, paws flailing. I'm male. And you country bumpkin. True beauty knows no race. Do you understand? Diggory pushed away the attack from the Big Orange cat and pointed to the blonde woman, saying, all right, I get it. I apologize for the misunderstanding about your gender. But our top priority right now is to find a way to save her. You know, she is my mission, and my mission is my life. The Big Orange cat jumped from Diggory's shoulder to the blonde woman's thigh, staring at the wound on her chest for a long time, even sniffing it. After swallowing, it turned to Diggory and said, her wound is poisoned. I just smelled it. It's wolfsbane. This plant is highly toxic, whether in the flower or other parts. It's truly a miracle she can endure this. Then how do we save her? Diggory asked anxiously. The consequences would be terrifying if the blonde woman passed away, but the Big Orange cat remained calm. It found a spot on the blonde woman's thigh and lay down, saying, what's the rush? The system has a universal antidote, 1 bottle for 5,000 magic points. That will solve the problem. Why didn't you say so earlier? Diggory seemed to have grasped the only lifeline, desperately exchanging for an all-purpose antidote from the space. Although it cost 5,000 magic points per bottle, he felt it was worth it here. Moreover, after stripping those rogues, he had indeed made a significant profit. After feeding the all-purpose antidote to the blonde woman and seeing her complexion no longer pale, but slowly regaining its rosy hue, Diggory finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed the Big Orange cat lying on the woman's thigh, looking completely at ease, and he laughed. What are you doing, lying on someone else's thigh? Just because you're lying on her thigh, does that mean you can do anything? The Big Orange cat glanced at Diggory, its feline face full of satisfaction, as if to say, well, you know, I long for this place, because it is the instinct of a male creature. But I didn't do anything, not because I couldn't, but because of my quality. Do you know the difference between a rogue and a gentleman? It lies in this quality. What a load of crap quality. Can quality be eaten? If it were paper, I'd hesitate to use it to wipe my butt. In a high-end club in Hogmeade, in the innermost room, a man dressed in a rough manner with a bald head, on which was tattooed a large gecko, was pacing back and forth irritably. Let me tell you, the next time I come out on a mission, I will definitely tell my old man that I won't team up with you. It's just a pretty girl. You have to be gentle and reluctant to be ruthless. If it weren't for my quick thinking using the extract of wolf poison, that girl might have already entered Hogwarts. Opposite the bald man sat an elegant man with long hair on the sofa, with phoenix eyes, fair skin, and thin lips that made him captivating when he smiled. Of course, he captivated the hearts of women. The gentlemen of the Kidman family do not have the habit of being ruthless to elegant ladies. If you can't stand it, you can leave on your own. I won't stop you. The elegant man leisurely took a sip of red wine, swirling the glass as he said to the bald man, the most important part of our mission is to stop her from entering Hogwarts and not let her meet Dumbledore. Secondly, we need to retrieve the list from her. Neither of these requirements involves killing her, so you don't need to always think about going for the kill. If you really kill her, Dumbledore will come out. The irritable bald man looked at the elegant man's leisurely demeanor with displeasure, wanting nothing more than to stomp this guy into the ground. But thinking of the fact that this guy was stronger than him, he could only snort coldly. So what do you suggest we do next? We still haven't found her. The rogues we originally brought over to help are no longer reliable. What do we do now? Should we not take advantage of the opportunity while she's poisoned to find her? Or just let it go? What if she detoxifies herself and heads to Hogwarts? The elegant man looked at the red wine in his hand, his gaze slowly becoming dreamy. Why are you in such a hurry? Most of the restaurants and hotels in the town are on our side, and as soon as there is news, it will be sent to us immediately. There are also people guarding the necessary route to Hogwarts. As soon as that woman's figure appears, we will immediately take action to capture her. We just need to wait for news here. The elegant man's voice became softer and softer until he eventually passed out on the sofa. The bald man saw this scene and scoffed, a good-for-nothing who only knows how to drink and enjoy life. Useless. He left the room and impatiently told his underling outside, you go find 12 people immediately, all skilled hands, 3 in a small group, divided into 4 groups. And you must find that girl by the day after tomorrow at the latest, and bring her to me. The underling nodded sternly and then went out to find people. The bald man returned to the room, glanced at the unconscious elegant man with disdain, and then turned and left without knowing where he went. Just after the bald man left, the elegant man, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes a slit. After confirming that the bald man had left, he smiled. This matter connected to the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore with a hot potato. Whoever took it on would be in trouble. Since you are willing to take care of it, then I will leave it all to you, saving me the trouble. After saying that, the elegant man really fell asleep again, and not long after, a faint snoring sound gradually began to rise. At that moment, if he hadn't immediately fallen asleep and instead came out to take a look, he would have noticed that the bald man, who had originally left, was standing quietly outside the door, listening to the sounds in the room. When he heard the snoring getting louder, the bald man also smiled. He went downstairs, where a person was waiting for him at the staircase. Surprisingly, the underling who had gone out to gather people. When you go out to find people, you must wear the Kidman family crest. No matter what trouble arises, we can directly blame it all on their family. Seeing the underling's departing figure, the bald man's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Coupled with a large gecko tattoo on his head, it gave off an unsettling feeling. Earlier, there were flowers. So here's an extra update. Diggory looked at the dagger less than 5 millimeters away from his important parts and felt a chill run down his spine. What do you want to do? Is this how you treat your savior? Diggory angrily reprimanded the blonde woman who had just woken up on the sofa. The house was an uninhabited 3-story building that had been empty for a long time. So when Diggory found the blonde woman, she was still lying there unharmed. It was now nighttime, and after administering the antidote to the blonde woman, Diggory brought up an oil lamp. He also boarded up the attic window to prevent people outside from seeing the light inside. While waiting for the blonde woman to wake up, Diggory exchanged some space for steaming kung pao chicken, sauerkraut fish, and beef ramen, sitting across from her, eating and waiting. However, just as Diggory was enjoying the spicy flavor of the sauerkraut fish, a flash of silver suddenly appeared, and he felt a wave of crisis wash over him. Diggory, who had been squatting, stood up abruptly but lost his balance due to his numb legs and fell down, spilling the beef ramen he was holding. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of despair, thinking he was about to meet his end. Unexpectedly, however, the fall turned out to be a stroke of luck, as the bowl of beef ramen that was thrown out just happened to block the weapon. With a clang, the cold light pierced down and lodged itself into the floorboards. At that moment, the weapon was less than 5 millimeters away from Diggory's little brother. Finally, as the bowl of beef ramen clattered to the ground, Diggory let out a long sigh of relief, still shaken. On the sofa across from him, the blonde woman's expression was grim. On one hand, it was because her injuries hadn't healed, and on the other, it was because she couldn't defeat Diggory, the bad guy. Meanwhile, the bad guy felt very wronged, as if he had helped an elderly woman cross the street in a past life only to be accused by her. I'm the one saving you, not harming you. Couldn't you have used those big eyes of yours to observe the surroundings before making a move? Have you ever seen a kidnapper like me? A kidnapper casually eating in front of you without any defenses? And a little kid at that? Have you ever seen a kidnapper like me? After shouting, Diggory stood up, feeling wronged, and walked to the side to pick up the beef ramen from the ground. It was now covered in dust and could no longer be eaten. With his food ruined, Diggory looked at the blonde woman again, deciding to condemn her with his gaze. The blonde woman also felt quite embarrassed. While Diggory was just angrily shouting at her, she checked her injuries. Indeed, she had already applied the medicine, and it no longer hurt, and her fever had subsided. Yes, that's right. In the blonde woman's eyes, Diggory's self-righteous shouting looked just like a little puppy's impotent rage. So, her gaze towards Diggory changed, as if a girl were looking at her little pet, filled with affection. Diggo was puzzled. What was wrong with this woman? He had just scolded her and was still not giving her a good face. Yet why did she look at him so strangely? Could it be that her brain was fried from the previous incident? Are you okay? Out of humanitarian concern, and to smoothly complete the task, Diggo showed some appropriate care. The blonde woman smiled. Although Diggo had sealed the windows earlier, he still saw the moonlight at that moment. Hello, my name is Nico. Dumbledore didn't get to have dinner either. Just as he was preparing to go to the hall for dinner, Sprout arrived with McGonagall and Flitwick, the three of them coming directly to him. They stood in front of the desk, but no one spoke first. Dumbledore then looked at Flitwick, his eyes asking what was going on and why they had come together. Flitwick, being too short, didn't catch Dumbledore's glance. So Dumbledore had to look at McGonagall, hoping this old partner could tell him what was happening. However, today McGonagall was unusually serious, her eyes fixed on him. This left Dumbledore somewhat bewildered. Finally, Sprout hesitated for a moment, then stomped her foot and asked first, "Professor, May I ask where Cedric from our house is? Why hasn't he returned yet? You took those 3 children out, and now the other 2 are back, but Cedric hasn't. I'm very worried about him." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore relaxed and leaned back, saying, "Patrick has already come to ask me for leave on his behalf, saying he would be back in 2 days. I approved it. You approved it." McGonagall's voice rose by 8 degrees. "Please forgive my rudeness, Professor Dumbledore. To be honest, I really cannot understand why you would approve Cedric's leave, especially since he didn't ask for it himself." "Exactly. I can't understand either. What if something happens to the child outside? How do we explain it to his parents?" Sprout added. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of headache. He had already learned about this matter through other channels and, after some thought, felt it was a good opportunity to train Diggo. He had also arranged for someone to keep an eye on things to prevent any incidents. However, while nothing had happened on that side, trouble had arisen on his end first. Dumbledore looked at the angry McGonagall and Sprout, secretly giving Flitwick a glance, hoping he could speak on his behalf, and it would be even better if he could directly send these 2 away. However, Flitwick still didn't catch Dumbledore's signal due to his height. Instead, McGonagall noticed Dumbledore's little gesture and shot a glare at Flitwick. Under McGonagall's imposing presence, Flitwick received the hint. He then took 2 steps back, looking up at Dumbledore, saying, "Yes, I also can't understand. What if something happens to the child outside? What should we do?" The only one of the same gender, who he thought could help him, ended up here to settle scores with him. Old Dumbledore felt even more headache, rubbing his forehead and looking at the floor as if a flower could bloom there. But as he looked, Dumbledore suddenly remembered a time when he was chatting with Diggo. When he asked Diggo some questions he didn't want to answer, that little brat would simply say, "Don't ask. Asking is a secret." At this moment, he suddenly felt that this phrase was very useful. So he raised his head, looking seriously at the 3 in front of him, and said, "Don't ask. Asking is a secret." This sounded completely perfunctory. McGonagall pursed her lips, her eyebrows raised, looking like she was about to explode. Dumbledore quickly added, "You can rest assured. I have this matter under control. Do you think I am someone unreliable?" As soon as this was said, McGonagall and the others fell silent. Indeed, Dumbledore was definitely a leader one could trust. It was just that the concern for Diggo had caused the blockage from Sprout and the others. McGonagall patted Sprout on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go back. Since the professor said so, Cedric should be fine." In fact, it was Sprout who had dragged McGonagall and Flitwick here to block the door, because she had spent so much time on magical plants before. She had paid very little attention to Diggo. Therefore, she felt very guilty and immediately ran over to ask when she heard that Diggo hadn't come back. As for why Sprout brought McGonagall and Flitwick along, it was because she was afraid Dumbledore would brush her off. Surprised? Unexpected? Are there flowers? In the attic, Diggory paced back and forth on the floor, looking very distressed. He glanced up at Nico, who was happily eating, and felt even worse. Initially, he thought this task didn't seem too difficult. Although the penalty for failure was terrifying, the task itself was simple. Moreover, the reward for the task was to upgrade from fragmented to nonverbal casting, which wasn't particularly generous. By that standard, this task might be the easiest one ever. However, after learning about the situation with Nico just now, Diggory got angry. It turned out there were people pursuing them, and the pursuers were not weak at all. 5 intermediate mages and 2 advanced ones. Meanwhile, Nico's strength was just at the beginning of the intermediate level. So, all she could do was run away. Counterattacking was impossible, as turning back would mean facing a devastating spell attack. One could say that Diggory was now embroiled in a showdown. Thinking of this, he sighed, "I knew this wouldn't be so simple. It's a 1-against-7 showdown." Nico looked up at him with her big, watery eyes and said, "Although I don't understand why you agreed to protect me to Hogwarts, I want to say that your math isn't very good. Now that I count you in, shouldn't it be 2-against-7? D. Goalie saw her silly expression and couldn't help but sigh. "I forgot. With you included, it's actually 0. 5-7. Nico, with a sausage in her mouth, mumbled, "Don't underestimate me. I'm actually very capable." "Capable?" D. Goalie glanced at Nico. "Are you planning to engage in close combat and then use your little dagger to cut off the other guys, you know? Just like how you ambushed me before?" Nico was quite dissatisfied. "I was just flustered at that time, and I didn't know your identity. I thought you were a bad person back then. It wasn't intentional. And my spell stop is really powerful." Diggo has a blank expression and is too lazy to say anything more. He doesn't understand why this 11-year-old child looks like a bad person. "Are you still mad at me?" "No." Diggory found a place to sit down and thought about how to bring Nico to Hogwarts. Since he already knew that someone was after Nico, it would definitely not work to swagger in with her. That would be no different from seeking death. So what if you want to find the owner of the 3 broomsticks? Aberforth Dumbledore, and use the secret passage from his pub to Hogwarts? At this thought, Diggory suddenly felt very clever. The whole task became much easier, making him feel a bit embarrassed. But just then, a sudden sound of sobbing came from nearby. Diggory felt a bit strange, and turned to see Annika looking at him with teary eyes, resembling a pitiful little wife who had suffered a great grievance. Not good at comforting girls he didn't like, Diggory felt overwhelmed. What's wrong with you? Is the food not tasty? But the food she was eating was brought by herself, so he couldn't blame himself for it being bad. Are you still blaming me? Annika asked, sniffling. Diggory looked confused and said, What? I didn't. He had just been thinking about how to complete the task. Who had the time to get tangled up in such trivial matters? After all, his little brother was still depending on him, so he impatiently waved his hand, saying it was nothing. He had long stopped blaming her, since she didn't do it on purpose anyway. Nico, seeing Diggory's expression, directly ignored his words and suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, You're blaming me. While at that moment, Diggory was reminded of when he used to live in the countryside, helping his grandmother herd ducks. It was always noisy and chaotic. Moreover, the key issue was that her voice would expose their location. He didn't know if there were people chasing her in the slums. If there were, it was truly a miracle that this woman had made it here alive. Like a wave, her cries came one after another, making the veins on Diggory's forehead throb. He wanted to stop Nico from crying, but he was afraid it would only make her cry harder, so he controlled his emotions and gently advised her, Don't cry anymore. I swear on my conscience. I really don't blame you. Really? Although Nico had never heard such a form of swearing, Diggory's serious demeanor made her feel she could trust him. Of course it's true. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. Boom. As soon as Diggory finished speaking, a loud thunderclap suddenly sounded outside, making him feel awkward in an instant. The slap in the face came too quickly. What should he do now? Did you hear that? Someone just set off fireworks. Diggory, he said seriously again. Fireworks? Nico looked at Diggory suspiciously, then glanced at the sealed windows and sighed. What a pity the windows are sealed. Otherwise, we could have watched the fireworks. Diggo didn't think so. Thankfully, the window was sealed. But just then, a sudden sound of shattering tiles came from outside. Diego's expression changed instantly, and he quickly moved to extinguish the light, plunging the attic into darkness. Nico's reaction was a beat slow. It wasn't until Diego darted to her side and covered her mouth that she realized what was happening. Just as she was about to resist, Diego whispered in her ear, Don't make a sound. There's someone outside. Nico remained silent, though her face felt a bit flushed and hot. However, she understood what was happening, so she obediently stayed quiet and clenched her wand tightly in her hand. Creaking sounds began as someone was prying at the wooden boards sealing the window, but their movements were a bit slow. This was partly because Diego was worried that the indoor light wouldn't be fully concealed, so he added 2 extra layers of nails. And the intruder seemed to be doing it deliberately, trying not to disturb the people inside. However, it didn't know that the people inside had already been disturbed. Diggory and Nico's eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness, and he pointed to the stairs nearby, signaling her to quietly go down. Nico nodded. However, just as the two moved to the stairway, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from below. The other party was divided into 2 groups. One was breaking the window, while the other was coming up from below, blocking their escape. Nico became frightened, her tense hands tightly gripping Diggory's wizard robe. She was still injured, with toxins lingering in her body, and her magical power was affected, leaving her with no combat ability at all. Now, she could only place her hopes on this child in front of her. It wasn't that she was desperate, but rather because Diggory's previous series of actions made her realize that this child was not ordinary and might bring her a surprise. Whether Diggory would be surprised or not. He only knew that he had a headache now. This woman really had a big heart. However, no matter how big Nico's heart was, the urgent matter was to find a way to deal with these 2 groups. The people below seemed to have more than 2, but no more than 4. And they were still wandering on the lower floor, but the area of the 2nd floor was not large. So they would probably find their way up to the attic soon. As for what was outside the window, he was unsure. He had nailed 6 wooden boards before, and now he could hear that they had only removed the 4th one. The attic had no other exits. So they could either wait for them to find their way in and then have a battle, which would most likely end in defeat and death, or find a way to rush out. Thanks for the angel's flower, but Diggory looked at Nico in front of him, and he was suddenly at a loss. No matter which method they chose, it would lead to a direct confrontation, and given Nico's physical condition, just not being a hindrance would be a stroke of luck for Diggory. He needed to come up with a plan that, if not able to directly eliminate both sides, at least ensured that Nico wouldn't hold them back when it was time to act. Just then, the people from the window had begun to remove the third wooden board, and the footsteps of the group downstairs were getting closer to the stairs. They were about to come up. Gory quickly scanned the attic, ultimately landing on the old sofa. He pointed at the sofa and silently mouthed to Nico, "You, hide behind that sofa and don't make a sound." Nico nodded obediently, but just as she was about to walk over, she suddenly felt her body lighten, nearly causing her scream. Looking back, she saw that Gory had indeed used a levitation spell on her. Worried about the noise of her footsteps, Gory had decided to cast the spell to let her float over. However, she had turned back too early and missed the part where Gory mouthed the spell, which nearly scared him when she almost yelled out. Fortunately, Gory successfully hid Nico behind the sofa. At that moment, the third wooden plank of the window had already been removed, and the second plank was halfway gone. The group below was approaching the middle platform and would soon turn around to see themselves at the top of the stairs. What should they do? Should they confront them? There were too many of them, and their strength was insufficient. Time was too short. There was no time to make any arrangements. But just then, time seemed to slow down. Gory suddenly could clearly hear his own heartbeat, as well as the cautious breathing of the two outside and the four on the stairs. Not only that, but he could also hear a spider in the corner of the attic weaving its web. Behind the sofa, Nico's almost inaudible breaths could be heard, along with the sound of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It felt as if everything had slowed down, although time was still pressing. Gory suddenly felt that he could calmly make his arrangements in this hurried moment. With a shake of his hand, the last few vials of potions he had stored fell into his palm. 2 vials of love potion, 1 vial of basilisk venom, and Diggo's eyes widened in surprise. Chili powder and cumin? Diggory suddenly remembered this was what he exchanged for the last time he wanted to have a barbecue. But it was already too late, so they would have to make do with the seasonings. 2 bottles of aphrodisiac and a bottle of basilisk venom were thrown down the stairs at the moment when the 4 people were about to turn around. As soon as the 4 turned, they heard a rush of wind, and before they could see what it was, 3 bottles suddenly exploded right in front of them. Immediately, the person in front let out a scream they had never heard before, like a man giving birth, seeing a ghost in broad daylight, or having his bones crushed inch by inch while remaining fully conscious. The 3 people behind were so frightened that they instinctively stepped back, but it was already too late. They managed to avoid the excruciating black liquid, but couldn't escape the unknown pink mist. In an instant, the 3 were enveloped in the pink mist, and before they could react, they suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation in their bodies. Even though they were surrounded by the same sex, and none of them were homosexual, they couldn't suppress the urge to hold each other tightly, to cherish and love one another. Soon, they lost their rationality, and the scene became chaotic. Diggory didn't want to watch and didn't have the time to, just as he used the shatter spell, causing the love potion and venom to explode. He immediately turned around and threw the chili powder and cumin he had in his hands toward the window. Then, using the same trick again, 2 bottles of highly pungent spices at the small window were well tasted by 2 people who were about to break in, complemented by the moonlight. A cough, 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 cough. In an instant, the 2 who broke the window could no longer open their eyes, and as they opened their mouths to wail, they were hit by the chili powder and cumin still lingering in the air. Consequently, both of them crouched down on the ground, coughing painfully. "Run!" Gory shouted at Nico, who was peeking over the sofa to observe the battle situation. "What are you waiting for? Why not run now? Are you waiting for their reinforcements to arrive? Or are you waiting for these people to recover, so they can complain and seek revenge?" He rushed over, grabbed Nico's wrist, and escaped through the window. The 2 coughing individuals couldn't even cast a spell and attempted to grab Nico's feet, but Gory smashed a piece of tile over their heads. It hit them not on the top of the head, but on the back. Instantly, they didn't even make a sound and collapsed on the rooftop, unconscious. When they wake up, the best outcome would probably be a severe concussion. Under the moonlight, Nico was being held by Gory as they jumped from one rooftop to another. In her gaze, there was a blend of stars and moonlight. However, Gory, who was focused on fleeing, didn't notice Nico behind him, with the wind howling in his ears. Gory ran while observing his surroundings. When he realized no one was chasing them, he stopped with Nico behind a clock tower. He initially wanted to run a bit farther for safety, but unfortunately, in his panicked escape, he had lost track of his surroundings and no longer recognized the area. "Do you know the buildings around here? I'm lost." Gory supported himself on his knees with both hands, breathing carefully as he asked. And Aiko was also panting. The rapid run she just had made it difficult for her to adjust her breathing, and she couldn't answer Lee's question at all. She could only place one hand on him below and shake her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Lee frowned. Well, the difficulty of this task has suddenly increased. Meanwhile, Aiko looked around the environment and suggested that they find a place to hide first and wait until the next day to come up with a plan. Otherwise, if they traveled in the dark, they wouldn't even know what was going on by the time they reached the enemy's lair. Daigori looked at Nico in surprise, not expecting her to suddenly be so clever. Or had he misunderstood Nico from the beginning, thinking she was unreliable, which led to his incorrect impression of her later? In fact, was Nico a very reliable strategic partner? But Daigori shook his head and explained, no, the people chasing you already know we're in this slum. If we don't escape under the cover of night quickly, by daytime, they might have surrounded this place. By then, we really won't be able to get away. Nico asked with a worried face. Then how we get out of here? We're both lost, and without anyone to guide us, they'll definitely find us. Goli was calculating. You mentioned before that there were 2 high-level wizards and 5 mid-level wizards among the pursuers. I just took out 6 of them in that attic. So we should be safe for a while. We will have enough time to get out. Sorry about that. Diggory looked at Nico, who suddenly became shy and speechless, and an inexplicable bad premonition arose in his heart. What do you want to say? Nico was nervously tapping her fingers together in front of her chest. Her face as red as an apple, but Diggory couldn't see it clearly. The 6 people you dealt with before. I feel like they're not the 6 people chasing me. Feel? Diggory had a puzzled expression. Can you not joke around? This is a serious matter. Although he said he didn't believe it, Diggory was honestly feeling that Nico might not be wrong. Really? Nico continued to tap her fingers, trying to recall. I've been blocked by them many times on this journey, and each time I managed to avoid them thanks to my intuition. But this time, I have no intuition at all. So I was wondering if they might not be the same group. Intuition to avoid being blocked? Diggory was bewildered. Is there such a thing? Nico nodded, and at that moment, Diggory couldn't help but feel she was so naive, so innocent. Diggory looked at Nico, murmuring in disbelief. You actually feel like you've lived to this point. How did you do it? Are you a lucky charm? Nico shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Every time danger is about to come, I have a premonition, so I can avoid most dangers. Hearing this, Diggory glanced at Nico's injured chest, and then looked at her. The implication was clear. That's because I wasn't feeling well those days, so they took advantage of the gap. Otherwise, do you think they would have had the chance to hurt me? Nico hurriedly explained. Diggo rolled his eyes, which was a sign of belief. However, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Nico with eager anticipation in his eyes. If he could use that kind of premonition now, wouldn't it be easy to evade those pursuers? However, Nico disappointed him, saying, I'm injured right now, so that kind of premonition is gone. I probably have to wait until I recover to regain it. Diggory sighed, then patted Nico's shoulder and said, It's okay, it's just going back to Hogwarts. I refuse to believe that 2 living people like us can't figure something out. Living people won't die from holding in their pee. Nico looked at the 11-year-old Diggory, pondering his words and frowned, saying, You know, since I met you, I've increasingly felt that you're not a child anymore. Instead, you seem like a mature adult who has weathered many storms. Diggory's eyelids twitched, and he rubbed his fingers, marveling in his heart. This woman's intuition is really accurate. No wonder she can repeatedly shake off pursuers based on her instincts. Whoever marries her will definitely not be able to cheat. Even hiding a secret stash of money would be a challenge. He shook his head, thinking it's not that I'm too mature, but rather that you're too naive. The 2 of them were hiding behind the bell tower, where it was pitch black all around. Diggory looked at the surroundings and fell into deep thought. It was midnight, and everyone around was already asleep. If he went down now to find someone to cooperate with and lead him, as long as the other party didn't cooperate and caused a bit of noise, those people would be able to find him directly. But what if he went against the grain? Diego looked at the big clock behind him and then glanced at Nico. Nico met Diego's gaze and asked, Do you have a solution? Diggory was taken aback. How did you know I found a solution? My 6th sense told me. Nico replied naturally. By the way, you are really amazing. You thought a solution so quickly. Diggory, what magic are you talking about? You're the real magic, all right. What the hell is your 6th sense? How many feelings do you have? Can you at least give your future boyfriend and husband a way out? With flowers? Extra updates. On the 2nd floor of a small building not far from the clock tower, Moody took a sip from his flask of tequila. After dawdling for a while and accomplishing nothing, it seemed there was no other way. But don't worry, for Dumbledore's sake, I'll help you out. Moody muttered as he looked at Diggory in the distance. However, just as he finished speaking, Diggory jumped off the clock tower roof with Nico and disappeared from sight. Moody blinked and mumbled, Didn't he expect him to be quite capable? He has got half of my flair. In the darkness, Diggory brought Nico to a building that had a small courtyard in front, filled with white sheets hanging up and a red cross painted on the wall. Nico tilted her head and asked Diggory, "Why did you bring me to the hospital? Isn't coming here going to make it easier for us to be discovered?" No. Diggory shook his head, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. "Once we get inside, I'll find an empty room for you to hide in. Then I'm going to find an old friend." Old friend? Nico was a bit confused, but recalling that Diggory had said he had a plan, she didn't want to think too much about it. After all, she was injured and overthinking would only tire her out and give her a headache. The hospital was probably just a small town clinic, with a simple lock connecting the iron bars on either side of the gate. Diggo reached down and grabbed a twig from the ground, then started poking inside, prodding and prodding. It seemed like a few minutes passed, maybe less. The few pieces of bark on the slender branch had all come off, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on Diggo's forehead. Didn't those lock-picking scenes on TV always look so easy? Just stick it in, poke, twist, and the lock would open. Why couldn't he figure it out? Nico watched Diggo's facial expressions twist more and more, resembling the look on her dad's face when he couldn't poop in the morning and needed her to bring him a laxative. She patted Diggo on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside, then took out her wand. Her body had recovered a bit, and although she couldn't use any powerful spells yet, a basic spell was still manageable. So Nico gently said to the lock, "Alohamra." Click. The lock opened. Fortunately, it was very dark, so even though Diggo's face was as red as a monkey's, but Nico couldn't see it clearly. Diagori didn't care whether Nico could understand or not, and gestured to her, "You sneak in first, and I'll lock the door." Miraculously, Nico understood. She nodded and tiptoed into the small courtyard, then obediently stood behind the door waiting for Diagori. When Diagori locked the door and turned back, Nico also cleverly gestured to him. "Where do we go next?" Diggory was taken aback. He didn't understand, but he guessed what it roughly meant. He took Nico's hand and whispered, "Don't think too much, just follow me." Nico lowered her head to hide her blush and gently responded with an mm. She couldn't understand why she always felt something for a child who was only 11 years old. However, she didn't know that inside the body of the child holding her hand was the soul of a 25-year-old. Nico thought she was holding a child's hand, but only Diggory knew how soft the hand of a 26-year-old lady truly was. In the silent corridor, Diggory searched room by room. He needed to find a room that was inconspicuous enough to ensure that even if those people discovered him, they wouldn't be able to find Nico for a while. Following behind him, Nico watched Diggory, wanted to say something but hesitating. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Why are you so powerful? Yet you can't even cast a basic spell like Allaho's opening?" Diggory's old face turned red again, and he turned around pretending to be fierce and said, "Don't ask. Asking is a secret." In the end, Diggory finally found a suitable storeroom. It was located in a remote area at the back of this corridor, but not at the very end. Most importantly, the space was large enough, almost the size of a basketball court, with 3 doors at the front, back, and middle. Convenient for escape. Moreover, there were plenty of items inside: sheets, mops, syringes, various medicines, everything one could need, with shelves lined up one after another. After settling Nico down, Diggory went upstairs, found the large ward from the hospital floor plan, and avoided the night shift nurse. Then, "Whose child are you and why are you here?" Just as Diggory was observing the nurse's patrol from a corner not far from the large ward, a sudden voice of inquiry came from behind him, making his hair stand on end. His hand, gripping the wand, turned pale from the pressure, and in that instant of turning around, thousands of excuses ran through Diggory's mind. When he finally saw the serious-looking nurse in her 50s, Diggory had already thought of a strategy. "Sister, I came to find my uncle. I heard from others that he was beaten and sent to the hospital, and I'm worried about his health, so I came to see him." "Sister?" "Oh, ha, ho, 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 ho." Laura covered her mouth, trying to laugh modestly, but when she thought about how this 11-year-old boy called her sister, her joy couldn't help but burst out. That laughter echoed down the entire corridor. In the dead of night, the empty corridor suddenly rang with a burst of crazy laughter. If Diggory hadn't known where the laughter was coming from, he would have turned and run, but even so, he was now covered in goosebumps, half from fear and half from his own disgust. To achieve his goal, he was being too conscienceless. "Hey, little brother, oh ho ho ho." Laura laughed so hard that the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes could squash a fly. "You are so filial and honest. Although I don't know which uncle you're talking about, I know who you mean. Come on, they're in the large ward around the corner to the left. A total of 13 people. I'll take you to see if it's them." After saying that, Laura took Diggory's hand and led the way. Along the way, Laura held Diggory's hand and kept touching it, smiling with a look of pride. Poor Diggory followed behind, recalling how he held Nico's hand before. And now looking at Laura's hand holding his, he had a twisted expression. But there was nothing he could do. Who told him he was caught? Now it was very late at night. Diggory followed Laura to the large ward, where all the patients were asleep. Only dim yellow lights were on at both ends of the room. There were more than 40 rascals in total, and the large ward had 25 beds, with some rascals arranged in another large ward. Using the dim yellow light from those two lamps, Diggory slowly searched one by one. At first, he was worried that the gang leader Tom might not be in this ward. However, it was clear he was overthinking. By the time he checked the 5th bed, he had already seen that familiar face. The shoe print on his face is still there. I want to mistake it. After Diggory and Laura confirmed, Laura left, eagerly wanting to show off to her colleagues in the office area. Diggory glanced at Tom, who was soundly asleep, and a dangerous smile crept across his lips. It was a beautiful dream. In the dream, Tom was waving a wand in his hand, standing triumphantly over the little boy who had once humiliated him. This was his moment of vindication, a time to flaunt his power. He wanted the entire village of Hogsmeade to know that he, Tom, was the strongest man. Even Dumbledore would have to step aside. He himself was the king of this world. He could laugh heartily in his own realm. And so, Tom laughed, and then woke up. There is nothing more tragic in the world than not even having the right to dream. The fact that he couldn't even have sweet dreams was bad enough. But worse was that his nightmare was standing right in front of his bed at that moment. Hey! With a shriek, Tom fainted again. Diggory touched his face, wondering if he had become handsome again. Just a glance was enough to make him faint with excitement. Tom's scream was loud, startling Laura, who was outside bragging to her colleagues about how soft Diggory's hands were. What's wrong? Laura pushed open the door to the large ward, walked over to Diggory, grabbed his hand, and asked with concern, Are you okay? I just heard a scream outside. If Tom, who was lying in bed and had fainted again, were awake, he would probably be crying and saying that the one who was scared was clearly me. Diggory struggled to pull his hand out from Laura's broad hand, revealing a harmless smile. It's nothing. Just now my uncle saw me and got so excited that he shouted. But then he fainted again. As he said this, Diggory appropriately showed a hint of regret and desolation. As soon as Laura saw Diggory's expression, she felt herself melting. It's fine. Laura patted her broad chest, then reached into her nurse's uniform and pulled out a particularly thick syringe. Diggory estimated that the syringe was about the thickness of his own arm. Gee, the needle tip oozed with medication. Laura said to Diggory, Come on, make some room for your sister. I'm going to give this rogue, your uncle, a shot. Once the needle goes in, he'll wake up immediately. The effect will be instant. Diggory had long since dodged. With such a thick needle going in, it could scare anyone awake. Then came a sound that made Diggory feel pain just from hearing it, as the medicine was forcefully injected into Tom's backside. This made Diggory silently mourn for Tom for 3 seconds. After the injection, the effect was indeed immediate. Tom groaned and slowly came to, looking at Laura by his bedside. Tom, still dazed, said, Oh, my dear Laura, did you know that I just saw the devil? Laura, too lazy to respond to Tom's nonsense, woke him up and then threw a flirtatious glance at Diggory before leaving. Diggory smiled as he watched Laura leave, then turned back to Tom. Hi. Tom did not respond, just stared blankly at Diggory. After a while, his right hand began to move slowly. If Patrick were here, seeing this scene, he might have cautiously cast an armor spell for protection. But Diggory was different. He smiled slightly and said, If your hand dares to reach for your wand, I can make you regret doing so. Tom's hand paused, then continued upward, finally covering the shoe print on his face, tears of grievance welling up in his eyes. Why are you here again? What do you want? I've already said everything I know. There's no more hiding. Diggory glanced at the moonlight outside the window and estimated the time in his mind. Earlier, he had managed to shake off those 6 people. And now that so much time had passed without any movement, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either they had gathered more people to surround the entire slum and were preparing for a trap, hoping to catch him, or at the very least, wait for someone to come out. The other possibility was that they had gathered more people and were quietly searching in the darkness, making it nearly impossible for Diggory to escape once he realized they were there. So, regardless of which possibility it was, they would be operating as a larger group. And the longer the wait, the more dangerous it became. Therefore, Diggory stepped forward, patted Tom on the shoulder affectionately, and said, Tom, what are you thinking? Would I ever betray you? I just want to ask you for a small favor this time. I believe you won't refuse, right? Tom wanted to turn his head defiantly and refuse this devil before him. But thinking of the inhumane methods this devil employed, he could only obediently nod. This made Diggory smile even brighter. Uncle, you truly are a wise and adaptable gentleman. Tom, feeling wronged, raised his head and asked, wasn't it just Brother Tom a moment ago? How had it changed to Uncle again? Eagerly squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. He patted Tom's bearded face and said, did I give you a face? Can't remember the lessons you've learned? Do you want to experience the 18 moves of a way again? And what about that little pill? Do you want another one? Tom's face turned pale as he recalled those strange moves that left him completely unable to resist, and that unknown pill that made his stomach ache after taking it. It was all a humiliation. He felt that this kid was a devil. Even Satan would have to serve him tea and water in his presence. You just say what you want to do. As long as it's not about taking my life, I'll agree to anything. Tom stuttered, trembling his lips as he spoke. Diggory nodded in satisfaction. What Tom didn't know was that Diggory had only given him a wax ball wrapped with a roundworm. With the current medical standards in a magical world, roundworms basically posed no lethal threat. However, Diggory knew that if he told Tom about this and fully revealed his plan, there was no telling what other thoughts Tom might come up with. With this in mind, Diggory leaned closer to Tom's ear, beginning to share his plan while omitting certain details. In the storage room, Nico sat in the corner, bored, waiting for Diggory to return. But later, she heard a chilling laughter coming from the corridor above, making her shiver in fear, and the wound that Diggory had bandaged on her chest started to hurt again. So, she found some wound treatment supplies on a nearby shelf, intending to take care of it herself. Just as she finished treating the wound and was about to put on her clothes, she suddenly heard the sound of the doorknob turning, and the door swung open. The person outside, wanting to save time, didn't knock and walked straight in. Upon entering, they saw Nico getting dressed. The person inside had never expected such a situation to occur, and for a moment, they froze, unable to button up their shirt. I'm sorry. Diggory immediately turned around to close the door, his face flushed to the roots of his ears, staring wide-eyed at the deep wall of the corridor and exhaling deeply. Damn, so refreshing. But soon Diggory felt guilty again. It wasn't right to eat from the bowl while looking at the pot, although he hadn't even had a lick from the bowl yet. Soon, Nico came out, her face red, and asked Diggory, is your plan set up so quickly? Diggory didn't dare to look in her eyes, lowering his head and responding with a soft So what do we do next? Nickel asked again. She looked at Diggory's flushed ears and laughed, finding this little adult in front of her quite interesting, different from other children. Since they met in the attic, he had been the one to turn danger into safety, and she had only tried to trust him once, only to find that this small shoulder was also so reliable. It was like a strong old member of the Phoenix Society, but it was also different. After all, none of those old members matched Nickel's aesthetic. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door broke Nickel's train of thought. Diggory ran to the window and took a glance at the door, then immediately ran back and said, let's go to the back door. A little thug I knocked into the hospital will be coming down shortly. But you mustn't make a move because that thug will take us out of the slums. There will be some other minor noises along the way. But those are all part of my plan. Just stay quiet and follow me. At night, the once quiet slums began to grow noisy. Hey, open the door. Open the door. Routine inspection by the Ministry of Magic. What inspection? Why are you checking in the middle of the night? It's none of your business. If you don't open the door, it means you have something to hide, and we will have to force our way in. Wait. My wife and I are still getting dressed. Give me 2 more minutes. The person knocking on the door exchanged glances with his companion, then shamelessly laughed and kicked the door open, saying, we want to catch you unprepared. If we give you time, what are we even checking for? Meanwhile, in another location, who are you? What do you want? Why did you suddenly barge in? We have no money. This is the Kidman family at work. Cooperate, and it's all good. If you don't cooperate, we will find a way to make you comply. What can the Kidman family do? You better clarify what you want. You're not letting anyone sleep here. If you don't get out, I won't be polite. Hey, big brother, let's talk nicely. You can look at whatever you want. I won't say a word. Such scenes were continuously playing out in the slums, as if there were hundreds of tragic dramas unfolding simultaneously. The long-haired man and the bald man from the Kidman family were directing the situation on site. Hearing the repeated mention of the Kidman family, the long-haired man's face darkened. He turned pale with rage, completely disregarding any elegance. Looking at the relaxed bald man beside him, his eyes were practically volcanoes ready to erupt. Let's not beat around the bush. What do you mean by this? The bald man wanted to laugh, but pretended to be surprised, then turned to his subordinates and asked, what's going on? Why is everyone inside using my brother's family name? Isn't this just asking for trouble? His subordinates understood the bald man's meaning and put on a look of feigned innocence, saying, sir, I don't know either. I didn't give such orders. Then hurry up and find out. What are you standing here for? The bald man shouted. Get the hell out there and figure it out. If I don't understand what's going on, I'll make sure you do. The subordinates awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. But the long-haired man didn't know what they were going to do. He coldly stared at the bald man and realized that this seemingly simple-minded person was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. He fixed his gaze on the bald man, thinking that unless they successfully capture that woman, he would definitely make him pay the price. The bald man also stopped pretending, snorting coldly, "I'm not in a hurry anyway. All the people coming to catch are from the Kidman family. If the person escapes, you can't blame me." The long-haired man was furious and secretly cursed shamelessness. He regretted not being more cautious back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this situation now. But arguing with this shameless fellow was pointless. He needed to find someone he could trust to lead a team and to catch them. The noise in the slums grew closer, and Diggory and Nico crouched in a small house. Next to them stood a short, scruffy man with a stubbly beard. The scruffy man was Tom's little follower, who had witnessed Diggory's formidable strength during the one-sided fight in the afternoon. Now, standing next to Diggory, he was hunched over, not daring to breathe loudly. Nico, hearing the commotion not far away, began to sweat in her palms, asking, "When does your plan start? We can't get caught by them." Diggo comforted, "Don't worry. Just wait a little longer. The personnel should be in place soon." Nico was a bit anxious. The list she had was extremely important, and she had to deliver it to Dumbledore. So even though Diggo reassured her, Nico was still very anxious. At that moment, a red firework suddenly shot up into the sky from a location in the slums. Diggoly smiled at Nico and said, "Get ready to run." The sleazy man darted out first, agile like a baboon, leading the way for Diggoly and the others. Behind them, Nico was grabbed by Diggoly's wrist, and they quickly ran through the winding slums. "What are we doing? If we just run like this, we'll easily be discovered." Nico felt anxious. If this was Diggoly's plan, she really wanted to slap him right now. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Diggoly turned back and smiled at her. Accompanied by a sunny smile, brilliant fireworks rose into the night sky, blooming freely. Nico suddenly realized this was his plan, using fireworks to attract attention, buying them time to escape. The plan was successful. At that moment, everyone searching for Diggoly was looking up at the fireworks, including those who had been roughly dragged out of their beds. But at that moment, a discordant voice came. "Still watching the fireworks? Are you all out of your minds? This is obviously that woman's trap. She's trying to escape now," roared a subordinate sent by Wu Di to the slums. He was now glad that his young master had the foresight to send him in. Otherwise, relying on this group of temporary workers who had no brains would indeed let that woman escape. As soon as the temp workers saw their leader arrive, they immediately shifted their focus, no longer paying attention to the fireworks above, and resumed their search for people. At this moment, Diggoly and Nico were only one street away from the temp workers, and a street in the slums was only about 5 or 6 meters wide. If someone here let out a loud fart, they could hear it clearly over there. "What now?" Nico anxiously looked at Diggoly. The three of them were hiding behind a low wall, and Nico tightly held onto Diggoly's arm. It was her only source of security. Diggory didn't answer her, just gave her a reassuring glance. Then he looked at Tom's sleazy sidekick and nodded at him. Nico was a bit angry. Even at this moment, he was still exchanging glances with that sleazy guy. The sleazy guy, receiving the glance, turned around and barked like a dog twice toward the nearby alley. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a building in the slums collapsed, burying several temporary workers underneath. Woody's men were stunned. What was happening? But before he could analyze whether this was a coincidence or premeditated, another building collapsed not far away, crushing many people. Just as he turned his head, another collapse occurred. It seemed like a domino effect, with surrounding buildings starting to fall one after another in an irregular manner, leaving him completely bewildered. At that moment, he saw a temporary worker frantically waving his arms at him, as if urging him to leave quickly. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. He looked up, and half of a crumbling wall was the last sight he would ever see in his life. Tom was anxiously waiting under a small bridge. This place was far from the slums, and crossing the bridge led to the road to Hogwarts. The little demon's plan was utterly incomprehensible to him, crazily extreme. In the past, he thought that extorting old people, collecting protection fees, and stealing a bit was already bad enough. However, he never expected that the seemingly harmless little demon could casually say things that terrified him. If the brilliance of fireworks couldn't make them stop, then teach them to be low-key with explosions. This was Diggory's plan. At this moment, Tom was frustrated and anxious. He regretted that if this matter were to be discovered as his doing in the end, he simply couldn't bear the consequences. But he was even more anxious about the pill that Diggory had forced him to swallow. The little demon told him that there was a lively and cute little worm inside the pill. Listen, is that even human language? Can he still not obey? Tom swore that if it weren't for the coercion from Diggory, he would never help him carry out this plan. Just as Tom secretly cursed Diggory to hell, the main character arrived. Under the guidance of the sleazy man, Diggory and Nico successfully avoided the sight of the temporary workers and reached this place safely. Tom rushed forward, extending his hand and asking, "Where's the antidote?" "I want the antidote." Just thinking about a little worm crawling around inside his body made Tom feel uncomfortable from the inside out, his mind filled with images of the worm crawling from one part of his body to another. And his body was providing everything for it, making it feel like a five-star hotel. Diggory laughed unkindly. A pill containing a live roundworm, plus a toffee, totaling 10 points of magic power. Looking back now, that impulsive decision he made turned out to be such a bargain and coincidence. He tossed the toffee to Tom and said with a laugh, "Eat it. And a few hours later you'll want to use the bathroom, and then you'll get to see that worm for yourself." Tom cautiously caught the toffee, looking at the yellow antidote in his palm, feeling a bit uneasy. "How do I know this is really the antidote? What if you're lying to me?" Diggory shrugged and said, "What benefit would I have from lying to you? Besides, think about it. Have I ever lied to you? Do I have any reason to lie to you?" Tom thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Diggory saw that Tom believed him and smiled modestly. Simple-minded. It was indeed that bug, but there were countless bug eggs, which he didn't mention. One piece of candy was more than enough for one bug, but it wouldn't be enough to deal with so many bug eggs. As a local power in Hogsmeade, Diggory realized through this plan that Tom had decent abilities and a straightforward personality. With such a talent, there was no reason for him not to take control. However, Tom, unaware of this, waved his hand, allowing Diggory and the others to pass. In the moment their figures intersected, Tom said to Diggory, "Demon, we will never meet again." Diggory responded with a pure and kind smile, "You devil, you're the real demon." Tom, the ironclad straight man, shivered all over. Diggory's words truly disgusted him. On the path between Hogsmeade and Hogwarts, Diggory said he was going to find a place to do something private and asked Nickel to keep an eye on him. After saying that, he slipped behind a large tree. Nickel thought he was going to relieve himself, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear the sound of flowing water. Just when she was puzzled, Diggory came out, holding a flying broomstick in each hand. Nickel's eyes widened. Diggory's calmness in the face of danger and his strength, which was far beyond his age, had already surprised her. But now she realized that her understanding of Diggory might only be the tip of the iceberg. She had seen Muggle magic shows before, but now she was witnessing the magical world's version of a magic trick with flying broomsticks. Nickel's eyes showed a questioning depth, and Diggory simply responded with a look that said not to ask, as it was a secret. Nickel pouted, feeling that Diggory was being stingy. However, right after that, she saw Diggory get on the broomstick, but he couldn't take off. She giggled and teased, "You haven't learned how to use a flying broomstick yet, have you? You weren't paying attention in Madame Hooch's flying class, were you?" Diggory didn't speak, but looked strangely at the flying broomstick between his legs, his expression somewhat doubtful. There was no doubt that he could use a flying broomstick. This was something he had exchanged for earlier and stored in the system space. According to the principal, product from the system must be top quality, and there shouldn't be any quality issues. So why couldn't he fly now? Diggory said to Nico, "Why don't you try to fly?" Nico smiled confidently and kicked off with her legs. Bang! She fell straight to the ground, kicking up a little dust, not even reaching a height of 10 centimeters. Nico looked at Diggory suspiciously and said, "What kind of flying broomstick is this? It seems to have some serious quality issues." Diggory saw that Nico hadn't flown up either, and he understood most of it in his heart. He slung the broom over his shoulder, looked at the dense forest by the path, and sighed. "This isn't a quality issue, nor is it a matter of our strength. It's that someone doesn't want us to fly." Upon hearing this, Nico's face turned pale. After all this time, it still wasn't over. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the dense forest, and a group of people slowly walked out, led by a long-haired man. Carl Kidman. Nico recognized this old acquaintance who had been chasing her all along. She cautiously walked over Diggory's side and said carefully, "This is the pride of the Kidman family. He is 27 years old this year, but he is already a senior magician. Moreover, he is pure blood, and he is almost predetermined to be the next family leader." Carl stepped forward, first glancing at Nico, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible light. Then he looked at Diggory and smiled politely, saying, "You must be Cedric Diggory. I've heard about you." The arrogance in this guy's tone made it sound as if it was a great honor for Diggory to be remembered by someone like him. This made Diggory quite unhappy, especially since he clearly noticed the way Carl had looked at Nico. Others might not have paid attention, but he saw it clearly. This bastard had ideas about Nico, and those ideas were lewd, shameless, despicable, beastly, and perverted. This made Diggory even more upset. Who are you? Diggory deliberately asked a question he already knew the answer to. Just now, and I could already mention Carl's name. However, Diggory still asked this way. You know my name, but I don't know you. To put it bluntly, what exactly are you? Acting all high and mighty here. Carl's face darkened slightly. Diggory's reaction was beyond his expectations. But soon he adjusted himself and gracefully smiled, saying, My name is Carl Kidman. Remember this name. It will resonate throughout the entire magical world in the future. In Diego's expressionless face, you ask, is your family very wealthy? Nico quietly explains. His family is not just very wealthy, but extremely wealthy. They are one of the 28 pureblood families. Diego nodded and said seriously, Then your name will indeed resonate throughout the entire magical world in the future. Carl smiled proudly, secretly thinking to himself, what if he has the strongest talent? He still has to admit that I'm better than him. On the day you die, I believe the entire magical community will come to mourn you. By then, it will be hard for your name not to echo throughout the magical realm. Nico let out a laugh, then pretended to look very wronged as she glanced at Diego, indicating that she really couldn't hold it in. The proud smile froze on Carl's face as he began to seriously observe the 11-year-old boy. You should know that the combined strength of the two of you is not enough for me to take on in a single round. Why is your mouth still so reckless? Diggory snorted. It's not that I have a loose tongue, but sometimes a person's pride is something they bring upon themselves. Carl's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. He took deep breaths to suppress the anger boiling inside him. If you want to say it's the Pompeo family preventing you from returning to Hogwarts, then I'll pretend you didn't say that. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. The Pompeo family was the other bald man who had been chasing me before. Nico, fearing Diggory wouldn't know about the Pompeo family, explained from the side. Diggory raised his eyebrows and smiled. These people really weren't in the same boat after all. He vaguely remembered that when he escaped from the slums, those people had claimed to be working for the Kidman family. It now seemed that they were actually all from the Pompeo family, and Carl had suffered a loss. Now he wanted revenge, and even more ruthlessly. Sure, no problem at all. Diggory readily agreed. I still need to ensure it. Otherwise, I can't trust you. Carl stepped forward and said, What about the most basic trust between people? Diggory looked quite angry, do you see? Did I ever worry that you would suddenly launch a sneak attack when we passed? I didn't. That's trust. I trust that you will really let us pass. And you should also trust that we won't betray you. Only then can we have the possibility of a second cooperation. In this line of work, integrity is everything. Carl was taken aback by what he said. He looked at Diggory, who was filled with righteous indignation, and muttered, Could it be that I really thought too much? He then looked up at Diggory's eyes, which were very clear, serious, and sincere. All right, I believe you. Carl clapped his hands and finally made this decision. Then he waved his hand, and slowly a group of people appeared from the dense forest. This bastard actually wanted to set me up. Diggory was both shocked and angry, relieved that he had managed to fool Carl. Otherwise, if it had come to a fight, he would have been outnumbered. On the way back, Diggory cautiously looked around. However, until they reached the gates of Hogwarts, nothing happened. Standing at the school gate, Diggory let out a relaxed sigh. Damn, finally back. Noticing that Nico was always looking back, he asked, What's wrong? Is someone behind us? Nico shook her head, looking somewhat puzzled. I don't know, but I always feel like something's off. Diego's face suddenly changed. He knew about Nico's sixth sense. Although he was injured and hadn't fully recovered, it was better to believe in it than to dismiss it. He stepped forward, shielding Nico behind him. Just as he was about to tell her to signal, he suddenly saw something writhing in the darkness ahead. Diggory immediately drew his wand and pointed forward, feeling a bit shocked. They were already at the entrance of Hogwarts, yet someone still dared to chase them. Did they think Dumbledore didn't exist in the school? Even Voldemort at his peak wouldn't dare to do this. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? Just as Diggory was mumbling to himself, Nico, who was behind him, leaned over and said, Don't be nervous. I don't sense any danger. No, that did? The figure in the darkness was getting closer and closer, and slowly, a limping person leaning on a cane appeared in Diggory's line of sight. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly yet, he already knew it was Moody. In the entire magical world, there was only one person with that appearance. Mad-Eye Moody. He was among the top 3 in the Order of the Phoenix. The first was definitely Dumbledore, and after that, only a fully unleashed McGonagall could compete for second place. Moreover, when it came to actual combat ability, Moody could even surpass McGonagall. Soon, although he limped on one leg, Moody approached the two with an excited demeanor. He glanced at Diggory with a strange look, trying to appear stern, but his voice was genuinely harsh. "What are you two still doing here? Come in with me." So, Diggory and Nico followed behind Moody, and it was already around 4 in the morning. The three of them went straight to Dumbledore's office. Surprisingly, old Dumbledore was still awake. Dumbledore carefully observed Diggory and Nico, and after confirming that everything was fine with them, he looked at Moody and asked, pointing at Diggory, "How is this child?" Moody took a sip of his drink and said, "Very good. He can remain calm in the face of danger, and the key is that he is not afraid." Diggory was taken aback, wondering how Moody had been following him the whole way. Since when did this start? Dumbledore pondered. The most important thing Moody had just said was that they shouldn't be timid. That was exactly what he needed. Seeing that no one was speaking, Nico took out a folded piece of brown paper from her pocket and placed it on Dumbledore's desk. "Professor, this is the list of Death Eaters from pureblood families." Dumbledore snapped back to reality and picked up the list in front of him. It's about the same people I know," he said. Moody asked, "What do we take action against them?" Dumbledore shook his head. "It's not appropriate. If we act first, they control most of the resources in the magical world. If we provoke them, no one will support us." Moody began to get a little agitated. "So we just hold this list and do nothing? Then why did we go to the trouble of obtaining it in the first place, at such a great cost?" Dumbledore sighed heavily, looking much older in that moment. He raised his head to look at Moody. "This list is telling us that we already have leverage over them. In the future, when we want to take action, they will have many concerns, and it will be easier for us. At least, there won't be any more chases like this." Diggory was originally listening intently from below, but when he heard this sentence, he was immediately shocked. What is going on? Does old Dang know about these things? Then why doesn't he take action himself? If he did, the Pompeo family, the Kidman family, and those few people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. There was a chapter before, but due to other matters, I couldn't update, so this is A. I will add today's updates from 2 book friends later. Diggory stared at Dumbledore with wide eyes. However, Dumbledore, who had already experienced various storms and trials, had seen all kinds of gazes and was completely unconcerned. At that moment, Nico tugged at the hem of Diggory's cloak and said, "Stop staring at the professor. He needs to be at Hogwarts, and any movement must be kept confidential." If the professor didn't have to protect the students and could roam around the world, many Death Eaters would have already been dealt with. Diggory turned around, looking at Nico in disbelief, feeling that her level of awareness was truly high. When did Westerners have such consciousness? If it weren't for Nico's blonde hair and blue eyes, Diggory would really think she was of authentic Easter descent. Moody clearly saw the look in Diggory's eyes, took a sip of his drink, and said, "Don't look at Nico like that. She's a sensible, good kid, and her parents are great people too." Upon hearing this, Diggory immediately sensed that there was a story behind it. However, seeing Nico's reaction, which seemed somewhat sad, he guessed that the story was likely a tragedy. So, Diggory decided to change the subject. That long-haired guy named Carl Kidman had told him to shift all the blame for chasing Nico onto someone else. Diggory looked at Moody and said, "Do you know about this?" Moody nodded. "I was right behind you at that time. I heard everything you said." Diggory was intrigued. "Did you record what they said in the scene at that time? What is the use of that? Isn't it just a bit of dirt between each other?" Nico asked. Diggory waved his hands excitedly. No, Nick, you're still too young, too innocent. It would be a shame not to take advantage of that scene. That is a leverage point that could tear apart the Kidman family and the Pompeo family." Nick and Moody looked at Diggory in speechless disbelief. A mere 11-year-old was acting so maturely, saying that someone in their 20s was too young. Didn't he know how old he was? Only Dumbledore was aware of Diggory's secret. Although Moody found Diggory a bit ridiculous, it did not affect his appreciation for him. The way he looked at Diggory finally shifted from stern to calm with a hint of recognition, a sense of finding a kindred spirit. "I am not alone on this path." He pulled a memory ball from his coat pocket. This ball could record what people said and the context of the situation at the time. "How could I possibly overlook something like this?" Moody said with a hint of pride. He raised an eyebrow at Diggory, and Diggory felt a jolt of excitement. Had he just gained the recognition of this big shot right after meeting Moody? That's awesome. Diggory and Moody exchanged glances, and Dumbledore felt a bit displeased, interrupting, "Cedric, you should head back now. I'll grant you a leave today, and you can come out tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Diggory suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. although his soul was a super gamer capable of staying up for 5 nights straight. Unfortunately, this world's body was still just that of an 11-year-old child, which couldn't withstand such overexertion. So he bowed to Dumbledore and turned to leave. The night before dawn was the darkest. However, the upscale club in Hogsmeade was brightly lit. In a lavishly decorated room, Lucius sat with several elderly men, nearly at death's door, with hardly any hair left, on genuine leather sofas, silently watching the flute player and Carl. The two first heirs of pure-blood families were jointly pursuing a woman. Each brought their subordinates, utilizing all family resources along the way. Yet they still let her escape. What does this indicate? The faces of the two old gentlemen from the families were grim. Damn it, they had painstakingly nurtured their most promising descendants for over 20 years. Only for it to end up like this? The elder of the Kidman family had long white hair cascading over his shoulders, being the only one among the old men with a full head of hair. Carl, with your strength, you shouldn't have failed to capture a mid-level wizard. How did that woman escape? Before Carl could respond, the elder of the Pompeo family, sporting a shiny bald head with a long, vicious scar over his right eye, interjected. He sneered. Isn't it obvious? It's clear that your good grandson has taken a liking to that girl and couldn't bear to act. The Kidman elder ignored him and just looked at Carl. Carl stepped forward and said, Elder, this matter is entirely due to the Pompeo family's actions, which allowed her to escape. Their family made a big fuss entering the slums, disturbing the peace while waving our Kidman family's banner. The key is with so many people. They couldn't even find her, and she escaped in the end. Nonsense. The Pompeo elder roared in anger. You're talking shameless nonsense, a cowardly slander. Carl was not intimidated by the old Pompeo, pointing directly at his chubby face and retorting, I don't believe you. You can check for yourself. The whole slum knew about this that night. You son of a bitch is as shameless as old dung in a cesspit. Not only is it foul, but you also come out to disgust people. The old Pompeo slammed his cane hard against the floor, making clear imprints. How do we know if what you say is true? What if you had already bribed people in the slums? The Kidman elder, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in to support his grandson. You're talking nonsense with your eyes closed. With so many people in the slums, tell me how to bribe them? You think you can make such a big commotion without anyone knowing? At this moment, the flute player, who had been silent, scoffed. Who knows? Your Kidman family is best at doing sneaky, disgraceful things behind the scenes. The Kidman elder shot a glare at him. Oof. Do you think this is a place for you to talk? The Pompeo immediately defended his grandson. So your grandson was just talking nonsense? This retort was beautifully executed. If the Kidman elder agreed, then Carl would be left speechless. If he denied it, then the flute player could speak, making the Kidman elder's statement meaningless. Lucius sat quietly to the side, even wanting to laugh. Let them make a scene. It would be best if they ended up fighting, escalating into a war between the two families, while he picked up the pieces from behind. Lucius thought to himself, and Carl did not disappoint his expectations. Facing the verbal attack from the old Pompeo against his grandfather, he coldly laughed, Ha! You're full of shit. As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. This statement was indeed self-destructive, harming himself while attempting to harm the enemy. Lucius began to get excited, eagerly awaiting a brawl between the two families. The flute player, hearing this, immediately clenched his fists, ready to show Carl what a man is. He threw a punch at Carl's eye. Do you even know what it means to be a man, you pathetic coward? Tonight, I'll show you. This punch stunned Carl. He covered his eye, unable to believe what had just happened. But immediately after, the flute player's words made him react. How dare you call me a coward? Carl had never been insulted like this before. He immediately turned around and started grappling with the flute player, both of them rolling on the ground, exchanging blows. At this moment, the status of first heirs of pure-blood families and noble wizards was completely irrelevant. The only thought in their minds was to strangle each other right there. Well done. Lucius cheered them on in his heart. He couldn't help but glance over at the two old gentlemen, hoping they would join in as well. However, his hopes were dashed. Although the two old men looked displeased, they did not intervene. Enough. You've completely disgraced the pure-blood families. The scene calmed down as everyone turned to look at the old gentleman sitting in the middle, sporting a mustache and having prominent age spots at the corners of his eyes. The solid hardwood floor of the room had just been stomped into pieces by this gentleman's cane. Is this the time to fight? Can fighting solve this problem? Old Donald said, You better separate them. Upon hearing this, the flute player and Carl each delivered a covert blow to their opponent before separating. Their reason for separating was not only because Donald was the patriarch of the most established pure-blood family, but also because this old man was the strongest in their camp. Old Donald glanced at the two and felt angry. He turned to Lucius and asked, What do you think about this matter? Lucius no longer lounged casually, but respectfully leaned forward and said, the most important thing now is to think about how to retrieve that list from Dumbledore's hands. We also need to be prepared in case we can't retrieve it and it gets made public. Made public? Impossible. Dumbledore, isn't prepared to counter us. The old Pompeo said. Lucius shook his head, suppressing his disdain for Pompeo, and said, although Dumbledore isn't prepared yet, he has been making preparations all along. You can all calculate how many students have graduated from Hogwarts over the years. How many in our Ministry of Magic aren't pure-blood wizards? Upon hearing this, the others immediately showed serious expressions. It turned out that, unknowingly, the number of pure-blood wizards had already been surpassed by the number of mudbloods. Seeing the understanding in their eyes, Lucius continued, these wizards are spread across the magical world. If we say that the 28 pure-blood families used to be the framework supporting the entire magical world, then to put it bluntly, we are now left with just a name. Dumbledore, as long as he is willing, can find enough power to replace us in his capacity as the headmaster of Hogwarts. The greatest white wizard in history, along with so many other titles. Isn't that exactly why we had to join the Death Eaters in the first place? Old Donald's face was ashen. The name of the 28 pure-blood families must not be tarnished here, nor can it disappear like this. He looked at Lucius and said in a deep voice, no matter what method you use this time, you must get that list back. Lucius smiled slightly. With a hint of a successful scheme, of course, it benefits none of us for the list to be made public. But this price, old Donald snorted coldly. Do as you wish, we will make up for your losses. Lucius smiled, looking very composed and elegant. Then you can rest assured, it's not difficult to get it back. In less than 2 months, the Triwizard Tournament will begin, and we can find a way at that time. This is an additional chapter, and there will be another update tomorrow. In the early morning, a fresh and clean ray of sunlight fell on Diggory's face. His closed eyelids moved slightly as he slowly woke up. He sat up, glanced at the dormitory door beside him, which had not yet opened, and then lay back down. He wasn't lying on the soft and comfortable single bed in the dormitory, but on the sofa outside. Diggory stared blankly at the ceiling, calculating when he might be able to go to bed and whether the dormitory beds were clean. As for why he was thinking like this and why he had spent the night on the couch, the reason was that when he returned last night, just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly heard some very harmonious sounds coming from inside the room. He was too familiar with this kind of sound. It was the kind of sound he had heard in the single-scene adult films from the island in his previous life. Without a doubt, it was Patrick who had brought a girl to the dorm while he was away, using some method he didn't know. And then, when a golden breeze met the jade dew, it surpassed countless earthly pleasures. At that moment, Diggory awkwardly left after fiddling with his fingers because the girl's voice was a bit loud. Moreover, he had to admit that Patrick had quite a bit of energy. Diggory returned at 4:30 in the morning, and at that time, Patrick was still going strong, which was a testament to his prowess. But after that night, his waist paid the price. Diggory got up from the sofa, patted his kidney, and thought to himself that he couldn't do this anymore. Snap! Diggory turned to the sound and saw Patrick's head sticking out, looking around. Then he spotted Diggory. A complex smile appeared on Patrick's face, followed by a questioning glance at Diggory, as if asking whether there was anyone else in the lounge besides him. Diggory shook his head, thinking that if someone came out first, he would go rest on that person's bed. Patrick withdrew his head, and then the door opened. He emerged with a girl wrapped in a blanket and quickly escorted her to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. After a brief exchange of whispers, Patrick gave the girl a kiss, and then she left. Diggory watched the whole time, and after the girl left, he finally asked, which house is that girl from? Patrick smiled proudly and said, Ravenclaw. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Diggory felt envious inside but couldn't say it, so he acted very nonchalant. Can I still sleep on my bed? There won't be any smelly and sticky liquid on it, right? The mattress isn't sagging in the middle, is it? Patrick waved his hand. Don't worry, I didn't use your bed. Oh, that's good. After saying that, Diggory got up to go back to sleep, but was stopped by Patrick. There's something I need to tell you. Because you didn't take your mom back yesterday afternoon, she got really angry and wants you to reflect on it. This time it was Diggory's turn to wave his hand, not caring at all. It's just Mom being angry. That anger will only last for a little while. It'll be fine after some time. At most, I'll just get nagged a bit when I get back. What else can happen? If she's still mad, I could just say a few nice words later. Seeing Diggory's indifferent expression, Patrick kindly reminded him, Hey, brother, we should take our mother's anger seriously. Diggory felt indifferent because the bond between mother and child grows stronger with time apart and weakens with prolonged interaction. In his previous life during college, he was urged to come home before the holidays, always hearing I miss you, and you're so ungrateful. Yet after returning, it took at most 5 days before he would be disliked. So Diggory was not worried at all. He could simply choose not to go home for the holidays. Seeing Diggory still looking unconcerned, Patrick became anxious, warning, "You mustn't underestimate your mother's anger. When a woman loses her reason and gets angry, no one can stop her. Not even Merlin." Diego glanced at him and asked, "Is it because of your mom that you were beaten? Is that why you have a psychological shadow?" Patrick seemed to be reminded of a painful past, habitually ran his fingers through his hair, and said, "I haven't been beaten, but I have been educated. Since then, I've understood a principle." Diggory asked, "What's the reasoning? When you talk sense to a woman, she may not listen, but when a woman talks sense to you, you must listen." Diggory squinted his eyes, recalling the TV dramas and various romance novels he had seen in his previous life, then nodded seriously. "It makes sense. So, let's skip class today to date girls." "Diego." Patrick raised his eyebrows. Diggory yawned and thought, "Forget it, I just want to sleep now. No one can stop me." "Don't." Patrick urgently stopped Diggory. "How about I have Monica invite Ophelia?" Diggory's footsteps came to a halt. "And the two of us will create opportunities for you to be alone together." Patrick continued to raise the stakes. Diggory looked conflicted, his body telling him, "You want to sleep now? Hurry to bed." But his mind couldn't help but picture the moments alone with Ophelia. "I will also ask Monica about Ophelia's preferences and tell you everything then." The way Patrick said this was like tempting someone to commit a crime. Diggory asked, "Ravenclaw will have class soon, right? What makes you think your Monica can get Ophelia to go out? And who is your Monica?" "TSK." Patrick had a suggestive smile on his face. "Isn't she the girl who just left? Let me tell you, it's actually not hard for girls to arrange to meet each other, just like it is for us guys." Before Patrick could finish, the door to the Hufflepuff common room was suddenly opened by someone. Diggory and Patrick looked over and found it was Moody. Moody's serious eyes scanned the faces of the two boys, causing them both to shiver. Moody pointed at Patrick and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes to get dressed, and then come to me immediately. And you," Moody pointed at Diggory, "you have 2 minutes to wake yourself up. Don't come to me looking like you're still asleep." Although Patrick, as planned to meet with his sister, was disrupted and Moody had intruded rudely, he didn't dare to get angry. He had already recognized the identity of the limping man before him. The crazy-eyed man Moody was not someone he could provoke. So he immediately complied with Moody's demands, without a word of complaint. Done. It was about half an hour before class. By the Forbidden Forest, Diggory and Patrick were forcibly brought here by Moody. He didn't say what he was going to do, just told them to wait a bit longer. So, Diggory sat on the ground, leaning against a large tree, pretending to nap. The ground was covered with a layer of soft fallen leaves. The autumn air was refreshing, and the morning golden sunlight served as a blanket. It was simply too comfortable. Just as Diggory was dozing off, he suddenly felt he couldn't breathe. His brain was lacking oxygen, as if someone was controlling him, making it impossible to breathe. Diggory's first reaction was that someone had tried to poison him. But in his dazed state, he realized that he was in Hogwarts, and Moody was here. Who would dare to be so reckless? The lack of oxygen quickly brought Diggory back to his senses, and then he saw the culprit that had nearly taken his breath away. "Nico, even though we're quite familiar, if you still try to lay hands on me, I will still turn on you." Nico squatted in front of Diggory, looking at him with a bright smile. It was obvious that she had played a prank on him earlier by pinching his nose. Diggory shouted at Moody, "Aren't you going to do something about this?" Moody was taken aback at first, probably not expecting Diggory to speak to him like that. After realizing what was happening, he shot him a glare, as he hadn't anticipated Diggory would confront him this way. However, Diggory was unyielding and glared back immediately. Nico found the situation amusing and thought Diggory was quite different from the others. Due to his appearance, Moody probably seemed like a dangerous figure in the eyes of the children, equating to the phrase "stay away." Just like Patrick, who because of Moody was now like a quiet and introverted good boy, standing aside and watching silently without saying a word. Nico stepped forward to stop the staring contest between Diggory and Moody, smiling as she said, "All right, because you two missed a lot of classes due to your trip to the Albanian forest, we will have special training later." "Special training?" Diggory thought for a moment. "Is it going to be the three of us, me, Patrick, and Ophelia?" Nico nodded, her golden hair glowing in the morning sunlight, creating a hazy beauty that left Patrick mesmerized. She pointed to Ophelia, who was standing not far away, and only then did Diggory notice her, as he hadn't paid attention before. "So you guys are?" Diggory asked. "Special guest instructors." Moody interjected, taking a swig from his flask and smacking his lips. "We need to hurry. This morning we have to catch a giant 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest, and it must be done before noon, or you won't get any food today." This made Patrick unhappy, and he originally wanted to protest loudly. But as soon as he saw Moody's terrifying face and serious expression, his momentum weakened. In the end, he could only manage to sound like a mosquito buzzing. But we're just kids. Moody shot him a glance. Your behavior in the dorm last night didn't seem very much like that of a kid. Patrick, Diggoly. As soon as Moody said this, the scene fell silent instantly. A gentle autumn breeze blew down a withered leaf. Although it was autumn, the forbidden forest was still lush and green. Diggory turned his face away, suddenly feeling that the scenery of the forbidden forest on the other side was surprisingly pleasant. Not far away, Ophelia had approached, frowning as she looked at the few people on site, completely unaware of what Moody's words meant. Nick was still grinning, glancing at the serious-looking Diggory and then at the dazed Patrick. Meanwhile, Patrick was internally collapsing. He remembered the first time he did something sneaky was when he was about 6 years old. It happened when he accidentally saw his dad with his mistress. Then he thought he would try it himself. The first time was a complete failure, not because of timing, but because the secrecy measures were poorly executed, and he was caught in the process, then taken in front of his mother for a 3-hour lecture. Afterward, he felt like he had just been released from prison. However, the intensity of the lecture was too low, leading Patrick to think not that he shouldn't do it again, but that he should ensure better secrecy next time. Then, on a moonless and windy night, he had his first experience with a maid from his house in a storage room that was usually deserted. So now, at 11 years old, Patrick was actually quite experienced. When he brought Monica back to his room, he had thoroughly checked the room for any secret passages or hidden rooms. Plus, he had locked the door well, and there were no issues when he opened it in the morning. The windows were covered with curtains, making it impossible to see inside from outside. So how did Moody know? Could it be? Patrick suddenly looked at Diggory. You actually suspect me? Diggory rolled his eyes. Do I need to do that? I don't even have a motive. Patrick then looked at Moody, his eyes filled with indignation and confusion. However, Moody ignored him and said, Since everyone is here, let's set off. Saying this, he leaned on his cane and led the way toward the forbidden forest. Ophelia and Nick followed him. Diego got up from the ground, patted Patrick on the shoulder, and said, Come on, it's already like this. What else can we do? Just change it in the future. Diggory thought to himself that he was also helping Patrick change this bad habit, which could be considered as going with the flow. He was saving a scumbag and helping him turn over a new leaf and start anew. At the same time, he could also take good care of his own body. After all, being so indulgent at just 11 years old, what would happen in the future? Would he end up shedding tears over something empty in old age? Most importantly, feelings need to be taken seriously. They're not something to be played with casually. Patrick nodded. Yeah, I understand. I need to be more careful from now on. Diggory, am I saying this? Is the boy's reading comprehension ability really that poor? Diggory wanted to organize his thoughts and persuade Patrick again, but Patrick was already ignoring him and walking ahead quickly. This left Diggory feeling frustrated as he had to follow behind. He wondered when he would be able to make Patrick turn over a new leaf. Moody in front had been waiting for Diggory to catch up, but the boy was still lagging behind, which made him a bit impatient. No one, whether in the Ministry of Magic or the Order of the Phoenix, dared to make him wait like this. Finally, when Diggory managed to catch up, Moody glanced at him with impatience. Diggory, what's going on today? Does this old fool have something else waiting for me? Diggory thought for a moment, confirming that he hadn't done anything immoral or played with emotions, and then fearlessly looked back. Moody's crazy eye twitched. This kid seemed to have no fear of him at all, but he didn't want to ramble on, so he directly said to Diggory, When we get there, you go up first, and we'll be watching from the back. Diggory was taken aback. Was it when capturing the eight-eyed spider? Moody impatiently nodded. Why? Why should I be the one to go first? Logically, it should be you taking action, right? That would save a lot of time, Diggory asked. Moody was getting quite impatient. It had been a long time since anyone had asked him so many questions. Not in the Order, and certainly not in the Ministry. They just followed orders without question, and those who dared to ask were met with a spittle. Mr. Diggory, I am now the teacher of the three of you. And until the Triwizard Tournament begins, I will be the one directly managing you. Until your safety is guaranteed, you must obey my orders completely, no questions asked. Do you understand? Moody was breathing heavily with excitement. He didn't know why this kid always managed to push his patience to the limit. He felt that if Diggory continued to ask why, his bad temper might fully surface. Who said that? Why has no one ever told me? Why should I listen to your orders? Diggory's deadly three-hit combo. Moody suddenly turned his head and stared intently into his eyes, breathing heavily. He now felt dizzy in his head, as if a volcano was about to erupt in his eyes. This kid was really getting on his nerves. If he were to take the Orus out on a mission, anyone who dared to ask such questions would have been dealt with long ago. But thinking of what Dumbledore had said to him, He could only patiently explain to Diggory, I don't have a clear understanding of the strength of your trio, so I need you to demonstrate. Me alone? Diggory pointed to himself, puzzled. How can my strength represent the three of us? At this moment, Moody seemed to have accepted Diggory's endless questions, and his mindset had calmed down. Because you are the main combatant. I know Patrick's armor spell, and I also know his strength is at the bottom, so he's responsible for defense. In the later stages, I just need to practice with him. As for Ophelia, during the Triwizard Tournament, she was more responsible for the theoretical competition, so I'm not in a hurry to understand her combat power. Therefore, I only need to quickly ascertain your actual combat strength. Diggory twisted his fingers and asked, So, do you want to lure one out first and then I'll take action? Moody slightly smiled at the corner of his mouth, but it was very brief and faint, going unnoticed by anyone. No, you have to figure out on your own. Diggory's eyes grew wider and wider. I'm supposed to go into that large group of acromantulas, risking my life to lure one out and then kill it. I'm still a kid. Moody smiled briefly, but quickly returned to seriousness. Don't worry, you won't die. But what does that matter? Diggory stood still, refusing to move. He was already somewhat timid, needing time to adapt to unfamiliar things. When he watched the Harry Potter movies and saw the mass of acromantulas crawling out from the mountains, his arachnophobia almost kicked in. Since coming to this world, he had experienced a few battles, but they were all one-on-one. Suddenly facing a whole colony of magical creatures, especially man-eating acromantulas. Was this something a person should do? And what if the acromantula sprayed venom in his face? It would disfigure him, and even if he was saved, he wouldn't survive. However, Moody completely ignored him. Seeing Diggory standing still, he directly pulled out his wand and cast a petrification spell on him. Diggory was shocked. He was caught off guard and completely didn't expect this. Moody returned to Diggory's side and cast a levitation spell on him, then continued on their way. Diggory was not unaware of the dangers he was facing. However, this mission was not initiated by him, but by Dumbledore. Dumbledore was already aware of Diggory's combat abilities in one-on-one situations, whether it was his duel with Leonardo or his fight against the vampire Corvus, both of which showcased his exceptional strength. Therefore, old Dumbledore now wanted to see Diggory's combat capability in a one-versus-many scenario. The implication behind this was not lost on Moody, who cast a glance at Diggory, tucked under his arm, his eyes filled with meaning. Diggory, however, was oblivious to what Moody's gaze conveyed. He only knew that although he had been hit by a petrification curse, it only affected his body, and his senses like smell were still intact. Now, he could smell the scent from Moody's armpit, which was hard to describe. It was overwhelming. After leading them for about half an hour, Moody finally stopped in front of a denser thicket. The group turned back to look at the forbidden forest behind them and felt that the thicket before them was like a forest within a forest. Moreover, it was permeated by a nauseating stench reminiscent of a dead pig left outside in the heat for several days, rotting and infested with maggots. Moody set Diggory down and released the petrification curse. The moment he was freed, Diggory shot Moody a glare that could kill. In his mind, he was channeling the spirit of Q, telling himself that if glares could kill, this guy would already be pinned to the ground. However, in Moody's eyes, that glare looked different. To him, it resembled the look a divorced woman in the Ministry's archives gave him. It was ghostly and resentful. He pointed towards the thicket filled with the foul odor and said, You go in yourself. We'll wait for you here. At that, Diggory's expression changed even more. What if I encounter danger inside? Moody did not hesitate at all, replying, Then use your brain and think of a way. Diggory asked again, What if I can't think of a way, or I don't have time to think of a way? Moody's expression became serious, as if he was really contemplating the question. Although he always had a serious expression, Diggory felt that this time he was genuinely thinking about his problem. He was hoping that he wouldn't have to go in alone. Moody pondered the question, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Damn it, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Diggory was exasperated. What if I'm done for by then? Moody, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Diggory had no choice but to turn away. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Ophelia, then walked into the dense forest without looking back. Patrick, seeing his brother truly go in like this, couldn't help but feel anxious. He asked Nico, Are you really going to let him go in like this? What if something happens? This is irresponsible. Playing with lives. How can you do this? Patrick was quite agitated and even angrier. However, Moody merely glanced at Patrick dismissively, then instructed Nico, I'll go in first. You keep an eye on things here. Signal if anything happens. Nico nodded, and then Moody entered the forest while sipping on his drink. At this moment, Patrick turned back, dazed, and asked Nico, So you guys had this planned all along? Why deceive Cedric then? Nico looked at the forest that had already swallowed their figures and slowly said, "Because this is the best way to stimulate Diggory's potential and to keep him safe." Patrick nodded thoughtfully and then glanced at Ophelia, noticing she was staring blankly at the place where Diggory had entered. Patrick felt a surge of joy in his heart. His brother had been thinking about this for so long, and it wasn't all in vain. However, Diggory was unaware of what was happening outside. All he knew was that he had entered alone, operating solo. And the biggest taboo in solo operations was to act impulsively, because no one would coordinate with you. One careless move could expose a weakness to the enemy, leading to a back attack. Therefore, as Diggory walked, he contemplated strategies in his mind. The best method was to hide outside the eight-eyed spider's nest and patiently wait to see if any spiders went solo. If so, that would be ideal. He had previously communicated with Big Orange and knew that external items could be sent directly into the system space by touch. Moreover, if a living being was sent in, it wouldn't die, but would remain in a state of suspended animation. When taken out of the system space, it would awaken. Therefore, as long as he acted quickly enough, waiting for a solitary eight-eyed spider would be the best approach. However, Diggory also prepared for two other scenarios. 1. If there were no solitary spiders, he would need to come up with another plan. 2. If he caught a solitary spider but was quickly surrounded by a group of eight-eyed spiders. Diggo stood still and thought for a moment. If the latter two scenarios became reality, then he would truly exist. Sigh, he forgot to worship the deities before going out. He didn't know which big shot in the Harry Potter world had the final say. Furthermore, as Diggo ventured deeper, the surrounding trees became denser. Between two adjacent large trees, many shrubs grew, and with the trees themselves being lush and leafy, the light here became increasingly dim. Above the shrubs, there were also many dense spider webs, interconnected, making one feel goosebumps all over. Seeing this, Diggo let out a slight sigh, lamenting that the system couldn't exchange for modern weapons. Otherwise, what dense forest, what eight-eyed spiders? They would all be nothing. Just hand grenades, C4 explosives, powerful landmines, Dongfeng series full fire coverage. At that time, whatever magical creatures or powerful spells, they would all be trash under such overwhelming firepower. Diggory was taken aback for a moment. Fire? Fire? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. That's right, just burn it with fire. Diggory excitedly looked around, thinking this was a perfect place to start a fire. The dense jungle brush and all these spider webs. Just a simple incendio spell could set this place ablaze in no time. Then he could quietly find a spot to hide while it burned, and once he saw the acromantula come to check it out or flee, he could take action. Thinking of this, Diggory laughed happily to himself. I'm such a genius. But there was still one problem. He didn't know the incendio spell yet. Just then, Moody, who had been secretly following him, saw Diggory suddenly start acting quite suspiciously. He looked left and right, feeling around, and finally found a hidden tree hollow to crawl into. Moody frowned, took a sip of his drink, and muttered, "This little brat. What is he up to now?" After 5 minutes, he saw Diggory come out again, not knowing where he had gotten the bottles from, pouring various paints onto his clothes. Moody's eyes widened in surprise. In no time, his jacket had changed to match the surrounding trees, and, at a glance, it was almost indistinguishable. This kid has some skills. In that moment, Moody thought about having Diggory transferred to the Auror office. With this ability, he was definitely talented. In his view, Diggory was trying to use this method to approach the acromantula's nest, observe closely, and catch a solitary spider to complete the task. It was a clever idea, but it didn't meet the requirements. He still needed to step in to ensure he could see Diggory's group combat abilities. Moody thought to himself. However, Moody miscalculated. He thought Diggory would continue moving forward, but then, Moody slapped the tree trunk beside him, leaving a clear handprint on it. This brat actually dared to start a fire. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Dumbledore's warning, to keep a close eye on Cedric, because he always managed to surprise you. It was indeed true. But how did this kid come up with such a method? It is known that the Magical Creatures Protection Act explicitly states one must not casually damage, including but not limited to permanent damage, the habitat of magical creatures. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. Moody stared in shock at the arsonist not far away, torn between whether to step in and stop him or to continue watching. It was so damn complicated. But Diggory was not conflicted. He didn't even know about the Magical Creatures Protection Act, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. With Dumbledore backing him up, who would he be afraid of? The key was that no one knew he was doing this here. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know, even if someone suspected it. Who would think that a first-year Hogwarts student had already mastered the incendio spell? No one. So at that moment, he transformed into a forced arsonist, even thinking about whether to take this opportunity to have a barbecue. However, before he could decide whether to grill chicken wings or make a beggar's chicken, suddenly, a mental connection struck him, and Diggory's body jolted. The incendio spell abruptly stopped as his shoulder shifted slightly to the right. Whoosh! A white light shot past swiftly. Bang! Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the large tree behind Diggory, with a little white spider silk at the entrance. Diagoly's face turned pale. This is spider silk. So, without a doubt, it must be the work of the eight-eyed spider. However, is this kind of attack something the eight-eyed spider is capable of? The spider he encountered in the Albanian forest didn't have such terrifying combat power at all. With this attack speed, if it weren't for the slight enhancement of Diagoly's physical abilities from that bottle of agility potion, he definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge the previous attack. Suddenly, a dense rustling sound came from all directions in the dense forest. It was obvious that a large number of eight-eyed spiders were gathering here. Soon, the swarm of spiders appeared in Diagoly's line of sight. These large spiders continuously spat fresh spider silk into the burning flames. The moisture in the spider silk quickly extinguished the blazing fire. Before long, Diagoly's masterpiece was destroyed by the combined efforts of the spiders. The smoke from the burned materials curled up through the thick spider silk, adding a touch of misty ambience to the dense forest. Diggory tightened his grip on the wand in his hand, and, to be honest, he felt a bit panicked. It was like being caught in bed with someone and unable to escape, that feeling of being watched. This sensation was too torturous, like being forcibly held in a seat while listening to someone scrape their nails on a blackboard. At that moment, Diggory would have preferred to engage in a fierce battle. At least then he wouldn't be tortured by his thoughts. However, the eight-eyed spiders did not attack. Instead, a line of them parted to reveal a large red eight-eyed spider emerging from behind. This red eight-eyed spider fixed all 8 of its eyes intensely on Diggory, and there was a distinctly human-like anger in them. Cold sweat kept trickling down the back of Diggory's head, and that was not a good sign. Fortunately, the cold sweat was only running down the back of his head, so his face still looked quite normal. As a mobile male primate, Diggory absolutely could not lose to this eight-eyed giant spider in terms of momentum, so he pretended to glare back defiantly. At the same time, he remained vigilant to prevent the surrounding eight-eyed spiders from launching a surprise attack. The webs of these spiders were no joke. Their silk was laced with venom that could not only extinguish fires, but could also be deadly. At that moment, the red eight-eyed giant spider suddenly spoke, its mouthparts moving as it said, "Who are you? Why did you enter our territory without permission? What's worse, you are causing destruction. Do you know that the law states that any wizard who damages the habitat of our magical creatures will be imprisoned upon discovery?" "I don't know," Diggory replied defiantly, "and I'm still a minor, so you have no evidence to prove I did this." He became even more assertive with the latter half of his sentence. Being a minor had certain legal advantages, and most importantly, this group of spiders had no evidence. The eight-eyed spiders were not humans who could use various magical items to record the situation at the time. So why should anyone believe that Diggory was the one who started the fire? Moreover, if word got out that Diggory, who had just started school a little over a month ago and had spent less than half a month in total at school, had already learned a powerful offensive spell like the fire-making spell, would anyone believe it? Absolutely not, because they had no concept of that possibility and no awareness of it. Most wizards were arrogant. They wouldn't believe things they hadn't seen with their own eyes. Just like Voldemort back in the day. If these wizards had had such concepts and crisis awareness, that noseless bald man would have never had the chance to rise. He would have long been taken down by the elite classes of the magical world. Therefore, Diggory was able to say these things with great momentum. The red eight-eyed giant spider was furious, its 8 enormous eyes glowing with a greenish light. It now wanted to eat this arrogant little boy in front of it. Spiders didn't waste words. It lifted one of its front legs high, then slashed down like a blade. Go! All the gray, eight-eyed spiders immediately hissed collectively, with some leaping down from above, charging directly at Diggory. Others shot out webs to block his escape route. Diggory was taken aback. Was this a magical creature? A not-so-smart magical creature? Surely it wasn't an army? But that wasn't all. The red, eight-eyed giant spider suddenly leaped into the air, shooting a silk thread from its rear towards a branch of a large tree, swinging its body in midair. It then opened its monstrous mouth and spat out a mouthful of highly toxic, aged phlegm at Diggory. This scene left Diggory stunned. Peter Parker must have been bitten by such a spider to become Spider-Man. The attacks came in an instant, with silk and venom falling from the air like an inverted bowl, ready to trap Diggory inside. Moody, who was hiding behind, also thought that Diggory could not possibly withstand such an attack. He had already drawn his wand and was about to intervene, but at that moment, Diggory was even faster. He raised his wand with his right hand and waved it lightly upwards, instantly conjuring a transparent wall with a shield charm to block the attacks. All the silk attacks hit the wall, and the spider's venom landed on the silk instead, which surprisingly held up. The red, eight-eyed giant spider hung in midair, its 8 eyes wide open like 8 large black plates. It was shocked. Is this creature really just a child? Is there such an impressive child? Or has its kind been so far removed from human society that they didn't even know humans had such talent? Little did it know, the one even more shocked was Moody, who was hiding behind and preparing to act. Moody knew that Dumbledore wanted to train Diggory when he mentioned in the office. He thought it was just because the Sorting Hat said the child had great talent. But now it seemed that this talent was not just great, but extraordinary. The Sorting Hat had said Diggory's talent was unprecedented, even surpassing that of Dumbledore and Voldemort during their time. This news had spread that very night. However, not many people took it seriously. After all, Dumbledore and Voldemort were incredibly powerful. One was the greatest white wizard in history. The other was the second Dark Lord, who had ruled the European magical world for a decade. Having one of each was enough. It was just right for the two opposing factions. Now suddenly there was talk of another, especially one who was just a child. It was like an old man pointing at a child and saying, "You will achieve greatness in the future, either become a king or an emperor." But who would believe that? Most just took it as a joke. Moody was one of them, and perhaps even more so. He had personally experienced just how powerful Dumbledore and Voldemort were. He had fought alongside Dumbledore and opposed Voldemort. He knew their strengths well. So when the Sorting Hat said a child was about to surpass them, Moody naturally didn't believe it. He thought it was purely a joke, worth less than a fart. This situation continued until Dumbledore hoped he could train Diggory, at which point Moody realized that the child's talent might indeed be extraordinary. However, he truly did not expect Diggory's talent to be this remarkable. An 11-year-old child, just over a month into the new school year, had already mastered 2 powerful spells, one offensive and one defensive, complementing each other perfectly. Moody began to take things seriously. He put away his flask and focused intently on Diggory. If the child showed even the slightest hint of being overwhelmed by the spiders, he would jump in immediately. The 8-eyed spiders charging at Diggory crashed into the shield charm, and the powerful impact combined with the previous defensive attacks caused the transparent wall to finally shatter. The silk from above fell down, and the red 8-eyed giant spider saw an opportunity. It was all above, and the attacks would be blocked by the silk, leaving Diggory unable to see anything. So it decisively swung its claws again, sending a flurry of silk and venom flying toward Diggory's position. The speed was so fast that it was over in the blink of an eye. The area where Diggory was located was completely covered by the attacks of the spiders. At this moment, unless Diggory could burrow underground, he was absolutely in grave danger. This was the sound of spider silk falling onto the ground. Crack! This was the sound of venom hitting the spider silk. This time, not only was the red 8-eyed giant spider stunned, but those gray 8-eyed spiders with low intelligence were also bewildered. Diggory is gone. Where is he? Has he really burrowed into the ground? Of course not. Moody, hidden in the back, saw everything clearly with his fake eye. The moment the transparent wall of the armor spell shattered, Diggory had already hidden himself in the previous tree hole in a very awkward position. Therefore, the subsequent wave of attacks from the spiders was purely exhausting their own ammunition. That very awkward position was a move Diggory used back in his student days during fights to avoid attacks, a particularly practical technique called the roll like a donkey. Practice makes perfect. This move was not only useful back then, but it is still effective now. Before the red 8-eyed giant spider could figure out what was going on, it suddenly saw several indistinct objects flying out from an inconspicuous tree hole. What is this? Because the speed was too fast and the time too short, even the spiders, with their 8 eyes, couldn't see clearly what these 6 indistinct objects were. Only Moody, hiding in the back, could get a rough idea with his fake eye. What are these? Why are they pink? He muttered. Dumbledore hadn't told Moody much about Diggory's common attack methods, believing that Moody would find out sooner or later. So when Moody saw Diggory suddenly throw out 6 bottles containing pink liquid, he was a bit confused. But then he understood. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 bottles exploded one after another. This was Diggory breaking them at his fastest speed, creating 6 clouds of pink smoke that quickly merged into one large mass. The smell of the smoke wafted over to Moody. Since this was something Diggory used in battle, he shouldn't be touching it. However, Moody couldn't suppress his curiosity. Besides, after traveling around for so many years, he had encountered more poisons than Diggory had eaten meals. So he leaned in and cautiously sniffed. Oh my, an aphrodisiac. He quickly pulled out his flask and took several gulps to suppress the heat rising in his lower abdomen. While covering his mouth and nose with a wet cloth he took from his groin, he nervously looked in Diggory's direction. This attack method is too extravagant. Who has the ability to suddenly pull out 6 bottles of aphrodisiac during a fight and throw them all at once? This stuff isn't cheap. While it's not yet at the level of being unaffordable, it shouldn't be used so casually. At least in his half a lifetime. Having been an Auror for decades, Moody had never seen such a fighting style and had never realized that aphrodisiacs could be used this way. This is truly a sight to behold. Moody marveled at the side, while the red, 8-eyed giant spider was struggling to suppress the desire rising within. It trembled all over, its 6 legs shaking violently, and the hairs on its body fluffed up. However, the other 8-eyed spiders did not have such self-control. They were all drooling. Those with opposite-sex spiders nearby rubbed against them, while those without rubbed against their same-sex companions. The entire scene was chaotic, with a burst of hormonal scent, a mosaic of sights. Just then, a masked figure dashed out from this chaotic scene, dragging a spider with a rope behind them. And on that spider, another spider was perched. The two were putting on a passionate display right in front of Diggory. Diggory glanced back at his masterpiece and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is not autumn for storing food and fattening up for winter. This is clearly the arrival of spring on the vast grassland." At that moment, the red 8-eyed giant spider struggled to escape the range of the aphrodisiac. Watching Diggory leave with 2 8-eyed spiders, its eyes filled with rage. "Human, I remember you." Then, its eyes became chaotic under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Outside the dense forest, Ophelia was feeling restless. Since earlier, thick smoke had risen from within the forest, followed by constant noises. And now the roars of 8-eyed spiders could still be heard. She was worried about that person, but remembered her grandmother's words, always hesitating. Should she enter? Was Diggory worth her going in? Nico noticed her anxiety and came over to comfort her. "Don't worry, Diggory has Mr. Moody with him. Nothing will happen." Ophelia frowned at Nico, but didn't speak. Instead, she turned to Patrick and said, "Why don't you go in? Your armor spell can definitely protect Cedric." Patrick, who had been pretending to be a bystander, was startled by her words and widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you sure that the situation that even Alastair Moody and Cedric can't handle? I can fix it? Are you sure I won't just be a burden?" "Useless." Ophelia muttered, "How about we go in together and take a look?" Patrick pouted and ignored her, feeling quite innocent. It wasn't him who suggested Diggory go in. But then again, are women ever reasonable creatures? Nico, watching Ophelia, who seemed anxious for Diggory and murmuring about wanting to go in, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her injury had been healed by Phoenix Fox with tears earlier that morning, so her sixth sense had fully returned. At first, she was indeed worried about Diggory, but later, when she calmed down to sense things, she didn't detect any danger. Even when the forest was making a ruckus earlier, she only felt a bit of palpitations, but there was no real danger. That's why she felt so at ease. However, she now sensed that this girl in front of her seemed to have other feelings toward Diggory. This concern to risk her life to go in and take a look was no longer just mutual concern between classmates. There was something else in it. Thinking of this, Nico smiled slightly, surprised at how strong Diggory's charm was. Patrick was stunned when he saw Nico's smile. The mature charm of the beautiful Nico was too much for him. Just as Patrick was seriously admiring her, suddenly, a shadow appeared above his head. He curiously looked up, and then there was no then. Boom! Two massive bodies crashed down on Patrick, slamming him to the ground and kicking up a cloud of fallen leaves and dust. Ophelia and Nico looked on in surprise. And then they heard a shout, "Moody I, who wants sand?" And back. A figure suddenly burst out from the dense forest, blazing with fire and lightning as it rushed outside. Ophelia didn't need to look. Just from the voice, she knew it was Diggory. Diggory excitedly ran in front of Ophelia, his face full of joy as he asked, "How about it? I'm quite capable, right? I managed to summon the 8-eyed spider so quickly." Before Diggory arrived, Ophelia had already suppressed her happy expression and turned cold. Grandma once said that men are very despicable. The more kindness you show them, the less they will cherish it in the future. So Ophelia simply looked up at Diggory calmly, confirming that he was not injured, and then turned her head away without saying a word. Diggory noticed that Ophelia was ignoring him, and he awkwardly smiled, unable to understand why he was always disregarded by her. As a straight man, he couldn't think of a way to change the subject. Fortunately, at that moment, Nico walked over and patted Diggory on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Not bad, little buddy. Do your parents know how awesome you are?" Diggory smiled gratefully at Nico, thankful for her help in breaking the awkward atmosphere. "It doesn't matter if my parents know, as long as you guys do. I don't care what you're talking about. But can you please get me out of here first?" Patrick was finally rescued by Diggory from under the bodies of two eight-eyed spiders. However, when he got out, there were inexplicable amounts of unknown sticky, foul-smelling liquid on his face and in his mouth. This directly caused Patrick to explode with anger. He knew exactly what that stuff was. All he wanted to do now was strangle Diggory, and then find a place to wash his face properly. In the end, it was Nico's persistent persuasion that calmed Patrick down. Of course, the main reason was that Moody had returned, and seeing Moody's serious face made Patrick quiet down. The other three tacitly decided not to tell Diggory about Moody following him into the forest to protect him, because Moody was standing right behind Diggory. His serious face clearly conveyed that he had nothing to say. Diggory turned around, slightly raised his chin, and pointed at the two eight-eyed spiders that hadn't recovered from the effects of a love potion, asking Moody, "So, how did I do? Did I pass?" Moody looked at the two drooling eight-eyed spiders, solemnly nodded, and said, "You passed." Just then, Diggory noticed Moody's mouth moving as if he was speaking, but he couldn't hear a single word. He curiously dug in his ears, wondering if it was because of too much earwax that he couldn't hear. However, things were not as simple as he thought. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and his eyelids grew heavier. Moody's figure transformed from one into three, and finally, everything faded to darkness. When he opened his eyes again, Diggory found himself lying on his back in the system space, with a big orange cat squatting on his belly, carefully grooming its fur. "What happened to me? Is it a side effect of the system?" The big orange cat glanced at him and said, "Meow, you're overthinking it. There was just a little situation, so your consciousness was forcibly summoned by the system." "What?" Diggory is unhappy. "What does it mean that something went wrong? Why does my system always have problems?" Previously, it was said that it was due to Dumbledore's interference, which caused the system update to be incomplete, finishing only 95%. "Now you're having issues again." Diggory slapped the big orange off his belly, his face full of grievance and anger. "Come on, what kind of trouble has come up this time?" The big orange didn't mind Diggory's slap, but instead understood him and said slowly, this time, "It's not that there's a problem with the system, but rather that there's a problem outside the system." Diggory, the big orange explained, "This kind of forced pulling of the host's consciousness into the system will only occur in one situation." Diggory eagerly asked, "What's going on?" "Big orange, it's in the context of Voldemort's Horcrux being destroyed." Diggory twirled his fingers. "The Horcrux destroyed? Ravenclaw's diadem is now with Dumbledore, and with the Horcrux destroyed. Could it be that someone unknowingly destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux?" Diggory stood up in surprise. "Is there really such a good person in this world?" Big Orange looked at Diggory's excited expression and sighed, saying, "Don't think too much about it. The only reason you were forcibly brought in this time is because Dumbledore destroyed Ravenclaw's diadem." Diggory's excitement dissipated. After being happy for a while, he realized it was still Old Dang's doing. With a lackluster wave of his hand, Diggory said, "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, I'm going back." "Really? There's no need to make such a big deal out of these little things. Dragging my consciousness in like this, I thought something major had happened." Indeed, something significant had occurred. Otherwise, the system wouldn't act this way. Big Orange continued to speak in a shocking manner. "What exactly is it?" Diggory asked. His tasks had always been related to Voldemort's Horcruxes, and completing them would allow him to return home. Now that he mentioned there would be changes, could it be related to this? Big Orange looked into Diggory's eyes and said slowly, "The diadem of Ravenclaw has already been destroyed ahead of time, and the subsequent developments of the story will change accordingly." Diggory twisted his fingers, pondering to himself, wasn't this something that had already been determined before? The most direct change was that Voldemort's power had been enhanced. The Jew's words struck Diggory like a bolt from the blue. He was first taken aback, then felt a chill run down his spine. What does this mean? The Horcrux was destroyed, and yet his power was enhanced. Are you saying that after the Horcrux is destroyed, that part of the soul will automatically return to Voldemort's body? Then what is the point of destroying the Horcrux? The more Horcruxes I destroy, the more I help Voldemort. So why am I even doing this? The Jew shook his head, denying Diggory's words. It's not that the soul returns to Voldemort's body. That part of the soul was indeed destroyed, but because the Horcrux was destroyed early, the plot was changed, leading to a deviation in the development of events, ultimately resulting in this situation. Diggory stood up, staring intently at the Jew, and said, Are you implying that the system intervened to help Voldemort increase his power? At this moment, Demis's tone was very dangerous, suggesting that if the Jew answered affirmatively, Demis might lose his rationality. Ever since Demis crossed over, apart from the abilities inherent to his own body, most of his progress to this point has relied on his golden finger. If today, Demis told him that his golden finger was also the reason for making it harder for him to return home, Demis would likely take extreme measures. Fortunately, Demis shook his head to deny Demis's statement. What are you thinking? Of course not. The reason is that the original laws of this world have detected the existence of the golden finger, or more precisely, the unreasonable strength of your existence. Therefore, it will automatically change as a result. Demis thought for a moment and said, "Didn't you say before that things would change?" The big orange cat nodded and replied, "Yes. The kind of change that used to happen was normal, just like when you throw a stone into a river, ripples automatically appear on the surface. But now, it feels more like you throw a stone, and suddenly the river god stands up and forcefully changes the entire direction of the river." Demis twisted his fingers tightly, the knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Is there still a chance to change all of this, even if just a little?" The big orange cat always shook its head. "No." This time it said it with absolute certainty. Demis let out a deep sigh. With words like that, he had to work hard. The world had already changed because of him. And if he didn't take the initiative, then the little prophetic advantage he once had over this world would completely vanish. Demis's fingers twitched faster as he began to calculate the locations of the remaining Horcruxes, thinking about how to get them as quickly as possible. The Hufflepuff cup was in Gringotts. The diary was still with the Malfoy family. The Gaunt ring was in the Gaunt mansion. Nagini was hiding in the shadows. Unless it chose to reveal itself, finding it would be quite difficult. The Slytherin locket had already been hidden by Regulus Black through a house elf, placed in the Black family home. The only ones left were the destroyed Ravenclaw diadem and the chosen one, Harry Potter. If you were to start searching now, the easiest target would likely be the Gaunt ring. After all, it was right inside the Gaunt mansion. It wouldn't escape, and a trip by Dumbledore would suffice to find it. Next, Demis believed the Hufflepuff cup and the Slytherin locket would be the next easiest. The cup was kept in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault in Gringotts, and the challenge lay in how to gain access to Gringotts. While the copying charm on the cup was hardly a concern, the locket would require access to the Black family mansion. Demis remembered that when Harry Potter and the trio went to find the locket, they couldn't find it in Regulus Black's room. They eventually asked the house elf creature and learned that the locket had been taken by Mundungus. However, it was never explained how Mundungus found the locket or when he took it. So the only clear thing is that the locket is in the Black family home, and the only one who knows where it's hidden is Creature. The first step of his mission is to find and destroy the 3 Horcruxes before he dies in the original timeline in order to survive. Now, by coincidence or intention, the diadem has already been destroyed, leaving the 2 most promising Horcruxes, the cup, the ring, and the locket. The Gaunt ring is a definite target, but it's also possible that the increased difficulty led Dumbledore to the Gaunt family home without finding anything. Therefore, Demis thought it would be safer to pursue all 3 Horcruxes at once rather than just selecting 2. He decided to search for the ring, the cup, and the locket simultaneously. "Have you figured out what to do?" asked Big Orange, noticing that Demis's gaze was becoming more resolute. Demis nodded, having roughly made up his mind. "I'm planning to do something big now." Big Orange squinted and reminded him, "Remember to take it easy. Don't let it fall apart." Demis agreed, and then his consciousness exited the space. Now he needed to meet Dumbledore as soon as possible and let him arrange the personnel adjustments. The sooner this was done, the better, because no one knew how much the storylines would deviate next. Outside the dense forest, Moody's already serious expression appeared even more stern due to Demis's sudden fainting, giving off a vibe of a volcano about to erupt. His cold gaze swept over the other people present. He did not let anyone off, not even Nico. Everyone there was within the scope of his suspicion. If Demis were not still breathing, looking as if he were merely asleep, Moody would have already exploded on the spot. "Cough, cough, As a cough rang out, Moody's eyes immediately turned sharp, slicing through Patrick's face repeatedly. Patrick could hardly endure Moody's gaze. "Can you stop looking at me like that? I'm not speaking out of guilt. I think we should first take rescue measures for Cedric, and then ask him what happened. Otherwise, just staring at each other in suspicion isn't helpful." Nico agreed with Patrick's statement. She glanced at Moody, then walked past him to Demis's side. Ignoring Moody's intense gaze on her, pulled out her wand, and used a restoration spell on Demis. After waiting for a while, there was still no reaction. She looked at Moody, her brows slightly furrowed. "Could he be poisoned?" Moody's fake, I was scanning Diggory, finding no external injuries, and also considering the possibility of poisoning. So he took out his flask and pried open Diggory's mouth, pouring it in vigorously. This kid was specifically instructed by Dumbledore to be well protected. Yet now, not even a day out of Hogwarts, such an incident occurred. Losing such a genius like this made Moody very sad, even without Dumbledore needing to come. Nico watched Moody pouring the alcohol, her brow furrowed. Is this useful? Moody, without looking up, replied, this alcohol is my own concoction. It's not just alcohol, but also medicine. As a result, after finishing the entire flask, waiting for a while longer, Diggory still showed no response. Ophelia, feeling anxious, squatted down and placed her fingers near Diggory's nose to check for his breath. After confirming that his breathing had not stopped or weakened, she felt somewhat relieved. Patrick, seeing Ophelia so anxious, silently gave a thumbs up to his good buddy. Then he said, actually, I heard that muggles have a method in medicine called first aid. It involves one person pressing on the chest of the unconscious person while blowing into their mouth, which might wake them up. After saying that, Patrick looked at Ophelia, who was squatting beside Diggory, without saying anything further. The implication was clear. He was doing a great job at his role for Diggory. Bro, I can only help you to this extent. If you want to enjoy it, just don't wake up. Ophelia's expression turned a bit unnatural. Patrick's words made her feel a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Nico said, how about I do it? After all, Cedric saved me before, so I should save him now. Ophelia rolled her eyes invisibly. Nico's statement made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Just as she was about to say she would do it, Moody suddenly spoke up. He pointed at Patrick and said, I've heard of the method you mentioned, and I've also heard that it doesn't matter whether the person doing the first aid is male or female. So rather than letting these two girls do it, why not let you do it yourself? Patrick was taken aback. What does this mean? What's going on? Why am I being dragged into helping my buddy? Moody saw the look in Patrick's eyes and sneered, knowing that this kid had no good intentions. Ophelia moved aside, and Nico fell silent. Patrick stepped forward hesitantly, glancing at Moody. Is this appropriate? I like girls, and Cedric likes girls. It's a bit awkward for us to do mouth to mouth. Moody said nothing, only looked at him coldly. Resigned, Patrick squatted down, half lying on Diggory's chest, staring at his mouth. It wasn't red enough, not glossy enough, and most importantly, it was a bit too big. It was hard to go through with it. He wanted to straighten up, but as soon as he exerted force on his waist, he felt two eager gazes and a serious threatening look piercing his back. It felt like a heavy burden had been placed on him, bending his waist again. Resigned. It would have to be like this. Patrick closed his eyes, imagining that the one lying on the ground waiting for him was not Diggory, but his new girlfriend, Monica. Then, without hesitation, he leaned in to kiss. Slap. What the hell do you think you're doing? Directly a 2,000-word chapter. Continuing with 2 chapters tomorrow. Diggory awkwardly looked at Patrick, feeling quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Suddenly having a same-sex mouth so close to mine really scared me. Patrick didn't blame Diggory, saying, it's fine, as long as you're awake, it's okay. I know this isn't your fault. After saying that, he cast a very mournful glance at Moody, his eyes full of the implication that he should take responsibility. However, Moody ignored him and, after clearing his throat seriously, asked Diggory, what happened to you just now? Diggory did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Has Professor Dumbledore mentioned my situation to you? He said quite a bit. But what exactly do you want to say? Moody asked. Diggory pondered for a moment. Initially, Old D had thought that Diggory had merged with his soul from the future. After thinking about this, he said to Moody, you should know that my soul is. Before Diggory could finish, Moody immediately called a halt, then glanced at Ophelia and Patrick, saying, we need to discuss something important right now. You two should step aside. Ignoring the strange looks from the 2 children, he pointed to a large tree not far away and said, go over there, and we'll come right back once we're done. Remember not to run around before we get back. Ophelia was the first to get up and go over, and after giving Moody a resentful look, Patrick followed suit. Now, you can speak, Moody said after casually casting a soundproofing spell around them. Diggory didn't dare to waste any more time and directly asked, Professor Dumbledore has mentioned to you that Voldemort will be resurrected soon, hasn't he? Nico looked shocked, while Moody appeared indifferent. It was clear that one knew and the other didn't. However, the fact that Moody allowed Nico to stay here indicated that she was definitely on their side. So he felt reassured. Diggory continued. Now, there's been a bit of an unexpected development. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, has been destroyed. Normally, with one Horcrux destroyed, Voldemort's power should be weakened, but that's not the case here. After the diadem was destroyed, Voldemort's power has actually increased. Moody's fake I was spinning wildly, and he exclaimed excitedly, "That's impossible." His voice trembled. The destruction of a Horcrux meant that a part of Voldemort's soul had been destroyed. So how could his power possibly increase in such a situation? Diggory looked at him faintly. Moody understood his feelings. As one of the few Aurors who dared to resist Voldemort and his forces, he had seen too many comrades die before his eyes. When he first learned that Voldemort would return, Moody's emotions were complex. It was hard to accept why the deaths of his comrades suddenly seemed meaningless. On top of that, there was despair. Why did those comrades who fought for freedom, for family, and for the justice in their hearts have to sacrifice themselves, yet still fail to kill this demon? However, he eventually accepted this fact under Dumbledore's persuasion. He couldn't let the sacrifices of his former comrades become meaningless. So he came here, filled with anger towards Voldemort and a determination to send him straight to hell. Moreover, he had just received an uplifting piece of news. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, had been found. Next, he just needed to take advantage of the time before Voldemort's resurrection to collect all the Horcruxes. Even if he resurrected, he would pose no threat. At that time, Voldemort's life and death would be completely in his hands. However, Diggory now told him that the more Horcruxes were destroyed, the stronger Voldemort would become. How could Moody not be excited upon hearing this news? It almost shattered his beliefs. Moody's eyes turned red. He couldn't accept that the sacrifices of his comrades were meaningless. Nicole was also shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. How could this be? But at this moment, she was much calmer than Moody. After initially struggling to accept it, she immediately asked, "Diggory, are you sure about this?" Diggory nodded seriously and said to Moody, "That's the reason I fainted." Moody leaned weakly on his cane, his gaze lost and sorrowful, a tear rolling down his scarred face. "We must act quickly, or else the sacrifices of the former members of the Order of the Phoenix will truly be in vain." Diggory looked at Nico in surprise. He never expected her to say something like that. During their escape from the pureblood family's pursuit in Hogsmeade, he always thought of Nico as a somewhat confused but charming girl with good luck. He truly didn't anticipate that she had such a decisive side. Nico then turned to Moody. Moody quickly adjusted his mindset and said to Diggory, "Then let's not waste any more time. Let's go back now." After saying that, he lifted the soundproofing charm, took the still-dazed Ophelia and Patrick with him, and the group returned shortly after they had left. Before they left, Diggory threw 2 eight-eyed spiders into the system space. He initially thought these would only be worth 1 or 2,000 magic points. However, the result surprised him. Since the spiders were still alive and their usable parts were still fresh, these 2 spiders brought Diggory a whopping 50,000 magic points. This made Diggory beam with joy. Although he still had some magic points left from stripping Tom and his companion's clothing, he had used so many potions, especially the love potion, which had been consumed like flowing water. The landlord's stock was running low. This 50,000 magic points came just in time, replenishing Diggory's dwindling supplies. When the group emerged, it took them almost half an hour, but they returned much faster, managing to get back to Hogwarts in just 20 minutes. Ophelia and Patrick were sent to class by Moody, while he took Diggory and Nico to see Dumbledore. Upon entering the office and seeing old Dumbledore before he could speak, Moody spoke first, telling Dumbledore everything Diggory had said about the Forbidden Forest. After listening, Dumbledore looked at Diggory seriously and asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Diggory was taken aback, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment in his heart. Old Dumbledore actually didn't suspect him. It should be noted that previously, Dumbledore was a lone wolf in his fight against Voldemort. No one could keep up with his pace. Neither Moody nor McGonagall had the character or ability to match him. Many times, it was Dumbledore who faced many challenges alone. Originally, Snape had the capability and power to do so, but Snape was a romantic, only caring about his Lily and Harry Potter. Beyond those two, it was truly hard for anyone to capture his full attention. As for others, they lacked the courage to resist when facing Voldemort, like Horace Slughorn. In order to avoid Voldemort's influence, he hid everywhere. And if it weren't for Dumbledore personally inviting him multiple times, even mentioning Lily to persuade Horace, he might not have appeared at Hogwarts during the final battle. In fact, the Dark Age brought about by Voldemort was nothing compared to the first Dark Lord Grindelwald. First, in terms of scope, Grindelwald's era affected all of Europe, while Voldemort's influence was only in Britain. Secondly, in terms of their power, Grindelwald at least had a group of loyal followers, while Voldemort, counting them all, he had only 3 true loyalists: Barty Crouch Jr., Bellatrix, and Peter Pettigrew. But in this comparison, why was Voldemort's Dark Age more terrifying than Grindelwald's? The reason lies in the fact that Grindelwald's Dark Age resembled a revolution led by him. He wanted to lead wizards, pure-bloods, and half-bloods alike to break the isolation from the Muggle world. Grindelwald wanted wizards to live freely rather than hide from Muggles. He hoped that wizards could be accepted by the world and no longer be restricted. However, Voldemort was different. Due to the psychological trauma inflicted by his parents in childhood, he developed a twisted mind from a young age. He felt inferior about his identity, a product of a love potion, not blessed by his biological father, rejected by his grandfather and uncle, with no one caring for him. Even his name was given by his mother just before her death. The various experiences of his childhood laid the groundwork for Voldemort's distorted psyche. Later, when he rallied a group of followers under the slogan of pure-blood supremacy, his actions became extremely extreme and terrifying. Therefore, before some dared to resist Grindelwald, because people knew he merely had his ideals and wanted to realize them, he was not yet perverted. But Voldemort was different. He was a psychological deviant. Those who fell into his hands lived a life worse than death. And he abused the 3 unforgivable curses or directly used people as food for his pet Nagini. The key was that he was very powerful. Such a strong and twisted extremist, apart from the members of the Order of the Phoenix, no one dared to stand up against him. When Voldemort saw that there were actually people daring to resist, he was surprised. Although the leader was Dumbledore and he dared not touch him, he could deal with others. Thus, after capturing and torturing Neville's parents to death, from then on, even with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, no one dared to join. On the other hand, in the Death Eater's camp, those rogues in the magical world, seeing how powerful Voldemort was, no one dared to confront him. They then unhesitatingly joined him, taking advantage of Voldemort's name to act recklessly. Therefore, the Dark Age brought by Voldemort was far more terrifying than that brought by Grindelwald. When facing Voldemort, people lost the will to resist due to his methods. However, in any Dark Age, Dumbledore bore the banner of justice. During Grindelwald's time, Dumbledore fought him one-on-one, defeating him and ending the First Dark Lord's era single-handedly. In Voldemort's time, it was the centenarian Dumbledore who stepped up, forming the Order of the Phoenix and standing at the forefront of the battle against dark forces. But because of this, Dumbledore was lonely. From facing Grindelwald alone to later bearing everything alone and using strategy to kill Voldemort, he walked a lonely path throughout his life. Because no one had the ability to share the burden with him, from McGonagall and Snape within the school to Moody and other members of the Order outside the school, none had that capacity, until the appearance of Diggory. His arrival brought a glimmer of hope to Dumbledore. The Sorting Hat's unprecedented evaluation, the extraordinary talent displayed at the age of 11. While other children were still reciting the ingredient list for basic potions, Diggory was already throwing love potions like stones. While other kids were still learning to master the levitation charm, Diggory had already mastered various intermediate and even advanced spells. While other children were learning defense against the dark arts under their teacher's guidance, Diggory had already begun to face Leonardo, the Ravens, the Rogues of Hogsmeade, and the forces of pure-blood families. Sometimes Dumbledore felt that Diggory was a gift from Merlin, allowing him to no longer fight alone. So now Dumbledore wanted to hear Diggory's opinion. He hoped this child before him would not disappoint him. In fact, Dumbledore himself did not realize that he had unknowingly placed such high expectations on Diggory. My thought is to find all the Horcruxes we can locate first, and then keep them in our own hands, Diggory said firmly. Although we now know that the destruction of the Horcruxes will enhance Voldemort's power, there's one more thing we can be certain of. If the Horcruxes are in Voldemort's own hands, our situation will only get worse. Moody nodded immediately after hearing this, agreeing with Cedric's statement. After saying this, he glanced at Diggory, who was standing nearby. Although he didn't say anything, Diggory's analysis truly impressed him. Dumbledore was rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table with his right hand, and after a while he asked, I also agree with your point, but we do not know the locations of the other Horcruxes. How do you plan to find them? Diggo lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, saying, well, I already know all this. Unfortunately, I'm in such a predicament, there's nothing I can do. Diggory also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Dumbledore's fingers, tapping on the table, suddenly stopped, and then his whole hand jerked, his fingers cramping up. Moody, who was next to him, originally wanted to take a sip of liquor to calm his nerves, but he choked on those words and was now coughing painfully. However, he didn't care about his own lungs anymore. He grabbed Diggory's shoulder and, regardless of how hard he was gripping, said, wherever it is, take me there now. Diggory was in pain, grimacing as Moody's hand gripped him tightly, but it was Nico who came over and pried Moody's hand away, rescuing Diggory. Whether we go or not isn't the most pressing issue. What we need to consider now is how to disrupt their attention. Nico said, there are spies from both sides in Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, and if we don't find a way to bypass them first, our actions are likely to be discovered. Dumbledore and the others nodded in agreement. Diggory looked at Nico in surprise, trying hard to recall the series of books and movies he had seen in his past life, where it seemed that Nico's character had never appeared at all. However, he quickly let it go. There were so many characters in this world that it was impossible for every one of them to be mentioned in books, and even less so in movies. But it was very likely that he had known some random passerby from the movies, leading to various events. Wasn't Tom from Hogsmeade the best example? Dumbledore tapped the table and said, since we need to disrupt the other party's vision, let's use the list we obtained earlier. Moody tried to ask, are we going to secretly hand the list to the Ministry of Magic? Not a good idea. Diggory opposed this opinion. Although many ordinary wizards have been working in the ministry for a long time, the influence of pure-blood families was still considerable. One point Diggory didn't mention was that Fudge might not necessarily help them because of Dumbledore. Let's directly give the list to the Kidman family. Dumbledore suddenly made a decision. Everyone stared at him. This idea, at first glance, seemed to be handing over the opponent's weakness that they had painstakingly gathered. Dumbledore smiled and even winked, looking a bit like a mischievous old man. The list will be given directly to the Kidman family. But remember to erase the names of the Pompeo family from the list. Oh, now Diggory understood. This was to let them fight among themselves. Seeing Nico's puzzled gaze directed at him, Diggory explained, this is actually using the discord between the two families. Didn't the Kidman family want to frame the Pompeo family to divert the professor's anger? This move by the professor is telling the Kidman family that the Pompeo family has already gotten to me before you, so you have no hope. Nico was taken aback. Get to you? Just think about it. When the Kidman family receives this list and is pleased, only to find that there are no names of the Pompeo family on it, what will they think? Diggory smiled and said, and Ico understood now. This was a killing blow to the heart. This move was telling them that the Pompeo family was already on our side. Your framing is not only ineffective, but also known to the other party. And the most crucial part is not here. The key is when the Kidman family informs other pure-blood families of this news, what will the reaction of those people be? They will definitely drift apart from the Pompeo family. And that's just the mild reaction. Some families with old grudges against the Pompeo family. Will they take this opportunity to strike? And Ico felt the possibility was very high. What if after we go out, we also reveal what Carl Kidman hoped we would frame the Pompeo family for? What happened then? Diggory laughed and added fuel to the fire. This time, not only Nico, but Moody also looked at Diggory with emotion, then glanced at Dumbledore. In that moment, he felt that these two people were really too similar, both full of mischief. At that moment, Dumbledore also looked at Diggory, seeing his carefree smile, and suddenly said unexpectedly, Cedric, would you like to be my student? My only closed-door disciple? Diggory was stunned. He didn't expect Dumbledore to suddenly ask this question at this moment, completely catching him off guard. The smile on his face gradually became uncontrollable, stretching from his mouth to the back of his ears. Of course I'm willing. If I didn't agree, I'd be out of my mind. The thickest thigh in the Harry Potter world, without a doubt. If the Dumbledore in the original world hadn't been tricked by the curse on the gaunt ring, he would never have rushed to meet his end like that. It can even be said that Dumbledore was forcefully killed off by ant rolling, because Dumbledore was too powerful and well-known. If he had continued to live well and waited for Harry Potter to grow up, how would they handle the later situation? There would be no way to handle it. By then, Voldemort wouldn't even need to launch the final battle at Hogwarts, because with Dumbledore in charge, no one would dare to come. Coming would mean death. Even Voldemort himself wouldn't dare to do that. After all, it was only after Dumbledore's death that he obtained the Elder Wand and dared to attack Hogwarts. Thus, it can be seen that old Dumbledore is like a nuclear weapon in this world. Even though the Order of the Phoenix is extremely weak compared to the Death Eaters, it exists for so long precisely because its leader is Dumbledore. Therefore, Diggory had no reason to refuse Dumbledore's request to take him as a student. Now, both Dumbledore and Diggory were smiling happily. One felt he had found a super strong ally, while the other felt he had found a student to take over his position. At this moment, Moody, unable to stand the greasy smiles on their faces, stepped in and asked, since you know the exact location of the Horcruxes, hurry up and say it, and let us get moving. After saying this, Moody looked at Diggory and sighed inwardly. He actually wanted to take Diggory as a student too, but he thought he would observe a bit longer, not expecting Dumbledore to get ahead of him. Diggory was unaware of Moody's thoughts. He organized his words and said, there are 3 relatively easier to find Horcruxes left. The Gaunt Ring in the Gaunt House, the Slytherin's locket in the Black family's old house, and the Hufflepuff's cup in Gringotts. Among these three, most people would think that the Gaunt ring is the easiest to obtain, since there isn't anyone in the Gaunt house who could stop us. The most troublesome one is definitely the Slytherin's locket, because Kreacher is unwilling to take orders from anyone outside the Black family. Therefore, Diggory has always wanted to do something big regarding how to get the Slytherin's locket. He wanted to find a way to rescue Sirius from Azkaban. Sirius is a member of the Black family, and Kreacher would listen to him. So once Sirius is rescued, it would be as if they had the Slytherin's locket in hand. However, he couldn't bring this up directly because Sirius's reputation wasn't good at the moment. Thanks to Wormtail's framing, almost everyone believed he was the mastermind behind the deaths of James Potter and Lily. Moreover, the most important thing was that if he revealed the truth about James Potter's death, who knows how much the story could change. It might even directly restore a significant portion of Voldemort's power. The truth is something that shouldn't be spoken unless absolutely necessary. It shouldn't be known by too many people. It must be kept within a small circle to minimize the possibility of altering the story's development. So what he needed to do now was to guide others to rescue Sirius. After listening, Moody frowned. Both Gringotts and the Black family house posed some troubles. The former was the territory of goblins, and most of us were familiar faces at Gringotts. It would be somewhat problematic to sneak in and do something unnoticed. The latter was one of the oldest pure-blood families, with house elves inside. Those who weren't part of the Black family couldn't enter. Indeed, it wasn't easy. Diggory pretended to look troubled. Yeah, not easy, Nico echoed. Only Dumbledore, with a mysterious gaze behind his glasses, looked at Diggory with a somewhat amused smile at the corner of his mouth. Moody's claim of difficulty was something old Dumbledore believed. He could feel that Moody was speaking sincerely. However, once Diggory's words came out, Dumbledore sensed something was off. This kid was putting on an act. Diggory felt embarrassed under Dumbledore's gaze and said awkwardly, "Oh, I think I've come up with a solution." Dumbledore's hand was rubbing back and forth on the table, and he looked at the back of Diggory's head, feeling a strong urge to scratch his palm. We just need to find someone from the Black family, right? Diggory had not yet noticed Dumbledore's subtle actions, pretending as if he had just thought of a solution. However, members of the Black family had either been imprisoned in Azkaban, died, or married into other families, no longer qualifying as members of the Black family. Nico said, if one were to find a member of the Black family, it could only be from within Azkaban. Nico's assist was truly the MVP of the scene, and Diggory was cheering for her wildly in his heart. But he still pretended to know nothing, asking Moody, "Are there members of the Black family in Azkaban?" Moody nodded, completely unaware of Diggory's ulterior motives. Clearly, this person had invested all of his talents in combat. In Azkaban, there was Sirius, the direct heir of the Black family. That makes it simple. Diggory had a joyful smile on his face. They could just release him and let him help find the locket box. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, realizing this was his student's true intention. However, he said nothing and planned to continue observing. He had decided that before Diggory caused a major disturbance, he would not intervene. He wanted to give Diggory the maximum space to grow freely. No, Moody directly refused. Do you know what kind of person Sirius is? He is treacherous. He betrayed his friends, surrendered to the evil Voldemort, and became his lackey, showing no pride or bottom line as a pure-blood wizard. Releasing such a person would be irresponsible to the entire wizarding world. Diggory twirled his fingers, not in a hurry to refute, but instead smiled and asked Moody, "One is Sirius Black, and the other is Voldemort's Horcrux. Which one would you choose?" Moody was taken aback. The weight of these two options was clear to him the moment Diggory posed the question. There was no need to think it over. Let me handle the matter of releasing him. Moody directly took charge of the situation. Diggory gave a subtle smile, thinking that a daring rescue operation to break into Azkaban was about to happen. If that really happened, the next day's newspaper headlines would definitely read either Azkaban breached from the outside for the first time in history, or Azkaban welcomes its youngest prisoner ever, Cedric Diggory. If it were the second one, Diggory glanced at Dumbledore, wondering if his mentor would find a way to rescue him. As soon as his gaze drifted over, he saw Dumbledore looking at him with a smile that was neither here nor there, and Diggory immediately straightened up, as if he hadn't just been caught peeking. Nico, seeing that the Slytherin pendant box was almost settled, asked, "What about the gold cup and the ring? Who's going to get them?" Diggory was twirling his fingers, thought for a moment, and said, "It's not a big problem. There's a way." Moody, who was now basically out of patience, urged if there's a way. "Just say it quickly, don't waste time." Diggory chuckled, "Find a big client from Gringotts, say we need to withdraw some money, and once we get in, bribe the goblin who leads us to get the gold cup." Nico, after some thought, shook her head, feeling it wouldn't work. This method might not be feasible. Goblins are very greedy and are indeed notorious misers. It's almost impossible to persuade them to lead us to retrieve money. If we encounter a stubborn one who thinks we're thieves trying to steal after drinking the polyjuice potion, they would immediately call the police. And then those of us who went in wouldn't be able to leave. No, 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 Diggory replied with a smile, a hint of disdain in the corners of his mouth. Any stubborn person you think exists, or anyone with principles and lines, is just because the stakes you offer aren't high enough. Goblins are indeed misers, but don't forget they guard other people's wealth. If someone else's money is taken away, will they really feel heartbroken? They probably wouldn't. Nico lowered her head, contemplating the feasibility of Diggory's plan. Dumbledore remained silent, his hands, which had been resting on the table, now concealed within his sleeves. Moody also said nothing, quietly taking a swig from his flask. But he couldn't understand why a child like Diggory had such mature and somewhat dark thoughts. Diggory continued confidently, saying, "Actually, we have some very wealthy people here, and they can totally—" Suddenly, Moody nearly choked on his drink. He widened his eyes, seeing Dumbledore leap over his desk with a speed and agility he had never witnessed before. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Diggory, and with a practiced motion, he waved his hand. Diggory held his head, feeling a bit dazed. Dumbledore rubbed his palm, feeling more comfortable now. This kid actually wanted him to take the blame. Was that how he treated his own teacher? Old Dumbledore couldn't hold back any longer. He was already feeling frustrated. And now Diggory insisted on pushing his luck, so Dumbledore didn't mind easing up a bit. He leisurely sat back down in his chair and advised Diggory, "Since you have such ideas, then you can handle Gringotts all by yourself." Diggory rubbed the back of his head and grinned, saying, "Teacher, this isn't appropriate. I'm poor. I don't have any money." Moody and Nico beside him both expressed disbelief at the same time. A person who could throw various potions like stones in a fight couldn't possibly be short on cash. Where did those potions come from? Did they just fall from the sky? Even if they weren't bought, Diggory must have brewed them himself, which made him even more valuable. For a high-level potion master, making money was a matter of minutes. Dumbledore was even more confident in this student of his. He always managed to do things unexpectedly, didn't he? And most importantly, Dumbledore genuinely believed that throwing his student out to face certain challenges alone would be beneficial for his growth. But what if I encounter dangers I can't handle? Diggory still didn't want to give up. Dumbledore waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll make sure Leonardo goes with you, so you don't have to be concerned about that." Leonardo? That man who had a bit of charm and even seduced Ophelia? Diggory's face suddenly darkened. "No, I don't want to go with him." Diggory firmly refused. But it was not up to him. Dumbledore had already made the decision. With a wave of his sleeve, he arranged, "I'll go to the Gunner Mansion. Moody will handle Azkaban, and Nico, you stay at school to tutor Ophelia and Patrick. We'll be back at the end of this month." At first, Diggory didn't intend for Dumbledore to go get the Gaunt Ring. After all, in the original storyline, old Dumbledore died because of the ring, and now, due to the destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, the plot has automatically increased in difficulty. If something happened to Dumbledore during this trip, the consequences would be unimaginable. But unexpectedly, after going around in circles, it ended up being Dumbledore who went to the Gaunt ancestral home. When Diggory left the office, he said to Dumbledore alone, "Professor, remember not to rush to destroy the ring after you get it. Let's discuss it after I come back." Seeing Diggory's serious demeanor, Dumbledore seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, "We already agreed that you would just bring it back first, and we would talk about destroying it later. You can rest assured." Diggory saw that Dumbledore had agreed to him, so he left with peace of mind. On the other side, Ophelia and Patrick arrived at the hall, just in time for lunch. Although they had only gone for a walk in the morning, as children, they always got hungry quickly. When they arrived at the hall, most of the students had already finished eating and left, with only a few groups still sitting together. Ophelia went directly to the Ravenclaw table, and Patrick followed her. Ophelia picked up a plate of vegetable salad and glanced at Patrick, asking if he had something to say. Patrick casually grabbed a large chicken leg and asked while munching, "Ophelia, the three of us have been through quite a bit together. Doesn't tea that count as a bond?" Ophelia remained unmoved, taking a bite of her salad without saying a word. Seeing that Ophelia didn't respond, Patrick decided to be straightforward and expressed his feelings directly. "What do you really think of Cedric? He definitely likes you. And in a world where people can say I love you and I miss you without a blush, where you can meet someone in the daytime and go to a hotel at night, his feelings for you are the most sincere confession. I'm sincere about this. Cedric is different from me. I'm casual, he is serious, so, as his brother, I don't want his first confession to be left hanging like this. If you have feelings for him, please let him know, don't make him wait alone. If you don't feel anything for him, please tell him directly. After all, it's better to have a short pain than a long one. Ophelia paused in her salad mixing, staring blankly as she said, "How can I believe that he really likes me and isn't just saying it?" Patrick frowned, his tone becoming a bit harsh. "You doubt that Cedric is just saying it? If he were just saying it, would he have unhesitatingly stood up for you against that ugly girl from your house and class? If he were just saying it, would he be jealous when it comes to you and Leonardo? If you were just saying it, would he have risked himself to lure that monster away when he saw you injured in the forest? He thinks about you all the time, secretly giving you potions, giving you protective cloaks. You're the first girl he likes. He has clumsily but earnestly trying to express his feelings for you. His feelings have never been hidden. If you have feelings for him, just say something, give him a clear attitude. Don't keep him hanging hot and cold." Patrick nearly shouted the last sentence, slamming the chicken leg down on the table, flattening the meat as he raised his hand. His outburst successfully attracted the attention of the few students left in the hall. Several pairs of eyes turned towards them, but Ophelia continued to quietly eat her vegetable salad, not saying a word to Patrick. "I know your background." Patrick picked up the chicken leg again and continued eating. "The Merfolk clan, your family was broken when you were young, and now you live with your grandmother. I understand why you are so guarded against men. The Merfolk bloodline gives you beauty that you don't care about, along with a tragic childhood and a life of hardship. Your experiences as a child and your grandmother's teachings have made you wary of men. Honestly, I understand. But those people are those people. There are many men, and your grandmother, along with all the men you've met, are just a small part of all men. Even in terms of types, most of the men your grandmother encountered are of the same kind. But Cedric is not that kind of person. So please don't treat him like that." After saying this, without waiting for Ophelia's reaction, Patrick left angrily. He stormed back to the lounge, and as soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of a scent he had never encountered before. This scent, though faint, made Patrick's mouth water inexplicably, and his stomach growled after just eating a chicken leg. Following the aroma, he saw Diggory sitting in a corner of the lounge on a sofa, holding a small bucket wrapped in red packaging, using a fork to fish out curly noodles and slurping them into his mouth with a satisfied expression on his face. Master Kong's bucket of braised beef noodles. This taste is classic and unforgettable. The key is that the bucket noodles exchanged from the system have a substantial amount of beef and noodles, making for a satisfying meal. Patrick swallowed hard and walked over. "Cedric, what are you eating?" Diggory glanced at Patrick, and when he saw him staring at the instant noodles with a look of longing in his eyes, he immediately became protective of his food. He quickly used his fork to pick up some of the tempting noodles from the bucket and slurp them into his mouth, a sense of satisfaction instantly filling his mouth. After swallowing the noodles with contentment, Diggory sighed and said, "This is my homemade, delicious noodles, and now I've eaten them all." As Patrick looked at the glossy, enticing broth that was red and exuded an irresistible aroma, his mouth watered even more. "No way," Diggory rejected firmly. "The key to this braised beef noodles is the broth. Back in college, one bucket of instant noodles could last me a whole day. I would eat half of the noodles for breakfast, the leftovers, and a bit of broth for lunch, and just drink the broth for dinner. For me, braised beef noodles are not just noodles. They represent a youth that I can never return to." Patrick chuckled. "How about I use the reason why Ophelia won't accept you as a trade?" "Deal." Digger decisively handed over his youth. Patrick immediately took a big sip of the soup he received, unable to contain his excitement. He sighed contentedly. "Oh, ho, 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 ho. This taste is even more fragrant than a maiden's body scent." Hearing Patrick's remark, Digger revealed an anti-smile, enjoying the sight of their naive expressions. "What is the reason for that?" "Oh, ho, ho, ho. The reason for this soup is the lack of security." "Lack of security?" "Oh, ho, ho. That's right, security." Diggory scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. He thought of Ophelia's impoverished background. Was it because of her family that she lacked a sense of security? It wasn't just that. Patrick raised his head from the bucket and said, "It's also because of the way her grandmother has educated her, which has led Ophelia to have almost no positive feelings towards men. So, it's no wonder that she lacks something as rare as a sense of security." "Sense of security?" Diggory pondered, twisting his fingers. "Does going public count as giving her a sense of security?" "It does." Patrick thought about the times he was juggling multiple relationships, fearing that one of his girlfriends might suddenly ask him to introduce her to his friends. Many girls feel insecure when the boy they like hasn't publicly acknowledged her as his girlfriend. Many girls lack a sense of security because their boyfriends never give them a title. However, often the boys who are willing to give them a title are not the ones they are interested in, and the boys they do like are often unwilling to give them a title. As a result, their sense of security is left hanging. Diego glanced at the sentimental Patrick and asked, "You and your dad are the kind of people who can't give others a title, right?" "Yeah." Patrick nodded dejectedly. "I missed out on a girl who I think I really liked because I couldn't let go of this flashy lifestyle." "Who?" "Mingri Hua." Diggory remembered that this girl was the one Patrick had pranked with a voice changer, the same girl he brought back to the dorm for some embarrassing activities. He just didn't expect Patrick to actually develop real feelings for her. "Do you really like her?" Diggory asked tentatively. "I don't know," Patrick said, tugging at his hair in distress. "I just know that after we parted, I always find myself thinking about her unintentionally. When I'm flirting with other girls, the smile of the girl in front of me suddenly turns into the face of Asuka. When I'm eating, I suddenly remember that Asuka's favorite is Kobe beef. When I'm preparing surprises for other girls, seeing their smiles makes me recall that Asuka's favorite gift is Baby S breath. This is really serious." Diggory sighed, feeling guilty. "So do you still have contact with her?" Patrick was already in tears. "No, ever since that older sister I never even met drove Asuka away. She hasn't contacted me again. Sometimes I really miss her. When I was arguing with Ophelia in hall, I suddenly thought, how nice it would be if Asuka had argued with me like that." "You argued with Ophelia?" Diggory's focus was clearly different from Patrick's. "What were you two arguing about?" Patrick wiped his nose and thought for a moment before answering. "It was because I didn't want her to keep dangling you along. So I want to talk to her, but I got annoyed by her attitude." "Sigh, you really didn't need to argue." Diggory was initially a bit angry when he heard Patrick arguing with Ophelia, but thinking that Patrick was doing it for his sake, and that Ophelia was the one who had annoyed him, his anger dissipated. He pulled out a bucket of braised beef noodles from under the sofa and handed it to Patrick, saying, "You eat this first. I'm going to check on Ophelia. Then I need to leave for a while." After Patrick's outburst, he was unsure of the situation with Ophelia and needed to go see her. After all, he was going on a business trip soon. It would be too unfortunate to come back and find that the girl he liked was completely ignoring him. Ophelia was walking down the corridors of Hogwarts. The school had plenty of corridors. Hogwarts was essentially a large castle, and Ravenclaw had designed many corridors and staircases within the castle for the safety of the students. It was said to be a precaution against intruders. However, given the complexity of the corridors and staircases, it was likely that Ravenclaw had other reasons for this, one of which was probably to highlight her own intellectual superiority in the school. Ophelia walked silently down the corridor, her head lowered, lost in thought. With the Ravenclaw common room tower ahead, groups of Ravenclaw students sat scattered on the ground or leaned against the walls, discussing their afternoon classes or star players in the Quidditch matches. But their lively chatter had nothing to do with Ophelia. Since the last time Diggory had intervened during a flying lesson to defend her against another girl, the Ravenclaw students had been keeping their distance from Ophelia. Most people weren't outright avoiding her, but there was an undeniable sense of distance. "If you didn't greet me, I wouldn't wave to you either." Some students, however, were outright antagonistic towards Ophelia. The girl who had been knocked out by Diggory had exchanged a knowing glance with her companion while Ophelia was distracted. She stealthily approached Ophelia from behind and tried to trip her. However, after going out with Dumbledore and getting some training, plus having decent physical fitness herself, Ophelia not only avoided the trip, but also caused the girl to fall face first on the ground instead. "Hey, someone else attacking. Everyone come look." After a moment of surprise, the girl's companion quickly shouted. This was the classic case of the villain crying first. But the others didn't know that. When they turned to look, the first thing they saw was Ophelia frowning at the girl, Ruth, who was now on the ground. "Oh my gosh, how could Ophelia do that? Don't you know? It's because of Cedric from Hufflepuff." "Cedric? I know him, the handsome blonde guy, but what does he have to do with this?" "Don't you know? About a month ago, during our first flying lesson, Cedric couldn't stand Ruth bullying Ophelia, so he stepped in to teach her a lesson. But their essay problem, Ruth likes Cedric." "Oh," a girl exclaimed excitedly, her freckles sparkling. "And then what? Then what?" The boy who had been speaking earlier smugly analyzed, but now, who doesn't know that Cedric likes Ophelia? Isn't this the official girlfriend teaching the mistress a lesson? The freckled girl played her part perfectly. "Bah, that boy scoffed. Impossible. Cedric must be blind if he likes Ruth. He only likes Ophelia. Okay?" This had to be said. Cedric had great taste. Just look at Ophelia. She is so beautiful. Flowing hair, skin like snow, and while others wearing glasses detract from their looks, when you see Ophelia in glasses, she is just a goddess of elegance. The freckled girl gazed enviously at Ophelia's face. She really was beautiful. Looking down at herself, she felt she couldn't compare at all. "Wait, that's not right." The freckled girl glanced down at her chest, touched it, and then looked at Ophelia's, finally revealing a smug smile. She realized she was not entirely left behind. Seeing her classmates look over, Ruth, who had been keeping her head down, smiled. At that moment, she raised her head, her face covered in tears, with her pockmarked cheeks visible. Cedric has done so much for you. He likes you so much. Yet he has never received a single response from you. During the flying lesson, because of me, you didn't care about being punished by Madame Hooch. He used a spell against me to save you. But did you ever acknowledge him? No. When you left, you only thanked Patrick and completely ignored Cedric. Ophelia lowered her eyelids, wanting to leave, but Ruth blocked her path. Don't think you can get away. Ruth grabbed Ophelia's ankle. And what about that adventure you went on with Patrick that he mentioned casually? Cedric brewed a lot of potions for you to defend yourself. And he even gave you a protective cloak. Did you ever thank Cedric when you received those things? No. As soon as Ruth said this, the corridor fell into a commotion. Everyone began to whisper. They knew that Diggory and his group going on an adventure was a rare occurrence, and only a few knew about it internally in Hufflepuff. However, the Badgers were not the type to gossip, so this matter had only been known by a few. Now, with Ruth spilling everything, the Ravenclaw students lamented that they didn't have any snacks. Otherwise, it would be so pleasant to enjoy some snacks while hearing gossip during their break. What they were most concerned about was the potions and cloaks Cedric had given to Ophelia. The protective cloak was not cheap. Even a most ordinary one cost over 1,000 galleons, not to mention the custom-made ones, which were even more expensive. 1,000 galleons was enough for an ordinary family to live for a year. This showed Cedric's generosity, and the Ravenclaw students were all impressed by this fact. Of course, the more critical point was that Cedric could brew potions. Everyone was 11 years old, just starting school. Why could he learn various spells and successfully brew potions while they were still learning the levitation spell and blowing up the simplest potions? Show off? We're all struggling. Have you ever considered our feelings? Is your brilliance from Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? In an instant, the Ravenclaw girls felt a bit depressed. However, the boys were not unhappy. On the contrary, they were more concerned about the fact that such an outstanding Cedric had not managed to win Ophelia over. Suddenly, Cedric's other qualities no longer mattered. Being young and wealthy was irrelevant, and being able to brew potions was not a big deal. So what if he was impressive? What does it matter if he was better than them? Still not catching up with Ophelia. Thus, the students of Ravenclaw in the corridor became polarized. The girls wore expressions of deep gloom, while the boys appeared calm. Ruth continued, seeing Ophelia still silent, feeling encouraged and determined to completely tarnish Ophelia's image in one go. And when you were out adventuring together, you encountered a dangerous vampire that had already injured you, and you were no match for it. It was Cedric who stepped up, drawing the vampire away from you, facing the danger alone to ensure your safety. This shook Ravenclaw to its core. The boys were thinking, if Ruth wasn't lying about this incident, then just how powerful is Cedric? Meanwhile, the girls envied Ophelia, having such a tall, handsome, strong, and wealthy boy pursuing her. How wonderful it would be if Cedric were pursuing them instead. Ophelia was blocked by Ruth at the stairway, unsure of what to do. All eyes were on her, some jealous, some envious, some curious, and some disdainful. Facing these gazes, she felt a mix of confusion and fear. She was at a loss for how to handle the situation and was also affected by Ruth's words. Yes, how should she respond to her feelings for Diggory? He was the first person to give her a sense of warmth, which made her not dislike him. However, he was good friends with Patrick, and her grandmother had once said, birds of a feather flock together. The close relationship between Diggory and Patrick suggested that Diggory might also be someone who isn't loyal in love. Because of this, Ophelia chose to keep her distance from Diggory. Although there had been times when she almost agreed to him, something always went wrong, preventing her from saying the words, I am willing. Perhaps deep down, Ophelia hadn't truly considered Diggory, but due to her longing for that warmth, she never clearly rejected him. Now, because of Ruth's words, Ophelia was forced to reflect on her feelings for Diggory. She realized that she didn't have romantic feelings for him. She merely cherished the kindness he showed her, and for that, she was willing to consider him a good friend. So, perhaps they were just good friends. You should give him an answer instead of keeping him hanging. You need to give him a result, a response. Ruth continued to shout. Ophelia looked up calmly at Ruth on the ground, her indifferent gaze seemingly mocking the girl. Since you want an answer for Cedric, I will tell you now. Everything he did for me was because we are good friends. Because I want to. Suddenly, a strong and powerful voice came from the other end of the corridor, cutting off what Ophelia was about to say. Everyone turned in surprise to see Diggory at the end of the corridor, dressed in a clean, gold-trimmed wizard robe, his golden hair glowing beautifully in the sunlight. In fact, Diggory had arrived a long time ago, but he rushed out because he wanted to know what role he played in Ophelia's heart. Was he just a regular friend, a romantic partner, or something more than friends but not quite lovers? He wanted to find out. But when the answer was about to come out of Ophelia's mouth, Diggory panicked. He had a strong feeling that what Ophelia was about to say was not what he wanted to hear. So he took the opportunity to step out before Ophelia could say anything. Diego looked at Ophelia at the other end of the corridor. Although there was less than 20 meters of hallway between them, it felt like a distance he had never experienced before. He glanced at the distance separating them and resolutely walked towards her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step he took, Diego gazed at Ophelia with deep affection. Liking someone is just liking them. It's simple, without regard for the consequences, and it doesn't matter whether there will be a response. I just simply like Ophelia. I like her from the moment she turned around in class, and I deliberately avoided her flustered gaze. I like her when the light and shadow fell during the flying lesson, and I couldn't forget the halo around her hair. I like her despite the teachers at our school repeatedly urging us to behave. My restless heart still speaks. This is my affection for her. As Diego's words fell, the entire corridor fell silent, with only the slightly chilly autumn breeze brushing past everyone. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Diego's words, staring blankly as he slowly but steadily walked towards the beautiful and elegant Ophelia, his words still echoing in their minds. Liking someone is simply liking someone. It's very pure. This affection is reckless, indifferent to whether it can be reciprocated. The girls were looking at Diego with starry eyes, wondering why he wasn't their boyfriend. The boys, however, were unsettled, realizing that their female companions were scrutinizing them. Without a doubt, they were comparing themselves to Diego. Equally unsettled was Furchi, who was outside the corridor, previously trimming the flowers and plants. He widened his bulbous eyes and leaned in to peek at the two people getting closer inside, his lips moving silently in a curse. It was probably about how these two kids could be in a romantic relationship so early, how they could violate school rules, and that they should be punished by cleaning the toilets for 10 days. After formulating his punishment, Furchi immediately dropped the large scissors he had been using to trim the flowers and ran toward Sprout's office. On the other side, Diego approached Ophelia and looked at Ruth, who was still sitting on the ground in a disheveled manner, disdainfully saying, "Feelings are actually very simple. They don't necessarily need a response. If there isn't one, that's one person's happiness. If there is, that's two people's happiness." Just as Ruth was about to speak, Diego stopped her, saying, "I saw it earlier. The reason you fell wasn't because of Ophelia, but because you did it on purpose, trying to frame Ophelia." "No, I didn't." Ruth was initially shocked, but still held her ground. "Cedric, you can't slander me just because you like Ophelia?" "Slander?" Diego scoffed. "I just happened to see you doing something bad. You first exchanged glances with your friend, then extended your left leg towards Ophelia. But because you did it too abruptly and lacked strength, you ended up being tripped by Ophelia." The students who had been watching now leaned towards Diego after hearing such detailed accounts. If it were a false accusation, the process couldn't possibly be described so thoroughly, as the time was too short to fabricate a story. Ruth's face turned ugly. She hadn't expected Diego to be so detailed. What hurt more was the angry and disdainful look Diego gave her, like the sharpest knife in the world, stabbing deep into her heart. Clearly, she was standing up for Diego, feeling that he was being wronged. At that moment, Ruth's friend suddenly stood up, saying, "This is just what you think. There's no evidence. Any accusation without evidence is slander." Diggory looked at the short-haired girl with a garlic nose in front of him and frowned tightly. It seemed that the saying "ugly girls cause trouble" indeed had some truth to it. He didn't expect a girl to be so shameless. However, she happened to hit Diggory's sore spot. He really had no evidence. Just as Diggory was pondering how to make these two girls tell the truth, a voice with an echo appeared in the corridor. "I can prove that what this little boy said is all true." Everyone turned to look and found Ms. Gray floating on the ceiling of the corridor, watching Diggory below. Dressed in an elegant long dress, her demeanor was calm. The boy named Cedric was not lying. Filch's running posture was quite strange. The first half of the distance was a high-knee run, but later, probably because he had used up most of his energy, he switched to a duck-waddle style for the second half. In short, it was ungraceful and abnormal, but no one cared. However, the distance from that corridor to Professor Sprout's office was a bit far, and when he pushed open the door to Professor Sprout's office, he nearly scared the people inside out due to his exhaustion. Filch was panting heavily, and when he looked up, he gasped and smiled in surprise. He originally just wanted to give Professor Sprout a small report, But unexpectedly, Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw and Professor McGonagall from Gryffindor were both here, which was quite a surprise. There was no need to say much about Professor Flitwick. Ophelia and Ruth were both students of Ravenclaw, and Flitwick would definitely have to step in regarding this matter. As for Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the most strict and impartial person in the entire school, with her around, he didn't have to worry that this matter would be swept under the rug. McGonagall frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with Filch's disheveled intrusion, and was also puzzled. Filch, what on earth is going on? Has something big happened? Struggling to catch his breath, Filch couldn't wait to tell Professor McGonagall, Professor, you must take care of this matter. Otherwise, no student will follow the school rules anymore. Speak properly. McGonagall was completely uninterested in Filch's tone. Filch shivered slightly and said seriously, Cedric Diggory is dating early. He is pursuing Ophelia Harris from Ravenclaw and just confessed in the corridor beneath the Gryffindor common room. Professor Sprout patted her thigh, unblushingly siding with Diggory. I don't think this is a big deal. When I have time, I'll have a good chat with Cedric. Filch couldn't take it anymore. Trembling, he sincerely thought that this punishment was no punishment at all. Communicating? Are we going to have tea in the greenhouse while discussing this? Ugh, nonsense. McGonagall shook her head, and in response to Filch's expectant gaze, she pondered, that might not be appropriate. You are too easygoing. I worry that you won't be able to handle Cedric's pleas alone, so we'll accompany you. Filch, he tentatively said, yes, that's right. We should have a good talk with Cedric. He should be scolded if he needs to be, and punished if he needs to be, right, Professor Flitwick? McGonagall's attitude made him feel something was off, so Filch looked at Flitwick. He thought to himself that Ophelia was a student from his house. He couldn't just ignore it. When Professor Flitwick suddenly heard his name mentioned, he was taken aback. Is this something I should manage? He stroked his beard and pondered. Indeed, we need to manage this well. This conversation must be serious. Filch was stunned, his already large eyes wide open like saucers. A serious conversation? Is this your punishment? What about corporal punishment? Cleaning the toilets? Cleaning the corridors? You're just going to have a conversation about students dating early? When you used to catch students for early dating, you all rushed forward with fury. Was that all a lie? Seeing Filch's dazed expression, McGonagall and the others exchanged glances, all understanding each other's thoughts. What can you do about a special kid like Diggory? Can you control him? Other kids who start dating early see their grades plummet, leaving teachers shocked and regretting not having disciplined them properly. Those kids who dated early, not to mention successfully using spells or brewing potions, couldn't even write magic history correctly. But what about Diggory? Dumbledore has already told them about the events that happened on the way to the Albanian forest. Can you find another child in the world with such strong, innate talent? No. He can skillfully cast spells, one after another. He can brew potions, tossing one bottle after another. This child is praised in private by the great alchemist Nick LeMay's only apprentice, Leonardo, as a young genius. What can you tell him to do? Should you tell him to practice spells properly, or to study potion brewing seriously? Frankly speaking, this child's strength has long surpassed what is expected at his age. In Hogwarts, if we only count students, only 6th or 7th graders could compare to him. As for magic history, what use is that? If you asked Flitwick to recite Merlin's life and major events, it would be a struggle for him. For Flitwick, it would be easier to duel 10 people at once. That knowledge is just something to know. Who lives their life by studying magic history? Haven't you noticed that the teachers teaching magic history at Hogwarts are just ghosts? As for the other protagonist, Ophelia, she also has strength and has received high praise from Dumbledore. It can be said that as long as the grades of these two do not drop significantly, many teachers are willing to turn a blind eye to this matter. Moreover, right now it's just Diggory who is overly enthusiastic. However, Filch is unwilling to back down and wants to make an effort. If the punishment for violating school rules about early dating is just to talk, how will they manage other students in the future? This remark struck a chord with McGonagall. It makes sense. Sprout noticed McGonagall's expression and immediately patted her thigh, wanting to say something, but was stopped by McGonagall. McGonagall said to Filch, "You're right. Here, that's the plan. You go find Assistant Leonardo right away and have him bring Cedric over so we can discuss the punishment measures." Upon hearing this, Filch immediately broke into a grin. His previously tired body suddenly filled with energy, and he turned to leave with a high kick, forgetting to close the office door. When he excitedly arrived at Ravenclaw with Leonardo, he just caught Ms. Grey finishing corroborating Diggory. Ruth saw Filch's appearance, although she disliked him. She felt like she had grasped a lifeline and shouted at him, "Mr. Filch, you need to step in. Someone is dating early here." As soon as these words were spoken, All the boys and girls standing a bit closer in the corridor instinctively took a step back, each feeling guilty. Filch proudly rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off his skills, but Leonardo was not going to give him that opportunity. "Come with us. The professors want to punish you for your early dating," Leonardo said coldly to Diggory. Diggory frowned, feeling quite displeased. Since this guy appeared, Ophelia's gaze had been on him the entire time. The key point was still Leonardo's cold attitude when he spoke to him, as if he owed him a lot of money. "I refused to accept it. I didn't have a crush." Diggory was a bit worked up because he had just seen Leonardo smile at Ophelia. This was unbearable for him. He felt like he was stabbing a little figure of Leonardo in his heart with a needle. He knew very well how shameless it was for a man in his 20s to smile so lewdly at an 11-year-old girl. However, when this thought crossed Diggory's mind, he didn't realize that he was no better himself. "How can you say you didn't have a crush?" Leonardo's expression grew colder. Diggory snorted coldly. "Love is something that requires two people to engage in together. Where's my girlfriend now? Why haven't I seen her?" He glanced at Ophelia beside him and smiled. "Of course, if you can help us get together, I'll gladly admit to having a crush, and I'll be very grateful to you." Leonardo was amused by his anger. "Okay, it seems your ability to argue is quite impressive. Haha, my ability to speak beautifully is even stronger. Do you want to try? Are you just good with words? I'm even better below. Do you want to try? Leonardo, are you asking for a lesson again?" Leonardo pulled out his wand and provocatively looked at Diggory. The meaning was obvious. Diggory seriously glanced at the wand in Leonardo's hand and took out his own. He was not the least bit intimidated by this duel. And ever since he couldn't teach Leonardo a lesson in front of Ophelia last time, there had always been a knot in his heart. This made him feel constantly unsettled. And if this issue were viewed from the perspective of a cultivator, it would be considered a heart demon. Diggory and Leonardo exchanged a cold smile. However, Filch was about to cry, his big, bulbous eyes desperately signaling to Leonardo, "You're a special assistant invited by Professor Dumbledore. You're a teacher. You can't duel with students." But Leonardo showed no reaction to Filch's hints regarding same-sex interactions, making Filch's efforts in vain. Seeing that Leonardo completely ignored his reminder and instead went out with Diggory to find a venue, Filch was really close to tears. How could someone who usually seemed so amiable and cultured be so stubborn now? He could only turn around and run back to Professor Sprout's office in that high-need manner. This matter could only be resolved by notifying them. Diego and Leonardo arrived at the grass beside the corridor, which was their new venue for the one-on-one match. Diggory touched the bottle of agility potion in his cloak, feeling a surge of confidence. This was something he had exchanged along with instant noodles when he accessed the space in his dormitory earlier. After the incident in Hogsmeade, he realized deeply that although he was much more advanced than his peers, he was still lacking when facing those from pure-blood families or Death Eaters. This was especially true for Leonardo, who stood before him now, a senior wizard skilled in various advanced spells. If he thought he could hold his own against him like last time, he was truly overestimating himself. Last time, Dumbledore had intervened in time. Otherwise, given that Diggory had already lost the use of one arm, he would have been pinned down by Leonardo. "Are you ready?" Leonardo asked, standing firm and stroking his chin in a rather gentlemanly manner. This was a friendly signal, indicating he wouldn't take advantage of the situation. However, Diggory completely rejected this friendliness. He flicked his fingers and said, "If you have the ability, go ahead and sneak attack." How uncouth and petty. Ophelia's voice was soft, but it still reached Diggory's ears. Leonardo on the opposite side heard it as well and let out a scoff. Diggory's face darkened immediately. "Let's get started. Don't waste time." Leonardo also didn't hold back with Diggory. Seeing Diggory stand firm, he directly cast a levitation charm, aiming to control his opponent first. At that critical moment, Diggory moved. He swung his wand vigorously, and the protective wall formed by the shield charm blocked the levitation charm. Then, he reached into his pocket and casually pulled out 5 bottles of various potions. He quickly dispelled the shield charm and threw all the potions toward his opponent. A group of students watching from the side were extremely excited, as one side of the battle was the most talented student in Hogwarts history, and the other was a young, advanced wizard who was personally recruited by Dumbledore as an assistant. Moreover, both of them were handsome. Of course, the most important thing was that everyone, especially the girls, kept glancing at Ophelia in front. Being a spectator to such an exciting show was something no one would refuse. As Diggory threw those bottles, the enthusiasm of the spectators immediately reached a small climax. This was the first time they had seen such a fighting style. It was truly extravagant, throwing potions like hidden weapons. How wealthy Diggory must be. However, Some students who had heard about Diggory's background felt puzzled. They knew his family was just average and lived modestly. So how could he afford to splurge like this? Could it be that he brewed these potions himself? Suddenly, those people gasped in surprise. Diggory was unaware of the thoughts in the minds of the onlookers, and he didn't have the time to care. After throwing out the potion, he immediately jumped to the side, and a disarming spell was instantly cast towards Leonardo. The directions of the two attacks were completely different. If one side was defended, the other side would be vulnerable. This was a multiple-choice question. If he chose the defensive potion, Leonardo's wand would be disarmed, ending the duel. If he chose to defend against the spell attack, the potion contained a bottle of love potion and a bottle of itch potion. Surely, what happened on this patch of grass would be quite spectacular. However, before the smile could fully bloom on Diggory's face, he saw Leonardo directly cast an enhanced armor charm, creating a wide transparent wall in front of him that successfully blocked Diggory's attack. Damn! Now, there was nothing exciting left. Taking advantage of the situation, Leonardo immediately removed the armor charm and countered by using his wand to blow a gust of wind, directing the smoke from the potion explosion towards Diggory. This was a case of using his own method against him. Diego had no other choice but to dodge Leonardo's move. Fortunately, there was no one behind him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the battle between Diego and Leonardo that was exciting. Diggory ran towards the bushes, hoping to find a chance to continue the attack. However, Leonardo had no intention of giving him that opportunity. As he raised his wand, it was like a submachine gun, with disarming spells shooting from the tip of the wand one after another towards Diggory. Diego immediately thought to himself that it was bad. This action clearly indicated that last time was not just a matter of moderation. Leonardo had hidden his strength, and this time he specifically came to regain his face. A sinister villain, Diego cursed silently, then directly lifted the anti-spell cloak on him. It sounded like raindrops falling on the green grass. The attack power of a disarmament spell, such a simple spell, was obviously insufficient to break through the defense of the anti-spell cloak. Since you made the first move, don't blame me for retaliating, Diego muttered. Leonardo had hidden his strength, and he also used the ability that the other party did not possess. Seeing Diego's actions, Leonardo exclaimed in exasperation, "Shameless!" Diggory snorted coldly. "What about hiding your strength? Besides, I have the money to buy an anti-spell cloak. That's my own ability. What's so shameless about that?" Leonardo was taken aback. This statement seemed to make sense. Seeing Leonardo stunned, Diggory quickly seized the opportunity, crouched down, and dashed into a bush. As no one could see him there, he immediately took out a bottle of agility potion. This agility potion was different from the one he drank in the forest last time. It was a top-tier agility potion that cost Diggory a whole 40,000 magic points, wiping out all his gains in Hogsmeade. He had felt quite pained about it at the time, but now, just thinking about being able to pin Leonardo to the ground and rub him into it made Diggory feel it was worth it. Outside, Leonardo came back to his senses and realized Diggory had vanished. He touched his nose and teased, "What's wrong? Are you scared of me? Have you lost your dueling spirit? Running away at the last moment?" The familiar ripples appeared again. That sticky sensation, which he hadn't felt in a long time, was even more intense than before. If Diggory had felt like he was in a river last time, this time it felt like he was in a swamp, almost unable to move an inch. Even breathing seemed to become difficult. However, this near-suffocating feeling soon began to fade. Yet, that sticky sensation seemed to penetrate Diggory's skin, drilling into his flesh and tightly wrapping around his bones. But this wrapping did not bring Diggory any discomfort. It felt merely like a binding. As the external sticky sensation completely transformed into an internal feeling of entanglement, Diggory suddenly felt a significant boost in his physical abilities. Even the fatigue from earlier battles with Leonardo dissipated at that moment. At this time, he happened to hear Leonardo mention running away at the last moment. Diggory chuckled and said, "I hope you won't back out at the last moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Diggory suddenly dashed out, leaving the crowd outside momentarily stunned. They had just heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes, and then a shadow shot out so quickly that it was almost invisible. In the blink of an eye, the crowd lost sight of the shadow, leaving them in shock. Leonardo hadn't seen Diggory enter the thicket, but the onlookers had. So this shadow could only be Diggory. They were astonished, wondering why Diggory's speed had suddenly increased so dramatically. Leonardo was equally shocked. When Diggory charged at him, he had no time to react and was directly hit in the stomach by a punch. The uppercut sent him flying, and the intense pain in his abdomen left his brain unable to think of anything else. But D. Gully was not finished. Just as Leonardo's body was about to be propelled away, D. Gully grabbed his wrist, yanked him back, and delivered another elbow strike to his abdomen. 2. Leonardo had just eaten lunch before this encounter, and his stomach had barely digested a quarter of the food. Remnants of a nearly whole chicken leg were still visible. Now, all that food was wasted. Leonardo flew out successfully, but his already pale face appeared even whiter, and his lips turned ashen. The onlookers held their breath, stunned. Weren't they supposed to be fighting with magic? What was this? The key question was, why was it so powerful? D. Gully stood still, coldly looking at him, and said in a high and aloof manner, "I can give you a chance to escape. Instant karma comes quickly." Leonardo completely ignored him, simply wiping the vomit from the corner of his mouth, tightened his grip on the wand, and stood up again. "Your fighting style is quite rogue." Leonardo's words hit the nail on the head, voicing the thoughts of the onlookers. Moreover, there was something very strange. Once the body is infused with magic, something goes wrong, mildly resulting in disability, severely leading to death, but you seem to be perfectly fine. Leonardo analyzed calmly, even though his body had suffered severe injuries. His mind was still clear. Perhaps this was why he caught Nick LeMay's attention. "What's going on?" Leonardo asked straightforwardly. "None of your business," D. Gully replied, even more bluntly. For some reason, Leonardo not only didn't get angry, but his gaze towards D. Gully became increasingly fervent, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. "I will defeat you with my strength, and then study you slowly." Diggory laughed as well. "What? You probably haven't woken up yet." As soon as the words fell, Diggory's figure instantly vanished again. This time, everyone struggled to even catch a glimpse of his shadow, only occasionally seeing a fleeting afterimage. The moment Diggory's figure disappeared, Leonardo reflexively raised his wand. But before he could cast a spell, Diggory's fist had already reached him. This time, it didn't hit his abdomen, but instead struck his nose. With a crunch, Leonardo's sturdy nose broke, and a splash of bright red blood burst out. Bang, 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 shoulder, chest, cheek, back, arm. This was the second time Diggory fought Leonardo. This time, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Ophelia anymore. Even if it meant using potions, he didn't care. Leonardo's upper body was subjected to indiscriminate attacks, and Diggory's speed was so fast that it was hard to see. The corridor was filled with people, all with their mouths agape, watching the scene. They could only see a dark shadow swirling around Leonardo, accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh. Eloise had just come out of the Ravenclaw common room and witnessed this scene. At first, she was puzzled about who could overpower Leonardo like this, until she heard a student mumble Cedric, which made her even more curious. But more importantly, she couldn't believe that the person who was beating Leonardo like this was a kid the same age as her. She walked behind Ophelia and couldn't wait to whisper, "What's going on? Why is Professor Leonardo fighting Cedric? And how did he become so strong to be able to beat Professor Leonardo? After all, he is Nick LeMay's Prot G and a high-level wizard. Has Cedric taken a potion? So strong." What was originally just Eloise's guess made Ophelia recall the last time in the forest when Diggory inexplicably defeated that vampire. No one knew how he won that battle against the vampire, so no one knew how Diggory managed to win. But now, hearing Eloise's words, Ophelia realized. Given Diggory's habit of frequently using potions during battles, it was very likely that, just like last time, he had taken a potion, which allowed his strength to increase so significantly in a short time. Professor Leonardo, Cedric must have taken a potion. That's why he has such strong power now. But potions have time limits. Just hold on and get through this time. Ophelia's voice was like a flash of lightning slicing through the night, breaking the darkness that enveloped Leonardo. But for Diggory, it felt more like a heavy blow, a sharp blade. His attacking rhythm suddenly halted. He missed with a punch, stumbled, and fell to the ground. Diggory looked up at Ophelia, his eyes filled with heart-wrenching confusion and surprise. He hadn't expected Ophelia to suddenly remind Leonardo, and he couldn't understand why she would do so. Meanwhile, Leonardo, seizing this rare opportunity, immediately forced himself to run despite the pain. Once he reached the other side of the grass, he leaned against the wall and cast an armor spell, surrounding himself with the transparent walls of the spell. This created a circle with the wall behind him and the walls of the armor spell, protecting Leonardo inside. He resolved not to take risks and decided to use this absolute defense to buy time. The stronger the potion, the more powerful the side effects. So Leonardo just needed a stall. In the end, he would be the one to win. However, after Leonardo had completed all his defensive preparations, he still did not receive an attack from Diggory. He looked up in confusion, only to find that Diggory was not paying any attention to his actions. He remained in the position of lying on the ground, staring at Ophelia, silent. The students in the corridor were also very quiet, as they could clearly see the indescribable pain and sorrow in Diggory's eyes at that moment. What level of sadness could lead to such a sorrowful gaze? Eloise also covered her mouth, realizing the consequences of her earlier words. Diggory climbed up from the ground. In his line of sight, everything was radiating ripples, and Ophelia was no exception. Previously, he felt that the ripples emanating from Ophelia were more beautiful than those of others. Her long brown hair resembled the chocolate bars he loved to eat as a child. The light blue eyes behind her silver, rimless glasses were like the carefree sky of his childhood. Just looking at her made all his worries disappear. But now, for the first time, Diggory felt that this sky was so unfamiliar. Clearly, it was still that face, still those lips, still that gaze that haunted him. Yet at this moment, everything felt so strange. Ophelia looked at Diggory coldly and said, "I've made up my mind. We are not suitable for each other. Thank you for your care all this time. I will repay this kindness in the future." Diggory wanted to ask why, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he couldn't bring himself to ask. At this moment, asking anything seemed meaningless. Instead of seeking clarity, what Diggory needed to do now was to vent the pent-up frustration in his chest. Leaning against the wall, Leonardo was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Diggory's gaze toward him was very unusual, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. Whoosh! Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and Diggory vanished without a trace. Bang! Leonardo stared wide-eyed at the wall formed by the armor spell in front of him. He swore he had never seen anyone punch a wall and create spiderweb-like cracks, but he could also clearly see the blood seeping from those still youthful fists. Bang, 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 bang. Diggory seemed to attack madly without feeling any pain. He was extremely angry at the man in front of him and just wanted to vent that anger. The cracks in the armor spell were visibly expanding rapidly outward and becoming denser, looking as if they would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the magic power within Leonardo seemed to burst forth like a dam breaking, desperately flooding into the walls of the armor spell to repair the cracks. However, the speed was simply incomparable, only 1/3 of Diggory's attack speed. The onlookers took a look at Diggory, who had rendered Leonardo powerless, and then at the silent Ophelia, feeling that coming to Hogwarts was definitely the right choice. Which other school could offer such an exciting show? Absolutely none. Diggory had no time to pay attention to the increasingly bright eyes of the students. At this moment, he clearly felt that the effect of the potion was about to wear off. The sticky sensation that was wrapping around his bones was becoming weaker. Although he didn't know the exact time, Diggory knew it was coming soon. The wall created by the armor spell, though already on the verge of collapse, was still holding strong. As a high-level mage, Leonardo undoubtedly had a substantial amount of magical power within him. And if he continued to entertain the idea of breaking the armor spell as before, he could very likely exhaust himself to death. At that moment, Diggory suddenly noticed the wall that Leonardo was leaning against and smiled. He teleported to the other side of the wall and put all his strength into a punch. Boom! The wall, made from solid block of hard granite, shattered under Diggory's blow. Everyone present stared in awe at the scene before them, their mouths agape, as Diggory repeatedly reshaped their worldview. They had originally thought that dueling meant exchanging spells, but Diggory showed them that potions could be thrown too. They had assumed that being 11 years old was just about laying the groundwork for magic, but Diggory informed them that their thinking was only because they were too inexperienced. They had believed that the most powerful aspect of a mage was their spell attacks. Yet Diggory demonstrated through action that a mage could be even more formidable without spells. The students looked up at the sky and found it was still the same sky. They glanced down at the ground and saw it was still the same earth. But why the people between heaven and earth changed? Leonardo's expression changed dramatically, but before he could react, he heard a cracking sound of wind explode in his ears. And Diggory kicked him in the face, sending him flying. It was unclear whether Diggory did this on purpose, but Leonardo landed face down, scraping against the stone floor, turning red all over. Everyone looked on, and Leonardo's left cheek was now unrecognizable. Some of the more timid girls even covered their eyes. However, Leonardo showed no signs of anger, at least not visibly. He quickly flipped himself over, got up, and immediately pulled out 2 bottles, smashing them to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the original stone floor transformed into a swampy area, about 10 square meters in size. At the same time, a white mist began to envelop the area around Leonardo. Diggory didn't care at all. Ophelia's choice had left him with almost no rationality left. Even seeing that the other party had completed their defenses, Diggory rushed forward without hesitation. The potion's effect was about to wear off, and he had at most 10 seconds left with no time to hesitate. With the effect of the top-tier agility potion, he leaped up before the swamp, raising his fist high and smashing it down hard towards where he remembered Leonardo was. The onlookers first heard the sound of intense fighting and the cracking of the floor from within the mist. And then the fighting gradually quieted down as the mist slowly dispersed. Everyone craned their necks to see what the final outcome was. Just as the mist was about to clear, Eloise asked Ophelia beside her, "Who do you want to win?" Ophelia shook her head and said lightly, "I don't care who wins. It has nothing to do with me. I hope they won't be involved with me in the future." Eloise sighed and pouted, "You're really cold-hearted." As the mist cleared, the students focused their eyes, and everyone gasped in shock. They saw that Diggory's body was completely buried in the swamp from the waist down, while his upper body lay on the stone floor, looking as if he had not sustained any injuries, yet he seemed to be struggling to breathe. On the other side, Leonardo was half-kneeling in front of Diggory, panting heavily, covered in injuries, with the stone floor beneath him completely shattered, and he was almost entirely covered in blood from head to toe. "Can someone tell me what is happening?" At the end of the corridor, Dumbledore was striding this way. Filch had originally gone to find McGonagall and the others, but not finding them, he had to bring Dumbledore from the headmaster's office. Damn! Dumbledore was fuming as he hurried over. He had been having lunch in his office when Filch suddenly burst through the door, stumbling in, saying that Diggory and Leonardo had started fighting over in Ravenclaw. This is unacceptable. One was his own student, and the other was a newly recruited teaching assistant. The fact that these two had gotten into a fight was not just a bad influence. It was mainly that they were completely disregarding his authority. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had just stepped out, and Dumbledore sat between two beds, deep in thought. To his left was Leonardo, who had almost lost half his face and was on the verge of disfigurement, now unconscious from exhaustion. To his right was Cedric, who had nearly given him a headache. Just seeing this kid made him angry. He had just taken him as a closed-door disciple, and now this little brat had caused trouble for him. He had publicly confessed, and, after being rejected, stubbornly claimed he wasn't in a relationship. It seemed that the road to training him would be long and arduous. Old Dumbledore covered his forehead, feeling a long-lost sense of exhaustion. However, thinking of the students chattering about the battle, Dumbledore felt a bit better. At least Diggory's strength had improved, using that kind of potion. Dumbledore didn't know what potion Diggory had taken. He had searched through a lot of materials without finding anything and had asked Slughorn and Nick, but they were also unclear. Instead, Snape mentioned he seemed to have seen it in a potion-making book, but couldn't remember which book it was or where he had seen it. So Dumbledore could only let him search slowly. As for whether he could find it, it didn't matter much, as Diggory was on his side. Of course, if Diggory knew that Dumbledore had shared his information with Snape, he might not remain calm. After all, in Snape's world, there were only two people, his first love, Lily, and Harry Potter. He was indifferent to everyone else. It was easy to imagine that if one day a situation arose where a Death Eater used Harry Potter to make Snape reveal Diggory's secret, Snape would undoubtedly reveal that potion without hesitation. But right now, Diggory lay on the sickbed, sleeping more soundly than Leonardo, completely unaware of the good things Dumbledore was doing. "Mr. Dumbledore, do you have a moment?" Dumbledore didn't need to turn around to know who it was in all of Hogwarts. The only person who still referred to him as Mr. was Lady Grey. "Lady Grey, are you looking for me?" Dumbledore was somewhat puzzled, wondering what this dead person wanted from him, since she was known for her cold demeanor and rarely initiated conversations with the living. Lady Grey floated over, but instead of immediately speaking to Dumbledore, she carefully looked at Diggory lying on the bed, revealing a very interested expression. "Mr. Dumbledore, do you know the origin of his child?" "I know a little. All of it. I'll let him keep some of his secrets." "The secret you allowed him to keep is no small matter." Dumbledore smiled. "I don't mind, as long as the oaths are in place." Even if Diggory could ascend to the heavens, he would only praise that the young are formidable. "I think you should care." Lady Grey floated in midair, looking through the large floor-to-ceiling window at the autumn scenery outside. "I know your confidence comes from those 3 oaths. But what if I tell you that those 3 oaths may not necessarily work on this child?" Dumbledore's eyes suddenly sharpened like a hook, tightly locking on a Lady Grey's translucent body through his crescent-shaped glasses. "Are you suggesting that I doubt my student?" Lady Grey shook her head slightly, facing Dumbledore's suppressed anger with calmness. "I'm a spiritual being, so I can see things that you living beings cannot. This child has more than one soul within him. Dumbledore suddenly stood up, his mind racing, but his face remained calm as he said, "You know that this is impossible." Lady Grey continued to look at the scenery outside. "Believe it or not, I'm also for Hogwarts. After all, if that person uses a human as a Horcrux, it is indeed possible for two souls to exist within one body." Dumbledore fell silent. He remembered how Diggory always seemed to know the exact location of Horcruxes. Although Diggory had explained it was because he had merged with a soul from the future. Merging meant that the two souls became one. Moreover, Dumbledore had no way to determine the truth of Diggory's words at the time. His soul reading spell couldn't lock onto Diggory's brain. Thinking back on these matters now was indeed full of doubts. Many things seemed to be well explained, but once viewed from another angle, it was a different matter entirely. "I loathe that person." Lady Grey floated down. "We cannot overlook any possibility. Better to kill wrongly than to let go." The anger of her soul caused the temperature in the entire ward to drop sharply. Even though it was sunny outside, the room visibly darkened, with all the light blocked outside the windows. Dumbledore closed his eyes, deep in thought and decision. But soon, he reopened his eyes, his gaze returning to calmness. Dumbledore looked at Mrs. Grey and said calmly, "The Horcrux itself is not evil, just like your mother's crown. Cedric is a good boy. If he was truly influenced by Voldemort, how could he be planning with us on how to find the Horcrux? Perhaps what he said was actually a trap." Mrs. Grey did not give up. Dumbledore did not rush to answer, but turned to look at the sleeping Diggory, studying his features. Recalling the scene when he wore the sorting hat and was placed in Hufflepuff, he remembered the clear gaze he had when he made a vow with Dumbledore in his office, witnessed by Fawkes. Gradually, Dumbledore smiled. This boy, although reluctant to tell him many things, he could feel that he had never lied to him. He would rather say, "Don't ask, it's a secret," than make up a plausible excuse to deceive him. He had always believed in him and was willing to be his student. Dumbledore turned to Mrs. Grey. "Have you ever seen a teacher who doubts their own students? What if he really betrayed?" Mrs. Grey pressed. "Then naturally, I, as the teacher, will take responsibility." Dumbledore's voice was calm and soft, afraid of waking the sleeping Diggory, but it was resolute. Mrs. Grey looked at Dumbledore's gentle yet firm gaze. She gave up, hoping he was right. That gaze stimulated her. Someone once looked at her that way. Although Mrs. Grey floated away, her demeanor still showed a hint of embarrassment. Dumbledore returned to his chair, waiting for Diggory to wake up. However, before he could warm his seat, the ward door was opened, and in came Nico. "Professor, I just heard." "Heard what?" Dumbledore asked. Nico pointed at the two on the bed. "I heard about their situation. Are they okay?" "They're fine." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Madame Pomfrey's medical skills are excellent. Her studies in herbology and potions are deeper than mine. I thought Leonardo's face was ruined, but now it can recover in 10 days to half a month under Madame Pomfrey's care. He's lucky." Nico didn't even glance at Leonardo, instead focusing on Diggory's sleeping face. "What I want to say is not this. I just came back from Ophelia and learned something else." "What else?" Dumbledore asked. Diggory was rejected by Ophelia. Dumbledore was taken aback. This he truly did not know. He turned to look at Diggory, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy, sighing. The taste of love is not just sweet. He was just a bit unlucky. There are still many days ahead. Should we still let Leonardo and Diggory go to Gringotts together? Nico asked. "Yes," Dumbledore replied. "Leonardo has a substantial deposit at Gringotts and is considered a high-profile client there. With him around, they will have a legitimate reason to go to the vault." Nico hesitated, "But I still think it's inappropriate. You know their relationship isn't great. Are you sure they won't fight on the way?" "They won't," Dumbledore explained. Leonardo said before he fell unconscious that their fights were entirely because he wanted to save face. Now that he has regained his face, he won't act out again. After all, to him, Cedric is just a child, and Leonardo will give way to him. Seeing Dumbledore's insistence, Nico couldn't say more and nodded, internally rating Leonardo as a childish and petty person. "Then why don't you go rest? I'll keep an eye on things here." Dumbledore gently brushed Diggory's forehead and paused, saying, "All right, if they wake up, remember to notify Madame Pomfrey immediately. I'll come back after dinner." After saying that, he left, leaving Nico alone in the room. Nico sat by Diggory's bed, observing his sleeping face, and unexpectedly smiled. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to like that kind of girl. Being rejected like this, even I feel sorry for you." Saying this, she leaned down and kissed Diggory's forehead, and there was no further comment. Diggory, however, was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, his consciousness was in the system space. He had been pulled in by Big Orange as soon as he fell unconscious. Although his body was in a coma, his soul was awake in the system. The side effects of the top-tier agility potion could affect both the body and the soul. At this time, Diggory lay on the ground in an extremely twisted position. His hands and feet unnaturally turned in different directions. His eyes were tightly closed, his face pale, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. As he was experiencing indescribable pain, Big Orange lay next to Diggory, munching on fish jerky and lamenting, "What is love in this world? That it makes people promise life and death. Innocent Cedric, how does the taste of heartbreak feel? Quite refreshing, right?" After saying this, he stuffed another handful of fish jerky into his mouth, thinking how nice it was to be young, able to easily taste the bitterness of love. Diggory gritted his teeth, struggling to open his eyes, staring at the big orange cat, making painful sounds of from his mouth. The big orange cat lay on its side, propping up its chubby head with its front paws. "What is about? I can't understand you. Can you speak human? No, wait, can you speak cat? Pain, stop pain. Painkiller?" The big orange cat asked tentatively. Diggo was relieved that Big Orange guessed correctly and quickly nodded. However, at that moment, his nodding seemed to be slowed down several times. Big Orange laughed, an evil laugh, a cunning laugh. It held a small dried fish in its claws and casually said, "I do have painkillers, but do you have the magic power to buy them?" Diggory was stunned, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the small fish snack in the big orange paw. Wasn't that the last bit of my magic power? This shameless cat. Diggory realized that when he first entered, the side effects of the top agility potion hadn't kicked in yet, and at that time, it had been pestering him for the fish snack. He didn't know it would turn out like this, so he used his last bit of magic power to exchange it. As a result, this cat actually turned its back on him. How heartless. Diggo really wants to press this cat down on the ground and rub it. Diggo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, chewing on the dried fish that the Jew had given him, the five-spice flavor blossoming on his taste buds. 3 minutes ago, under Diggo's almost cat-killing gaze, the Jew finally had a moment of conscience and brought him some painkillers. However, what Diggo didn't expect was that the painkiller turned out to be dried fish. How can your dried fish relieve the side effects I'm experiencing? As the pain from the agility potion gradually vanished without a trace, Diggo couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the dried fish and asked, "Because the pain in your heart is just too much, so just giving you a little dried fish makes you satisfied?" "Speak human language," the Jew scoffed, unimpressed. "It's because I'm the manager of this space, and as the manager, if I add something to my dried fish, of course, it's my freedom. But this is only limited to pain relief. For other injuries, you'll have to find a way yourself." Diggory nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he stopped talking and silently nibbled on the dried fish. This was the first time Big Orange had seen Diggory in such a silent state. It also knew the reason. When someone has sincerely invested so much in another person but ultimately receives no response, it's bound to feel bad. Although Big Orange always seemed to be teasing Diggory, seeing him like this still made it feel uneasy. So it asked Diggory, "Don't you want to know why I took the initiative to pull your consciousness in?" Digioli quietly looked at the big orange cat, wearing an expression of "you speak, I listen," which made the big orange cat feel quite helpless. The big orange cat sighed and said, "There's a mission, at least with that look on your face. You can't even hear the mission's notification sound, so I had no choice but to drag you in." Diggory had no reaction, still calmly looking at the big orange cat. Sigh. In Godric's Hollow, there was a small gang of Death Eaters up to no good. There were 4 of them in total, 1 advanced wizard, 2 intermediate, and 1 beginner. Now, I need you to take care of them. If you succeed, your reward is the freedom to choose 2 spells to upgrade to wandless casting. But if you fail, before the big orange cat could finish speaking, Diggory suddenly raised his hand to signal that it was okay. "I got it. No need to say any more about these things. Just give me the key information about the task. I don't want to hear about the punishment for failing the mission. It doesn't matter." The big orange cat looked at Diggory, who seemed to have matured all of a sudden, feeling a bit heartbroken. Only someone who is completely alone would say it doesn't matter. In fact, what you don't care about isn't the punishment for the mission, but something else, right? This is something I don't want to bring up, and I think it doesn't matter to you either. Diggory forced a superficial smile. The big orange cat was angered by this statement, grabbing a handful of dried fish and throwing it at Diggory's face. "You heartless one, I care about you, and that's giving you face." Diggory smiled as he stuffed the small dried fish into his mouth and said thank you. Big Orange shot Diggory an annoyed glance and said, "You don't need to thank me. I'm just concerned about you," with a bit of pity thrown in. "But that woman outside is really worried." "Who is outside?" Diggory was a bit confused, not knowing who it could be. Could it be his mother? Ovo. What? Who? Diggo was a bit confused. How could this clumsy big sister, Nico, feel sorry for him? It seemed like they had only spent 1 night together. But then he thought, even though it was just one night, they could be considered to have a deep friendship. It's normal to care a little. At night, the moonlight flowed like water, and the lights on the ground looked like clouds. Nico, sitting by the bed, nodded heavily and woke up from her drowsiness. Awake? Nico looked up and found Leonardo sitting on the bed, watching her. His face was wrapped layer upon layer, leaving only his features uncovered. The left side of his face was smeared with a lot of herbs, making him look like an underdeveloped and genetically mutated white tomato. He was holding a cup of dark green, unknown liquid. It didn't look very appetizing. Leonardo had just taken a small sip and immediately pulled away from the rim. With a grimace on his face, he had to drink it. Otherwise, he would be left with scars. Nico had no good feelings towards Leonardo and simply responded with a nonchalant indicating she heard him. Seeing Nico's reaction, Leonardo touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He couldn't understand how he had offended her. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and Dumbledore strode in, followed by Madame Pomfrey. Old Dumbledore first glanced at Diggo, who was still lying down, and for some reason, a strange expression appeared on his face. Then he ignored him and turned to Leonardo, asking, "How is it? Are you okay?" Leonardo nodded, not daring to show any expression for fear of straining his wound, and cautiously said, "Can I not drink this medicine? It tastes too terrible, like donkey dung." Madame Pomfrey immediately had a stern look on her face and said, "What do you mean nodding? You must drink this medicine to prevent infection. You have to take it for at least half a month." Leonardo's face changed instantly, and he immediately looked over at Dumbledore. However, before Dumbledore could say anything, Madame Pomfrey coldly snorted and sternly said, "No one can change this. You must drink this medicine. It's my order." Dumbledore stood by with a blank expression and said nothing. Leonardo immediately understood that he had no choice but to accept it, touched his nose, and continued to drink the medicine with a bitter face. At this moment, Dumbledore turned to look at Diggo again and said to Madame Pomfrey, "Cedric hasn't woken up yet. Do you think we should give him an injection?" Diggory's foot under the blanket suddenly twitched unnaturally. Mrs. Pomfrey walked in and touched Diggory's forehead, feeling something strange. He had a sudden fever earlier, but now he wasn't feverish anymore, and after sleeping for so long, why hadn't he woken up? Just give him a shot. Use the thickest syringe you have, and he should be fine after that, Dumbledore said decisively, and no one noticed the fleeting glint of mischief in his eyes. At that moment, Mrs. Pomfrey also noticed Diggory's condition and added, "Then please, Miss Kidman, help me lift Cedric's blanket. I'll go get the syringe and prepare for the injection." Only Nico, not understanding why, mumbled in confusion, "Do we really need to give him a shot?" "Yes, the thickest syringe. The one Hagrid used to give his little cutie Fluffy a shot," Dumbledore added. At this, Diggory's foot twitched again. He knew Fluffy, that gigantic three-headed dog. In the first movie, Hagrid lent Fluffy to Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Although he fell asleep at the sound of music, that three-headed giant dog certainly captured the audience's attention when he watched the movie back then. However, this dog was anything but cute. It looked quite adorable to humans, though. "No need, I'm awake," Diggory said calmly as he opened his eyes to Nico's shocked gaze. Dumbledore and Mrs. Pomfrey exchanged glances, both wearing expressions that said, "Just as we thought." Geely wanted to sit up from bed, but just as he was about to exert force with his elbow, there was a sudden crack at the joint, and both the joint and the muscles around the elbow experienced a sharp pain. Diggory collapsed onto the bed in pain, gasping for breath. At that moment, he remembered that Big Orange had told him that the little fish strips could only help relieve his pain, but they couldn't change his other injuries. Madame Pomfrey gently pressed on Diggory's chest, saying, "You have sustained very severe and peculiar injuries. About 95% of your muscles are strained, and your bones show signs of osteoporosis. I almost thought you were an 80-year-old man wearing a child's skin. I will give you medication now, and for the next 3 months, you shouldn't get out of bed." Diagonally was taken aback. "What? 3 months?" Madame Pomfrey's previously softened expression turned serious again, and she said, "As long as you are a patient in the Hogwarts infirmary, you must listen to me." Diggory looked to Dumbledore for help. Old Dumbledore pretended not to see. Professor Pomfrey could talk about other things, but when it came to treating someone, no one could say anything. Diggo lowered his head. Before he woke up, the Big Orange had told him that the deadline for this mission was within a month. If he couldn't complete it, he would forever be unable to resist fighting dogs for food. What do dogs eat? Poop. Diggory's face turned green at that moment. This system was no good, so he had to go to Godric's Hollow. No one else would do. Diggory glanced at Leonardo beside him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Well, as long as I can go to the room of requirement, I can recover my body at the fastest speed." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow and, Before Madame Pomfrey could speak, asked first, "Really?" Digioli nodded. Old Ding looked at Mrs. Pomfrey, but she still had a serious expression. "No, I know your situation. I've been to the House of Wishes too, and there are no miraculous medicines inside that can cure you." Diggory was getting anxious. "Really, I promise. If I lied to you, I would never find a wife for the rest of my life." Slap. Dumbledore rubbed his palm, feeling that after a while, without practicing, his skills had improved quite a bit. It's better not to talk nonsense, and especially not to make rash vows. Dumbledore lowered his posture and discussed with Madame Pomfrey. "How about this? I'll take him to the room of requirement, and if his condition doesn't improve, I'll bring him back. How does that sound?" Madame Pomfrey initially didn't want to agree, but seeing Diggory's expression that he wouldn't cooperate with the treatment if she didn't agree, she had no choice but to comply. "All right, but it has to be quick. This child's injuries are quite serious. We can't mess around." Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting Madame Pomfrey to relent. He gently patted Diggory's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I'll use the levitation charm to take him there. He won't even have to walk." Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded and stepped aside. Thus, Diggory, wearing a hospital gown, was levitated by Dumbledore and in full view of many Hogwarts students. He was taken to the room of requirement. By the time they arrived at the room of requirement, Diggory's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had never felt so humiliated. It felt like a criminal being led to the execution ground. Behind him, Nico was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. Today, 200,000 people kissed, 600,000 people hugged, and here I am, struggling to type. After Dumbledore placed Diggory in the pile of miscellaneous items, he stood by and watched him. Diggory first glanced at Old Dung, then subtly glanced at Nico. Dumbledore nodded, signaling that it was okay. Seeing this gesture, Diggory felt relieved. Whether the magical items disappeared from his hands, or he took something from the space later, it would all remain a secret. Although he had performed the transformation into a flying broom behind a tree when leaving Hogsmeade, Nico had not seen it directly. Diggoly cleared his throat and moved his hands and feet a bit, only to feel a sharp pain from a pulled muscle. Next, Nico witnessed something even more ridiculous than a flying broom. It simply vanished. Diggoly placed his hand over the magical item, and it disappeared, just like that. She widened her bright, confused eyes and turned to Dumbledore, hoping to get an explanation from the professor. However, old Dumbledore merely gave her a calm look, signaling her not to be agitated and to watch. The magical items in the room of requirement visibly decreased, and soon, Diggoly cleared out an area of about 20 square meters, with everything on it being stored in the space and converted into magical power. Diggoly muttered, wondering if it would be enough. "Hey, Big Orange, how much magical power do I need for the potion you mentioned that can heal my injuries?" Diggoly asked in his mind. 1,500 points. "You've already converted 16,000, so it's more than enough," Big Orange replied. "But since you're going out again, it's better to save some just in case." Diggory nodded and said, "Let's restore the restorative potion first. Otherwise, it's really hard to live when every move causes pain." Nico looked at Diggory standing there doing nothing, seemingly in a daze. Just as she was wondering what he was doing, she suddenly saw him tilt his head to the side, roll his eyes back, and drool at the corners of his mouth, looking like his brain had crashed. Nico was startled and immediately looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, don't worry." Dumbledore remained calm. He had seen this kind of situation many times before. Sure enough, after a while, Diggory returned to normal and inexplicably had a potion in his hand. The confusion in Nico's eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of insight. She remembered that not long after Diggory went behind the tree, he had come out with 2 flying brooms in his hands. What was going on? Nico stared into Diggory's eyes, which sparkled as if she had discovered a big secret waiting for her to uncover. However, Diggory was unaware of Nico's expression. He eagerly drank the restorative potion. The potion was sweet with a hint of bitterness, but overall, it tasted quite good. As the potion flowed down his throat, Diggory felt a warm sensation gradually spread throughout his body, like a perfectly warm bath. It was a feeling akin to sipping a glass of red wine and enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Diagoly's face revealed a sense of bang. "What are you thinking, you little rascal?" An old man's angry scolding sounded like a thunderclap, exploding in Diagoly's ears. "I wasn't thinking about anything," Diagoly said aggrievedly, rubbing the back of his head, feeling that if he continued to be hit like this, he would eventually turn into an idiot, or, before turning into an idiot, he might suffer a severe concussion. Dumbledore, infuriated, trembled as he pointed at the blushing Nico, who was too embarrassed to look over. "Just take a look at yourself. Look at that flustered expression of yours." Even Miss Kidman is too shy to look at you. Diggory was truly surprised. He really hadn't thought of anything unhealthy just now. Dumbledore glanced at Diggory's now agile hand and asked, "You've recovered? With that potion?" "Yeah," Diggory replied, grinning. "How about that? This potion is amazing." Slap. Old Dumbledore gave him another slap, making Diggory's head buzz. "Be careful when you talk. Don't act so cocky at your young age. If you keep this up, you'll regret it." Dumbledore patted Diggory on the shoulder, and after confirming he had indeed recovered, he prepared to leave. "Take it easy here. Don't make me worry when I come back." With that, he left without looking back, leaving Nico and Diggory inside. Nico stared at Diggory with her big, sparkling emerald green eyes. "Can you not ask about secrets?" Nico pouted, huffed, and turned to find Dumbledore. Before coming to this world, Diggory had always thought that wizards usually chose Floo powder for long-distance travel instead of apparition. After all, Floo powder was more convenient. Just find a place covered by the Floo network, step into a fireplace, and sprinkle some powder. Close your eyes, open them again, and you're there. Produce. You didn't have to take a test with the Ministry of Magic for Floo powder. Apparition required an exam. Of course, the most crucial point was that apparition was very unfriendly to beginners. It could cause nausea at best and fainting at worst. So now, while Diggory leaned against a nearby tree trunk, he bent over and was retching painfully. Nico stood beside him, gently patting his back to help him catch his breath. "I'm sorry, it's my first time using apparition. I didn't manage it well. I want to do it like this next time. And you can't blame me for wanting to come out. You didn't listen to Professor Dumbledore. It's one thing to come out, but you could have chosen a closer place. Why did you have to come to this Godric's Hollow? It's so far. Ugh, do you even want to have a next time?" Nico went to find Dumbledore, wanting to come out with Diggory to take care of this little brother. At this moment, Diggory weakly turned his head and said, "Sigh, it's all my fault. Next time, unless I get kicked in the head by a donkey." Diggory's voice abruptly stopped, and he blushed. Nico was bending over to help him catch his breath, and today her outfit had a slightly low neckline, accentuating her great figure. "It's okay. If there's another chance next time, let's continue. After all, nobody starts off as an expert." Diggory's attitude, silently, made a complete turnaround. "Maybe it's better to let it go. You're still a child, and I'm concerned about your health. Otherwise, what if you throw up again next time?" Nico said to Diggory apologetically. However, Diggory waved his hand nonchalantly, assuring her that he definitely wouldn't throw up next time. "Yeah, right?" And so this matter passed, with Nico supporting Diggory as they entered Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow was like a larger version of Hogsmeade, but the houses were not as densely packed. The area was more open, and the houses were more spread out. It was already late autumn, although it was noon with a glaring sun in the sky. It didn't help much. A chilly breeze hit Diggory's face, making him shiver. "Should we find somewhere to eat something first?" Diggory suggested. They had been traveling since morning, and after arriving at their destination, he had thrown up his breakfast, leaving his stomach protesting loudly. "No need to look," Nico said. "There is a member of our Order of the Phoenix in Godric's Hollow. We can go directly to him. The professor has already contacted him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Diggory was already eager. About 15 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a quaint two-story house. The exterior and architectural style of the house were quite old, indicating the age of its owner, who was likely from the same era as Dumbledore. Nico knocked on the door, and after a while, the door opened, revealing a gray triangular hat peeking out. "Who is it?" "Oh, it's you, little Nico." Under the hat was an elderly face covered in wrinkles, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Long time no see, Grandpa. Effiat, Dogo." Nico greeted him and stepped aside to reveal Diggory behind her, introducing him. "This is Cedric Diggory, as Professor Dumbledore mentioned to you." Diggory stepped forward and bowed politely. Ephialtes fully emerged, a hunchbacked old man. He kindly looked at Diggory and spoke in a somewhat wheezy voice. "Dumbledore has already told me about your visit, and he mentioned that you are his student with unparalleled talent. Hearing him say that, I sometimes feel a bit envious of you." Diggory smiled, unsure of what to say. If he were to admit that he indeed had some talent, it would feel a bit shameless. If he were to be modest and say something like "you're too kind," it would also seem a bit pretentious. So, Diggory could only chuckle awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, not knowing how to continue the conversation. Nico, watching from the side, couldn't help but snicker, surprised to see the shy side of Diggory. She interrupted Ephia's endless chatter, laughing as she said, "Mr. Dogo, we've been on the road all morning, and now we're hungry." Ephia slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I'm getting old, and I can't help but chat when I meet people. Please come in. I just made apple pie this morning." The elderly man led the two inside, where the furnishings were very simple, to the point of being minimalistic. There were hardly any pieces of furniture, only signs of a person living alone, suggesting that Aphia had been single for many years. Diggory and the other person sat at the dining table. Although it was called a dining table, it was actually just a simple wooden board with 4 legs. And the stools were also very simple, made of pure wood and only planed a bit. Soon, the apple pie was served. Diggory took a look at it, a simple combination of crust and apples, and closed his eyes to take a bite. He almost cried. The taste was so moving. However, he didn't show it, after all. The old man was so friendly, it would be a bit unreasonable to embarrass him. It wasn't appropriate for him to take something out from his space to eat, as that was a secret, and the fewer people who knew, the better. So, Diggory could only force himself to eat while trying to change the topic. Mr. Modo, how has the Goderic Valley been lately? Ephra, who was originally drinking tea, replied when she heard Diggory's question, nothing much, it's quite calm. Ever since Voldemort was defeated, those extreme pureblood supporters have all disappeared, and basically, no one dares to cause trouble here anymore. Nico looked at Diggory in confusion, not understanding why he was asking this. Is there anything unusual? Diggory continued to ask. Ephra looked up at the sky and recalled carefully. Indeed, there hadn't been any unusual occurrences in the valley recently, and everyone was quite peaceful. Why are you asking this? She countered. Goalie didn't have time to respond, only feeling confused in his heart. The system would never act without reason. Since it indicated that Death Eaters were causing trouble here, it meant that someone was definitely present. This now leaves 2 possibilities. One possibility is that Aphia is lying. The other is that the Death Eaters have not yet been discovered. Diggory recalled his memories of Harry Potter. Aphia Doggo could be described as a diehard fan and follower of Dumbledore. Whether it was Dumbledore being framed by Umbridge and Fudge, or the public being misled by Rita Skeeter's reports and unwilling to believe in old Dumbledore, Aphia consistently stood by Dumbledore's side and was willing to speak up for him. The key was that Dumbledore also trusted him and would share his information with Aphia, so Diggory had reason to believe that this old Order member would not deceive him. That left only one possibility. The Death Eaters had not yet been discovered, but if they hadn't been discovered, then things would be troublesome. Not to mention that time constraints made Diggory too anxious to waste any time. After all, their essay saying, a thief can only steal for so long. There's no reason to guard against a thief forever. Diggory frowned and wondered what else the Death Eaters might want to obtain in Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow is known as the most famous gathering place for half-blood wizards. This southwestern village is the birthplace of the great wizard Godric Gryffindor, founder of Gryffindor Academy, and also the place where the wizard blacksmith Bowman Wright created the first golden snitch, with the gravesite engraved with the surnames of ancient wizarding families. In this valley, muggles and wizards live together. Aside from the magically enhanced monument in the central square, the rest of the area seems rather ordinary. If there is anything unique, it is a more famous cemetery within the valley. There is a small church in Godric's Hollow, and behind the church is a cemetery with a narrow entrance. Rows of gravestones stand on a light blue-silver carpet, engraved with the surnames of ancient wizarding families. It contains the graves of Dumbledore's mother and sister, Harry Potter's parents, and it is said to be haunted. Wait a minute. Diggory suddenly shivered. It wasn't because of the ghost stories, but because Harry Potter's parents were buried here. If there was anything in this valley that Death Eaters coveted, it was only the bones of their enemies, because those were essential for Voldemort's resurrection. No wonder the living were fine and the valley was quite peaceful. It was because those Death Eaters were looking for trouble with the dead. Once this thought crossed his mind, even though the apple pie was hard to eat, Diggory still swallowed a big piece. Diggory said to Aphia, Mr. Dogo, isn't it said that the graveyard behind the church is haunted? I want to go take a look. Aphia was puzzled by Diggory's idea and couldn't understand what he was thinking. What do you want to go there for? The haunting is just something muggles believe. To us wizards, it's just a few ghosts playing tricks. What's so interesting about that? Diggory shook his head. No, I just feel that something seems off over there. So I want to take a look. Off. Nico became interested. What's off? Diggory suddenly remembered that Nicolo had once said her sixth sense was extremely strong. If he brought Nicolo along, would the process of capturing the Death Eaters be a bit easier? There were 4 opponents. The junior wizard was hardly worth mentioning, almost negligible in combat power. The ones to watch out for were the 1 senior wizard and the 2 intermediate wizards. These 3 were the real trouble. Diggory's own combat power was about on par with an intermediate wizard, but he would still be somewhat at a disadvantage against a senior wizard. This was evident from his battle with Leonardo. Diggory thought for a moment and decided to take Nico and Aphia with him. I'll take you there tonight, and if all goes well, we might have some unexpected gains. Diggory said. Aphia panted and asked, what unexpected gains? I'm already old and can't handle too much excitement. Diggory raised an eyebrow. As long as the fighting ability is still there. Euphoria was taken aback by this. Wow, the young man's taste is a bit heavy. Does Dumbledore know? Besides, we're bringing little Nico along. Isn't that inappropriate? Mr. Dogo, I'm not small anymore. Nico protested. Although she didn't understand what Euphoria was saying, it didn't stop her from protesting that she was small. Diggory twisted his fingers, his expression somewhat stiff. He felt that the old man opposite him was a bit wild. He completely misunderstood his meaning. Diggory awkwardly waved his hand and said, "We're just looking for something, don't think too much about it." Euphoria and Nico both breathed a sigh of relief. In the evening, the warm red sun adorned the horizon, accompanied by a charming sunset, decorating this late autumn. Before departing, Diggory and the others felt that eating in the cemetery was a bit inappropriate, so they had dinner first. The dinner was prepared by Diggory, who exchanged enough beef, lamb, and leek from the space to make a very satisfying barbecue, and the three of them ate their fill. Although Ephialtes didn't know how Diggory conjured up this food, he didn't ask much, thinking that Diggory had violated the Ministry of Magic's prohibition and had a bag with an undetectable extension charm. Since it was still early to catch people, Diggory and the others strolled around the square in front of the church to digest. There was a monument there, which to Muggles was just a monument. But to wizards, this monument would transform into the statues of three people: a disheveled man with glasses, a long-haired, beautiful, kind woman, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. Diggory looked at the statue and clicked his tongue. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like the Harry Potter family. But unfortunately, it wasn't. Nico glanced at Diggory, who had been staring at the statue, then looked over at the church on the other side, feeling a bit nervous and anxious, and asked, "Diggory, when are we going in?" Diggory wasn't in a hurry to answer. He pouted and, after cleaning the mutton and beef from his teeth with his tongue, he said slowly, "No rush. This little town has both Muggles and wizards living together. We have to wait until the sun sets, when the church is empty, before we can take action." "Will we be too late?" Nico asked anxiously. "No way," Euphoria interjected, waving her hand dramatically while holding her stomach, and said breathlessly, "Don't worry. There are plenty of wizards here. No matter what happens, they definitely won't dare to be too ostentatious. If things get noisy, they won't be able to handle the consequences. Once you go in, just follow my orders. As a seasoned high-level wizard and a longtime member of the Order of the Phoenix, it's my duty to ensure your safety." Diggory was taken aback, thinking to himself that it was Nick who was anxious, not him. Then he glanced at the silver hair peeking out from under Euphia's triangular hat and silently prayed, "I hope this old man is a character who becomes more impressive the more I see him. Just like Dumbledore." Euphoria, unaware of Diggory's thoughts, looked at the sun and realized that they wouldn't be able to descend the mountain anytime soon. He pointed to a nearby bar and said to Diggory, "It's still early. Shall we go in for a drink?" Before Diggory could respond, Nick pulled him behind her, glaring seriously at Euphoria, and said sternly, "Mr. Dogo, I hope you won't forget that Diggory is still a child. How can he go to such a place?" Euphoria burped and suddenly realized, "Oh right, Diggory is still a child. How could he say such things to him?" He scratched his belly in frustration, feeling a strange sensation. At first, it was fine, but the more he interacted with Diggory, the more he felt that the boy didn't seem like a child. Yet looking at Diggory now, he clearly appeared to be a child. The more Euphoria thought about it, the more it gave him a headache, so he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, Diggory was Dumbledore's student, not his. So Euphoria waved goodbye to Nick and Diggory and went to the bar first, telling them to find him when they were ready. Time passed quickly. Before long, night fell, and only a few streetlights were lit in the small square. On a bench beside the square, Nick looked at Diggory and silently inquired with her eyes if they could begin their actions. Diggory nodded at her. At this moment, Euphoria didn't wait for them to find her and instead sauntered out of the bar on her own. Diggory looked at a black line. He finally understood why in the previous life, the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore was always beaten up by Death Eaters. One could see hints of it from Euphoria. They were about to start their actions, yet he was still drinking like this, unable to walk steadily. Would he be able to clearly pronounce the incantations when the time came? A glimpse into the leopard through the tube. Dumbledore was wronged in the previous life. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to defeat Voldemort, but rather that his teammates were too incompetent, unable to keep up with him, and their thoughts lagged behind. When Euphoria approached, Diggory immediately felt a wave of alcohol breath hit him. How much vodka had he consumed to get into this state? He burped loudly and slurred. "How's it going? The Muggles are gone, right? Let's go." After saying that, he staggered toward the church, swaying as if he would fall to the ground any second. The three of them entered the cemetery behind the church, hiding behind a large tree. Diggory was a bit worried. He looked at Effia and extended a finger. Mr. Dogo, how many fingers do you see? 1. Now. 2. Now. 6 fingers? Cedric, why do you have 6 fingers on your fist? Have you mutated? Damn mutation. Diggory looked at the 3 fingers in front of him with a face full of regret. You shouldn't have let Effia go to the bar to drink. Nico was anxious. What should we do now? How about we go back first? I feel really bad. Digoli's expression turned serious. Niku's sixth sense was very accurate. She said she had a bad feeling, which meant the following situation might really not be optimistic. All right, let's go back tonight. Digoli fid thinking it was a pity to return empty-handed like this. But compared to putting the 3 of them in danger, going back was a good choice. How could they go back? Effia had already started to struggle to speak clearly. Digoli sighed and was about to stand up to help Effia out when Nico beside him suddenly grabbed his arm nervously. Something's wrong. I can feel my heart racing. We need to hide. Diggory immediately pulled Effia back and hid again, covering his mouth with one hand. He peeked cautiously towards the entrance of the cemetery, his gaze scanning over the cold, gray-black tombstones, observing carefully. Just then, a voice came from the entrance. Pompeo, we must find James Potter's remains tonight, or we won't be able to hide our tracks here. Hide our tracks? Oomph. As long as you go to the bar 2 less times and flirt less with the barmaids inside. How can we not hide? Hey, you bald idiot. Are you blaming me for that? What? Is it not your fault? Bald idiot. It's clearly your lack of leadership skills that has led us to not find the graves of James Potter and his wife. Otherwise, why would we still be stuck here? Exactly. I agree. One under the moonlight, a group of 4 or 8 people appeared in Diggory's line of sight. Among them, the leader was a big bald head. The girl behind, Nico, leaned closer, resting on Diggory's shoulder, and said, Is the unexpected gain you mentioned them? Diggory nodded honestly. Nico angrily punched Diggory's shoulder and complained in a low voice, Why didn't you say it earlier? Do you know that the bald guy at the front is another Death Eater leader who blocked me in Hogsmeade? He's a ruthless intermediate wizard. Back then, his Death Eater team almost caught me several times. Diggory nodded and said, Let's be careful. After they pass, we can sneak away. Before Diggory could finish speaking, Effia, who had been silenced by him, suddenly pulled his hand away, raised her wand, and shouted, In the name of the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore, let's fight. This sudden shout startled both Diggory and Nico. Didn't we agree to sneak into the village quietly and avoid drawing attention? Effia's cry successfully attracted the attention of Pompeo and his 3 companions. Pompeo glanced over and immediately spotted Nico and Effia hiding behind a tree, along with a child. It's you. Pompeo's brows furrowed in anger, and he turned to the senior wizard involved in the operation, shouting, That woman is the one who delivered the list to Dumbledore. The senior wizard, Goss, who had previously said one, looked over at Nico with his narrow eyes and thin lips, giving a wicked smile. Without any further ado, he waved his hand forward and commanded, Go, capture her. Instantly, the 3 men behind him charged towards Nico like wolves. In their eyes, it was just a combination of a minor, a support-type intermediate wizard, and an elderly person. Although the elderly person was a senior wizard, they weren't blind. Effia was clearly intoxicated and in a daze, making it difficult for her to cast spells. Was there really anything to worry about? Diego's face was as ugly as a 10-game losing streak in ranked matches. The best strategy was to retreat. So let's go. We can't leave. Effia shouted in confusion. There are only 4 enemies. We can't lose face for the Phoenix Society. Follow me. However, before Effia could achieve anything, he fell first. The enemy's high-level magician, Gauss, watched Effia shouting and waving his wand lightly, casting a silent spell that knocked him out. In just an instant, Gauss's spell accurately hit Effia. Unfortunately, this elder, who was once full of vigor, was now lying on the ground. What should we do? Nico asked in a panic. It was Effia who set a charge in, but before they could even fight, he was the first to go down. The key was that now that he was down, they couldn't escape with just a child and a woman. They couldn't possibly lift him. Diggory also wanted to know what to do. It was no longer just 10 consecutive kneelings, but at least 20. You hold one back, and I'll take care of the other 3. Diggory decisively made this decision. Nico was shocked. She originally wanted to ask Diggory if he could do it, but Pompeo's shiny bald head, reflecting the silver moonlight, had already approached. She could only get up and run to the side, trying to distract Pompeo. Hey, bald head, you look uglier after a few days. Where are the last few hairs on your head? Pompeo's face twisted with anger, and he completely ignored the easier target, Diggory, and charged towards Nico instead. You uncultured little girl. This time I'm definitely going to tie you to my bed. Another intermediate mage saw Pompeo chasing after Nico, glanced at the still young Diggory, and said to the junior mage next to him, "I'll leave this kid to you. I'll cover you from the rear. 5 minutes should be enough, right?" The junior mage, a 20-year-old young man, grinned maliciously at Diggory upon hearing the intermediate mage's words. "Don't worry, 2 minutes will definitely be enough. A child of Diggory's age is clearly just starting school. How could such a child have any fighting power?" He looked at Diggory arrogantly and said, "I'll give you a chance. You can choose your own way to die." Digger pretended to be lacking confidence and shouted at the young man, "Leave some room for others. And we can meet again in the future. You're so much older than me. If you have the ability, let me strike first." "All right." The young man, being at the bottom of the food chain among the Death Eaters, was usually bullied. Now, suddenly having a chance to bully someone else made him extremely happy. At this moment, he couldn't wait and immediately agreed to Digger's request without a second thought. Could a child really turn the tables? Normally, a child couldn't. But Digger was not a normal child. Could a normal child master a spell like the stunning spell without incantation? No. So the intermediate mage stared in shock at the young man lying on the ground, unable to speak. What did he just see? This child merely waved his wand lightly, and one mage on his side fell down. Although this was just a novice mage, could someone like him handle it? He quickly pulled out his wand, aiming at Digger. But his flustered actions made the time it took to draw the wand longer. How could Digger easily give up this hard-won opportunity? Before the opponent could even raise his wand, Digger cast the stunning spell again. Another adult body fell to the ground with a thud. By now, both an intermediate mage and a novice mage had been dealt with by Digger in under 2 minutes. Gauss, who finally realized what was happening, had a dark expression. Since the founding of the Death Eaters, it was the first time he encountered such an incredible and embarrassing situation. 2 adult mages had actually been taken down by a child. Diggory watched as the other party approached closer, realizing that he was able to quickly deal with these 2 because they underestimated him. It was clear that he no longer had that opportunity. Gauss came in front of Diggory, looking very interested, and asked, "Before I came, I heard that Hogwarts had a student with exceptional talent. That student is you, right?" Diggo didn't change color or skip a beat, shaking his head. "No, you got it wrong." "Really? I don't believe it." Gauss didn't believe Diggo's words at all. "Really? The boy you're talking about, extremely talented, handsome, good with people, charming countless girls, his name is Patrick. And I'm not him." Gauss's mouth twitched, feeling that this kid was very shameless, boasting without a script, lying so easily. Is lying dumb like this? It's obvious it's fake. I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, why say so much? Diggo took the initiative, raising his hand and aiming at the tombstone next to Gauss, unleashing a powerful blast that shattered the stone and dust, blocking the line of sight between the 2. Taking this opportunity, a bottle of top-notch agility potion appeared in Diggo's palm, and he quickly tilted his head back and drank it all. When Gauss regained his vision, what he saw was Diggo, with red eyes, staring intently at him, unable to tell if it was fear or something else as he looked into Diggo's red eyes. Gauss instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding arise in his heart. Gauss snorted coldly. "Now, whatever tricks you play are useless. I won't give you a chance like those 2 idiots before." Diggory didn't say a word, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself that he had fought high-level wizards before. He had faced Leonardo twice. Although he had never won, he had gained some experience. As long as he threw potions diligently during the battle, he wouldn't be afraid of 10 Leonardos. Gauss looked at the silent Diggory before him, feeling secretly on guard. Just as he was about to use a sleep spell on Diggory like he had done with Effia before, the other party suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, just as he heard a whoosh, Diggory disappeared from his spot. Gauss immediately broke out in a cold sweat, a very ominous feeling filling his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately cast an armor spell, forming a circle around himself to protect himself. Just at that moment, when the armor spell was formed, a small fist continuously magnified in Gauss's eyes, and finally, with a bang, it slammed against the transparent wall of the armor spell right in front of him. Gauss stared blankly at the fist before him, cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Diggory frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that the strength of the opponent's armor spell was far inferior to Leonardo's. Although it was a bit hard, it was somewhat softer compared to Leonardo's. Diggory nodded and thought to himself, "It seems that among high-level wizards, there are varying levels of strength. This guy is far from Leonardo." However, on the contrary, Gauss's heart was anything but calm. Diggory suddenly appeared in front of him and almost hit him in the face with a punch. Aren't they all wizards? Why has the method of attack changed so suddenly and become so wild? Gauss's heart almost leaped out of his chest. Diggory's aggressive punch intimidated him. Diggory was unaware of Gauss's intense mental activity, but this moment of distraction was a rare opportunity. Digioli seized the opportunity, took out his wand with his left hand, aimed it at Gauss, and cast the spell Stupefy. The wall created by the armor spell then disappeared. Gauss murmured, "What the—" Bang! With a whip kick from Diggory, Gauss was sent flying, his face scraping against the ground as he flew 10 meters away. The intense pain caused him to faint immediately. Diggory approached and kicked him with his foot. After confirming that Gauss had indeed fainted, he shook his head. The gap between high-level magicians is just too vast. Thinking of Leonardo, he was someone who could withstand the potion himself. Although the final cost was a bit high, at least he could hold on for a few rounds. Now looking at Gauss, lying on the ground like a dead dog, with the two unfortunate fellows included, the battle was resolved in just 3 minutes. And it was a complete, crushing defeat. Diggory shook his head in disdain at the ground, then turned and hurried in the direction where Nico had left. On the other side, Pompeo was panting heavily as he stared at Nico not far away, looking impatient and furious. "You little brat, can you stop using the stunning spell?" Nico was also sweating profusely, clearly exhausted. She held her wand up towards Pompeo. "Well, why do you have to stop me from using it? If you can, then don't use spells to attack. Did you learn the stunning spell at school?" Pompeo shouted in frustration. Nico had been countering every spell he cast with the stunning spell. During this time, whenever he used disarming charm, she used the stunning spell. Whenever he used shattering spell, she used the stunning spell. Whenever he used the sleeping spell, she used the stunning spell. Whenever he used the petrifying spell, she used the stunning spell. Whenever he advanced, she retreated, and all attacks were neutralized, keeping a good distance between them. Pompeo had never felt so frustrated before. He regretted not studying the 3 unforgivable curses properly when he was with his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be reduced to this by a mere stunning spell. Moreover, that wasn't even the most critical part. The key issue was that once Gauss dealt with that kid, he would surely announce to everyone that he hadn't managed to handle Nico. His reputation would be ruined. Although his reputation wasn't great to begin with. Thinking of this, Pompeo glanced at the direction of Diggory and Gauss, silently praying they would take their time, hoping that the kid would be a tough one and buy him some time. But when he turned to look, he saw a small figure rushing towards him from that direction. Pompeo squinted. The figure didn't resemble Gauss, nor did it look like the other two. Who could it be? Wait a minute. As the small figure got closer, Pompeo's eyes widened. Just a moment ago, the figure had been a distant blur, but in the blink of an eye, it had darted forward a considerable distance. This allowed Pompeo to clearly see that it was the very child they all thought would be easy to capture. Pompeo glanced behind Diggory. No one. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Things were about to get difficult for him. What was going on? Where were Gauss and the others? Pompeo scanned around in confusion, but could not find the people he wanted to see. He was alarmed. Diggory didn't have the chance to widen his eyes at Pompeo, but instead ran over to Nico, looked her over carefully, and then asked, "Are you hurt?" Seeing the look in Diggory's eyes and recalling his battle with Leonardo at Hogwarts, Nico realized he had used a potion. She shook her head at Diggory, reassuring him, "I'm fine." In truth, her shock was no less than Pompeo's. But having fought alongside Diggory, she was able to accept it better than Pompeo. Where are Gauss and the others? Pompeo, seeing that Diggory was ignoring him, angrily pointed his wand at Diggory and demanded. Diggory glanced at him. This guy is the heir of the Pompeo pure-blood family, an intermediate wizard, skilled in various offensive spells, but has not yet mastered the 3 unforgivable curses. He has offensive power, but it is limited. Before Diggory could finish his words, Nico already knew what he wanted to say and directly analyzed all the information about Pompeo for him, so he could be well informed. All right, then I will knock him out and then interrogate him together with that high-level magician. Diggory finally turned to face Pompeo. There were about 4 minutes left on the top agility potion, which was plenty of time. Diggory cracked his knuckles, listening to the sound of his bones cracking in his fists, and felt inexplicably that he still preferred to use his fists and feet rather than a wand. But none of that mattered now. Seeing that Diggory completely ignored him, Pompeo couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. "Fine, you're forcing my hand. Incendio." A surge of flames erupted from Pompeo's wand, transforming into a fierce, gigantic fire serpent, its cruel vertical pupils reflecting Diggory and the others, before it opened its gaping maw and charged at them. A wave of heat that felt like it was piercing the skin rushed towards them, and Nico felt a surge of terror. This spell couldn't be countered by a simple, freezing charm. If he had used Incendio against me from the start. Diggory, run. Seeing that Diggory was still standing still, Nico shouted worriedly. But Diggory remained unfazed, merely glancing up at the flaming serpent before moving. He swiftly dodged past the giant serpent, and, just before Nico was exposed to the flames, he grabbed Pompeo's wand with his right hand and seized him by the waist with his left. Diggory had intended to choke him, but unfortunately, he wasn't tall enough. Stop the incendio, or else, Diggory threatened. Feeling the urgency from his waist, and realizing that Diggory's hand was already on his wand, Pompeo did not resist and obediently halted the incendio. The fire serpent vanished into thin air, and Nico, whose hair was nearly singed, looked over in confusion, only to find that Pompeo had been subdued by Diggory. She hurried towards Diggory, praising him. "Diggory, you're amazing." "Diggory? Cedric Diggory?" Pompeo murmured to himself, then suddenly realized, "You're that Cedric Diggory, the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts." Pompeo stared at Diggory in shock, redefining his understanding of talent. At the same time, a sudden sense of glee filled his heart. If he brought this information back, he could certainly claim a great achievement. Diggory stared at Pompeo, whose expression was unpredictable and finally revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes, and let out a cold laugh. Although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, Diggory was determined not to let him off easily. Diggo pulled Pompeo's wand away in one swift motion. Before he could react, a punch landed in his stomach. Pompeo immediately curled up like a large shrimp. However, it wasn't over yet. Diggo followed up with a series of combination punches, each one landing affectionately on Pompeo's soft belly. By the time it was over, Pompeo was already on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. After finishing the fight, Diggory took a breath, estimated the time, and figured that the duration of the potion had about 2 minutes left before the side effects would kick in. He handed the recovery potion he had exchanged in advance to Nico and said to her, "You know this kind of potion, the side effects will hit soon, and I'll be in so much pain that I won't be able to help myself. At that time, I'll need you to help me take the recovery potion." "Okay, I understand. What are you going to do now?" Nico asked. Diggory grabbed Pompeo's foot and chuckled, "Of course. Now we should tie this person up with that high-level wizard and interrogate him." After saying that, he dragged Pompeo's foot and ran wildly in the graveyard, not caring how his upper body was being dragged behind. Poor Pompeo had just been beaten up by Diggory and now had to endure this torture. Nico hurried to catch up, but her physical condition was no match for the enhanced Diggory, and by the time she arrived, she saw that both Gauss and Pompeo had been stripped naked by Diggory. Nico exclaimed, turning around to cover her face, shyly saying, "Diggory, what are you doing?" Diggory didn't have time to explain, so he could only quickly tie up the two unconscious individuals while saying briefly, "My potion's effect is about to wear off, and if I don't restrain their movements now, I won't feel safe. Can't you just take their wands away?" Nico turned around, only to find Diggory starting to pull down the pants of the two individuals, which was quite shocking. "You can't possibly strip them completely, right?" Nico said without turning her head, mainly because she was too embarrassed to look back. Diggo was still busy with his work, not knowing which grave he had run to where he found a thick hemp rope. While tying people up, he replied, "The reason for doing this is for safety. Who knows if they have hidden something inside their clothes?" Diggory, influenced by his own experiences, also worried that others might hide various potions in their clothes, which could be disastrous if accidentally thrown out. He clearly remembered that when he fought with Leonardo at Hogwarts, he had pulled out 2 bottles of potion from who knows where. The second reason was to break down their psychological defenses, making it easier for them to reveal what we wanted to know. After tying the 2 of them to a tall tombstone and positioning them in a tie character formation, the mission was finally accomplished. Diggory clapped his hands and suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A sharp pain surged through his body, the kind that felt like it was coming from his bones. He collapsed to the ground in agony, his face turning pale, and he began to sweat profusely all over. In just a few seconds, Diggory looked as if he had been pulled out of water. As soon as Nico saw this, she knew the side effects Diggory mentioned had come. She hurriedly took out a recovery potion, wanting to feed it to him. However, Diggory's body began to convulse violently, making it impossible for him to lie still for her to administer the potion. Just as the potion bottle was brought to his lips, Diggory's mouth crashed against it, almost knocking it over. Nico hesitated, wondering what to do. The normal way of feeding the potion clearly wouldn't work. Should she use her mouth instead? But Diggory's condition was worsening, and there was no time for Nico to think further. Finally, Nico made up her mind and leaned down. Drawing her wand, she cast the petrification spell. It worked, and in an instant, Diggory's body became completely still, fully petrified. But then Nico faced another dilemma. Digioli's mouth wouldn't open. She couldn't get the potion in. Was she really going to have to use her mouth after all? Nico fidgeted, her face as red as the evening glow, with the pure white moonlight as a backdrop, looking extraordinarily beautiful. Although Diggory was petrified, he still made painful sounds from his throat, and the pain he was enduring was multiplying. Nico couldn't bear it any longer and finally decided to use her mouth. The silvery moonlight gently spread across the ground, and the wind also became gentle at that moment, as a small flower quietly bloomed nearby. The taste of the restorative potion was better than Nico had imagined. It was a bit sweet, with a flavor reminiscent of thick peanut butter, mixed with a hint of sourness. As soon as she finished feeding him the potion, Nico took out a bottle of water from her pocket, which she had cast a non-detectable extension charm on, and rinsed her mouth vigorously several times. However, Diggory's condition improved. His body stopped twitching, and he calmed down and fell asleep. Nico turned to look at the sleeping Diggory and pouted. Her first kiss was gone. Now that Diggory was asleep, there was no telling when he would wake up, and she could only keep watch over him. She was guarding both Diggory and Ephra, as well as the stripped-down Gauss and Pompeo. Nico returned to Diggory's side, laid a thick mat underneath him so he could sleep more comfortably, and then sat down next to him, examining his face in the moonlight, muttering to herself, "How can you really be so different?" Just as Nico was lost in thought, Moody had arrived at Azkaban after hastily using flu powder and disillusionment charm. Azkaban was located in the North Sea and was essentially a towering square building, with very few human guards. Most of the prison was overseen by Dementors. Most inmates, upon entering this prison, would have all their happiness and joy sucked away by the Dementors, and they would go insane within a few weeks. Therefore, no matter when, one could always hear various screams inside Azkaban. After all, the environment, there was truly not a place for humans. On top of the filth and chaos, there were Dementors who emitted a foul stench of decay, and if you were in a good mood or feeling normal, they would come to give you a friendly kiss, ensuring that you would be left with no thoughts at all. Thus, it must be said that Sirius, Bellatrix, Barty Crouch Jr., and Dolohov were all mentally strong individuals. After spending so long in Azkaban, they not only didn't go insane, but also acted as if they were completely unaffected after getting out. Moody walked towards Azkaban with a serious expression. The floating Dementors outside sensed someone approaching and drifted over, but upon detecting the familiar aura from Moody, they floated away again. He arrived at the office of the wizards inside Azkaban, where a Ministry of Magic staff member with a buzz cut approached him. "Respectful Mr. Moody, may I ask what brings you here? Have you caught more Death Eaters?" It's no surprise that the buzz cut would ask this, as most of the prisoners here were captured by this big shot in front of him. Moody shook his head, noticing that he was the only one in the office, and asked, "Where is everyone else?" "Oh, a new recruit accidentally got too close to a Dementor. You know, with those things, anyone who gets close is out of luck." That new recruit was almost sucked dry on the spot. Get to the point. Everyone else went to the dormitory to rest, citing the need to take care of that new recruit. After all, no one wants to stay around Dementors all the time. Moody nodded, thinking that it was just as well. Having more people around would not be beneficial for him to take anyone away. "Well then, I'm just here to take a look. After all, so many dangerous people are locked up here. It's always right to be cautious." Upon hearing Moody's words of insight, the buzz cut immediately pulled out a notebook from somewhere and respectfully wrote down his words verbatim. This was advice from a legendary Auror of the Ministry of Magic, and memorizing it might just save his life in a critical moment. Moody saw the buzz cut's actions and twitched his mouth, but said nothing. After exchanging a few words, he left. Once he was outside, the sea breeze from the North Sea lifted the corners of his coat, and after the buzz cut turned back, a hint of a smile appeared on Moody's face. 2 hours later, it was time for the shift change. The buzz cut looked up from a book full of exciting content and beautiful illustrations, scanning the still empty office, and couldn't help but curse. "A bunch of shameless people. Are they still not coming to work? Just leaving me here alone to keep watch. Have their consciences been eaten by dogs?" Just as he was about to go to the dormitory to find someone to take over, a loud explosion suddenly boomed. Boom! The buzz cut's heart jolted. What was happening? Should he go out and take a look? He started to move, but remembered Moody's earlier warning. Be cautious about everything. He hesitated, wondering if he should go out. In a place like Azkaban, there were only 3 kinds of living beings: Dementors, prisoners, and their batch of Ministry of Magic employees. There was nothing else. If something happened here, it would most likely be a prison break. The buzz cut realized this and suddenly understood. Those who dare to come here for a prison break would not be easy to deal with. The answer was no. First of all, the prisoners here were all those who had committed crimes even serious ones, and those who would come to rescue them were basically their accomplices. The accomplices of prisoners were definitely not good people. Secondly, the guard team of Azkaban was composed of Ministry of Magic employees and Dementors. Although their defensive power could not stop top-tier wizards, it could hold out for a while. And that time would be enough for reinforcements to arrive. But in this situation, if the other parties still dared to break into the prison, it meant that their strength was either strong enough to ignore all this, or that they were all fools. However, how could fools become accomplices of Azkaban prisoners? Do you think prisoners are fools? Can fools be caught? So excluding all impossibilities, what remains is the truth. The buzzcut took a deep breath, looked at the Dementors outside that were starting to be on alert, returned to his workstation, leisurely poured himself a cup of red tea, and took a sip. He needed to calm down. Meanwhile, on the upper levels of the Azkaban building, someone was also trying to calm down. Sirius looked at the large hole in the wall behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't this the road to freedom he had been dreaming of for years? Sirius greedily inhaled the salty sea breeze that brought the scent of liberation. But he didn't move because he knew his cell was 30 meters high from the ground. And jumping down from that height without a wand would be suicide. Moreover, the Dementors would arrive soon. If he stayed still, it would be fine, but any slight, abnormal movement would mean the Dementor's kiss awaited him. That thing was too overwhelming. Sirius felt he had had enough. Just as he was about to sit down on the spot, suddenly, the rubble from the exploded wall floated up, forming a line of words. Jump down. A spark of excitement burst in Sirius's eyes. Who was coming to rescue him? Lupin? Although he still didn't know who was waiting for him below, Sirius Black was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. The Dementors' piercing screams were getting closer, as if their figures had already appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Sirius took a weak step forward and made a desperate sprint to the edge of the big hole. Then he leaped. In the graveyard, the 4 people who had been sleeping were all awakened. However, their moods were different. 2 of them, stripped of their clothes, were in despair, crying, and cursing, alternating between shouting curses and pleading softly. The noise in the graveyard at midnight was surprisingly lively. The other 2, one older and somewhat silent, blushed in embarrassment and said nothing. The younger child, on the other hand, was excitedly fiddling with various tools in front of him. Ropes, sticks, whips, candles, a cage of snakes, and a cage of mice, and he was even digging a pit. Nico, standing aside, was full of questions. The ropes and sticks were within her understanding, but she couldn't comprehend the whips, candles, snakes, mice, and digging. Pompeo looked at the whip and candles in front of Diego. His face turned green. Cedric, you shameless scoundrel, what do you intend to do with these things? Do you believe I will tell your parents? Of course it's for interrogation. Diego looked up and said nonchalantly, as for my parents, do you think they would believe what you say? The most important thing is, do you think you can see them? Those 2 legs aren't something you could just hug. DeJory's words were completely justified, and Pompeo's threats were utterly useless. So he began to panic. The horror of torture tools does not lie in their killing power, but in the unknown. Just like when a sniper is most terrifying, it's before he fires. Because until then, you don't know his position, what gun he's using, or which part of your body he'll hit. The unknown is what is truly terrifying. And Pompeo was faced with the unknown of the snake and the mouse that DeJory brought out. When his torture ever needed these 2 things, he glanced at Gauss beside him with trembling eyes, only to find that the latter had completely lost his composure, looking like he had given up the struggle. At that moment, Gauss was deeply provoked by DeJory. He lost not only to a child, but also couldn't even last a single encounter. He had lost all face for the high-level mages and himself. Gauss lamented to the heavens. Oh heavens, why do you treat me this way? Can't you give me a glimmer of hope? Ephra, also affected, looked up and pouted, thinking, what light are you shouting about at this late hour? He turned to DeJory and let out a relieved sigh, secretly thinking, thank goodness Cedric is on our side, otherwise, it would be me questioning my life. All right. Diggory stood up. The pit was finally dug. It was a rectangular hole, lined with wooden planks, deep and large enough to fit an adult. Dusting off the dirt from his hands, Diggory said to Gauss and Pompeo, who wants to go first? Pompeo remained silent with a cold expression, actually struggling to maintain his pride. Meanwhile, Gauss was still immersed in the blow Diggory had dealt him, not yet able to react. Therefore, Diggory smiled kindly at Pompeo and said, then let's start with you. After that, ignoring Pompeo's struggles and resistance, he first used a petrification spell to render Pompeo immobile, then used a levitation spell to control him and placed him into the pit. Finally, right in front of him, he dumped a cage full of rats into the pit. Pompeo emitted a series of panicked MMS, knowing full well he was completely naked. The thought of the rats crawling all over him nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. As a noble member of a pure-blooded wizarding family, he had never been treated this way before. Pompeo glared at Diggory with wide eyes, having mentally killed Diggory countless times with his gaze. The onlookers, Ephra and Nico, gasped in shock. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the incredulity and relief that Diggory was on their side. Seeing that Diggory had stopped moving, Ephra quietly let out a sigh of relief and said, "Is it finally over? My old heart can't take any more of this excitement." This novel method of interrogation, while not bloody, was unbearable for anyone. Just looking at the pained expression in Pompeo's eyes inside the pit was enough to glimpse the terror of this torment. But was it really over? Digger turned to Aphia and Nico, smiling. "Old man, this is just the beginning." Immediately after, Digger seemingly apologetically said to Pompeo, "Sorry, I accidentally slipped my hand earlier." "What the hell? A slip of the hand? Can you really slip your hand and dump an entire cage of mice 2 meters away into the pit?" No one present believed it. Therefore, to apologize, "I'm willing to dump this cage of snakes in as well to help you catch the mice. What do you say?" "No." Pompeo swore that every organ in his body, even every pore, was rejecting this. But was Digger really asking for his opinion? Obviously not. "Since you're not speaking, I'll take it as your agreement," Digger said gently. That tone gave everyone goosebumps. Then, with a kind and innocent smile, Digger dumped an entire cage of snakes into the pit as well, and after dumping it, he covered the pit with a wooden board that had a round hole in the middle, allowing Pompeo's head to stick out. At that moment, the pit was filled with the miserable squeaks of the mice, the hissing of the agitated snakes, and the sounds of the two frantically chasing each other in the pit. Pompeo cried. Diggory's actions repeatedly refreshed his understanding of a person's bottom line. At this moment, he believed that Diggory was cruel beyond limits. Pompeo looked at Diggory with tear-filled eyes, pleading for mercy, hoping that he could be spared. However, Diggory completely ignored him. Diggory turned around, picked up the whip and the candle, and leisurely walked towards Gauss, seemingly mumbling. "What do you think? Where would be the right spot for the wax to drip? And how much of this whip should I insert when the time comes?" Diggory seemed to be troubled as he looked up and asked Gauss, "What do you think I should do to you?" Gauss panicked. He even wet himself. A puddle of pungent yellow liquid flowed from his bare crotch, startling Diggory, who immediately moved to a safer position. "Feel free to ask anything. I'll tell you everything," Gauss cried out in desperation. Poor him. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. Although as a Death Eater, Gauss had done many bad things, he truly had never experienced such limitless torture methods. When Death Eaters interrogated and coerced confessions, they usually use curses like the Cruciatus Curse, the Soul-Sucking Curse, or Veritaserum, or threatened with death. In short, it was cruel, but still within the realm of understanding. Until tonight, Gauss had never imagined that interrogation could be conducted in such a way. This was a strong psychological attack from the interrogator's perspective. That's why he panicked. Gauss simply did not dare to gamble on Diggory's limits with his own body. Diggory regretfully put down the whip and candle in his hand, complaining about why Gauss couldn't be a bit tougher. He had everything prepared, even taken off his pants. And yet he surrendered. Nico wrinkled her cute little nose and said, "Can you not look so regretful? It feels like you're some kind of underage pervert." "Really?" Diggory touched his face and said, "Sorry, I just didn't hold back. That's not who I am, okay? You must be mistaken." Hee. Nico protested Diggory's shamelessness in this way. "Are you really not going to resist a bit more?" Diggory asked reluctantly. Gauss shook his head, looking pitiful like a quail. At that moment when Gauss shook his head, Diggory suddenly heard the voice of Big Orange in his mind. "Congratulations, host, mission accomplished. Please choose to upgrade to nonverbal spellcasting." "Wait a minute. There's still something to deal with right now. We'll talk about nonverbal spellcasting later," Diggory thought to Big Orange. Then he looked at Gauss and said, "All right then. You go ahead and tell me. What are you four doing here?" Gauss trembled and replied, "The Dark Lord has been rescued by our internal members, Sane and Shiloh, and now we need materials for his resurrection. One of the most important materials requires the corpse of James Potter. That's why we came." "What?" As soon as Gauss finished speaking, Effia let out a startled scream, her voice turning shrill from the shock. But he couldn't remain calm. The news that Voldemort was not dead was simply too explosive. For those from their era, the terror of Voldemort was still fresh in their memories. No one wanted to go through that terrifying era again. Nico felt the same way. When Voldemort was rampant, she was just a child. Although she never faced the terrifying figure directly, She had experienced the dark terror caused by Voldemort. This news was also overwhelming for Diggory. So far, he had only found and destroyed one Horcrux. Now that Voldemort had returned, even if he hadn't fully resurrected, he could communicate with people, and he surely knew that the diadem of Ravenclaw had been destroyed. If Voldemort had arranged for someone to change the locations of the Horcruxes in advance, it was very likely that Diggory wouldn't even be able to complete the first mission, and that would mean an early goodbye to this world. Diggory picked up his wand and pointed it directly at Gauss's little brother without saying a word. At the same time, he pulled out a vial of truth serum and threatened sternly, "Now you obediently drink this vial of truth serum. I want to hear the truth. If you don't comply, I'll make sure you can't be a man anymore." Gauss showed no hesitation or resistance, voluntarily leaning in to gulp down the entire vial of truth serum, clearly driven by a strong will to survive. After a series of questions, Diggory and the others finally confirmed that Gauss was not lying. This meant that Voldemort really had returned. But wait, if he really has returned, then why haven't we heard any news about it? Effie asked with trembling hands. At this moment, even he, a steadfast follower of Dumbledore, couldn't help but feel afraid. He desperately tried to find a flaw in Gauss's words. "The Dark Lord is at the Malfoy family, but I don't know exactly where within a Malfoy family. We also set out from the Malfoy family. Lucius personally told us and sent us out. At the same time, he has also sealed off all information about the Dark Lord. Don't think that you outsiders don't know, even within our Death Eater ranks. Many people are unaware of this matter." Effie fell silent. Gauss's words shattered his last bit of hope. "Diggory, what should we do next?" Nico instinctively asked Diggory. At this moment, she didn't even realize that when faced with a significant issue, her first instinct was no longer to seek help from Dumbledore, but from Diggory. Diggory twisted his fingers, frowned, and said, "What else can we do? First, we need to deal with these two. Then go back to Hogwarts to discuss countermeasures with the teachers." As soon as Gauss heard that Diggory wanted to eliminate him, he started to panic. No, I still have something to say. Quickly say it," Diggory shouted. His mind was a bit chaotic, and he had almost no patience left. "We received news earlier that Moody is going to Azkaban alone. So there's another team consisting of 5 senior wizards and 10 intermediate wizards who will go to Azkaban to ambush Moody." This news struck Diggory and the others like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds blank for a moment. After a short while, they regained their composure. Among the three, Effie was relatively better off, only thinking about Moody's safety. However, Nico and Diggory were different. They had more thoughts. They both knew that very few people were aware of Moody's trip to Azkaban. So how did this information leak? Moreover, Moody, as one of the key combat forces of the Order of the Phoenix, was essentially second only to Dumbledore. If anything happened to him, it would be a significant blow to Diggory's side. Nico anxiously looked at Diggory, hoping he could come up with a solution. Diggory felt even more agitated. After taking several deep breaths to force his mind to regain some clarity, he walked towards Gauss and took out a bottle of truth serum. This time, there was no need for Diggory to say anything. Gauss willingly drank it all and recounted everything he knew in detail. After listening, Diggory pressed his throbbing temples, trying to organize his thoughts, and instructed, "Mr. Dogo, could you please inform the teacher about this matter?" "Of course, that's what I should do," Effie replied without hesitation. Given Effie's age, he believed he was more suited to serve as a strategist in the rear rather than facing off against the Death Eaters on the front lines, as his age and experience dictated. It was certainly not because he was cowardly. Diggory looked at Nico again and said, "Shall we take a trip to Azkaban together? And you'll lead the way?" Nico felt inexplicably reassured seeing that Diggory could calmly make arrangements. She playfully smiled and replied, "Of course I'll lead the way. You don't know the route. But what about these two?" Nico pointed at Gauss and Pompeo in the pit. Gauss had completely lost any will to resist. Looking as if he was ready to be toyed with by Diggory, as long as his life was spared, anything was negotiable. However, Pompeo was different. Although his situation was 100 times worse than Gauss's, he had completely adapted to his environment. The mice in the pit had been eaten by snakes, and the snakes were non-venomous, not biting people, just crawling around in a way that was a bit unsettling, but nothing more. Pompeo could even provoke Diggory with his gaze, almost openly saying, "Is that all you've got?" Daglia's expression immediately turned cold. He was already in a bad mood, and now Pompeo dared to add fuel to the fire. Dagli felt that if he didn't make Pompeo wish he could live or die, it would be a disservice to his soul from the 21st century. He ran behind a tombstone, exchanged for 10 bottles of lust potion in space, and then came out. He poured all the lust potion out in front of Pompeo. Suddenly, everyone present gasped in shock. What was in the pit? Snakes. What would happen to the snakes in the pit when so much less potion was poured in? No one dared to imagine. The scene was too beautiful and too bloody. Pompeo urinated on the spot because he had heard that snakes like to find a hole to hide in when they are in heat, and he had holes all over his body. Pompeo let out a wailing sound, trying to express his regret, but Dagley paid no attention to his reaction. Instead, he turned around and handed Gauss and Pompeo's wands to Ifia, then left with Nico. This left Ifia, an old man, in confusion at the cemetery. It was nighttime, and all the places with Flu network connection points were closed, making them unusable. Completely using apparition to get there was also impossible because Nico's magic power wouldn't hold up. So the two of them shared the same broomstick and sped towards Azkaban. However, this would take 5 days. Hopefully, they would make it in time. Nico controlled the broomstick, while Dagley leaned against her back, his consciousness already entering the system space. In the system space, Dagley had just spent 5,000 magic points and won the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse from the 3 unforgivable curses. Are you really sure you want to go? It will be very dangerous. With your current combat power, you're at the intermediate level of a wizard, but your internal magic level has not reached the corresponding level. So you will most likely lose your life in Azkaban. From a long-term perspective, I do not recommend you go. Big Orange squatted next to Dagley, advising him. Diggory sighed and said, I know very well what you're talking about, but when you think about it carefully, it's simply impossible not to save Moody. Moody is one of the important members of the Order of the Phoenix, and in terms of combat power, he ranks second, just below my teacher. If we let such a high-level combatant be lost in Azkaban and do nothing about it, I can't get over that mental hurdle, whether from a rational or emotional perspective. To put it bluntly, you have to go, Big Orange said, rubbing his increasingly round belly, somewhat helplessly. Yes, that's right. Diggory nodded. From a rational and objective standpoint, the other side has 5 high-level wizards, and being a mid-level wizard, even if you go, it's very likely just to be delivering food. Big Orange asked. I've thought about it, Diggory said. First of all, Moody's strength hasn't deteriorated too much yet. You have to know that he is an elite wizard, and his power is not something a high-level wizard can compare with. Secondly, this matter has already been reported to the teacher by Ephra. The teacher possesses the Phoenix Fox. So with the teacher's speed, even if he is slower than us, it won't be too much slower. Therefore, rather than saying we're going to provide reinforcements, it's more accurate to say we're going to help by some time. Once the teacher arrives, let alone 15 wizards, doubling that 1 T make a difference. Diggory had almost blind confidence in Dumbledore's strength. As a legendary wizard against the odds, there was no one in this magical world who could defeat or threaten Dumbledore, who possessed the Elder Wand. After saying this, Diggory turned to the Orange Cat and said, just help me elevate these 2 unforgivable curses to non-verbal casting. The Orange Cat saw that it could no longer persuade Diggory and could only helplessly open its paws. Then, a beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Diggory, and disappeared after a moment. Has it begun? Diggory asked. The light brought him no sensation, leaving him unclear whether it was good or bad. No, it's already over. The Orange Cat retracted its paws and simply said, come back alive. The Orange Cat understood that Diggory's earlier analysis was less about persuading it and more about him convincing himself. Whether Moody could hold out until Diggory arrived was an unknown. Whether Dumbledore could arrive in time was also uncertain. It recognized that Diggory's reasons for rushing over were not only those he mentioned, but also because his humanity and kindness would not allow him to ignore Moody's crisis. At the same time, his inner commitment to his companions also led Diggory to make this decision. Diggory became aware and withdrew from the space. After waking up, he realized that he and Nico had already arrived in the North Sea region. In about 15 more minutes, they would reach Azkaban. You're awake? Nico sensed Diggory's movement behind her and asked directly without turning around. Diggory sat up straight and suddenly noticed a dark mark on Nika's back. He leaned in to smell it. It was his own saliva. Diggory awkwardly told Nika that he could only put his hand on her back, pretending to find a point of support on the broom at a height of 100 meters, but in reality, he just wanted to wipe his saliva. Nika felt Diggory's movements behind her and smiled slightly, saying, all right, stop wiping. You won't be able to dry it like this, and it will actually affect my control of the broom. Diggory retracted his hand awkwardly and smiled, saying, I'm sorry, I dozed off and couldn't control myself. Nika shook her head, not minding it at all. Instead, she softly asked, Diggory, do you have confidence in this operation? Diego remained silent, feeling a lack of confidence within. Nika, sensing the silence behind her, suddenly reached back with her right hand and grasped Diego's arm. It was still nighttime, around 3 or 4 in the morning. The gentle night breeze brushed against Nico's hair, infusing her scent into Diego's breathing. Nico spoke softly, although we spent a short time together and faced few challenges. I can always feel a sense of security from you that is completely unmatched by your age. This sense of security comes from your extraordinary strength beyond this age. Knowing that no matter what situation you face, regardless of how many people are against us or how much stronger they are, you can always lead me through the danger. It comes from the fact that no matter how unfavorable the situation may be, you never say discouraging words. You only respond calmly and find ways to solve the difficulties in front of us. This sense of security has even made me dependent on you, making me feel that no matter how tough the challenges ahead are, you will surely find a way to overcome them. Because you are the most talented person in the history of Hogwarts. Diego felt the warmth coming from Nico's hand and smiled. He didn't expect to be seen as such a reliable figure in someone else's eyes. Diggory patted his chest and said passionately, "Nico, just for what you said, I must bring you and Moody back this time. And Sirius too." "Yes, right, and Sirius," Nico silently added. In a small ravine not far from Azkaban, a few bare trees stood lonely on the desolate mountain. Perhaps due to the proximity to the Dementors near Azkaban, the plant life here struggled to survive. As a result, when the cold wind blew at night, the 15 Death Eaters hiding behind the ravine couldn't help but tighten their thin wizard robes. However, not all wizard robes were warm, and not all Death Eaters could afford warm wizard robes. A short Death Eater, unable to afford a warm robe, tightened his thin clothing and leaned towards the leader. A Death Eater with a golden beard and shivered, asking, "Boss, when will we be able to wait for that guy Moody to come over? If he doesn't come soon, I can't hold on any longer." The golden-bearded Death Eater glanced at him and said indifferently, "No rush. We received news that Moody is going to break Sirius out of prison. You all heard that big explosion earlier. It attracted the Ministry of Magic's people. So whether Moody can bring Sirius out is still a question. Let's just wait a little longer." The short Death Eater returned with a bitter face. The night wind was cold, seeping into his collar, so he could only squeeze back among his companions. Sirius was tall and had black hair in his youth, possessing an innate noble aura from his pure-blood family, making him a typical rich and handsome man. After graduating from Hogwarts, he joined the Order of the Phoenix. Due to the prophecy in 1980, James and Lily's son was being hunted by Voldemort. At that time, Sirius knew that his close relationship with James and Lily would attract Voldemort and the Death Eater's strong attention. So he persuaded James and Lily to let Wormtail act as their secret keeper instead of himself. This was the most regrettable decision Sirius ever made. He never expected that Wormtail would be a spy for Voldemort and would leak James and Lily's location to him, leading to their tragic deaths at Voldemort's hands on October 31st, 1981. That day, when Sirius learned that something had happened to James and Lily, he prepared to go to Wormtail's house. When he arrived, he found that Wormtail was not home. He thought Wormtail had been hunted down by the Death Eaters, but there were no signs of a struggle in the house. At that moment, he realized that it was his trusted Wormtail who had betrayed James and Lily. But just when Sirius was about to corner Wormtail, Wormtail turned the tables and accused Sirius of betraying James and Lily, scaring away the nearby Muggles and fleeing in his rat form. In the end, Sirius was arrested and imprisoned in Azkaban, charged with the murder of 12 Muggles and Wormtail. He was only 22 years old at that time. Not far from the small ravine, there was a small cave on a hill. Due to long-term imprisonment in Azkaban, the haggard Sirius sat on a stone in the cave, gnawing on some bread in the night. He kept a vigilant eye on Moody beside him, unable to understand why Moody would save him. The outside world hadn't cleared his name. He was still a despised murderer. Who had ever seen a police officer personally rescue a murderer from prison? After saving him, Moody provided him with food and drink, but remained silent. It was unbearable. "Speak." Sirius couldn't hold back any longer. "Say something. I'm asking you to talk. I have nothing to say. Can you at least look at me when you speak? I can see you." Moody suddenly turned around, pointing at his fake eye. "My fake eye can observe 360 degrees without any blind spots. Didn't you know that?" Sirius's beard twitched awkwardly. "Sorry, I forgot. Why did you come to save me?" "After you go back, ask a kid named Cedric. He knows best," Moody replied. Sirius was confused, thinking, for such a big matter as a prison break, "You want me to ask a child? What are you adults doing? This is strange." Sirius picked up a stone beside him and carefully stared at Moody. "Who are you really? Are you a Death Eater pretending to be Moody after drinking Polyjuice potion?" "Nonsense." Moody's response was concise. "How do you prove it? Do I need to prove anything to you?" Moody countered. Sirius's beard twitched again. Moody's arrogant demeanor was indeed the same as he remembered. "If you don't prove it, How can I trust you? Sirius still didn't believe him. Why don't you drink Veritaserum? Sirius thought of a good method. Moody looked at him expressionlessly and said, if you bring up these ridiculous demands again, I'll hand you over to Snape when we get back. Okay, I believe you. Sirius wiped the sweat from his forehead. Moody hadn't reacted much during their earlier confrontation, but he was genuinely nervous. The reason he believed Moody was that when Sirius was in his first year, he played a nearly fatal prank on Snape, almost costing Snape his life. Since then, Snape's relationship with him had been icy, and he had always sought revenge. Very few people knew about this, and Moody was one of them. So he could fully believe that the person in front of him was Moody. What do we do next? Sirius asked. After Moody blew a hole in Azkaban and used disillusionment to rescue him, the two of them avoided wave after wave of searching Dementors, finally hiding here. Moody turned his head away, leaving only his back to Sirius. Don't ask. It's a secret. Sirius was stunned. Whose style of speaking is that? Another 10 minutes passed. Sirius felt he had recovered enough and stood up to Moody, saying, let's go. I'm feeling almost back to normal. To his surprise, Moody shook his head and said, we can't leave yet. There are people. People. Sirius exclaimed, immediately turning around to look around. Really? Why can't I see them? There is no sign of anything unusual. Moody raised his hand and pointed to a small ravine not far away. The people are right there, all hiding behind. They thought I couldn't see them. Do you think my magical eye is for show? 360 degrees without blind spots, and it can even see through. Back in the Ministry of Magic's bathhouse, I relied on this magical eye to peek. How many of them are there? What do we do? I don't have a wand. I can't help at all. Sirius was quite serious, automatically filtering out the rest of Moody's words. In fact, it was mainly because he and Moody had never clicked before, and now Moody was making these jokes, leaving him unsure how to respond. Moody smiled, but his smile looked somewhat sinister due to his scarred face. You don't need help. There are only 15 of them, and there are only 5 high-level wizards. That is looking down on you. Sirius recalled Moody's combat strength from memory and laughed at the other's arrogance. You stay here. I'll go over there and be back in a moment. After saying this, Moody vanished into the night, disappearing from Sirius's sight. Sirius looked at the darkening night and muttered, dawn is coming. The wind that had been shaking everyone earlier had stopped at some point, replaced by a faint mist. The short Death Eater moved closer to the leader. Boss, when are we going over? The Ministry people just left the valley, and without Moody, he should still be over there. The leader with the golden beard stroked his thick beard, thinking before saying, since you want to go so badly, why don't you go ahead and scout the situation for us? Woo woo woo. The short Death Eater immediately shook his head, his neck moving like a wind-up toy, shaking his head so fast that his face was barely visible in the darkness. What? You don't want to? The leader's expression turned cold. Boss, that is a Laster Moody. If I go over alone, ISNT that just deliver myself to him? The short Death Eater stammered in fear. If you were to ask which wizard the Death Eaters were most afraid of in the Justice Magician camp, it was definitely not the strongest wizard, Dumbledore, but the strongest Auror, Moody. Although Dumbledore was clearly superior to Moody in every way, there was one thing Dumbledore could not compete with: Moody's level of hatred for Death Eaters and other dark wizards. Basically, he would attack on sight, beat you half to death, and then send you to Azkaban. One could say this behavior was extremely arrogant, but the key was that Moody's strength allowed him to act this way. If you wanted to cause trouble or resist, sorry, with Moody's overwhelming strength and rich combat experience. If you didn't have top-tier strength, going over would just be delivering yourself. That's why this was a collective action. Lucius thought one high-level wizard wasn't enough. So 5 should be fine, plus 10 more mid-level wizards. This lineup was definitely luxurious. But now the leader wanted the short one to go alone, and the short one was scared. His own strength was just that of a mid-level wizard. Wouldn't Moody crush him as easily as squashing an ant? He wouldn't even be enough to warm him up. The leader slapped the short Death Eater on the head and scolded, you know that is a Laster Moody. And you know how powerful he is, so why are you so eager to go? If we don't go, we'll just fail the mission. If we do go and win, great, but what if we lose? Azkaban is just by the North Sea. Do you believe Moody would send us straight there? I believe. The short Death Eater nodded vigorously. Then what should we do next? This question was directed at the golden-bearded leader. He stroked his beard, deep in thought, and finally hesitantly said, let us wait 10 more minutes. If Moody has come back by then, we'll go over and take a look. If we find him, we'll fight. If we can win, we'll take him away. If we can't win, we'll run. Anyway, just follow my orders when the time comes. No objections, right? The last sentence was directed at everyone present. For a moment, everyone in the valley nodded vigorously. Only one person spoke out against it. I disagree. I think we should confront him head-on. There are so many of us. We shouldn't be the ones to back down. Who said that? Step forward. The golden-bearded leader was furious that someone dared to voice opposition in front of him. A limping figure stepped out from the darkness, moving unevenly. I said it. You guys are too cowardly. How the Death Eaters become so weak now? The night before dawn was the darkest hour. Moody's magical eye on the left side of his face flickered with a cold light in the darkness. The moment he appeared, he intimidated the 15 Death Eaters. Alastair Moody. A Death Eater's scream pierced the air, startling everyone except Moody. The golden-bearded leader's mouth twitched. They hadn't even started fighting, and they were already losing their momentum, half defeated. Don't run, damn it, the leader shouted angrily. Although he wanted to flee, he knew that running in front of Moody would only lead to a quicker death. Instead, uniting together would give them a slim chance. When everyone heard the leader's command, they snapped back to reality and hurriedly drew their wands to attack Moody. One person reacted the fastest, within mere seconds. He had his wand in hand and shot a vicious Cruciatus curse straight towards Moody's chest. This attack was absolutely too fast to react to. The golden-bearded leader watched excitedly as that quick-handed subordinate, who he recognized as a high-level wizard, prepared to strike. He didn't know the name, but that didn't affect his desire to reward him after defeating Moody. He had even thought about how to reward this Death Eater after the victory. However, the Death Eaters only felt a blur before their eyes as Moody deflected the Cruciatus curse with just a light wave of his wand. The force was as gentle as waving a sleeve. The confident attack from everyone was easily brushed aside by Moody, redirecting it toward another Death Eater. That poor Death Eater, still only at the mid-level wizard level, barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground. The Death Eaters felt a chill spreading from their spines to their entire bodies, shivering. A few glanced at the leader, silently asking what to do next. Should they continue attacking? They wanted to leave. But the golden-bearded leader waved his hand, raising his wand high, and shouted, "Attack together. Let us clash spells." He knew well that one-on-one combat was out of the question, and a chaotic fight wasn't realistic either. These two methods were simply insufficient against Moody, who had rich combat experience. So they could only adopt the simplest combat method, spell clashing, rejecting all flashy techniques and blocking all combat skills. They would compete with their spells and internal magic. It must be said that this was indeed the best choice at the moment. None of the Death Eaters could defeat Moody in a one-on-one fight, but if they all used spells to clash with Moody, surely the total amount of their magic would be able to surpass his. Avada Kedavra, the golden-bearded leader shouted, neck stretched, leading the remaining Death Eaters to cast the killing curse together. Instantly, the killing curses from all the Death Eaters converged in the air, forming a massive red lightning bolt that struck towards Moody. The distance between the two sides was pitifully short. The Death Eater spell attack arrived in an instant, the crimson lightning illuminating Moody's face in the darkness. Joy appeared on the faces of the Death Eaters. Moody hadn't made any moves yet, so what awaited him was only death, with the thought of the strongest Auror from the Ministry about to die at their hands. Every Death Eater felt their hearts racing wildly. So exciting. Bang! Crack! One of the few bare trees on the backside of the valley snapped in response. The excitement on every Death Eater's face turned into terror. Moody, trembling with his powerful golden beard, pointed at the Death Eaters, his words barely coherent. Just moments ago, their attack had been effortlessly deflected by him. Moody looked at the panicked Death Eaters in front of him and sneered. His already grim smile, set against the backdrop of the Dark Night, appeared even more terrifying. When Voldemort died, my strength was already at the top level of a high-level wizard. Could it be that after all these years, I haven't grown stronger? Moody leisurely remarked. I see you all as a bunch of trash that Lucius wants to get rid of, tossed over here to use as a knife to kill. After saying that, without caring whether they understood or not, Moody quickly waved his wand and silently cast one spell after another. It was as if he performed a finger dance in 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, there was not a single Death Eater still standing. On the distant horizon, a golden ray of sunlight sliced through the darkness like a blade, neatly illuminating the land. With a red sun adorning the horizon, a sleek, elongated 2001 model broomstick, exquisitely crafted from white waxwood, was carrying 2 people, swiftly approaching from afar. Clearly, they were flying at a rapid pace. After a while, as we neared Azkaban, we used apparition. This way, we could quickly get close to our destination without being easily detected. What do you think? On the broomstick, the girl in front, Nico, asked without turning her head. Although it seemed a bit disrespectful to speak without looking back, It wasn't that she didn't want to turn around. They were near Azkaban, surrounded by towering trees, and without careful navigation, it would be easy to crash. The boy in the back, Diggory, fiddled with the various potions and vials in the pocket of his wizard's cloak while responding, "None of that matters much. What's important, Nico, is whether you feel anything off right now." This question was crucial. As a highly accurate human radar, Diggory intended to push Nico's talent to its limits on this trip. Nico shook her head, saying there was nothing wrong, and even felt somewhat relaxed. Relaxed? Diggory twirled his fingers, muttering to himself. "Is it because the Death Eaters haven't come yet?" "I don't know," Nico replied. "Forget it." Diggory couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. He glanced at his pocket watch. It was now 4:30 in the morning, and the morning light over the North Sea came earlier than that over the Scottish Highlands. "Let's quietly hurry over, find the people, and run. It's best if the Death Eaters don't get a whiff of us." Miss Nico nodded seriously, deeply agreeing with Diggory's decision. However, when they flew over a small grove and arrived at a little valley, Nico suddenly stopped. Diggory, sitting behind her, looked at her in confusion and asked, "What is wrong?" Nico stared blankly at the little valley below and murmured, "I don't know why, but I feel like there is something dangerous down there." "No, it's not dangerous, but it just gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." Diggory frowned as he looked at the small ravine. They were going to rescue someone, and if they ignored the anomaly in the ravine, they might regret it if something went wrong on the way back. But if they went down to check the anomaly, it would inevitably waste time and affect the rescue. After thinking for a long time, Diggory shook his head and said, "Damn it, enough thinking. Let's go rescue the person first. If there are problems on the way back, we'll deal with them then." However, Nico remained still frowning at the small ravine, then looked towards Azkaban with confusion. After hesitating for a while, she said cautiously, "I have a strange feeling, as if Azkaban is not our destination, but this small ravine is." "What?" Diggory did not believe it. Moody and Sirius were still at Azkaban. How would they not go there? Could it be that this small ravine is the real Azkaban? Impossible. Diggo looked at Nico suspiciously, thinking to himself, could it be that Nico's sixth senses failed? Nico was unaware of Diggo's thoughts and directly piloted the light wheel 2001 down towards the small ravine below. It wasn't until the two of them reached the ground that they discovered the battlefield behind the ravine. The tree that had suffered an unjust disaster and the lingering magical fluctuations were both telling Diggo and Nico that a great battle had taken place here not long ago. And very likely, it was the battle between Moody and those 15 Death Eaters. Nico murmured to Diggo, asking whether Moody and the others had won. But she didn't finish her sentence. However, Diggo knew what Nico was trying to say. Diggory held back his emotions and, regardless of whether Anaiko understood, said, "There's still no sign of it, so don't rush to conclusions." Anaiko stretched her neck and sniffed hard in the air, her expression becoming even more despondent. "I smell a strong presence of dark magic. Although I don't understand what you mean by there's still no sign of it. I feel like there is one now." Diggory's face also started to show signs of strain, but he could still hold it together. It didn't count. He hadn't seen Moody and the others in person yet. Just as Diggory was preparing to comfort Nico, she suddenly stared blankly at something behind a large rock. Two figures slowly emerged from behind it, and it was none other than Moody and Sirius. Nico covered her mouth with one hand, both crying and laughing, and was just about to rush over when Diggory grabbed her. "Wait, are you sure these two aren't impersonating someone after drinking Polyjuice potion?" Diggory couldn't help but think this way. In novels and movies from his past life, little Barty Crouch had used this method to sneak into Hogwarts, becoming a defense against the dark arts teacher right under Dumbledore's nose for a whole term. What if he wasn't careful and ended up in trouble? However, Nico shook her head. "I don't sense any danger from them. They are really Moody and Sirius." Diggory still didn't let go. He drew his wand and pointed it at Moody, saying, "The password." "Password? There's no password." Nico frowned slightly. Moody on the opposite side twitched his lips and said seriously, "Don't think that just because you became Dumbledore's student, you can act all high and mighty. I don't care what's wrong in your head. You better come back now, or I'll show you what it means to respect your elders and love the young." Diggory retracted his wand and let out a long sigh of relief. "That's right, it's Moody." Nico gently tapped Diggory's nose and laughed naughty. Diggory looked closely at Moody and Sirius, seeing that they were both fine, and asked Moody, "We heard news in Godric's Hollow that someone would come to Azkaban to assassinate you. Did those people come?" Moody scoffed. "You mean that bunch of nobody brothers? I've dealt with them a long time ago." Diggory was stunned. "All solved? So many people? When was it resolved?" Moody paused with his cane, a hint of subtle pride on his face, saying it had been taken care of long ago, easily too. The trouble he caused was less than that of 15 pigs. Oh my, Diggory exclaimed in admiration. Is it really that impressive? Moody didn't respond, just squinted his eyes and hummed comfortably a couple of times, clearly having little resistance to flattery. At that moment, Sirius, who was standing nearby, spoke up. It's not as exaggerated as he says. It was only taken care of around the time the sun rose. When you arrived, we had just buried them all. He looked at Diggory and smiled. You must be the kid who wanted me to come get you, right? Previously, Moody mentioned that the main reason he came was because of something a child said. Now, seeing Diggory, who could chat so easily with Moody, Sirius could easily guess that he was indeed that child. Diggory's gaze was also roaming up and down on Sirius Black. Although he had been in Azkaban for several years, one must admit that Sirius truly deserves the most ink spilled by Aunt Rowling in describing handsome men. Even though he looked so haggard, wearing only a dirty, ragged prison uniform, it still couldn't hide the noble aura that naturally emanated from him. This made Diggory feel somewhat envious. With such an aura, he must have had no trouble at all when it came to charming women. I want you to go to your family estate and help me find Voldemort's Horcrux. Diggory got straight to the point and said to Sirius. He felt there was no need to lie to the man in front of him. Horcrux? My family's old house. Sirius looked at Diggory in confusion, wondering how there could be a Horcrux of Voldemort in the Black family estate. It was impossible. Diggory nodded seriously and said, If you don't believe me, you can go back to the old house and find your family's house elf, Creature. It knows best. Creature? No, I don't want to go find him. Sirius left the Black family a long time ago, and he now almost refuses to engage with anything related to the family. Diggory thought seriously for a moment, and then looked up at him and said, You should go there. After you go, not only can you get the Horcrux, but you can also learn some things you didn't know before. Things I don't know? Old Bacon squinted his eyes, examining Diggory's expression. Do you know things I don't? That expression and tone clearly showed that he didn't believe Diggory and was becoming suspicious. At that moment, Moody chimed in from the side. You can trust him. We all trust him. To be precise, the reason I was persuaded by Diggory to come save you is that there's a Horcrux in your family's old house. And as the only heir of the Black family, you are the easiest person to find the Horcrux. Old Bacon looked incredulous. He felt that these people were treating him like a fool. Although I left home at an early age, I'm not stupid. What you are saying is too unbelievable. To put it bluntly, it's just that Sirius just got out of Azkaban. As soon as he came out, he was told that a child had urged to rescue him, which was somewhat acceptable. But then he was told that there was actually a Horcrux of Voldemort in his house, which is like waking up one morning to be told that there is a nuclear missile hidden under your family's property. It's simply hard to believe, let alone accept it. Seeing that Old Bacon still didn't believe it, Moody's already scarce patience instantly ran out. He directly pointed at Diggory and said, Come on. Perform a big transformation with a flying broomstick and potions. Transform anything and everything. Let him see for himself and broaden his horizons. When understanding can't keep up, the best way is to let him witness it with his own eyes. Diggo didn't waste any time and directly entered the system space. He didn't pay attention to Moody wanting to exchange for a flying broom or anything like that. Instead, he exchanged for a healing potion before coming back out. What the old man outside saw was Diggo suddenly tilt his head, drooling at the corners of his mouth, looking like an idiot. He was just getting anxious when he noticed that Moody and Nicole were completely unfazed. Before he could react, Diggo returned to normal and even had an extra potion in his hand. He clearly remembered that Diggo had nothing in his hands before. Diggory handed the restorative potion to Old Man Sirius, saying, You've just come out of Azkaban. Your body hasn't fully recovered, right? Drink this, and you'll witness a miracle. Sirius was a bit confused. He looked at Moody, then at Nico, and finally at Diggory. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively tilted his head back and drank the potion. What the hell? As soon as the restorative potion went down his throat, Sirius distinctly felt a rush of warmth flow through his entire body. The fatigue in his body, and even the exhaustion in his heart, vanished at that moment. This is a miracle? This is a miracle. This powerful restorative potion was something he had never even heard of before. Now, Old Man Sirius was starting to believe Diggory's words. Sirius was convinced by Diggory now. Are you sure the Horcrux is in my family's old house? He asked. Absolutely. Diggory nodded. So we can just go find Creature, right? Yeah. Will I learn other things from Creature? Yep. What things? You'll know when the time comes. Can't you tell me in advance? I don't know the details. Then at least give me a rough idea. Otherwise, I can't help but feel anxious. Not my problem. It's not me who's anxious. Come on, just say it. Diggory turned to Moody and said, Can you still take it away? Should we have a picnic here and sit down and chat slowly? I still have to go back. Moody looked at him and said, "Don't go back. Come with us to get the soul container." Diggory shook his head, not wanting to go. Leonardo's injury came hard, and I want to cherish it and make the most of our time together. But is Moody the kind of person who will compromise? Clearly not. Mainly because Diggory isn't enough to make him compromise. You either come with us, or I'll tie you up and take you. Moody issued the ultimatum directly. Why should I? Diggory shouted. My teacher is Dumbledore, not you. Why should I do what you say? Moody remained unfazed, instead pulling out a letter from his pocket and handing it to Diggory. Upon opening it, he saw a sentence written inside. If you follow Moody now, he will temporarily teach you in my place. Digger is unwilling. What's going on? After coming to this world, he hasn't had a good time playing around yet. This hard-earned opportunity is just gone like that? Diggory feels like a free-range chick right now. The teacher comes to class personally when they remember, but when they forget or want to slack off, they just toss him aside and ignore him. The key point is that his thigh suddenly changed to a thinner one than the original, which is really unsettling, isn't it? Am I being raised like this? Diggory turned around and asked Nico with a pitiful expression. I have to say, being young has its advantages. The cute little boy, his charm maxed out, instantly melted Nico's heart. Nico hugged Diggory, saying, "It's okay, little brother. Mr. Moody is very strong too. You can learn a lot of practical combat skills from him." All right. Moody stepped forward and pulled Diggory out of Nico's embrace. Let's go. Someone might be coming soon. Moody led Diggory and Nico behind the boulder, where there were neatly arranged 15 mounts. I'll use the shadow shift to take you with me. Diggory, you go first, Moody said. No. Diggory bluntly refused. I want the last one. Moody said nothing, just looked at him strangely, and then left with Sirius. After Sirius left, Nico said to Diggory, Are you planning to dig up a grave? Diggory was taken aback. How could Nico know what he was thinking? After seeing the 15 graves, Diggory had this thought. It wasn't that the magical items in the room of requirement had lost their allure, but rather because he had a bit of a miserly nature deep down. And seeing the 15 graves of the Death Eaters felt like such a waste that he couldn't let it go in his heart. Just when Diggory was thinking of finding a random excuse to brush it off, Nico spoke again. Are you trying to fool me? Diggo was really surprised. How did she know? Nico seemed to completely understand what he was thinking, smiling and saying, Do you think your little thoughts would have any presence in front of my sixth sense? Diggory was taken aback. Oh, right. He didn't want to talk anymore. He had already decided to dig up this grave today. Even Jesus wouldn't help. Don't you feel guilty doing this? They're already dead, Nicodemus said. Diggory nodded. In life, one must be true to oneself. If one encounters something to feel guilty about, then one should make oneself guiltless. When Nikki heard the first half of the sentence, she thought Diggory was taking her words to heart, but as soon as the second half came out, she realized she had wasted her breath. Moody soon returned and took Nikki away. Before leaving, Nikki glanced at Diggory. Although she said nothing, Diggory knew she did not want him to do that. Diggory hesitated for a moment, thinking it over, but ultimately decided to dig up the grave. This time, it was not due to his miserly nature, but from an objective standpoint. He needed to go home. To go home, he needed to accumulate strength, and the fastest and most stable way to enhance his power was through exchanging magical energy points, which could then be exchanged for spells and various magical products. Taking advantage of Moody's absence, Diggory quickly got to work digging up the grave, stripping all the Death Eater's magical products and converting them into magical energy points. It must be said that although there were only 15 individuals, the quality of the magical products was very high, and altogether they amounted to over 20,000 magical energy points. After restoring the mound to its original state, Diggory let out a long sigh of relief. He had felt quite a bit of pressure in his heart earlier, but now that the task was done, he felt much better. Just as he was brushing the dust off himself, Moody reappeared. However, he didn't rush to take Diggory away. Instead, he stared at him and asked, What were you doing here before? Diggory felt a bit guilty when asked, I haven't done anything. Moody clearly didn't believe Diggory's words. He ignored Diggory and used his magical eye to check around, finally stopping his gaze on the 15 graves. Have you touched them? Diggory nervously twisted his fingers. Just after he finished answering, he scolded himself internally. He had been completely unafraid when communicating with Dumbledore. So why did he feel like a mouse facing a cat in front of Moody? No, it was more like a lion facing a tiger. A guy with a perm couldn't beat a guy with tattoos. Anyway, no matter what, he couldn't be a mouse. Moody's eyes burst with a fierce light. Although Diggory didn't know how that fierce light came from his magical eye, it didn't change the fact that his gaze was becoming increasingly intimidating. It pressured Diggory to the point where he didn't dare to meet his eyes. You don't have any bad habits, do you? Moody asked. Huh, bad habits? Diggory replied. What do you mean? Moody replied, necrophilia and being gay. Diggory let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be for this. Of course not. Diggory laughed quickly and said, do I look like that kind of person? Moody didn't laugh and continued to speak seriously. The soil of this grave has been disturbed, which indicates that you've tampered with the body inside. Those who enjoy tampering with bodies are most likely necrophiliacs. To prevent something strange from mixing into the Phoenix Society, I certainly need to ask for clarification. It's fine, it's fine. Diggory waved his hand. I'm not that kind of person. I don't like corpses and I don't like men. My sexual orientation is completely normal. So you did something to Nico? Moody's question caught Diggory off guard, mainly because the gap between the content of their conversation was a bit large. Do something? What do you mean? What did I do it? Diggory asked in confusion, instinctively. Seeing Diggory's reaction, Moody sighed inwardly. After I took Nico over there, she left me there, saying to wait a moment before coming over, that you had something to do. It seems that at that time, she was obviously stalling for you. Also, Nico's tone and expression when she spoke then were somewhat off. Off? How was it off? Diggory asked. Sirius told me, based on his years of experience with women, that there must be something between you two, whether on a physical level or a spiritual one. Moody replied. Diggory shrugged in speechlessness, saying, what the hell, body and spirit? My relationship with Sister Nico is completely pure. However, Moody showed no surprise at this statement. Instead, he squinted his eyes, though it was unclear how magical I was squinting. Sirius had mentioned that you might react like this. And as long as you show such a reaction, it either means you have no thoughts on the matter, or you have thoughts but haven't acted on them yet. Diggory was really helpless. He had a look of despair on his face and asked Moody, do you believe it? Moody replied, I don't seem to have a reason not to believe it. Diggory, what can I say to make you believe that there's nothing between me and Sister Nico? Moody, I don't know either. Why don't you give it a try? Diggory slapped his forehead in frustration and looked up at the sky, knowing that no matter what he said, Moody wouldn't believe him. After all, people tend to prefer juicy gossip over serious explanations, and Moody would definitely lean towards the rumors analyzed by Sirius. At the very least, Moody would find the latter much more interesting. He patted Diggory on the head and said, all right, I know there's nothing between you two, especially with that age gap. But I've never seen Nico take the initiative to cover for someone else. It seems she really cares about you. Of course, Diggory said, removing Moody's hand from his head. We've shared a life and death friendship. We can trust each other's backs, better than siblings. All right, Moody said, placing his hand on Diggory's shoulder. Get ready, I'm about to apparate. After the last time Nick brought him through apparition, Diggory developed a bit of shadow in his heart. He was gentle, and only the unfinished words of Diggory remained behind the boulder, along with a hint of the sound of apparition. A gust of wind blew, and then there was nothing left, aside from the 15 grave mounds nearby, silently informing later visitors that a battle had once taken place here. A one-sided battle. The Black family, one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pure-blood wizarding families in England, is also one of the Sacred 28. Many wizarding families in England have either close or distant blood relations with them. Like the Malfoys and the Lestranges, the Black family is synonymous with status and wealth. The family's history can be traced back to the Middle Ages. They claim that all their ancestors were wizards, and, as one of the 28 families, their overall strength ranks among the top 3. As for wealth, from the only surviving male heir, Sirius Black, it can be seen that he inherited a considerable amount of gold from his father and Uncle Alfred, as well as the family home at 12, Grimmauld Place. The exact amount of gold is unknown, but the house is very real. It is a 5-story old villa that was once very luxurious, but had become dilapidated by the time Sirius inherited it. Although it cannot compare to the extravagant Malfoy Manor, it is valuable for its prime location in the northwestern part of London, where every inch of land is precious. The house itself represents wealth that could support 2 or even 3 generations of excess. Furthermore, the villa houses many antiques, such as a rusty short sword, animal claws, coiled snake skins, and some magical creatures, including a Kneazle, a Boggart, and a Puffskein. For wizards, 12, Grimmauld Place is a treasure trove. Any wizard visiting here for the first time would be captivated by the antiques inside, without exception. Just like Diggory, who is currently drooling over a piece of medieval armor. Everything in this room is a significant amount of magical value in his eyes. To explain why Diggory is here, one must mention Moody's mastery of apparition, which is on a completely different level compared to Nick. Not only is the distance far, but he went directly from a North Sea to 12 Grimmauld Place in London without even breaking a sweat. Moreover, he didn't get carsick. This point is the most important, and Diggory silently praised it countless times in his heart. Nick gently patted Diggory's shoulder from behind, signaling him to compose himself. He was really drooling. Diggory casually wiped his mouth with his hand and asked, "Sister Nico, is the big wolf dog still in the room with Cleesh?" Nico nodded, saying it had been a long time, and she didn't know when they would come out. Diggory had been at the Black family mansion for almost 3 hours. At first, Creature brought them some snacks, and then followed Sirius into the upstairs room. Diggory knew that Sirius had gone to inquire about the whereabouts of the Horcruxes. However, knowing the location of the Horcruxes also meant he learned the truth about his younger brother Regulus Black's death. This would change his perception of his brother forever. In the original timeline, Sirius died without ever knowing that his brother was actually a hero. Or rather, no one knew. Regulus was more like an unsung hero, fighting alone. If he had connected with Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix back then, perhaps neither Dumbledore nor he would have died. In Sirius's original understanding, he simply joined the Death Eaters and then became fearful. But he risked his life just to eliminate a piece of Voldemort's soul, allowing future generations to achieve victory. He didn't even know who would be the one to defeat Voldemort. If defeating Voldemort was like a revolution, then Regulus was the greatest unsung contributor. He exchanged his life for a Horcrux, and at that moment, he did not hesitate, did not care that he was still young and had a long life ahead, did not complain about fate, and did not mind whether anyone would remember him. He simply did what he believed was right. That kind of determination and unwavering resolve. When Sirius learned all this, Diggory could imagine how much guilt and self-blame this emotional brother would feel. An hour later, as Diggory sat in the living room chair, idly swinging his legs, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. It was Sirius, followed by Creature. However, Creature had a strange look in his eyes, a kind of inexplicable hostility towards Diggory. Sure enough, Sirius's eyes were red, clearly having just gone through a tremendous emotional upheaval. Diggory wanted to say something to comfort Sirius, but he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have a brother, let alone a deceased brother. Nico also noticed that Sirius was in a bad mood and quietly said nothing. Of course, except for Moody. He might not have noticed. Or perhaps he did, but didn't care. He directly asked Sirius, "Have you found the Horcrux?" Fortunately, Sirius didn't mind Moody's attitude. He nodded to Creature behind him. And then Creature snapped his fingers, causing the Slytherin locket box to appear on the coffee table. The moment the locket box appeared, it immediately captured everyone's attention. Moody glanced at Diggory. "Is this it?" A silver chain, a golden box with ancient patterns on it. Diggory couldn't tell if it was psychological, but just looking at the locket box made him feel an uncomfortable sensation emanating from it. Could this be the aura of dark magic? Diggory nodded. "That's right, it's it." Seeing that they had found another Horcrux, all three of them felt a bit relieved. Just as they were about to return to Hogwarts, Sirius suddenly spoke up. He fixed his gaze on Diggory and asked, "Now, I want to know, how did you know this Horcrux was in my family's old house?" Creature told me that besides him, there shouldn't be a third person who knows about this. Diggory suddenly realized why Creature had looked at him with such hostility at the beginning. It was because of this. Before Diggory could speak, Moody spoke up for him. "This question isn't suitable to discuss here, and you don't need to ask him. You can go directly to Professor Dumbledore." "Is this a secret?" Sirius asked. "No, it's confidential." Moody glanced at Creature and said. Creature's eyes showed a hint of disdain, but he didn't dare to show it too obviously. Sirius lowered his eyelids, feeling both sad and angry. He didn't understand why his friends were leaving one by one, even betraying him. After just coming out of Azkaban, he learned the true cause of his brother's death. He had misunderstood him for so long, perhaps he never really understood his brother. At that moment, Sirius just felt really tired. Indeed, before, Sirius's life had been almost entirely dark after the death of James and Lily. His youthful years from 20 to 30 were all spent in Azkaban. The betrayal by Wormtail, Lupin's misunderstanding of him. At that time, Sirius had no family left. After coming out of Azkaban, he spent almost all his time on the run, and the only comfort he had was Harry Potter. But their time together was also limited. Not long after, Sirius was killed by his cousin Bellatrix during a battle with the Death Eaters at the Ministry of Magic, ending his life at the age of 36. His life could be said to have been happy in the first half. Aside from not being understood by his parents, he had friendships with James and Lupin, and the carefree life at Hogwarts. However, in the second half, James died tragically. He fell out with Lupin, was betrayed and framed by Wormtail, and ultimately unjustly imprisoned. This was a tragedy, but now it was different. Diggory looked at the loyal man before him and was determined not to let the tragedy repeat itself. "Since I can't ask this question now, I want to visit Godric's Hollow." Sirius remained silent for a moment and said. Moody shook his head. "You're still wanted. Running around outside is risky. I want to see James and them." I've hardly been there. I've been a terrible brother, Sirius said in a low voice. No. Moody's refusal was always so decisive. It must be said that many times Moody seemed unapproachable, but his unapproachable nature stemmed from his concern for Sirius. Sirius frowned, and his emotions began to become unstable. At that moment, Diggory suddenly heard the voice of the big orange cat in his mind. Meow. New mission. Persuade Moody to agree to Sirius going to Godric's Hollow. Mission completion reward. 20 increase in the proficiency of the killing curse. Mission failure penalty. Sing 2 tigers in public. Diggory was speechless. What the hell is singing 2 tigers? And he sang in public. Doesn't he care about his image? But setting aside the task punishment, the reward is indeed very tempting. After all, the 3 unforgivable curses are not only difficult to learn, but also hard to practice. When using these 3 curses, one must have the corresponding anger or a genuine desire to kill the other person in their heart. Otherwise, you can't even cast them. For Diggory, so far, he hasn't felt any strong emotions that would make him want to go all out. Therefore, being able to improve the proficiency of the 3 unforgivable curses through the system is a great opportunity. Just as Moody and Sirius were glaring at each other, about to lose their temper, Diggory spoke up and said, I think we can go. Moody shot him a glance and replied, I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. Damn, do you think you're a domineering CEO? Diggory was not afraid of Moody and directly pointed at Klitsch, saying, there are house elves around. As long as we act at night and cover our faces, who can recognize us? Besides, he just wants to pay respects to his brother. What's wrong with that? You can't be so cold-blooded. Moody fell silent and after a long pause said, fine, you can go. But it must be at night for the memorial, no other activities, and you must not expose yourselves. After it's done, head straight to Hogwarts. Seeing Moody finally relent, Sirius gratefully glanced at Diggory. Diggory was also very happy because at the moment Moody agreed, the system granted him 20 proficiency in the killing curse. Now Diggory could clearly feel that his mastery of the most lethal of the 3 unforgivable curses had improved a bit. This is a short piece I wrote for a back-to-school essay, just a short work to promote. This short article is over 1,400 words long and leans towards emotional prose. Interested students can check it out and leave a note. Thank you very much. That night, Diggory and his companions left the Black family mansion and went their separate ways. Diggory, Nico, and Moody returned to Hogwarts first, while Sirius covered his face and had Kreacher take him to Godric's Hollow. Before parting, Sirius solemnly thanked Diggory and gifted him an ancient pendant. Below the pendant was a purple crystal that emitted a dreamlike color in the light of the street lamp. Sirius mentioned that he originally intended to give money as a token of thanks, but thought that would be too vulgar and insulting to Diggory, so he chose the pendant instead. This pendant was said to be from before the Middle Ages, an old antique, although it was uncertain what the purple crystal truly was, as it could not be used for magic in those days. However, Diggory actually wanted to say that he wasn't noble at all and would have gladly accepted money or anything else. But with other people around, familiar faces, he felt embarrassed to say that, which would seriously damage the glorious image he had built for himself. So he held back. After giving the pendant, Sirius left with Kreacher. Watching Sirius and Kreacher disappear instantly, Diggory sighed. He is so pitiful. The people around him either died, betrayed him, or misunderstood him and left. No one is still by his side. At this thought, Diggory suddenly froze. Could it be that Sirius was fated to be a lonely star? He wondered if Westerners believed in this kind of thing. However, Diggory then thought again about Sirius being a lonely star. It seemed that the big dog's parents were not careful when naming him, but thinking about how the Black family named their boys after celestial phenomena, it seemed they couldn't blame others for going extinct. House elves were very convenient to use, partly because their loyalty was incredibly strong and also because their mastery of magic was on a different level than that of humans. They could perform magic without incantations and wands. Traveling from number 12, Grimmauld Place, to Godric's Hollow was just a matter of a snap of Kreacher's fingers. Upon arriving, Sirius, still masked, slowly walked to the massive stone monument in the center of the small square, looking around at the buildings with a sense of melancholy and nostalgia. He never expected that when he returned here, it would be in such a state. Where are James and Lily's graves? Sirius asked Kreacher. Kreacher rubbed his hands and cautiously replied, I don't know, but there's a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Ephra, here. I think you should know. Ephra, Sirius muttered, searching his memory and finally recalling him from a dusty corner. A minor character. Sirius shook his head, trying to forget this inexplicable minor character that had popped into his mind, and said to Kreacher, it's nighttime. I don't know if he's asleep, but let's go find him. If we wake him, there's nothing we can do. He probably won't mind. Fortunately, when Sirius and Creature arrived at Ephra's house, the lights were still on inside, and faint voices could be heard. Old man, I'm giving you a chance. Tell me where James and Lily S. graves are, or I'll make you suffer. That's right. Do you see the stick in my hand? You wouldn't want it poking into your backside, would you? No, please stop. I'm an old man. You can't treat me like this. Sirius and Creature exchanged glances outside the door, immediately realizing that things were not good. Just as Sirius was contemplating whether to break the door down or make noise outside to attract the attention of those inside, Creature said to him, Master, I saw that the two people inside don't have wands. Creature's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. He had just used this method to see through the house. Sirius patted his shoulder in satisfaction, the first time he had ever praised him. Well done. This thrilled Creature, and with adrenaline pumping, he took Sirius directly through the wall into the house. Before the three people inside could react, with a snap of Creature's fingers, Gauss and Pompeo were bound and kneeling on the ground. If Diggory had been there, he would definitely have made them sing conquer. Sirius, Ephra, after initially being startled, finally reacted, but when he saw the visitor, his shock turned to terror. How did you get out? He asked. As far as he knew, Sirius had betrayed James and Lily, allied with Voldemort, and had even killed Muggles, making him a total danger. It's a long story, Sirius said as he found a chair to sit down. Let us deal with the immediate problem first. He then looked at the kneeling Gauss and Pompeo. Gauss seemed normal, aside from wearing too little clothing. However, Pompeo looked a bit off. His exposed skin appeared to have numerous scars. Sirius glanced at Ephra with a teasing smile. Who would have thought, old Modo, that you had this kind of hobby? What hobby? Ephra took a few steps back in fear, looking somewhat confused. This? Sirius didn't mind Ephra's attitude, pointing at Pompeo, his smile becoming even more ambiguous. Oh, Ephra realized, this wasn't me, it was Cedric. Cedric? You don't know him. He-s a kid, Sirius interrupted. I know him. But how does he have this kind of hobby? Old Modo, why don't you advise him? Oh, you misunderstood. Ephra explained. Cedric used some special torture methods I've never seen before do this to him. Then Ephra told Sirius everything that had happened in the graveyard the previous night. After listening, Sirius fell silent. After a while, he slapped Gauss and Pompeo each once, and then said heavily but earnestly, I owe him a life. To him, saving James and Lily's grave meant saving him. By the way, how'd you end up like this with these two? They were still like quails when Cedric left, right? Sirius asked Ephra. Ephra awkwardly touched his hat and said, well, I had a bit too much to drink before. They took advantage of me while I was asleep and broke free from their ropes. Sirius rolled his eyes and said to Creature, destroy their wands, tie them up again, and keep an eye on them. I'm going out with old Modo. Creature bowed humbly, indicating he would complete the task well. But Ephra got excited. Are you trying to trick me outside and then do something to me in a deserted place? We have no enmity. We were colleagues before you went in. So why would you want to harm me as soon as you come out? Sirius sighed helplessly. He wasn't in the mood to explain to Ephra and could only say, don't worry. If I wanted to do something to you, I wouldn't need to go outside. I could just do it in your house. I just hope you can take me to James' grave. Really? Ephia felt that Sirius made sense, but still had some reservations. Really? Sirius nodded seriously, then countered with a question. And do you think you have any other choices right now? It seemed like there weren't any. At night, wrapped in a silver moonlight, Sirius finally arrived at the graves of James and Lily. Looking at the familiar names on the tombstone, memories flooded back, overwhelming him. Those were the days when he was with James, Lupin, and Wormtail, the four of them together. Mischievous and carefree times at school. Each of their smiles was so genuine back then. Hogwarts, protected by Professor Dumbledore, was the last Eden in a magical world, isolating them from all outside darkness. As long as they were at school, they didn't have to care about the troublesome things outside. They could play together and prank each other, whistling at pretty girls and joking with familiar classmates. James was still alive then. Lupin hadn't left yet. Wormtail hadn't betrayed them yet. Those times were so beautiful. Sirius placed the wildflowers he picked along the way in front of James and Lily's grave and whispered softly, I hope there's no Voldemort in heaven. Standing to the side, Ephia didn't dare to disturb Sirius and only mustered the courage to ask, what do you plan to do next? In fact, he wanted to ask Sirius if he would take action against him next. If not, then how he got out of Azkaban. But he was worried that such a question might provoke him, so he changed his words at the last moment. However, Sirius did not answer him and returned silently to Ephia's home. Ephia followed behind him, unsure of what he wanted to do and didn't dare to ask. Creature opened the door for Sirius. As soon as he entered, Gauss couldn't wait to shout, "What do you want to do to set me free?" Sirius, in a bad mood, snorted coldly at Gauss's words and said after thinking for a moment, "Then you could just stick that stick up yourself? If you can't do it, let your companions help you." Gauss and Pompeo were instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell? Are we really doing this?" Ephia, following behind Sirius, was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes, feeling like he finally vented his frustration. "Go ahead," Pompeo advised. "Don't worry if you can't do it yourself. I'll help you. I'm very good at it. I guarantee you won't feel any pain. Of course, you say it won't hurt. The one being stuffed isn't you." Gauss's face turned red with anger as he turned to Sirius. "Can we switch who does it?" "What do you mean?" Pompeo was anxious. "It was already said to be you. How can we switch?" Sirius turned to Ephia. "Whether to switch is up to you." Ephia suddenly felt a huge stroke of luck fall on him. Switch. The one who said to stick the stick was Pompeo. Creature snapped his fingers, and Gauss was instantly untied. He picked up the stick nearby and slowly walked toward Pompeo. The stick was a bit thick, about the thickness of a baby's arm. The surface of the stick was also a bit rough, with some splinters. One could imagine how painful it would be if that thing were to be inserted. "Don't come over." Pompeo was starting to lose it. The fear he felt when being dominated by Diggory resurfaced, and just thinking of the rats and snakes in that pit made his body tremble. He thought he could regain his freedom tonight, while Ephia was drunk. In the end, he got his freedom and almost transferred his pain to someone else's pain, but just as he had gained freedom, it was gone again. Is this the joke of the goddess of fate? Gauss, adhering to the principle of if my friend dies, I won't, softly advised, "Don't worry. I'm very good at it too. I can use saliva to lubricate it. I guarantee it won't hurt. Of course, you won't feel any pain. The one being stuffed isn't you." Pompeo shouted. "Hey, that sounded a bit familiar," thought the three guys watching the scene. Just as Gauss and Pompeo were arguing fiercely, Sirius signaled Ephia to step outside with him. The two went outside, under the starry sky, and Sirius said, "I suggest you notify Professor Dumbledore about these two. Let him send someone to help you. I know Moody is just with him." "Oh, really? Moody is there too." Ephia touched his hat and said, "Actually, while I went to the graveyard with you, I had already messaged Professor Dumbledore. He has sent someone over." Sirius nodded and didn't care why Ephia had messaged Professor Dumbledore at that time. To him, he didn't have that much emotion and patience to spend on others. "Do you know where Lupin is?" he asked. Ephia shook his head. He really didn't know. Originally, after learning that Lupin had turned into a werewolf, he had unconsciously distanced himself from Lupin. So how could he take the initiative to pay attention to where Lupin was? Seeing the other party shake his head, Sirius wasn't surprised. He composed himself and smiled. "Then I'll go to the Muggle world first. You can handle these two Death Eaters, right? You won't be turned over by them before the professor's people arrive, will you?" Ephia laughed and said, No, I was drunk before. This time it definitely won't happen. But what do you want to do in the Muggle world? It's not appropriate for you to be out there alone, running around. Besides, don't you plan to return to the professor's side? Given your current situation, it's better to stay with the professor. If something happens, he can protect you. In the end, Ephia still misunderstood Sirius, unconsciously treating him as a dangerous element, believing that he could only feel at ease if he stayed close to Dumbledore. Sirius understood Ephia's thoughts, but was too lazy to explain. "Let's just go back," Sirius said. "I want to see how my godson is doing. Then I'll go find Lupin. There are some things I want to clarify with him." Now the only ones Sirius cared about were these two. Previously, Lupin had misunderstood that he killed Wormtail and betrayed James. He had to explain that clearly. And Harry Potter, that was his brother's son. He needed to see how the child was doing. At that moment, Diggory, who had already returned to Hogwarts and was frantically rummaging through the room of requirement, suddenly heard the mission prompt in his mind. "Meow, please immediately head to 4 Privet Drive to meet up with Sirius and stop him from losing his temper. Mission completion reward, 1 body strength. Mission failure punishment. The host will suffer from incontinence for a month." Diggory lifted his head from a pile of magical items, looking bewildered. What was going on? Why would Sirius go to number 12, Grimmauld Place, to visit Harry Potter? And to stop him from losing his temper? What would he lose his temper about? Moreover, what did it mean that his physical strength had increased by 1? And what was this nonsense about incontinence? Has the system's integrity dropped again? Suddenly, Diggory froze, realizing that Harry Potter was not doing well at his aunt's house. If Sirius saw that he was living in a cupboard, losing his temper would be the least of it. The key issue was that if he couldn't control himself and ended up putting Harry's aunt in the hospital, it could very likely cause Lily's protective charm to fail, leaving Harry exposed to the Death Eaters. At this time, Voldemort had already returned, and Harry's exposure would only put him in a precarious situation. Thinking of this, Diggory knew he had to hurry. No, it definitely wasn't because he was worried about incontinence for a month. There was also another deadly point. Sirius had just come out of Azkaban and was unaware of the love charm that Lily had placed on her son. So not only could Harry's aunt end up in the hospital, but she could also be sent straight to the morgue. With this thought, Diggory immediately felt that the magical items before him lost their appeal, and he turned to leave, heading straight for Dumbledore's office. After reporting in the office, Dumbledore lent him Fawkes the Phoenix, so Diggory was now not only representing himself, but also Dumbledore. Before leaving, Diggory thought for a moment and pulled Patrick, who was about to cuddle with a girl in the dormitory, to accompany him. After all, Patrick's family's inherited armor charm might come in handy at a critical moment. Then, the two of them grabbed Fawkes' talons and let him take them to Grimmauld Place. One has to say, Fawkes was nearly flawless as a mode of transportation. He came with built-in navigation and spatial travel functions, and Diggory felt the scenery constantly shifting before him. Before long, they arrived at Grimmauld Place. The entire journey took no more than 10 seconds, yet they crossed nearly half the land. Diggory had no idea what Fawkes consumed, but Dumbledore was feeding him, so he didn't have to worry about expenses. Having a white girlfriend was just great. However, there were also house elves as equally effective means of transportation. Diggory thought he was fast enough to arrive ahead of Sirius. But as soon as they got off, they saw Sirius standing outside number 12, Grimmauld Place, glaring angrily inside. If it weren't for Creature blocking him, he would have already rushed in. Diggory stood firmly in front of Sirius and said, "Uncle, calm down. I know you're upset to see Harry sleeping in the shoe cabinet, but letting him stay here is the best choice for him." At that moment, Sirius was no longer the disheveled figure from Azkaban. He was dressed elegantly and had even styled his hair and face. Now he looked like a mature, charming, and undeniably handsome man. However, the handsome man's reason was being overwhelmed by anger, and his expression appeared somewhat distorted. The best choice. Sirius's eyes blazed with fury. "You better give me a reason that I can accept, or no one will stop me today." Diggory secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could still listen to others, that was good enough. Aunt Lily had used an ancient love spell on Harry, and with this spell in place, as long as Harry was near his blood relatives, he would be safe. Diggory said, "Therefore, we made sure that Harry stayed with his aunt. Even though this choice brought him an unhappy childhood, it was definitely the best choice for him." Diggory directly explained the stakes to Sirius, and anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand the reasoning behind it. As far as Harry is concerned, he is indeed a hero in the wizarding world. However, that does not mean others are willing to risk their lives to protect him from being persecuted by Death Eaters. It's one thing to praise a hero, but it's another to sacrifice everything to protect them. Very few, if any, can do the latter. In the future, when the Dursleys move away, how many people would be willing to help Harry when it's time for him to retreat? Only the members of the Order of the Phoenix. More precisely, it would be the Weasley family along with Moody, Tonks, Lupin, and a few others. This number is insignificant compared to the entire wizarding world, not to mention that there are also Mundungus who might flee at the last moment. Therefore, having experienced the ups and downs of life, Sirius surely understands the true nature of those wizards in the magical world and realizes that keeping Harry at his aunt's house is an unavoidable but ultimately the best choice for him. Sirius gradually quieted down, and Creature felt the pressure ease. The big dog took 2 steps back and sat down weakly on the ground, staring despondently at the house before him, his eyes filled with deep helplessness. "I really am a useless piece of trash." Diggory knew that Sirius called him useless for 3 reasons. He trusted a brother wrongly. He caused the death of a brother. He did not take good care of the deceased brother's child. These 3 points plunged him into deep self-reproach. Diggory stood by, letting out a deep sigh, opening his mouth, but unsure of what to say. Although he hadn't experienced it himself, just thinking about it made him feel overwhelmed by such a blow. Wormtail, James, and Sirius had once been brothers. They had shared the same roof and faced dangers together. The deep friendship established during their childhood and school years was a profound trust that could never be replicated with anyone else in adulthood. At that time, they all believed they would continue to support each other through the years until death separated them. Unfortunately, reality taught them a lesson. Not all relationships can last forever. Wormtail's betrayal was the greatest and most severe blow to the brotherhood of this small group. In the original timeline, Lupin, who had misunderstood Sirius, once said, "I know Sirius. Or rather, I thought I knew him." Before the misunderstanding was resolved, Lupin had even exiled himself. until he returned to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts, and finally met Sirius again when the misunderstanding was cleared. The two brothers found some solace. Later, Diggory summarized that aside from Wormtail, everyone in Sirius's small group was loyal and righteous. Sirius stood up from the ground, walked to the window of the house, and looked inside at the shoe cabinet. Using Creature's magic, he could see Harry sleeping peacefully inside, despite the obstacles. Is there any way to make his life a little better? Sirius looked at Diggory. Diggory blinked and spread his hands, unsure. How about we give the Dursleys some money from the Muggle world every month, and then use magic to warn them to behave? But honestly, that's just a casual suggestion. It's a terrible idea. It might make Harry's life a little better in the future. But the main issue is that the Dursleys' attitude towards him, calling him when they need him and ignoring him otherwise, probably won't change. It's a classic case of treating the wrong ailment. At that moment, Diggory couldn't think of any better solution. We can't just threaten the Dursleys with wands and force them to treat Harry well, can we? Sirius lowered his head, as if he was genuinely considering the feasibility of that method. After a while, he said, "What do you think? Should we just go up there and threaten the Dursleys with our wands, forcing them to treat Harry well? What do you think? Are you serious?" Diggory stared at him in disbelief. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Sirius asked. "Of course it's inappropriate." Diggory shook his head frantically. "If you go up there, should I draw my wand too? What if I do, and the Ministry of Magic finds out because I used magic? Before, we weren't caught using magic because Dumbledore was around to obscure our traces. And the Ministry turned a blind eye since I spent most of my time in the magical world. But now, if I use magic, I'll definitely be discovered and punished. So what should we do then?" Sirius sat on the steps in front of the door, deep in thought, seemingly unwilling to leave until he figured something out. Seeing this, Diggory knew that they wouldn't be able to leave without resolving the matter, so he pondered. The Dursleys are particularly fond of their son. If we use their son to threaten them, could it be a more effective approach? Sirius's eyes lit up, and he said, "Yes, that's a great idea. Cedric, you're really clever." Diggory, what thing? What did I just say? I didn't say anything just now. This kind of wicked and outrageous thing is not something I could come up with. The next part of the work is simple. Cleacha used a soundproof barrier for the whole house. Even if there was a rock concert happening inside, people outside wouldn't hear a single sound. Then Sirius just walked in as if nothing happened. About 10 minutes later, Sirius came out of the house, looking relaxed, and said, "Done." Diggory carefully observed Sirius and found that there were indeed no bloodstains, and he wasn't flushed or out of breath, so he probably hadn't made a move. In fact, Diggory was overthinking. He himself liked to resort to violence, so he assumed others did too. However, so far among the wizards, he was the only one who would resort to physical conflict at the drop of a hat. Everyone else was a civilized person who used magic to settle disputes. At that moment, the system's task completion notification also rang in Diggory's mind. Strength 1. Diggory immediately felt that the muscles on his body seemed to have suddenly become a bit more defined, and he quietly clenched his fist under his robe, indeed feeling an increase in strength. Then he thought of Leonardo, who was still in the Hogwarts infirmary. If he continued to increase his strength, it wouldn't be long before he could probably slap him to death. For example, if they were chatting and he suddenly gave him a slap. However, thinking about it calmly, the possibility of him being able to stand there and chat with him was almost zero. But that didn't matter. What was important was that as his strength increased, the lethality caused by taking agility potions would definitely far exceed what it was now. "Where are you planning to go next?" Diggory asked, seeing that Sirius seemed to be in a good mood. Sirius thought for a moment and said, "I'm planning to find Lupin, although I still don't know where he is." "Then you can come back to the castle with us first. My teacher knows where he is," Diggory said. "Your teacher?" Sirius looked at Diggory in confusion. He was still unaware of Dumbledore taking on apprentices. "Diggory, my teacher is Professor Dumbledore." "What?" Sirius was taken aback. In fact, it wasn't just him. Patrick and Creature next to him also widened their eyes in disbelief at Diggory's words. However, Diggory had no intention of spending time explaining to Patrick and Creature. He said to Sirius, "When you ask about Lupin's whereabouts, you can also inquire about this matter. Moody knows it too." Sirius looked at Diggory in disbelief. Although he knew the boy was somewhat extraordinary, he never thought it would be to this extent. This kid in front of him was actually a student of Professor Dumbledore. It seemed to be the first student the professor had taken in many years, and perhaps the only one. But why? Why would Professor Dumbledore take you as a student? Sirius asked. This was precisely where his confusion lay. In the past, there were so many excellent students, yet Dumbledore never had the thought of taking in students. Why? After being locked away for 8 years, and then coming out, Did he suddenly have one? Talent. Patrick answered for Diggory. Cedric's talent is the strongest since Hogwarts was founded. Bar none. Stronger than Voldemort and Professor Dumbledore at the same time? Sirius immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yes. Patrick nodded without hesitation. The Sorting Hat said so in front of the entire school during the sorting ceremony. Hiss. Sirius gasped. He looked at the Phoenix Fox perched on Diggory's shoulder, then back at the composed Diggory, and suddenly it all made sense to him. No wonder Cedric could sneak out of school in the middle of the night, and had Fox to help him travel. After all, Fox was Dumbledore's only pet, and given the special nature of his species and unique abilities, Fox could often represent Dumbledore to a certain extent. Digger's words, along with Fox's confirmation and Sirius's own imagination, had basically convinced him. Fine, then let's go back to the school. By the time they returned to Hogwarts, it was already late at night. Dumbledore was still awake, waiting for Digger and the others, mainly for Sirius. As for Digger, Dumbledore found him to be a student who always surprised him, which was quite a headache. So, as long as Digger was safe, Dumbledore would let him be. He would pull him aside for a chat when he remembered, but if he got busy, what? You say I have a student? Who? All right, I do have a student. When Digger and the others appeared in the office, Dumbledore kept Sirius back, waving goodbye to Digger and the others, signaling them to go back wherever they came from. Patrick, seeing he had no business there, immediately dashed off. After all, he had someone waiting for him in his bed. As for Digger, it didn't matter. If Dumbledore really wanted to keep him for a talk, he would just feel it wasted his time for exchanging magical products. After leaving Dumbledore's office, Digger was planning to head back to the Hufflepuff dormitory. But unknowingly, his route was off. The Hufflepuff dormitory was in the direction of the dining hall, while Digger was now on the west side of Hogwarts Castle, looking complexly at Ravenclaw Tower in the distance. After a long while, he murmured softly, I wonder if you're asleep? I guess you are. Damn it, who? Me. I don't care who you are. Diggory didn't care about anything and directly slapped towards the person who made the sound in the darkness. Anyone wandering around the castle at this late hour, not sleeping, couldn't be anything good. Of course, I exclude myself. However, the person in the darkness seemed to anticipate Diggory's move and caught his slap with ease. They even had the leisure to ask, when a person is most tense, they instinctively shout the name of someone closest to them. So who is this person? I don't give a damn who it is. Diggo withdrew his hand in an instant, twisting his waist forcefully as he delivered a fierce whip kick toward his opponent. The voice in the darkness sounded somewhat familiar, but in the rush, Diggo could only tell it was a man and couldn't identify who he was. However, despite not knowing the opponent's identity, Diggo instinctively felt annoyed by the voice, so he directly responded with a whip kick. His opponent couldn't withstand it and cried out in pain. It was only then that Diggo recognized who it was. Leonardo? Yes, the incredibly handsome Leonardo emerged from the darkness, standing under the moonlight like a prince of elves stepping out of the forest. Diggory looked at him coldly. Sure enough, it was impossible for him to stand together with this guy and chat peacefully. In just this short moment, he had already thought of at least 19 ways to knock Leonardo to the ground. Why do I feel like your legs are stronger than before? Leonardo asked while rubbing his arm that had just been kicked by Diggory. Diggory said irritably, I could be even more powerful. Do you want to give it a try? Leonardo waved his hand and replied, No, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to discuss. How about we set off for Gringotts tonight? Why are you in such a hurry? Is there a little lover of yours in Gringotts? Diggory's tone remained aggressive. However, Leonardo seemed to be indifferent to Diggory's attitude, or perhaps he had already gotten used to it. It was the professor who received news this morning that some Death Eaters suddenly emerged from their lairs and headed towards Gringotts. Diggory's expression darkened, and his eyes narrowed. It seems you understand, Leonardo said. We must get ahead of the other party. That evening, Diggory set off with Leonardo, who made him feel uncomfortable. However, as they were leaving Hogwarts, they found Nico waiting for them at the entrance. How'd you get here? Diggory asked. The professor guessed you would set off early. Nico replied with a slight smile. So he asked me to wait for you here. He said my sixth sense would definitely help you. Diggory slapped his forehead and said, Right, but this trip is quite dangerous. It might not be suitable for you to go. No, it's suitable. Suddenly, Leonardo stared blankly at Nico, as if his soul had been taken away. Those beautiful eyes reflecting the silver moonlight that smile like a spring breeze, and those soft, flowing strands of hair reminiscent of youthful days, all deeply penetrated Leonardo's heart. Is this an angel? This is indeed an angel. I can protect her closely. Diggory looked at him suspiciously for a moment and said, No, keep your distance from her. Nico also affectionately squatted down and hooked her arm around Diggory's neck, smiling. There's really no need. My junior is quite impressive. Leonardo swallowed hard. The moon was shining brightly that night, and visibility was good. He could clearly see Nico's shirt and the cleavage it revealed. The angel was still very sexy. It was driving him crazy. Blood was ungraciously flowing from his nose. I told you to keep your distance. Diggory immediately had Nico stand up, pushed Leonardo away, and told him to stay away from Nico. Then he took out a flying broom from his space, and, regardless of how Leonardo was trying to catch up, he flew away with Nico. After arriving at their destination, Diggory and the others had just put away the flying broom when they saw Leonardo coming out of an alley. It seemed he had used flu powder. Let's go to Gringotts first, Leonardo said as he walked over. The Death Eaters shouldn't have arrived yet. We need to hurry. If he hadn't been staring at Nico while speaking, Diggory would have believed that Leonardo was genuinely worried about the Horcrux. Diggory stood in front of Nico, but he couldn't block Leonardo's gaze. He was just too short. Still, he tried hard to maintain some distance between them, preventing Leonardo from getting too close to Nico. You can go ahead if you want. We plan to find a place to rest for a while and catch up on some sleep before we act tomorrow morning. Diggory said. Why? Shouldn't we be making the most of our time now? Leonardo asked. Did my teacher mention how many Death Eaters are over here? Diggory didn't answer Leonardo's question, but instead asked another. Hearing this, Leonardo's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. Even he felt a bit envious of Dumbledore's student. Professor Dumbledore said there are 15, which is why we need to act quickly and take the Horcrux before they arrive, Leonardo replied. So, now that we're here, have the Death Eaters arrived? Diggory asked again. Given their obsession with Horcruxes, they will be faster than us, not slower. More importantly, anyone coming to retrieve the Horcrux at this time must be a true confidant of Voldemort. They certainly can't be compared to those pure-blooded family layabouts. Without a detailed plan, we would be in great danger in front of them. So what do we do? Leonardo asked. Diggory still didn't answer his question, but instead turned to look at Nico. It was time to use the human radar. It seemed that the moon had hidden behind the clouds at some point to make it easier for Diggory and the others to act. In the darkness, in a quiet alley in Diagon Alley, Nico was closing her eyes to sense something, while Diggory and Leonardo were protecting her in turn. The 4 two-story buildings around Gringotts made me feel very uncomfortable. The other places didn't feel special at all. About 5 minutes later, Nico opened her eyes and spoke. Leonardo, who was standing behind her, looked at Nico with shining eyes, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure he didn't know about. What do they want to do? Nico didn't pay attention to the gaze behind her and turned to Diggory to ask. Diggory was deep in thought. This is a question worth pondering. Nico, what are we going to do tomorrow? Diggory, this is a question worth pondering. Nico, so, do we need to prepare anything for tomorrow? Leonardo, this is a question worth pondering. Diggory stopped speaking. His lines had been taken. After holding it in for a while, he finally thought for a moment and said, there are 15 of them, but they're living in 4 houses, which suggests that they are likely not from the same group. What do you mean? Aren't they all Death Eaters? Nico asked, frowning. Leonardo behind him had a foolish look on his face. The angel looked beautiful even when frowning. You overlooked one thing. Diggory said, there are different families and factions within the Death Eaters. Given the nature of those people, there will be some dirty dealings between different factions. We can use these conflicts to divide them and create favorable conditions. Nico praised. You're really clever. Leonardo, the angel looks so beautiful when she praises someone. Now I need to find out which factions they belong to and then come up with targeted strategies, Diggory continued. So we need someone to take a risk. After saying that, he looked at Leonardo. Nico also turned to look at Leonardo. When Leonardo saw Nico looking at him, his eyes lit up. My angel. If this is what you want, then it's not a risk, but my willingness. Saying this, he walked outside and soon disappeared into the night. Diggory also instructed him not to let others find out, but he doesn't know if it was taken to heart. Diggory watched Leonardo disappear in the direction of Diagon Alley, then turned to Nico and said, Sister Nico, how come I never noticed how charming you are? Yeah, how come you didn't notice? Nico responded with a sigh, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was how you planned to use the mess between them. To put it simply, we create chaos using their entanglement, distracting them so they don't have time to focus on the Horcruxes. Much like pulling the rug out from under them. Diggory said, pulling the rug out from under them? Nico didn't understand this new term from Diggory and expressed her confusion. Let me give you an example. Diggory said, once upon a time, there was a small town, and on a mountain nearby lived a huge evil dragon that specifically ate the young girls of the town. The townspeople thought this couldn't go on, so they elected a hero to slay the dragon. However, this hero thought he wasn't a match for the dragon, so he used another method. He turned all the young girls in the town into married women. In the end, he He starved the dragon to death. That's what pulling the rug out from under them means. Diggory concluded, applied to our current situation. It means we find a way to make these 15 Death Eaters turn against each other, so they won't have time to grab the Horcruxes tomorrow. This way, we can take the opportunity to get the Horcruxes, and how to create chaos among them. Their own entanglements are the best excuse. Nico began to understand a bit, mainly because the story was vivid and easy to understand. She then fell into deep thought, wondering who told Diggory this story. This thought occupied her for 20 minutes until Leonardo returned, and she still couldn't figure out who might have told Diggory this story. Leonardo's investigation went smoothly, and he easily found the identities of the 15 Death Eaters. 4 of them belonged to the Pompey family, living in the houses west of Diagon Alley. 2 were homeless Death Eaters, living to the south of Diagon Alley. 5 belonged to the Kidman family, living to the east of Diagon Alley. And then there were 4 big names: Little Barty Crouch, Bellatrix, and 2 other Death Eater lackeys. After Sirius escaped last time, Little Barty Crouch and Bellatrix also escaped through that big hole and returned to Voldemort's side. The Hufflepuff cup is stored in Bellatrix's vault, and now that this woman is here, it's really troublesome, Diggory said with a grim expression. The vault where the cup is stored is her private one. She can go in and take whatever she wants, which makes things very complicated. Do you have any plans? Nico asked Diggory. Originally, she wanted the 3 of them to discuss it together, but Leonardo was staring at her with a foolish look, making her feel like his intelligence had completely left him. Diggory thought for a moment and pondered. There are ways, but I don't know if they will work. Nico became interested, feeling fortunate to have someone reliable. What method do you have? Diggory said. Remember the list we sent back initially? That's the dirt that can split the Pompeo family and the Kidman family. How do we use that list? Nico asked. Well, Diggory twirled his fingers, thinking as he spoke. We can send people to the residences of both families. For the Pompeo family, we just throw an envelope in with a note saying, the people on your list have been betrayed to Dumbledore by the Kidman family. They are preparing to ambush you as a signal of allegiance to Dumbledore. Nico frowned slightly. Will they believe it? No. Diggory answered clearly. They aren't foolish enough to suspect others based on an anonymous letter. Plus, they might not even leave their house. So, we need another step. Diggory looked at Leonardo and said, I have 3 bottles of love potion and 2 bottles of corrosive poison. If they don't come out, you throw this in. Leonardo took the 5 bottles of potions and muttered, Where did you get so many potions? Did you brew all of them? Don't worry about that. Diggory waved his hand and said, The key is what's next. I will secretly enter the Kidman family's house and hide a few bottles of potions. As long as the people from the Pompeo family go wild that night, looking for someone, and find the potions I hid in the Kidman family's residence, then the Kidman family will be like yellow mud in their pants. It's not shit, but it is shit. At that point, this matter will be half successful. Is the other half about Bellatrix? Nico asked. Diggory nodded. That's right, the most important thing is her. As long as she is held up, we have time. But what if she doesn't care about these 2 families and isn't held up? Leonardo asked. Diggo looked at him, and there was only one last resort. He took out 5 vials of potion from his pocket. All of them were love potions. You should throw all 5 vials of love potions into their house. Leonardo glanced at Diggo oddly. How could someone so young have such a despicable idea? Shameless. In Beatrix's house, there was 1 woman and 3 men. One could easily guess what would happen if those 5 love potions were thrown in. Aren't you afraid that they might notice afterward and find out it was you who was meddling? Not afraid. Diggo was fearless. What was there to be afraid of? After all, I have always been their mortal enemy. When we meet, it's either you die or I live. So if they find out, what's important is getting the Horcrux. Once we have the substance, the appearance doesn't matter that much. Leonardo nodded thoughtfully. When he was learning from Nico LeMay, he focused on spells and alchemy, and his thoughts were relatively simpler than his peers. Now, suddenly realizing that a child could be more calculating than himself, he couldn't help but look even stranger. At such a young age, he understood quite a bit. A little aside, I had surgery, and the situation is a bit troublesome. So I'm not feeling well enough and can only update once a day during this time. Of course, if there's a day without an update, please understand. Thank you. After making the decision, the 3 of them split up to act simultaneously. Diggory went to the Kidman family's residence to hide the love potion and venom. Leonardo went to the Pompeo family's residence to deliver a letter. As for Nico, she was preparing on the spot, using her special ability as a humanoid radar to help the 2 sense danger. When things became critical, regardless of which side had a problem, they would immediately signal for a retreat. It was a dark and windy night. Diggory slowly made his way to the Kidman family's residence, leaning against a dark corner to listen to the commotion inside. Kidman A, A3. Kidman B, ha, just got a 6. Kidman C, a little king. Kidman D, oh, little king, are you really that impressive? Big king. Kidman C, are you out of your mind? Why are you playing the big king? I'm not the landlord. Kidman D, I warn you, you can insult me, but don't insult my mom. Kidman, stop it, it's just a game of landlord. Is it really necessary? Let's prioritize harmony. It's just your mom, what's the big deal? We're all brothers here. The only one who didn't get to join the game, Kidman, was fanning the flames without any psychological pressure. Why don't you guys play landlord without me? Isn't playing Demise better? As a result, it was better for Kidman E to stay silent, but once he spoke, D and C started fighting, and there was a loud noise of things being tossed around in the room, with A and B trying to mediate, while he continued to stir the pot. Digger excitedly twirled his fingers outside, originally contemplating how to sneak the potion in without anyone noticing. To his surprise, these guys actually started fighting among themselves. What a stroke of luck. He immediately climbed over the wall and sneaked into the small courtyard. The card game was taking place in the hall on the first floor. Digger peeked through the window and saw a bald man straddling another person, pummeling him with his fists. Diggory was astonished, thinking that if you want to hit someone, just hit them. Why pose in such a seductive way? It's really easy to misunderstand. But none of this mattered. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Diggory cast a levitation spell on himself and floated to the window on the second floor, opening it and entering the room. At that moment, the fight downstairs seemed to reach a climax, as Kidman Wu's shadowy wind was discovered, causing both Bing and Ding to stop and join forces to beat up Wu. The key was that when they attacked Wu, their movements became more exaggerated, dragging the originally mediating Jia and E into the fray as well. Suddenly, it turned into a chaotic brawl. Diggory listened to the noise downstairs, secretly pleased and thinking, keep fighting, the longer the better. He hid the potion under the bed and then quietly slipped out. The whole process was not only quick, but also silent, completely undetected. Just as Diggory was about to retreat, he suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps not far away, accompanied by many heavy and hurried breaths. The Pompey family had arrived. Leonardo was also quite fast. The leader of his family, a hulking figure, stood at nearly 2 meters tall with a buzz cut that resembled steel needles, and a scar running from the left corner of his forehead down to the right corner of his chin, effectively splitting his face in half. His gaze was serious and sharp. Even without speaking, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. Hidden in the shadows, Diggory swallowed hard at the sight of the towering figure. All the sissies from the Kidman family, come out, the Steel Needle shouted, standing proudly in front of the Kidman family's residence, his voice booming with authority. The sounds of fighting inside the house came to an abrupt halt, and members of the Kidman family, bruised and battered, rushed out, all in a rage. What's the matter, feeling itchy down there? Do you want your big brother to clear it for you with a stick? Kidman shouted excitedly. The Steel Needle's imposing aura faltered. You little bastards are causing trouble. Kidman A replied, you dare come here while I'm furious? Let me tell you, it's you who are causing trouble today, and this matter cannot be resolved. Kidman A's voice echoed in the night sky. The Steel Needle glared, feeling his dignity challenged. It had always been the Pompey family that was arrogant. No one had ever dared to disrespect them like this. And face for a man, especially one who led his underlings, was the most important thing at that moment. Anyone who dared to disrespect him would face his wrath. The Steel Needle's face darkened ominously, as if the scar on his face had come to life. Are you implying that we will settle this tonight? The Steel Needle said, enunciating each word. Kidman A was not one to back down either. He was the leader of the Kidman family in this operation. Did the Steel Needle think he was the only one with underlings and face? Kidman A was furious. I don't care about face. He rubbed his bald head and took a step forward. What's the matter? You don't dare? The moment those words were spoken, the tension in the air ignited, as if it had caught fire. It was the unbridled rage between the Pompey and Kidman families. The Steel Needle's explosive temper could no longer be contained, and he roared. Damn them! His underlings echoed his anger and charged forward, and the Kidman family was unyielding, with Kidman A also shouting, clear the sewers for them. The rest of the Kidman family members shouted in unison, Ollie give. They followed Kidman A, their eyes bloodshot, rushing in. The scene became extremely chaotic. The Steel Needle took the brunt of the charge, standing firm with the force of a lone warrior, arms outstretched, blocking Kidman A and B. The two, both around 7 meters tall, slammed into the Steel Needle's large, solid arms, feeling as if they had hit a massive iron block. Fortunately, Kidman C quickly acted, or rather kicked, and while the others were still unresponsive, he delivered a kick right to the groin. This kick was fierce and unstoppable. This kick was crude and lewd. This kick made the steel needle weaken. No matter how tough and strong the rest of his body was, that area was ultimately a weakness that couldn't be trained. The steel needle felt dizzy. A heart-wrenching, silent pain surged through him. He turned red, his eyes bulging, and let out a meaningless, suppressed groan. Finally, with a thud, he fell to the ground, his iron tower-like body curling up like a cooked shrimp. Kidman held his forehead and laughed triumphantly. You were so arrogant. You thought you were tough. You thought you were an iron tower. Look at you, you're on the ground. However, just as he was basking in his victory, a member of the Pompey family charged up from behind the steel needle and punched Kidman right in the forehead. And then Kidman was down too. With the leader down, what would they do? Diggory was a bit worried that the fight might not happen. However, what happened next proved he was overthinking. Kidman B was quite powerful and had been contemplating how to usurp power. Now that A had fallen, it was a golden opportunity for him. As for the Pompeo family, the remaining members only wanted to take revenge for their fallen leader. Thus, after a brief moment of pause, the fight broke out again, even more intensely. In the noisy night, where should my heart be placed? After the embrace, where should my hand be placed? Diggory was in a good mood, humming a tune while retreating from the scene in the darkness. Although he didn't understand why members of two magical families were fighting without using wands, it didn't affect his purpose. The final result had been achieved. At that moment, he was feeling his way towards Leonardo in the dark, unsure if he had successfully diverted Bellatrix's attention this way. Just as Diggory was wondering if Leonardo had succeeded, Leonardo was looking at the four people in front of him with a very grim expression. The plan was to secretly throw a love potion into Bellatrix and her group's room from outside. However, just as he arrived, an unexpected situation occurred. Bellatrix and her group not only did not ignore the fight between the Kidman family and the Pompeo family, but they also planned to personally suppress them. For Bellatrix and young Barty Crouch, nothing was more important than obtaining Voldemort's Horcrux. Naturally, they would pay close attention to the Kidman and Pompeo families, who were significant assets for this operation. Therefore, Diggory's initial judgment was flawed. He hadn't anticipated that the two murderous Death Eaters would unite because of Voldemort. With her messy hair, smoky makeup, and black lipstick, Bellatrix looked at Leonardo not far away with interest, her eyes gleaming with cruelty and madness. Where did this handsome boy come from? Your face is quite distinctive, Bellatrix teased. However, her tone sent chills down Leonardo's spine. He had no doubt that this woman would be ruthless when the fighting started. Leonardo also felt a bit unlucky. Originally, everything was going smoothly when he was planning to act against the Pompeo family, and he thought his luck was good. However, that good luck didn't last 5 minutes. And by the time he arrived here, it was gone. It was as if he was about to make a comeback, ready to go for another round, only to suddenly realize he couldn't. The feeling was incredibly bad, filled with frustration and regret. At the same time, he was clear that what he needed to do now was to buy time. At the very moment everything happened, he received a magical message from you, informing him to delay time, as she and Diggory would come over immediately. Upon hearing that Diggory was on his way, Leonardo, though reluctant to admit it, felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Diggo, this kid, may be young, but his strength is terrifying. As long as he is here, even though he can't win, escaping is definitely not a problem. Who is this sister? She looks a bit haggard. Leonardo spoke up. Whether she looks haggard or not is not important. What matters is why you, little brother, are here so late at night. Leonardo's heart tightened. He knew that if he didn't answer this question well, he would be facing 4 opponents. Of course, I'm here to enjoy the moonlight, Leonardo replied. However, it seems that the moonlight is not as beautiful as this stunning lady in front of me. Oh ho 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 ho. Beatrix's owl-like laughter pierced through the night, sending chills down the spine of everyone present. Little brother, you really know how to talk. You almost make me feel guilty about killing you. But do you really think we're fools? At this moment, Beatrix put away her casual demeanor and stared at Leonardo, revealing a killing intent in her eyes. The previously silent Barty Crouch stepped forward, his eyes like a venomous snake, fixating on the pocket behind Leonardo, where the silent spell was cast, and said, "Hand over the stuff? I can make your death a little less ugly." Leonardo didn't speak. He was calculating how much chance he had to hold on until Diggo and the others arrived if he acted now. Just as the two sides were in a tense standoff, suddenly, a small bottle flew through the moonlight and smashed in front of Beatrix and her group. At the same time, a childish, urgent shout echoed, "Attack!" The newcomer was, of course, Diggo. He had just withdrawn from the battlefield between the Pompeo and Kidman families not long ago, when he suddenly received a message from Nico, saying she sensed something was wrong with Leonardo's side. Moreover, she felt that the problem was very serious and dangerous, and she was on her way. At this moment, even if Diggo had issues with Leonardo, he set them aside and rushed to the house where Beatrix and the others were located. As soon as he arrived, he saw the current scene. Both Barty Crouch and Beatrix exuded clear, powerful fluctuations of high-level wizards, while the two minions behind them were intermediate wizards. DeJory quickly assessed the strengths of both sides and came to the conclusion there was no need to calculate at all. Just from the numbers and overall strength, the opponent was definitely overwhelming. Therefore, he hid in the darkness, quietly entering the system's space. And when he emerged a minute later, his face clearly showed signs of pain, but his eyes revealed confidence. Finally, taking advantage of the moment when Leonardo was stalling for time, he suddenly threw out the potion he had exchanged in the space. What a surprise attack! Upon hearing DeJory's voice, Leonardo did not hesitate and immediately drew his wand, aiming a petrification spell at Bellatrix. Although Bellatrix had been imprisoned in Azkaban for quite some time, her combat instincts had not degraded at all. She raised her hand and blocked Leonardo's attack. At the same time, young Barty Crouch was incredibly quick. The moment he heard DeJory's voice, he immediately raised his hand, his wand already in hand, and aimed a killing curse at DeJory. This is the fundamental difference between dark wizards and light wizards. Did you think the opponent would hold back? A Death Eater with blood on his hands would not show any mercy, let alone against an enemy. The glaring, sickly green light shone at the tip of young Barty's wand, the light that represented death rushing towards DeJory. DeJory, who had rushed out from the alley, had long anticipated this move. The moment young Barty raised his hand, he had already erected a wall in front of him using the armored charm. Young Barty's attack missed completely. In facing such a beast that could kill his father, DeJory had made the most thorough preparations. But all of this, though it seemed slow, actually happened in an instant. After DeJory blocked young Barty's attack, the bottle he had thrown earlier shattered between Bellatrix and young Barty. It did not hit anyone, even the two intermediate wizards who were just filling and did not suffer any harm. Leonardo looked at DeJory in disbelief, thinking, "Are you kidding me? Is this what you call taking action?" Diego rushed to Leonardo's side, pretending to cough in an old-fashioned way to buy some time. Hearing Diego's words and seeing his pretentious expression, Leonardo's golden eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. His body hunched over, and he quietly stepped back, ready to grab the little short legs beside him and run at the first sign of trouble. Beatrix watched the two in front of her and laughed, laughing without restraint. "Is this it?" Beatrix said. At that moment, a thick cloud floated across the sky, blocking the moonlight and plunging the area into darkness. Diggory's lips curled into a smile. Don't rush. When it came to whether Diggory was afraid when he came out to save the day, the answer was definitely yes. Not to mention the deranged and murderous little Barty Crouch, who had the strength to kill his own father. Just the presence of Bellatrix was already a heavyweight opponent. She was one of Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters, the cousin of Sirius Black, fierce and ruthless, having personally killed Sirius. In that original timeline, after being rescued from Azkaban by Voldemort's forces, she became even more insane and devoted to Voldemort. Fighting her meant facing black magic attacks, as if she hadn't learned any other spells. She was also a crazed arsonist, rampaging through both the magical and muggle worlds, causing severe casualties and destruction. Together with the brutally violent werewolf Greyback and other Death Eaters, she instilled fear nationwide, even turning Diagon Alley, beloved by wizards, into ruins. She was loyal only to Voldemort. Faced with such a mad and powerful opponent, Diggory felt a bit uneasy from the start. Therefore, he used that potion, which the Big Orange had just told him about, a potion that was 100 times more effective than a love potion. The clouds covered the moonlight, plunging the street into darkness, and Diggory was tense all over, his wand already sweating in his grip. The moment the vague figure of the opponent showed any movement, he would immediately cast the shield charm. The potion that shattered on the ground began to evaporate slowly, and before long, Bellatrix and the others caught a whiff of a strange smell. This scent quickly penetrated their bodies through their nostrils, working its way through the lungs and spreading throughout. Soon, they were overcome with a primal and powerful desire. "What did you just do?" Bellatrix screamed furiously at Diggory. However, was Diggory the kind of person who would let his opponent figure things out? Obviously not. He elegantly bowed and looked at Bellatrix, saying, "Life in Azkaban for so many years must have been dull and painful. But that's okay. Please enjoy the pleasures between men and women in the time to come." Then he immediately turned and fled, not caring about Leonardo. It If he lacked even this level of intelligence, he wouldn't have become a student of Nicholas Flamel. Seeing Diggory run away, Leonardo immediately followed. However, he was puzzled about what potion Diggory had thrown, wondering why Bellatrix and the others were just watching him and Diggory escape. As he ran, he asked, "What was that potion you just threw? Why aren't Bellatrix and the others chasing us? They didn't even attack." Diggory glanced at him and said, "Don't ask, it's a secret." Just kidding. Would he really tell Leonardo that what he just threw was an upgraded version of the aphrodisiac? He was shocked when he first learned about this potion from the big orange cat. Firstly, he didn't expect the system to have such a potion. Secondly, he was taken aback by the overpowering effect of the aphrodisiac. Anyone who inhaled it, regardless of their own strength or level, would fall into that primal and intense urge. After that, things would spiral out of control. The onset required a certain amount of time, which depended on the strength of the person affected. Suddenly, Diggory felt a violent magical fluctuation behind him and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A wall in the direction of Diggory suddenly exploded. This was the shatter spell. Diggory turned around and saw little Barty crouch. Behind him was Bellatrix, who was half a step behind, both of them with bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing. Seeing that little Barty had missed his shot, Bellatrix screamed wildly and raised her hand to cast a Cruciatus Curse. Diggory once again displayed excellent physical agility, ducking to evade the attack. "Little mouse, don't run away," Bellatrix shouted, her voice carrying an odd tone. It was a tone that resembled coquetry, seduction, and allure. If it weren't for Bellatrix's frenzied attacks on Diggory, using vicious dark magic curses, one might think she wanted something more with him. Leonardo glanced at Diggory beside him, a strange look in his eyes. He had also noticed the changes in Bellatrix behind him. In such a short time, the potion had produced this effect, something he had never heard of in his years of studying under his teacher. Moreover, he had never heard his teacher mention any potion with similar effects. To him, it seemed like the potion was brewed by Diggory himself. But he couldn't believe that a child who had only been exposed to magic for about a semester could have the ability to create potions. "Where did you get this potion?" Leonardo shouted to Diggory while running. Diggory continued to duck his head, evading little Barty's attack, feeling frustrated that the two behind him only targeted him. At that moment, he heard Leonardo's words and shouted, "What? You specifically brewed this potion for this operation? It's an upgraded version of the love potion that can make both men and women lose their rationality within 30 seconds and fall into their most primal desires." After saying this, Diggory gave a thumbs up to the astonished Leonardo. "Leonardo, you're amazing. Patrick will call you the strongest." "So your name is Patrick?" Beatrix behind him revealed an excited fury, glaring fiercely at Diggory. "Patrick, you will bear our wrath." Diggory didn't dare to relax his speed at all, and while quickly moving his legs, he gave a middle finger to the back. "Little Barty crouch. You will endure Beatrix's fiery wrath." Hearing Diggory's words, Beatrix's heart sank. She glanced at little Barty beside her, and his gaze indeed became more and more dazed. Moreover, because of Diggory's words, he specifically looked towards Beatrix, and her face, which had been tormented in Azkaban and had lost all beauty, suddenly appeared charming at that moment. Her square face became cute, her black, shriveled lips became enticing, her sharp, grating voice became pleasant, and her foul breath turned fragrant. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty in the eyes of the beholder. "Crouch, you better wake up." Beatrix could clearly sense something was off with him and couldn't help but roar. Little Barty struggled to choke out a word from his throat. "Petri ficus totalis." Beatrix decisively struck, and little Barty, caught off guard, fell down. From a moment she sensed something was wrong to now, about 15 seconds had passed. With limited time left, Beatrix looked at Leonardo in front of her. The look in her eyes could no longer be described as anger. It was a look that could kill. "Damn, this woman has set her sights on me." Leonardo felt a chill running from his tailbone all the way up to the back of his head, giving him goosebumps. He couldn't help but speed up by another 3 points. He shouted back, "You guys are mistaken. I didn't brew this potion, it was this kid beside me who did." However, Beatrix, with a cold face, didn't believe it at all. An 11-year-old brat could brew a potion that could affect high-level wizards? "Do you think I'm an 11-year-old child?" Leonardo glared at Diggory, trying to think of a way out. Diggory shot back a defiant glare, thinking to himself, "You're at least a high-level mage. So why don't you dare to turn around and face it head-on?" Diggory nudged Beatrix, who was closely pursuing him from behind, and said, "It's not like you have to battle this woman for 300 rounds. You just need to hold her off for the next 15 seconds, right?" "No way." Leonardo became inexplicably agitated. "What if she uses the petrification spell on me too? When her time is up, and she tries to use her strength on me. What am I supposed to do? Diggory shrugged his shoulders and said, just enjoy it. What else can we do? Leonardo fell silent, only glaring at Diggory with his eyes. At that moment, Beatrix behind them was almost losing her mind as she ran toward the retreating figures of Diggory and Leonardo, relentlessly casting the 3 unforgivable curses with her wand. Various dark spells shot toward Diggory and Leonardo, as if they required no magic power, and several times. They almost got hit. We have 10 seconds left, and I feel like we won't make it through these 10 seconds. Leonardo shouted at Diggory while desperately dodging the attack from behind. Diggory didn't speak. He felt it was okay. It seemed that Beatrix had shifted the main attack target onto Leonardo. So Diggory said he was running a bit more easily now and even felt like laughing a little. Are you trying to use me as a shield? Leonardo somewhat sensed Diggory's thoughts. Diggory did not deny it, but openly admitted. Teammates sacrifice themselves. Their magic is boundless. However, as soon as Diggory finished speaking, a piercing curse flew past his face. Diggory was scared out of cold sweat, his body hair standing on end. The terrifying aura of the unforgivable curse seemed to linger on his face, causing a faint pain in the skin there. This woman wants to have it all. Damn. Woman, your name is Greed. Diggory turned around fiercely and glared at Bellatrix, saying to Leonardo, let's team up. Let's take down this woman. Do you have an idea? Leonardo asked. Diggory pulled out a handful of love potions from his pocket, and for a moment, it was hard to tell how many bottles there were, as he shoved them all into Leonardo's hands. Throw them. Make her fall for you. Why didn't you take them out sooner? Leonardo exclaimed, cradling the love potions in his arms. But wait, that's not the point. Cedric, why aren't you throwing them yourself? Leonardo finally reacted. However, before Diggory could come up with a reason to brush it off, Beatrix's attacks became even more ferocious. As time passed, the opponent grew more frantic. Throw them. Diggory shouted. If you don't throw them now, we might both be done for. A terrifying curse whizzed past Leonardo's groin, nearly making him retract his manhood in shock. At that moment, he didn't bother arguing with Diggory anymore, grabbing a handful of love potions and tossing them behind him, the sound of breaking glass ringing out. Bang, 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 bang. That night, in the wide central street of Diagon Alley, a pink mist symbolizing love began to spread. A woman, looking somewhat deranged, rushed in from behind. And when she came out, there was a hint of complexity, a smile, and a touch of disarray in her eyes. Beatrix watched Leonardo, who was walking ahead without looking back, and her gaze gradually softened. In a small alley beside Ollivander's wand shop, Leonardo and Diggory leaned against opposite walls, panting heavily. But soon, they began to glare at each other. However, Leonardo quickly seemed to think of something, suddenly snorting coldly, and said to Diggory, do you know why Ophelia eventually rejected you? Diggory's expression suddenly darkened. He couldn't understand why Leonardo would bring up his scars at this moment. He still remembered their trip to the Albanian forest and the fight they had at Hogwarts, all because of Ophelia. So Diggory instinctively thought that Leonardo wanted to use this to take revenge for the time he had put him in a difficult position. What do you want to say? Diggory said in a flat voice. Those who truly knew him would understand that Diggory was really on edge right now. Leonardo, however, paid no attention to Diggory's emotions and continued. I've noticed that although you are strong in many aspects, you have a significant flaw, a lack of responsibility. Diagory's expression darkened even further. Being criticized face-to-face by his rival was not a pleasant experience. What do you mean? Diagory squinted, feeling like he was about to lose his temper, his fists clenching uncontrollably. Ophelia had once told me about her past, a memory she preferred not to revisit. That memory brought her fear and terror, but more than that, it brought hatred. Leonardo quietly watched Diagory, knowing that her grandmother had placed the burden of revenge squarely on Ophelia's shoulders. So she's different from you. She's more mature. Hogwarts was a school for you. But for her, it was a place to enhance her strength and build her connections. In terms of boyfriends, she wanted someone who could help her share the pressure. And you clearly lack that ability. How do you know all this so well? Diagory asked, feeling a wave of bitterness wash over him. It was as if he had just drunk a ton of vinegar and was now soaking in a vat of it. His mind began to spiral with uncontrollable thoughts, each one making his expression darker. Before long, Diagory exuded a strong aura that screamed, keep your distance. Because she came to me, hoping I could help her, Leonardo said, half smiling as he looked at the bitter Diagory. Diggory closed his eyes, his heart thumping, another 5 tons of jealousy. But I refused. How dare you refuse? Diego didn't know whether to be happy or angry. He was happy because Leonardo's words clearly indicated that he wouldn't compete with him for Ophelia. But thinking about how Ophelia had sought out Leonardo only to be rejected by him left a bad taste in his mouth. After all, she was still a child, and he was already in his 20s. Moreover, he could sense that she still had things left unsaid, as if there were hidden meanings in her words. Leonardo continued. The key point is, the person she mentioned who brought her unbearable memories is the Malfoy family. Now, in the Eagle Nation, what force can stand up to the Malfoy family and the pure-blood families they represent? So, in summary, Leonardo spoke passionately. I prefer Nico. No, I just like Nico. Diggory's face turned red, and he said that he himself is actually in his 20s, or strictly speaking, in his 30s. Now he is talking to a child. Diggory sighed lightly, not expecting that he was actually a Lullicon. But now it was dark, and Leonardo had not noticed Diggory's subtle change. After learning the reason for Ophelia's rejection, Diggory knew what he had to do. In fact, she just wanted to find a harbor that could shield her from the wind and rain. With this thought in mind, Diggory tightened his grip on the wand in his hand and suddenly stepped out of the alley. Where are you going? Leonardo asked curiously. Diggory did not look back, and, using Bellatrix, we marched into Gringotts. Originally, Diggory's plan was to sneak into Gringotts through Leonardo, then bribe the guiding goblin to obtain the Hufflepuff cup. If the goblin refused the bribe, he would resort to potions, a tiger chair, chilly water, and chastity belts. However, after listening to Leonardo, Diggory changed his mind. He decided to use a more effortless but higher profile method to cast the Cruciatus Curse on Bellatrix. By obtaining the cup this way, he was also declaring war on Lucius and Voldemort, telling them that he was one of their opponents. From now on, he decided not to be cautious. If the danger Ophelia faced was an ocean, then he would be her ship, helping her navigate through the waves. The effect of the lust potion was so strong that Bellatrix found it hard to describe. In fact, she didn't even know the name of the potion. But this did not prevent her from feeling the impact the potion had on her, as if a great river had burst its banks, causing the sky to fall and the earth to sink, leaving her unable to entertain any other thoughts except passive acceptance. She collapsed in a dirty alley, her body twisting and writhing on the ground, her hands having nowhere to rest, emitting sounds from her nose that made her blush, her entire being radiating the scent of hormones. The key point was that whether her eyes were open or closed, Leonardo's image would appear before her. His handsome face seemed to be engraved on her heart, as if someone were carving it with a chisel, bit by bit. When Diggory and Leonardo returned to Bellatrix, she had completely lost consciousness. Mumbling, "Where are you?" Who was she thinking of? Leonardo asked. Diggory twirled his fingers. Initially, he was quite certain that Bellatrix must be thinking of Voldemort, but now, he stared at Leonardo beside him, looking intently at him, unaware that Leonardo did not reciprocate his gaze and could not comprehend its meaning. However, Diggory didn't mind. Bellatrix's current state was more suitable for him to use the Imperius Curse. Who taught you the Imperius Curse? Leonardo asked. He was quite interested in this. As far as he knew, Professor Dumbledore was not someone who liked to use dark magic, let alone the 3 unforgivable curses. Therefore, his student, a child who had just entered the magical world, could not have learned the 3 unforgivable curses from him. But Diggory had no intention of answering. Don't ask. It's a secret. After saying that, he cast the Imperius Curse on Bellatrix. Once the Imperius Curse is cast on a person, the victim will feel a blankness in their mind, followed by an overwhelming sense of happiness, and then whatever the caster instructs, the victim will obediently carry out. However, the Imperius Curse can fail under 2 circumstances. First, if the victim has been subjected to the curse too many times, leading to resistance against it, resulting in the caster's failure. Second, if the victim's willpower is strong enough to resist the invasion of the curse. It was evident that Bellatrix belonged to the latter category of people with strong willpower. If Bellatrix were not currently in a muddled state, Diggory would not have dared to use the Imperius Curse on her. Once the Imperius Curse is used, the caster would be imprisoned in Azkaban. To avoid being imprisoned, either there must be someone above, or no one should report it. Harry used the Imperius Curse on a goblin named Bogrod and Death Eater Travers in the year he came of age. At that time, due to Voldemort and Umbridge's rampant behavior, using this spell would not result in punishment. This could be considered a form of having someone above. While no one reporting, it was Diggory's current situation. He was casting the Imperius Curse on Bellatrix, while Leonardo stood watch at the alley entrance. However, what Leonardo did not see was that on the rooftop of a 5-story house across from him, in a dark corner, 2 pairs of eyes were closely watching them. Especially Diggory, who was casting the Imperius Curse. Is this the power of a Hogwarts genius? Within less than a week of enrollment, he had already learned the Imperius Curse. It was truly incredible. Saying, he is still a bit lacking compared to you, right? After all, you are someone who can create spells. Sane shook his head, not bothering to hide his shortcomings. It's different, Quirrell. I know exactly how capable I am. At least at his age, even if someone taught me, I wouldn't be able to learn the Imperius Curse. Yet, he not only learned it, but was also able to cast it successfully. Did you see that? When he used the Imperius Curse, there was no hint of awkwardness at all, which indicates that this kid named Cedric has either used the Imperius Curse more than once or has such strong talent that even on his first use, he could do it without any issues. Regardless of which, it shows that this kid is extraordinary. So, should we choose to cooperate with him? Quirrell asked, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Cooperate? Sane repeated the word, and after a moment he smiled. Only when both parties have similar strength can it be considered cooperation. If we go down to find him, are we looking for Cedric or Dumbledore behind him? If you suggest finding Cedric, then there's no need because I still don't think highly of him. An undeveloped genius is not a genius. If you want to cooperate with Dumbledore behind him, we will be digging our own graves. Quirrell displayed a look of sudden realization. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Sane, you're so smart. Sane looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling a mix of emotions. It's not that you're not smart, but simply that the society you've experienced is not treacherous enough. Sane's tone was filled with a sense of world weariness, and at just the right angle. It made Quirrell fall for him. My Sane is such a man with stories and depth. Sane felt the intense gaze of affection beside him and couldn't help but shiver. He decided that the two people below clearly had not experienced the harshness of society, so he would go down and let them see. After saying that, without caring about Quirrell's reaction, Sane's figure instantly disappeared. If Diggory had seen this scene, he might have exclaimed, teleportation, just like that. It was unclear how much time had passed when Diggory slowly lowered his wand. The Imperius Curse had finally ended. Thankfully, there was a 10% proficiency gifted by the system, and Diggory had practiced multiple times afterward. Otherwise, the casting this time would not have gone so smoothly. Now everything was ready. He just needed to wait for Bellatrix to wake up, and then they could take them to Gringotts. This way, while little Barty and the others were still under the effects of the potion, the Pompey family and the Kidman family would probably still be fighting, and they could secretly take away the gold cup. Leonardo heard movement behind him and turned to see Diggory already standing up. All done? He asked. Diggory nodded. Is Sister Nico here? As soon as Nico was mentioned, Leonardo became happy. I just sent a message to my goddess, informing her of our location. She should be here in a little while. Diggory twirled his fingers and said, no rush. Bellatrix hasn't woken up yet. It will probably take her some time. Hopefully, this period can pass safely. Leonardo nodded. It was late at night, and we just made such a big commotion, yet no one came out. There shouldn't be any problems now. But before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Diggory and the others suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps coming from a distance. Diggory glanced strangely at Leonardo, wondering if his mouth had been blessed. Just then, a voice from Big Orange echoed in Diggory's mind. Meow. New mission. Defeat the 7 members of the Pompeo and Kidman families who have come over. Originally, there were 9 people, but Steel Needle and Kidman armor haven't recovered yet. So only 7 are here. Mission reward. 1 bottle of agility potion. Failure punishment. 1 day of incontinence. Diogri twitched his mouth. This damn failure punishment always happens. The system's integrity must have been eaten by a dog. However, Leonardo shrank back a bit and smiled at Diogri behind him, saying, these people might not necessarily be looking for us. Let's hide and calmly wait for my goddess to come. Diggory glanced at Leonardo, strangely. The system task had already been issued, leaving no other possibilities. Sure enough, the footsteps grew closer, and he could vaguely hear the other party mentioning finding their voices along with Leonardo's. Diggory patted Leonardo on the shoulder and said, let's go anyway. There aren't any strong characters here. Let's wrap this up quickly. From the task rewards, it was clear that the incoming person's strength wouldn't be high. Otherwise, there wouldn't just be a bottle of agility potion. Moreover, Diggory realized that to predict the difficulty of a task, one shouldn't look at the punishment for failure. Because no matter how hard the task is, the punishment is always unacceptable. However, Diggory completely forgot how much he liked this potion when he used the first bottle of agility potion. Now, it can only be said that people's hearts change easily. Men are all fickle and ungrateful. Sane followed behind the Pompeo family and the Kidman family, then suddenly changed course and slipped into a nearby alley. After that, he wouldn't continue to follow them. Previously, he was the one who separated the two families who were in a heated fight and informed them about what was happening here. Society is indeed treacherous. Diggory and the others thought they had things and people sorted out, only to turn around and find themselves facing new problems. Life is like that. There are always unexpected things waiting for you somewhere. If the issue isn't serious, then it's just an experience. If it's significant, then it transcends mere experience and can be considered a turning point in life. However, these turning points can be both good and bad. But no matter what, when you grow old and sit in the sun reminiscing about the past, these will just be a sigh. As for Sane, although he found Diggory uncooperative, he felt that Diggory was quite interesting. Based on his observations, Diggory's behavior didn't resemble that of an 11-year-old child, especially his innovative fighting style of throwing potions, which caught Sane's attention. If he had the money to buy so many potions or the ability to concoct them, he would have wanted to do the same. He was particularly curious about how Diggory would react when faced with the wrath of these two families. Would he continue throwing potions? Just writing this at the beginning in case you forget, Flower's favorite's good person. However, it turned out that Sane was overthinking. Without flashy potions, the members of the Pompey family and the Kidman family were met with a Diggory who had changed his mindset and decided not to endure any longer. A group of 7, with the Pompey family leading the charge. Previously, they thought they had been tricked by the Kidman family and were preparing to settle the score. But they underestimated the other side's shamelessness. Before they could achieve victory, their leader was shamelessly ambushed. Although they eventually got into a fight, in hindsight, they were still filled with anger. Why were they the ones who had been unlucky from start to finish? The key point was that they only realized they had been fooled after Sane approached them, and they were even beaten up by a white girl. What was worse was that they had been kept in the dark the entire time. This was really frustrating. So, as they made their way, the Pompey family members were burning with anger, far exceeding that of the Kidman family, and they were eager to find a place to vent. The alley Sane mentioned was just ahead, and the leading Pompey member took a big step forward, already wearing a cruel smile. He wanted to pin down those who dared to trick them and rub their faces in the ground. Then he would lie on top of them, going for a male-on-male moment. He had even planned what spells to use, what to say when he defeated them, what expression to wear, and whether to bring a small umbrella when he lay on them. He had it all planned out, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Bang! There was no right moment, only a sudden fist that slammed hard into his face, a cool sensation flowing from his nostrils, and his head became dizzy, leaving him unable to do anything. Diggory seized the opportunity and immediately delivered a decisive strike. The cruel expression still lingered on his face. But soon it changed to one of pain that women could not understand, a kind of suffering that could only be passively endured with no ability to resist. Diggo expressionlessly retracted his leg. This guy dared to stride in front of him. Was he practicing iron crotch skills, or was he invulnerable? Wasn't this asking for a kick? Moreover, Diggo had wisely tied a metal rod to his calf, so the power of this kick was initially estimated to be ordinary power 10. The member of the Pompeo family opened his mouth in vain, unable to make any sound from the pain, his eyes rolling back, hands covering his groin. He could no longer feel the existence of his balls. He wanted to fall down quietly, but Diggo did not agree. Diggo grabbed his body and used it as a human shield in front of him. Then, with his right hand, he drew his wand and aimed it at a person behind him who was also eager to join the fray, casting a precise petrification spell. The person behind had no time to react and was directly hit. In the blink of an eye, this series of actions occurred in a very short time. In less than 10 seconds, 2 out of 7 people had already been dealt with, leaving 5 remaining. Leonardo behind was astonished. Diggo's displayed combat power was clearly a notch higher than when they had fought one-on-one before, originally intending to take action. He instead put down the wand he had already picked up and took a step back. He wanted to see if these few people could force Diggo to use his full strength. After successfully taking down the second person, Diggo was also attacked. One of the opponents drew their wand and cast a fire spell without the slightest regard for Diggo's human shield. This must be from another family, Diggo thought, but that wasn't too important. A fire spell was not something that could be blocked by just a human shield. Diagonally immediately abandoned the meat shield, his leg muscles quickly exerting power. With the enhanced physical condition from the agility potion, he disappeared from his original spot in an instant. The attacker behind, whose view was blocked by the raging fire, heard the sound of the meat shield hitting the ground and mistakenly thought his attack had succeeded. However, before the smug expression on his face could spread, he suddenly felt a rush of wind above his head. He looked up abruptly, only to see a fist rapidly enlarging before him. Then, with a loud bang, the fist mercilessly smashed into his head, and he immediately closed his eyes and fainted. I've discovered that collecting checking in flowers a good person. With 3 down, there were still 4 left. Coincidentally, these 4 were standing quite close to each other. The grounded, diagonally, immediately leaped high again, using the strength from his waist to drive his legs, delivering a fierce horizontal sweep. His heel ruthlessly kicking into a Death Eater's temple. A dull thud was heard, and the Death Eater collapsed to the ground. His head hitting the hard floor with a thud, one eye on that side now blood red, already gasping for breath. But this did not weigh on Diagonally's conscience. The previous unhesitating actions of these Death Eaters, their grotesque expressions, all proved that none of them were good people, each one stained with blood. For creatures like these, who killed without hesitation and couldn't even be called human, Diagonally would never waste his guilt and remorse on them. Now, there were 3 left. The remaining 3, seeing their companion easily dealt with by Diagonally in just a few moves, immediately lost the courage to continue fighting. The instinct to survive made them turn and flee. As for avenging their comrade, what a joke. In the adult world, where is there such loyalty? It's every man for himself in times of crisis. At least these 3 Death Eaters thought so. But would Diagonally let them escape? Clearly not. If they got away, who would want the agility potion? The fact that they might soil themselves all day was not the most important thing. The agility potion was. However, in their hurried escape, they completely exposed their backs to Diagonally, giving him an excellent opportunity to attack. Diggory raised his hand and quickly cast a series of 6 spells, 3 disarming spells that took away the opponent's wands, and 3 petrification spells that rendered them completely incapable of fighting. In an instant, the 7 people who had been so aggressive were subdued by Diggory alone, all within less than 3 minutes. This rapid battle left Leonardo, who was hiding in a small alley trying to gauge Diggory's fighting prowess, dumbfounded, and also left Sane, who had been peeking from a distance, speechless. At that moment, both of them had a new definition of genius. Leonardo felt ashamed of himself for being nearly 30 and still only having the strength of a senior wizard. Sane also reflected in the darkness, wondering if creating a few spells had made him overly arrogant. He regretted not having interacted with Diggory earlier. Someone with such potential might have been able to help him with that matter. But now it was too late. Originally, he could have used those people to give Diggory a heads up before they arrived, but he miscalculated and wasted the opportunity. Now, it was too late to say anything. Sane retreated, slowly blending into the darkness behind him, as if there was a door in that darkness that could lead him away. Leonardo stepped out of the alley, observing Diggory's lonely yet skilled demeanor, pondering his words. Before he could finish speaking, Diggory, who had previously appeared so formidable, suddenly reacted as if he had thought of something, squatted down, and then began to strip the Death Eaters of their clothes. Initially, when Diggory took away the Death Eaters' wands, Leonardo could understand it. A wizard loses their fighting ability without a wand. However, why strip their clothes afterward? Stripping clothes was one thing, and taking their outer garments could be understood as limiting the Death Eaters' movement, but why not even leave their underwear alone? Could it be? Leonardo discreetly moved a couple of steps to the side, thinking, I suspect you are a pervert, and now there's evidence. When daylight broke, Bellatrix, bound hand and foot with little Batty and the others, finally woke up. She discovered that her group was in a dilapidated shack she didn't recognize. Upon taking a closer look, the first thing she saw was Diggory, and she instinctively reached for her wand to attack. But when she saw Leonardo, who was being attentive to Nico, in Diggory's evident gaze, she settled down. Diggory glanced back at the lovesick Leonardo, feeling a sense of pity. What a sin! But he also felt some confusion. How could someone under the influence of the soul-binding curse still hold on to their feelings for someone they liked? But now, none of that mattered. Take us to Gringotts, then get the Hufflepuff cup, Diggory commanded without courtesy to Bellatrix. Bellatrix fell silent, her eyes clearly showing signs of struggle. Diggory nervously twisted his fingers, gripping his wand tightly, ready to strike at the slightest hint of wrongdoing from the opponent. He secretly marveled at Bellatrix's willpower. Despite being under the Imperius curse, she still managed to retain a shred of self-awareness. At that moment, Nico caught a glimpse of the situation from the corner of her eye, noticing both Bellatrix's condition and Diggory's tension. She shot Leonardo a glare, walked over to Diggory, and asked, "This woman is resisting your Imperius curse. Is there any way to handle it?" Diggory and Leonardo hadn't hidden the fact that he used the Imperius curse on Bellatrix from Nico, so she already knew about it. Nico didn't ask Diggory why he would use such a top-tier dark magic as the Imperius curse, because she felt it unnecessary. After all, everyone has their own little secrets. Diggory twirled his fingers, and I planned that if it didn't work, I would cast the soul snatch again. Then you need to be careful of her mind, Nico added. A person's mind can easily collapse when faced with too much external pressure, especially with a top-tier mental attack dark magic like the soul snatch. Is that so? Diggory had a bit of a headache. He wasn't very skilled with the Cruciatus curse yet, and the system's rewards didn't increase his proficiency with spells. If he accidentally exerted too much force and turned Bellatrix into a fool, it would cause trouble for Gringotts. It was already dawn, and if they didn't hurry, other unexpected incidents could arise. After all, the only ones knocked down by Diggory last night were the Pomfrey family, the Kidman family, and Bellatrix with young Barty. There were still 2 unknown individuals outside. If they discovered something was off and reported it back, with the well-developed Flynn network in Diagon Alley, the advantage that Diggory and his group had worked so hard to build would disappear in an instant. Just thinking about being surrounded by a large group of Death Eaters made Diggory's head ache. We need to come up with a plan and hurry, Leonardo said as he walked over. However, before Leonardo could finish his sentence, Bellatrix immediately stopped struggling, and her dark demeanor calmed down. Diggory and Nico looked at Leonardo in surprise. The former genuinely did not expect the potion's effect to be so powerful, just by speaking. Leonardo managed to handle such a tough nut like Bellatrix? As for Nico, she merely glanced at him in astonishment, without any particular thoughts. Her sixth sense instinctively felt that Bellatrix seemed to have a special dependence on Leonardo. But weren't these two completely unrelated? Nico felt a bit confused. However, none of this mattered anymore. After hearing Leonardo's voice, Bellatrix agreed to Diggory's orders without any resistance and was willing to take them to Gringotts to retrieve the Hufflepuff Cup. Without further ado, they set off for Gringotts immediately. Matters of soul artifacts needed to be completed as soon as possible to ease their minds. Before heading out, they dressed Bellatrix in a hooded wizard's robe to conceal her appearance. After all, she was still a fugitive from Azkaban, and appearing openly in Nocturne Alley would surely cause unnecessary trouble. As for little Barty and the others, Diggory used the binding techniques he learned from action movies in his previous life to tie them up securely, gag them, and take away their wands, ensuring everything was in order. On the way, Diggory felt somewhat reassured that there were no unexpected incidents, indicating that the 2 Death Eaters had not discovered what happened last night. At least the supporting Death Eaters had not yet arrived, which was good news. Gringotts was the bank of the wizarding world, where one could also deposit money or rent safety deposit boxes. It was not the only bank in the magical world, but it was the safest bank bar none. This was because some safety deposit boxes could only be opened by the goblins of Gringotts. If you intended to enter and take property that did not belong to you, you had to be careful, as it could bring you misfortune. Although this was not a concern for Diggory, since they had Bellatrix now, there was no need to take matters into their own hands. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gringotts, Diggory looked up at the towering white building located in Diagon Alley, London. The door was a shiny bronze, and goblin guards dressed in scarlet uniforms with golden trim stood at the entrance, bowing to customers as they arrived. "You all go ahead. I have something to take care of," Leonardo suddenly said just as Diggory and the others were about to enter. Diggory turned around, glanced at the passers-by around him, and after realizing no one was paying attention, he whispered, "We're already at the door. What could possibly be more important than Voldemort's Horcrux?" Leonardo lowered his voice as well. "Last night, when you were using the soul-sucking curse, I sensed 2 people lurking in the shadows. Their presence felt like those 2 separate Death Eaters. I originally didn't want to pay attention, but I just sensed their presence again, and they're following us. And now that I think about it, if they notify others after we go in and ambush us when we come out." Leonardo's words trailed off, but Diggory and Nico both understood his implication. As a senior wizard who hadn't participated in the battle at the time, Leonardo sensed something that Diggory had missed. Deer nodded and asked again, "Are you okay?" Leonardo snorted. "Do I even need to ask? Turn your words into a statement." As long as he was away from Nico, Leonardo would return to being the kind of talent that even Nico LeMay couldn't help but take as a disciple. Moreover, Leonardo had his own pride. Would he lose to 2 rats hiding in the gutter, too afraid to show their faces? Thinking of this made Leonardo laugh to himself. It was impossible. Diggory didn't want to waste time. Seeing Leonardo looking very confident, he took Bellatrix into Gringotts. However, the slightly lagging Nico turned back and looked at Leonardo's back with confusion. Why did she feel something was off? She hadn't sensed any danger at all just now. Could it be that this man's sixth sense was more accurate than her own? With Bellatrix leading the way, Diggory and Nico's actions went surprisingly smoothly. The goblins didn't suspect that Bellatrix was under the Imperius curse. After all, They couldn't even tell that Hermione had taken Polyjuice Potion. However, the goblin's miserly nature was on full display. When Bellatrix mentioned taking something from the vault, the old goblin behind the counter immediately showed a sad expression as if his wife had cheated on him. My dear Mrs. Lestrange, this decision you've made is, from my professional perspective, quite unwise. I think, before the hat-wearing old goblin could finish, Diggory impatiently slapped the table and said, I don't care what you think. I want to know what I think. Is this money yours or Bellatrix's? Why are you whining when someone is taking their own money? Diggory was a bit anxious, so he spoke a bit harshly, but the old goblin just glanced at Diggory and then ignored him, treating what he said as nonsense. In its view, only the words of the vault owner were worth paying attention to. The old goblin looked at Bellatrix with its slightly red and misty eyes, hoping to change her mind with its gaze, try to use its age to get a pass. However, unfortunately, the woman before was already under the soul-snatching curse. Please take us to the vault, Bellatrix said expressionlessly, controlled by Diggory. The old goblin sighed helplessly and waved to a goblin behind. The goblin stepped forward and bowed to Bellatrix, saying, Please follow me, Mrs. Lestrange. My name is La Huang, and you can let me know if you need anything shortly. Diggory looked back. Is this the goblin Griphook who collaborated with the trio in the 7th book? He helped Harry Potter enter Gringotts' wizarding bank and found Voldemort's Horcrux, the Hufflepuff cup, in Bellatrix's vault. His condition was for Harry to return the goblin-made Sword of Gryffindor to him. But as the saying goes, different races have different hearts. In a human-centric magical world, even wizards are categorized by those with intentions, let alone goblins. Since the 2 goblin rebellions in 1612 and the 18th century, the relationship between humans and goblins, and even all magical creatures, has become increasingly tense. Goblins, in particular, are the most organized and disciplined group among them. Humans have always harbored suspicions about them, and goblins feel the same toward humans. So Harry Potter and his friends were magnificently sold out. He only helped Harry enter the vault, but did not assist him in getting out safely. He directly seized the sword in the vault and reported the news to other goblins and guards. It can be considered the fastest betrayal in the history of the magical world. Diggory walked behind Larang and Beatrix, squinting his eyes and secretly on guard. It must be said that the prejudice in one's heart is a heavy mountain. Even Diggory was not sure if Larang had already turned into one of those two-faced, treacherous people, but he had begun to distrust Larang from the bottom of his heart. He secretly took out 2 bottles of Felix Felicis from his pocket, drank one himself, and quietly handed the other to Nico beside him, signaling her to drink it. As a qualified fake potioneer, one must learn to make reasonable use of the potions at hand. Felix Felicis, as a potion personally tested by Slughorn, surely has its effects. At least during the final battle of Hogwarts, after drinking Felix Felicis, he did not die while fighting Voldemort alongside his companions. At the very least, drinking it surely has some psychological effect. Larang in front did not notice Diggory's small actions behind him and quickly led them to the second door of Gringotts. After passing through this door, they would be on the direct path to the underground vault. The second door of Gringotts was silver, with some engraved text. Enter, stranger. But beware, what greed leads to can be dire. To take without toil will surely bring the harshest punishment. Therefore, if you wish to take away from our underground vault a wealth that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. Beware that what you attract is not treasure, but retribution. Digger curled his lip disdainfully. It's all just a trick for children. The vault is located deep underground, and after passing through the silver door, one enters a narrow stone corridor. Below, there's a small railway where clients, led by fairies, ride in little carts through the maze-like winding passages. Along the way, there is an underground lake, adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites. Upon reaching the designated vault, clients use a small golden key to open the vault door. Diggory and the 3 of them followed the ring, got onto the small cart, and headed straight for Beatrix's treasury. Along the way, they passed by the waterfall that could nullify the effects of the compound potion. Diggory sat at the back, clearly noticing the slight movement of the ring at the front, as it was determining whether any of the 3 of them had used the composite potion. Soon, the cart arrived in front of Bellatrix's vault. During this time, Diggory also caught sight of the captive dragon. This dragon was not described in the book, only referred to as a dragon, which should be an iron belly. I have to say, this giant dragon is quite pitiful. A creature that should soar through the skies is instead chained up as a guard dog. This is a tragedy, but it also shows that the fairies' power should not be underestimated. At least they are wealthy. At this moment, Diggory thought secretly, Could it be possible that these fairies are stealing from themselves? After all, with a major client like Bellatrix, with so many items in the vault, a few missing coins, or one or two inconspicuous items, might not be noticed, especially with some prisoners locked up in Azkaban for life. When the Ministry of Magic seizes assets, the fairies could easily maneuver, skimming off a portion along with the Ministry officials, and then divide the spoils. Diggory thought more and more that it was possible. Just thinking about all the rich second-generation people like Barty Crouch Jr. and Death Eaters inside Azkaban, their combined wealth. And when the escaped Bellatrix appeared in Gringotts, the goblins who saw her didn't show any surprise. This alone indicates that the goblins here are quite something. The goblin opened the vault door and then stepped back 2 paces, slightly bowing to Bellatrix. At that moment, Diggory gave Nico a look, stay outside, and keep an eye on the goblin. Nico understood and did not follow Bellatrix and Diggory inside. Instead, she stayed at the door with the goblin, keeping a 1-meter distance to allow herself some reaction time. Diggory and Beatrice smoothly entered the treasury. Previously, Diggory couldn't see the scene inside from the outside, but at this moment, looking at the resplendent room filled with gold and treasures, he was amazed. The gold galloons carelessly thrown on the floor and the exquisite antiques with no place to put them. Just one of these items, placed in a shop at the opposite corner of the street, would be enough to become a prized possession. Although the scale here can't be compared to that of the wish-granting house, the quality of the two is different. Most of the items in the wish-granting house are discarded magical products that the original owners didn't want. But here, everything is exquisite. Diggory began to swallow subtly, his index finger moving restlessly under his robe. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder whether he should take a little more, or a little more, or a little more. After all, it was best to choose to take a little more. In life, the most important thing is to follow one's heart. Moreover, this could be seen as consuming the enemy's capital to enhance our own. This isn't stealing. It's a great effort to defeat Voldemort. Once this thought settled in, Diggory let out a long sigh and said to Bellatrix, this, and that, all of these along with the Hufflepuff's gold cup. We must take them all. Bellatrix, under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, was unable to resist, or rather, she didn't know how to resist. After all, she no longer had self-awareness. So whatever Diggory said was what it was. The next moment was a frantic, intense time for Larre. He stood outside the door, watching helplessly as Diggory collected one antique after another, one bag of galleons after another. His heart felt like it was bleeding. These were all achievements. The more money clients had in Gringotts, the more management fees Gringotts could collect. Now that Diggory was taking out so many antiques and so much money at once, it meant that Gringotts would earn significantly less. And money was Larrang's heart, Larrang's love, Larrang's life. At that moment, in Larrang's eyes, Diggory had become an enemy with a vendetta for his father's murder, a grudge for his wife's abduction, a mortal enemy. Just then, while acting as a magical energy mover, Diggory suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He instinctively touched his neck and found nothing uncomfortable. Perhaps he'd been too busy lately and strained his cervical spine. He thought he should go back and rest well, amidst the crisp sounds of galleons on the ground. Bellatrix walked over, stepping on the path made of galleons, and placed the gold cup in Diggory's hands. Diggory took a deep breath, accepted the golden cup from Hufflepuff, and carefully examined it. The cup had 2 finely crafted pure gold handles, and its body was engraved with exquisite symbolic carvings, depicting a badger that symbolizes Hufflepuff. It was once the first vessel at Hogwarts to assist house elves in transporting magical food. It had remained in Hufflepuff House until Helga's death. It is said to possess magical and special powers, but Diggory had always been unaware of its magic. Diggory ignored the constant temptation of the large orange cat in his mind, which kept whispering about a golden cup worth 500,000 points of magic power. Resolutely, he placed the golden cup into the inner pocket of his spell-resistant cloak, a pocket that had been enchanted with a concealment charm. After all, thanks to his recent frenzied money-making, he had already accumulated over 400,000 points of magic power. If it weren't for the fact that the eyes of the person outside the door were on the verge of collapse, Diggory wouldn't have minded emptying the entire vault. It would be best to save up to 1 million points of magic power, so he could directly exchange it for the wand he had his eye on at that time. But Diggory was a person who was content and happy. Although 400,000 was nothing compared to 1 million, it was still quite enough. Diggory walked out contentedly with Beatrice, and the ring sighed in relief. If it were taken any further, it would lose its performance for the year. However, just as Diggory's first foot stepped out of the vault, he caught a glimpse of the relaxed ring and quickly and silently swiped a crown adorned with diamonds and various gemstones. The moment it was exchanged into the system space, The big orange indicated the exchange value of magical power. 56,000 points. Diggory's eyes instantly brightened as he looked at the relieved, albeit forced smile of the ring. He smiled happily, but he did not speak, as the main character here was Bellatrix. Diggory has always played the role of master and servant with Bellatrix. At this moment, Bellatrix strides into the crowd with an air of arrogance, like the moon surrounded by stars. Come on, little Diggory, help me back to the palace. Nico looks confused for a moment and glances at Diggory. What's up with Bellatrix? Goalie smiled faintly. This was a secret known only to him. The time was exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, and Diagon Alley was starting to bustle. Although it wasn't the back-to-school season, the end of the term was approaching, and wizard parents had come out to buy things to prepare for their magical beasts returning home for Christmas. Shopping was something that generally excited girls more than boys. So naturally, the streets were filled with women bustling about. However, the women at this moment were different from yesterday, because Leonardo was also on the street today. With his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, Leonardo had a somewhat boyish yet exquisite face. His current age lent this face an oddly mature aura that didn't quite match, yet somehow blended well. Therefore, this face had an irresistible charm for the women. An older, divorced woman couldn't contain her restless heart and reached out to slap Leonardo on the chest, stopping him. Excuse me, sir, are you looking for a lady to shop with? If so, I can accommodate your request. Leonardo frowned and ignored her, brushing off the older woman's inappropriate hand and walking straight ahead. The two Death Eaters in front of him were not very skilled at hiding their tracks, especially in a place like this. With almost 90% of the people on the street being women and very few men, it was impossible for Leonardo to lose them. Quickly, he quickened his pace as the two suddenly turned into a shop connected to the Flu network. By the time Leonardo arrived, the two Death Eaters had already vanished from sight. Excuse me, boss, where did those two just go? Which direction did they take through the Flu network? Leonardo asked anxiously. Traveling via the Flu network was already fast, and it was essential to get clear directions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to chase after them. Not to mention, once they left the Flu network, they could use disapparition to travel, making it nearly impossible to catch up. The rough-looking boss behind the counter had a scruffy beard but lewdly rubbed his fingers together, his index finger, middle finger, and thumb forming a circle. Leonardo impatiently pulled out 2 gold galleons. He didn't want to waste time. However, the boss noticed this and grinned, accepting the 2 gold galleons while extending his hand to display 5 fingers, shaking them in front of Leonardo. Leonardo narrowed his eyes, a flash of anger crossing his face. Nevertheless, the boss remained unfazed. Anyone who could open a shop in Diagon Alley generally had some skills, and the security here was good. Aside from Death Eaters, hardly anyone dared to cause trouble. Most importantly, the boss had already noticed that Leonardo was in a hurry, and his quickness in pulling out money indicated that he wasn't short on cash. Sure enough, Leonardo retrieved 5 more gold galleons from his pocket and tossed them onto the counter with a crisp sound. This time, the boss didn't try to be greedy. While taking the money, he said they went to Hogmeade. Leonardo was about to leave, but the boss grabbed his sleeve. Wait, this 7 galleons is just for directions. If you want to use the Flu network, it'll be 3 more galleons. The boss chuckled, looking like a scheming merchant. Leonardo couldn't hold back any longer. He raised an eyebrow and shouted, 3 galleons? Other places using the Flu network only charge 3 sickles. The boss wasn't angry. He stroked his scruffy beard and replied, Isn't it obvious that I can see you're in a hurry and not short on money? Otherwise, I wouldn't charge you this much. Leonardo, not wanting to waste more time, pulled out another 3 gold galleons and threw them at the boss's face, which then slipped down into his pocket. Seeing Leonardo turn to leave, the boss grabbed his sleeve again. Don't be in such a rush. How about paying 5 more galleons, and I won't tell anyone where you went? Leonardo snorted coldly. Paying you to keep quiet? Not to mention, I don't trust your professional ethics. But if I pay you, and then goalie and the others come looking for me, only to find the trail here's gone cold, what then? Most importantly, Leonardo no longer wanted to give this rogue boss any money. He was worried he might not be able to control his wand. Get lost. Leonardo suppressed the urge to beat up the boss and turned to leave via the Flu network. A flash of green light, and Leonardo stepped out of the fireplace. It was a dim and somewhat gloomy place. At the same time, Diagon Alley was basking in sunlight, warm on the skin, but here it was completely different. The sky was chillingly cold. It felt like another world. Several tables were arranged rather haphazardly in the room, indicating it was quite spacious. Yet at this moment, the room was empty, and combined with the strange natural environment, it created an atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Leonardo surveyed the area. There was a lot of dust and stains on the floor, along with numerous footprints. However, the footprints varied in size and were mostly concentrated near the desk, with very few near the fireplace. Two distinct footprints were evident, having come from the fireplace and heading toward the half-closed door of the room. Leonardo gripped his wand tightly. This place instinctively made him uncomfortable, as if he had entered the Amazon rainforest without sunlight. You never know when a venomous snake might suddenly jump out from an unnoticed corner and bite your neck. Thinking of this, Leonardo suddenly chuckled at himself. He hadn't encountered anything yet he was scaring himself. He composed himself and began to walk outside. Upon stepping outside, he realized he was at the Hogsmeade police station, but he wondered why it was empty at this time. Leonardo pulled out an exquisite silver pocket watch to check the time. It was just 10:30 in the morning. Is it lunchtime this early at the police station? He thought. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp aura coming from a dark alley on his left. It was an offensive spell. Unlike previous spells, this one felt like a sword, sharp enough to pierce through anything. The spell targeted his left temple, intent on killing him. In this life-and-death moment, Leonardo immediately reacted with the fastest speed he had ever mustered, leaning back. The sharp aura grazed his forehead, nearly taking apart his eyebrow with it, and he barely dodged it. Who the hell is it? Leonardo turned his head, but saw no one. The attacker was hidden deep within the dark alley, and the opponent showed no signs of giving Leonardo a breather. Just then, 3 more sharp auras flew out from the alley, targeting Leonardo's feet, left elbow, and head. These 3 attack positions were extremely cunning. Leonardo now finds his balance slightly unsteady the moment he tilts his head back. At this moment, if someone attacks his feet and he tries to dodge, it will inevitably make him lose his balance further. There's a high chance he could fall to the ground, exposing his neck for a fatal strike. Attacking his head is still aimed at taking his life, forcing Leonardo to be unable to defend both front and back. As for attacking his elbows, that's just a feint to increase the pressure on the attacked. If Diggory were here, he would discover the hidden attacker, who understands well that villains often die from talking too much. From the very beginning, the ambusher had no intention of chatting with Leonardo, nor did he plan to capture him and ask why he was there. Instead, he aimed to deal a lethal blow right away. The speed of the curse was incredibly fast, leaving Leonardo with almost no time to react. Armor spell. He heard 3 loud bangs, and the attacks were successfully blocked. Then, with another bang, Leonardo fell to the ground, a transparent wall appearing beside him, marked with 3 spiderweb-like cracks. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Leonardo quickly got back up, feeling lucky that he had reacted quickly. The relentless and decisive attacks were unlike any opponent he had faced before. Just the sheer ferocity and ruthlessness of the attacks made Leonardo acutely aware that every hair on his body was standing on end. This was an unprecedented, formidable foe, a very thick armor spell. The figure in the darkness finally spoke. Are you from the Downton family? The Downton family is renowned in the magical world for their armor spell, which is practically impenetrable and possesses insane defensive capabilities. Many times, when a wizard encounters another unknown wizard, and that wizard's armor spell is particularly strong, they often assume the other is from the Downton family. No. Leonardo shook his head and said, I have nothing to do with them. Oh, then there's nothing to worry about. As soon as the voice in the darkness fell, 2 spells flew out one after the other. The first was a stopping spell, which could break Leonardo's armor spell. The second was still the previously swift and fierce breath. This scene made Leonardo curse in his heart. Damn, I should have pretended to be from the Downton family. The opponent's attack was instantaneous, and Leonardo had no time to defend himself, facing imminent danger. At this moment, a flash of memory crossed his mind from the last duel with Diggory, where he evaded the other's spells, so he instinctively copied that action. Roll like a donkey. It was still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste. Finally, evading the attack from the darkness, Leonardo let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was truly fired up. A volcano doesn't erupt. Do you really think I'm just a pile of barbecue? The counterattack begins. Leonardo raised both hands simultaneously, silently casting the firefly spell with his right hand while his left hand quickly threw out 3 bottles of poison. The focus here wasn't on the poison bottles, but on the firefly spell. If he allowed his opponent to remain in darkness while he stayed in light, it meant he would never occupy the initiative. Just like now, what Leonardo needed most was to know his opponent's position. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to find a target to attack. However, The opponent had anticipated Leonardo's thoughts and cast another armor spell, directly blocking the firefly spell and the poison bottles. The figure in the darkness gave no opportunity at all. Leonardo frowned slightly, feeling that things were getting tricky. But he couldn't stop. If he did, he would get hit. He immediately waved his wand, and the spells were all cast silently. The speed at which the wand waved was so fast that in an instant, 3 spells were released. It turned out that during his previous battles with Diggory, he had never fought with all his strength. First was a stopping spell, just like the previous opponent, directly breaking through the opponent's armor spell defense. Then came a firefly spell, but that wasn't the key. The real final attack spell was hidden behind the firefly spell, with the 2 spells relying on each other so closely that without strong magical control and long-term practice, it was impossible to achieve. Moreover, the spell following, it was a swamp spell, which could turn a certain area of land into a swamp, depending on the amount of magic power used by the caster. As long as he could restrict the opponent, Leonardo could then take the initiative and launch a fierce fire attack. However, the opponent was faster. The moment Leonardo's spell left his wand, the opponent's attacks had already flown out of the alley, heading straight for him. It was 2 attacking spells, and judging by the glow emitted by the spells, the one radiating red light was clearly the killing curse. The other spell still exuded the fierce breath from before. That feeling of hair standing on end seemed not to have dissipated. The attacks came too quickly. Leonardo didn't even have time to react. He could only see, at the moment the killing curse's light flared up, the person using it seemed to be bald. Bang! The spell exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. Leonardo couldn't evade this attack at all. Seeing the attack succeed, Chilo in the alley grinned and said to Sane beside him, "What a good opponent to encounter both of us." In the alley, it was Chilo and Sane who were being tracked by Leonardo. Chilo was very confident in his side's attack. One was the killing curse he cast, and the other was Sane's invisible blade. The killing curse needed no further explanation. Being hit meant death, with no second option. Of course, except for the special relationship between Voldemort and Harry Potter. Although the invisible blade wasn't as terrifying in terms of lethality, it was even more difficult to defend against. The invisible blade doesn't emit light like other spells when cast. If you rely on sight, you can't see anything at all. While there would inevitably be magical fluctuations, its attack speed was extremely fast, and the magic power would transform into a sharp knife. It was perfect for ambushes, always successful. Besides seeing Sane use the invisible blade in Gloss City, Chilo also witnessed Sane easily slice off the neck of a fire dragon with this spell when they were acting together. If he could slice off a dragon's neck, cutting a human's body would be as easy as slicing tofu. Chilo put away his wand and was about to go out when Sane suddenly grabbed him. "Wait, that person is not dead yet." Chilo was shocked and turned back. How is that possible? He didn't have time to defend against our attacks. He could only take it head on, and our spells are not something a flesh and blood body can withstand. Sane glanced at Chilo. "You don't believe me? Fine. If you want to seek death, go ahead. I won't stop you." Seeing Sane talk back like this, Chilo was not angry. Instead, he just looked at him resentfully, as if he had suffered a great grievance. "You annoying ghost. Always so irritating." Hearing Chilo's tone, Sane suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He slapped Chilo's bald head. "If you keep talking to me like that, I'll pin you to the ground and beat you." After saying this, Sane ignored Chilo's reaction and focused his eyes on the dust where Leonardo was. At this moment, the dust kicked up by the previous spell had gradually dispersed, revealing the figure that was still standing there. "How is this possible?" Chilo couldn't help but exclaim. Leonardo was completely unharmed. Looking at his hand, Sane spoke up to remind him. Leonardo was holding a very exquisite silver pocket watch, but at this moment, the watch was damaged, as if it had been smashed flat with a hammer. It was a finely crafted protective magical item, and it had blocked my killing curse and your dark blade, indicating that the quality of this protective magical item was very high. Chilo's expression darkened. Could this be a young heir from a prominent family out for training? It seemed we had offended a remarkable being. Sane frowned, saying there was nothing to be afraid of. Just leave him here, and it would be as if nothing had happened. Kill him directly? Chilo was startled. A young heir with such a high-quality protective magical item could lead to endless pursuit if they mishandled the situation and their identity was discovered. How could Sane dare? However, Sane simply smiled indifferently, asking what couldn't be killed. "Don't forget, we are currently under the guise of Death Eaters. And now, in the Ministry of Magic's Auror office. Besides Moody, who else would be willing to handle Death Eater cases?" Besides, Sane squinted at Leonardo, thinking that such a powerful person should be dealt with now. What if he opposed us in the future? We must eradicate the roots to be thorough. If one isn't ruthless, one can't stand firm. As soon as he finished speaking, Sane rushed out of the dark alley, raising his hand to simultaneously use two wands to attack Leonardo. Dark blade shattered. This silver pocket watch was a gift from Nico LeMay to Leonardo before his departure. It contained a special meaning that the old man had never spoken of. Leonardo's parents were ordinary people, and when he first accidentally revealed his magical talent at a very young age, their reaction left him heartbroken. His parents were doctors and staunch materialists under the banner of capitalism. When they saw such an inexplicable phenomenon in their son, they were stunned. They then took Leonardo for various examinations, and when they found no reasonable explanation through medicine, they fell silent. The world they had always believed in was completely shattered by their son. Their faith collapsed, leading to hatred. From that moment on, they believed there were demons in the world and thought their son, Leonardo, was a complete demon. At that time, they wanted to kill Leonardo with a surgical knife from their home. And at that time, Leonardo was just a child beginning to understand the world. Just as the sharp surgical knife was about to cut into his tender neck, by chance, Nico, who had failed at trying space magic, appeared in front of Leonardo and saved him. Nico LeMay, with his silver hair and slightly hunched elderly frame, left the most towering image in Leonardo's heart. After that, Leonardo lived in Nico's home until now. Therefore, their relationship was more like that of a father and son rather than a teacher and student. And this pocket watch represented a father's unspoken longing and care for his son. But now, the watch was broken. Leonardo's eyes turned red, filled with fury. Even when facing his parents who had tried to kill him with a knife back then, he had never been this angry. A gentleman is merely a gentleman because you have not yet touched his bottom line. And now, for the first time in his life, Leonardo wanted to kill. He coldly watched Sane's attack, and the magical and mental power within him became unusually active. He suddenly entered a special state. The originally fast-moving spells gradually slowed down in his eyes, and Leonardo could even see the nearly transparent blade of the dark blade spell. He sneered, originally wanting to learn Diggory's combat style, intending to dodge and then counterattack, but found that his physical condition couldn't keep up. However, Leonardo raised his hand, casting a robust armor charm in front of him, easily blocking Sane's attack. He then immediately withdrew the armor charm, and a raging fire that could burn everything suddenly erupted from the tip of his wand, coalescing into a huge, flaming unicorn. The flaming unicorn form from the raging fire dispelled the darkness of the police station, emitting an unbearable light and heat, roaring towards Sane. If someone stood a kilometer away, they would clearly see the flames shooting up into the sky. His Chilo gasped. Leonardo's fire spell was surprisingly powerful, and standing in the middle, facing Leonardo's fire spell attack, Sane felt it even more acutely. Chilo only saw the power of the spell, but he noticed the meticulous magical controllability of the user, Leonardo. In terms of this controllability alone, few could match him, not even Chilo. Sane knew this clearly. Unfortunately, the person you encountered was me. Sane revealed a cruel smile towards the flaming unicorn behind Leonardo. Raising both wands simultaneously, he declared that since he used fire, he would use ice. Let's see if my freezing spell can freeze your horse to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Chilo felt as if the entire police station had suddenly plunged into an extreme cold, a fierce cold storm erupting from the tip of one of Sane's wands. A visible white cold current howled into space, rapidly condensing into a massive blue anaconda in front of Sane. The scales on the anaconda's bulky body shone brightly in the reflection of the flames, and its slit pupils flickered with a chilling expression. His Chilo gasped again. This was an even more powerful magical controllability. The enormous flaming unicorn raised its front hooves high and stomped down hard on the anaconda's head. However, although the anaconda's body was bulky, it possessed astonishing agility, easily dodging the flaming unicorn's attack with a quick twist. The flexible serpentine body coiled swiftly, in the blink of an eye arriving beneath the flaming unicorn. Then its upper body rose sharply, quickly wrapping around the opponent. The anaconda's fighting style was to use its powerful body to constrict its opponent to death. The anaconda's body was extremely resilient, and once it wrapped around its prey, it would gradually exert force, damaging the prey's insides, sometimes even causing suffocation. After the prey died, the anaconda would start from the head and swallow it whole. However, both the flaming unicorn and the cold current anaconda were magical creations, so Sane could only control the cold current anaconda to restrain the flaming unicorn. Swallowing it was impossible. At this moment, it was a competition of whose magical power was more robust, and whose control was more refined. The cold current python coiled around the flaming unicorn. A collision of ice and fire, enveloping the entire police station in a thick, white mist. At this moment, Sane had the upper hand, and the cold current python showed signs of causing the flaming unicorn to break down. Leonardo's magic was being desperately channeled through his wand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the opponent's control. As time passed, a growing sense of powerlessness emerged within him. Leonardo frowned tightly, clutching his pocket watch in his left hand. He couldn't allow himself to lose here. Suddenly, the flaming unicorn, which had been somewhat dissipating, began to slowly coalesce again under this willpower. Sane looked at everything in front of him, completely unconcerned. Courageous, indeed. But have you forgotten? I have another wand. At this moment, Sane raised another wand. Leonardo's face paled suddenly. He couldn't resist the other wand. At the same time, he couldn't understand why Sane could use two wands simultaneously. In this world, wands choose wizards, not the other way around. Moreover, there shouldn't be a situation where two wands choose the same wizard at the same time. In simple terms, a wizard cannot possess two or more wands that recognize them as their master. Therefore, to Leonardo, Sane's performance seemed like he was using his own wand while attacking himself with someone else's wand. However, other people's wands cannot be used just because you want to. It's like trying on someone else's clothes that fit perfectly. You either find them too big or too small, with no third option, unless you defeat the other person. But even then, that one wouldn't be a perfect fit, ultimately not as useful as your own. It's like preferring to wear pure cotton clothes, while that piece is made of linen. If forced to use it, it could lead to a situation like Voldemort and the Elder Wand, with both wands suffering damage. Thinking of this, Leonardo said, "Aren't you afraid of something going wrong when using a wand that doesn't belong to you?" Sane laughed, a smile laced with charm and disdain. "Who told you this wand doesn't belong to me?" Leonardo was taken aback. Could it be possible to possess two wands that originally belonged to oneself? That's impossible. Yet Sane responded to Leonardo's doubts with reality. He raised his wand, aiming it at Leonardo, gathering magic at the tip of the wand. Dark blade, invisible. With a sharp breath, a stream of blood erupted from Leonardo's chest, with a wound extending from his left shoulder down to the lower right side of his abdomen. His clothes were instantly soaked in blood, and the flaming unicorn, which had been struggling against the cold current python, suddenly dissipated at this moment, leaving only a trace of hot air lingering in the air. However, this trace quickly vanished due to the cold aura of the cold current python. Leonardo's eyes widened. He had just felt it clearly. Sane wasn't lying. The wand in the opponent's hand had no return of magic flow when used, just like the other wand. This was a man who possessed two wands at the same time. He had lost. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, originally the hottest time of the day. However, in Haddington Town, the sunlight was ruthlessly blocked by dark clouds, unable to penetrate. This made the small town always seem very oppressive. Inside the police station, the dust finally settled. The battle was over, and Sane put away his two wands, unlike what others saw, as this was a secret. So far, the only person who knew this secret and could survive was Chilo. At this moment, Chilo kicked the unconscious Leonardo on the ground, admiringly saying, "This guy really looks good. This appearance should be quite popular with women. But his strength is not bad either. He actually forced you to use a second wand. So he is not just relying on looks." The kicked Leonardo was left with only his chest still slightly rising and falling. Blood not only staining his chest, but also flowing beneath him. A ground full of glaring red. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, clearly having lost too much blood. If one ignored his chest, he looked no different from a dead person. Sane squatted down to examine him closely, realizing that it seemed to be true. Almost dead, bleeding to this extent, and yet still more handsome than me? Sane closed his eyes, quickly erasing this thought from his mind. Nonsense. I'm the most handsome in the world. Glancing at Chilo beside him, Sane was even more satisfied. Not bad. My charm not only attracts women, but also appeals to men. Thinking of this made Sane feel much better. He raised his wand to give Leonardo one last blow. After all, he was a respectable opponent. Sane knew very well that during the fight, Leonardo's heart was disturbed by anger. Therefore, his strength was affected by his emotions. Although he seemed fiercer during the battle, Sane understood that if the opponent had remained calm, this battle would not have ended so quickly. But just as he was about to strike, Chilo suddenly stopped him, smiling and saying, "Let me handle this so you don't get your hands dirty." Sane didn't care, nodding and stepping back. However, just as he was about to turn around, Chilo had just taken out his wand and was about to cast a spell when a slight breeze suddenly blew through the small courtyard of the police station. A light breeze was not strange, but a breeze with a hint of scorching heat was a bit unusual in a place like Haddington Town, where the sun rarely shines. How could there be a heated aura? The two looked suspiciously in the direction from which the breeze was coming. Chilo's pupils suddenly constricted. How is this possible? How could Moody and Dumbledore appear here at the same time? Indeed, the visitors were Dumbledore and Moody. Not only was Chilo shocked, but even Sane couldn't accept it, unable to understand why these two great figures would appear here together. Isn't Dumbledore supposed to be guarding Hogwarts? Doesn't Moody have to work at the Ministry of Magic today? Why do they both have so much time right now? Chilo, long time no see. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore likely still remembers the students who graduated during his tenure. You better move your wand away. Otherwise, he dies, and you die too, Dumbledore said calmly. Chilo didn't move, still pointing his wand at the unconscious Leonardo. Even in the face of Dumbledore's threat, Chilo had no intention of backing down, because this person knew the secret that Sane could use two wands. If he let this information leak out, the consequences for Sane would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Being captured and taken back for dissection and research would be considered a light punishment. Chilo looked at Dumbledore and Moody in front of him, his heart pounding loudly. He didn't want to face either of these two people, but thinking of Sane behind him, he felt fearless. So it must be said that the power of love is truly great. The two people in front of him indeed put a lot of pressure on him, especially Moody, whose one eye was staring at him coldly, making his legs, hidden under the robe, tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Sane suddenly reached out and patted Chilo's shoulder, telling him to go ahead while he held the rear. Chilo was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and Sane's figure in his peripheral vision seemed to blur. What made you make such a decision? Is it love? Chilo gently asked. Sane's mouth twitched. Damn it. Why does this bald guy always think about this kind of thing? My strength is greater than yours. How long can you hold them off? Once Moody makes a move, you won't be able to withstand it, and then I'll be left behind too, and no one can escape. I can hold them off a little longer. As long as you run out, there's still a glimmer of hope. Sane said impatiently. You know which way to run, right? Sane asked with concern. Chilo nodded and then turned to run towards the room with the fireplace. His tears had been shed in vain, but it didn't matter. He was used to it anyway. Dumbledore and the others did not stop Chilo from leaving. Instead, they stood silently in place. He looked at Chilo's departing figure and sighed. I still remember what this child looked like when he first entered school. He was small and very cute. How did he change so much after more than 10 years? Moody had no memory of Chilo, but it wasn't his style to let a perpetrator go so openly. So he took a sip of his drink and pretended not to see. Then he looked at Leonardo lying on the ground and said, Leonardo is a bit miserable. Dumbledore retracted his gaze. There was nothing he could do. He just had to keep trying. What about this young man in front of him? Will you influence him? Or should I send him to Azkaban? Moody glanced at Sane and said nonchalantly. Dumbledore thought for a moment and finally looked at Sane seriously. I believe you are a good child who has taken a wrong turn due to youthful ignorance. If you are willing to turn away from evil and embrace the light, I will be happy to guide you personally. Hee. Sane said nothing, just gave Dumbledore a simple gesture. The gesture was straightforward. He raised his right hand and showed a middle finger. Turn away from evil? What is evil? What is good? Sane was extremely repulsed by Dumbledore's rhetoric, and it extended to his feelings towards Dumbledore himself. How could one close their eyes and ask others to turn away from darkness without knowing what others have experienced or why they joined the Death Eaters? How do you know what kind of light I have experienced? How comfortable is it in the dark? Dumbledore didn't understand what Sane's gesture meant, so he directed a questioning gaze at Moody. Moody was taken aback. What are you looking at me for? I know nothing. He was getting old, and the gap between age groups wasn't just a saying. Dumbledore sighed, reflecting on the passage of time. Yet he didn't ask Sane about it because old Dumbledore had already sensed from his eyes that the meaning behind that gesture was probably not good. This also indicated that he had been rejected. However, Dumbledore wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly said to Sane, think about it carefully. If you change your mind in the future, you can come to Hogwarts to find me. This time, it was Sane's turn to be stunned. Is this a rhythm to let him go? You can leave now. Seeing Sane frozen in place, Moody reminded him expressionlessly. He was worried that if the other party didn't leave soon, he might not be able to hold back from making a move. Seeing Moody say that, Sane was even more puzzled. But right now, his life was the priority. Facing Dumbledore and Moody, he didn't dare to breathe and took a step back. As long as the two of them made any move, he would immediately unleash all his strength for a full attack. However, until Sane retreated to the fireplace in the room, looking at them through the door. Dumbledore and Moody showed no intention of making a move. Sane took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and wanted to jump into the fireplace to flee. But he was also worried that the two bigwigs outside would strike the moment he entered. Even though he was confident he could use the Flu network to leave in 1 second, he knew better that the two outside could leave him here in that same second. He didn't dare to gamble with his life. So, in front of Dumbledore and Moody, Sane cast several layers of defensive spells around the room. Moody watched his actions, took a sip from his flask, and scoffed. Such defensive spells were almost like paper in front of him. They were essentially useless. For Dumbledore, they didn't even count as paper, at best. They were just a thin layer of mist. Sane knew that the defensive spells were ineffective against those two bigwigs, but they provided him with psychological comfort. At least they would act as a warning, giving him a little bit of reaction time. Perhaps he could escape with that little bit of time. But the reality proved Sane was overthinking it. Until he completely left and the green flames in the fireplace extinguished, Dumbledore and Moody did not act. Instead, after he left, Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, suddenly appeared, dropping a few tears on the nearly lifeless Leonardo, pulling him back from the brink of death. Moody put the empty flask back into an inner pocket and said, "I didn't expect this Death Eater to be quite strong, able to beat Leonardo like this. If we hadn't arrived from Little Hangleton in time, he might have been done for here." Dumbledore approached and stroked Fawkes, then lifted the unconscious Leonardo, saying to Moody, "The Death Eaters chasing us are probably about to arrive here. I'll leave Diggory to you, and I'll take Leonardo back first." Moody nodded. They had set out together to retrieve the Horcrux ring from the Gaunt House in Little Hangleton. Because Diggory had warned Dumbledore to be extremely careful when retrieving the Gaunt ring, Dumbledore had brought Moody along. However, when they arrived in Little Hangleton, they discovered that a large group of Death Eaters had already gathered inside the Gaunt House. The key point was that Dumbledore and Moody had received no news of so many Death Eaters appearing. The two old men exchanged glances, knowing that something was amiss. This was very likely Voldemort's doing, gathering a large number of Death Eaters to protect the Horcrux. However, no matter how many people there were in front of Dumbledore and Moody, it was useless. It wasn't that they wanted to show off, but their strength made it impossible for them not to show off. Their power was evident. There wasn't a single one who could fight. However, the two of them, Dumbledore was not the kind to kill innocents indiscriminately, so he didn't deal lethal blows to the Death Eaters. Moody was even more principled. Rather than wiping them all out, he preferred to send them to Azkaban for hard labor. Thus, a large group of Death Eaters survived at the hands of the two bigwigs. They thought it was because they had the advantage in numbers that Dumbledore and Moody didn't dare to make a move. Then their confidence swelled, and they started chasing the two bigwigs. Moody couldn't take it anymore at that moment. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Just when I was about to draw my wand to teach these Death Eaters a lesson, Dumbledore stopped me, indicating that the Horcrux was the most important thing, and everything else was just fluff. After that, the two big shots first obtained the Gaunt Ring, then casually cast a few wide-area destructive spells at the Death Eaters before leaving. All the Death Eaters were unable to stop them, as they were simply not on the same level. The gap in power was too great. As a result, as soon as Dumbledore and the others came out, they saw the flames rising into the sky from the direction of Hogsmeade and rushed over to join the fun, leading to the later events. After Dumbledore left, Moody entered the room, looked at the defensive spells left by Sane, took out his wand, and easily dealt with it. But just as he was about to jump into the fireplace and go online, he suddenly stopped. Glancing at the empty police station outside, he felt uncomfortable not giving those Death Eaters a little gift after being chased by them for so long. At that moment, he remembered Diggory's special fighting style and searched all his pockets, finally finding 6 vials of potions. This amount was nothing compared to what Diggory had. Just thinking about how Diggory threw potions around like it was a game made him feel quite upset. He felt like he had wasted his age. If it weren't for the fact that Diggory was Dumbledore's student and one of his own, Moody might have considered robbing him. Among the potions were 3 antidotes, 1 sleeping potion, and 2 vials of acromantula venom. The 2 vials of acromantula venom were obtained during a recent mission, originally intended to be sold for money. But he felt a bit reluctant to use them now. But just thinking about the ugly faces of those Death Eaters made it worth it, especially since he heard that Diggory had a habit of collecting magical items. At worst, he could trade his useless items for potions. If he refused, he would just beat him up and take them. After all, he was basically half of Diggory's teacher, and Dumbledore couldn't say anything about it. With that thought, Moody felt much better. After setting up the traps, he happily went online to Diagon Alley. 5 minutes later, a black smoke cloud passed over the Hogsmeade police station. The smoke eventually settled in front of the police station, revealing a group of Death Eaters dressed in black robes. "We are late. Dumbledore and Moody have already left," said a visibly angry Death Eater standing at the front. At this moment, a bald Death Eater snorted. "Isn't it because you are too cowardly to just watch them leave and then wait 10 minutes before moving? How can we let them get away?" The leading Death Eater suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he stared at the bald Death Eater. "Cassius Pompey, if you don't shut up, no one will think you're mute. You talk so tough, but why didn't you object when I suggested waiting 10 minutes before chasing? Why did you stand at the back when Moody drew his wand to take action? If you had the guts, you would have gone out to confront them then. Now that they have left, what are you pretending to be a big shot for? You could have gone online to chase them." The leading Death Eater's words made Cassius Pompey's face flush with embarrassment. Being publicly exposed like this was truly humiliating. The key point was that he could vaguely sense that the other Death Eaters were focusing their gazes on him, waiting to see what he would do next. What the hell? Who among the Death Eaters dares to chase those two big shots? Are they all here to watch me perform? Do they really think Cassius Pompey is easy to bully? Cassius glared at the leading Death Eater, wanting to flip the table. But at that moment, he noticed the mocking glint in the leading Death Eater's eyes. This bastard definitely wanted to set him up. Cassius's mind began to race. Originally, when Dumbledore and Moody left, he didn't order a chase, and everyone owed him a favor. Although in the eyes of the Death Eaters, a favor might not mean much. If he really fell out with the leading Death Eater and escalated the matter, these people would definitely not help him. They might even pretend to repay him, making things difficult for him, and Cassius believed they would be willing to do so. Thinking of this, Cassius immediately felt surrounded by malice. So he made a quick decision. "If they want to chase, then I won't back down." Cassius shouted at the leading Death Eater, "But I have the guts to chase. Do you have the guts to follow?" The leading Death Eater pointed at the room, the meaning clear. "If you have the guts, just go in directly, stop talking." Cassius felt his face and courage challenged, and in a fit of heat, he grabbed his wand and walked inside. It was just a matter of chasing Dumbledore and Moody. Even if he couldn't catch them, they might not necessarily attack him if he did catch up. Even if they did attack, he might still be able to escape. After all, they had already left, and the chance of catching up now was very low, almost negligible. So there was nothing to worry about. At that moment, Cassius was filled with inexplicable confidence, completely forgetting the huge power gap between him and Dumbledore and the usual treatment Moody received from the Death Eaters. Meeting them would just earn you a lifetime trip to Azkaban. They say there are 3 great illusions in life. I can still show off, I can counterattack, and there's still hope in this game. Cassius was no longer under an illusion. He was living in a dream. If it weren't for Moody wanting to hold back a bit, Cassius would have been just fine. But unfortunately, at that seemingly normal room that appeared empty, the moment Cassius stepped in with his right foot, a small vial suddenly appeared in front of him and exploded. Bang! Black smoke immediately filled the entire room and was slowly spreading outside. The leading Death Eater shouted, "It's acromantula venom. Everyone back off." After warning, he quickly took out his wand and waved it lightly, conjuring a strong wind to disperse the venomous mist, revealing Cassius's figure inside. From a distance, Cassius still maintained his walking posture, his clothes seemingly intact, looking as if nothing had happened. One Death Eater, who had a decent relationship with Cassius, cautiously approached, wanted to see how he was doing, but he was pulled back by the leading Death Eater. "If you want to die, go ahead. That vial of acromantula venom, if placed in enough water, has enough potency to kill thousands. And with such a small space for the venom to disperse, the air over there is still lingering with vaporized venom. If you want to die young, you can go ahead." Hearing there was a life-threatening risk, that person immediately stopped. After all, they were all Death Eaters, and their mutual relationships were just so. How could they risk their own safety to save someone? So what would happen to Cassius? The person hesitated and asked the lead Death Eater. The lead Death Eater was from the Kidman family and already had grievances against the Pompey family. Now, taking advantage of the situation, he suggested that the room was too dangerous to enter, so they should first notify the police to come back and then check other places in the town. If there were locations that could still use the Flynn network, they could rest a bit and then set off again. This was said in a tone that implied to the other Death Eaters they were facing Dumbledore and Moody, and in the end, Cassie had overestimated himself and disobeyed orders, which ultimately led to his demise, with no one else to blame. Everyone remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the lead Death Eater's words, and turned to leave, no longer paying attention to the already lifeless Cassie. When the police returned, it was already evening. Although from above, it was hard to tell the time in Haggerton. The toxins in the room had dissipated, but Cassie's body had been ravaged by the poison. leaving only some clothes on the floor. The police chief wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that the timing was just right. Diggory sat on the rooftop of the Pig's Head pub, staring blankly at the sunset on the horizon. Suddenly, images of a solitary smoke rising in the vast desert and the sun setting over the long river appeared in his mind. Soon after, Ophelia's figure slowly emerged from the red clouds, smiling gently at him. He thinking about it. Diggory couldn't help but start laughing foolishly. That image was just beautiful to think about. What are you doing? Laughing like a fool? Moody rushed from Hangman's Town to Crisscross Alley, then worked hard to find the Pig's Head pub, learning from Nico that Diggory was on the rooftop. As soon as he climbed up, he saw Diggory grinning at the sunset, looking like he had an IQ of less than 50. Diego glanced at Moody with complaint. Why do you walk so silently? This habit of yours is not good. Do you know that? Moody remained expressionless. Is this a problem with my habit? Don't you have a sense of self-awareness? Diggory felt a bit awkward, coughed lightly, and asked, can we go back now? We got everything. Hearing that Diggory and the others were successful in their mission, even Moody, who was usually unflappable, couldn't help but feel excited inside. The collection of Horcruxes was already more than halfway done. Voldemort had a total of 7 Horcruxes: the Gaunt Ring, Harry Potter, the Diary, the Diadem, the Snake Nagini, the Cup, and the Locket. From having none when Diggory first arrived in this world, they had now collected 4. Moody seemed to see Voldemort's demise approaching. Let's go back. Moody rarely showed a hint of a smile. His previously fierce face seemed a bit friendlier. Leonardo was injured, which was a good opportunity for him to rest during this time. As for you, it's just the right time to catch up on your studies. Prepare for the final exams and the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. Leonardo is injured? Diggory's expression stiffened. He didn't quite catch what Moody said next. When they parted ways in the morning, Leonardo had said he was going to take care of a small matter. He had even asked if he was confident, and Leonardo had assured him there was no problem. How could he be injured now? Although there had been some distance between him and Leonardo in the past, they had reconciled and transformed from rivals to comrades, with some mutual respect. Moody waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing serious now. Dumbledore and I arrived just in time. His injury was mostly healed by Fox tears, and he has already returned to Hogwarts. He'll probably be fine after a good sleep. Just in time, Diggory fiddled with his fingers and tilted his head, asking, where did he get injured that you happened to run into him? At Hogsmeade. Moody replied, we went to Little Hangleton. The Gaunt Ring is also secured. Diggory's heart raced faster and faster. Moody nodded modestly, but then his expression turned serious as he said, however, the number of guards in the Gaunt House has increased significantly. While it's not much of a problem for us, it is somewhat troublesome. This should be Voldemort's arrangement. Diggory rolled his eyes at Ophelia. Nonsense. Who on the Death Eater side can simultaneously block you and Dumbledore? Not even Voldemort could do that if he fully recovered. Diggory thought of Bellatrix again and said with a smile, Voldemort sent Bellatrix and little Barty Crouch to Gringotts to take the Hufflepuff Cup, but we stopped them. They also sent more people to the Gaunt Mansion to try to protect the Gaunt Ring, but now that's gone too. Diggory thought of this and smiled happily. Voldemort must be feeling quite miserable right now. Bellatrix? Moody's expression changed. How did you and Nico, both intermediate wizards, manage to take the cup from Bellatrix? Diggory paused with a smile, wondering how to respond. He wasn't at a point where he could tell Moody about mastering the soul-snatching curse. In the end, Diggory couldn't give Moody an answer. Later, Moody asked another question. Where is Bellatrix now? This left Diggory in a tough spot. He had sent Bellatrix back to the Death Eater organization to gather information, but could he tell Moody that? No. If he did, and Moody followed up with, how did you do that? It would lead back to the initial question. How did you steal the cup from Bellatrix? So, the best option was to remain silent. No matter how many times he asked, Diggory would not budge and say anything. The 3 of them traveled through the fireplace at the Hog's Head into Hogsmeade. Near Hogwarts, the 2 younger ones asked Moody to treat them, and after a hearty dinner, they walked back to Hogwarts to digest. At this moment, Moody, swaying slightly at the front, turned to Diggory and said, even if you don't answer those 2 questions now, Dumbledore will still ask when we get back. Will you say anything then? Diggory fell silent, pretending not to hear, as he touched his neck and glanced around unnaturally, deliberately avoiding Moody's gaze. Moody squinted his remaining good eye and said seriously, as a seasoned Auror, your fidgeting and your avoidance of eye contact are telling me that you have a secret you can't share, and this secret likely involves me, and perhaps even touches on Dumbledore's bottom line. Am I right? Upon hearing Moody's vague but accurate guess, Diggory immediately felt a headache. He suddenly recalled those professionals from his past life, the micro-expression experts, who could uncover many secrets just by asking questions and observing you without you saying a word. Although Moody wasn't a professional of that sort, his years of experience as an Auror had honed his keen instincts. He could see through the thoughts of criminals with just a glance. If someone shifted uncomfortably, Moody would know exactly what they were up to. Wait, Diggory paused, thinking that, by this logic, didn't that mean he was becoming a criminal? Diggory suddenly felt uncomfortable and glared at Moody. However, Moody didn't care about Diggory's glare at all and said expressionlessly, "You can choose to be honest with me now, or wait until you go back and Dumbledore asks you. It's up to you to weigh your options. I'll give you a friendly reminder. Dumbledore's eyes are much sharper than mine, and your little schemes won't stand a chance in front of him. Also, don't push Dumbledore too hard. Otherwise, he could be quite terrifying and might not recognize anyone." Diggory scoffed, saying that old Dang was frightening, and he believed it, as his strength was evident. But to say he would turn against his own kin, Diggory wouldn't believe even a punctuation mark of that. Dumbledore had lived for over 100 years. He had seen it all. Moody's words were clearly trying to deceive and scare him. It was just that the story was really lacking in quality. Not to mention it wasn't heartfelt. It didn't even have a functioning organ. Diggo's expression deeply provoked Moody. He was actually looked down upon by an 11-year-old child? Now he had lost all patience. Moody gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If you don't obediently tell me, don't even think about having a future with Ophelia." Diggory gasped, "That's ruthless." The lengthy discourse before had no effect on Diggory, but this one sentence was simply life-threatening. No wonder he's an old, crippled bachelor. His methods for dealing with fresh-meat bachelors are truly seasoned. Nico quietly watched the two from the side, smiling gently without saying a word. She believed Diggory knew what was going on in his heart, and she also believed that even if Muddy knew the truth, he wouldn't do anything to Diggory. "I used the soul-stealing spell." Diego let out a sigh and honestly confessed. The imagined stern reprimands and interrogations did not come. Diggory looked up strangely and found Moody expressionless and calm. "Aren't you surprised? Don't you want to ask me how I learned this spell?" Diggory asked. "You're not curious about how I learned a top-level dark magic curse like the 3 unforgivable curses?" Moreover, the key point was that Moody seemed to allow Diggory to master the 3 unforgivable curses. "What's there to ask? You'll learn it sooner or later," Moody said indifferently. When he was secretly protecting Diggory and Nico in Hogsmeade, he had already noticed that Diggory was extraordinary. That series of actions, his cleverness, and his reactions in the face of enemies were not something an 11-year-old child could do. To quote Dumbledore, "Don't underestimate Diggory as a child. At times, he is more reliable than many mature members of the Order of the Phoenix." This was indeed a very high praise. Therefore, Moody was not surprised that the highly talented Diggory had learned the killing curse. As for worrying whether Diggory would turn to Voldemort's side, Moody was not concerned at all. He knew about the unbreakable vow established between Dumbledore and Diggory. The most important reason was that he was not narrow-minded. In his view, having someone like Diggory, who could grow into a flag-bearer of white wizards like Dumbledore, learn the killing curse earlier, and gain more strength was a good thing. He even welcomed it. If they walked quickly from here to Hogwarts, it would only take about 10 minutes. It was night again, and Diggory noticed that several times when he returned from outside. It was at night. Was this a special fate between him and Hogwarts? Regardless of Diggory's little thoughts, they soon arrived at Dumbledore's office, but upon entering, they found that Dumbledore was not in the office. Moody slapped his forehead, remembering that Dumbledore was very likely with Leonardo, probably in the infirmary. So the group turned to the infirmary and finally found Dumbledore and Leonardo in a single patient room. However, as soon as Diggory entered, he clearly sensed that the atmosphere inside was different. Leonardo was still lying on the bed, and standing by the window and the bed were not only Dumbledore, but also Snape. Moreover, the two standing there did not look well, appearing somewhat serious. Moody and Snape did not get along. Seeing Snape there, he immediately pulled Diggory and Nico behind him, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. What was he doing here? Moody asked Dumbledore while using his magical eye to glare at Snape. But old Dumbledore did not answer Moody directly. Instead, he waved to him, signaling him to come over. Diggory also came to Leonardo's bedside and found that his upper body was completely undressed, revealing 8-pack abs and a muscular chest. Nico felt a bit shy and turned away. However, Diggory had no such concerns and stared intently at the long, deep scar on the massive muscles. This scar stretched from Leonardo's left shoulder all the way down to the lower right side of his abdomen, splitting his chest in two. Fortunately, the injury had been healed by Phoenix Fox, and after returning, Madame Pomfrey had treated it again, leaving the scar with a dark red hue. It looked extremely menacing. Moody understood Dumbledore's intention in sending him to take a look stroked his chin, and said, "It's a bit strange." Diego was taken aback. "Is it strange? It's just a scar, right?" Then he added, "It's a scar that's already healed." However, the three people present showed no intention of picking up on his words. It was Nico who heard Diego's comment and cautiously reminded him, in battles between wizards, they all use spells. Happen to be scars. Diggory suddenly realized that the strangeness was here. At that moment, Snape, who had been quietly standing aside, suddenly reached out and started feeling around Leonardo's scar. Diggory felt a wave of discomfort. Fortunately, Leonardo was still asleep. If he were awake and knew he was being violated like this, he would definitely go crazy. But Snape wasn't just blindly groping with his eyes closed, nor was he taking advantage of the situation. After a while, he confidently said, "This is not a knife wound. To be precise, this is not a knife wound caused by a weapon." Moody impatiently rubbed his chin and said, "Of course. Anyone with eyes can see that the scar is infused with the dark magic aura of a grass egg. It's clearly a wound caused by a curse." Snape secretly glared at Moody and fell silent. The proud Snape was also a person with a temper, and the only half-person who could make him put aside his anger was one woman and one child, and it was obvious that Moody was not in that category. At this moment, Dumbledore came out to mediate. He shot a glare at Moody to keep him quiet, then looked at Snape with a comforting and apologetic expression, signaling him not to take it to heart and to continue speaking. Dumbledore's status still needed to be respected, so Snape cleared his throat and said, "I once created a spell called God's Edge, which can also inflict knife-like wounds on opponents, but it would never be this long. And as far as I know, among the existing dark magic, there is nothing that can cause such a wound. Therefore, I can completely consider this to be a self-created offensive curse, and it's even more powerful than your so-called God's Edge." Moody interjected, taking over Snape's words. Snape felt a bit angry and fell silent again. He thought Moody was doing it on purpose, although he was willing to admit that this self-created curse was indeed much stronger than his own. Saying it himself and having someone else say it were two different concepts. Saying it himself would make him seem magnanimous, but if someone else said it, it would seem like he was unwilling to acknowledge it. Moody was definitely doing it on purpose. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead, turned to Diggory, and asked, "What do you think?" Diggory was taken aback. "Am I just standing here watching?" Dumbledore's expression immediately darkened. He felt his palm almost slipping out of control. "Organize your words well, and I'll give you another chance." It seemed like it had been a long time since he had hit Diggory, and his palm was itching unbearably. For some reason, Diggory suddenly felt a strong malice emanating from Dumbledore's palm. He quickly responded seriously, "I haven't created any magic myself, and I'm not clear on the intricacies of it. I really don't have any opinions." Moody took over the conversation, saying, "Indeed, Cedric is just very talented, but that doesn't mean he can create magic at this age." Moody squinted his good eye, stroking his chin while recalling the scene of meeting, say, in Hangleton, and said, "He seemed to be a young man in his 20s. More than twice Cedric's age." Diggory was taken aback again. What is bigger than me? I'm not small." Slap. Dumbledore sighed, looking at his palm, lamenting that he ultimately couldn't hold back that nostalgic feeling in his hand. Diggory held his head, grinning and baring it, wanting to protest but too afraid to do so. The others in the room were also amused by Diggory. After getting his fill of fun, Dumbledore brought the topic back around, saying that the young man was not simple. If left unchecked, he would be a big trouble in the future. Moody also had a serious expression. Indeed, those who could create their own magic were not to be underestimated. After saying this, he shot a glance at Snape, almost naming him directly. This made Snape's face turn pale. He really had no desire to stay there any longer, so he turned to Dumbledore to say goodbye and left directly, too indifferent to even give a look to the others. After Snape left, Dumbledore let Diggory and Nico go back. Then he and Moody closed the door and started chatting in the ward, though it was unclear what they were discussing. However, Diggory didn't mind. He cared more about having a good meal in the dining hall and then returning to his cozy bed to enjoy the night. "Diggory, what are you planning to do now?" Nico asked from his side. Diego blurted out, "I want to go to the cafeteria to get something to eat first, and then I'll go back to the dorm to sleep." Eating and then sleeping, this kind of life is blissful. Nico curled her lips into a smile, somewhat mysteriously, and asked, "Don't you have a girlfriend yet?" The sky was just starting to darken, and it wasn't time to sleep yet. There were still a few students scattered in the castle's wide corridors, talking about love. Diggory subtly concealed his envious gaze, sighing, "Life is tough, isn't it?" As a boy raised under the red flag, it didn't seem appropriate for him to look for a girlfriend right after entering school. This was Diggory's excuse for his inadequacy in relationships. Having been single for so many years in his past life had left him slow to react. He had plenty of ideas, but just didn't know how to act on them. It's all so tearful to think about. Lee's subtle gaze was noticed by intoCedric, and she softly asked, "So besides girls like Ophelia, what other types of girls do you like?" Upon hearing this, Lee immediately patted his muscular arm and said firmly, "I just like girls like Ophelia, the ones with charisma." "Charisma, huh?" Into's gaze wandered. "Do you like girls who are older than you?" As soon as she asked this question, Into's face quietly flushed. But now that it was dark, and the hallway lighting wasn't very strong, no one noticed. Besides, if the hallway lighting were brighter, couples wouldn't come here, as such an environment wouldn't be conducive for guys. "Older than me?" Lee fiddled with his fingers. "It mainly depends on the person. If she's not good, then I definitely won't like her. What if that girl is really nice, not chatty, doesn't randomly act cute, and is understanding and obedient? Would you like a girl like that?" Into'ka quickly asked. Diggo paused for a moment, shyly smiled. "Nico, you might have misunderstood me. Woman is not just about character, but also about looks. If the looks are not good, no matter how nice the person is, I would only see her as a buddy." Nico's expression dimmed. She didn't expect Diggo to be like this, but it seemed there was nothing wrong with that. The feelings between two people start with looks, are trapped by talent, and are loyal to character. Otherwise, it would be hard to live with a face that makes you feel disgusted. Nico twisted the hem of her clothes, hesitatingly asked, "I think I might have developed a crush on a boy some time ago. He is a bit younger than me, and I want to be honest with him, but I just don't have the courage. So I want to ask you, if you were that boy, would you like me?" On a dry night in early winter, Diggo licked his dry lips, and under the dim moonlight, carefully observed Nico. As she walked, her slightly raised hair left a faint, refreshing fragrance behind. Every gesture, every frown, exuded an indescribable charm. "Definitely like," Diggo said firmly. Nico was beautiful and kind. As long as that boy was a normal person, he would absolutely not refuse her. Hearing Diggo's answer, Nico felt a burst of joy in her heart, as if spring had arrived. She felt that wonderful day was about to come. Just a matter of asking the last question. At that moment, Nico's heart was racing fast, like a drum. Her little face was also flushed red, resembling a red apple. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and asked, "What about you?" "Cedric." A loud call instantly drowned out Nico's voice, echoing throughout the hallway. Nico's voice was already soft, and now it couldn't reach Diggo's ears at all. Her words were lost to the air. "Patrick." Diggory was very happy to see his old friend. He had been away for a while recently and would occasionally come back, but he would usually leave quickly again. During this time, the longest they spent together was when they went to persuade Sirius. However, that time was all about business, and they hardly exchanged any words. When they were together, there wasn't much time to catch up, so now, seeing each other suddenly felt like winning the lottery. It was an extraordinary happiness. Diego walked towards Patrick and found that he was not alone. Standing next to him was a tall and curvy girl. Diggory's gaze started to become ambiguous. It makes sense. Patrick wouldn't come here alone at a time like this. This guy is either flirting with girls or on his way to flirt with girls. "How have you been lately? I haven't seen you around. What have you been busy with?" Patrick came over and gave Diggory a bear hug, then asked. Diggory sighed, feeling overwhelmed with tasks. He was needed everywhere, so he went wherever he was needed. Patrick hooked an arm around Diggory's neck and introduced his new girlfriend, Alice. "This is my girlfriend, Alice." "Diggory." "My bro, hello, Alice." Diggory extended his hand. However, the tall and curvy beauty ignored Diggory and instead stared intently at Patrick. "My name is not Alice." Patrick's expression froze. Lilith. Did I get it right?" "Not Lilith either." The beauty's gaze turned cold. "Lawrence?" Patrick scratched the back of his head, awkwardly continuing to guess. The beauty had lost interest in talking and shot Patrick a glare. "I know. Laplace." Patrick slapped Diggory's thigh, confirming. The beauty smiled, but Diggory felt a deep chill from that smile, like a dog facing a tigress. There was a vast difference in power. "My name is Tillishes," the beauty said with a smile, but her tone made Diggory's hair stand on end, and the slits of her eyes radiated a chilling aura. At that moment, Diggory suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten, so he quickly removed Patrick's arm from around his neck. "Hey, I'm gonna head out, bro. If I see you tomorrow morning, we can chat then." After saying that, Diggory grabbed Nicole and hurriedly left the scene, not worrying about Patrick's fate. After all, they were at school. It surely wouldn't lead to anything serious, right? Diggory inadvertently held Nico's hand, and she did not resist. Her mind filled with memories of their first meeting when Diggory had also taken her hand to run. They made their way to the side of the Hufflepuff common room, to the Hogwarts kitchen. Dinner time had long passed, and there was no food left in the dining hall. So Diggory brought Nico here. There was always something to eat here. This was a little piece of knowledge that the older Hufflepuffs shared with every new Hufflepuff student. The Hogwarts kitchen had always been managed by a group of house elves. This history dates back to the founding of Hogwarts when the 4 founders held a meeting. After their discussion, they realized that Slytherin was not good at cooking. Ravenclaw did not like cooking. As for Gryffindor, he was willing to cook, but had no skills. And, given his careless nature, there was a greater chance that the kitchen would end up being blown up in his hands. So in the end, this important place was entrusted to Hufflepuff. Initially, the meals for Hogwarts students were prepared by Hufflepuff themselves. However, as the number of students increased over time, Hufflepuff gradually became overwhelmed. After creating several food-related spells, she recruited many homeless house elves to live in the Hogwarts kitchen and help her with cooking. This tradition has continued to this day. So when Diggory brought Nico to open the kitchen door, they were greeted by a dozen pairs of big, adorable eyes looking at them. Although these house elves had lived in Hogwarts since childhood and interacted with wizards, their gaze towards Diggory and Nico remained timid. Diggory twisted his fingers, revealing a smile he thought was very friendly, perhaps a bit silly. "Hello, we were hoping to find something to eat. We missed dinner." No one paid him any attention, which made it a bit awkward. Nico behind him giggled softly, her 2 lively eyes turning into beautiful crescents. Diggory chuckled and touched the back of his head. "Did you not understand?" While mimicking eating, he said to the house elf, "Food, understand? Belly hungry, need food." It seemed that the house elf noticed that Diggory and the other person were getting along well. So one of the house elves picked up a plate from a nearby table and took out a few drumsticks, bread, and carrots from a pot, placing them on the plate. Then, with Diggory's eager gaze, the elf handed the food-filled plate to the girl next to him. "Nico, you look more like a good person," the house elf said shyly, lowering its head and blushing. Upon hearing this, Diggory was completely taken aback. The black eye with a question mark face asked, "Do I look like a bad person?" At this moment, he just wanted to take out a mirror and carefully examine himself. Has he matured a lot during this time to the point where he looks a bit unfamiliar? Nico smiled even more happily, dispelling the gloom from the earlier confession mishap in the hallway. She gently patted the head of the house elf and thanked him. "Thank you so much. What's your name?" The house elf replied in a delicate voice, "Zach. My name is Zach." Seeing how easygoing the newcomer was, and with Zach being patted on the head by the beautiful girl, the other house elves couldn't hold back either, stretching their heads toward Nico while introducing themselves. "My name is Berg. My name is Buck. My name is Benny. My name is Balabala." Diggory almost spat out his soda water. "Who is it? Who is called Balabala? Is it the little magic fairy?" Diggory's eyes quickly scanned the room and soon fixed on a rather short and somewhat chubby house elf. Among the dozen or so house elves, it stood out with its plump appearance, making it easily recognizable. The little chubby elf used its physical advantage to push through the crowd of its fellow elves, just as it was about to reach Nick and have its head patted by the young lady. Digger pulled the chubby boy over and forced him down with one hand on his head, gently stroking it, blah blah. "I'm hungry, is there food?" On this quiet night, Sane lay in a house in the town of Hington, staring blankly at the stars outside the window. This house was rented by Chilo, and Sane had no money. Or rather, all of Sane's money was with his sister. "Sane, I'm coming in." Chilo barged in again without knocking, as he always wanted to climb into Sane's bed on nights they shared. Sane was used to it and instinctively picked up the wand on the bedside, thinking about which spell to use to throw him out. Wait. Chilo hurriedly raised the blanket he was holding, saying, "I'll sleep on the floor. I definitely won't climb into your bed. You believe me?" Sane looked at him expressionlessly. "I believe you, my foot." Ever since he brought Chilo back from the Albanian forest, Chilo had gradually become this way, without any bottom line as a man. Being effeminate was one thing. He could understand it, as he had done some excessive things to Chilo in the forest, so it was normal to have some bad reactions. But what he couldn't accept was that everyone else was a man, so why did Chilo want to climb into his bed all day long? And even said he wanted to contribute his. Sane rejected it both mentally and physically. He absolutely refused to be a troublemaker. However, his firm refusal did not help, but instead fueled Chilo's arrogance. It was like a shameless man trying to tease a girl, even if the girl clearly refused. If she didn't take strong measures, it led the man to think it was a kind of coyness. In the end, Sane had no choice but to use his wand. Whenever Chilo had dirty thoughts, he would hit him with a spell, ensuring a direct hit. This made Chilo settle down, but even though he didn't climb into bed, the little actions still couldn't be avoided, just like today. Sane lay down again, put the wand back, and warned, "Sleeping on the floor is fine, but if you have even a hint of other thoughts, I'll attack you with dark magic." So ruthless. Chilo looked at Sane with a pitiful expression. Are you like this when you're with your family too? None of your business. Sane closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. But Chilo didn't want to sleep. He suddenly asked with great interest, "We've lived together for so long. Why haven't I heard you talk about your family? How many people are in your family? Where do they live?" Sane remained silent. He looked out at the white moonlight, thinking of his sister Luna. "Luna, how had you been alone without me? Is there anyone who dares to bully you? By the way, your letters always bring good news, but never bad news. That makes me worry." On the floor, Chilo noticed Sane's silence and the strong sense of nostalgia and longing emanating from him. So he misunderstood, thinking, "Oh, so your family's all died? I'm sorry. I brought up your sad topic." Sane's face darkened instantly, and he jumped out of bed, grabbing the wand beside him, ready to unleash a devastating Avada Kedavra on Chilo. "Damn it, my sister is doing just fine," Sane shouted. Chilo immediately raised both hands in surrender. "I'm sorry. We didn't say anything, so I made my own assumptions. My fault, my fault." Sane's face was grim as he said slowly, "This is the last time. It won't happen again." Chilo sighed in relief, then saw Sane put down the wand and continued to ask, "So, is your family left with just your sister? Are there any other people?" Sane let out a long sigh. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without answering this guy's questions. "Yes, it's just my sister now." Sane's earliest memory of family was in Devonshire. If a tourist wanted to visit Devonshire, they would first receive 2 city postcards. One postcard is of Nico LeMay, who has lived for hundreds of years, a living fossil of the magical world, but Devonshire does not provide tickets to see this fossil. The other postcard divides the wide Devonshire into 2 parts, the Rhine River. On the east bank of the river is a colorful and mesmerizing world. On the west bank, however, is a sad world, a dirty, chaotic, and poor world. If there are 1,000 illegal activities in Devonshire each month, then 950 of them occur on the west bank. All kinds of people, thugs, and gangs gather there. If the east bank of the Rhine River is a paradise, then the west bank is undoubtedly hell. And Sane was born in hell. His father was a complete scumbag. That muggle man had a youthful, pretty boy appearance and a perfect body hidden beneath his clothes. All the adjectives for excellent physique and handsome face could be found in him. Back then, he had contact with all the wealthy women on the east bank of the Rhine. He would spend their money, package himself, and then continue to earn and squander. Among them was Sane's mother, a gentle and kind girl who was naive about love. When he got tired of playing and his looks were about to fade, he deceived Sane's mother, the last girl, with his flowery words. Sane's mother was 18 at the time, in her youth but also in a rebellious phase, ignoring her parents' advice and decisively eloping with Sane's father. However, love without a material foundation is difficult, and love without both material and emotional foundations is even more like a mirage. It was a scam, and the person being deceived in the midst of it always fails to see the truth. After Sane's mother eloped, her parents cut off her living expenses. Sane's father was looking for a naive girl to deceive for her feelings and money, so he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. As a result, they ended up with nothing. Their affair had long been public knowledge, and there was no way to go back and earn money from those wealthy women. As the false packaging faded, Sane's father's true self, precious on the outside but rotten on the inside, was exposed, leaving Sane's mother extremely disappointed. But it was already too late. Sane's mother couldn't go back. Her family would not accept a runaway daughter, one who was morally flawed and had even lost her virginity. Therefore, Sane's mother could only stay with this man on the west bank of the Rhine. Soon after, they had Sane. On the day Sane was born, it was his mother who walked through the gates of hell alone to give birth to him. From the moment Sane could remember, all the burdens of life fell on his mother alone. This strong woman bore the sky above Sane's head on her fragile shoulders. As for his father, he spent all his days drinking and fooling around, waking up to drink and sleeping when drunk. If there was a third thing in that man's life, it was that when he woke up, he would also beat his wife and child. Using words like scum and trash to describe him would be an insult to those terms. So Sane understood things from a very young age, knowing that working would lighten his mother's burden. Not for any other reason, but so that his mother could have a little more time to sit down and rest. And when she was tired, she could see a bit more smile on her face from knowing that her child was being sensible. When Sane thought that life could continue like this forever, and that things would slowly get better as he grew up, fate played a trick on him. His mother became pregnant again, but that man, his father, did not change at all with the arrival of this new life. In fact, he became even worse because a pregnant woman would earn less and less money as time went on, until she could no longer afford his drinking. Thus, Sane's father would beat and scold his mother. Poor Sane at that time had no ability to protect his mother when he rushed up All he could do was expend a little of his worthless father's energy. He couldn't even lie on his mother to take the beating for her. At that time, Sane hated himself for the first time for not having enough strength to protect the person he wanted to protect. However, this was not the reason for Sane's breakdown. What he truly could not accept was that his mother died during Luna's difficult birth. Because of Sane's father, his mother had not had a single good day, even with a big belly, let alone a proper meal. Over time, her physical condition deteriorated, and ultimately, she died during childbirth. All that was left was the newborn baby Luna, who was even smaller than normal babies. Before dying, their mother made Sane promise to take good care of his sister. They were both the continuation of her life, and they had to live well. Sane still remembers that stormy night when he first felt so powerless, so defeated. If it weren't for Luna in his arms, perhaps Sane would have lost the courage to live on at that moment. At the same time, that night, Sane's magical powers awakened. The violent awakening of magic was like a storm, like raging waves, like mountains collapsing and the earth shaking. The entire west bank of the Rhine was shaken. That night was Sane's most hysterical night. He used all the lives within 100 meters to accompany his mother to the grave, to commemorate how the neighbors had turned a blind eye to the miserable life of the mother and son while they were alive, and even added insult to injury. That night was also the night Sane regretted the most. It felt like his heart shattered into 8 pieces, regretting why he had not awakened this power sooner. If he had awakened earlier, could he have found food to provide nutrition for his mother, preventing such an outcome? If he had awakened earlier, could he have taken his mother away from that worthless father, away from this sorrowful place, and found a beautiful place to start anew? If he had awakened earlier. Where's your sister living now, with you running around as a Death Eater? Chilo asked, resting his arms behind his head and looking at the ceiling. Sane's thoughts were pulled back as he answered, Devonshire. Yes, Sane's sister Luna did not leave that city. After that night, the worthless father died. Sane sent Luna to their grandfather's house, whom he had never met, making a deal with his grandfather, a businessman. They would help him raise Luna, and in the future, he would offer help 3 times when they needed it. This was indeed a very profitable deal. The scale of destruction caused by Sane's magical awakening was so great that it could not be hidden. Many people knew about it, and it had already spread. Therefore, there was no reason to refuse a deal with such a potentially powerful wizard. Moreover, they did not dare to refuse. In Sane's view, since he had killed so many people after awakening at night, the Ministry of Magic would definitely take measures to pursue him. And little Luna, following him, would not only fail to receive a good education, but might even find it hard to survive. At their grandfather's place, at least Luna could survive. From then on, Sister Luna became the only light in Sane's life. Whenever he was cornered by the Ministry of Magic's horrors and felt despair, wishing to stop fleeing, as long as he took out a photo of Luna to look at, he would be filled with strength again. When facing others, he might be moody, one moment friendly, patting you on the shoulder, and the next moment casting a killing curse without negotiation. But when he saw Luna, he would always be a gentle, warm brother who sheltered his sister under his wing. Although Sane and Luna were often apart, every time they met, Luna never felt like a stranger. Instead, her longing for him grew thicker. Whenever they met, regardless of how Sane appeared, she would give her brother a big hug. In Luna's heart, wasn't her brother her son? On the bed, the moonlight covered Sane's face, gently sending his thoughts of longing for his brother in a special way. In a way that resonated with Luna's heart, across mountains and seas, into her dreams. Only when thinking of Luna would a tenderness appear on Sane's face. Is your sister married? How's your brother-in-law? Chilo suddenly asked while lying on the ground. As soon as he heard this, Sane's face darkened instantly. My sister isn't getting married, and no one is worthy of her. Chilo chuckled, understanding in his heart, but not saying it out loud. Just as he was about to change the subject, there was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. The two exchanged glances, both secretly on guard. Chilo went down to open the door, while Sane hid in the darkness with his wand ready. If there was any accident, he would act immediately. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was slow and steady, sounding like it wasn't someone looking for trouble. Chilo rubbed his bald head, thinking that someone looking for trouble wouldn't use the front door. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would usually come through the window. Some might even directly attack the house if they were in a bad mood. Chilo relaxed and slowly opened the door. Sure enough, standing outside was a Death Eater in a black robe. Before Chilo could speak, the Death Eater lifted his hood, revealing long, silky silver hair. Chilo, the Dark Lord summons you, and Sane. Lucius? Chilo was somewhat surprised. Why would he come out to do errands? Even if it was the Dark Lord's order. He didn't need to deliver the message personally. Lucius's gaze passed over Chilo and looked inside. Hurry up, don't keep the Dark Lord waiting. After Lucius spoke proudly, he left, clearly unwilling to engage further with Chi Luo and the others. Sane slowly emerged from the shadows, his gaze inscrutable. At this time, Voldemort specifically sent Lucius to run errands, just to relay a message for himself and Chi Luo to come over, which clearly wasn't as simple as it seemed. As Voldemort's property manager and the logistical chief of the Death Eaters, Lucius was indispensable as long as Voldemort wanted to dominate the magical world, along with the Malfoy family behind him. Unless something major happened that significantly reduced Lucius and the Malfoy family's importance in Voldemort's eyes, this scene wouldn't have occurred. Could be Sane smiled. Recently, if the Death Eaters had made any significant blunders, it must be the loss of the Hufflepuff Cup and the Gaunt Ring. The loss of these two Horcruxes, although not carried out by members of the Malfoy family, was still orchestrated by Lucius. With the loss of the Horcruxes, Lucius would undoubtedly bear most of the responsibility. Therefore, Voldemort's summons now, along with Lucius's ambiguous attitude earlier, suggested that what awaited him might not only be the replacement of Lucius, but also a significant reduction of Lucius's power. If that were the case, he would gradually gain the ability to protect Luna. Sane had imagined what his meeting with Voldemort would be like. Perhaps it would take place in a resplendent hall, with Voldemort sitting on a throne, looking down from a great height. Meanwhile, he would be half kneeling below, showing respect, even a bit humble. But when he actually met the Dark Lord, he found a reality quite different from his imagination. There was no grand hall, only a small but warm room. There was no high throne, just a well-maintained luxurious leather sofa that had seen better days. As for Voldemort, he didn't look imposing at all, not even a proper human form. He resembled a newborn baby, but appeared even weaker, struggling to breathe. If you keep staring at the Dark Lord like that, I'll gouge your eyes out. Bellatrix sat beside Voldemort, glaring at Sane with malice. However, Sane remained unfazed, for he had realized during the night he dealt with Bellatrix that his strength surpassed hers. Thus, he paid no mind to her empty threat. He kept silent, but to others, this silence seemed like surrender. Voldemort, hunched into the sofa, wore a sinister smile of conspiracy success. This was simply a case of one person playing the good cop and another the bad cop. Now that the good cop had achieved the desired effect, it was time for him, the bad cop, to take the stage. Bellatrix, shut up. How dare you speak to our own like that? Apologize. Voldemort pretended to be angry, ordering Bellatrix to apologize. He thought to gain some goodwill from Sane regardless of the circumstances. However, Sane, having grown up on the streets, had seen all kinds of tricks, and he immediately understood Voldemort's intentions. Yet, he had to maintain a grateful expression, his eyes shimmering with loyalty. After Bellatrix reluctantly apologized, Voldemort spoke again. I know you. Sane, you are a loyal child to me, so I have a task I want to entrust to you. Are you willing? Here it comes, here it comes. He finally started. Sane's heart surged. This was exactly what he had speculated before coming. Voldemort had a task for him. He just wasn't sure if this task was something taken from Lucius. If he could confirm that, then this mission would be Voldemort's test for him. As long as he passed the test, he would have entered Voldemort's sight and gained the opportunity to join the upper ranks of the Death Eaters. Sane immediately shifted from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both. My lord, I am certainly willing to serve you. No matter what this task is, I will do my utmost to complete it. Voldemort smiled with satisfaction. I believe your words, Sane. I have heard of your talent. At such a young age, you can already create your own offensive dark magic. Your future is limitless. So I believe you can certainly handle this task. The task was for Voldemort to turn and look out at the snowflakes gradually drifting down outside the window to eliminate Cedric Diggory during the Triwizard Tournament. Sane's heart stirred. He hadn't expected that not only did he see potential in Diggory's future, but even Voldemort also held some trepidation. Voldemort continued. You may not believe it, but that child's strength has reached a level where he can use the killing curse against Bellatrix. Therefore, I command you to kill Cedric. Understood, Sane replied. After Sane left, Bellatrix asked, My lord, why do you want to use Sane instead of Lucius? That night, he was also one of the participants in the operation, yet only he and Chi Luo returned intact, which shows he must have other thoughts. Voldemort's face darkened, and he sneered disdainfully. Are there not others with their own thoughts among the Death Eaters? Having thoughts is not terrifying. What is terrifying is lacking strength. The fact that he could nearly beat Nicodemus Lamai's student to death is enough to prove his strength and potential. He is worth nurturing. Bellatrix still looked somewhat worried. But what about the future? What What if he betrays you once he gains strength? Voldemort smiled mysteriously, completely unconcerned about betrayal, as long as he regained his own strength. No one would dare betray him. Moreover, this time, he was essentially sending Sane to eliminate the most talented student in Hogwarts right under Dumbledore's nose. How high was the chance of success? It could be said to be very difficult. Without an extremely detailed and meticulous plan, it would be almost impossible. But the point of sending Sane to act was never about Diggory. It was about announcing to the 3 schools and the entire magical world. He was back, then rally his subordinates and consolidate power to return to the peak. However, when it came to strength, one thing puzzled him. He previously sensed that one of his Horcruxes had been destroyed, yet strangely, his own strength had not diminished as a result, but had even increased. This incident made Voldemort suspicious, and he revisited the dark magic of soul separation and Horcrux creation several times, almost doubting his life choices. Initially, when he learned that Lucius had offered the diary as a prize for the Triwizard Tournament, he nearly couldn't restrain himself from casting a killing curse on him. However, after realizing that the destruction of the Horcrux could actually enhance his power, he felt that this was a good opportunity to exploit. Because if Voldemort wanted to dominate the magical world, he first had to deal with Dumbledore. Looking at the forces on both sides, although the Death Eaters were numerous, their strength was uneven, and they could only take advantage of favorable situations to bully the weak. Once they encountered strong members of the Order of the Phoenix, they would basically start thinking about how to run away before the fight even began. There's also a significant gap in top-level strength. In a direct confrontation, he was still a step behind Dumbledore, and below him, little Barty Crouch and Bellatrix were at least one level below Moody. Bellatrix couldn't even handle Diggory and Leonardo, and was hit with the soul-binding curse by them. If it weren't for his sensitivity to the aura of dark magic, he wouldn't have been able to help her break the curse. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have known if there were spies planted on his side. Perhaps they might have had a chance to defeat Moody if they launched a sneak attack, but in other situations, they would basically just be pressed down and rubbed into the ground by the other side, counting down the strength further. There were only the pure-blood wizard families led by Lucius and the spy Snape left. Voldemort generally didn't regard pure-blood wizards as part of his ranks because those people weren't on the same page as him. Thus, from this point onward, the strength of the Death Eaters began to distance itself from the Order of the Phoenix. As for those originally at the bottom, the Mudbloods and Half-Blood wizards whom he didn't take seriously, one unexpectedly emerged, saying, this was the most surprising thing for Voldemort. But it didn't matter. Although Sane's talent seemed high to outsiders, in his eyes, he was still a bit lacking compared to Snape. As for the spy Snape, he had strength. In his youth, he could take on James, Sirius, Lupin, and Wormtail by himself without losing. However, he was too emotionally attached, and his combat power was restrained by Lily. If Dumbledore sent Harry Potter during the Great Battle, Voldemort wasn't sure Snape could still play a role. Wait, Harry Potter. A flash of inspiration struck Voldemort's mind. What if he dealt with Harry Potter in advance? As for the so-called love magic that protected Harry and made it impossible for anyone to find him, Voldemort didn't care at all. Others might truly have difficulty finding him, but Lucius certainly had a way. The Malfoy family's hidden eyes and intelligence operations throughout the magical world were top-notch. This was also why Voldemort repeatedly tolerated Lucius's small maneuvers. Because if he left the Malfoy family, he would become blind and deaf, losing the initiative in his confrontation with Dumbledore. Voldemort turned to Bellatrix and said, remember, you are still under Cedric's soul-binding curse. You are one of his people. If that kid asks you for information, you know what to do, right? Bellatrix immediately understood Voldemort's meaning and smiled maliciously. Being a spy was quite interesting. Furthermore, he instructed Lucius to send someone to find Harry Potter's location. Voldemort continued, I want to help Snape completely break free from Lily's influence. Bellatrix stood up. Should I let Lucius take action once we find him? Voldemort shook his head slightly. No, leave it as saying, a contribution as significant as dealing with Harry Potter cannot be handed over to Lucius. He must not gain that prestige. Bellatrix nodded thoughtfully and then left. The entire room was left with only Voldemort, who remained inside. The fire crackled in the fireplace as he gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, his eyes flickering uncertainly. The next day, the heavy snow fell all night long. Diggory, who had rarely enjoyed a good sleep in his dormitory, woke up, and upon seeing the heavy snow outside, his eyes lit up. Alone, he held a cup of hot water and sat on the bed, enjoying the view. As someone from the South in his past life, he had hardly ever seen snow, let alone such a scene where the world was covered in white. In light of this beautiful scenery, Diggory wanted to compose a poem. As for why he wasn't with Patrick, because that guy hadn't returned at all last night. He was probably lying in some girl-esque bed in some other house. However, Diggory thought again, as he considered that others were enjoying the snowy scene while cuddling with girls, and he was just holding a cup of hot water. He suddenly found the snow scene bland, and he lost the desire to compose poetry. He turned to get up, wash up, and complete his morning routine in 5 minutes. When he got dressed and opened the door, ready to skip class and earn some magical power in the room of requirement, he was suddenly blocked by a burly figure. Diego looked up at the person in front of him, feeling inexplicably irritated about not having a girlfriend. Good dogs don't get in the way. Don't bother me if there's nothing going on. The burly figure remained unfazed and instead asked in a tone of disbelief, Cedric, don't you recognize me? Diggory looked up, staring at the face in front of him that felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall the name after thinking for a while. After a moment, he apologetically said, I don't know you. It's me, Logan. Hufflepuff Prefect Logan looked at Diggory in disbelief, feeling a bit hurt inside. How could the pride of Hufflepuff not recognize me? I really am a failure as a prefect. Logan? Digger tilted his head, and in his mind, a pair of hands was struggling to search through piles of memories, finally finding Logan in a small corner. He had appeared in an episode when Digger and Patrick wanted to skip class together. In the end, because he was too outstanding, he turned a blind eye to his own skipping, while Patrick was dragged by him to attend class obediently. Oh, Digger patted Logan's shoulder and said, So it's you? What's up? Although Digger hadn't recognized him before, which made Logan a bit sad, that slight emotional fluctuation was nothing to boys. They could forget it in an instant. Well, there's something, Logan said. You haven't been to class for almost a semester. Professor Sprout asked me to check on you. Are you going to take the exam? Diggory was taken aback. An exam? First-year students at Hogwarts have exams? It seems there are indeed exams. Diggory twirled his fingers and scratched his head. Can we not take the exam? Logan also scratched his head, but he wasn't thinking. He was troubled. We can, but if you do that, the teachers are likely to deduct points from our Hufflepuff house for the semester. What if we can't get first place then? Diggory is speechless. When has Hufflepuff ever taken first place? The other 3 houses have all achieved it, and Slytherin has been at the top for years, consistently producing top students. If I don't take the exam and get points deducted, what impact will that have in the end? It will just change the gap from 30 points behind the 3rd place to 50 points behind. It seems like it's just a matter of pride. Diggory glanced at Logan, who was standing in front of him, and indeed, he still looked troubled, with a hint of sadness. Hufflepuff had a strong sense of collective honor and was very united. Although they never seemed to win the House Cup, they were always making an effort. It really wasn't appropriate for him to act this way. But thinking about how many classes he had missed this semester made Diggory's head spin. If the subjects were language, math, and foreign languages, it would be fine. Diggory dared to jump directly from the 1st year to the 3rd year, and then start the glorious university courses. But Hogwarts offered magic classes, which were completely different and had to be learned step by step. Unless exams could be cheated on. Diggory said to Logan, But head boy, you know how many classes I've missed this semester? There's no way I can catch up now. Yeah. Honest Logan nodded earnestly, realizing that what Diggory was saying was exactly what troubled him the most. So Diggory pretended to be mysterious. So, Logan's thoughts were being led away. So, during the exams, you help me cheat. Diggory said, For the honor of Hufflepuff, you can't let me fail. However, Logan, whom Diggory thought would readily agree, completely ignored him and instead looked at him with a pained expression. How can you do this? This isn't protecting Hufflepuff's honor. It's undermining it. Logan pointed at Diggory while patting his shoulder, speaking with deep concern. You can't do this. If you want to cheat, I'd rather you fail the exam. Diggory was taken aback, looking at Logan, who would rather fail his exam than cheat. He finally began to understand why Hufflepuff scores were always at the bottom. This was just too honest. Then I won't cheat. Diggory waved his hand and said, I'll think of a way. If it really doesn't work, I'll just bite the bullet. After saying that, Diggory left the dormitory and headed straight for Dumbledore's office, conveniently skipping the first class. When he arrived at the door of Dumbledore's office, Diggory relied on his relationship with Dumbledore and pushed the door open directly. Inside, Dumbledore, who had been working at his desk, looked at Diggory and adjusted his glasses. He was accustomed to Diggory's rudeness and chose to ignore it. Speak, what is it? What should I do about my final exam? Diggory asked bluntly. Final exam? Dumbledore slapped his forehead. He had indeed forgotten about that. Now he understood why Diggory was here. It was time to question him. But Dumbledore did not intend to take responsibility for this. After all, he couldn't. If he communicated with each subject teacher to give Diggory a break during the exam, he would definitely face issues, especially with Professor McGonagall. Then Diggory would end up failing. Ultimately, he would lose face as well. Or if he directly used his authority as headmaster to exempt Diggory from the exam, that wouldn't work either. The headmaster did not have that power. He couldn't act recklessly, or there would be trouble in the future. So, if you don't cheat, I can pretend I don't know. You haven't been here today, Dumbledore said. Diggory was shocked. He didn't expect old Dumbledore to be this kind of person, but Diggory also became excited, realizing that one day he could stand on a moral high ground and look down on Dumbledore. So he immediately leaned back slightly, facing old Dumbledore with his nostrils, and raised his middle finger, saying, "Teacher, as your student, I despise you. You, as a teacher, actually suggested that your students cheat." The next sentence, though, I shouldn't say it. I can't help it. "Teacher, you are so low." Dumbledore's snow-white eyebrows twitched, and a surge of anger rushed through him. He felt that he hadn't had such a strong urge to hit someone in many years. He rubbed his palms, his eyes scanning Diggory from top to bottom, looking for the most suitable place to strike. He wanted to hit him in a way that wouldn't hurt himself, but would leave a lasting impression on Diggory. In the end, Dumbledore fell into contemplation as he looked at Diggory's rounded backside. "What a good spot. Cedric, come, turn your backside around," Dumbledore said to Diggory, smiling kindly. Diggory turned his head and asked curiously, "What's up? Is there something going on? Does old Dumbledore have thoughts about my backside?" Diggory thought to himself, "Impossible. Dumbledore only has Grindelwald in his heart, and now he's pretending to care for the entire magical world. How could he possibly have thoughts about his own student?" So Diggory obediently turned around and asked, "What's going on? Why'd I have to turn around?" acting all mysterious. However, before Diggory finished speaking, Dumbledore made a surprisingly agile move that was completely uncharacteristic of his age. He propped himself up on the desk with one hand, lifted his legs, and with a sudden thrust of his waist, he jumped to the other side in an instant. Then, with a swift step, he wrapped his left arm around the still-dazed Diggory and pulled him under his armpit, immediately raising his right hand high and bringing it down heavily. Clap! A crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the office, startling the drowsy Phoenix Fox awake. Just as Fox was about to go back to sleep, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered surged in like a tsunami, instantly banishing all sleepiness, making it widen its eyes at the boy who was screaming. "Isn't this the master's student? How'd he end up being disciplined?" At that moment, Diggory was dazed, furious, and heartbroken. He was unwilling to accept it and bravely wanted to voice his question. "Why?" Dumbledore sneered, feeling that all his good upbringing couldn't suppress the anger in his heart when facing Diggory. "You're asking me?" Old Dumbledore said coldly. "Hogwarts, no, the entire magical world. In front of the teacher, you were the first to discipline your own teacher's student." After saying that, regardless of Diggory's resistance, his right hand came down repeatedly, and for a moment, the entire office was filled with the sound of slaps. It was only when Dumbledore felt a bit tired that he reluctantly released Diggory. It must be said that Dumbledore suddenly realized that disciplining a student was indeed a good way to relax and stretch his muscles. After a while, Dumbledore felt that his waist no longer ached, his legs didn't hurt, and he even felt a bit hungry, wanting to grab a snack. However, Diggory's problem still needed to be resolved. Dumbledore glanced at Diggory, who was standing aside, rubbing his backside, and said, "I'll talk to Snape about the classes. You can go find Snape directly. I'll have him give you extra lessons." "Oh," Diggory said pitifully, "could Fox drop a tear on my backside before I go? It really hurts." Dumbledore glanced at him and replied, "You can ask Fox yourself if it's willing to." Diggory turned to Fox, only to find it closing its eyes and pretending not to hear. No sense of loyalty. Diggory walked away, grumbling to himself. Snape's office was underground at Hogwarts, next to the potions classroom. In fact, Diggory believed that if he hadn't crossed over to this world, the most talented students at Hogwarts after Dumbledore would likely be Voldemort or Snape. This thought wasn't without reason. Although Voldemort's power far surpassed Snape's in all the series from his previous life, the former's leadership and personal charm were not something Snape could compare to. After all, he had a massive Death Eater organization, as evidenced by the scale of the conflict during the later Hogwarts battle. Moreover, Voldemort had some loyal followers, such as Barty Crouch Jr., Wormtail, and Bellatrix, which required a certain level of personal charisma. In contrast, when looking at Snape in these regards, one would find that he seemed more like a highly skilled spy compared to Voldemort, the actual leader. He lacked personal charm, with his long black hair, thin figure, sallow skin, cold eyes, and constant preference for black robes. He made it seem like that was all he wore. He spent his time researching magic, particularly dark magic, which ultimately gave his entire demeanor a dark undertone. If only his demeanor were a bit sunnier and his mindset healthier. Harry Potter's mom wouldn't have fallen for someone else while still at school. Although Voldemort's appearance later was also unflattering, even losing his nose, that was after his resurrection. Before that, he was tall and handsome, otherwise he wouldn't have attracted Bellatrix. However, Diggory believed that Snape's talent was on par with Voldemort's. The success or failure of their appearances wasn't the focus. The emphasis was on talent. While at Hogwarts, Voldemort taught himself how to make Horcruxes, which is well known and demonstrates his incredible talent. But what did Snape do? He created ordinary and dark magic spells. Spells like Sectum Sempra, Levi Corpus, and Silencing Charms, some of which were quite practical and others were dark magic. Furthermore, he not only improved, but also invented potions. A talent so remarkable that even Slughorn praised it after Harry Potter discovered his notes. He was the youngest potions master to date. Another point that showcases Snape's strength is that just before the climax of the Harry Potter story, he stood undefeated against Professors McGonagall and Flitwick and managed to retreat unharmed, likely without using his full power. Who was McGonagall? A seasoned high-level wizard and one of the headmasters of Hogwarts. Flitwick, on the other hand, was the charms professor and head of Ravenclaw House, and in his youth, he was a champion duelist. To easily deflect the combined attacks of these two and retreat unscathed demonstrated at least a level of Moody's strength. Compared to Moody, Snape was even younger. He was just too low-key. The only person he truly cared for was Lily, and later Harry Potter was at most a half-hearted interest. He usually appeared as a strict and unsociable magical expert, living in his own world. Now, Diggory stood at the door of this magical expert's office, pondering how to communicate with this double agent. Should he be straightforward and tell him, "I know all your little secrets"? Or should he interact with him like a normal student? Just as Diggory was in a dilemma, the door suddenly opened. Diggory looked up in surprise, only to be met with a harsh, sullen face. Snape had just received a message from Dumbledore via a paper crane, stating that he was to act as a teacher for Diggory for a period of time, helping him with theoretical knowledge so that he wouldn't fail his final exams. Snape was certainly unwilling to comply with such a request. He was well aware of his own schedule, which was meticulously planned out. Apart from attending classes, he was engaged in studying magic, both light and dark. Beyond that, he was involved in some unsavory secret work. So where would he find the time? Moreover, and most importantly, in the letter, Dumbledore referred to Diggory as a student. Student, a very simple term. It could be said that all the children currently attending Hogwarts, and even some teachers, were Dumbledore's students. But now Dumbledore had specifically referred to Diggory as a student. Snape could deduce with just a bit of thought that this student was not an ordinary student. This indicated a close disciple. Yet, those unsavory secret tasks had to be conducted discreetly, and now with an additional person, Dumbledore's close disciple, everything would become inconvenient for him. In fact, he might not be able to do anything at all. Thus, Snape instinctively wanted to refuse Dumbledore's request. However, when he opened the door, he suddenly found a child standing at his doorstep. What was going on? When did this child arrive? A cold sweat broke out on Snape's back. As a longtime double agent, his sense of security was very strong, which was why he had specifically chosen to set up his office in the basement. It was quiet enough here that as soon as someone approached, there would certainly be footsteps in the silent corridor. Even the lightest steps would make a sound. Furthermore, he would periodically use magic to scan outside his office door, and, as long as someone was there, he would be able to sense their presence. Snape recalled that he had indeed scanned with magic before stepping out, and at that time, he hadn't detected anyone. Snape's dark eyes fixed intently on Diggory, and he felt his heart inexplicably quicken. But when he looked closely, he realized that the child was indeed Diggory. He had been too tense earlier to react. His composure restored. His expression returned to its usual cold indifference as he asked, "Cedric, when did you arrive at my door?" Diggory, unaware of Snape's rich inner thoughts, honestly replied, "Just now." Snape didn't believe it. If he was telling the truth, why the pause beforehand? He wouldn't trust a single punctuation mark in Diggory's words. But he couldn't panic. Snape instinctively wrapped his cloak around his chest and said, "I've already received Professor Dumbledore's letter and was about to decline. But since you're here, it saves me another trip. Please go back and tell your teacher that I'm very sorry, but I don't have time to teach you. If you wish, you can have Professor Sprout or Professor Flitwick teach you. I'm sure they will be very willing." Hearing Snape say this, Diggory was also pleased. Extra lessons were too troublesome, and just thinking about memorizing those potion ingredients gave him a headache. Not to mention the countless herb names he also had to remember. Memorization was the last thing Diggory was interested in, and he didn't have that much time. So when Snape said this, Diggory happily turned around, planning to go find Dumbledore. But just as he turned, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Meow. Host, please pay attention. A new task has arrived." With Snape's help, successfully create a magic spell, whether it's auxiliary, offensive, or defensive. Task success reward. Permanent increase of 10 points in physical strength and intelligence. Task failure penalty. Will sleepwalk every night, automatically walking to crowded places to stroll under the moon. Introduction. What? So many tasks. Are you trying to kill me? Golden finger. What? To dismantle the Death Eaters. Isn't that Dumbledore's job? What? To take down Voldemort. Isn't that Harry Potter's job? What? If I don't do as you say, I can't go home. Dad, let's talk this out. I'm really not your son. Dumbledore, let's talk this out. The savior is really not me. It's that guy named Harry Potter.